As the frigid tempest descended, global temperatures plummeted. In the face of impending doom, Fang Qian valiantly endeavored to protect his fiancée and her family, only to be ruthlessly slain after being drained of his value, discovering too late that it was all a deceit. Reborn before the apocalypse, Fang Qian possessed the mythical hand, capable of creating legendary artifacts. Chapter 1. The Icy Apocalypse and the Mythical Hand. You useless wretch. After being gone so long, you return with such meager supplies. Are you intent on starving us all? Fang Qian lay on the frigid floor, weakened to the point where he lacked the strength to rise. A grievous wound marred the outer side of his right leg, deep enough to expose bone. With blood gushing forth uncontrollably if left unattended, he would surely succumb to excessive blood loss. At that moment, none of the familiar faces in the room showed concern for his injuries. Scolding and rummaging through a backpack were his fiancée, Fang Qian's parents. The meager food supply was quickly consumed by the others, neighbors residing in the same building. Fang's mother carelessly hurled the empty backpack at Fang Qian's face. "What are you still lying there for, you good for nothing? Hurry up and find us some more food." Fang Qian weakly protested, "I'm injured and need to bandage my wound." Before he could finish, Fang's father shot him a glare. "You spineless fool, are you trying to be lazy, injuring yourself on purpose?" At that moment, a bald, tattooed man named Wang Long, who had been silent in the corner, rose with a chilling smile. "Why make it so complicated? You're of no use anymore, so let me have that injured leg. It's been days since we've had any meat." At his words, the room filled with eyes gleaming with hunger, akin to famished wolves. Fang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mom, Dad, you." Before he could finish, Tang's father lunged at him, slapping his face. "What are you shouting for? Who do you think you are? You really believed you could marry our Jiaro? Let me be frank, she has been seeing young Master Ma from the capital for months now. Even in the apocalypse, she enjoys the finest, and he will be here soon to take us away. As for you, our Jiaro has been deceiving you all along. She wishes for your swift disappearance to avoid complicating her relationship with young Master Ma. We initially intended to use you a little longer, but it seems you are utterly useless." Immediately, Fang Qian witnessed his brother-in-law, Tang Erwin, hand a fire axe to the bald man, Wang Long, who aimed for the base of his right leg, raising the axe high before bringing it down with force. The excruciating pain engulfed him, and darkness claimed his senses. "Am I dead? Is this how I die?" So unsatisfied, a whirlwind of chaos ensued. Fang Qian opened his eyes once more. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face. Startled awake, he tumbled from the bed. Surveying his surroundings, he found a clean, orderly room, basking in the warm, inviting light. A glance at the calendar and clock on the wall confirmed his suspicions. "Have I been reborn?" Fang Qian suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling slightly from the residual pain that had been inflicted upon him. The agony of the recent ordeal lingered in his mind, preventing him from finding solace. He was utterly convinced that this was no mere dream. Drawing from the memories of his previous life, he knew that humanity's demise was imminent, set to arrive within the next month. The catalyst would be a solar flare, unleashing a torrent of chaotic and violent energy into the cosmos, laden with a multitude of charged particles. This cataclysmic event would obliterate the Earth's magnetic field, resulting in a severe and frigid storm that would sweep across the globe. Within a mere week, temperatures plummeted to around -50 degrees Celsius, with the polar regions descending to over -100 degrees. This sudden and brutal cold front precipitated a mass extinction of flora and fauna across the planet. Even the dominion of humankind began to dwindle at an alarming rate. Reports suggested that within just a month, the human mortality rate had soared to approximately 80%. In his previous existence, Fang Qian had tirelessly traversed the desolate landscape of the frigid apocalypse, gathering supplies to safeguard the parents of his fiancée and the neighbors of his building. He selflessly cared for them for over 2 months, only to be forsaken when he sustained injuries that required attention. Even his own corpse was not spared from neglect. Gradually regaining his composure, Fang Qian rose from his bed, his eyes ablaze with a deep-seated hatred. "This time, I shall play with you all." Dressing swiftly, he made his way to the kitchen, where he promptly prepared 2 packets of spicy beef noodles. As he savored the steaming bowl, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. Damn it, in my previous life, all the delectable food was hoarded by those 2 old wretches. For over a month, I couldn't even indulge in a sip of hot water. What utter foolishness! He could scarcely fathom how a simple bowl of instant noodles could bring him such immense gratification. While consuming his meal, Fang Qian began to strategize his next steps. He identified 3 paramount objectives. First, he must amass an ample supply of food and essential resources, ideally enough to last a lifetime. The frigid storm showed no signs of abating, and once the apocalypse struck, locating provisions would become a daunting task. Second, he resolutely vowed never to place his trust in anyone again, particularly not in the family of his fiancée, Tang Jiao, who were far from virtuous. Fang Qian was determined to witness their demise in the most tragic manner possible to assuage his resentment. Third, he needed to develop means of self-defense. Residing within the building was a notorious gang leader named Wang Long, the very individual who had taken his life in the past. This ruthless man eventually dominated the entire building, pillaging resources from each household and coercing the vulnerable to scavenge for supplies. Those deemed useless were reduced to mere sustenance for the gang. Even with his rebirth, Fang Qian felt no guarantee of triumph against them. The concrete structure of the building offered little assurance of his safety. He was not a retired special forces soldier, and fighting was not an option. There were countless tasks awaiting his attention, and a mere month seemed woefully insufficient. As anxiety crept in, his right hand suddenly trembled slightly. A golden, enigmatic symbol materialized upon the back of his hand. A surge of information flooded his mind. The hand of myth. Could this be my extraordinary ability? Drawing upon the knowledge coursing through his thoughts, Fang Qian swiftly comprehended the unique power of his right hand. It possessed the capacity to inexhaustibly draw mysterious energy from the universe. Once saturated, he could transform an object into a mythic artifact. The process of energy accumulation would take approximately 10 days. At that moment, his energy levels were at their zenith, granting him a singular opportunity to create a mythic item. A wave of elation washed over Fang Qian. His gaze darted around the room and soon settled upon a petite shoulder bag resting on the table. Among the 3 objectives he had previously contemplated, the most critical was undoubtedly survival in the impending apocalypse. Without the means to endure, thoughts of vengeance were futile. Thus, the accumulation of resources was paramount. If he could enhance the bag, perhaps it would bestow upon him the capabilities he sought. With that thought, he extended his right hand and grasped the bag, channeling mysterious energy into it. In less than 2 minutes, he sensed a newfound connection with the bag. Upon closer inspection, he quickly discerned the extraordinary nature of this mythic item. Unzipping it, he discovered that its interior was no longer limited to holding mere wallets or phones. Instead, it revealed an expansive, otherworldly space. Moreover, time within this space was suspended. Perfect. Is this the power of a mythic item? Incredible. Fang Qian was overwhelmed with excitement, clutching the bag as if it were a lifeline. With this bag in hand, he could store enough provisions to last a lifetime. This would undoubtedly enable him to live more comfortably than ever, even amidst the harshest of blizzards. And this was merely the effect of a single mythic bag. In a mere 10 days, he would have the opportunity to enhance other items as well. His next target was the very dwelling he inhabited. With a steady supply of resources, a secure refuge was essential. He had no desire to be adrift in the icy wilderness when a blizzard struck. Furthermore, a fortified shelter would shield him from any malicious threats. Armed with this newfound ability, he felt confident in accomplishing all his predetermined goals within the month. Just then, his phone chimed. Looking down, he saw the name Tang Ma flash across the screen. Chapter 2. The Savings of the Brother-in-Law. He pressed the answer button before he could utter a single word. The phone was inundated with the scathing reproaches of Mother Tang. Fang Qian, are you dead? You promised to transfer the property deed to your brother-in-law's name today. And look at the time. My son has been waiting at the housing authority for nearly an hour. If you don't show up soon, then I suggest you forget about this marriage. And how about the dowry? 2 million. 1 cent less is non-negotiable. A cold smirk tugged at the corners of Fang Qian's mouth. He was acutely aware of the situation, yet he chose not to confront it directly at this moment, for he had a more elaborate plan in mind. I had an urgent matter to attend to. I will be there shortly, he replied coolly before hanging up the call. Indifferently, he changed Mother Tang's contact name to Old Bitch. It was around his middle school years when his parents, while away on business, tragically lost their lives in a car accident. The verdict determined that the other party was driving under the influence, resulting in a substantial compensation awarded to Fang Qian. With that money, he purchased his current residence, a spacious 180 square meters, situated in one of the city's prime locations, initially bought for under 1 million. The property's value skyrocketed to over 8 million following a real estate boom. He had certainly reaped the rewards of a favorable era. The remaining funds were invested in starting a modest internet company after his graduation, which had flourished over the years, resulting in savings exceeding 2 million. Such circumstances positioned him as quite successful in the city. Yet, he had foolishly fallen for the deceptive charms of Tang Jiaro, a woman of dubious character. On the surface, Tang Jiaro portrayed herself as a poor, striving individual, winning Fang Qian's heart. In reality, she was a manipulative opportunist, maintaining numerous admirers who showered her with gifts. Her ability to amass wealth far surpassed his own, had it not been for a slip of the tongue from Tang's parents after the apocalypse. Fang Qian would have remained blissfully unaware that this woman had secretly accumulated 4 million in savings, all entrusted to her brother, Tang Erwin. Her engagement to him was merely a transactional arrangement. The pre-engagement agreement stipulated that the property would be transferred to her brother's name, and after marriage, his salary and savings were to be surrendered. In his previous life, Fang Qian had been foolish enough to accept such terms. But this time, everything would be different. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the call disconnecting echoed in his ears, leaving Mother Tang furious. How dare this brat hang up on her? Such a lack of respect. At our next encounter, I shall give him a proper scolding. Beside her, Father Tang languidly sat in a chair, exhaling a smoke ring. Why bother getting worked up? His usefulness is limited. Once we trick him into transferring that property and seize his savings and company shares, he will be of no concern to us. In the span of this month, we must act swiftly. Xiaorou has already attached herself to a wealthy heir from the capital and is on the verge of entering high society through marriage. We cannot afford to lag behind. Inside the lobby of the housing authority, Tang Erwin lounged in his chair, nonchalantly cracking sunflower seeds and carelessly scattering the shells across the floor. The staff member responsible for reception could no longer bear the sight and approached him to offer a discreet reminder. Sir, please refrain from littering in public spaces. Tang Erwin merely shot her a disdainful glance. Casually producing a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and slapping it on the table. Why don't you clean up the mess for me? Consider this a tip. The receptionist's face twisted in contempt. With such limited means, how could he presume to play the wealthy benefactor? Noticing her expression, Tang Erwin slammed his hand on the table. What kind of look is that? Do you look down on me? I will file a complaint. Just so you know, my brother-in-law is about to transfer his property to me. That is a mansion worth over 8 million. Your monthly salary is only 3,000. You'll never be able to afford it. The receptionist was left speechless. In her time at the housing authority, she had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. An $8 million house, and yet he could be such a parasite and fool? She thought to herself that she must warn that naive man to avoid ending up with nothing at the end. At that moment, Fang Qian entered the lobby of the housing authority and immediately spotted the commotion caused by Tang Erwin. With his bleached hair and tattered jeans, he presented a picture of a misguided youth. Fang Qian couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking of him as a hopeless case. Upon seeing Fang Qian, Tang Erwin sprang from his seat, grinning as he approached. Brother-in-law, you finally made it. I've been waiting for over an hour. The term brother-in-law and Tang Erwin's insincere smile made Fang Qian feel nauseated, wishing he could simply twist his head off. Yet, now was not the time to confront him. He merely nodded coolly. Well, you have nothing better to do anyway. Tang Erwin was taken aback. He sensed a change in Fang Qian. Previously, he had been exceedingly polite in his pursuit of Tang Erwin's sister, but now he wore a stern expression. Nevertheless, he pushed aside his thoughts and urgently told the receptionist, quickly bring the materials over. I need to complete the paperwork immediately. Changing the name on a property certificate is not a complicated matter, as long as the individual is present with the necessary documents and signs a few forms. The receptionist, wearing her signature smile, handed over various materials and documents to Fang Qian, while discreetly exchanging a glance with him. Fang Qian paused, noticing a small piece of paper tucked into the corner of the documents. It bore 4 words, beware of deception. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. How insufferable could Tang Erwin be, that even the staff felt compelled to intervene? He silently acknowledged the receptionist with a nod and tucked the note away. A kind-hearted reminder was given, as he could not allow this note to be seen by others. Otherwise, it would stir up trouble, and the young lady might lose her livelihood. Observing his demeanor, the receptionist felt an immediate sense of relief. Fortunately, although he was honest, he was not entirely foolish. With his own reminder, he ought to be less susceptible to deception henceforth. Noticing his hesitation, Tang Erwin grew anxious. What are you waiting for? My sister specifically called this morning to urge that this matter be resolved today. If you delay any further, she will undoubtedly become upset. Let me tell you, there are many who admire my sister. You must seize this opportunity. Previously, Fang Qian might have felt a twinge of panic upon hearing such words. However, after living a second life, he harbored nothing but disdain for Tang Jiao. He gently pushed aside the materials and spoke, "There is no rush. I arrived late primarily because I was discussing another matter with a friend. I would like to discuss it with you." Tang Erwin wore a displeased expression. "You better ensure that what you have to say is truly significant. Otherwise, if my sister becomes angry, you may never find such a good wife again." Fang Qian took a seat by the table and opened his phone to access a website. It prominently displayed the property listings for the city's most exquisite luxury villa district, Tiango and Juan. The houses here were architecturally marvelous and situated in an excellent location, with prices soaring to over 100 million. Even the down payment required exceeded 10 million. A greedy expression instantly crossed Tang Erwin's face. Possessing a villa of such grandeur would guarantee a life free from worry. Fang Qian's voice resonated softly. "I have been contemplating that a girl as remarkable as your sister deserves more than just my modest old house as a betrothal gift. Therefore, I have inquired through a friend and intend to purchase a villa here as a present for you. I plan to mortgage my current house to secure 8 million. And combining that with my savings and company shares, I can gather a total of 11 million. We would only need an additional 4 million to cover the down payment. Rest assured, I will handle the loan repayments, and the property deed will be in your name. What do you think?" Chapter 3. The frenzied accumulation of wealth. Upon hearing his words, Tang Erwin's heart surged with joy. He was contemplating how to concoct a pretext to swindle every last penny from this naive young man, only to find that the latter had voluntarily offered it. He promptly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you truly are considerate. If my sister were to learn of this splendid news, she would undoubtedly adore you. Once I return, I shall speak highly of you in her presence. When shall we proceed to purchase this villa?" Fang Qian sighed, shaking his head. "I fear we may have to wait another 6 months. There remains a deficit of 4 million. If I exert myself over the next half year and borrow from some friends, I should be able to gather the amount." 6 months? At this, Tang Erwin felt a sudden wave of anxiety. He was well aware that his sister had ensnared the affections of a wealthy heir from the capital, a genuine member of high society. He needed to conclude matters with Fang Qian within a month. He could not afford to wait so long. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Erwin cleared his throat softly. 6 months is too lengthy. How about this? Having worked diligently over the years, I have managed to save 4 million, which I can lend you as a stopgap. Completing this significant life event sooner would also fulfill our parents' long-held wish. However, we must keep our accounts clear." Fang Qian feigned surprise. "I had no idea, Erwin. I am exceedingly grateful to you. Rest assured, I will repay this amount. I will draft a promissory note, ensuring it is settled within a year, with interest calculated at the highest bank rate. Upon receiving the funds, I shall promptly inspect the villa." "Excellent." At this moment, Tang Erwin's heart was brimming with elation. And without further delay, he presented his savings book. Fang Qian proceeded to draft the promissory note. Lowering his voice, he added, "I must trouble you with one more request. This information must remain confidential. Our parents and your sister must not learn of it. I wish to surprise them." Tang Erwin blinked. "Fear not, brother-in-law, my lips are sealed." Subsequently, Fang Qian withdrew 10,000 yuan from his pocket and placed it into Tang Erwin's arms. "Use this for dining out. Do not trouble yourself with cooking at home." Tang Erwin felt an immense joy. Who would prefer to cook at home when one could dine out? "Brother-in-law, your thoughtfulness is unmatched. Do inform me at the earliest once you select the villa." After discussing all matters, Tang Erwin left the housing authority with a cheerful demeanor. Fang Qian, observing the deposit slip in his hand, couldn't help but smirk coldly. Repayment? Nonsense. He had deceitfully extracted all the young man's funds while coaxing him to avoid purchasing groceries. When the fierce storm arrives, he would reap the rewards. Once Tang Erwin had departed, the young receptionist, looking flustered, turned to Fang Qian. "Did I not just remind you? Why are you so foolish as to lend him money for a house? What if he deceives you?" Fang Qian glanced back at her. The girl seemed freshly graduated from university, her face still bearing traces of youthful innocence. He chuckled reassuringly, stating, "Rest assured, I am well aware and shall not be deceived." Upon hearing this, the receptionist felt it inappropriate to press further. As Fang Qian turned to leave, he glanced back at the receptionist and remarked, "Some friends of mine abroad have informed me that there may be severe meteorological disasters next month. If possible, stock up on some food at home." With that, he departed. The receptionist was left perplexed. Meteorological disasters? Stocking up on food? Where did this rumor originate? However, after a moment's contemplation, she reasoned that acquiring some provisions for the home posed no harm. It was certainly worth considering. As he strolled down the street, Tang Erwin felt an immense sense of joy. A property worth over 1 million had transformed into a grand villa valued at 100 million. Just then, his phone rang. It was Tang Jiaro on the other end, inquiring, "Brother, have you finalized the transfer of Fang Qian's property?" Instinctively, Tang Erwin was eager to share the good news with his sister, but suddenly recalled Fang Qian's request for confidentiality. He promptly replied, "It's all taken care of. And everything has gone smoothly." Tang Jiaro responded, "That is splendid. There is still over a month left. Try to secure a position at Fang Qian's company and seize the opportunity to acquire more shares." "No problem. I will ensure it's done." After hanging up, Tang Erwin felt a swell of pride. Why bother with shares when Fang Qian's entire fortune, including the loan, would soon be his luxurious villa? Just wait and see, sister. You often say I lack the knack for making money. Witness how 4 million transforms into 100 million. Gripping the IOU tightly, he already had his next move in mind. Once the villa was officially his, he intended to pursue legal action to reclaim the 4 million with interest. Fang Qian would be left with nothing. As he walked, he fantasized about ascending to greatness, utterly unaware of the grim future awaiting him. Meanwhile, after exiting the housing authority, Fang Qian headed straight to the bank. He transferred the entire 4 million into his account and mortgaged both the property and the company, securing a loan of a staggering 10 million. Currently, his balance had soared to 16 million, a considerable sum. Yet, he had no intention of halting his endeavors. In peaceful times, this amount would suffice for a comfortable life. However, with an imminent extreme cold storm on the horizon, acquiring supplies and essentials would require substantial funds. Not to mention the procurement of weaponry. Particularly concerning, weapons were prohibited domestically, rendering them nearly unattainable for the average individual. He had yet to devise a plan. Even more money would still fall short. Having reached the limit of legitimate funds, he was left with only the option of unconventional channels. Usually, coincidentally, Fang Qian was aware of a particular source. Wang Long, residing in the same building, engaged in this very practice of loan sharking. It was rumored that he had previously resorted to violent collections, resulting in fatalities. "In a past life, you took my life. Today, let me collect some interest." As Fang Qian drove back to his neighborhood, the evening had already descended. He was about to ascend the stairs to consult Wang Long regarding the loan matters when, suddenly, his phone chimed melodiously. Glancing down, he was taken aback to see the name Tang Jiaro illuminated on the screen. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Fang Qian's mouth. This woman was likely engaged in a game of poker with that affluent young heir, all the while deceiving herself into believing she was on a business trip. Had he been the man of his previous life upon receiving this news, he might have been consumed by rage. However, after enduring the trials of a cataclysm, he had long since pierced through the veil of human nature. Now, he harbored no compassion for those who had wronged him. He merely wished for them to meet their demise in the most wretched manner. A fitting recompense for his own suffering. He pressed the answer button. Tang Jiaro's voice flowed through the line. "Brother Fang Qian, my brother just called to inform me that you have transferred the property into his name." "Thank you." Fang Qian replied in the gentlest tone he could muster. "You're welcome. Jiaro, when have I ever failed to fulfill a promise made to you? There are even more surprises awaiting you in the future." "Really? Brother Fang Qian, you are too kind. Unfortunately, I am currently away on a business trip for my studies. When I return, I will definitely treat you to a meal and a shopping spree." He chuckled softly, a meal and a shopping spree, yet in the end, it will still be I who foots the bill. Chapter 4. The wealthy young Master Ma and the cunning businessman Wang Long. It must be acknowledged that Tang Jiaro has mastered the art of allure to a remarkable degree. Whenever she and Fang Qian spent time together, she would frequently invite him to dine or shop. Yet, when the moment to settle the bill arrived, she always had an array of excuses. Either her phone had run out of battery or she would feign the need to visit the restroom. Ultimately, it was invariably Fang Qian who bore the financial burden. After frequenting various upscale restaurants, she would return home with an abundance of gifts, reaping substantial rewards. Each month, Fang Qian found himself expending tens of thousands on this woman, and yet, over the span of 2 years, they had never even held hands. Initially, he believed her to be a virtuous maiden. However, little did he know, she had long since surrendered herself countless times, having been thoroughly used. After exchanging a few casual words, Tang Jiaro's tone suddenly turned urgent. "I can't talk right now, Brother Fang Qian. My boss is coming. I must hang up." With that, she promptly disconnected the call. A cold smirk crept across Fang Qian's lips. "Boss?" he thought, more likely a lover. He remained unperturbed. Having been granted a second chance at life, he had ample opportunity to deal with those two deceitful individuals. With the power of the mythical hand at his disposal, he held little regard for a wealthy young master from the capital. In a 5-star hotel-esque couple suite, Tang Jiaro reclined on a soft waterbed, placing her phone behind her after ending the call. Dressed in a blue and white student uniform, her cheeks flushed, she presented the image of an innocent young girl. The bathroom door swung open, revealing a portly man in his 30s, clad in a bathrobe, who gazed at Tang Jiaro with lecherous eyes. "Who were you just speaking to?" he inquired. With tears welling in her eyes, Tang Jiaro responded, "Young Master Ma, it was Fang Qian, the one who supported me during university. He has been relentlessly pursuing me, claiming that since I have spent his money, I must marry him, otherwise. He threatens to hire a lawyer and sue me for $1 million. But my heart belongs solely to you, young Master Ma." As she spoke, she nestled into the arms of the rotund man, her tears flowing. At that moment, young Master Ma felt his heart melt. He quickly embraced Tang Jiaro, reassuring her, "Do not fear, I am here. A mere $1 million? I shall pay it for you. Let that impoverished wretch stay far away. How dare he think he can marry you with such trifling money? It is nothing but a foolish dream." With affectionate eyes, Tang Jiaro pressed her face against young Master Ma's belly, radiating happiness. "You are the best, young Master Ma." Young Master Ma, brimming with pride, continued, "I have heard that this fellow has started a small company. Rest assured, I have some business dealings in the city as well. With just a few words, I can ensure his company goes bankrupt. How dare he bully our little Jiaro? He must truly wish to court disaster." Tang Jiaro beamed with joy. "You are so caring. Young Master Ma, I hope you can drive him out of Chongyan City. I do not want it to affect our relationship. Consider it a small task. Since you have asked, I will certainly make it happen." Young Master Ma, entranced, held Tang Jiaro close, declaring, "Our family plans to establish the largest 7-story shopping mall in Chongyan City. Currently undergoing renovations, the first batch of goods has been prepared, with a staggering value of 800 million stored in the warehouse, ready to be showcased at any moment. As long as you follow me, you will become the proprietress of this shopping mall, with daily revenues conservatively estimated in the tens of millions. How does that sound?" Tang Jiaro felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, nearly fainting from joy. In just one day, she had not only acquired a house but was also on the verge of owning a shopping mall. Her hand slowly descended. "Master Ma, do take it easy later. It's my first time. Ha ha ha. I am the gentlest man in the world." The building where Fang Qian resides boasts 33 stories, with him living on the top floor, complete with a spacious terrace. Wang Long, on the other hand, occupies the 27th floor. At this moment, before he could knock, he heard a piercing scream emanating from within the room. Most would have been frightened away by such a sound. He gently tapped on the door. "Who the hell is it? Ruining my mood." The door swung open to reveal a tattooed man, bald and bare-chested. Behind him were 8 young men with vividly colored hair. And on the floor lay a middle-aged man, stripped of his clothing, bound, and writhing in pain, his body marred with scars. The previous scream had likely come from him. Upon seeing Fang Qian, Wang Long was taken aback. "Ah, it's Brother Fang. What brings you here today?" Fang Qian replied, "I'd like to discuss some business." "Is that convenient?" Wang Long's face broke into a radiant smile. "Absolutely. Please come in." Fang Qian confidently entered and sat across from Wang Long. In that moment, Wang Long regarded the young man with newfound respect. Most ordinary people would have been thoroughly intimidated by such a scene. It was rumored that Fang Qian had merely been fortunate enough to inherit his parents' wealth, but now it seemed those rumors were largely exaggerated. He was evidently someone accustomed to significant affairs. Wang Long immediately set aside his previous disdain and inquired, "What kind of business does Brother Fang wish to pursue?" Fang Qian succinctly stated, "I need a loan. How much can you provide?" Wang Long's body tensed. This was a substantial venture. It appeared that Brother Fang had quite the appetite. "I have plenty of money, but I'm concerned about your ability to repay. Rest assured, I possess some assets. My house, my car, and even myself can serve as collateral. Just tell me how much you can offer." "All right, you speak quite straightforwardly. How does 20 million sound? However, my terms differ from the bank's. The interest will be slightly higher. After 1 year, you will owe me 40 million. For each day of delay, the interest will accumulate. If you cannot repay, the consequences could be dire." Wang Long cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man lying on the ground, the implication clear. Fang Qian shook his head. "Not enough. I require 40 million. Can you manage that?" Wang Long's hand trembled as he held his teacup, utterly astonished by Fang Qian's request. 40 million, that is nearly his entire fortune. To part with such an amount would necessitate the cessation of all his current ventures. Yet, the potential profits are staggering. In a year, he could reap 80 million, a doubling of his investment. He hesitates, saying, "Brother Fang, while I do possess the funds, I am aware that your assets, your house, your car, and your company, along with your very self, might not collectively be valued at such an exorbitant sum. What if I incur a loss?" With an air of confidence, Fang Qian reclines in his chair. "It all hinges on your willingness to take a gamble. The business I am involved in is substantial. It requires merely a month, and after that time, I will return the 80 million along with interest. Should I fail to repay, you are welcome to take my life. Wang Long, his gaze piercing, studies Fang Qian in silence. Had this been any other time, he would have outright refused. However, Fang Qian's composed demeanor since entering the room, coupled with his audacious wager of life itself, gives Wang Long pause. Could it be that this young man possesses a legitimate avenue to great wealth? The prospect of doubling one's assets within a month is a rarity that might not present itself even once in a lifetime. Seeing Wang Long's indecision, Fang Qian smiles and shakes his head, rising from his chair. Since Brother Wang is hesitant to embrace this risk, I shall not press the matter. Once I have secured my profits, I shall treat you all to a feast. With a hearty laugh, he turns to leave. Suddenly, Wang Long seizes him from behind. Grit teeth and resolute, exclaiming, "Enough said, Brother Fang. I trust you. Let us finalize the contract." Chapter 5, the finest seafood restaurant. The two swiftly executed the contract, exchanging smiles and a firm handshake. Wang Long chuckled, "Brother Fang, I have staked my entire fortune on you. You must not deceive me. For the ensuing month, my brothers and I will likely have to tighten our belts." Fang Qian laughed heartily. "Rest assured, with me around, there will be no unexpected turns." A notification chimed on his phone, for million had arrived in his account. The only advantage of the illicit black loan company was its rapid disbursement of funds. Presently, Fang Qian's total assets had swelled to a staggering 20 million in cash. With this sum, he had ample resources to meticulously plot his next moves for the month ahead. His objective accomplished, he felt no inclination to feign camaraderie with the individuals before him. In his previous life, it was Wang Long who had personally severed his right leg with a fire axe, the very act that led to his untimely demise. This vendetta was one he harbored even in dreams. However, for now, the apocalypse had yet to unfold, and society still adhered to the rule of law. He could not allow a moment of impulsive conflict to disrupt his forthcoming plans. For the time being, he would collect some interest. Fang Qian waved his hand dismissively. "I have business to attend to. Let us part ways here. You may rest assured and await my good news at home." Wang Long was still keen on inviting Fang Qian to stay for dinner and to glean some information. Yet, Fang Qian did not even glance back as he departed. Once Fang Qian had completely left, one of Wang Long's subordinates approached him. "Brother Wang, do you think this scoundrel is deceiving us? He is merely a lucky fool who inherited his parents' fortune. How could he possibly have the means to amass wealth?" Wang Long pondered, shaking his head. Would an ordinary person remain so composed in our presence? Moreover, one who dares to wager his life must possess something of value. The subordinate nodded, unable to refute this. Inside, "Brother Wang, we have already transferred all the money on the books to him. For the next month, the brothers may go without food. Let them go hungry for a month. We shall endure. When the money arrives next month, I will treat everyone to a lavish feast." The room erupted in cheers, the subordinates already envisioning a blissful life in the coming month. Then, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Long's eyes. "However, we cannot remain idle. Take a few brothers and discreetly follow him. Ascertain what lucrative ventures he is engaged in. If we uncover the truth, we must ensure he vanishes. Such a golden opportunity for wealth must remain firmly in our grasp." A subordinate patted his chest confidently. "Fear not. I am well versed in this sort of affair. Those who navigate these streets surely possess a few lives on their hands. They had the experience to make someone disappear from the world without leaving a trace." As Fang Qian exited the community, he realized his stomach was indeed grumbling with hunger. Since his rebirth, he had subsisted on a solitary bowl of instant noodles throughout the day, consumed entirely with the urgency of raising funds. Now that his affairs were concluded, it was time to indulge himself. In the morning, he had already made a reservation at the most luxurious seafood restaurant in Chaoyan City. With an average expenditure exceeding 10,000, prior booking was essential. At this moment, he drove his car and arrived at the restaurant entrance within 2 minutes. The impeccably dressed receptionist greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "Sir, welcome to the Sea Emperor Grand Hotel." Fang Qian nodded, casually handed over the car keys, and followed the attendant into the establishment. Bystanders gazed at this scene with envy, for this was a high-end restaurant that many would never have the opportunity to enter even once in their lifetime. Upon reaching his designated seat, Fang Qian wasted no time and ordered more than half of the restaurant's signature dishes, including Australian lobsters, deep-sea eel, and top-grade Wagyu beef, among others. The nearby waitstaff were taken aback. "Sir, if you order so much, you might not be able to finish it all." Fang Qian simply handed the menu back, saying, "It's all right. Even if I can't finish, it's good to savor the flavors." This display immediately captured the attention of everyone in the restaurant. They mused among themselves, pondering how someone could be so extravagant, spending such a fortune just to relish the taste. Surely, this individual was either immensely wealthy or of noble birth. The waitstaff, enchanted by Fang Qian's handsome visage, felt a tinge of bashfulness as they looked at him. When receiving the menu, One even lightly grazed his palm with her fingers. Fang Qian merely smiled, offering no response. In the past, he might have engaged in playful banter. But now, a beautiful woman held little significance compared to a steak. Having experienced the apocalypse, he understood the true value of food. As Fang Qian immersed himself in his meal, a couple in their 50s happened to stroll by. The woman wore a sharp and acerbic expression, while the man exuded a languid demeanor. They were, in fact, the parents of Fang Qian's fiancée, Tang Jiao. Observing the opulent decor of the Sea Emperor Grand Hotel, Tang's mother muttered, "How beautiful! I've never dined in such a splendid restaurant in my life." Beside her, Tang's father lazily exhaled a puff of smoke, replying, "What's the rush? Once we manage to swindle that idiot out of his house and company, I will surely bring you here for a meal. If our little Ro truly marries into a prominent family in the capital, dining at places like this will become a daily affair." Tang's mother nodded in agreement, swallowing her own anticipation. Just then, she caught sight of Fang Qian, engrossed in his meal through the hotel's window. "Old man, look quickly. Isn't that the boy Fang Qian?" she exclaimed, pointing. Following her finger, Tang's father scrutinized for a moment. Indeed, it was him. Well, this boy claims he has no money, yet here he is dining lavishly at such a restaurant. He must have some hidden savings. Let us hurry inside. He doesn't even think of his parents after indulging himself. What a disobedient child. Tang's mother fumed. Tang's father nodded, saying, "This lad just transferred the house to Irwin today. He is likely feeling confident about his engagement with our little Ro, thinking it's all but settled. Hence the celebratory meal. Let us hasten inside, for if we tarry too long, all the delectable dishes may be gone." Upon gazing at the colossal lobster on the dining table, larger than one's head, Tang's father suddenly found his inexpensive cigarette lacking in appeal. Casually discarding the cigarette but onto the ground, he grasped Tang's mother and proceeded inside. They had yet to dine that evening, and having rarely experienced fine cuisine in their lives, the prospect of indulging in such an extravagant dinner ignited their spirits, propelling them towards the entrance of Haihua restaurant with the swiftness reminiscent of sprinters. Without a moment's hesitation, they attempted to push their way in. However, halfway up the steps, two tall attendants clad in suits promptly obstructed their path, stating, "Please hold on, this is Haiwang restaurant. May we inquire if you have a reservation?" The attendants maintained their characteristic smiles, yet upon scrutinizing the two middle-aged individuals before them, their disdain was barely concealed. It was evident they presumed the couple were mere opportunists seeking a free meal, judging by their shabby appearance, clearly unable to afford the dining expenses. Angered by the sudden obstruction, Tang's mother raised her voice, exclaiming, "What reservation? Step aside immediately. We are here to dine. What are you, a contemptible servant? Blocking our way for? If you do not move, beware that I shall file a complaint against you." Chapter 6. The two stray dogs. The receptionist at the entrance harbored no fondness for the two boisterous middle-aged individuals. At that moment, upon receiving a sudden barrage of insults, her expression darkened significantly. "Oh, are you here to dine? Can you even afford it? This is the Ocean Emperor Restaurant, the most upscale seafood establishment in Zhongyun City. A meal here easily costs tens of thousands. Selling the two of you wouldn't even cover the bill." Another receptionist chimed in, "Hurry up and leave. I've seen many like you, mooching off others. You just want to sneak in and scavenge leftovers, don't you? What are you pretending for? Get lost." As they spoke, they began to physically push Tang Dad and Tang Mom outside. Tang Mom's hair nearly stood on end in fury. She shouted, "You two gatekeepers, let me in at once. I tell you, our son-in-law is dining inside, and we have already ordered the dishes. Look, that's our son-in-law." She pointed at Fang Qian's silhouette. The two receptionists turned to glance through the glass window, and their hearts sank. If these two indeed were the parents of the young guest, they had just offended someone of considerable importance. This could cost them their wages. Reluctantly, one of the receptionists said, "Please wait here. I will confirm." With that, she turned and walked into the restaurant. Behind them, Tang Dad and Tang Mom boasted, "Hurry up. Soon you'll be begging us to let you in. Otherwise, we'll be lodging a complaint with your boss." At that moment, the dishes in front of Fang Qian were nearly complete. He devoured them hungrily, akin to a wolf that had not eaten for 3 days. His gluttonous manner left the others in the restaurant astounded. Is this how the sons of wealthy families behave? Indeed, they are unconstrained. Fang Qian found himself unable to control his appetite. It was not that he wished to be uncouth. Rather, he simply could not help it. After enduring over a month of torment in a post-apocalyptic world, he had long forgotten the taste of food. In his previous life, the supplies he had gathered were entirely given to Tang Dad, Tang Mom, and their neighbor, Wang Long. As for himself, during times of hunger, he had to resort to eating paper to stave off his cravings. Thirsty, he could only scoop up snow to quench his thirst. He could hardly fathom how he had survived. Yet, despite sacrificing so much, he ultimately met a tragic end. Now, with a second chance at life, he was determined to savor every moment. This was a gift from the heavens, and he must seize it firmly. While he indulged in his meal, the receptionist approached him, slightly bending at the waist. "Sir, 2 guests at the entrance claim to be your in-laws. Shall I allow them in?" Fang Qian, unfazed, continued to gnaw on his steak, casting a sidelong glance towards the entrance. Indeed, those 2 familiar yet detestable figures stood there. Those 2 grotesque visages, even reduced to ashes, he would still recognize. He snorted coldly, declaring, "Irrelevant. I made it clear upon my arrival that I am but a solitary individual. These are likely mere stray dogs attempting to infiltrate and scavenge for scraps. Do not disturb my dining experience with trivial matters." Upon hearing this, the receptionist felt a surge of joy. "Indeed, I apologize for the intrusion. I shall promptly escort these 2 strays away." With his chest out and head held high, he strode out with an air of authority, empowered by the patron's verbal command. He no longer felt the need to regard the identities of the 2 elderly figures at the entrance. After all, he was merely executing orders. As he emerged, the expectant heads of Mr. and Mrs. Tang craned forward. Mrs. Tang, with a mocking tone, called out, "Oh, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and kneel before me. You just offended me. If you apologize now, I might still forgive you. Otherwise, I shall undoubtedly lodge a complaint with your superior, ensuring you lose your job." Beside her, Mr. Tang wore a smug expression, saying, "Young man, do not presume that donning a tie elevates you to the upper echelons. A mere doorman remains just that. Have you realized your error now?" The receptionist smirked. "Indeed, I was mistaken. I initially thought you 2 were individuals of worth. But thanks to the esteemed guest inside, I now recognize you as nothing more than stray dogs." Ha ha. Mr. and Mrs. Tang were left momentarily stunned. What was happening? This was not the scenario they had anticipated. Did that young man truly fail to recognize them? The receptionist continued, "You 2 wretched creatures, emboldened by audacity, have come here to flaunt your deceit. Depart immediately. If you do not leave, I shall call security to ensure you are forcibly removed." Mr. and Mrs. Tang trembled in fear. Mrs. Tang wished to argue further, but was restrained by Mr. Tang, who gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, fine, you are ruthless. Just wait." With that, he pulled Mrs. Tang to the steps across the street, gazing longingly through the glass at the sumptuous dishes being devoured by Fang Qian. The cold wind blew intermittently. They huddled by the street, feeling both aggrieved and hungry. Mrs. Tang continued her tirade, "Scoundrel. I have never endured such humiliation. How dare a mere doorman treat me this way? And that foolish Fang Qian, who dares to deny me entry and labels us as strays. Does he truly believe that acquiring a property secures his marriage?" Mr. Tang sighed and shook his head. "It shouldn't be like this. That fool Fang Qian is utterly captivated by our dear Ro. Even with 100 times his courage, he wouldn't dare insult us. I suspect he genuinely failed to recognize us. After all, with so many people around, he likely did not even glance our way, mistaking us for 2 con artists." Upon hearing Mr. Tang's reasoning, Mrs. Tang pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, there was a possibility of that. In today's society, there are numerous deceivers, and they had not informed Fang Qian in advance of their arrival. Misunderstandings are indeed possible. Tang Ma, perplexed, immediately retrieved her phone from her pocket. "I shall call that fool Fang Qian right now and have him come out to greet us." Just as she took out her phone, Tang Ba swiftly intervened. "What is the point of calling now? Even if we enter, those dishes will be remnants left by him. Are we merely going for soup? It would be better to wait for him to come out, and then we can go directly to him. Let him treat us to a meal. At that time, we can each order several dishes. Not only shall we dine, but we will also pack some to take home, ensuring we extract our due share from him." Upon hearing this, Tang Ma's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, you are quite astute, my dear. I refuse to consume what that fool has left behind. It may adversely affect my intellect. Furthermore, when he finally emerges and sees us, his elders, braving the cold wind for so long, he will undoubtedly feel remorse. Perhaps he will even take the initiative to offer each of us a generous red envelope as compensation." Greed flickered in their gazes. Tang Ba continued to advise, "We must find a way to gauge that young man's intentions. It is surprising that he possesses such a lavish side unbeknownst to us. He might indeed have some hidden savings, or perhaps has recently come into unexpected wealth. We must extract every bit from him. We cannot allow him to escape lightly." They exchanged thoughts, continuously strategizing their forthcoming plans, their minds filled with visions of how to extract every ounce of value from Fang Qian. The 2 elderly individuals sat tightly belted on the street corner, resolute in their determination not to leave without their meal. Chapter 7. 5,000 seafood takeaways. After approximately 2 hours of earnest endeavor, Fang Qian gently caressed his distended belly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The Sea Emperor Hotel indeed lives up to its reputation as the finest seafood restaurant in Chongyan City. It is said that they possess a comprehensive supply chain for marine products, encompassing fishing, storage, transportation, and processing. Thus, the seafood here is arguably the freshest available in the entire city. It is conceivable that this Boston lobster was swimming in the deep seas of Boston just this morning, only to grace the dining table by afternoon. It is precisely this freshness that has garnered such acclaim. Fang Qian was thoroughly pleased with today's meal. He waved his hand, and a waiter promptly approached his side. "Sir, may I assist you with the bill? Your current expenditure amounts to 83,000 yuan. Fang Qian nodded, casually retrieving his bank card as he inquired, "Is your owner present? I wish to discuss a significant business opportunity with him." The waiter hesitated momentarily. Typically, the owner was not accessible. However, the young man before him displayed such flamboyance that he might possess substantial connections or wealth. The waiter was uncertain of how to proceed. "Please hold on, sir. I shall inquire on your behalf." Fang Qian remained in place, waiting patiently. Shortly thereafter, the waiter returned, leading him upstairs. They arrived at a spacious office where a pot of tea had already been prepared on the reception table. A middle-aged man with a beer belly sat comfortably on the sofa, smiling warmly at Fang Qian as he entered. "Please, my friend, have a seat and enjoy some tea. We can discuss matters at our leisure." Fang Qian, undeterred, took a seat with a smile. Having just indulged in a feast of rich, oily dishes, he certainly welcomed the refreshing tea. The owner of Sea Emperor observed Fang Qian discreetly. Noticing his confident demeanor, he regarded him with heightened respect. "I wonder what business this friend wishes to discuss with me?" Fang Qian leaned back on the sofa, stating, "It is quite simple. I would like to place an order for takeout." The owner's smile faltered. Takeout can be considered a business transaction? While it is true that this upscale restaurant offered takeout services, it was common for affluent individuals to enjoy meals at home. He had grown accustomed to daily orders being dispatched. However, the words that followed from Fang Qian nearly caused him to drop his teacup. "I would like 500 portions each of your restaurant's signature dishes." "How many?" The owner stammered, incredulity etched across his face. The Sea Emperor's signature dishes were not numerous, yet there were a solid 10. This amounted to a staggering 5,000 portions. Given that these signature dishes were not cheap, it was conservatively estimated that this order could yield 5 million yuan in revenue. Such an influx would effectively double the restaurant's income for the month. This was undoubtedly a substantial business opportunity. The owner of Sea Emperor chuckled heartily, personally pouring tea for Fang Qian. "Sir, this is indeed a significant transaction. However, given the magnitude of this order, our Sea Emperor restaurant requires some time to prepare. May I inquire when you need it, sir?" Fang Qian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no rush. He had yet to finish his proposition. "Although I intend to order 5,000 takeout meals, I cannot settle the payment all at once. I can only provide 20% upfront." Upon hearing this, the owner of Sea Emperor furrowed his brow in dismay. He had never encountered a situation where takeout payments were made in installments. Regardless of the size of the order, he was reluctant to set such a precedent. What if the meals were consumed and payment was withheld? 20% would barely cover the cost. The seafood was sourced fresh from around the globe, incurring significant expenses. He responded somewhat irately, "Sir, are you jesting with me? Where is such a business practice found?" Fang Qian smiled lightly. "Since I have made this request, I assure you it is for good reason. I am backed by a multinational corporation requiring regular catering. Money is not an issue, but stability is essential. If you agree to my terms, we can establish a monthly order of this magnitude. The remaining balance for this month will be settled next month. We can formalize this with a contract. Of course, my bank account can be verified for funds." Upon hearing this, the owner of Sea Emperor felt a surge of excitement. He understood the significance of a consistent influx of business versus a single, substantial meal. As for the verification of funds, he had already observed Fang Qian's credit card transaction, which revealed a staggering 20 million. While 20 million is not an unachievable figure, the distinction between having that amount in assets versus cash is substantial. The owner himself managed this grand restaurant along with its associated enterprises, with a valuation of at least 100 million. Yet he could not access even 10 million in liquid assets. Anyone capable of flaunting 20 million in cash certainly possessed assets far exceeding his own. After a moment's hesitation, the owner decisively slammed his hand on the table, agreeing to Fang Qian's business proposal. "My friend, we at Sea Emperor Restaurant accept this order. The contract will be signed immediately. The first batch of takeout will be delivered punctually in 3 days, maintaining the exact quality of our in-house dining." Fang Qian beamed with satisfaction. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. No one could resist such an enticing offer. Although the first month would likely incur losses, subsequent months promised to double the restaurant's income. Even with risks involved, the owner of Sea Emperor would surely consent. Unfortunately, The following month would bring a catastrophic cold storm, leaving the restaurant with no opportunity to recoup its losses. Though this approach might be deemed somewhat unscrupulous, Fang Qian found himself without recourse. In the face of impending doom, everyone was on edge. He merely sought to survive. Indeed, Fang Qian possessed sufficient funds to cover this expense, yet he had numerous other financial obligations, rendering it imprudent to allocate such a substantial sum here. Paying a lesser amount would be advantageous. However, the owner of the Sea Dragon harbored no personal animosity towards him, which is why he was willing to pay 20%, while secretly noting this incident in his mind. Should the apocalypse arrive and he have the chance to encounter this proprietor again, he might extend a helping hand within his means, thereby repaying this favor. With 5,000 high-end seafood takeout orders secured, he would at least be assured of a steady supply of seafood once the frigid storm descended. 5,000 portions, even if consumed one a day, would last for over a decade. Moreover, it is unlikely anyone would indulge in lobster and abalone daily, as that would surely become tiresome. Having resolved the seafood aspect of his needs, he still required to procure various other items such as fruits, rice, and flour. Such necessities are best found in a supermarket. Coincidentally, Fang Qian had come across pertinent information. Tang Jiarou's current paramour, a wealthy heir, happened to be the scion of the Ma family from the capital. This month, young Master Ma was preparing to inaugurate the largest supermarket in Chongmen City, spanning 7 stories. The establishment was still undergoing renovations, yet its inventory was already stored in the harbor warehouse. A staggering 800 million worth of goods, encompassing daily necessities, clothing, food, and furniture, among other categories. In his past life, the reason Tang Jiarou and young Master Ma could enjoy a lavish lifestyle post-apocalypse was entirely due to the existence of this warehouse. In this life, with the advantage of foresight and the mythical backpack, Fang Qian was determined to devise a method to deplete that warehouse. However, haste was not advisable. With a month remaining until the extreme cold storm, he had ample time to plan. He must ensure that his actions remained inconspicuous. In my previous life, while I struggled on the brink of life and death, caring for your parents, you only indulged in vacations with your lover, savoring the finest delicacies. In this life, I shall gradually reclaim everything that belongs to you. Returning to the present, after finalizing the contract with the Sea Emperor, both parties were immensely satisfied with the transaction. The Sea Emperor even personally draped an arm around Fang Qian's shoulder as he escorted him out, presenting him with a VIP card. With this card, he would be entitled to a complimentary meal at the Sea Emperor restaurant once a month. Such a privilege was reserved for the elite of Chongmen City. As he exited, other patrons in the restaurant regarded Fang Qian with newfound respect. Although the Sea Dragon's owner was a businessman, he managed the most prestigious seafood restaurant in Chongmen City, naturally forming connections with numerous high-profile individuals. Whispers of speculation began to circulate among the onlookers to receive such intimate treatment from the Sea Emperor. This young man's identity must be extraordinary. Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter with Tang Dad and Tang Mom across the street. Tang Mom, shivering in the biting cold, naturally witnessed this scene. Look quickly, that seems to be the proprietor of the Ocean Emperor restaurant escorting Fang Qian out, she exclaimed. My goodness. Observe how cordial he is with Fang Qian. Could it be that this lad has recently struck it rich? Having spent considerable time together, they were well aware of Fang Qian's financial standing. While he possessed a modest fortune, it was hardly sufficient for such extravagant occasions. Nor did it warrant such warm reception from the Ocean Emperor's owner. The two elderly folks exchanged a glance, their excitement palpable. After all, Fang Qian was now their prospective son-in-law, with his heart entirely devoted to their daughter, Xiaorou. If he had indeed come into wealth, wouldn't they be the ultimate beneficiaries? No wonder he was able to transfer the property deed to Erwin so effortlessly today. It seemed he had prospered. Tang Dad immediately stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, preparing to greet Fang Qian. However, before he could take a step, Tang Mom pulled him back into his seat. What are you doing? He protested. I intend to greet Fang Qian and perhaps enjoy a meal with him. We have waited here for so long, after all. Tang Mom, exasperated, pinched him. You old fool, how can you be so foolish? It is he who is pursuing our Xiaorou, who seeks our approval as his future in-laws. We cannot be so forward. Besides, we are seated here. When he passes by, he will surely notice us. Let him realize we have endured the cold for 2 or 3 hours waiting for him. He will feel guilty. Only then can we extract a proper sum from him. Having outlined her cunning plan, Tang Mom winked slyly. Tang Dad immediately gave her a thumbs up. You are indeed clever. This is a brilliant strategy. He curled up in the corner, patiently waiting. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the restaurant, after a brief exchange with the Ocean Emperor's owner, Fang Qian waved goodbye. As he stepped off the curb, he caught sight of Tang Dad and Tang Mom seated on the steps, his brow furrowing slightly. Why are these two old ghosts still lingering about? he thought. In all honesty, he wished he could slap them both soundly. But he knew he could not act on such impulses. The apocalypse had not yet arrived. Even the slightest confrontation could land him in detention, hoping to avoid them entirely. Fang Qian averted his gaze, deliberately walking past them with measured steps, pretending he hadn't seen them. This left Tang Dad and Tang Mom utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why has he changed so? In the past, Fang Qian would rush over to greet them from across the street. Now, he wouldn't even spare them a glance. Tang Mom, growing anxious, cleared her throat and called out, Fang Qian, are you nearsighted? Can't you even see your parents? Fang Qian continued his pace, unfazed, and coldly replied, Parents? The two should not become overly familiar. They have yet to establish a foundation, yet they already refer to each other as parents. Moreover, Xiao Rou mentioned a fee for changing terms of address, amounting to 500,000, and the money has not even been transferred yet. Behind them, Tang father and Tang mother were utterly bewildered. In the past, it was always Fang Qian who eagerly called them mom and dad. Yet now he appears reluctant to acknowledge them. What affliction has befallen this young man? Anger flashed across Tang mother's face as she prepared to scold him sharply. However, Tang father gently restrained her with a hand and shook his head, bringing a semblance of calm. They chose not to depart, but instead followed closely behind Fang Qian. Tang father spoke slowly. Fang Qian, has the pressure of work become overwhelming lately? You seem rather distant today. You and Xiao Rou are already engaged. Do not let discord mar the harmony of our family. Fang Qian remained silent. The frigid storm loomed just a month away, leaving him preoccupied with preparations for supplies and the construction of his refuge. If time permitted, he wished to savor life before the impending apocalypse, perhaps embarking on a journey to admire the splendid landscapes. The thought that such beauty would soon be shrouded in ice and snow filled him with regret. As for the two elders, he had no desire to squander even a moment on them. Once the end of the world arrived, there would be ample time for their company. This was the first time Tang father and Tang mother encountered such a situation. Previously, it was Fang Qian's eager warmth that sought to bridge their coldness. Today, the roles had reversed. Tang father continued to plead earnestly, Fang Qian, just earlier. Your mother and I passed by the entrance of the Hai Wang restaurant and chanced upon you dining inside. We thought to join you for a family dinner to strengthen our bonds. However, the restaurant staff refused us entry, forcing us to wait outside for you. We endured a 3-hour wait, and the cold wind left me in quite a state. Oh, what a trial it was. They feigned a pitiable demeanor. Their intentions clear. They sought to evoke guilt in Fang Qian to elicit some form of recompense. In the past, Fang Qian would have immediately sent a token of apology upon sensing their displeasure, employing this tactic to extract countless favors from them. Yet this time was different. Fang Qian turned his icy gaze back at them. Oh, how unfortunate for you. Perhaps it would be best to return home early. Given your age, enduring the cold could be quite detrimental. Should anything happen, it would be a great loss. Xiao Rou is still away, and she might not even make it in time for the funeral. Tang mother could no longer contain herself. Child, how can you speak without a shred of courtesy? However, Fang Qian had no intention of engaging her further and continued on his path. Tang father and Tang mother trailed behind, their hearts heavy with frustration. Feeling as if the Fang Qian they once knew had transformed into a stranger, an unfamiliarity that stirred fear within them, especially the icy, piercing gaze that Fang Qian cast just moments ago, reminiscent of a fierce beast. Tang Ma lowered her voice and inquired of Tang Ba, Old man, what is happening? This young man seems to have changed. After a moment's reflection, Tang Ba proposed, I believe there are two possible reasons. Firstly, he has undoubtedly come into a windfall, earning a substantial sum, which explains his ability to frequent such upscale establishments and receive the warm welcome of the Sea Emperor's proprietor. Secondly, it may be that we have pressured him too much in the past, leaving him with a hint of resentment. It is only natural for the youth to exhibit a modicum of temper. This hypothesis was readily endorsed by Tang Ma, as it indeed constituted a very plausible explanation. What shall we do then? He is ignoring us. How can we expect to profit? Tang Ba chuckled. Do not fret. This young man surely harbors genuine feelings for our Xiao Rou. Otherwise, he would not have truly transferred the property to Erwin today. It is merely a minor display of youthful temperament. If we show him a bit of understanding and kindness, in no time, he will return to us, eager to offer his support. With clarity regarding the crux of the matter, Tang Ma felt a wave of relief wash over her, her countenance brightening with joy. As long as this young man's heart remains tethered to Xiao Rou, no matter how much he earns, it ultimately benefits us. Tang Ba and Tang Ma quickened their pace, trailing behind Fang Qian. Curiously, Tang Ba inquired, Fang Qian, it is quite late. Where are you headed? Without turning, Fang Qian replied, I am going to stroll through the night market. Upon hearing this, the smiles on Tang Ba and Tang Ma's faces instantly brightened. Tang Ba turned his head and whispered, Did you see? This young man possesses a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. He knows we haven't eaten, and he is taking us to the night market for some delicious food. Ha ha ha, you truly are astute, old man. You saw through his intentions at a glance. I must indulge myself and enjoy a hearty meal. I am nearly famished. Chapter 9. Ordering food at the night market. The two followed Fang Qian to the entrance of the night market. Before them lay a resplendent scene, illuminated by countless lights and filled with the vibrant essence of life. Fang Qian felt as though he were lost in a dream. After more than a month in the post-apocalyptic world, such a lively spectacle was a rare sight indeed. For a moment, he found himself somewhat entranced. Although he believed he could live more comfortably after the end of days, the warmth of human connection he experienced here was likely to be a distant memory. In his university days, Fang Qian cherished visiting the night market for its delectable offerings. The variety of street food was comparable in taste to that of five-star hotels, yet at a fraction of the price. Above all, he never felt alone, having lost his parents at a young age. Dining here provided him with a sense of stability that he clung to. This habit had endured through the years. After becoming involved with Fang Qian, he often brought her and her parents to enjoy meals together. As he wandered in a daze, Tang's father and mother skillfully found a large empty table nearby and settled in. With cheerful smiles, they urged Fang Qian, "Why don't you go queue up and see what there is to eat? We'll wait for you here." A sardonic smile crossed Fang Qian's face. Indeed, it had always been this way. Fang Qian and her parents would secure their seats in advance while he busily navigated through the throngs of the night market. He would queue to order, then return with the food for their family to enjoy, much like a waiter. He spent both money and energy, ultimately left with no leftovers to savor. Yet, he found joy in the endeavor. However, this time, he had no intention of being so foolish. "Oh, you all can take your time. I'll head in first," he replied. Once he had departed, Tang's father chuckled. "You see, young people are like this. They care too much about appearances, but they still have to obediently take us out for a meal." On the other side, Tang's mother scoffed. Why should he dine at a fine restaurant while bringing us to this cheap night market? Such a miser. No, I cannot let this go. He must give us 2 generous red envelopes later, or I shall not forgive him. Tang's father nodded in agreement. "No problem. I'll subtly suggest he give us 2 red envelopes, at least 10,000 each. That way, we can also dine at the fine restaurant." Tang's mother appeared slightly displeased. "Only 10,000? He is doing well now. It cannot be that little. I say it should be at least 20,000. Upon entering the night market, a medley of enticing aromas enveloped Fang Qian. He strolled leisurely down the street. Although the scents were delightful, he was not inclined to eat at that moment. Having feasted abundantly at the fine restaurant earlier, his purpose for visiting was to order a variety of snacks to store in his mythical backpack, to be savored slowly when the biting cold of the impending storm arrived. After just a few steps, a vendor waved at him and called out, "Little Fang, are you here to buy food for your fiancée again? How about 2 skewers of grilled tofu?" Fang Qian turned around to find a kind-hearted and skillfully flipping grilled tofu and sweet potato skins on the barbecue grill, greeting him in passing. He offered a slight smile. This stall had been a frequent haunt during his university days, with the tofu and sweet potato skins priced remarkably low, even with added fillings. A portion would merely cost 8 yuan, enough to satiate his hunger with just 2 servings. It was one of his favorite snacks. Over time, the vendor aunt had grown familiar with him. Leaning in, Fang Qian greeted her. "Auntie, how's business tonight?" "Not bad, just scraping by," she replied. "What about you? Do you want to order something? As a loyal customer, I can give you a discount." Fang Qian chuckled. "I'd like to place a large order. How many sweet potato skins and tofu do you have left?" The aunt paused for a moment, glancing at the shelf behind her. "I reckon there are about 120 portions left." "Great, then I'll take them all, with a variety of flavors, please." The vendor was momentarily taken aback. "How many? All of them? My goodness. Are you joking with me, little Fang?" Though popular, tofu and sweet potato skins had plenty of competitors in the night market, and she was content if she managed to sell 60 to 70 portions in a day. Now, Fang Qian was ordering 120 at once, which could potentially earn her over 1,000 yuan. How could she not be elated? Fang Qian smiled. "Of course, I'm serious. Please prepare them quickly, packaging each portion separately for delivery to the parking lot. I'll wait for you there. I still need to buy some other things, so let me transfer a deposit to you." The aunt waved her hands repeatedly. No need for a deposit. We're practically family. We'll settle up later." She immediately began bustling about, expertly preparing the order while telling other customers who were about to place their orders, "Everyone, please go buy from elsewhere. We're not selling tonight. We're out of stock." The remaining customers grumbled a bit but had no choice but to leave. Fang Qian strolled through the night market. Each time he spotted a beloved delicacy from his past, he would engage in conversation with the vendors. He ordered hundreds of portions, including lamb skewers, grilled squid, marinated delicacies, and meat-filled buns, among others, at least 20 to 30 varieties in total. Fang Qian estimated that his total order would surpass 4,000 portions. This was more than sufficient, as these treats were typically enjoyed as snacks rather than meals. For 1,000 portions would adequately satisfy his cravings in the aftermath of the impending blizzard. Moreover, from another perspective, his sudden large order might exceed the vendor's available stock, making it impossible for them to fulfill any further requests. The good news was that the snacks at this night market were quite affordable, averaging around 10 yuan each. For instance, cold noodles were priced at only 5 or 6 yuan per serving. Thus, the total value of over 4,000 portions would amount to less than 60,000 yuan. A stark contrast to the 1 million already spent at the Haiwang restaurant, making this order remarkably economical. Currently, Fang Qian possesses a balance of approximately 19 million. In terms of housing, he intends to transform his residence into a mythical abode using the legendary hand in a little over 10 days. A venture that should not require significant expenditure. For the rest of his living necessities, he has resolved to deplete Ma Dashao's inventory of 8 billion, which should suffice. The bulk of his expenses will likely be directed towards weaponry. Regrettably, he currently lacks any clear direction in this regard, as these items are classified as contraband, and he has never engaged with such elements before. He can only pave the way with money. With over 10 million at his disposal, it remains uncertain what caliber of weaponry he can procure. At the very least, he ought to acquire basic items such as handguns and bulletproof vests. If circumstances permit, obtaining submachine guns, sniper rifles, or even grenades would be advantageous. While the quantity need not be excessive, a broader variety would be preferable. In any case, should the opportunity arise, he can always utilize the mythical hand for further modifications. The potential outcomes of such mythical items are truly exhilarating. After completing these arrangements, Fang Qian proceeded to the parking lot, patiently reclining in his vehicle as he awaited the arrival of his goods, gently caressing the mythical backpack he carried. This backpack boasts infinite storage space and the ability to freeze time. When he retrieves its contents next, they are likely to be steaming hot. He is eager to experiment with the formidable power of these mythical items. Meanwhile, after Fang Qian's departure, tales of his exploits began to circulate throughout the night market. Hey, brother, have you heard? A wealthy scion has graced the night market today, and my goodness, he is truly extravagant with his spending. What is the story? How could a highborn lad be inclined to dine in such a place? I'm not sure, but I've heard several vendors mention it. Whenever he spots something he likes, he places orders exceeding 100 portions. Isn't that something? Many vendors have chosen not to serve customers tonight. Oh, I was just about to grab a bite. It's infuriating. Why isn't at me with the wealth? Just bear with it. Although some vendors weren't selected, they were merely the leftovers, likely lacking in flavor. I envy those who receive orders from that young master. They could recoup 2 or 3 days' worth of earnings in one go. At the entrance of the night market, Tang Ba and Tang Ma, who were waiting at a nearby table, overheard this news from passers-by. They were filled with admiration, realizing that wealth indeed brings great advantages. Chapter 10. Let Xiaorou give him the silent treatment. Tang Ma could not help but begin to grumble again. What is wrong with that brat today? We have already extended an olive branch by accompanying him to this night market for a meal, yet he remains so unenthusiastic. It has been ages, and not a single dish has been served. Glancing at the clock, she noted that an hour had already elapsed. They had not eaten anything, and after squatting outside the Haiwang restaurant for 2 to 3 hours, they were now thoroughly famished. To make matters worse, the tantalizing aromas wafting from the night market only intensified their hunger. Tang Ba interjected, "Never mind, let us wait a little longer. Did you not hear the passers-by? Today, a young heir from a wealthy family is at the night market, placing orders for over 100 portions of his favorites. I suspect all the vendors are busy fulfilling that order. Fang Qian might still be in line. It should not be long now." Tang Ma was seething with indignation. Regardless of the reason, I have wasted several hours in this cold wind because of him, without so much as a morsel to eat. We are getting older, and our stomachs have become delicate. What if this hunger leads to gastric issues? When I return, I will call Xiaorou and instruct her to give Fang Qian the cold shoulder, show him a thing or two. He should not think that a little bit of money elevates him above us. He is still not worthy of marrying our Xiaorou. At that moment, Fang Qian had completely forgotten about Tang Ba and Tang Ma, the time slipping away second by second. Soon, a vendor wheeled a cart into the parking area. Upon spotting the illuminated Audi in the corner, he approached with a smile. "Boss, I have prepared the 130 portions of cold noodles and cold you requested. They're all neatly packed, not a single portion missing. Please check if it is sufficient." Fang Qian stepped out of the car, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the fragrant cold noodles on the cart, feeling quite satisfied. "No need to count. Please place them in the trunk, and I will transfer the payment." "Sure thing." The vendor, nimble and efficient, quickly loaded all the portions into the trunk. Beaming, he turned to leave with the payment Fang Qian had provided. Once the vendor had walked far enough away, Fang Qian retrieved his mythical backpack. He unzipped it, aiming it at the cold noodles, and in the next moment, a miraculous event unfolded. Just like scenes from a mythological drama. The cold noodles began to soar into his backpack as if enchanted. Fang Qian was thoroughly pleased. This was the hidden function of the mythical backpack. Storing items within required no physical effort. Only a thought was needed. Of course, this was not without limitations. It necessitated proximity and the absence of other living beings to interfere. Nevertheless, it was already exceedingly convenient. In mere 2 to 3 seconds, over 100 portions of cold noodles had been seamlessly stored within the mythical backpack. Fang Qian peered into the backpack. Within the boundless, inky depths of his backpack, a copious array of cold noodles and chilled dishes lay stacked, occupying an infinitesimal fraction of the space. With but a mere thought, he could summon them forth. The convenience was truly unparalleled. As he employed this for the first time, Fang Qian realized that this remarkable item surpassed his wildest expectations. Not only did it possess limitless storage capabilities and the ability to freeze time, but it also boasted numerous practical features, such as the capacity to store items through mere mental focus. With no one around, he experimented several more times with placing and retrieving items, reveling in the delight of it all. It is noteworthy that this mythical object was intrinsically bound to Fang Qian. Its extraordinary functionalities could only manifest in his possession. Should it fall into the hands of another, it would merely be an ordinary backpack. If a discerning individual were to discover this bag and unzip it, they would only find mundane items like mobile phones and lighters, entirely oblivious to the hidden expanse within. This secret was destined to remain known solely to him. After a brief wait, vendors began to arrive, pushing carts laden with an assortment of delectable snacks. As per his usual custom, Fang Qian waited for them to depart before swiftly collecting all the culinary delights into his mythical backpack. By the time he counted the last portion he had claimed, the hour was quite late. His visit to the Sea Emperor restaurant had already turned into dinner time. And after discussing a takeaway order with the restaurant owner, along with the time spent waiting for orders at the night market, it was well past midnight. Stifling a yawn, Fang Qian promptly drove back to his residential community and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Tang Ma and Tang Ba, who had been anxiously waiting in vain, could no longer contain their impatience. They rose and decided to venture inside. Let us go take a look. Lingering here indefinitely leads to uncertainty. Glancing around, they noted that the once bustling night market had now become desolate, with many vendors beginning to pack up for the night. As they wandered through the market, searching for Fang Qian, they turned to a nearby ant packing up her grilled tofu, knowing she was acquainted with him. You're looking for Xiao Fang? He left ages ago. Thanks to him, my business flourished today. He ordered over 100 portions of grilled tofu and rice noodles. I can take a day off tomorrow, she exclaimed. Hearing this, the couple was taken aback. The illustrious young master they had heard so much about was none other than Fang Qian. What on earth is he up to? Tang Ma fumed. I thought he was simply waiting in line, but it seems he has disregarded us entirely. Is he trying to starve us? Tang Ba's expression darkened as his stomach growled. This reckless youth should learn the limits of pride. His antics are detrimental to everyone. We have already shown him enough courtesy, yet he continues to act so pretentiously. Upon returning, I immediately called Xiao Rou, instructing her not to answer Fang Qian's calls for the next 2 weeks. I eagerly await his arrival, pleading for our favor. The two old folks are well aware that Fang Qian is utterly dependent on their daughter. During Xiao Rou's business trip, Fang Qian called her nearly every day, inquiring about her well-being and even transferring her pocket money daily. Forcing their daughter to ignore Fang Qian for 2 weeks is tantamount to threatening his very existence. They can already envision the scene of Fang Qian arriving at their doorstep, humbly admitting his faults. Tang Ma sternly declared, having committed such a grave error and having profited handsomely, we cannot let him off so easily. When he comes to apologize, he must honestly disclose how much he has earned recently. Ideally, he should hand over every last bit as a betrothal gift. Otherwise, he should not even think about contacting our Xiao Rou again. The two of them were in perfect accord. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to press him. They had been ruminating over how to coax money from Fang Qian. As they complained, they absent-mindedly rubbed their painfully empty stomachs, yearning to purchase something to eat at the night market. However, upon glancing around, they noticed that the vendors were gradually departing, leaving not a single shop open. Having dined exclusively on Fang Qian's generosity, their home lacked any prepared meals, making a return home for dinner impossible. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to purchase 2 packets of biscuits from a 24-hour convenience store to satiate their hunger. Chapter 11. House design the following day. As Fang Qian opened his eyes, the sun was already streaming into the corner of his eye. It was past noon, and he had enjoyed a truly delightful slumber. He sat up in bed and stretched, the vertebrae in his neck emitting satisfying cracks. This could be deemed the most restful sleep he had experienced in over a month. Previously, amidst the apocalypse, he had endured daily hardships of hunger and cold, even when he managed to fall asleep. It was either interrupted by the biting chill or the gnawing pangs of hunger, not to mention the potential threat of being assaulted by neighbors. There was certainly no comparison to the comfort he felt now. Reluctantly, he rose from his bed and glanced at his phone. It was just past noon. The perfect time for lunch. Feeling lazy about venturing outside, he decided to order takeout instead. Simultaneously, he needed to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Over the course of yesterday, he had liquidated all his assets and even exploited a loan opportunity. Currently, he had a balance of 19 million. Additionally, he had already secured approximately half of his food supply. He had ordered nearly 5,000 seafood sets from the Haiwang restaurant and procured 4,000 portions of local delicacies from the night market. His primary objective over the next 2 days was to gather the necessary items for the house renovation. In terms of safety, he could wait another 10 days or so before utilizing the mythical hand for modifications. However, for functionality, he needed to supplement the essentials himself, such as generators, heating devices, and entertainment equipment. Beyond fulfilling basic survival needs, he also aimed to address his mental well-being. He certainly could not spend every day languishing in bed. Fang Qian swiftly placed an order for a home delivery hot pot. Following that, he energetically ordered dozens of other local specialties, planning to store them in his mythical backpack. With ample funds at his disposal, he was also mindful of his safety, opting only for well-known restaurants rather than small eateries. He had always held a disdain for the currently popular pre-prepared meals. After completing these tasks, he turned on his computer to browse the web. He began by selecting 3 highly esteemed renovation companies in Chongyan City and added their respective designers to a group chat. In the group chat, Fang Qian, hello everyone. Here is the floor plan of my home. Please take a look. I would like to entrust you all with my house renovation. Designer Dayuan Wow. ISNT this the affluent community with the best geographical location in Chongyan City? Greetings, esteemed one. Designer Manager Huang. Mr. Fang, please feel free to outline your design requirements. Our company is undoubtedly the most professional. You can disregard any lackadaisical designers like those upstairs. Designer David. Mr. Fang, please consider our company. Our designers possess extensive overseas study experience and are well-versed in both Eastern and Western cultures. We can undoubtedly fulfill all your aspirations. Observing the greetings in the chat, Fang Qian chose not to engage in their idle chatter. The act of convening designers from various firms for a discussion will undoubtedly meet with resistance from both the design companies and the designers themselves. However, there is no alternative. This is a lucrative project. A mere exhibition of financial capability will swiftly dissolve any lingering objections. After all, wealth can indeed move mountains. Fang Qian outlined his primary requirements as follows. First, the design must withstand extreme temperatures ranging from -50 degrees to 100 degrees, ensuring the interior remains warm. Second, it must possess the ability to provide a continuous supply in the event of power, water, or gas outages. Third, it should allow me to enjoy comfort and ample entertainment without stepping outside. Fang Qian gradually articulated some of his envisioned needs. Meanwhile, in a distant studio, a designer named Di Yuan, sitting bare-chested before his computer, felt a spark of excitement. Goodness, this must be a doomsday fantasy enthusiast. Such extravagant games are only for the affluent, signifying a substantial project. He must seize this opportunity. Di Yuan felt immensely fortunate to share a passion for apocalyptic scenarios. He indeed had a flicker of inspiration and creativity regarding these design demands. He began fervently tapping away at his keyboard, crafting proposals. On the other side of the city, on the top floor of an office building, Manager Huang, clad in a suit, furrowed his brow slightly. With extensive experience in residential design, he was confident in fulfilling diverse requirements. Yet, he had never encountered such peculiar demands before. Temperatures below -100 degrees? This isn't Antarctica. Is such a necessity justified? And to be impervious to water, power, or gas interruptions seems excessively fastidious. Is the logistical support in Chongyan City truly so concerning? Despite a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, adhering to the principle that the customer is king, he promptly picked up the phone to contact his secretary. A significant project has come in. Gather the entire design team immediately for a meeting. I want to see all designers in the office within 3 minutes. In a nearby CAF, the designer David, leisurely sipping coffee in a cozy booth, was so taken aback by Fang Qian's requirements that he spat out his drink in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my God, my brother, what is wrong with you?" Upon glimpsing the floor plan, a plethora of luxurious design schemes blending Eastern and Western styles sprang to mind. He was poised to showcase his talents, brimming with confidence. Wealthy individuals in China often favor the aesthetics of the West. In the past, his proposals had been overwhelmingly successful. Yet this time, Fang Qian's design demands left him utterly astonished. As a designer, he was not a strategist. Such a proposal was beyond his immediate comprehension. Nevertheless, for the sake of profit, he had to devise something. Recognizing the floor plan, he understood precisely which community in Chong'an City it belonged to, and it was on the top floor. This residence boasts a market value exceeding 8 million, certifying it as an unequivocal mansion. Those capable of affording such a dwelling are undoubtedly affluent. Furthermore, the peculiar demands put forth by the other party require substantial financial investment. Should this transaction materialize, the commission earned this month would equivalently match his earnings from the previous 4 months. At this moment, Fang Qian reclined in his computer chair, patiently awaiting the proposals from the 3 designers. In the interim, he searched for clandestine information regarding weapon purchases while perusing local culinary delights, casually ordering dozens of takeout meals. Acquiring weaponry is significantly more complex than home renovation. Though his design requests may be eccentric, they remain entirely legal and can be addressed through conventional channels. Most local design firms are capable of accommodating such requests, with the only variance lying in the quality of the outcome. In stark contrast, the procurement of weaponry resides within the realm of prohibitive regulations. The veracity of information on the web is often dubious. Before his computer, Fang Qian clicked through dozens of websites, yet failed to uncover a single reliable source. He was not particularly concerned about exorbitant demands from the other party. Rather, he feared the possibility of being deceived, thereby squandering his precious time. With only about a month remaining until the onset of the extreme cold storm, every moment is invaluable. As 2 hours swiftly elapsed, his phone vibrated, signaling the arrival of the design proposals from the 3 designers. Fang Qian felt a surge of anticipation. Although he had personally witnessed the terror of an extreme cold storm apocalypse, he acknowledged that he was not a professional designer. Such specialized tasks must be entrusted to those with expertise. He proceeded to open the 3 proposals in succession for comparison. Chapter 12. Finalizing the design proposal. Upon comparing the 3 proposals, Fang Qian immediately discerned their distinctions. Firstly, there was the proposal provided by Manager Huang, which was rife with chaotic notions. Concepts such as superheated beds, heated sofas, and emergency satellite phones appeared impressive at first glance, yet in reality, few were genuinely practical. The foreign designer, David, strayed even further from the mark. In response to Fang Qian's expressed need for warmth, he merely designed a central heating system powered by the simplest generator, entirely neglecting the core focus on entertainment. He allocated spaces for a game room, a cinema, and a gym, emphasizing a lavish indulgence. After reviewing these 2 proposals, Fang Qian felt utterly disheartened. These 2 individuals displayed a remarkable lack of professionalism. Fortunately, the 3rd proposal, presented by designer De Yuan, held a semblance of merit. It was entirely tailored to his own requirements. For instance, he suggested installing solar canopies on the rooftop to harness solar energy for electricity generation, as well as constructing a private water reservoir. In terms of warmth, he proposed a floor heating design, which, in Fang Qian's view, was commendable yet somewhat naive. After all, De Yuan had never truly experienced an extreme cold storm. Much of his design stemmed from mere imagination. Take the solar panels, for instance. In a frigid apocalyptic scenario where temperatures plummet to -50 to 100 degrees, the panels would be completely encased in ice and snow, rendering them incapable of collecting thermal energy. The reservoir design, however, was quite impressive. By merely modifying the household plumbing, he could establish an independent water source for personal use. Coupled with his mythical backpack capable of infinite water storage, he could utilize it as he wished. As for the indoor heating, it seemed insufficient. It was likely that the surrounding walls and windows would require replacement with the finest insulation materials. Unbeknownst to Fang Qian, while he was evaluating the proposals, the 3 designers had formed a small group to engage in casual conversation. Designer Manager Huang remarked, "Haha, you 2 should really get some rest. I am determined to win this design bid. This is clearly just a rich 2nd generation playing around. I've gathered the entire company to unleash a torrent of extravagant designs, ensuring he'll be captivated at first sight." Manager Huang, brimming with self-satisfaction, shared his thoughts in the group. In his perspective, the company had previously catered to wealthy individuals with unique demands. In reality, these affluent clients often lacked clarity regarding their desires. As long as the functionality was abundant and the design ostentatious, it would invariably capture their attention. Designer David then chimed in the group. "Oh no, my friend, you are overly confident. I can assure you that I am the one who truly understands the psychology of this magnate. The first 2 requirements are merely FAOD, concerns regarding low-temperature insulation. water, and power supply are utterly superfluous. His true desire lies in the third aspect, entertainment. I have incorporated every conceivable aspect of entertainment into this project. You are bound to lose. Haha. Upon hearing David's words, Manager Huang's heart raced a little. There seemed to be some merit in what this fellow was saying. How had I not thought of that? While they engaged in fervent discussion, the youngest and least experienced among them, Dai Yuan, quietly interjected, "But how can you be certain he is not a genuine survival enthusiast? I have meticulously followed the design principles of a doomsday shelter." The moment he uttered these words, laughter erupted from the other two designers in the group. Finally, a fool has emerged. In my opinion, Dai Yuan, you are simply too inexperienced. There are hardly that many survival enthusiasts. It's merely the wealthy indulging in idle pursuits. The joke about apocalyptic crises is long past. Listening to their discourse, Dai Yuan felt a pang of uncertainty. He glanced at his design proposal, feeling anxious. Just as the three were engrossed in their conversation, the computer screen lit up. A message appeared in the group chat. After careful consideration, I have decided to adopt Dai Yuan's design proposal. I am grateful to Manager Huang and David for their design insights, and I hope for future collaboration. In the next moment, Manager Huang and David felt as though they had been struck by lightning. How is this possible? Shit. How can there still be someone who believes in the rumors of an impending apocalypse? Dai Yuan quickly replied in the chat. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Fang. My studio and I will undoubtedly do our utmost to assist you in the design renovation of your home. At the same time, he discreetly sent a laughing emoji in their small chat group. You too acknowledge it. Deep down, David and Manager Huang remained unconvinced. David remarked, just wait and see. He is undoubtedly jesting. Once you complete the renovation, once the novelty wears off, he will surely recognize the excellence of my design proposal. And perhaps he will even return to seek my assistance. Manager Huang agreed. That makes sense. I believe the likelihood is quite high. With that said, my proposal still has a chance. Fang Qian also sent a private message to Dai Yuan. I have reviewed your proposal, but there are many improvement strategies. I have annotated them for your reference. Dai Yuan opened the file sent by Fang Qian and gazed in awe at the suggested enhancements. Goodness. I had thought I was already a seasoned doomsday enthusiast, but it turns out this is the real expert. The comprehensiveness and meticulousness of those design proposals left him utterly astounded, as if this expert had truly lived through an apocalypse. He cast another glance at Manager Huang and David's self-satisfied comments in the chat and scoffed. Just wait. Even if you wait until your dying days, you will never seize the opportunity. This is a bona fide doomsday aficionado. Dai Yuan began to furiously type on his keyboard, communicating the design proposal with Fang Qian. With his expertise, combined with Fang Qian's authentic survival experience, the design for the home renovation became increasingly comprehensive. This discussion lasted several hours. Finally, Fang Qian inquired, how long do you anticipate before work commences? Dai Yuan replied, the preliminary materials and equipment requires some time for preparation, approximately 5 days. Once we commence, it will take an additional month for completion and inspection. Upon receiving this information, Fang Qian furrowed his brow and responded, I will grant you 5 days for preparation and 2 weeks for completion. The price is negotiable. A 20% advance, with the balance settled after 1 month of use. Can you accommodate this? Dai Yuan's heart tightened. The renovation of a residence is no trivial undertaking, encompassing both hard and soft decoration aspects. Considering Fang Qian's layout and design requirements, this was undoubtedly the largest project he had ever undertaken. A month was already an extremely tight time frame, and now the other party was only allowing 2 weeks. Just as he was grappling with uncertainty, the computer screen presented an offer he could not possibly refuse. 10 million. Can you manage that? Dai Yuan's body tensed, and he quickly typed, I assure you it will be completed. 10 million, even with just a 20% advance, equates to 2 million, a sum that rivals his studio's annual earnings. For this project, it would be entirely worthwhile to postpone all his other commitments. Mr. Fang, rest assured, I will utilize the finest materials and the most skilled craftsmen to ensure your satisfaction. Stretching and standing to loosen his limbs, Fang Qian felt reasonably satisfied with the designer Dai Yuan's performance after such an extensive discussion. He did not have a month to wait for completion. 2 weeks was the utmost he could offer. To fulfill this renovation, even allocating additional funds was justifiable. Fortunately, he possessed a mythical touch. Once the house was transformed, it would be endowed with unparalleled mythical capabilities. He surmised that it would likely relate to defensive attributes. However, if not, he would need to reserve an additional week to further enhance the house's defensive properties. Chapter 13. The seafood takeaway has arrived. Within the confines of the studio, Dai Yuan gradually regained his composure from the earlier excitement. Reflecting on the day's conversation, An inexplicable sense of foreboding settled in his heart. It is widely acknowledged that the privileged possess information far beyond the reach of the ordinary. Mr. Fang's meticulous and hasty renovations to his residence raised a question. Was there some insider knowledge at play? As a seasoned enthusiast of apocalyptic games, De Yuan often pondered his circumstances in the event of an impending apocalypse. Lost in thought, he felt a pang of anxiety. Gazing at his modest studio, he suddenly resolved to take a bold step. After securing some funds, he would make slight alterations to his workspace. What if the apocalypse truly arrived? Unbeknownst to him, these very musings would alter the course of his fate a month hence. In the following 2 days, Fang Qian remained indoors, engaged solely in ordering takeout and online shopping. The arrangements for his home renovations were finalized. All that remained was to patiently await De Yuan's coordination for the commencement of work. His purchases primarily consisted of essentials required after the extreme cold storm, such as thermal clothing and sleds. Notably, he invested heavily in a staggering 10,000 barrels of drinking water, along with coal and gasoline. Furthermore, he contacted a skilled craftsman, whose talents were showcased in a self-media video. With a substantial sum of 1 million, he commissioned a batch of swords and bows from this artisan. Although he contemplated acquiring firearms, he had yet to devise a plan for such weapons, necessitating preparation for the worst-case scenario. Should firearms prove inaccessible, these cold weapons would serve as a means of self-defense. As his shopping spree progressed, Fang Qian's bank balance dwindled rapidly, leaving him with a remaining sum of 15 million. Throughout these 2 days, incessant knocking at his door heralded the arrival of delivery personnel, be it gourmet takeout, online purchases, or shipments of bottled water and gasoline. The incessant bustle kept him occupied. Fortunately, residing in a high-end community with 1 unit per floor meant fewer competitors for the elevator. At that moment, Fang Qian's phone chimed with an incoming call. Upon checking, he saw it was the owner of the seafood restaurant, Hai Huang. Hello, Mr. Fang. Your order of 5,000 seafood takeout servings is ready for you. I am currently at the center of the community. May I inquire if you're able to come down to receive it? Fang Qian calculated in his mind and realized that it had been 3 days since his rebirth into this world. Indeed, it was the day designated for the delivery of his order by the owner of Hai Huang. No problem, I will be right down. The owner chuckled on the other end of the line. That's splendid. I shall await your arrival. Fang Qian donned his attire and stepped outside. Approximately 5 minutes later, he appeared at the community center, where a large truck from the Hai Huang restaurant was parked. Several staff members, impeccably dressed in suits, stood silently beside the truck, while a circle of security personnel formed a perimeter. A frown creased Fang Qian's brow. How could there be so many security guards? Although he currently disregarded others' opinions, it was advisable to maintain a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just as he approached, the owner of the Sea Emperor stepped down from the truck, arms outstretched, eager to embrace Fang Qian from afar. Brother Fang, it's been 3 days, and I've missed you dearly. Such businessmen are always like this. As long as you can bring them profit, you become their brother, their close friend. However, Fang Qian had no intention of engaging in any intimate encounters with this corpulent figure. He quickly extended his hand to deflect the impending hug. He softly inquired, "Why are there so many security guards? Is it really necessary for a mere food delivery?" The Sea Emperor owner glanced around discreetly and replied in hushed tones, "Mr. Fang, you may not be aware, but we underwent thorough scrutiny upon entering. If it weren't for the little favor I provided, coupled with the reputation of my Sea Emperor restaurant, we would not have gained entry. The property manager of your community, Manager Liang, is not someone to be trifled with. She has many ambiguous relationships with influential figures." Upon hearing the name, Fang Qian's gaze turned notably colder. The community manager, surnamed Liang, was a woman in her early 30s, possessing an alluring figure and well-maintained appearance. Everyone referred to her as Manager Liang, but her ascent to this position had little to do with her qualifications or abilities. It was due to men. She had committed numerous unethical acts in her role, frequently misappropriating the residents' funds under various pretexts, such as landscaping or pest control. Yet, despite the proposals and expenditures, there had been no tangible improvements. All the funds had been pocketed by her, converted into resources for her cosmetic enhancements and connections to the powerful. Once a resident, unable to tolerate her actions, reported her to the authorities. However, this only resulted in a few meaningless reprimands and warnings. Manager Liang lay low for a few days, but soon after, the reporting resident experienced frequent water and electricity outages, midnight disturbances, and keyholes being clogged. Ultimately, the resident, overwhelmed by psychological pressure, had no choice but to sell their home at a loss and relocate. This conflict between the residents and the property management concluded with the residents' defeat. Since then, very few dared to provoke Manager Liang. Her methods grew increasingly audacious, displaying a tendency to dominate the residents, while Fang Qian harbored discontent towards Manager Liang. It was not a deep-seated hatred. What truly repulsed him was that after the brutal storm of calamity arrived, Manager Liang quickly allied herself with Wang Long, becoming his sycophant. She often devised despicable schemes, exploiting the lower-class residents, compelling them to scavenge for resources, and even proposing that they serve as reserves of food, a survival strategy conceived by Manager Liang herself. If one were to encapsulate it with a single term, it would undoubtedly be femme fatale. In any case, she is certainly not a benevolent presence. At this juncture, Fang Qian could only hope that she would not bring him excessive trouble. In a month's time, he would have ample opportunity to engage with them leisurely. Fang Qian made his way to the rear of the truck and opened the door, revealing a meticulously arranged stack of packaged boxes within. Each box bore the emblem of the Sea Emperor restaurant. He reached out and touched one, finding it still warm. A proud smile adorned the face of the restaurant owner. Brother Fang, rest assured, these ingredients were reserved 3 days in advance at my request. This morning, these fish and shrimp were still swimming in the Pacific Ocean, and now they grace your food cart. In terms of freshness, I assure you, we are unparalleled. Fang Qian nodded in satisfaction, having chosen the Sea Emperor restaurant precisely for its quality. No need to count them. Please assist me in carrying them upstairs. He casually withdrew several red bills and distributed them among the accompanying staff. Instantly, radiant smiles appeared on each server's face as they eagerly began their tasks. Transporting 5,000 takeout boxes upstairs would indeed require considerable effort. However, the good news was that the elevator alleviated the strain. This process would likely unfold over several hours. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of many residents within the community. Numerous onlookers gathered. My goodness, this is a truck from the Sea Emperor restaurant. Who in our neighborhood is so extravagant as to order takeout from such a place? Look, it's not just one order, but an entire truckload. Am I seeing things? Eyes were fixated on Fang Qian, scrutinizing him in astonishment. Yet, there were also many who regarded him with a bemused expression. While I concede that he possesses considerable wealth, he seems to lack common sense. Can he truly consume thousands of seafood meals? What? Is he not allowed to save some for later? Ha ha. Seafood is notoriously perishable, and he has ordered prepared meals. If not consumed within 2 days, their quality will inevitably decline. I dare say, this batch of seafood is destined for ruin. Nearby, others nodded in agreement. Indeed, even disregarding the preservation issues with fish and shrimp, hoarding such an abundance of takeout at home is a foolish endeavor. Why stockpile so much food? Would it not suffice to eat when hungry? Surely he cannot believe the apocalypse is upon us? Ha. Chapter 14. The case amount has been reached at this moment. Fang Qian had no inclination to heed the idle chatter of his neighbors. He chuckled to himself, knowing that when the frigid storm arrived, they would come to appreciate the value of food. The transportation of goods was proceeding in an orderly fashion. However, within minutes, a woman in high heels, her ample bosom straining against the buttons of her professional attire, approached with a confident stride. It was none other than the property manager of the community, Manager Liang. Even before she drew near, Fang Qian furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. Upon arriving and seeing the scene before her, Manager Liang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As a career woman who aspired to ascend the corporate ladder, she was acutely aware of the prices at the Seafood Emperor restaurant. The truck was loaded with no less than 1,000 seafood packages, each worth several hundred to 1,000. Even she, who indulged now and then, could hardly justify such extravagance. Had this young man truly struck it rich? As the property manager, she had a grasp of the community's homeowners and knew that Fang Qian's circumstances were not particularly remarkable. He merely scraped by on the inheritance left by his parents, hardly a figure of interest to her. Yet, today, the situation was evidently transformed. The value of this truckload of seafood alone must be in the millions. A sultry smile adorned Manager Liang's face as she swayed her hips and sauntered over to Fang Qian. Oh, Fang, my dear. What a windfall you've had to acquire such an abundance of seafood. The surrounding neighbors began to snicker, for according to community regulations, such heavy trucks were prohibited from entering. Given Liang's typical approach, it was clear that unless she received a favor today, matters could become complicated. Fang Qian merely turned his head and shot her a cold glance. What does my fortune have to do with you? Would you kindly step aside? I am occupied with work. His indifferent words acted as a barrier, effectively rebuffing Manager Liang. Her smile faltered instantly, her chest heaving as the precarious buttons threatened to burst. Brother Fang, according to community rules, your truck is not permitted here. You will likely need to pay a road maintenance fee. Otherwise, if this large vehicle damages the road, who will be responsible? Moreover, this area is not your workplace. Transporting goods here disrupts the rest of the homeowners. That could incur a fine. Fang Qian paid her no mind, allowing her to ramble on. After all, the money was in his pocket. Let her try to seize it if she dared. He had long grown weary of these property managers. Having purchased a home, he felt as if he were living under someone else's roof, devoid of freedom. What authority did a mere property manager have over numerous homeowners? Seeing that he was unresponsive, Manager Liang quickly shifted her attention to the grand truck from the Seafood Emperor restaurant. As she gazed at the lavish seafood packages, her heart raced with desire. These were the finest seafood offerings from the city of Zhongyan. She immediately shifted her tone, a faint smile gracing her face. However, Brother Fang is also committing such an error for the first time. I am quite accommodating. Why not set aside a few seafood packages for our property staff and some residents to savor? Let us consider this matter settled. Upon finishing her words, she gently waved her hand. The security personnel, who had been waiting on either side, promptly rolled up their sleeves and approached, audaciously attempting to seize the seafood packages from the truck. The owner of the Sea Emperor restaurant, standing nearby, was instantly alarmed. These were meant for his clients. If they were snatched away here, who would bear the loss? He shouted, "Do not touch. These are the goods of our Sea Emperor restaurant." The waitstaff nearby also sought to assist. However, the sheer number of security personnel forcefully pushed the servers aside. The Sea Emperor restaurant's side found themselves powerless against the situation. As the security guards each grasped a seafood package, preparing to leave triumphantly, Fang Qian coldly remarked, "If you intend to take those items, you ought to think it through. I have ample witnesses and evidence. Everyone is watching. Each seafood package is valued at over 1,000, which is sufficient to warrant a case. If you take them today, you may very well spend the night in detention. As for how many years you might face, that depends on how capable your lawyer is." Upon hearing this, the numerous security guards froze in place. If it were merely dozens or hundreds of items, perhaps there would be room for negotiation. However, over 1,000 is a legitimate threshold for sentencing. Though these guards were brazen, they were not devoid of sense. Breaching the law would leave the property company unable to protect them. After a moment of hesitation, one guard finally began to slowly return the seafood he held. With this example set, the remaining guards had no choice but to relinquish their seafood packages back to the servers standing beside the truck. Manager Liang, witnessing this scene, was seething with rage, her chest heaving with pent-up frustration. Yet, Fang Qian didn't even deign to glance her way. The transportation work continued methodically. Stomping her foot in anger, Manager Liang spat a harsh warning. "Fang Qian, you better wait. Don't think that earning a little money gives you free rein. In this little domain of ours, it is still I who calls the shots. I hope you do not find yourself needing my assistance." With that, she waved her hand and turned away with a dozen security guards in tow. Fang Qian watched her retreating figure with cold eyes. Manager Liang, like Tang Ba and Tang Ma, resided in her building. It was possible she would indeed seek to create some trouble for him in the near future. However, it was not a significant concern. As long as he persevered until the end of the month, the balance of power could shift dramatically. Meanwhile, the recently departed Manager Liang fumed as her anger intensified. One of the security guards approached her, eager to ingratiate himself. "Manager Liang, are we really going to let this slide? That would be quite embarrassing." She snorted dismissively. "It is impossible for this to be settled so easily. As a property management company, we must tread carefully and avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. However, we possess ample methods to deal with matters discreetly. In a couple of days, you shall employ the same tactics used against those homeowners, and he will naturally become compliant. Power outages in the elevators, interruptions in water and gas supply, and the accumulation of trash, these are all tools at the disposal of a property manager who is confident in their ability to bring a homeowner to heel." Yet, on her way back, Manager Liang's mind was preoccupied with images of exquisite seafood. The culinary delights at the Haiwang restaurant are renowned for their opulence. Should she manage to bring some home, it would undoubtedly elevate her spirits for the entire week. A touch of makeup and a few photographs could enhance her social standing among friends, perhaps even attract the attention of influential individuals. What a pity. On the 13th floor balcony, Mr. and Mrs. Tang were drawn to the commotion below. Peering down, they immediately spotted Fang Qian directing waitstaff as they transported seafood platters upstairs. Mrs. Tang's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Goodness, isn't that the restaurant Fang Qian visited the other day? How could he possibly afford a whole truckload?" Mr. Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if he has come into a bit of money, this is an extravagant display. Through the semi-transparent packaging, they could even glimpse a colossal lobster over a meter long. Their envy was palpable. Such expensive seafood was something they had never experienced in their lifetime. Mrs. Tang gritted her teeth in frustration. "That wretched boy, having made such a fortune, doesn't even think to share the good fortune with us. How unfilial. This is what happens when children are raised without proper guidance." Mr. Tang extinguished his cigarette with a decisive stomp. "The last time I called Xiaoro, I instructed her to give him the cold shoulder for a couple of days. He should be feeling some remorse by now. We should pay him another visit. If he can spare us 2 seafood platters and offer a couple of red envelopes as compensation, we might let this matter rest. The two were in perfect accord. Planning to wait until Fang Qian had finished moving his belongings upstairs before paying him a visit, offering him a chance to acknowledge his missteps. Chapter 15. Disturbing the Peace. After several hours of diligent effort, the staff of the Ocean Emperor restaurant finally delivered 5,000 seafood sets to Fang Qian's room. He closed the door behind him and stood in the living room. A glance around revealed that the once spacious area was now so cramped that there was scarcely room to place a foot. Even the 2 vacant bedrooms were filled to the brim. He swiftly retrieved his mythical backpack, unzipped it, and with a mere thought, the seafood sets began to flutter towards his pockets like butterflies in flight. Within a matter of minutes, all 5,000 seafood sets were neatly arranged within his mythical backpack. Fang Qian let out a long sigh of relief. That was exhausting. This seafood should suffice for my hunger. Just in time, as I am feeling quite famished. He directly extracted a 1-meter-long Boston lobster and placed it on the dining table. Thanks to the packaging's insulation and the time-freezing capabilities of the mythical backpack, it remained warm. There was hardly any need for further preparation before he could indulge. On the 27th floor, Wang Long was wielding a belt to strike a young girl of about 20. You won't repay your debts, you wretched whore. The girl's back was bloodied, and she had long ceased to cry out in agony. Observing the dire situation, one of Wang Long's lackeys hurriedly grasped his arm, saying, Brother Wang, stop. If you continue, you might kill her. Enraged, Wang Long flung the belt to the ground. Damn it, we lent all our money to Fang Qian for his business, and these days, we can hardly afford a meal. These damned paupers refuse to repay us. It drives me insane. The few lackeys in the room hung their heads, each feeling a sense of frustration. Life had been quite comfortable for them, but ever since they lent 4 million to Fang Qian, they had been struggling. They had almost forgotten how long it had been since they last indulged in some leisure at the footbath city. Wang Long turned to glare at one lackey and inquired, Did I not assign you to monitor that fellow? Have you discerned any clues? The lackey felt a pang of anxiety and shook his head. I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I truly could not fathom what that guy is planning. I've been quietly following him these days, and aside from the first day when he visited the Ocean Emperor restaurant and shopped at the night market, he hardly stepped outside. Then, he added, Oh, just today, a truck from the Ocean Emperor restaurant arrived at our neighborhood. It seems Fang Qian ordered several thousand seafood sets. I estimate that just the cost for this one truckload of food must be in the millions. Wang Long's brow furrowed. What on earth is this fool up to? Is he trying to swindle me? What purpose does hoarding such food serve? Will the price of food actually rise? Even if it were to rise, these seafood items would not remain fresh for long. They would be unsellable soon. At that moment, a sense of unease crept into his heart. This was all his wealth. If it vanished, all his years of hard work would be in vain. Even the few loan companies under his command would likely face bankruptcy. He clenched his teeth and said with fierce determination, Forget it. No need to look anymore. Just give him a month. If he fails to repay by next month, I shall have him skinned alive and turned into jerky. At that moment, Fang Qian was engaged in a fierce battle with a Boston lobster at the dining table. After exerting immense effort, he finally managed to dismember it. Just then, the doorbell rang abruptly. He could not afford to pause and set down the lobster claw, quickly turning to answer the door. He had grown accustomed to this over the past few days, as he had ordered so many items that someone would appear at his doorstep every few minutes. Sometimes, he even forgot what he had purchased. However, upon opening the door, his good mood was instantly shattered. Standing outside were the parents of Tang Xiaorou, their faces as dark as coal. When they lowered their heads and caught sight of the lobster claw in Fang Qian's hand, as well as the magnificent lobster on the dining table visible through the crack of the door, they simultaneously swallowed hard, their eyes betraying an undeniable longing. Fang Qian's tone grew icy. What brings you here? This brusque demeanor took Tang's parents aback. Tang's mother immediately pointed a finger at Fang Qian's nose and scolded. You little rascal, what on earth is happening? Have you made a bit of money and turned your back on your parents? Have you forgotten the promises you made while pursuing Xiaorou? You just got engaged, and already you're acting as if you don't know us. I thought you bought so many delicious things to share with us, but instead, you hide away in your room to dine alone. Have you lost your conscience? Beside her. Tang's father gently patted her back, speaking earnestly to Fang Qian. I understand that young people value their pride. However, there shouldn't be such animosity between children and their parents. Apologize to your mother. Let us all have a meal together and let this matter rest. He prepared to step into Fang Qian's room, an action they had long been accustomed to. Previously, merely standing at Fang Qian's door would prompt him to greet them with open arms. But this time, the situation was markedly different. As Tang's father took a step forward, Fang Qian promptly pushed the door outward, leaving only a narrow opening for one person. He positioned himself at the threshold, his voice cold as he asked, "Are you finished?" Such an indifferent demeanor rendered Tang's parents speechless, their minds racing with unuttered thoughts. Seeing they had nothing further to say, Fang Qian leisurely continued, "In the future, unless necessary, refrain from knocking on my door without reason. I am busy and have no time to engage in idle conversation with you. Should you disturb me again for no valid reason, I will not hesitate to hire the best lawyer to file a nuisance complaint against you. If you wish to spend a few days in jail, feel free to try." With that, Fang Qian slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Tang's father flinched, startled, and barely managed to step back just in time. "I fear that now my nose might be bruised. This little rascal has gone too far." Mother Tang trembled with rage. Her fists clenched as she contemplated smashing the door once more. Yet, recalling Fang Qian's final warning and that icy gaze, her hand hesitated in midair, too afraid to descend. What if this brat truly acted foolishly and landed them in jail? That would be a predicament. The couple stood anxiously at the door, powerless, and could only leave in disappointment. On the way, Mother Tang could not swallow her indignation. "Old man, what on earth is going on with that boy? Why has his attitude changed so drastically? He has a profitable company and 2 million in savings. What if he refuses to part with it?" The intentions of both Father and Mother Tang were unmistakable. They were not particularly concerned about Fang Qian as a person, but they were very much focused on the money that he possessed. Beside her, Father Tang furrowed his brow, equally perplexed. However, he asserted with confidence, "Do not worry. Regardless of what has transpired in his life, his feelings for Xiao Rou are genuine. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to transfer the property to Tang Erwin and support Xiao Rou's college expenses for 4 years. I suspect he has been preoccupied with a significant business deal recently. As you saw today, he ordered several thousand seafood packages. Surely, he cannot consume all of that alone. There must be another purpose. Let us observe further. If there is indeed a lucrative project, we must find a way to seize it. Erwin has 4 million in savings. In business, our capital is even more robust than his." Upon hearing this, Mother Tang nodded vigorously. "That makes sense. We must keep a close watch on him in the coming days to uncover what this major business entails." She then shifted the conversation. "Quickly, call Owen and ask if he has been working at Fang Qian's company lately. How is the matter regarding the shares progressing?" Chapter 16, Vacation, Travel, 2 weeks. Dear brother, when will you invite the sisters to your magnificent villa worth over 100 million for a party? In the KTV, Tang Erwin was surrounded by adoring young ladies. Their admiration greatly bolstered his ego as he lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed. "What's the rush? My brother-in-law is securing funds for me by mortgaging his company. It should all be settled within the month. Then I'll invite a few more sisters over for fun. All expenses covered, huh?" The younger girls gazed at him with sparkling eyes, eagerly leaning closer. After all, he was a significant benefactor. One girl, filled with curiosity, asked, "Dear brother, what business does your brother-in-law run to be so generous? He is gifting you a villa worth over 100 million. Tang Erwin took a hearty swig of his drink and grinned with pride. "Just a petty online company owner, really. He has made much money. It's all thanks to his parents passing away early and leaving him a couple of coins. Most of the funds for this villa are borrowed. A real fool, haha. And it's not just his charm. My sister has him completely enchanted. Once she has done using him, I'm sure she'll kick him to the curb." Upon hearing this, the younger girls felt a pang of sympathy for this unseen brother-in-law, destined to bear a lifetime of debt without receiving anything in return. Such a pitiful existence. Just as he indulged in visions of future triumphs, his phone rang abruptly. Casting a glance, he saw it was his mother calling. He quickly sat up, taking the phone outside. "Hello, Mom. Why are you calling? You still remember I'm your mother, huh? It's been days without a word from you. Where have you been gallivanting? I asked you to go work at Fang Qian's company. Did you go or not?" The barrage of reprimands jolted Tang Erwin into a clearer state of mind, while others might be oblivious. He was acutely aware that Fang Qian was preparing to mortgage his house and company to buy a villa. Was there any need to work? However, since he had promised to keep Fang Qian's secret, he replied, "I've already started working and am taking it seriously. Don't worry, Mom." His mother's tone softened. "That's good. Make sure to diligently acquire as many shares as you can before the end of the month. By the way, have you seen that rascal Fang Qian in recent days? How has he treated you? Brother-in-law?" "Of course, I've seen him. I work at his company, after all. He is quite pleasant, just like before. Is there an issue?" Tang Ma felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that this brat was only targeting the two of them? With a sigh, she proceeded to inform Tang Erwin of all the events that had transpired recently. After listening to these words, Tang Erwin suddenly came to a realization. It was most likely due to the immense pressure of raising funds for a villa that had resulted in his brother-in-law's recent emotional instability. Clinging to the last vestige of human kindness, he cautiously interjected to provide an explanation for Fang Qian. Mom and Dad, please don't overthink it. The company has indeed been quite busy lately, and it's only natural for my brother-in-law to feel a bit overwhelmed. Besides, does his attitude truly matter? Our objective has always been to secure funding. After a brief exchange among the three family members, the call was concluded. Shortly thereafter, Tang's parents relayed the events of this period to Tang Jiaro, who was currently on her honeymoon with Master Ma. Upon hearing these developments, Tang Jiaro was left utterly astonished. Is this truly the Fang Qian I know? The former Fang Qian was timid and taciturn. Now, he not only dares to argue with manager Liang, offending him, but he also neglects his own relatives. In a moment of hesitation, Tang Jiaro found her fingers unconsciously dialing Fang Qian's number. Just as she was about to make the call, she suddenly regained her composure. What am I doing? He has always been the one pursuing me, calling me. Why should I take the initiative to contact him? Does he even deserve that? Suddenly, an idea struck Tang Jiaro. I understand now. The reason he is behaving this way is to capture my attention and garner my concern. Coupled with his recent financial gains, he has become somewhat arrogant. What a naive fellow. I refuse to fall for it. With a huff, Tang Jiaro shoved her phone back into her pocket. She was certain that within a week, Fang Qian would, as usual, eagerly call her, perhaps even sending a little pocket money as an apology. After a satisfying meal, Fang Qian, who was lounging at home, suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he saw a message from Tang Erwin. Brother-in-law, how's the matter regarding the villa coming along? Fang Qian let out a cold smile. A villa? Does this good-for-nothing even deserve to live in one? From the beginning, this was merely a ruse to deceive Tang Erwin. Fang Qian opened his computer, casually downloaded a real estate contract, made some modifications, and promptly sent it to Tang Erwin. The contract has been signed. However, the official handover procedures will require some time. Just wait patiently. At that moment, Tang Erwin, who was drinking at a KTV, glanced at the message on his phone and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Look, my gullible brother-in-law has already bought the villa for me, and the contract is signed. He eagerly shared the contract photo with several young ladies nearby. Upon seeing this tangible evidence, the young ladies were instantly filled with joy, practically wanting to throw themselves into Tang Erwin's embrace. Brother Tang, you are truly amazing. The promise of all meals and accommodation must not be a lie, they exclaimed. Agreed. Agreed. We shall share the blessings. As time passed, 2 weeks swiftly flew by. The renovation of the house has reached its final stages, awaiting his inspection. The professionalism exhibited by the designer, De Yuan, instilled in him a profound sense of assurance. Simultaneously, the energy reservoir of his mythical hands was fully charged, ready for the transformation of his own abode once the renovations were complete. During the interim, Fang Qian utilized the initial days to procure most of the necessary materials, subsequently purchasing numerous plane tickets to traverse the nation's renowned 5A tourist attractions. Armed with his camera, he documented his journey, capturing moments along the way. Throughout his life, he had lived for others, and to his astonishment, before the impending doom arrived, he found a fleeting opportunity to live for himself. He meticulously tucked these photographs into a portable album, gazing at the breathtaking landscapes within and reflecting, what exquisite scenery. If the apocalypse were to come, all of this would cease to exist. In the future, I would no longer have the chance to behold it. As he murmured to himself, a nearby mountain climber happened to pass by, furrowing her brow and grumbling. Today's youth are truly consumed by movies, always talking about the end of the world. Where is this apocalypse they speak of? Fang Qian watched her retreating figure, managing a wry smile and a shake of his head. He had once contemplated sharing the news of the impending catastrophe with others, but upon further reflection, he realized such an action would serve no benefit to himself. In fact, it could lead to him being apprehended by the authorities for spreading rumors, and he doubted anyone would believe him, likely dismissing him as delusional. Thus, that notion faded into obscurity. At this moment, he found himself in a neighboring province to Chongqing City. His decision to travel here was motivated not only by the world-renowned prominence of the 5 Great Mountains, but also by another reason. He had uncovered a means to procure weapons. This place served as the transaction site. Chapter 17. Arms deals. Since the very first day of his reincarnation, Fang Qian has diligently sought avenues to procure firearms. As an outsider to this world, finding a way seemed akin to scaling a mountain. He approached the endeavor with a sense of fortuity. However, to his astonishment, after more than a week of relentless searching, he inadvertently stumbled upon a clandestine network. Within this realm, he encountered an enigmatic figure named Roca. According to Roca, he possessed overseas channels capable of bringing various weapons into the country. However, the quantity was limited, rendering the prices exorbitant. After a series of negotiations and tentative haggling, Fang Qian ultimately secured a selection of desired items for the sum of 10 million. Out of caution, the transaction location was chosen by Roca, and no face-to-face meeting was to occur. Upon receiving the payment, Roca would place the goods in a storage locker outside the airport. As for retrieval, that would depend entirely on Fang Qian's resourcefulness. Departing the tourist spot, Fang Qian boarded a taxi bound for the airport. Inside the vehicle, he accessed the clandestine network via his phone and transferred the funds as instructed. He then opened the chat window with Roca. Has the money been received? Where's the merchandise? In short order, Roca replied, Locker 7, code 8081. A pleasurable collaboration. A faint smile graced Fang Qian's lips. Indeed, Roca was exceedingly cautious. Yet, the more circumspect Roca was, the more reassured Fang Qian felt. After all, this was a nefarious enterprise. Conducting the transaction through a storage locker was a method he could accept. Had it been akin to a scene from a film, in a desolate and abandoned house, he would have hesitated. What if those madmen turned on him? Roca was armed, while he would be left defenseless. Was he to be at their mercy? Soon, they arrived at the airport's entrance. Fang Qian glanced around and quickly spotted the imposing storage locker. This facility, situated outside the airport, primarily served to temporarily store items that certain passengers could not conveniently carry, such as power banks and lighters, potentially hazardous materials. Little did he expect it would serve such a purpose. Approaching the locker, he followed Roca's instructions to unlock it, revealing a black backpack nestled within. Maintaining his composure, Fang Qian reached in, seized the backpack, and swiftly retreated to a nearby restroom. Once ensconced in a stall and ensuring he was alone, he unzipped the bag. Inside lay several items wrapped in brown craft paper. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find an array of weaponry: a Desert Eagle handgun, a compact MP5 submachine gun, approximately 500 rounds of ammunition, and 2 hand grenades. The grenades were an unexpected bonus. As Roca had indicated, for a first-time transaction, they were a gift. Without hesitation, Fang Qian stowed all the weapons into his mythical backpack, then exited with the empty bag in tow. At that moment, his phone vibrated once more. Roca had sent a message. How is it, brother? Are you satisfied with the goods? Hurry and leave. There are plainclothes officers everywhere, and you may already be under surveillance. A smile crept across Fang Qian's face. If it were an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Yet he remained utterly unperturbed. All weapons had been securely stowed away in his mythical backpack, accessible only to him. What was there to fear? He strode confidently towards the exit. Time was of the essence as he had already booked a flight returning in half an hour. Now, he needed to hurry to the terminal for check-in. According to their prior agreement, the inspection of the house renovations was scheduled for tomorrow. Meanwhile, in a taxi parked along the airport road, 3 muscular men were intently watching the restroom door. Did you catch a glimpse of that kid? What's his story? Inquired the leader from the back seat. The second man, slightly shorter and seated in the front passenger seat, replied, Don't worry, boss. I quietly observed him. That kid is definitely a novice. Most likely. He is a rich heir seeking a thrill, which is why he contacted us for illicit goods. Soon, we'll execute our plan. Once he emerges, we'll feign a rideshare and whisk him away. We can extort a hefty sum from him. The leader nodded. In that case, proceed as planned. A gang daring enough to engage in arms trafficking could hardly be considered benevolent. They had long since honed their skills in this trade. During delivery, they would always observe their counterparts beforehand. If they sensed that the other party was experienced or had significant connections, they would complete the transaction amicably. However, if they perceived the individual as a novice, they would simply resort to kidnapping. This airport was distanced from the city center, with only 2 means of departure, by plane or taxi. Yet carrying firearms would preclude any chance of passing through airport security. The only option was to take a taxi. They waited there, confident in their strategy. Look, the kid is coming out. The third man in the driver's seat promptly opened the door and called out, Hey, brother. Need a taxi? Hop in, I'm a seasoned driver. However, Fang Qian merely shook his head at the enthusiastic taxi driver, replying, No, thank you. I'm here to catch a flight. With that, he turned and walked towards the airport entrance, his black backpack slung over his shoulder. Behind him, the third man was left bewildered. Is he out of his mind? He thinks he can board a plane with a gun? He immediately sprinted back to his taxi. Inside, the leader and the second man wore equally stunned expressions. They were utterly convinced that the black backpack Fang Qian carried was the very one intended for their arms deal. Was he genuinely attempting to rob the airport? Had he lost his sanity? Everyone knew that airport security was among the most formidable. What was the difference between this and suicide? Fuming, the second man spat. What a foolish idiot. I need to erase our chat history and deactivate this account immediately. Otherwise, we might get traced back to him. He hastily pulled out his phone, his fingers fumbling as he began to delete the messages. At the same time, they gazed intently at the movements around the airport security checkpoint. At that moment, Fang Qian had placed his black backpack onto the conveyor belt. The three individuals in the taxi shook their heads repeatedly, despairing, believing there was no hope left for salvation. However, an astonishing turn of events unfolded before their eyes. The backpack passed through the conveyor belt without incident, devoid of any anomalies. Fang Qian, standing at the security checkpoint, also cleared the inspection unscathed. How could this be? Where was the gun? Surely he hadn't left it in the restroom? Was it possible that my earlier mention of undercover officers had frightened him into discarding it? What a fool, that was a $10 million cargo. The trio promptly exited the vehicle and rushed into the restroom, gritting their teeth against the unpleasantness. They rummaged through every trash bin filled with soiled paper, turning them inside out. Yet, they found no trace of the firearms. A $10 million fortune had seemingly vanished into thin air. The three exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched upon their faces. What on earth had transpired? Where had those goods gone? Quickly. Investigate. Contact him and inquire how he managed to take the gun. Their leader bellowed in frustration. The second man, in a flurry, pulled out his phone. Just as he was about to message Fang Qian, a sudden realization washed over him, his expression turning grim. Boss, in my haste, I accidentally deactivated my account. Everything's gone. And I can't reach him. Now, the trio found themselves utterly at a loss. When Fang Qian had come to collect the goods, he had worn a mask the entire time, rendering his appearance unknown. With their sole means of communication severed, this enigma would forever linger in their minds. A mystery likely to haunt them until their dying days. Chapter 18. The rabid dog at the door. As Fang Qian disembarked the plane and exited flight mode, he promptly received a phone call. To his surprise, it was Tang Jiaro, who was supposedly on a business trip. A sardonic smile crept across Fang Qian's lips. Although she claimed to be away on business, he was acutely aware that this duplicitous woman was currently entangled with the affluent young master of the Ma family in a luxurious hotel. They remained within the confines of Chongyan City. Upon answering the call, he was met with an irate voice from Tang Jiaro. Fang Qian. Why have you not called me recently? Do you not miss me? Fang Qian's heart was as still as water. As a woman who had mastered the art of manipulation, even her anger sounded like a playful pout. However, he had long since developed immunity to her tactics, his thoughts consumed by the desire to dismantle the betrayal she embodied. With an icy retort, he replied, I fear your concern lies not in my absence of calls, but rather in the absence of your allowance. A brief silence enveloped the conversation before Tang Jiaro's voice erupted with even more indignation. Fang Qian, how can you say such a thing? I am your fiancée. What is yours is mine. You never used to hold these things against me. Why have you changed? My parents called me, expressing their worries about your recent coldness. And I defended you. I never anticipated you would treat me this way. Is it because you've earned some money? Indeed, a man with wealth turns wicked. How absurdly you twist the narrative. Fang Qian had no desire to engage in further explanations. Such discourse would be a futile expenditure of time. He resolved to address her after the storm had passed. He curtly dismissed her. I am busy and cannot indulge in idle chatter. Goodbye. Tang Jiaro immediately shouted. If you continue like this, I will not accept your proposal when the time comes. Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Qian had already hung up, resuming his walk home. In the opulent couple suite of the hotel, Tang Jiaro sat fuming by the floor-to-ceiling window. How infuriating Fang Qian was. She was filled with resentment. In the past, it had always been her who held others to account. Never had she experienced someone holding her in disdain. Were it not for Fang Qian's servile affection and his modest financial means, she would hardly have bothered with him. The purpose of her call had indeed been discerned correctly. She sought financial support. All her savings were entrusted to her brother, and her daily expenses relied entirely on Fang Qian. Although she was currently involved with the wealthy young Master Ma, she had never once dared to ask him for a penny. Tang Jiaro harbored grand ambitions. She was not content to merely be a decorative ornament for the young master. She aspired to be officially wed into the affluent family. Thus, she crafted a persona of diligence and earnestness in her studies and work. To approach the young master for financial aid would utterly dismantle this carefully constructed facade, jeopardizing her future plans. Yet, without financial support, she was unable to sustain her everyday life. In order to maintain her carefully crafted persona, Tang Jiaro frequently frequented upscale venues, documenting her presence with photographs. What was she to do? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she exhaled deeply. It was not uncommon for a man with wealth to become somewhat inflated in ego. However, that fellow had transferred ownership of his property to his younger brother and even arranged employment for him, which surely indicated his affection for her. He merely sought to reclaim a semblance of dignity. If she allowed him a few more days of solitude, a slight gesture of concern from her would undoubtedly coax him back to her side, resuming his role as her devoted admirer. Tang Jiaro was imbued with confidence in her own charm. Over the years, countless men had succumbed to her allure, many of whom possessed even more advantageous circumstances than Fang Qian. Even the scions of affluent families were infatuated with her. A mere Fang Qian could hardly escape her grasp. Once more, Tang Jiro dialed her brother's number. "Hello, Erwin. Could you please withdraw a portion of the money I left with you for my use?" On the other end, Tang Erwin hesitated, stammering, "Sister, what are you saying? That money was meant for safekeeping. How can you use it? The situation is urgent. Just give it to me first," she urged. "No, sister, I can't do that. You said it was for me to use when I marry. I must save it properly. Besides, I've already invested it in a fixed deposit at the bank. If I withdraw it now, I will incur significant interest losses. You'll have to find another solution." Beep, beep, beep. Before Tanjiro could utter more words, her brother hung up. Anger surged within her. "You ungrateful wretch. Over the years, I have supported you financially, and now, at a crucial moment, you refuse to part with a single cent. It infuriates me." Little did she know. It was not that Tang Erwin was unwilling to assist. The entirety of the 400,000 had already fallen into Fang Qian's hands and was long since squandered. As these thoughts consumed her, all her resentment was redirected towards Fang Qian. It was all that wretched Fang Qian's fault, having earned a bit of money. He had become insufferable. How dare he put on airs before her? When the time comes for him to beg for her forgiveness, she would not even extend her hand to him. This matter was far from over. She had never felt so humiliated. Now, her only recourse was to peruse her contact list, hoping to locate some former suitors to extract a bit of financial assistance from. Meanwhile, upon disembarking from his flight, Fang Qian hailed a taxi back home. Just as he arrived at the community entrance, he spotted Manager Liang from the property management along with several security guards standing by. Manager Liang pressed the access barrier, greeting Fang Qian with a smile. "Mr. Fang, after a few days away, you finally decided to grace us with your presence again?" Fang Qian frowned. "What business is it of yours?" "Your absence is indeed of no concern to me," Liang replied. "However, the renovations in your apartment have been quite noisy and have generated a considerable amount of debris, causing disturbances for our property management and the other residents in the building. According to regulations, a management fee is required. If you fail to pay, I fear this door today." She puffed her chest proudly, resembling a towering peak, exuding an air of triumph as though she had secured her hold over Fang Qian. At that moment, Fang Qian finally understood the ancient adage, "Only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture." The taxi driver nearby wore a perplexed expression. Encountering such a situation for the first time, unsure of how to proceed, he merely wished to complete this fare quickly to pursue other business. Just then, a thick stack of cash was suddenly thrust into his arms. A rough count revealed no less than 50,000. Fang Qian leaned back in the passenger seat. "Just crash into it. This is your repair money. All responsibility lies with you." The taxi driver's eyes lit up. For his old, dilapidated vehicle, even if it were to collide, the repair cost would amount to no more than 10,000. The excess of over 40,000 would be pure profit. Not to mention the insurance. He grinned widely. "All right, I'm ready." Without hesitation, he slammed on the gas, producing a deafening roar. The taxi surged forward with the audacity of a Ferrari. Manager Liang at the entrance was startled by the cacophony of the engine, shouting in a high-pitched voice, "Fang Qian, how dare you? If you dare to crash, you will bear all the losses. Prepare for a lawsuit." However, his words fell on deaf ears as the taxi driver pressed the accelerator, the yellow car darting forward like a bolt of lightning. The gate's railing crumbled like paper upon impact, sending shockwaves through Manager Liang and several security guards, who stumbled and fell in disarray, groaning on the ground. Meanwhile, Fang Qian, having already entered the community, left behind a parting remark. "Feel free to sue me. I await your summons." A week prior, he might have harbored a trace of concern, but now he felt no trepidation. With the extreme cold storm looming just a week away, even if a lawsuit were to ensue, there would be insufficient time. He welcomed any legal action. The other neighbors at the entrance stood in stunned silence. In this community, conflicts with the property management were not uncommon. Yet victories often belonged to Manager Liang. Who could have anticipated that the audacious would fear the reckless, and the reckless would not shy away from danger? The invincible Manager Liang had taken a significant fall here. Observing Liang seated on the ground, the neighbors felt an immense sense of satisfaction, though they feigned irritation. Fang Qian truly lacked decorum. How could he rampage through the community like this? He must face a lawsuit. Otherwise, how could the community maintain order? Meanwhile, Manager Liang gazed blankly at the retreating taxi, murmuring to himself, "How dare he? How dare he act this way?" Chapter 19. The Doomsday Survival House completed. In the 33rd floor room, the designer Dun meticulously examined his masterpiece, his eyes brimming with affection. It was perfect. Truly, it was beyond perfection. He couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. As an enthusiast of apocalyptic games, he felt immeasurable satisfaction in having crafted such a sanctuary with his own hands. Yuan could even proudly declare that he had poured all his inspiration and knowledge into this abode. Beside him, the assistant once again scrutinized the details of the water and electrical arrangements within the house and approached Yuan. Brother Yuan, do you think the client is a bit unhinged? Spending such a fortune just to modify a house? I bet 90% of the features will never be utilized in a lifetime. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yuan delivered a sharp rap on his head, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? The client is akin to a deity. We must adhere to their wishes without speaking ill of them behind their back. This is what I taught you. Upon your return, your salary will be docked by 500. The assistant, visibly aggrieved, lowered his head in silence. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, and Fang Qian entered. Yuan's face instantly lit up with a smile akin to that of a benevolent Buddha, extending his right hand from afar. "Mr. Fang, you've returned. I was just about to call you for the inspection." Fang Qian shook his hand. "It seems we are quite in sync. I calculated the time. You must have completed everything in preparation for my arrival. The transformation of the house was remarkable, had it not been for the doorplate." Fang Qian might have thought he had entered the wrong place. Turning to Yuan, he inquired, "Please provide an introduction. I am still not quite clear on your designs." With pride, Yuan stepped forward. "Certainly, Mr. Fang. Let us begin with this." He approached the wall and lightly tapped it. The wall emitted a muffled thud. All the walls have been renovated, with 3 layers of insulation added. Regardless of the external temperature fluctuations, the interior remains largely unaffected. The materials used for insulation are the finest available on the market. He then moved to the glass panes, tapping them as he explained. These have been replaced with triple-layer insulated glass, crafted from the finest domestic materials. They are even bulletproof. Following the designer, Fang Qian reached out to feel the glass. Nodding in satisfaction, the use of reinforced glass was indeed essential. When the frigid storms arrive, accompanied by icy gales, they will fiercely assault every structure within the city. Fragile glass cannot withstand such onslaughts for long before shattering. In his previous life, many had resorted to using wardrobes and other furniture to block windows once the glass broke. Yet cold winds would still seep through the gaps. Fang Qian's design modification effectively mitigated such concerns. Observing the satisfaction in Fang Qian's gaze, Yuan felt an even greater surge of confidence. He began to wander around the house with him. "Mr. Fang, your original bedroom consisted of 4 rooms, which I deemed somewhat excessive. I transformed the other rooms into a gym, a leisure area, and a study. Even in the event of an apocalypse, Mr. Fang can indulge in the most comfortable life within his abode, balancing work and leisure seamlessly." As Fang Qian observed, it was commendable that the designer, Yuan, had indeed put in considerable effort. He not only delineated the spaces but also prepared all the necessary furnishings. For instance, in the study, alongside the desk and computer, there was a bookshelf brimming with precious tomes. It encompassed authoritative works from various fields, including medicine, agriculture, astronomy, and geography. If one were to seclude themselves in this study for 7 or 8 years, they might truly emerge as an elite with knowledge spanning across hundreds of industries. The gym was fully equipped with an array of fitness apparatus. The leisure area featured an enormous display screen occupying an entire wall, suitable for gaming and watching films. Ultimately, the outcome surpassed Fang Qian's own imaginings. Subsequently, Yuan proceeded to introduce the household appliances. To combat the chill, the entire house was outfitted with underfloor heating, and the air conditioning system was the finest available. It was more than sufficient to maintain a spring-like warmth even in sub-zero conditions. After touring the rooms, Fang Qian gave Yuan a thumbs up. "Very well done. Your modifications have left me quite satisfied." Yuan was ecstatic, pointing towards the staircase. "Mr. Fang, the rooftop terrace has undergone significant changes as well. Allow me to show you." The group ascended to the terrace. The once open-air space was now adorned with a canopy. Fang Qian observed that the roof was entirely covered with solar panels. Yuan remarked, "Mr. Fang, following your suggestions, I have installed automatic snow-clearing devices for these solar panels, ensuring they remain fully functional. Additionally, I have placed a ring of wind turbines adjacent to the terrace. With this dual power generation setup, it is more than adequate to meet the household's daily energy demands. However, if high-power appliances such as air conditioning and underfloor heating are used frequently, supplementary energy will be required. I have also installed additional diesel generators to address this. You need not worry about energy supply." Yuan then pointed to a massive water reservoir beside the terrace. "Mr. Fang, as per your request, the plumbing throughout the house has been modified. All water usage will now draw from this reservoir. With careful usage, this full tank can sustain you for a month." This modification had been proposed by Fang himself, though Yuan was unaware that conservation was unnecessary, as he had an abundance of water in his mythical backpack. "And here is the greenhouse vegetable area." Yuan enthusiastically detailed each alteration, while Fang Qian listened with unreserved admiration. Entrusting professional matters to specialists is undoubtedly a most prudent decision. Should he undertake the renovation himself? It would not only be time-consuming and laborious, but he might also overlook the finer details required for perfection. As he guided them downstairs, upon returning indoors, Fang Qian expressed his gratitude to Dai Yuan and the staff behind him, saying, "You have all worked diligently during this period. I am exceedingly pleased with the renovations. As per our agreement, I shall promptly transfer 20% of the down payment to you. As for the remainder, we shall settle it after I have had a month to experience the changes." With Fang Qian's approval, the entire team in the studio erupted into applause and cheers. "Mr. Fang, you are truly the most generous client I have ever encountered. This house is the culmination of our team's utmost efforts. I am confident you will find great satisfaction in its use." Dai Yuan's heart swelled with excitement as well. Securing this 10 million contract ensured their profits for the entire year. Initially, he had anticipated that Fang Qian would behave like many other homeowners, entering to scrutinize and nitpick, seeking to deduct costs. However, aside from providing a few minor suggestions for adjustments, Fang Qian expressed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. Indeed, this is the nature of affluent individuals. Listening to their flattery, Fang Qian felt a tinge of embarrassment, for he alone understood the reason behind his generosity. His willingness to settle promptly stemmed from the impending doom that loomed just a week away. Retaining this money would serve no purpose. Meanwhile, downstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Tang hurriedly donned their clothing in preparation to leave. Mr. Tang remarked, "What's the rush? Once that young man returns, he won't escape." Mrs. Tang shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "You don't understand a thing. That lad must have some hidden path to wealth. Lately, he has been so busy that we can hardly catch a glimpse of him. Today, I must demand clarity. If there truly is a lucrative venture, he must involve us. For he is our son-in-law, and any profits should be shared with us. There is no justification for him to benefit alone." The couple hurriedly pressed the elevator button to ascend and confront Fang Qian directly. However, the elevator halted on the 27th floor, where three tall, tattooed men leisurely entered. Mr. and Mrs. Tang instinctively recoiled into the corner, immediately recognizing the imposing figure before them as Wang Long, the most formidable individual in the building. Known to all as Brother Wang, rumor had it that he was involved in several deadly incidents. Upon noticing the couple, Wang Long greeted them with a smile. "Oh, what a coincidence. I was just about to seek out Fang Qian. I didn't expect to encounter you two here. Are you also on your way to find him?" Chapter 20. Allow me to show you something. Tang Dad and Tang Mom suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. Based on their understanding, Fang Qian and Wang Long, who mingled with the underworld, were worlds apart. How could they possibly intersect? Tentatively, Tang Mom inquired, "I wonder what Wanga wants with Fang Qian?" Wang Long, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "It's nothing serious, just that the kid owes us a bit of money, and I thought I should check in on him. Can't have him unable to repay when the time comes." Tang Mom's sense of foreboding deepened. She cautiously asked, "How much does he owe?" "Not much, just 8 million. Thud. 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 Tang Dad and Tang Mom staggered back several steps, colliding with the elevator wall before steadying themselves. 8 million? My heavens. Has Fang Qian lost his mind? They both knew full well how much Fang Qian was worth. His company and savings were nowhere near sufficient to settle such a colossal debt. Selling the house might be the only option. But that property had clearly been transferred to their son, Tang Erwin. Tang Mom frantically pounded her thigh, wailing, my money, that's all my money." Indeed. In their minds, Fang Qian's company and savings would eventually belong to them. Yet now, Fang Qian had incurred a debt of 8 million to Wang Long. It seemed that both his company and savings had vanished. Listening to their anguished lamentations, Wang Long and his two henchmen were somewhat bewildered. What is this situation? Why are these two old folks more anxious than I am about the money I lent? Meanwhile, Tang Dad appeared dejected. Even his hand trembled as he struggled to light a cigarette, pressing the lighter several times before finally igniting it. Reflecting on Fang Qian's recent erratic behavior, he stammered, "I've seen numerous reports online about young people chasing dreams of instant wealth, often gravitating toward high-risk ventures. For instance, gambling. In the end, they frequently find themselves with nothing. Could it be that the kid has gotten himself entangled in this?" Tang Mom interjected, her eyes widening. "It's entirely possible. He hasn't been home for the past 2 weeks. Likely hiding from creditors or participating in gambling activities elsewhere. Moreover, not long ago, he stocked up on a plethora of supplies, and now he's been extensively renovating his house. I've heard he installed solar panels on the roof and set up a vegetable greenhouse. It's clear he intends to become a deadbeat. As long as he remains holed up in that house, with food and drink taken care of, who could do anything about it? What a cunning little rascal." Tang Dad recalled Fang Qian's unfriendly demeanor towards them during recent interactions. With a heavy sigh, he mused, That kid has shown some loyalty to our little row. He must realize that with a debt like this, he won't be able to marry her. That's why he's been so distant, wanting to keep us at arm's length to avoid dragging us into his troubles. And he even transferred the last of the property to Tang Erwin. Tang Mom spat on the ground in the elevator. Bah! Loyalty? What good is that? Those are all my funds. He has squandered every penny of our family's money. What a detestable scoundrel. Once I confront him, I shall undoubtedly berate him to his face. Standing nearby, Wang Long and his two companions listened to the exchange, their hearts sinking like stones. Wait a moment. Are you two implying that the lad has no legitimate means of making money and that his request for a loan was nothing but a deceit? Has he even transferred ownership of the house to you? Tang Ma gritted her teeth. Indeed, Brother Wang, you have fallen into a significant trap this time. 8 million. I suspect he cannot even produce 80,000 at this point. At this revelation, Wang Long was utterly alarmed. That sum represented his entire fortune, and he had hoped to double it within a month. Now, with Fang Qian's house gone and his money vanished, even if he were to sell every organ in his body, he likely wouldn't recoup his losses. Sensing his lingering hesitation, Tang Ba spoke up. Brother Wang, it's quite simple. Did that lad not claim to have profitable ventures? You should confront him directly and inquire about these opportunities. If he indeed possesses a viable plan, we cannot allow him to benefit unduly. After all, both my wife and I have some savings, and we could partner up for a substantial gain. Moreover, there is a chance for you to recover your funds. However, if he lacks a legitimate avenue, it would indicate that he has been deceiving you, allowing you to strategize accordingly and mitigate your losses. Wang Long gazed at Tang Ba and Tang Ma with gratitude, acknowledging their wisdom. I am truly indebted to you both. Otherwise, I would remain blissfully ignorant. You are indeed upholding justice. Tang Ma waved her hand dismissively. Brother Wang, you flatter us. We are not related by blood. He merely harbors an unrequited affection for our little row without considering his own circumstances. Our daughter has a threshold for suitors that he simply cannot meet. Being an orphan himself, the elevator quickly arrived at the 33rd floor. Fang Qian was in the midst of settling wages with the Yuan and the others when suddenly, the door was flung open with force. Due to ongoing renovations, the door was typically left unlocked. As the group turned to see, 3 burly, tattooed men appeared at the entrance, the leader being none other than Wang Long. Fang Qian furrowed his brow slightly. Wang Long should not be here at this hour. Observing the demeanor of the newcomers, it was evident that their intentions were malevolent. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of Tang Ba and Tang Ma sneaking behind the door, and he realized with sudden clarity that these two were likely orchestrating trouble from behind the scenes. Wang Long approached with a menacing presence, wearing a peculiar grin. Surveying the surroundings, he addressed Fang Qian. Brother Fang, your house is quite well renovated. Even without stepping outside, one could enjoy sustenance and drink. Surely, you are not planning to hide in such a dwelling to evade your debts? Upon hearing this, Fang Qian burst into laughter. Brother Wang, what nonsense are you speaking? Who would hide in their own home to escape their debts? To evade, one should ideally retreat to a remote location where no one can find them. Heh, who knows what you were thinking? Let me ask you, you owe me a substantial sum of money. Have you made any progress in your business endeavors? You better not fail to repay next month. That amounts to 8 million, the entirety of my and my brother's fortunes. You incessantly claim to have a business. Yet more than half a month has passed, and I see no signs of any venture that could double your assets. Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me? Upon hearing this, the designer, standing quietly to the side, felt a chill in his heart and silently stepped back 2 paces. How unfortunate. If only he had arrived half an hour later, he could have secured his payment. This fellow clearly appears to be no pushover, and one cannot help but worry whether his employer will have the funds to pay him for his design work. Wang Long exuded an aura of menace, unmistakably not a benign character. In that moment, no one dared to make a move. However, Fang Qian remained unfazed. Leaning against the wall, he casually lit a cigarette and tossed one to Wang Long. Brother Wang, have you caught wind of something and come to provoke me deliberately? Whether I possess any lucrative opportunities is likely none of your concern, is it not? As long as I can repay you next month, that should suffice. Our agreement solely pertains to the borrowing and repayment of money. It does not stipulate that I must disclose my profitable ventures to you. Besides, there are still about 2 weeks until repayment. You seem rather hasty. Wang Long advanced step by step, nearly invading Fang Qian's personal space. The towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, radiated an oppressive presence. The contract indeed did not include such stipulations, but what if I insist on knowing? Today, you shall speak. Whether willingly or not, you do not presume that I am one to adhere strictly to the rules, do you? Chapter 21. Do you dare to know about this business? Fang Qian's expression darkened significantly. He was acutely aware that the man before him, Wang Long, was far from a law-abiding character. In his previous life, He had met his demise at the hands of Wang Long's fire axe. There was no need to wait for the apocalypse to unfold. Even in a society governed by law, Wang Long possessed myriad methods to make a person vanish from this world without a trace. With only a week remaining until the world as they knew it would end, Fang Qian had pressing matters to attend to and had no desire to engage in pointless bickering with this man. Unfortunately, plans often fall victim to unforeseen circumstances. If an agreement could not be reached today, the following days would likely become unbearable. Fang Qian's tone turned icy. If you wish to know what business I am involved in, very well. But I fear that if I reveal it, you may not be able to bear the truth. Wang Long laughed heartily. Brother, do you take me for a coward? You should inquire about me. I have been navigating the underworld of Chongyan City since I was 13, and I have dealt with my share of lives. What could possibly intimidate me? Fang Qian stood and walked toward another room. Come with me. Wang Long scoffed. You're not suggesting you want a one-on-one confrontation, are you? With one hand, I could subdue you effortlessly. Upon reaching the floor-to-ceiling window of the study, Wang Long's impatience was palpable. Hurry up and tell me what business you're involved in. You must provide me with a satisfactory answer today. Fang Qian remained unperturbed, his expression inscrutable as he rummaged in his pocket for a moment. He then tossed a round object onto the desk. Thud. Wang Long's pupils constricted as he recoiled sharply, knocking a number of books off the shelf in the process. A grenade? Brother Fang, where on earth did you acquire this? Fang Qian turned back with a smile. Didn't you just express a desire to know what project I'm working on? Are you still interested? In that instant, Wang Long fell silent. As someone entrenched in the underworld, he had certainly encountered firearms before. However, the weapons they typically possessed were merely subpar products crafted by small private workshops. Predominantly handguns due to their ease of concealment. Items like grenades were exceedingly difficult to procure. Wang Long was not lacking in discernment. He recognized at once that this grenade was no ordinary piece. It was clearly manufactured by a reputable military factory abroad. In China, acquiring such items was no simple task. Not only were they costly, but one needed connections as well. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Long asked, Brother Fang, you can't possibly be engaging in that kind of business, can you? Fang Qian retrieved the grenade and tossed it casually into the air like a yo-yo. Heads rolling? Is a head truly more valuable than money? Wang Long's scalp prickled in response. A lunatic, this man was undeniably a madman. At last, he comprehended why Fang Qian was confident in his ability to transform 4 million into 8 million within a month. The ability to wield such high-caliber weaponry, coupled with the immense profits it yields, is almost exclusively confined to the arms and drug trafficking industries. Regardless of which it may be, neither is a realm accessible to someone of his modest stature. Despite his seemingly prominent standing in the Chongyan Temple, he is merely a petty thug running a few online lending companies, utterly inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. He possesses no standing to inquire about the dealings of arms dealers or drug traffickers. Should he dare to ask further questions today, he might find himself scattered to the rivers tomorrow. Instantly, a sycophantic smile graces his face. Brother, I truly apologize for my presumption. Had I known of your background earlier, I would never have dared to act so brazenly in your presence. Please, take your time with that money. There is absolutely no rush for repayment. If you cannot settle it next month, I can grant you an additional 2 months without issue. Fang Qian, with a teasing smile, gazed at him. Oh? Have you suddenly become so accommodating? Hee, not at all. I have always been this accommodating. My earlier demeanor was perhaps a bit hasty. I hope you won't take offense. It was all for your benefit, Brother Fang. Just earlier at the stairwell, your in-laws informed me that you had fallen into a gambling trap, which led to the squandering of your family fortune. I was merely concerned that you were sinking too deep, so I wished to extend a helping hand. It was entirely out of goodwill. Please do not misunderstand. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Fang Qian's eyes. Those two damned old fools. If he failed to procure weapons today or lacked the means to subdue Wang Long, he might indeed find himself in dire straits. One misstep, and he could be dealt with by Wang Long before the end of days even arrived. All his arrangements would become fodder for others. They shall truly pay for their sins when the frigid storm descends, suffering and repenting until their final breath, to assuage the hatred in his heart. In the living room, designer Dai Yuan and his assistants paced anxiously, their faces etched with trepidation. Given the current situation, their efforts seemed destined to be in vain. After Boss Fang paid that thug, it was likely he would no longer have sufficient funds to settle their design fees. Reflecting on the past, designer Dai Yuan understood that Fang Qian did not intend to deceive them. Throughout the design process, Fang Qian had actively contributed his ideas and collaborated on improvements. Just moments ago, both parties had been earnestly calculating the initial payment. They had even reached the stage of preparing to transfer funds. It was impossible to feign such authenticity. Dai Yuan felt a twinge of gratitude towards Fang Qian. At the very least, he had fulfilled his childhood dream of creating a perfect safe haven. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved that if the situation turned dire, he must discreetly alert the authorities. Even if the money could not be recovered, ensuring Boss Fang's safety was paramount. Meanwhile, standing stealthily outside the door, Tang's parents brimmed with satisfaction. Tang mother cast an approving glance at Tang father. Old man, your idea was indeed astute. Letting Wang Long and this Fang Qian tear each other apart. What you just witnessed was quite astonishing. The typically arrogant Fang Qian became remarkably subdued upon encountering Wang Long. He even retreated to a room to speak in hushed tones. In my view, it was merely an attempt to preserve his dignity. Most likely, he is now on his knees, pleading for mercy. Tang's father's face bore a triumphant smile. He deserves it. After all, this young man treated us so poorly not long ago and squandered all the money that rightfully belonged to us. Fortunately, the property was transferred early. Otherwise, we might not even have a house left. His new home appears to be quite tastefully decorated, which could ultimately benefit us. The two were increasingly convinced that Fang Qian had indeed embarked on a misguided path that led to financial ruin, compelling him to seek financial assistance from Wang Long. After all, who in the community does not know that Wang Long is infamous for his bullying? Borrowing money from him, even if one resorted to selling blood or organs, was a precarious gamble. Selling organs might result in disability, but borrowing from Wang Long could very well cost one their life. Surely, one can discern the gravity of the situation. Stop talking, they are coming out. Upon hearing the door creak open, Tang's father swiftly gestured for silence and continued to hide in the corner, observing discreetly. The study door slowly opened, and to their surprise, the first to emerge was none other than Fang Qian. He had his hands clasped behind his back, a relaxed smile gracing his face, unchanged from when he entered. Not a single wrinkle marred his clothing. What could be the reason? Had he not been beaten? Tang's parents exchanged puzzled glances. This was not at all what they had anticipated. Soon after, Wang Long also stepped out of the study, but his demeanor had transformed entirely. Gone was the arrogant bravado. Instead, he appeared slightly hunched and cautious, as if fearful of offending Fang Qian. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Wang Long's two lackeys hurriedly approached. Brother Wang, what's wrong? Are you all right? Wang Long shot them a glare. What could possibly be wrong with me? From now on, whenever you see Brother Fang, you must address him as elder brother and show some manners. Do not be so disrespectful. The two brothers stood there, utterly baffled. What was happening? Hadn't they come to stir up trouble? Instead, they seemed to have diminished their own status. Fang Qian strode confidently into the living room and turned to Wang Long. Brother Wang, why not stay for dinner? I may have a few friends joining shortly to discuss business. Wang Long immediately shuddered at the thought. Friends? Business associates? Those were reckless lunatics. He had no desire to mingle with such individuals. He quickly waved his hand. No, Brother Fang, you know I am quite uncouth. It would be unfortunate to create a scene and ruin the evening for everyone. I shall return to dine with my brothers. I wouldn't want to intrude. If you find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to let me know, and I will rally my brothers to assist. Do not consider me an outsider. After speaking, he hurriedly rushed outside. In the room, the round-faced individual, who had been secretly preparing to call the police, was left utterly dumbfounded. The admiration in his gaze directed at Fang Qian was beyond words. Chapter 22. The news from the warehouse. As soon as Wang Long emerged, Tang's parents, who had been anxiously awaiting at the door, rushed towards him with questions. Wang Ge, what happened? Why did you let that boy off so easily? Tang Ma exclaimed, her hands clapping in agitation. Oh dear, you weren't deceived by that scoundrel again, were you? We know full well his background and connections. You must suddenly. A resounding slap echoed through the air. Before Tang Ma could finish her sentence, Wang Long had struck her across the face. Tang Ba, standing nearby, was not spared. He too found himself on the ground, disoriented from the blow. The two elderly individuals sat in a corner, exchanging glances that revealed the crimson imprints of fingers upon their faces, already beginning to swell. Wang Long had restrained some of his strength, for otherwise, with his muscular build, a single strike could have rendered them unconscious. With a cold snort, Wang Long spat. You foolish old fools, coming to deceive me without any understanding. Consider this a lesson. Should you dare to speak recklessly again, do not expect my courtesy. After delivering his warning, he turned and pressed the elevator button. While waiting, he cast a fierce glance back at Tang's parents, causing them to tremble, their heads bowed in fear. Remember this, he cautioned. Do not bring trouble upon my brother Fang again. Otherwise, you shall reap the consequences. In the agonizing wait that felt like an eternity, Wang Long and his two subordinates finally departed in the elevator. Only then did Tang's parents dare to rise unsteadily, supporting one another, their eyes brimming with tears. What has this come to? Tang Ma fumed, her anger boiling over. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. She turned her gaze towards Fang Qian, her eyes filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Tang Ba, inhaling deeply from his cigarette, seethed with rage. It was utterly vexing to be struck without the ability to retaliate. After a moment of contemplation, he reasoned, it appears Fang Qian speaks the truth. He must possess a lucrative opportunity that has compelled Wang Long to lend him money willingly. Upon hearing this, Tang Ma jumped up in alarm. What shall we do? If that's the case, he could genuinely earn millions a month. We cannot allow him to leave so easily. If he wishes to marry our Xiaorou, he must divulge the details of this profitable venture and increase the bride price, at least 10 million. Reflecting on the grievances they had endured recently, Tang's parents felt their indignation swell. This mounting frustration could only be alleviated through financial means. Tang Ba gently patted Tang Ma's back, attempting to console her. Enough, my dear. Do not let your anger consume you. The more money Fang Qian earns, the happier we should be. It will eventually be ours. As long as his heart remains with our Xiaorou, he cannot fly too far. Just look at how much he has spent on renovating this house. What could be his intention? The property has indeed been transferred to our family S. Irwin, and it is only a matter of time before he vacates. Yet, he is still willing to spend money on renovations. This clearly indicates his desire to please our dear Xiaorou, who is particularly fond of her brother Irwin. He has merely become a bit inflated with his recent earnings, perhaps hoping to elevate his status within our family. We shall indulge him for the moment. In a few days, he will return to normalcy. Father Tang's analysis resonated deeply with Mother Tang, for who would foolishly invest in the renovation of another's home? With a disdainful snort, she cast a glance at Fang Qian's door, thinking, no matter how arrogant you are, in the end, you'll still be on your knees calling for your parents. It is baffling how these young people are so concerned with appearances, due to Wang Long's prior warning. The couple dared not confront Fang Qian, so they could only retreat down the stairs, heads hanging low as they returned home. Inside the house, Dayuan, with a face full of admiration, sidled up to Fang Qian, exclaiming, Boss Fang, you truly are remarkable. Even a bully like him was intimidated by you. I dread dealing with such people. Fang Qian chuckled heartily. Isn't that obvious? Any sane person would avoid interactions with such lawless individuals. Life is already exhausting enough without the added worry of one's safety. Seated at the dining table, Fang Qian resumed his work with documents and a calculator. Come. Let us continue with our previous tasks and calculate the material and design costs to determine how much I owe you. He was eager to dispatch this group swiftly to test the capabilities of his mythical backpack. The first mythical item had brought him immeasurable convenience, and he wondered how powerful the mythical refuge could be. Revived by the prospect of regaining what was lost, Dayuan's excitement surged, and he exhibited more than double his usual work efficiency. Within minutes, he had calculated all the terms. Following the customary 20% down payment, Fang Qian disbursed 3 million. With a jovial pat on his belly, Dayuan exclaimed, Boss Fang, I truly appreciate your trust in our studio. How about I treat you to a splendid dinner tonight? We could also indulge in some unique entertainment options. What do you think? With a cheeky wink, he hinted at the kind of entertainment he had in mind. Fang Qian, understanding without needing to inquire, merely waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Women only hinder my ability to earn. You all go enjoy yourselves. Dayuan felt a tinge of regret, finding Boss Fang increasingly enigmatic. Not only was he young and wealthy enough to design such a house, but he could also effortlessly handle a ruffian like Wang Long. It would be advantageous to establish a connection with him. Yet, alas, the opportunity seemed elusive. Just as he prepared to leave, Fang Qian suddenly inquired, by the way, there is something I genuinely wish to ask you. A radiant smile suddenly illuminated the round face, and the small eyes narrowed to mere slits. Mr. Fang, feel free to speak. I shall certainly assist you with all my might. Leaning back in his chair, Fang Qian inquired. I have researched and found that the largest warehouse in Chong'an City is likely the Port Warehouse District. Recently, I have been considering renting a space to store some goods and would like to conduct an on-site inspection. I wonder if you have any connections? With a hearty slap on his thigh, De Yuan exclaimed, Ah, Mr. Fang, you have truly come to the right person. I happen to have a brother who is a supervisor in the Port Warehouse District. I shall give him a call. He would be more than willing to personally guide you through the area. However, Fang Qian shook his head. No, I do not require a guide. I merely wish to wander through and observe the condition of the warehouses myself. I prefer solitude, as you are aware. De Yuan appeared somewhat perplexed. The warehouse district sprawled over an expansive area, and the complexity of the various warehouses was considerable. Without a guide, one would likely find themselves utterly bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Mr. Fang, your request is indeed peculiar, but it should not pose a problem. I will ask my brother to procure a work permit for you. You can enter as a staff member and freely explore the different warehouses. Fang Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had merely inquired casually, not expecting a viable solution. With joy, He retrieved a stack of cash from his pocket and handed each of the yuan and his subordinates 10,000 yuan in cash, saying, "Excellent. This is a bonus for our collaboration. I am very satisfied with your service. Please keep an eye on matters concerning the port district for me. My time is limited." With the heavy cash in hand, everyone was elated. De Yuan confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Fang. That brother is a close comrade of mine. With a simple word from me, he can have everything arranged within a day. I will personally send someone to deliver the work permit to you." After exchanging pleasantries, De Yuan and his subordinates took their leave. Fang Qian closed the door and exhaled deeply, gazing at the completed refuge with immense excitement. The next step was crucial, transforming it with the mythical hand. He slowly raised his right hand, observing the mysterious patterns on the back of his hand. The patterns emitted a soft golden glow, seemingly brimming with boundless divine power. Fang Qian silently prayed for a potent ability to manifest. There was only 1 week left. If the mythical hand could not endow the dwelling with formidable defensive capabilities, he would need to expedite further modifications. At the very least, reinforcing the walls and door with steel plates, which would be quite troublesome. Recalling the method from his last usage, Fang Qian gently pressed his hand against the floor, beginning to manipulate the cosmic energy within the mythical hand with his thoughts. The sensation mirrored that of his previous experience. As the energy continuously flowed into the house from his hands, Fang Qian felt a profound connection with the dwelling. A few minutes later, the energy was completely depleted once more. In his mind, all the capabilities of the mythical sanctuary emerged. Chapter 23. The Mythical Sanctuary. The mythical backpack possesses 2 remarkable abilities: infinite storage space and the power to freeze time. The newly transformed mythical sanctuary similarly boasts 2 exceptional capabilities: eternal defense and a personal domain. Eternal defense, as the name suggests, ensures that this dwelling exists perpetually and remains impervious to destruction. This concept is firmly grounded in established principles. Fang Qian's hands trembled with excitement. With this newfound power, he no longer feared external threats while resting within his abode. Neither aircraft nor artillery, nor even meteorites descending from the heavens, could obliterate this sanctuary. Remarkable, truly remarkable. As for the second ability, the personal domain signifies Fang Qian's absolute control over his residence. Not only does he possess a comprehensive view of every nook and cranny within, but he can also manipulate everything at will. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he immediately decided to conduct an experiment. Without hesitation, he retrieved a hefty hammer from the tool cabinet and struck it forcefully against the wall. The impact resonated with a dull thud, and the backlash sent tingles through his hands, causing him to stagger backward a couple of steps. Yet, upon looking up, he was astounded to find that not a single flake of plaster had fallen from the wall. Fang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Such an occurrence would have been utterly impossible before. Given the force of his strike, the cement should have shattered, leaving a substantial hole. Yet now not even a trace remained. Is this the essence of eternal defense? He mused, imagining that should adversaries attempt to assault him in the future, even if the entire building were to collapse, his sanctuary would remain unscathed. This was beyond the realm of scientific explanation. However, Fang Qian pondered anew. Given that the world had already descended into chaos, did science still hold significance? He then proceeded to explore the wonders of his personal domain. Gazing at the hammer that lay on the ground, he concentrated, and to his astonishment, the hammer soared as if it had sprouted wings, swiftly returning to its designated place in the toolbox, landing precisely without deviation. It was quicker and less laborious than if Fang Qian had retrieved it himself. He even sensed a vague intuition that this ability could extend beyond mere objects, potentially allowing him to influence living beings as well. In other words, should he choose to invite others to reside in this sanctuary with him in the future, it would pose no risk. Every move they made would be under his vigilant observation. He could subdue them in an instant, should he desire their demise. Indeed, a sense of security enveloped him. Fang Qian understood that despite his resolve to trust no one, human beings are inherently social creatures. It was likely that he would welcome other trustworthy companions to share his dwelling. Yet, one can know a person's face, but never their heart. Even if someone seemed reliable at present, who could predict how they might change in the future? Living under the same roof with such individuals inevitably carried an element of uncertainty. The existence of a personal domain can perfectly alleviate his concerns in this regard. Fang Qian gently caressed his right hand. Indeed, the hand of myth is formidable. This is his most crucial reliance for survival in this frigid apocalypse. It appears that no further thought is necessary in the realm of architectural design. The next matter to address is the warehouse he has long been contemplating. According to the information etched in his memory, Tang Jiaro is currently entangled with a young heir from the illustrious Ma family of the capital. This family is a true behemoth. The young Master Ma is planning to establish an enormous 7-story shopping mall in Chaoyan City. This will be the largest commercial center in the city. The building's decoration, it is certain, cannot be completed before the onset of the apocalypse. However, the supplies intended for the grand opening have long been prepared, currently stored at the docks. It is said to fill 7 colossal warehouses to the brim, encompassing a comprehensive array of daily necessities, medicines, food, appliances, and tools. One could say it is the most diverse assortment imaginable. In his previous life, Tangiaro and the young Master Ma were able to lead a lavish life even amidst the impending frigid storm, entirely relying on the provisions within those warehouses and the staff under the Ma family's employ. Now that Fang Qian has returned, he cannot allow them such comfort. The vast trove of supplies, worth billions, will all fall into his grasp. With that material combined with his mythical backpack, he could live for 8 lifetimes and still not deplete its resources. To this end, Fang Qian has conceived a remarkably perfect plan. Everything is prepared. He merely awaits the Yuan to deliver the necessary credentials from the internal staff into his hands. Seated at the dining table, he casually retrieves a steak from his mythical backpack. Upon unwrapping it, steam still rises, making it his dinner for the evening. One must admit, the ability of the mythical backpack to freeze time is truly extraordinary. He need not even reheat it. As he dines, Fang Qian begins to ponder if there are any oversights. Approximately 7 days remain until the apocalypse erupts. His funds are nearly exhausted, leaving him with just over $1 million. Once the apocalypse strikes, this money will become worthless. He must hasten to spend it all. Suddenly, an idea strikes him as he gazes out the window. The building that had caused his demise in his past life is almost universally implicated. Even after his death, they await their next meal with ravenous hunger, entirely forgetting who allowed them to survive for so long. If vengeance is to be sought, merely causing their deaths is insufficient. They must perish before his very eyes to truly satisfy his wrath. Fang Qian secretly plots to enlist professionals to establish a surveillance system. Ideally, it should encompass every alley and room within this building. He intends to monitor the entire structure continuously, witnessing their desperate struggles in the face of the apocalypse. Of course, this also delves into illicit territory, not easily attainable in a short span. Fortunately, he is engaged in the internet industry, which provides him with channels to seek technical talent in this field. He promptly reached out to some trusted friends from his past, requesting their assistance in this endeavor, confident that news would soon follow. At the entrance of the community, Manager Liang limped as she approached. Upon seeing her, the security guard hurried over, eager to offer support. "Oh dear, Manager Liang, what happened to your leg?" Manager Liang brushed her sweat-drenched bangs aside with a weary hand, her large chest heaving with exhaustion and frustration. "What do you think happened? It's all that damn Fang Qian's fault. Today, he recklessly drove his taxi through a barrier, startling me and causing me to fall. I think my leg is fractured. Thankfully, the injury is not severe. With a fortnight of rest, I should recover." The security guard quickly flattered her. "Manager Liang, this cannot go unpunished. He directly damaged our railing and caused you harm. He must compensate you handsomely." Manager Liang shot him a disdainful glance. "Do I need you to remind me? I've already consulted a lawyer, but mere monetary compensation won't satisfy my anger. I must ensure that he faces dire consequences." Her mind raced with thoughts of how to bring misfortune upon Fang Qian. At that moment, she spotted Wang Long exiting the community. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a shaved head and tattoos, he exuded an intimidating aura. He was one of the few residents that even Manager Liang dared not provoke. In that instant, an idea struck her. With her cane in hand, she limped toward Wang Long. From a distance, Wang Long noticed Manager Liang's pitiful state and her labored breaths, igniting a flicker of wicked delight in his eyes. He had long been intrigued by this alluring woman. "Manager Liang, what happened to you? Who has wronged you so?" he greeted with a smile. As she approached him, Manager Liang feigned instability and stumbled forward, landing in Wang Long's embrace. The softness of her form pressed against his chest stirred something within him. In a weary yet coy tone, she lamented, "Oh, it's that Fang Qian, truly lawless. He drove his taxi straight into me today, nearly taking my life. I feel so wronged." Upon hearing that name, Wang Long was jolted back to reality. Yet, Manager Liang remained oblivious to the shift in atmosphere as she continued, "Brother Wang, you're so formidable. Surely you can deal with Fang Qian, right? If you can help me with this, I would be willing to grant you a small request." With that, she lifted her gaze and cast a flirtatious glance at him. But in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air as a massive hand struck her face. With a loud crack, Manager Liang was sent sprawling into a nearby flower bed, her mouth full of dirt. Wang Long spat on the ground, exclaiming, "You brazen woman. My willingness to engage with you is a favor. How dare you impose conditions upon me? Do you believe yourself worthy?" Chapter 24. The Dock Warehouse District. Wang Long left in a hurry. He had only just managed to reconcile with Fang Qian and dispel their misunderstandings. And now he was being sent to trouble others. Wasn't he that akin to courting death? The individual he was meant to confront dealt in arms or drugs. Those were the kinds of people who had no regard for their lives. How could he dare provoke them? In the flower bed, Manager Liang, her face smeared with mud, sat up and touched her swollen cheek, tears welling in her eyes. How dare you strike me? You actually had the audacity to hit me. She seethed, watching Wang Long's retreating figure, her teeth clenched in a silent curse. The image of Fang Qian soon surfaced in her mind, fueling her anger further. All the misfortunes of the day seemed to be intertwined with that reckless youth. She vowed to herself, just wait. I will ensure that you both pay dearly for today's deeds. In the ensuing 4 days, Fang Qian chose not to venture outside. Instead, he reveled in his sanctuary, the mythical refuge. After its transformation, these 2 mythical abilities had become utterly indispensable to him. Seated on the plush sofa, he found he did not even need to reach for the remote. It hovered beside him, seamlessly switching channels with the mere flick of his thoughts. It was extraordinarily convenient. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. With a slight tilt of his head to the left, he noted a laptop perched on the adjacent empty table. The screen displayed a globally popular online competitive game, League of Legends. He had no need to physically engage. The mouse on the table glided swiftly, and the keyboard acted autonomously, executing commands effortlessly. Within the game, the character he controlled, the blind monk, executed a flawless 7-star kick amidst a throng of opponents, turning the tide of battle with grace. The chat box overflowed with admiration. Awesome, bro. Are you a professional? Your positioning is incredibly sharp. Impressive, brother. How old are you? Interested in turning pro? I'm the manager of a club. Fang Qian watched this unfold, laughing heartily. Had he possessed such an ability before? Without the looming threat of an apocalypse, he could have indeed pursued a professional gaming career. After all, he did not need to lift a finger. The computer would execute actions based on his will, far surpassing the speed of an ordinary player, and with nearly no margin for error. During these 4 days, aside from familiarizing himself with his home, he dedicated the majority of his time to gaming. He played for a full 4 days, racking up over 100 matches, with losses that could be counted on one hand. It was astonishing. Fang Qian glanced at the calendar on the wall and sighed regretfully. What a pity. Only 3 days of good fortune remain. I must attend to my final matters. Notably, during this 4-day period, 2 significant events transpired. Firstly, designer De Yuan indeed managed to procure the internal pass for the dock warehouse district. With this credential, he could access all warehouses within the entire storage area as an insider, freely exploring at his leisure. Secondly, through the introduction of a friend, he had indeed made the acquaintance of a talented individual specializing in cutting-edge technology. Upon learning that Fang Qian intended to install surveillance cameras in every corridor and room of the entire building, the individual praised him for his eccentricity. Eventually, they struck a deal for 1 million. However, the installation would take an additional 2 days, as it was no simple task. Caution was paramount to avoid detection. If discovered, everyone would face dire consequences. Fortunately, Fang Qian consistently assured them that even if the situation were to unravel, they would not be implicated. Otherwise, no one would be willing to take such a risk. After lunch, Fang Qian hastily freshened up and took a cab to the dock warehouse area. There was a reason for the delay over these last 2 days. The matter at hand was fraught with risk, even if they could evade the scrutiny of the police. Retaliation from the Ma family was a distinct possibility. Had he acted sooner, it was likely that he would have had no time to manage other affairs over the past month. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed a row of elite security personnel armed with weapons stationed on either side, all standing tall and alert. Clearly, they had undergone specialized training, with many being veterans. Every person and vehicle entering or exiting would undergo rigorous scrutiny. As Fang Qian approached, he was immediately halted by one of the security officers. Sir, please stop. This is a restricted warehouse area, and entry without an internal escort is not permitted. Fang Qian was well aware of this rule prior to his arrival. The warehouses in this area contained goods from various manufacturers throughout Heavy Cloud City, including some high-value items. Allowing outsiders to enter could lead to irreparable losses for which no one could bear responsibility. At this moment, the internal access pass proved to be of utmost importance. Fang Qian retrieved his work badge from his pocket, and the security officer's demeanor shifted to one of welcome. Ah, a colleague. Please proceed, but do exercise caution. Fang Qian nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your hard work. He then stepped into the warehouse area. As he surveyed the expanse, he noted that the dock warehouses numbered in the thousands, each with its unique characteristics. The largest boasted an area of over 10,000 square meters, while the smaller ones measured a few hundred. Depending on the type of goods stored, the configurations varied accordingly. For instance, warehouses designated for automobiles were equipped with cranes and extensive conveyor belts, while those for frozen foods had built-in refrigeration systems. Fang Qian wandered aimlessly through the complex, occasionally utilizing his access card to enter other warehouses for inspection, relishing the experience. This also served as a facade for his true intentions. In the warehouses already in use, there were typically staff members assigned by the respective companies at the entrances. Upon encountering these personnel, Fang Qian would present his work ID, asserting that he was an internal employee conducting safety inspections, and he had never faced any difficulties. After a thorough exploration, he finally spotted the Ma family's commercial sign. At last, he had arrived. He immediately moved in that direction. As he approached, he realized that the staff at the Ma family's warehouse were entirely different from the others. A few warehouse managers had set up a small table in the open space at the entrance, grilling skewers while drinking and playing cards, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Fang Qian had initially devised a plan in his mind on how to cleverly gain access to the warehouse for a visit. However, it now seemed futile. He confidently strolled towards the interior of the warehouse in front of several individuals, encountering no obstruction whatsoever. Once he had fully entered the warehouse, a somewhat inebriated warehouse manager at the entrance lifted his head and remarked, "Hey, brothers, I think a staff member just went in. Should we go ask?" Another warehouse manager immediately waved his hand dismissively, saying, "So what if a staff member went in? It's not like you haven't seen it before. They're probably just here to check equipment or investigate contraband. This has nothing to do with us. Let him be. Besides, this is Ma's merchandise. In this small town of Chongyun, who would dare to offend the Ma family?" Upon hearing this, the nearby warehouse managers erupted into hearty laughter, eagerly filling their cups with more alcohol. "Our brother sees things clearly. Come, let us continue eating and drinking. Who cares about anything else?" After entering the warehouse, Fang Qian confirmed that these individuals had no intention of coming in to check. He cautiously closed the door behind him. The goods belonging to the Ma family's business filled a total of 7 warehouses. Fang Qian glanced around, and to his astonishment, he discovered an astonishing variety of merchandise, far beyond anything he had ever encountered. Whatever products he could imagine were all present. Even the frozen meats in the cold storage were of exceptional quality. Just a single slice of beef would be top-tier A5 Wagyu. What a tremendous profit. He couldn't help but recall how he had struggled to gather resources in his past life. While Tang Jiaro and young Master Ma basked in the luxury of such a vast warehouse, living lives of privilege, the feeling in his heart was unbearable. "In this lifetime, I shall leave you with not a single grain of rice." During his previous investigations, he had discovered a significant flaw in the dock warehouse area. All the surveillance cameras were installed only at the entrance, monitoring the entry and exit of personnel and goods. There were no cameras inside the warehouse, likely due to the demands of various companies, as this constituted confidential information for them. The absence of surveillance provided Fang Qian with immense convenience. He slowly removed the mythical backpack from his shoulder and unzipped it. As he wandered aimlessly through the warehouse, he began to manipulate the backpack with his mind. To his astonishment, the various packages within the warehouse began to levitate, soaring through the air towards him as if they had sprouted wings. If this scene were to occur on the streets, one might genuinely believe it was the descent of a celestial being. Chapter 25, Supplies Acquired. Ma family suffers heavy losses. The abundance of resources within these 7 warehouses was overwhelming. Even with Fang Qian's utilization of the mythical backpack, it took him over an hour to transport everything. Countless varieties of vegetables, fruits, rice, flour, and oil were piled high. A mere glance into his mythical backpack revealed a mountain of supplies, filling him with an immense sense of security. How splendid! With such a rich stockpile, I could survive 1,000 years in this apocalypse. However, the thought of living for a millennium sparked a flicker of concern within Fang Qian. It was the dread of mortality. Although he now possessed the mythical shelter and backpack, ensuring his survival during the end times, the limitations of human life are inescapable. The frailty of the human body could lead to death from various ailments before long. Fortunately, the warehouse of the Ma family also housed a vast array of medical equipment and pharmaceuticals. By dedicating his spare time to self-educating in medical knowledge, he could significantly extend his lifespan. Yet, that alone was insufficient. At that moment, ambition ignited within Fang Qian's eyes. Merely prolonging his life did not satisfy him. He yearned for eternal existence, for immortality. Slowly lowering his head, he gazed at the mysterious patterns on his right hand. Could the hand of myth grant me eternal life? The thought startled him, yet given the current manifestations of power from the hand of myth, it seemed a distinct possibility, albeit requiring extensive exploration and development. Setting aside his tumultuous thoughts, he adjusted his attire, hoisted the mythical backpack onto his shoulders, and strode confidently out of the warehouse. A sidelong glance revealed the nearby warehouse managers, who, after more than an hour, were utterly intoxicated, sprawled over tables, even snoring softly. A subtle smile graced Fang Qian's lips. "I have taken what I need. The ensuing mess is left for the Ma family to handle. Farewell." Should you still possess the breath to bid me adieu? Fang Qian continued to feign nonchalance, wandering about the dock warehouse area for a few moments before departing. Due to his empty hands, even the security personnel at the entrance did not subject him to rigorous scrutiny. As nightfall gradually descended, the warehouse managers began to awaken one by one. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals clad in identical work attire approached from afar, calling out, "Drinking during the day again? If anything goes awry with the warehouse goods, even tin heads would tea suffice to roll." The managers at the table stood up, laughing heartily. "Brother, what nonsense are you speaking? This is my family's merchandise. Who would dare cause trouble? Besides, the warehouse district has its own security personnel. We are merely here for appearances. Enough with the chatter. Let us get on with the shift change." The responsibilities of warehouse management required round-the-clock vigilance, thus dividing the duties into day and night shifts. As dusk descends, it marks the arrival of the night shift. The night shift worker scoffs, "Hold on, I need to conduct a thorough inspection." The day shift employees, inebriated and impatient, retort, "Go ahead, take your time, look at you, trembling." As the night worker pulls open the warehouse door and steps inside, he is immediately struck by terror. His legs trembling beneath him. It is empty, completely devoid of any goods. The drunken day shift workers stumble in behind him, asking, "Well, what did I tell you?" Yet, before they can finish, their pupils dilate in horror. Gazing at the barren warehouse, they collapse onto the floor, exclaiming, "What happened to the goods?" In that moment, the gravity of the situation dawns upon them, prompting a frenzied dash to the other warehouses. 2 minutes later, they reconvene at the main entrance, their faces ashen with fear. All 7 warehouses stand empty. Even more distressing is the realization that not only have the goods been stolen, but all the transport vehicles, including forklifts and trucks, have vanished without a trace. Enraged, the night shift worker seizes a few of the drunken men, delivering several sharp slaps to their faces, blood streaming from their noses. "Damn it, is this what you call nothing to worry about? How are we supposed to explain this to Master Ma?" The burly day shift workers, with tears brimming in their eyes, understand the severity of the consequences. They serve the Ma family and are well aware of their ruthless reputation, especially that of Master Ma, the one overseeing this project, a true enforcer. Though he may appear affable, his wrath can obliterate one in an instant. The stolen goods from these 7 warehouses are valued at a staggering 800 million. When factoring in initial investments and losses incurred from delays in the market opening, the total damages exceed $1 billion. For these mere mortals, even the sacrifice of their entire families would scarcely suffice to compensate for such a loss. In despair, they plead, "Brother, what shall we do?" The night worker, managing to remain composed, takes a deep breath and states, "Let us not rush to contact Master Ma just yet. We must see if we can redeem ourselves. First, let's report to the police. If we can recover the goods, Master Ma may only chastise us verbally. But if we fail, you ought to prepare your farewell letters." The theft of goods worth 800 million is no trivial matter. Before long, a dozen officers arrive to secure the scene, summoning the warehouse district manager. After a thorough inspection, the chief officer displays a look of disbelief. How is this possible? 800 million worth of goods and so many vehicles just vanished into thin air? This is outrageous. Even with years of investigative experience, the chief is left in a state of shock. In his mind, this case should have been straightforward. After all, 800 million is no small sum. Even the transportation of goods by truck necessitates dozens of vehicles to accomplish the task. Such a formidable fleet, under surveillance, would be more conspicuous than the sun itself. Yet, upon reviewing the surveillance footage and the traces left at the scene, they found not a single clue. The warehouse manager was utterly bewildered. Having overseen this warehouse for over a decade, he had never encountered such a lapse. 800 million. How could they possibly compensate for that? His voice quivered with despair as he grasped the sheriff's sleeve, imploring, "Sheriff, please investigate thoroughly. This loss is truly beyond our means to bear. Moreover, the Ma family will undoubtedly seek retribution." The sheriff furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the Ma family's notorious reputation. Frankly, the deeds of certain elite families could be more repugnant than those of the most infamous criminal organizations. He sighed, "I can only promise to do my best." Turning to the few warehouse staff reeking of alcohol, a flicker of disdain danced in his eyes. If it weren't for their duty, they would not have entangled themselves in such a predicament. "I will first inquire of you all, did anyone else approach this warehouse today?" After a brief moment of contemplation, one of the day shift workers stood up. "Indeed, there was someone. At the time, we were drinking and paid him no mind. He wore an internal staff badge, and we assumed he was here for maintenance checks, so we didn't think much of it." Upon hearing this, the sheriff's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could this individual be the key to solving the case? He quickly retrieved the surveillance footage from the nearby manager, examining it from beginning to end. The footage revealed that this young man entered through the main gate and exited an hour and 20 minutes later. This was certainly suspicious. If he was merely inspecting the premises, such a duration seemed excessive. Upon recognizing Fang Qian's face, the manager interjected, "He isn't one of our internal staff. He should be an external visitor. But why was he accompanied by a guide? This is quite suspicious. Could he be the culprit?" However, the sheriff shook his head. Not necessarily. He entered and exited empty-handed, save for a small bag no larger than a palm, which leaves no room for concealing anything substantial. It is hardly plausible that he could stuff all the goods from those 7 warehouses into that tiny backpack. Moreover, the surveillance records indicated that he not only visited the Ma family's 7 warehouses but also toured the storage areas of other companies. Some of those warehouses held equally valuable goods, yet only this location experienced theft. The assembled crowd fell silent, as the investigation seemed to have reached an impasse once more. Chapter 26. Tangjiao is assaulted. Nevertheless, Fang Qian remained their sole beacon of hope. The police chief transmitted the surveillance footage back to the command center. And through the database, he swiftly retrieved Fang Qian's personal information and contact details. He proceeded to call Fang Qian directly at the scene. A young man's voice, laced with a hint of languor, answered the phone. "Hello. Who am I speaking to?" "Greetings. This is the Chongyan City Police Department. I am Chief Zhao, and I wish to clarify a few matters with you." A slightly bewildered voice responded. "The police department? I don't recall having committed any offenses recently. Please, go ahead." The chief cut to the chase. "You visited the dock warehouse district this afternoon. What was your purpose?" "Ah, that was for business," Fang Qian replied. "I plan to open a large restaurant and recently procured numerous related supplies, thus I needed to rent a warehouse. I heard that the dock warehouse district is the safest and most well-equipped, so I went to have a look." The chief furrowed his brow. The reason provided seemed quite plausible, lacking any grounds for suspicion. He continued, "According to the surveillance, you spent an hour and 20 minutes in the warehouse area managed by the Ma family. May I inquire what you were doing inside?" Fang Qian maintained. "I didn't do anything. Those 7 warehouses were completely empty. What could I possibly do? I merely strolled around to see if the cold storage was suitable for preserving kitchen ingredients. I was a bit fatigued from my wanderings, so I found a spot to sit for a while. That's not illegal, is it?" Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a jolt of shock. The chief, pressing urgently, asked, "Wait a moment, you just mentioned there was nothing inside? Are you implying that you saw no goods when you entered?" "Exactly. Where would the goods be? Those 7 warehouses were the emptiest I have ever seen. There was absolutely nothing." The chief's breath quickened. He seemed to have caught on to something significant. "Very well. Let us pause here for now. Mr. Fang, would it be convenient for you to come to the police station later for a face-to-face inquiry?" "Certainly. I will arrive punctually later." After hanging up, the chief, in a fit of anger, once again interrogated the warehouse personnel. "You lot better come clean. Can you confirm that the goods were indeed lost today?" At this, both the day and night shift workers appeared flustered. Under normal circumstances, they could not fathom how such a considerable amount of goods could simply vanish. They also found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to meddle in the Ma family's business. Therefore, during the handover between shifts, it was quite common for them to neglect checking the warehouse doors. Reflecting on their last formal inspection of the inventory, it seemed to have been 3 or 4 days prior. After hearing their accounts, the chief erupted in anger. "Are you fools truly handling your duties this way? The likelihood is that this batch of goods was stolen 3 or 4 days ago. Damn it. We need to retrieve all surveillance footage from the past 3 or 4 days and meticulously scrutinize the entries and exits of individuals." The workload has multiplied exponentially. The officers on site were seething with anger. It is conceivable that even if we return today to commence overtime reviewing the footage, it will likely take around 2 days to complete. Furthermore, we must verify the identity information of each individual who entered or exited the warehouse area, along with vehicle details. This case has become exceedingly troublesome. The warehouse staff present were trembling with fear. The inability to resolve this issue immediately signifies that the news will soon reach Master Ma. The fate awaiting them will be profoundly tragic. "Ah, young Master Ma, this handbag is exceedingly valuable, costing over 300,000. The money spent on it could entirely transform the lives of impoverished children in disaster-stricken areas." Tangjiao cradled a luxurious handbag in her hands, tears glistening in her eyes, uncertain whether from joy or emotion. Beside her, the rotund young Master Ma laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What is this amount of money, Cheryl? Take it, since you are with me. You can have as many of such bags as you desire in the future. I adore your kind and innocent nature." A trace of delight appeared on Tangjiao's face. Yet she continued to shake her head, insisting, "No, no, it's too precious. Young Master Ma, your money is earned through your hard work. How could I squander it like this?" Though she verbally refused, Tang Jiao's hands were already gripping the handbag tightly, unable to resist its allure. Her repeated hesitations were merely a facade to embellish her own character. She cared little for the impoverished children of remote areas, her mind solely preoccupied with the opulent bag. Over 300,000, she could post on social media upon her return, elevating her status. After a couple of days, when she grew weary of it, she could resell it in the second-hand market for around 200,000. What a profit! The salesgirl at the nearby counter regarded Tang Jiao with disdain. Having encountered countless individuals, she effortlessly discerned the true nature of this pretentious girl. However, since this was her client and sale, she could not afford to offer any admonitions. Without so many gullible customers, her performance would not be nearly as commendable. Young Master Ma relished the thrill of purchasing items for Tang Jiao. In his eyes, each acquisition elicited excitement and gratitude from this naive girl. It was only in such moments that he felt undeniably masculine. Just as he was about to insist that Tang Jiao accept the gift, his phone rang suddenly. He furrowed his brows. Who is this insolent fool interrupting my pleasure at such an hour? Complaints aside, he answered the call. Young Master Ma, we have a serious situation. The batch of goods at the dock warehouse has been lost. What? Speak clearly. Which batch? Explain it to me. Young Master Ma was taken aback. Rising to his feet in shock, the caller meticulously recounted the entire sequence of events regarding this matter. Young Master Ma felt as though the world was spinning around him, nearly losing consciousness. Useless, utterly useless. What purpose do you serve for me? That amounts to over 800 million. You scoundrels, hurry up and find it. I refuse to believe that so many items could simply vanish. His fury was palpable as he slammed his luxury smartphone onto the counter. With a resounding crash, both the phone and the glass counter shattered into fragments. The sheer intensity of his rage sent shivers down the spines of Tang Jiao and the salesgirl beside her. In a cold tone, Master Ma addressed Tang Jiao. Come, accompany me to the dock. Just as he was about to rise, Tang Jiao cast a reluctant glance at her opulent handbag, hesitating. Master Ma, shall we still purchase this bag? No sooner had the words left her lips than a resounding slap echoed through the air. Master Ma's bloodied hand came crashing against Tang Jiao's face, leaving her with a ruptured eardrum and collapsing to the ground. In a fit of fury, Master Ma bellowed, Bye. What nonsense! Do you not see that I have pressing matters at hand? With that, he turned and strode away, indifferent to the plight of the fallen Tang Jiao. Staggering to her feet, Tang Jiao wiped the blood from her face with trembling hands, trailing behind Master Ma in silence, fearing to utter a single word. She had never witnessed him in such a rage and was thoroughly intimidated. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he was her most significant benefactor at present. Even if it meant enduring a slap or worse, she felt compelled to remain by his side. The salesgirl at the counter, witnessing Tang Jiao's pitiful state, could not suppress a smirk. She deserved it. This is the fate of those who cling to wealthy patrons. A colleague nearby jested, isn't that just envy? A bag worth over 300,000, given away just like that. Truly, he is the heir of the Ma family. The salesgirl tilted her head defiantly, responding, I could never be attracted to such a rotund man. What good is wealth? He beats me every few days. Do I earn money just to pay for medical bills? I would much prefer to find someone who genuinely cares for me. A $30,000 bag and my $30 bag can hold the same amount of items. Her colleagues chuckled and shook their heads, reminiscing about their own naive beginnings in society, yearning for true love. It was only through the trials of life that they came to realize that in this world, wealth reigns supreme. Chapter 27. The impending catastrophe. Half an hour later, Master Ma, accompanied by Tang Jiao, hurriedly arrived at the dock warehouse area. The sheriff and other relevant personnel were still waiting there. Upon arrival, without uttering a word, Master Ma rolled up his sleeves and delivered a resounding slap to each of the dozen warehouse staff members present. The sharp sound of slaps echoed through the vast warehouse. The sheriff merely turned aside, feigning ignorance. After administering a series of slaps, Master Ma was left panting heavily. You worthless scoundrels. How can you lose so many items so easily? Are those two round objects in your eye sockets your testicles? The warehouse staff lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. At that moment, Master Ma wrinkled his brow and sniffed. What? You lot still reek of alcohol? Impressive, drinking on my dime, are we? Look at the losses you've caused me. You might as well write your own letters of farewell. I trust you know how to do that. Hearing this, the sheriff coughed twice. Young Master Ma, threatening lives is against the law. No matter the financial loss, it pales in comparison to human life. I hope you refrain from breaking the law. Master Ma suppressed his fury, forcing a smile. I am well aware of the law. I have a team of lawyers at my disposal. By the way, Sheriff, have you uncovered any leads during your night-long investigation? If the case isn't resolved swiftly, I shall not hesitate to file a complaint against you. Before the sheriff could respond, a nearby officer, inflamed with indignation, retorted, "You are incredibly rude. Just because you have money, you think you're superior? We came to assist you in solving this case, and yet you threaten us instead. Is this how you conduct yourself?" Before he could utter another word, the sheriff swiftly pulled him aside. Master Ma glared at the young officer with a malevolent gaze, silently memorizing his badge number. At that moment, the warehouse manager approached with a grin, ingratiatingly saying, "Young Master Ma, please do not be upset. We have new developments regarding the incident. The goods may not have been lost today, but several days ago. However, with such a large shipment, if we review surveillance footage and access vehicle entry and exit records, we are certain to find them." "Oh? From where does this information originate?" Master Ma inquired, his face a mask of skepticism. The warehouse manager then produced the surveillance footage and recounted the conversation between the sheriff and Fang Qian. Master Ma's anger intensified. The goods had been missing for days, and his warehouse staff were utterly oblivious. It was as if he had raised a pack of swine. At that moment, Tang Jiaro, standing behind Master Ma, suddenly gasped. "Ah, this isn't." Hearing her voice, Master Ma turned sharply. "Do you recognize this person?" Tang Jiaro replied, "That is Fang Qian. Young Master Ma. I have mentioned him a few times. He is the one who, having provided me with a modicum of support, has relentlessly pursued me." In an instant, the unnamed fury within Master Ma surged to new heights. "Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Jiaro is undoubtedly my woman. This fellow's relentless pursuit of her is nothing short of suicidal." Coupled with some suspicious points mentioned by the manager earlier, I gritted my teeth and said to the sheriff, "I demand the immediate arrest of Fang Qian. He is a prime suspect." However, the sheriff shook his head in response. "I'm sorry, young Master Ma, but the police station is not your personal domain. We have our own procedures for handling cases. After preliminary investigation, Mr. Fang has been cleared of suspicion. We have neither the reason nor the authority to detain him." Young Master Ma, infuriated, felt his beer belly jolt with rage. "Very well. I shall await your discovery of the true culprit. Otherwise, none shall escape unscathed." With a furious wave of his hand, he turned to leave. Only a few empty warehouses remained, serving no purpose but to fuel his anger further. His assistant hurried to follow him. In a lowered voice, young Master Ma instructed, "Investigate this Fang Qian thoroughly. Regardless of his connection to this affair, I do not wish to see him in Zhongyun City again. Is that clear?" The assistant immediately bowed. "Understood. I will take care of it right away." Tang Jiaro, standing nearby, dared not breathe a word. She knew all too well that young Master Ma was extremely upset, and the consequences could be dire. If he wished to rid Zhongyun City of Fang Qian, then Fang Qian would certainly not remain unscathed. If he was wise, he might manage to save his life. But should he prove foolish, his survival would be gravely jeopardized. Reflecting on this, Tang Jiaro felt a twinge of regret. After all, he was quite an exceptional devoted admirer. Yet, she quickly reconsidered. If this matter were indeed connected to Fang Qian, perhaps she could leverage it to her advantage, stepping further ahead by using him as a stepping stone. Given Fang Qian's affections for her, she was confident she could extract valuable information from him to resolve this situation. Surely, young Master Ma would reward her handsomely for her efforts. With this thought, excitement began to stir within her. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of all this, Fang Qian, lay comfortably in his sanctuary, engrossed in television and gaming. Occasionally, he would glance at the overwhelming supplies in his magical backpack, chuckling to himself. He had essentially completed all his preparations before the impending apocalypse. Not only had he fortified his shelter into an impregnable fortress, but he had also stockpiled resources that would last him for millennia. In the time to come, he merely needed to await the arrival of the frigid storm. As for the burglary at the warehouse today, he harbored no concerns. While he had indeed been there and bore some suspicion, no one would ever conceive of the existence of an infinite space backpack. Regardless of any suspicion, there would be no evidence to be found. The surveillance footage could serve as a basis for his suspicion, yet it also stood as his defense. The clear images showed him leaving empty-handed. Thus, the missing supplies were naturally unrelated to him. Even if, hypothetically speaking, some genius were to discover his whereabouts, it would be an event long past. 2 days later, the apocalypse would erupt. It is unlikely that anyone would take notice of this matter again. Reflecting on the fact that he had stolen the thunder from Ma Dashao and Tang Jiao during this impending doom, his heart swelled with joy. The day after tomorrow marks the onset of the extreme cold storm. For the next 2 days, he had no intention of venturing out. He simply needed to remain in his room, quietly awaiting the inevitable. Notably, he had spent the entire day out today, and the hacker he had commissioned had completed the surveillance setup for the entire building. Now, upon opening his computer, a multitude of surveillance grids filled the screen. The entire building, with its 66 households and every corridor and safety passage on each floor, was now under watchful surveillance. Fang Qian, without stepping outside, could grasp the situation of the entire building. His gaze briefly lingered on the 13th floor, where Tang's parents resided, and on the 27th floor, where Wang Long lived. A cold smirk crossing his lips. Just wait. Soon it will be your turn to pay the price. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing down, he saw the name Tang Jiao flashing on the screen. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he answered the call. Hello, Fang Qian Gij. Where are you now? Fang Qian replied with a light chuckle. At home. What is the matter? Tang Jiao responded. Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to let you know that I'll be back tomorrow. May I treat you to a meal? I've heard from friends that you've been considering opening a restaurant, and they want to help you. Listening to her sweet voice on the other end, Fang Qian felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Help me? More likely, they intend to harm me. He chuckled coldly. Never mind. I'm quite busy with work and cannot entertain you. You should go eat by yourself. Tang Jiao's tone turned anxious. How can you say that? Fang Qian Gij. You were the first person I thought of upon my return. I specifically wanted to invite you to dinner. How can you be so heartless? Don't you love me? Don't you miss me? Fang Qian's brow furrowed deeply, and he replied decisively, I do not love, I do not miss, so leave. With that, he hung up and activated airplane mode on his phone. After taking a few deep breaths to calm his emotions, he resumed watching the surveillance while playing games. On the other end of the line, Tang Jiao stood bewildered in the cold wind. Leave? How dare he say that to me? Previously, it was Fang Qian who incessantly invited her to dine, and she would reluctantly oblige. Yet this time, after her invitation, he merely retorted with a command to leave. What is happening? Has wealth altered men so drastically? She hurriedly redialed, but the call could not be connected again. That insufferable Fang Qian, how detestable. Just remember, next time you wish to invite me, I shall not grant you another opportunity. Chapter 28. The solar flare eruption. 2 fleeting days passed swiftly. On the final evening, Fang Qian ascended to the rooftop, carrying a few candles to set up a table for a candlelit dinner. Gazing up at the starry sky, he positioned his camera to capture the celestial wonders above. Patiently, he awaited the moment he anticipated. As if on cue, the stars and moon in the sky suddenly intensified in brightness. Even in the depths of night, the moonlight and starlight illuminated the streets and alleys of the city, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from day. Soon after, he felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the once vibrant city plunged into darkness. All lights extinguished. Checking his phone, he found the signal completely obliterated. A faint smile graced Fang Qian's lips. It had arrived, the solar flare eruption. This marked the initial phase of the solar flare eruption. The fierce and tumultuous energy from the cosmos surged towards Earth, causing a complete paralysis of the planet's electricity and communications. However, this disruption was not permanent. It was merely a temporary shock. With human intervention, normalcy could be restored within 2 to 3 hours. The reason the stars and moon appeared even more luminous was due to their absorption of the radiance emitted by the solar flare. From his vantage point on the rooftop, Fang Qian gazed down and observed numerous residents, panic-stricken, rushing out of their buildings. Oh my goodness, it feels like an earthquake. Did everyone feel that? How frightening. Now the power's out, and I can't make any calls? What's happening? Look at the sky. It's so bright. Are those stars and the moon? They shine like the sun. Everyone raised their heads, captivated by the celestial spectacle. Hearing the commotion outside, an increasing number of people descended from their buildings, starting to gaze at the heavens. Yet, Fang Qian had no intention of joining them. On one hand, the view from the rooftop was far superior to that below. On the other hand, the true apocalypse was imminent. Without assured safety, he would never venture out. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. The city's electricity and communications began to revive, with lights flickering back to life in the streets and alleys. The moon and stars continued to shine brilliantly, undiminished. Fang Qian adjusted his camera, knowing that the most exquisite moment was about to unfold. The aurora. Following the solar flare, the radiation from the sun would intensify, and this energy, refracted through the atmosphere, would give rise to the stunning auroras. This might be the most breathtaking sight to behold before the impending doom. As predicted, just as Fang Qian completed his adjustments, a delicate green light swept across the sky like a veil, covering half of the expanse. Following closely were hues of pink, violet, and more. A tapestry of vibrant colors adorned the firmament, flowing like a river of light. This magnificent scene was truly a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Coupled with the brilliance of the starlit sky and the moon, it transformed into a celestial paradise. In an instant, everyone was captivated by the breathtaking scenery. Fang Qian stood beneath the aurora, his heart awash with indescribable emotions. On one hand, he was reluctant to witness this spectacle, for it signified the onset of the apocalypse. Having acquired the mythical hand, he was confident that even in the absence of an impending doom, he could lead a life of exceptional grandeur. The arrival of the apocalypse heralded the decline of humanity, with countless souls destined to perish in the forthcoming month, truly a tragic fate. Yet, on the other hand, Fang Qian eagerly anticipated the arrival of the end times, for it was only against this backdrop that he could exact revenge upon his enemies from his past life, ensuring their demise in the most harrowing manner. Subsequently, Fang Qian opened his social media feed, instantly inundated with exquisite photographs. The night's spectacle was exceedingly rare, prompting everyone to capture and share their experiences. Tang Jiro posted, "On this night of darkness, may the beautiful aurora and my beauty together illuminate your heart." Accompanying her words was a stunning image of the aurora, alongside her in a charming off-shoulder dress. Her innocent yet alluring pose was enough to mesmerize anyone who laid eyes upon it. Fang Qian chuckled coldly. Life seemed to treat her well. He hoped she could savor it a little longer. As he scrolled further, he came across Wang Long's post. "The scenery today is splendid. I'm granting all my debtors an extra day. Should you default again, you may never have the chance to behold such beauty again." Ha ha ha! The accompanying image displayed him shirtless, striding down the street with a few comrades. Truly, one could sense his audacious demeanor, both in words and imagery. Next, he encountered a post from Tang's parents, featuring a family portrait. They sat by a floor-to-ceiling window, the aurora and the bright moon framing their backdrop. It appeared that Tang Erwin had also returned, making a subtle appearance in the corner of the photo. Their caption read, "Upon seeing this aurora, I feel as though the god of wealth is beckoning to us. It seems our family is destined for great fortune." Fang Qian stifled a laugh. Still dreaming of wealth when your lives are hanging by a thread? How amusing. As he perused the social media feed page by page, no one seemed to perceive the looming crisis hidden beneath this beautiful facade. Yet, this was to be expected. If he were to declare that the apocalypse was imminent, he would likely be dismissed as a fool. In this age, who would believe in the end of the world? More people were convinced that humanity had dominion over this planet, capable of commanding nature at will. What they were oblivious to was the fact that the destruction of humanity could occur with a mere turn of the earth. As the night grew late, most individuals, after capturing a few beautiful images, returned home to prepare for slumber, as they had to rise early for work the next day. Only Fang Qian remained steadfast atop the rooftop. At this moment, I opened my phone to find a news anchor promptly addressing the rumors. "We are fortunate. We have just witnessed the most magnificent aurora night in millennia." Meteorological observations indicated that this spectacular aurora was a consequence of a solar flare, which also brought about various impacts on Earth. Certain regions fell into brief power outages and communication blackouts. However, there is no need for concern. These are merely minor issues. Experts predict that in the near future, we may experience global meteorological changes, so it is advisable to prepare mentally in advance. Fang Qian couldn't help but marvel. While experts sometimes lack reliability, their foundational knowledge remains commendable. In such a short span, they identified the source of this breathtaking phenomenon as a solar flare and anticipated potential weather changes ahead. Unfortunately, their assessment lacked comprehensiveness. As someone who experienced it firsthand, Fang Qian knew that this was no mere fluctuation in weather patterns. It was a cataclysmic meteorological disaster. A frigid storm swept across the globe, nearly transforming the planet into an icy sphere. In such an environment, human survival was perilously threatened. Moreover, based on Fang Qian's personal experience, the apocalyptic conditions had shown no signs of abating over the past month. Instead, the temperatures continued to plummet. This was a catastrophe poised to eradicate humanity, an inevitability from which no one could escape. Rather than retreating to sleep, Fang Qian chose to remain on the rooftop, patiently awaiting the impending tempest. According to his memories from a previous life, the frigid storm would engulf the entire city by dawn. The initial wave of the powerful storm would not be excessively destructive. At most, it would scatter debris across the streets and topple trees and power lines. It would be akin to a small, chilling typhoon. Following the frigid storm, temperatures would plunge to around 0 degrees, reminiscent of winter. Yet, more formidable cold storms would follow, gradually lowering global temperatures to an alarming degree. Fang Qian waited patiently, eager to witness the might of the frigid storm while also testing the resilience of his mythical abode. He felt confident that the entire structure was safeguarded by the rules of mythology, rendering it indestructible. However, he was curious whether the rooftop would also be encompassed by the sanctuary's protection. 2 hours had elapsed, and Fang Qian began to yawn. Just as he felt himself drifting into slumber, a howling wind approached from the distance. The frigid storm had erupted. Chapter 29. The trembling family. The frigid wind howled violently, sweeping up debris from the streets. In an instant, it felt as though one had descended into the depths of hell. The shrieking of the wind echoed like the wails of tormented spirits. The hurricane force battered against the glass, producing a cacophony of sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. Fang Qian was acutely aware that this was merely the first day of a daunting ordeal. In the days to come, the winds would intensify and the temperatures plummet even further. However, to Fang Qian's immense delight, as the tempest approached the rooftop, it seemed as though an invisible barrier enveloped the terrace, repelling all the biting cold. Although the rooftop remained chilly, it was at least shielded from any harm. Fang Qian erupted into laughter, realizing the incredible power of the sanctuary of myth. Initially, he harbored concerns about its efficacy. If the sanctuary could not withstand the cold winds, then the rooftop would serve no purpose. No one would willingly expose themselves to a blizzard. Yet now, with the assurance that it could fend off the storm, the rooftop transformed into a splendid vantage point. Wrapped in a warm coat, he settled on the terrace, sipping steaming coffee while observing the swirling snow outside. The ambience was nothing short of enchanting. As temperatures continued to dip, the sky soon unleashed a flurry of snowflakes, interspersed with tiny ice crystals. Curiosity piqued. Fang Qian approached the edge of the rooftop and cautiously extended his hand. In an instant, he felt the minuscule ice crystals relentlessly pummeling his palm, causing a sharp sting that left his skin tingling. He quickly withdrew his hand back within the sanctuary's confines, cradling his warm coffee to alleviate the chill. How remarkable! Is this truly the apocalypse? And this is merely the beginning. As someone who had weathered such trials, Fang Qian understood that the impending days would bring increasingly severe blizzards, accompanied by plummeting temperatures, snow disasters, hailstorms, and other terrifying meteorological calamities. Humanity would only dare venture outside during the brief lulls of the storm, all while risking frostbite. After his recent experience, Fang Qian resolved firmly, unless absolutely necessary, he would not set foot outside. Remaining within his sanctuary was both safe and comfortable. Only a fool would dare to brave the elements. After quietly admiring the apocalyptic beauty, Fang Qian felt the chill creeping in and swiftly retreated to his room below, activating the underfloor heating and the fireplace, preparing for a restful slumber. It was late at night, and most people had already succumbed to sleep. It would not be until the dawn of the following day that they would awaken to the terrifying transformations wrought by the end of days. Before the first light had fully illuminated the sky, the hallway was already filled with an uproar. Achoo! What is happening? Why was it so cold last night? My heavens! Everyone look! It's snowing outside, and the wind is howling. Is it winter already? But this is clearly March. Theoretically, winter should have passed by now. It is not merely winter. We are situated in a southern city where, even in the winter months, the temperature should typically hover a few degrees above zero. Yet, outside, it has plummeted to freezing point. This is indeed more alarming than winter itself. What are you doing? Do you wish for the end of the world? The weather has become utterly chaotic. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not incite panic here. What do you mean by an apocalypse? We are living in an era of science. Do not fall prey to such unfounded rumors. Was it not reported in the news yesterday that due to solar flares, we may experience some climatic changes? It is quite natural for snow to occur in the coming days. Speaking of which, we in the southern regions have seldom witnessed snowfall. It is truly a beautiful sight. As everyone gazed out at the breathtaking scenery, a sense of trepidation mingled with an overwhelming curiosity filled their hearts. After all, many individuals from southern cities had never experienced the enchanting sight of snowfall in their lifetimes. Soon after, notifications began to arrive in succession. Due to the frigid temperatures and the howling winds accompanied by snow, nearly all businesses announced their closures. This news ignited a wave of joy within the residential building. Although the cold was biting for the working class, the prospect of a few days off was a rare treasure, prompting many to stand by the window, capturing the moment and sharing it on social media. On the 13th floor, Mr. and Mrs. Tang huddled beneath their comforter, trembling with cold, while their son, Tang Erwin, fared little better on the sofa. The sudden drop in temperature caught them unprepared for winter, and despite donning every piece of clothing they could find, the chill still penetrated their bones. The family of three stared out at the swirling snow and biting winds, each feeling a twinge of anxiety. Old man, the wife exclaimed. This weather is unbearable. How are we supposed to endure it with these old bones of ours? Father Tang took slow puffs from his cigarette, striving to warm his body. Curse this wretched weather. Why don't we venture out to purchase a couple of garments? Although the wind has picked up, it is not insurmountable to step outside. A swift trip should pose no issue. At that moment, Tang Erwin, who had been pacing about the room while rubbing his hands together, halted and shouted. Have you all lost your minds? What clothes to purchase? Perhaps I could simply ask my brother-in-law. Does he not have everything one could need? Tang Dad and Tang Mom's eyes immediately lit up. How could I have not thought of this brilliant idea? The reason they had not considered it was that they had carelessly discarded it themselves. Ever since their daughter, Xiao Rou, had managed to secure the affections of a wealthy suitor, each seasonal transition brought with it an abundance of new clothing, far more than they could ever wear. Thus, they had developed a habit. With each change of season, they would dispose of all the previous season's garments to save space, knowing that new ones would soon arrive. However, Who could have anticipated such a shift in the weather? They understood that Fang Qian's habits were quite different from their own. Although he was affluent, he had always been frugal, preserving any clothing or bedding that was still in good condition for future use. Surely, there remained a considerable amount at home. Tang Mom patted Tang Erwin on the head and said, "You were truly the clever one. Come, let us go fetch a few new garments from your brother-in-law. Remember to choose the best ones later. Do not settle for the old ones. By the way, given the frigid weather, we cannot dine out. It is just right to have a meal at his house. After all, he has stocked up on plenty of food at home. It is only fitting that he shows us some filial piety." As they spoke, they prepared to ascend the stairs. Behind them, Tang Dad expressed some concern. "Is this wise? That lad's demeanor towards us has not been favorable of late." Tang Mom pursed her lips. "It is merely a matter of him having made a bit of money, allowing him to indulge in a pretense of arrogance. We have given him face for long enough. He should not be unable to discern the gravity of the situation. With the weather this cold, should we truly freeze, Xiaoro would not let him off the hook." Hearing this, Tang Dad nodded. "You're right. That boy's heart is tethered to Xiaoro. He may put on airs in ordinary times, but at such a crucial moment, he wouldn't dare act recklessly." The three of them soon reached the door of Fang Qian, knocking vigorously. "Fang Qian, open the door. Your parents have come to see you." Tang Dad shouted hoarsely from outside. Fang Qian, who was deep in slumber in his bedroom, was abruptly roused by the commotion. Groggily, he opened his eyes, furrowing his brow at the noise outside. This is only the first day of the apocalypse, and they have already arrived. Fang Qian chuckled coldly. He had no intention of opening the door and simply rose to shut the door to his bedroom. The excellent soundproofing of the room immediately took effect, silencing the knocks from outside. Fang Qian comfortably reclined on his bed, casually opening his tablet to check the surveillance feed. He quickly spotted the two elderly folks and Tang Erwin shivering at the door, clad in thin jackets without any heavy coats. Despite layering, they offered little warmth. Tang Dad continued to knock while pressing his ear against the door, hoping to catch some sounds from within. After several attempts with no response, he muttered, "Why is there no sound? Is there nobody home?" Tang Mom, standing beside him, scoffed, "Nobody? Is it possible that the boy spent the night outside? If he truly were outside, it would be splendid. He might very well freeze to death. That way, all the supplies he has hoarded would rightfully belong to us." Chapter 30. Is it cold? How come I don't know? Knocking on the door for quite some time yielded no response. Beside me, Tang Erwin took out his phone and decided to initiate a video call. "Stop knocking for a moment. Let me call him and check. If no one answers and he's truly in trouble, we'll find a locksmith. Thankfully, my brother-in-law's house is considerably larger than ours." After a brief wait, the video call connected. Fang Qian lay in bed, looking as though he had just awakened. Seeing him safe and sound, the expressions on Tang Ba and Tang Ma, along with Tang Erwin, reflected a hint of disappointment. "He's not dead. What a pity," they thought. Fang Qian, somewhat irritable, said, "Why are you calling so early in the morning? Can't I just sleep?" Tang Ma, upon hearing this, instantly burst with anger. "Sleep? You still remember how to sleep? Your father and I are freezing so much that we can't even rest, and you don't even think to check on us." Tang Ba chimed in, "Fang Qian, please unlock the door. Let us in so we can talk." Fang Qian, reclining on his bed, responded with a cold smile. He had no intention of opening the door. Inviting these rascals in would be far easier than sending them away. He certainly did not wish to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Moreover, he had meticulously decorated this house not for the enjoyment of these old miscreants. Yawning, Fang Qian nonchalantly replied, "Unlocking the door might be a bit difficult. A couple of days ago, during the renovation, the workers were so busy that they broke the lock. Now the door won't open. I'm truly sorry about that." Upon hearing this, Tang Ba and Tang Ma's faces turned pale with anger. A broken lock? Such a flimsy excuse was utterly disgraceful. Tang Ba continued, "Fang Qian, I understand that young people want to save face, but your mother and I have given you enough leeway these past few days. Let us not push it further. It's freezing outside, and if we catch a cold, how will you explain it to Xiaoro?" Fang Qian, appearing bewildered, sat up and revealed a short-sleeved shirt. With a curious expression, he asked, "Is it cold? How come I don't feel it? I think it's quite warm." As he rose, the Tang family finally caught a glimpse of the exquisite layout of Fang Qian's home, with central air conditioning and underfloor heating. It would be strange for anyone to feel cold. With such amenities, even in the heart of Antarctica, one could enjoy a perpetual spring. Nearby, Tang Ma looked on with envy, contemplating their living conditions compared to his, like heaven and hell. Tang Erwin quickly leaned into the video frame, his head popping into view. "Brother-in-law, think of a way to open the door. We're all family. Don't be so heartless. If my sister finds out about this, she will surely be upset. We just want to come in to warm up, borrow a few clothes, and have a meal before we leave. It won't take much of your time." Listening to their words, Fang Qian found it utterly laughable. They wished to come into his room to warm themselves, borrow his clothes, and eat his food. How could that not take up his time? Only you possess such thick skin. He sighed and shook his head. I truly do not have any spare clothes. Look, I'm wearing short sleeves myself. Tang Erwin's expression immediately turned pitiful as he pleaded. Brother-in-law, we are family. Can you really just stand by and watch us suffer from the cold and hunger outside? Fang Qian feigned a troubled look, contemplated for a moment, and finally his eyes brightened. Aha, there are some clothes at home. Just wait. After saying this, he hung up the phone. At the entrance, the three members of the Tang family were incensed, rubbing their cold hands together. Tang Ma immediately cursed, this ungrateful wretch. His house is so warm, yet he refuses to let us in. He has food and won't share even a morsel with us. If he continues like this, he can forget about contacting our Xiao again. Beside her, Tang Ba was equally furious. He never expected Fang Qian to harbor such a small heart. True. They had made some pointed remarks about him in the past, but during this critical moment, one should consider the bigger picture, Shun Ti1. Thankfully, they had no intention of marrying Xiao to him. Otherwise, it would truly ruin the child's life. Listening to his parents speak of Fang Qian in such a manner, Tang Erwin felt a twinge of sympathy. His parents did not realize that he understood all too well. The reason for Fang Qian's drastic change was entirely due to overwhelming pressure. After all, he was preparing to purchase a mansion worth over 100 million as a bride price. However, due to their prior agreement, Tang Erwin could not disclose this secret. He couldn't help but admire Fang Qian silently, a lovesick fool. All right, let us not quarrel. At least brother-in-law is willing to give us a few pieces of clothing. That's better than nothing, he said. Soon, with a click, they turned to see that Fang Qian had not opened the door, but merely a small panel above the security door. It was barely the size of a palm. Too small even for a head to fit through. Yet, through this tiny opening, the three of them caught a glimpse of the room's interior. Fang Qian was busy inside, dressed in short sleeves, with a fireplace crackling beside him, exuding warmth. They couldn't help but lean closer, feeling the comfortable warm air wafting through the small opening. How warm! They desperately wished to step inside, but in the next moment, a rag was shoved into the opening. Before they could react, two bundles were forcefully pushed through the small gap. Then Fang Qian called out, "These are the only 2 pieces of clothing we have at home. Take them and wear them. Hurry back inside. It's cold out here. Don't freeze." After that, he closed the small door. Tang Erwin, along with Tang Ba and Tang Ma, looked down to find 2 tattered rags on the ground. They lifted them up and shook them. Indeed, these once were 2 garments. But now they had been shredded into tatters, repurposed as cleaning cloths. Grease from food still clung to them, making them utterly repulsive. Wear these. This was nothing short of an insult. Tang Ma immediately kicked the security door in frustration. Despite her best efforts, the door did not tremble even slightly. She anxiously scolded. "Fang Qian, you scoundrel. Is this how you treat your parents? Such unfilial behavior. Beware of divine retribution." Beside her, Tang Erwin and Tang Dad wore equally grim expressions. They never anticipated that Fang Qian would act so ruthlessly. As Tang Mom kicked the door and cursed, she soon became exhausted, panting heavily. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she shouted towards Fang Qian inside. "Fang Qian, if my memory serves me right, the ownership of this house has been transferred to Erwin, hasn't it? We are the rightful owners now. Come out at once, or I shall call the police." Inside, Fang Qian laughed heartily. "Oh really? I don't recall such a thing. Erwin, has the house been transferred to your name?" Standing nearby, Tang Erwin's face turned ashen, and he lowered his head in silence. Tang Dad and Tang Mom immediately sensed something was amiss and hurriedly pressed him for answers. "Erwin, speak up. Didn't you say the transfer was completed?" After being questioned several times, Tang Erwin finally lost his patience and shook off his parents' hands, exclaiming, "What are you all fussing about? It's so annoying. The transfer was never completed. But that's because my brother-in-law said this house as a betrothal gift isn't worthy of my sister. He intends to buy a villa worth over 100 million for her. That's why the transfer hasn't happened. Moreover, I lent my brother-in-law 4 million. Upon hearing this detailed account, Tang Mom's fury escalated, and she slapped Tang Erwin frantically. "You fool. That 4 million is our entire family's savings. How could you lend it out so carelessly? I didn't lend it for nothing. I wrote an IOU, and that was meant for my own house." Tang Erwin protested while cradling his head, but this only infuriated Tang Mom further, who felt an overwhelming urge to strike her own son. Fang Qian, sitting on the sofa inside and watching the scene through surveillance, found it all amusing. The family's bond seemed quite fragile. He had thought they were united. As the altercation continued, Tang Erwin lost all patience and forcefully pushed Tang Mom several feet away, causing her to fall to the ground. Angrily, he shouted, "Enough. Stop hitting me. You know nothing. My brother-in-law has already purchased the villa and signed the contract. Once the storm passes, I will become a successful person worth over 100 million. This is called an investment. Do you two country bumpkins understand? Tang mom lay on the ground, kicking her legs and sobbing uncontrollably. Unfilial son, you dare strike me, your own mother. I can't live anymore. I'll die to show you. Fang Qian watched the commotion from his room, excitedly munching on seeds. This was just the beginning of their downfall. Outside, the two continued their uproar. Fortunately, Tang dad retained some composure. He sighed and grabbed one son with one hand while pulling Tang mom along with the other, leading them downstairs. All right. Let's discuss this back home. We are family after all. Why all this fuss? Erwin is right. This storm will eventually pass, and when it does, we will have a villa worth over 100 million. Isn't that splendid? The difficulties before us are but fleeting, merely requiring a moment's endurance. As they consoled one another, the trio departed. Fang Qian watched their retreat with a sense of lingering anticipation. Is this truly the conclusion? He had hoped for a vigorous confrontation right at his doorstep, ideally resulting in limbs lost and chaos reigning. It seems the flames of discord are yet insufficiently kindled. However, this is quite understandable, with the apocalypse just having erupted. A flicker of hope still flickers within the hearts of many, leading them to believe that normalcy would soon return to this world. Yet, as time progresses, the climate grows increasingly harsh, and it is then that the true nature of cruelty will be revealed. Chapter 31. The property chat group. Upon returning to their home, Mr. and Mrs. Tang could not suppress a shiver. Without any means of warmth, the indoor temperature was scarcely more inviting than the chill outside, merely lacking the biting wind. Recalling the scene at Fang Qian's residence, their hearts swelled with both envy and indignation. Mrs. Tang cast a reproachful glance at her husband. Why didn't you learn from that young man when he was renovating? You could have installed a fireplace or underfloor heating. Now, it is of no use to us. Mr. Tang, wearing an expression of innocence, replied, how could I have anticipated this? We live in a southern city where such amenities are seldom installed. It's not like we are in the Northeast. Moreover, did I not mention this to you? You were the one who ridiculed that young man for spinning frivolously. How can you blame me now? I refuse to take the blame. This is entirely your fault. An adult man who cannot even provide for his own family. They exchanged heated words, each laying blame upon the other. Meanwhile, Tang Erwin, their son, had grown weary of the quarrel. He banged the table and exclaimed, enough. What is all this bickering about? You spend your days complaining about one thing or another. Was it not your harsh words that drove my brother-in-law away? If we hadn't had that fallout, we could have been living in his house by now, enjoying air conditioning and sumptuous meals. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Tang glared at their son with fury. Well, have you grown wings today? Why must you oppose your parents? Your sister is currently involved with Master Ma, as you well know. You were overjoyed when you heard about it. Unable to sleep for 3 days, and now you dare to blame us? The three engaged in a fierce exchange of insults, each attributing blame to the others. Eventually, exhausted from their tirade, they slumped onto the sofa, gradually regaining their composure. Tang Erwin took out his phone. I'll call my sister and inquire about the situation over there, see if she can send us something. He dialed Tang Jiaro's number, exchanged a few brief words, and then hung up. His expression turned dark, and Mr. and Mrs. Tang gazed at him expectantly. What did your sister say? Tang Erwin, filled with frustration, slammed his palm on the table. My sister is truly miserly. The last time she asked to borrow money from me, I refused. Now, she claims she doesn't care about us and boasts about staying in the presidential suite with Master Ma, enjoying the warmth while we freeze here. Mr. and Mrs. Tang were left speechless, their anger boiling over. What a foolish situation. How did the bond between you two become so strained? I don't wish for this either. But I had lent my money to my brother-in-law to purchase a house. What could I do? Do not refer to him as brother-in-law any longer. That selfish wretch does not deserve it. Tang Erwin nodded, letting out a sigh. Nevertheless, do not worry too much. Although she claims to disregard us, after all, you are still her parents. She promised that if the opportunity arose, she would ask someone to bring back some clothes and food, although the quantity would not be substantial, as she feared it might provoke Master Ma's displeasure. It was said that Master Ma had recently suffered significant financial losses in his business, leaving him in a rather foul mood. My sister's own position was precarious, and it seemed we would largely have to rely on ourselves. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Tang Dad and Tang Mom softened considerably. Any assistance, however minimal, was ultimately a blessing. In such dire times, even a small gesture could prove to be life-saving. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Dad made a decision. With no clear end in sight for our troubles, we cannot simply wait idly. Let us pool the money we have. Erwin, you are young, endure the cold, and venture out. See if you can procure some clothes and food. After this was said, the three of them began rummaging through their pockets. In the end, they managed to gather merely around 3,000 coins. At that moment, Tang Erwin felt an overwhelming sense of regret. just a while ago. Upon learning that he might possess a villa worth over 100 million, he had been overjoyed and had squandered all the money in his pockets. As for Tang Dad and Tang Mom, they had given their surplus funds to Tang Erwin, and their daily sustenance was nearly entirely reliant on him. Now, when money was needed, none could be found. Holding the 3,000 coins in hand, Tang Erwin let out a long sigh. It's fine. 3,000 is still 3,000. I can buy a set of inexpensive, ordinary cotton clothes for about 100 coins, and rice and vegetables are also affordable. 3,000 coins should be enough for us to eat for a month. I will go first. Wait for good news from me. With that, Tang Erwin donned his hat, zipped up his coat to the highest point, and dashed out the door. Tang Dad and Tang Mom looked on with concern, glancing out the window. The howling cold wind sent a chill down their spines. Tang Mom, fuming, complained, "It's all that ungrateful Fang Qian's fault. He has everything at home, yet refuses to share even a bit with us. He deserves to be struck by lightning." After a moment of hesitation, Tang Dad tentatively suggested, "Actually, those 2 pieces of clothing that Fang Qian discarded earlier, though a bit dirty and torn, could be washed and mended. Should I go retrieve them? The fabric seems decent, and they might provide some warmth." Tang Mom shot him a glare. "How shameless could you be? After being humiliated like that, you still want to pick them up? If you wish to go, then by all means. I certainly won't." After sending the Tang family away, Fang Qian found himself unable to sleep. Feeling bored, he made his way to the glass greenhouse on the rooftop. This area had been intentionally set aside by the designer, De Yuan. Covering an area of approximately 50 square meters, it was now filled with a plethora of flowers and plants, resembling a small park. Among them were 2 strawberry trees and watermelon seedlings. Fang Qian had set up a chair in the greenhouse, gazing out at the snowy landscape while inhaling the fragrance of the flowers. He casually retrieved a KFC family bucket and a cup of cola from his backpack, savoring his lunch with delight. When boredom struck, he opened his phone to check the surveillance footage of the entire building. Life was indeed quite pleasant. Fang Qian took a hearty bite of chicken leg and sipped his cola, murmuring, "This is truly delightful, even if it were the end of the world. I wouldn't mind as long as I could enjoy days like this. Though it is a tad lonely." A flicker of regret crossed Fang Qian's mind. He should have considered acquiring a pet before the apocalypse, perhaps a dog, which would have added a modicum of joy to his existence. Plus, it could assist in consuming leftover bones. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The hand of myth could enhance anything. Could it also augment living beings? What if he were to strengthen a dog? Would it not transform into a mythical hound? Or, perhaps, he could enhance himself? In that instant, Fang Qian felt a surge of eagerness. He glanced at the mark on the back of his hand, estimating that it would take about another week to fully manifest. He hesitated to mythologize himself directly, fearing unforeseen consequences. However, enhancing a nearby pet seemed plausible. Yet, those plans were premature. He decided to take his time. As he savored his comfortable life, his phone suddenly vibrated. A new message had arrived. Upon opening it, he found himself inexplicably added to a group chat titled 9th Building Property Management Group. Manager Liang was the first to send a message. "Good afternoon, residents of the 9th Building. Due to recent notifications, this snowstorm may persist for several more days. To assist everyone through this difficult time, please adhere to the property management's unified directives. Rest assured, measures are being taken. Relief supplies are on their way. Please remain calm and follow instructions." Immediately, a chorus of residents began to express their support. "Wow, I knew the leaders wouldn't abandon us. Our country is great. I love my nation. Long live Manager Liang. We will certainly follow her guidance." Observing the discussions within the group, Fang Qian found it laughable. He suddenly recalled events from his past life. At the onset of the apocalypse, temperatures plummeted and a frigid storm erupted. However, it was not impossible to venture outside. Hence, to ensure the survival of the residents, supplies would indeed be dispatched. These included winter clothing and food. Yet, the resources were ultimately limited and could only alleviate the situation temporarily. As time progressed, the provisions would dwindle further. This was merely one facet of the grim reality. A more repugnant truth was that Manager Liang, while ostensibly acting in the community's best interest, would privately withhold more than half of the supplies she collected for herself. The remainder would be distributed among the residents, and she would use this as leverage to compel everyone to obey her directives. During the first week of the frigid storm, Manager Liang had positioned herself as the leader of the entire building, basking in an elevated status. However, she ultimately became excessively arrogant, her demands becoming increasingly harsh. Initially, her stringent expectations targeted the elderly and women, but eventually, she even dared to exploit Wang Long's provisions. Ultimately, this led to Wang Long feeling discontented, and he, accompanied by 7 or 8 ruffians from his home, brazenly invaded Manager Liang's residence, subjecting her to torment for 3 days and nights, leaving her utterly deranged. Fang Qian gently shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Having been granted a second chance at life, he found that the butterfly effect had altered numerous aspects of his existence. He pondered whether Manager Liang's eventual fate would remain unchanged. Chapter 32. Unified Management by Manager Liang. Amidst the flattery and cheers of the crowd, Manager Liang continued to speak, disseminating important information. The first batch of supplies will arrive tomorrow morning. At noon, I request all residents in the building to gather in the property lobby for a meeting. In addition to distributing supplies, I need to assess your living situations and the capabilities of each resident. This will facilitate our cooperation in the challenging times ahead. To ensure fairness, those with special skills or who contribute to the community will be entitled to a larger share of food. However, those who refuse to follow instructions or wish to benefit without effort may find their rewards lacking. United as one, I believe this minor disaster will not defeat us. Upon receiving this announcement, all residents in the group began to volunteer eagerly. Excellent news, Manager Liang. Rest assured, we will cooperate with your efforts. In my earlier years, I worked part-time as a plumber and electrician. I can assist with the building's utility issues. I am a locksmith. If anyone has a broken door lock, I am your go-to. I may just be a housewife, but my cooking skills are quite good. If anyone is unable to cook, feel free to bring the ingredients to me, and we can share the meal together. It must be said that Manager Liang's notification injected a surge of confidence into countless residents of the community. Although it was merely the first day of the apocalypse, some individuals were already beginning to falter under the pressure. After all, in this era of immense work-related stress, many people rarely cooked for themselves. A single day confined indoors could lead to hunger. In such inclement weather, even the most dedicated delivery drivers would find it perilous to navigate the streets on their electric scooters. It was truly a choice between money and life. Moreover, even if a delivery driver were willing to brave the elements, there were no businesses open. Of course, none of this concerned Fang Qian, who remained silent in the group. However, Manager Liang unexpectedly tagged him. Fang Qian, why are you not participating in the discussion? Do you intend to disregard my authority? Quickly report to everyone what skills you possess, or you may find yourself excluded from tomorrow's supply distribution. Seeing the veiled threat in the message, Fang Qian could only chuckle. The meager supplies were hardly worth his attention, especially since this individual would likely withhold a significant portion. Even if he were to collect them, he would be left with barely enough to sustain himself. He didn't even bother to glance at it. After a few taps on the keyboard, Fang Qian finally made his first comment in the group. My talent lies in extending greetings to your entire family. Would you care to test it? At that moment, Manager Liang was nestled comfortably under her covers, reveling in the messages flooding the group. Unbeknownst to her, she had ascended to the position of leader of the entire building. With just a casual remark, she could elicit a chorus of agreement from many. This newfound power was far more impressive than her usual role as property manager. Glancing at Fang Qian's profile photo, she decided to tag him once more, eager to humiliate him publicly and compel him to curry favor with her in front of the others. Yet in the very next moment, the message sent by Fang Qian left her fuming with rage. How dare this insufferable man be so arrogant? She quickly typed a response, very well. Since you exhibit such a lack of collectivism, you shall receive no supplies tomorrow. Your portion will be allocated to others in the building who are in need. Brace yourself for hunger. Fang Qian's reply came swiftly. Rest assured, even if your entire family starves, I shall not perish. What a worthless wretch. Pretending to be something he is not. As the apocalypse looms, Fang Qian, weary of pretense, unleashed his vitriol without restraint. His outburst sent Manager Liang into a furious fit, pounding her fists upon her bed. Damn it, that bastard Fang Qian, I must find a way to eliminate him. Even her meticulously maintained visage was marred by the emergence of deep-set wrinkles, a testament to her fury. Before she could utter another word, the sycophantic homeowners in the group had already begun to rally in her defense. Fang Qian, how can you behave this way? Hurry and apologize to Manager Liang. She only stands up for our safety and takes charge for our sake. Indeed, a self-serving individual like you should not expect assistance from others in times of trouble. I heard you recently stocked up on provisions. Why not share some with us now, and we shall forgive your earlier rudeness. Observing the obsequiousness of these homeowners filled Fang Qian with derision. In his past life, although they were not the masterminds behind his demise, they were complicit. It was likely that after his death, each of them would have savored his flesh and blood. There was nothing commendable about them. It was merely the first day of the apocalypse, and these people still managed to maintain a facade of goodwill, feigning unity. In a few days, as the weather grew colder and food became scarcer, their true, grotesque natures would emerge. However, even now, Fang Qian had no intention of indulging them. The notion of distributing his provisions was a mere fantasy. He voiced his thoughts in the group chat. Silence yourselves, stop groveling, and save your energy to write your farewell letters. After all, we are all destined to perish, ha 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 ha. Once this message was dispatched, it unsurprisingly incited a collective outcry from the homeowners in the building. Yet, he remained unfazed, quietly silencing the group notifications and setting it aside. He then commenced his own life. After renovations, his residence was more than sufficient for him to live comfortably throughout this frigid apocalypse. To regulate his existence, he even devised a schedule. Each day began with breakfast at 9 in the morning, followed by 3 hours of exercise in the gym, leading to lunchtime. Afterward, he indulged in a nap within the glass greenhouse atop the building, taking in the scenery. The afternoons were dedicated primarily to study. To survive in this apocalypse, one must possess a reservoir of knowledge, particularly in the field of medicine. Although he has now accumulated a sufficient stockpile of medical supplies, it is imperative that he knows how to utilize them effectively. Furthermore, he has acquired a selection of melee weapons, which also require practice. One cannot wield a large blade like a common thug, as that would result in a woefully inadequate combat capability. Familiarity with firearms is equally essential. Regrettably, the ammunition is limited, preventing him from engaging in shooting practice. He can only hone his grip and reinforce his knowledge of weaponry. Dinner is served punctually at 6 o'clock in the evening. Following the meal, leisure time ensues, allowing for the enjoyment of films or video games. Alternatively, he might utilize the surveillance system to observe the activities of others. A late-night snack is consumed at 11 o'clock, and he retires to bed promptly at midnight. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Fang Qian remains optimistic about life. In addition to having adequately stocked provisions, he possesses the mythical hand. Every few days, he is capable of transforming a single item into a mythical one. As long as he perseveres, life is bound to improve. After dinner, Fang Qian leisurely activates the surveillance system and immediately observes several individuals braving the snowstorm as they return from outside. These are the more intrepid souls venturing out in search of supplies. Despite the availability of provisions from above, many still harbor a sense of caution and choose to forage. However, the majority return empty-handed. The fierce storm renders shopping impossible, with even the malls remaining shuttered. Venturing out becomes merely an exercise in self-soothing and a gamble for luck. Amidst the crowd, Fang Qian spots a familiar figure, Tang Erwin. This fellow appears to have had a stroke of fortune, managing to procure both food and clothing. Chapter 33. Tang Erwin's misfortune amidst the bustling crowd. Tang Erwin appeared to be quite prosperous. He bore 2 hefty bags of rice slung over his shoulder, a large bundle of cotton clothing in his hand, and his backpack was bulging with unknown contents. It was evident that he had profited significantly. Other residents who entered the building alongside him looked on with envy, eagerly approaching him to strike up a conversation. "Brother Erwin, where did you purchase these? Are there any left? Could you perhaps point us in the right direction? Our household is low on supplies as well." "Indeed. I spent the entire day out and saw not a single store open. It was quite alarming." Tang Erwin was filled with pride, fully aware that such items were scarcely available. The truth was that he had acquired these goods through dubious means while passing by a small supermarket. He noticed the absence of customers and seized the opportunity to break in and steal. In such frigid weather, there were hardly any people on the streets. With no witnesses, he felt no guilt. However, in front of his neighbors, he could not confess this reality. Instead, he sighed, "You probably won't find any to purchase. I was merely fortunate to stumble upon a small shop that happened to be open. The owner was quite opportunistic, taking nearly all my money in exchange for these items. At least it cost me around 20,000. Alas, what bad luck." Upon hearing his words, the nearby residents expressed sympathy. Spending 20,000 on just a few articles of clothing and 2 bags of rice seemed a considerable loss. Under normal circumstances, such an amount could procure enough grains to fill several vans. As Tang Erwin took a few steps forward, he suddenly felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he was confronted by a burly man with a shaved head and tattoos. It was none other than Wang Long. A shiver ran down Tang Erwin's spine. "Brother Wang, what are you doing?" Wang Long chuckled. "No need to be alarmed, my friend. Given the severe weather, the elevators may not be operational. I noticed you have quite a load to carry upstairs, and I thought I could lend a hand. Come, let me take one of those bags. And I can hold on to your clothes as well." As he spoke, he began to reach for Tang Erwin's belongings. Tang Erwin was unwilling to comply. If he relinquished his possessions, he feared he would never see them again. He tightened his grip on the rice and clothing, stepping aside. "Brother Wang, it's all right. I can manage by myself. I'm still young and in good shape." However, upon hearing this, Wang Long's expression darkened. "Are you implying that I'm not to be trusted? I am merely trying to help you, and you suspect my intentions? That is utterly foolish. I will teach you a lesson today." Tang Erwin's pupils dilated as, in the next instant, a fist the size of a sandbag collided with his forehead, sending him sprawling 2 or 3 meters away. The bags of rice and clothing scattered across the ground, revealing a collection of snacks such as roasted chicken legs and bread. Wang Long's eyes gleamed as he swiftly picked up the backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Tang Erwin, in a state of desperation, scrambled to the ground to clutch the 2 remaining bags of rice. However, in his haste, the clothes discarded nearby were laid bare to the onlookers. The surrounding homeowners, drawn by the commotion, rushed forward, each seizing a coat. Tang Erwin shouted, "You cannot act this way. Your actions are akin to those of thieves. I shall certainly report you." He extended his hands, desperately grasping 2 garments to shield them beneath him. Yet, in this moment of distraction, 1 bag of rice was snatched away by Wang Long. Even the over 3,000 yuan concealed in his pocket was deftly pilfered by Wang Long. The audacity of it all. How could one contemplate hoarding such bounty for oneself? "I'll hold on to these for you. Come find me if you need more," Wang Long declared, punctuating his words with a harsh kick to Tang Erwin's backside, causing him to grimace in pain. Tang Erwin lifted his gaze, seeking help from those around him. But all he received in return were the avaricious stares of the homeowners. They were intent on seizing the last bag of rice and the remaining garments. In a state of panic, Tang Erwin abandoned the thought of reclaiming his stolen possessions and instead clung tightly to the last 2 items, bolting away. Fortunately for him, after Wang Long had secured a bag of rice and a backpack of food, he lost interest in the chase and sauntered off, satisfied. The other homeowners watched their retreat with a tinge of regret, lamenting their lack of swiftness and claiming more for themselves, with Wang Long's audacity as a precedent. The remaining homeowners grew emboldened, forming familiar groups to guard the hall, ready to exact a toll from anyone returning with spoils. If one refused, they would resort to theft. However, given that this was merely the first day of the apocalypse, everyone harbored the concern that should calamity ever cease, they might face repercussions for their actions. It was prudent to leave a sliver of mercy, ensuring a future meeting remained feasible. Thus, they refrained from total ruthlessness, allowing their victims to retain a portion of their belongings and striving to avoid any casualties. Fang Qian, observing this spectacle through the surveillance footage, allowed a cold smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. In his previous life, devoid of such monitoring, he had been unaware of these occurrences. It appeared he had indeed missed out on much entertainment. He switched the feed back to the home of Tang's parents. One must admit, the hacker he had employed possessed considerable skill. The surveillance was directly focused on the living room. At that moment, Tang's parents huddled on the sofa, wrapped in blankets, with the air conditioning turned to its highest setting, attempting to stave off the chill. In the early days of the apocalypse, temperatures had dropped but remained bearable. With the heating on, they could barely maintain a livable indoor temperature. Yet as time progressed, the efficacy of the air conditioning dwindled. Moreover, as the frigid storms intensified and hailstorms and blizzards struck simultaneously, many electrical systems began to fail. Even in this city center, power outages were becoming increasingly frequent, rendering the air conditioning useless. That was truly the beginning of a nightmare. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Tang Erwin limped in, carrying rice and 2 pieces of clothing. "Heavens, son, what has happened to you?" Tang Ba, who was seated in the living room, rushed over to take the rice from Tang Erwin's shoulder. Upon seeing his parents, Tang Erwin burst into tears, tightly clutching Tang Ba's leg. Tang Ma, seated on the sofa, hurried over to comfort him. "Child, what is wrong? Why are you crying so sorrowfully? What happened to your wounds? Did someone harm you? I will go and seek justice for you." Tang Erwin wailed. "It was Wang Long. I had managed to gather a lot of food and clothing. But when I was on the first floor, Wang Long caught me and stole all my money and supplies, then beat me up. Mom and Dad, please go and retrieve them." Upon hearing the name Wang Long, Tang Ba and Tang Ma, who had just been brimming with anger, became utterly deflated. Not long ago, they had both been struck by that madman, and their faces still throbbed with pain. How could they dare confront him? Tang Ma seethed, clenching her teeth. That damned scoundrel. If he has the guts, let him take on Fang Qian. What kind of courage is it to bully our family? Tang Ba silently lit a cigarette. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Perhaps we should humble ourselves and apologize to Fang Qian. Isn't it just a matter of preserving face for him? We can grant him that. After all, his relationship with Xiao Rou is evident, and he wouldn't simply disregard us. I noticed that Wang Long seemed to have a decent conversation with him last time. If he is willing to intervene, we might recover most of the supplies that Erwin lost." Tang Ma listened in silence. Although she recognized the validity of Tang Ba's words, that a simple apology would surely earn their forgiveness and restore their family unity, she could not swallow her pride. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Ma shook her head. "Let us wait a couple of days. If it becomes unbearable, we will reconsider. Isn't Xiao Rou supposed to bring us some supplies soon? Along with the rations distributed from above, we shouldn't need to bow our heads to him. Humph. Once we weather these days of tribulation, we shall gradually settle the score." Chapter 34. The homeowners' meeting as the clock struck the next day. The early dawn had barely graced the sky, Yet the homeowners group was already embroiled in a heated discussion. Goodness. Why does it feel as though today's snowstorm is even more ferocious than yesterday's? Enough of this. I barely slept a wink last night, awakened repeatedly by the biting cold. The thermometer now indicates that the indoor temperature has plummeted to around -10 degrees, a chilling drop of 10 degrees from yesterday. My heavens. How are we to endure this? Do you suppose the weather will continue to grow colder? Surely not. Everyone, remain calm. We must trust the experts in the organization. Such hardships shall surely pass. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock rang, prompting Fang Qian to rise and stretch lazily. With the heating fireplace ablaze last night, his slumber had been extraordinarily restful. Even with the alarms ringing, he yearned for an additional 2 hours of repose. Glancing casually at the messages in the group, he observed the complaints and concerns of others and chuckled softly. These folks have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The excitement is yet to unfold. Following his usual morning routine, he prepared to wash up. Just then, a video call came through. Upon glancing down, he was taken aback to see it was Tang Qian. What could this woman want? Fang Qian was puzzled yet intrigued. Without the supplies from the warehouse, he wondered how Tang Qian and young Master Ma were faring in this life. He pressed the answer button. At that moment, Tang Qian, bundled in a thick cotton coat, stood before the window. Upon seeing Fang Qian pick up the call, her previous impatience swiftly morphed into delight. Her act was quite masterful. Brother Fang Qian, you finally answered. I was so worried about you, she exclaimed. With the weather changing so drastically these past few days, you must take good care of yourself. Fang Qian couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Is she truly concerned for me? How laughable. He refrained from exposing her facade, knowing that her call must hold some ulterior motive. As he filled the tub with water, he casually inquired, I'm quite well. How are things on your end? His inquiry was devoid of genuine concern, merely curiosity. If they had failed to secure supplies from the warehouse, it would be splendid to see Tang Qian and young Master Ma starve. Tang Qian sighed. The situation isn't very good. Fortunately, I'm currently in a hotel. The Hotel store still has some food supplies, so for the time being, we're all right. However, I'm worried about my parents and you, Brother Fang Qian. I've saved some supplies and hope you could come over to help deliver them to my parents. Ideally, I would like them to stay with you, so we can care for them together. Upon hearing this, Fang Qian was reminded of events from his previous life. On this same day, Tang Qian had called him, requesting assistance in delivering supplies. With the raging storm outside, stepping out of the building posed a constant risk of peril. Only a fool would undertake such a venture. In the previous life, I foolishly assisted in a matter that ultimately left me bedridden with a severe cold. With no one to attend to my needs, the supplies I procured were appropriated entirely by Tang Erwin and my parents, leaving me with naught to savor. Fortunately, my health held up, allowing me to endure. Otherwise, I might have succumbed long ago. In this life, however, I shall not be so naive. With a light chuckle, I remarked, since you were so filial, why not retrieve it yourself? I am quite fatigued lately. Do consider other alternatives. With that, I abruptly terminated the call. On the other end, Tang Qian was momentarily stunned, staring at the call-in screen, her foot tapping in frustration. What in the world is wrong with that wretched Fang Qian? He professes his love daily yet refuses to assist with such a trivial matter. How pitiful. She cast a glance at the snowstorm outside, instinctively drawing her neck in. Despite the harsh weather, was it truly insurmountable? He was hardly a man. Once she regained her composure, a vivid image from their earlier video call flooded her mind. Fang Qian had been clad in nothing but a tank top, with steam rising from a bath filled with hot water, enveloping the room in a thick fog. The temperature was evidently quite warm. At that moment, a wave of envy washed over her. Though she was currently cared for in this hotel by the affluent Master Ma, the establishment had ceased hot water supply in an effort to conserve energy. It had been 2 days since she had enjoyed a warm bath. The thought of Fang Qian luxuriating in steaming water filled her with longing. How could he possibly be in better conditions than I? I am clinging to Master Ma's coattails for this lifestyle. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Qian shook her head. No, he cannot possibly compare to Master Ma. The latter possesses immense wealth. This hotel belongs to him. As long as I remain by his side, I shall never want for sustenance. Moreover, I have heard that Master Ma's family will organize a rescue effort for him shortly. Fang Qian was likely feeling the impending disaster and had resigned himself to a reckless indulgence, bathing in hot water. Once the water and gas supplies run out, he will face the consequences. Unbeknownst to Fang Qian, he had no way of knowing whether my parents would successfully obtain the supplies without his assistance. Yet, he was indifferent to the matter. The less they secured, the better. It would be ideal if they perished from hunger soon, sparing him from their presence. He filled the bathtub with steaming water and carefully sank into its comforting embrace. The warmth enveloped him like a mother's embrace, and he could not help but close his eyes in bliss. After relishing the sensation for a while, he reached for his phone, and upon unlocking it, he noticed a message from Manager Liang in the owners group. Dear homeowners, I bring good news. This morning, the first batch of supplies has arrived. Everyone is invited to the property management hall on the first floor for a meeting to collect them. After sending this message, an image was attached. In the corner of the first floor hall lay a heap of supplies, both large and small. A cursory glance revealed only plastic bags filled with rice and a few assorted vegetables, such as cabbage and spinach. There were also a few winter coats, but no meat or high-calorie foods, not even thermal clothing. Just a glance was enough for Fang Qian to be certain that this dead woman had concealed a significant amount of goods. The supplies distributed from above could not possibly be so meager. He immediately composed a message. Is this all there is? You must be hoarding something. In the next moment, Manager Liang reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Nonsense. I am wholeheartedly considering everyone's needs. And you little brat, have no evidence to slander me. The situation nationwide was tense. There were no surplus supplies from above. If you remain so ungrateful, perhaps you should forego your share. Fang Qian remained silent. Many owners below began to chime in. Young people are so ungrateful. After all, supplies are distributed daily. Why do we need so much? Even if Manager Liang had taken something, it would be her due for serving the people. Don't mind him. He's just an ignorant young fool. We're going down to hold a meeting. Fang Qian found it laughable. These individuals spoke more sweetly than they acted. Yet, when Wang Long burst into Manager Liang's office, not a single one of them offered her support. Instead, they rushed in one after another to seize the supplies. What a hypocritical bunch. He was too indifferent to look further, rising from the bathtub to prepare breakfast for himself. As for the meeting, he had no intention of attending. Even if the supplies were handed directly to him, he would not bother to accept them, let alone go downstairs to claim them. As for breakfast that morning, Fang Qian pondered. After indulging in rich foods lately, he thought it wiser to simply make some noodles, a modest meal to suffice. Eating coarse grains would be beneficial for health. Meanwhile, in the hall on the first floor, Manager Liang, observing the numerous owners advocating for her on her phone, felt a sense of triumph. Standing tall and proud, she embodied the demeanor of a leader. A nearby security guard promptly brought over a stool and placed it behind her. Manager Liang, please have a seat. Don't stand for too long, or you'll wear yourself out. Once she was seated, he pointed at Fang Qian's avatar on the phone. This kid truly doesn't know his place. Repeatedly opposing the manager. When he comes down, I'll apprehend him and give Manager Liang a chance to vent. Manager Liang pondered for a moment before nodding. That idea isn't bad, but we should give him a chance. Many young people today are merely keyboard warriors. They may shout loudly online, but in reality, they lack courage. Don't be deceived by his call for no food supplies. Perhaps he'll come down eagerly to claim his share. At that point, we shall have a good laugh at his expense. Haha, Manager Liang is absolutely correct. Such individuals are giants in the realm of the internet, yet mere dwarfs in the tangible world. Chapter 35. A simple bowl of noodles. Following Manager Liang's announcement in the group chat, all the residents eagerly lined up to collect supplies. Manager Liang, accompanied by 2 security guards, maintained order. During the fierce blizzard, she was the sole resident in the building, with only the 2 guards on duty, resulting in a slight shortage of manpower. The process was somewhat sluggish, but after considerable effort, each resident emerged with a pound of rice, a cabbage, and a thin cotton jacket. Though the provisions were modest, joy radiated from their faces. After all, these were gifts without charge, and such supplies would continue daily. The prospect of not having to work, yet still enjoying a hearty meal, even if it were somewhat humble, was a blessing. Many began to think that perhaps this storm was not so terrifying after all. Gratitude filled the air as they looked at Manager Liang. Manager Liang, we owe you so much. If it weren't for your proactive communication, we wouldn't have received such generous supplies. Another echoed, indeed. We will follow your instructions from now on. If you direct us east, we will certainly not go west. Manager Liang felt an immense sense of pride as she observed the residents' obedience. She had never wielded such authority before. However, her satisfaction was short-lived as she scanned the crowd and noticed a few absentees. Where are Fang Qian from the 33rd floor and Wang Long from the 27th? Why haven't they come? A tattooed thug stepped forward from the crowd, stating, Brother Wang is unwell and resting at home. I am here on behalf of him and a few others to collect their share. This response did not please Manager Liang, as she had previously insisted that all residents must personally come to collect their supplies. Wang Long and Fang Qian's absence felt like a slight against her authority. The nearby security guard, catching her drift, cleared his throat and interjected, We'll let it slide this time, but it cannot happen again. Manager Liang's insistence on personal collection was also to assess everyone's living conditions for appropriate arrangements. Without their presence, how could she grasp the overall situation and manage effectively? Despite the guard's admonition, the thug remained defiant, head held high, though he refrained from arguing, perhaps out of respect. Manager Liang, though seething with anger, was cautious not to overstep her bounds, as Wang Long's household had nearly 10 followers. Creating a scene was not an option. She shifted her tone. What about Fang Qian? Does anyone know his whereabouts? Silence fell over the crowd. Fang Qian was known for his low profile, and after a previous confrontation in the group chat, no one dared to speak up for him. Manager Liang huffed, taking out her phone. I will call him now for a serious reprimand. In front of so many, she could not afford to lose her dignity. Among the crowd, Tang Ba, Tang Ma, and Tang Erwin kept their heads down. Tang Ma smiled with satisfaction. This little rascal really knows how to offend people. He has once again upset Manager Liang. His days ahead will not be easy. Tang Ba nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is fortunate that we have not grown too close to him. All the supplies distributed from above must pass through Manager Liang's hands. Having offended her, he will be left with no access to those resources in the future. Although that lad's family has stored a considerable amount of food, how long can it sustain them? It is truly foolish of him. In their speculation, while Fang Qian had recently purchased a substantial amount of survival supplies, most of those items would not last long. Take those seafood packages or the snacks from the street vendors, for instance. Even if frozen, how long can they be preserved? Prepared foods and vegetables are likely to spoil within a week. What remains would be rice or noodles. One cannot subsist solely on plain rice, can they? Receiving supplies from above would at least allow for some vegetables to supplement their vitamins. The video call soon connected, and everyone, through Manager Liang's phone, caught a glimpse of Fang Qian. At that moment, he was busy in the kitchen, dressed in a short-sleeved athletic shirt. Seeing his attire, everyone was momentarily taken aback. How could he wear so little? Was he not afraid of the cold? Surely, he must have the heating on, otherwise, he would freeze. Yet, even heating does not have that remarkable an effect. I must wear a thick coat at home despite having the heating on, given how low the temperature is outside. Even if the heating works, its effectiveness is hardly noticeable. Everyone felt as though Fang Qian was living an entirely different life from theirs. Upon seeing Fang Qian answer the call, Manager Liang, wearing a stern expression, scolded him. Fang Qian, what on earth is going on? I asked you to come down to register for the meeting, and you didn't show up. You haven't come to collect supplies either. Are you still a part of our 9th building? Someone who disregards the bigger picture and lacks a sense of collectivism will inevitably suffer great losses. She adopted a lecturing tone, standing at the moral high ground to reprimand Fang Qian. However, Fang Qian on the video call appeared completely unfazed, not even bothering to turn and face the camera. He merely continued his work in the kitchen, casually responding, "Oh, does being part of the group really matter? I can't even be bothered to collect those few rotten cabbages you have." Upon hearing this, Manager Liang was incensed. In this frigid weather, the shops outside were completely closed. People couldn't even venture out to buy essentials. Being able to obtain a few cabbages was already a significant blessing. Yet Fang Qian dismissed them. She let out a cold laugh. Fang Qian, you wouldn't be stubbornly defiant, would you? If you look down on cabbages. What exactly are you eating? Busy in the kitchen, Fang Qian paused for a moment before turning his phone to showcase his stove. On it sat a bowl of simple scallion noodles. Upon seeing this, Manager Liang burst into laughter. So, he was merely having a bowl of plain noodles. She had thought he was feasting on some delicacies. There were no garnishes, and yet he found it satisfactory. You should hurry down now. You might still grab a couple of cabbage leaves to enhance your meal. Long-term deficiency of vitamins can easily lead to illness. As he gazed at his bowl of noodles, it was not just Manager Liang who chuckled. The entire hall erupted in laughter. Although the apocalypse had ensued for 2 days, rendering everyone housebound, who among them did not have a few packets of noodles or bowls of rice at home? In the video, Fang Qian paused for a moment, then nodded, acknowledging, "It is indeed a bit monotonous. Let us add some side dishes." With that, he pivoted the camera to the adjacent steamer. Lifting the lid, a plume of steam billowed forth, revealing a large, indistinct red mass shrouded in vapor. All eyes widened in anticipation. Within seconds, the mist dispersed, and they beheld a magnificent lobster, measuring at least 30 to 40 centimeters in length. Fang Qian seized the lobster and placed it atop the noodles. The oversized bowl struggled to accommodate such a lengthy creature. Yet that was not all. Beneath the lobster lay a generous platter of seafood, including abalone, scallops, and crabs. With the noodle bowl in his left hand and the seafood platter in his right, Fang Qian beamed. "I apologize for making you laugh." He explained that it was merely breakfast, a casual tasting. Approaching the dining table, he swiftly peeled away the lobster shell and plunged a sizable piece of lobster meat into the noodle broth before savoring it. The hall fell into a hushed silence, punctuated only by the sound of swallowed saliva. Manager Liang could no longer contain himself and abruptly ended the phone call. His Adam's apple bobbed in anticipation. For a moment, the crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they had been mocking Fang Qian for his naivety, certain he would soon face the consequences of his folly. However, upon witnessing Fang Qian's lavish lifestyle, envy and jealousy consumed their thoughts. My goodness, if only I could indulge in such a sumptuous breakfast instead of this meager cabbage. Glancing down at the cabbage and rice in hand, they suddenly found them unappetizing. Observing the dejected expressions around him, Manager Liang cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Do not be envious, for laughter today does not equate to laughter tomorrow. True laughter comes at the end. Although Fang Qian may seem indifferent to our provisions due to his lobster and abalone, those items are the most perishable. In just a few days, his seafood will undoubtedly spoil and stink. By then, he will be begging us for a few cabbages. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted. Manager Liang was indeed correct. That young man was short-sighted, and they would wait and see. He would only revel in his delight for another 3 to 5 days at most. Indeed, when he emerges later, he will realize that even a single cabbage will be beyond his reach. Chapter 36. Wang Long scheming in the midst of overwhelming envy and regret. Self-consolation became the sole refuge. Fang Qian, dining alone in his room, felt a twinge of disappointment as the video call ended. What a pity. My live eating performance has yet to conclude, and the seafood platter beside me remains untouched. Eating alone is utterly devoid of flavor, due to the excessive preparation. Fang Qian found himself unable to consume much. Gazing at the leftover noodles and abalone, he felt a pang of sorrow. If only I had a dog to help me finish the scraps, waste is a sin. He swiftly gathered his dishes and proceeded to the gym as per his original schedule. To survive in this frigid apocalypse, physical fitness was paramount. Thus, he remained resolute in his daily morning workout regimen. Meanwhile, after distributing supplies, the numerous homeowners returned to their residences. The radiant smiles that once adorned their faces had now stiffened upon witnessing Fang Qian's lifestyle. Once everyone had departed, Manager Liang returned to her room accompanied by 2 security guards. Cautiously locking the door behind her, she opened a small adjacent bedroom, revealing a substantial stash of supplies. Boxes upon boxes of eggs and neatly packaged meat steaks filled the room. Although the quantity was modest, each item was of high quality. The eyes of the 2 security guards lit up with excitement as they exclaimed, "Manager Liang, are all of these for us?" Manager Liang shot them a glare, asserting, "Clarify this. These are all mine and do not concern you." The guards' expressions froze, and they awkwardly chuckled. Of course, they all belong to Manager Liang. Had it not been for Manager Liang's cunning and resourcefulness, they would never have acquired such fine goods. As today's porters, they were well aware that these supplies had been distributed to various homeowners: vegetables, meat, eggs, and grains. Yet, in Manager Liang's possession, she quickly concealed the precious meat and eggs, leaving behind only the cheapest rice and cabbage for the others. Several winter coats also remained undistributed. Observing the guard's understanding demeanor, Manager Liang nodded in satisfaction. "Rest assured. Although these are mine, as long as you keep your mouth shut and diligently follow my lead, you shall reap your rewards." With that, she gracefully entered the room and casually extracted several meat steaks and 2 boxes of eggs, handing them to the guards. "Take these home, but remember, do not let anyone see, and do not speak of our arrangement. Otherwise, none of us will fare well." The guards nodded eagerly. "No problem. Manager Liang is our guiding light. We will certainly follow your lead." Manager Liang was exceedingly pleased. Now, the entire building lay under her control, with all homeowners obedient to her will. The only remaining thorns in her side were Wang Long and Fang Qian. She pondered deeply. Wang Long commanded a loyal crew of 10 subordinates, all fierce fighters from the streets. For now, she dared not provoke them. Fang Qian is merely a brash young lad. Yet he dares to disregard his own dignity. It is imperative to devise a plan to teach him a lesson. A series of insidious schemes began to brew in her mind. Meanwhile, Wang Long's subordinate returned to their quarters, burdened with supplies sufficient for 10 men. The brothers inside the room were similarly shivering from the cold, hastily donning the meager cotton jackets they had collected that day. One discontented subordinate spoke up, "Brother Wang, the supplies sent down from above are hardly adequate. How can we sustain ourselves on just rice and cabbage daily? Moreover, look at these thin cotton jackets. They are ill-equipped to withstand the frigid temperatures and ferocious winds of the snowstorm. That wretched manager wouldn't he have hoarded some for herself, would she?" Wang Long's expression darkened as he recalled Fang Qian's remarks in the group chat today. He too felt that the provisions were insufficient. The subordinate who had collected the supplies collapsed onto the sofa, panting, and said, "Brother Wang, you cannot imagine how arrogant that wretched woman was today. She flaunts her connections and even dared to bark orders at me, insisting that you must personally collect the supplies next time. She ought to recognize her own insignificance. I propose we sneak into her home tonight and give her a sound beating. perhaps even bring her back for your amusement. Let us see if she dares to act so haughty again. These subordinates were hardened individuals, each having committed their share of transgressions. They bristled at being subjugated by a mere woman. However, Wang Long pondered and shook his head. It would be unwise to act so rashly. Although they were currently beset by a snowstorm and the police were preoccupied, experts had indicated that normalcy would soon return. When that happened, a crackdown would surely follow. Engaging in illegal activities now would draw unwanted attention. The officers at the precinct loathed them and were merely waiting for a slip-up. A careless misstep could land him in dire straits. Patience was required. Wang Long had ascended to the position of leader not solely through ruthlessness but also through intelligence. In a society governed by law, mere brutality is insufficient. The paramount concern is to navigate the legal landscape deftly, no matter how formidable a thug may be. They cannot contend with the police. After hearing his words, although the subordinates felt a pang of resentment, they expressed their willingness to comply. Then, the conversation shifted as the subordinate began discussing Fang Qian once more. Upon learning that Fang Qian did not need to collect supplies and had an abundance of lobster and abalone at home, living in warmth akin to spring, Wang Long was consumed with envy. In stark contrast, he surveyed the dismal living conditions of his comrades. They were truly unfortunate, having lent all their money to Fang Qian. Even before the extreme blizzard struck, they had been relegated to a diet of meager fare, with scarcely any provisions stored. Now, they were wholly reliant on the meager supplies they could scrounge. A flicker of greed flashed in Wang Long's eyes. If one could seize Fang Qian's residence, life would undoubtedly become more comfortable. Yet, the recollection of Fang Qian's composed demeanor when he brandished a grenade instilled a sense of trepidation. If that individual truly possesses connections, he could find himself in dire straits. Sensing his apprehension, a subordinate promptly interjected, "Brother Wang, I believe you are being excessively cautious. That fellow is likely deceiving us. Consider this. We have thoroughly investigated his background from childhood, and he has always been a straightforward and honest individual. How could he suddenly transform into an armed combatant? I even suspect that the grenade he threw was merely a ruse to intimidate you." Upon hearing this rationale, Wang Long lowered his head in silence. Yet a flicker of doubt ignited within him. It is well known that arms dealers and drug traffickers operate in high-risk spheres, thus their circles are extremely insular. It is exceedingly difficult for outsiders to infiltrate. Even after years of navigating the underbelly of Chong'an City, he had never earned the right to delve into such matters. Yet, how had Fang Qian, an outsider, managed to integrate himself? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Long cautiously spoke. "We cannot gamble on the authenticity of that fellow. But there is someone we might exploit. That despicable manager Liang harbors animosity towards Fang Qian, does she not? In a couple of days, you should incite her to investigate. If that wretched boy is indeed merely masquerading, we can ambush them both, dealing with the two of them simultaneously. Should he truly possess weaponry, let that vile woman bear the brunt of it. It would have no bearing on us." Upon hearing this scheme, the subordinates erupted in applause, praising. "Brother Wang is indeed astute. This plan is brilliant. It is no wonder he leads us." Unbeknownst to Fang Qian, he had unwittingly become the target of numerous machinations. Yet even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Presently, he was fortified by boundless resources in the unassailable sanctuary of myth, impervious to any threat, even from the mightiest. The only prerequisite was to refrain from foolishness. As long as he did not exhibit the same misplaced benevolence as in his previous life by allowing others into his quarters, he would remain unscathed. Even if he were truly deceived and an intruder managed to infiltrate, he could swiftly neutralize them using his exclusive domain. Thus, days passed. And in the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day. An even more troubling piece of news arrived. The supply of resources from above had ceased. Chapter 37. Collective disturbance. Everything unfolded precisely as Fang Qian had anticipated. The most terrifying aspect of the frigid apocalypse was not merely the plummeting temperatures, but rather the unrestrained, ferocious blizzards. As time progressed, these icy tempests grew increasingly violent, culminating in storms laden with hailstones, each one capable of inflicting significant damage upon a person. On just the 5th day, the ice crystals within the storm had already swelled to the size of grapes. While they might not cause bleeding, they certainly resulted in painful bruises. Even more troubling was the havoc wreaked on human infrastructure by the storms, leading to widespread disruptions in water and electricity services. The authorities ceased the distribution of relief supplies out of sheer necessity. On one hand, the brief respites from the blizzards lasted only 2 to 5 hours each day, during which they were compelled to devote all their efforts to repairing essential infrastructure to ensure the continuity of utilities. They scarcely had time to distribute provisions. On the other hand, the prolonged duration of the apocalypse strained even the reserves of the urban centers. At noon, a throng of people had gathered outside Manager Lang's door. led by a thug affiliated with Wang Long. He pounded angrily on the door, demanding, "Open up, Manager Liang. What time is it? Why haven't you distributed the supplies? Are you trying to starve us all? If you don't open the door soon, we will break it down." The other homeowners echoed his sentiments, shouting, "What is going on? Just a few days ago, we had some cabbages, and now there is nothing left? Surely you're not hoarding them for yourself. Let us in to see." In recent days, Manager Liang had wielded considerable authority over the distribution of food, adopting an air of superiority. She often commanded others in the group, organizing snow removal and repairs for utilities, and even hiring help for her own household chores, including massages. Many homeowners had begun to harbor resentment towards her. With no supplies distributed by now, their collective anger had reached a boiling point. Inside her room, 2 security guards braced against the door, stealing glances through the peephole. As the crowd outside swelled, they trembled in fear. "Manager Liang, you must think of something. We can't hide forever. If these people keep this up, they might truly break down the door. Especially that bald leader with a hammer. Our door won't withstand such force." Within the room, Manager Liang paced anxiously, her nerves frayed. Although she hesitated to confront the crowd directly, she incessantly typed messages in the group chat, attempting to clarify, "Please stop knocking. It's not that I refuse to distribute supplies. The upper management has tea sent any today. Everyone can see the weather outside. We simply cannot venture out. The staff upstairs are overwhelmed with repairs. They have no time to allocate for distribution. The entire city is in the same predicament as us." As soon as the message was sent out, it was immediately inundated by furious homeowners. "Stop with the nonsense. You were the one who claimed to have connections, that there would be an abundance of food. How could you assure us of that? You said as long as you were around, we would never go hungry. So, what is happening now? Are you denying your promises? Even if supplies are not being sent from above, surely you must have some stock at home. Open the door and let us take a look." Manager Liang's hands trembled as she clutched her phone. She dared not open the door. She knew the truth all too well. Not only had she hidden supplies, but they were also of significant value. The small room was filled with an ample amount of meat, eggs, and more. If it were just for herself, she could survive on it for 2 to 3 months. If this mob were to storm in and discover her hoard, not only would her resources be stripped away, but her very life might also be at stake. With so many homeowners in the building, a single punch from each could easily spell her demise. Just as she felt overwhelmed, a message from Fang Qian appeared in the group chat. "I told you all that Manager Liang has been hoarding valuable goods. Just look at her hesitation to open the door. It's clear she has something to hide." Manager Liang replied, "Fang Qian, do not slander me. I am wholly dedicated to serving the people. You cannot malign my character like this." Fang Qian retorted, "Whether it's true or not will be revealed when you open the door. Go ahead, show us what you've got. Stop wasting time in the chat. We're about to break down the door. Let us see how much your flimsy door can withstand." At this point, Manager Liang understood the gravity of the situation. If she did not open the door, the day's events would likely end in chaos. Rather than wait for the door to be smashed in by the enraged crowd, it would be wiser to calmly open it and devise a strategy. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and instructed 2 security guards to open the door. As the door swung open, the furious homeowners surged forward, desperate to enter. 2 mere security guards were insufficient to hold them back. Manager Liang quickly stepped forward and shouted, "What are you all yelling about? Do you still want to eat? If you continue this madness, we might all go hungry." Upon hearing the mention of food, the crowd calmed somewhat. After all, their primary goal was to obtain sustenance, not to escalate the situation. "Just tell us where the food is. We are reasonable people. If we can get the supplies today, we will leave." Manager Liang's mind raced. She was at a loss for a solution and was already contemplating whether to relinquish a portion of her supplies to quell the anger. At that moment, one of Wang Long's subordinates chuckled and said, "Manager Liang, there is no need to be distressed. If you don't have any supplies here, you could lead the way in helping us think of alternatives. If we can secure some food, we are willing to pitch in." Hearing this, inspiration struck Manager Liang. She clapped her hands and exclaimed, "I've got it. Everyone is merely wasting time here. Although I once had connections, those avenues have since closed, leaving me with nothing of value. However, I do possess a certain strategy. Do you all remember Fang Qian? Surely he has resources. The last time we spoke with him, he was indulging in a sumptuous seafood feast." Upon hearing this, the attendees immediately recalled the scene from that video call. Fang Qian's home was not only warm but appeared to be overflowing with provisions. Manager Liang seized the moment to stoke the fire further. Consider this. The supplies distributed from above are merely staples like rice and cabbage. Even if I had some stock left, it would be nothing but those items. But Fang Qian's situation is entirely different. He has seafood. I recall that just before the severe cold storm hit, he ordered an entire truckload of seafood takeout. If stored properly, he might still have some left. While we all tighten our belts to survive this relentless storm, he continues to feast daily. This cannot stand. I propose we pay him a visit and demand our share. Amidst the crowd, Mr. and Mrs. Tang push their way forward. Mrs. Tang immediately chimed in. Manager Liang is right. Fang Qian must still have food. Besides that truckload of seafood. He also ordered an entire haul of snacks from the food street. Furthermore, he recently renovated his house, installing a fireplace and central air conditioning. If we could reach his home, we would have nothing to fear from the cold. Upon hearing her speak, a wave of confusion rippled through the crowd. Mrs. Tang. Isn't Fang Qian your son-in-law? Are you not worried he might hold a grudge against you for saying this? Mr. Tang, standing nearby, scoffed. Nonsense, son-in-law. He doesn't deserve the title. That selfish brat hides away in comfort while we suffer the cold. He wouldn't even share a morsel of food with us. Reporting such a self-serving individual is a matter of principle. What a noble principle indeed. Manager Liang was the first to applaud. Fang Qian's selfishness had reached such a level that even his own parents could no longer tolerate it. It was only fitting that we confront him to claim what is rightfully ours. Let us depart now. Anyone who wishes to eat, follow along. Manager Liang seemed to have rediscovered the sense of purpose he had felt days prior. With a grand gesture, he led this band of homeowners up the stairs. However, Fang Qian had already observed this entire scene through the surveillance system installed throughout the building. He felt no fear. Rather, a thrill coursed through him. After all these days? Finally, some amusement. Come on, come on. Chapter 38. A tragic incident triggered by a stake. A few minutes later, a group of individuals, panting heavily, arrived at the 33rd floor. The biting cold weather, coupled with the fact that they had barely eaten in the past week, made the absence of an elevator even more daunting. Upon reaching the top floor, each one of them felt utterly drained, their faces reflecting a sense of despair. As they stood before Fang Qian's door, a wave of contemplation washed over the crowd. How could they entice Fang Qian to open the door? At that moment, Tang's parents pushed their way to the front. In a hushed tone, Tang's mother urged, "Everyone, please quietly hide on either side. If there are too many of us, that kid might be too intimidated to open the door. Let me handle this." Tang's father chimed in, "Indeed, we are family after all. If we speak a few kind words, we should be able to coax him into opening the door." Among the crowd, someone murmured, "Is that going to work? You previously said that Fang Qian is selfish and indifferent, even to you." Tang Erwin waved his hand dismissively. That was just a misunderstanding between my parents and Fang Qian at the beginning. After these few days, he must have cooled down. It will be fine." Seeing their resolute expressions, the crowd complied with their plan, quietly taking positions on either side of the door. Once Fang Qian opened it, they would surge in, asserting control over the situation. With preparations complete, Tang's mother stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. "Fang Qian, open up. Mom and Dad are here to see you. You haven't been out in days, and we're worried about your health and whether you have enough to eat. We brought some food for you." To add authenticity, Tang's father reluctantly produced a potato from his coat pocket, waving it in front of the peephole. Inside Fang Qian's room, he monitored the scene through his phone, observing the dense crowd in the hallway with a cold smile. Such petty tricks, and they thought they could deceive him into opening the door? Yet, he refrained from exposing their ruse immediately. Since these two old folks wanted to play a game, he would indulge them. Fang Qian dashed into the kitchen, busily preparing something, and soon emerged with a steak in hand, approaching the small door above the main entrance. As he opened it, a wave of warmth from the heating system cascaded into the hallway, enveloping the entire corridor in a warm breeze. Everyone felt a delightful shiver, as if the temperature in the air had risen. Accompanying this warmth was the tantalizing aroma of steak. The sound of eager swallowing echoed throughout the hallway. Tang's father glanced at the long-preserved potato in his hand, suddenly feeling it was far less appealing. Fang Qian wore a gentle smile, stealing a glance at the scene outside. Shaking his head in resignation, he remarked, "Mom and Dad really do care about me, but I've never been fond of potatoes. You know I've always had a penchant for meat." As he spoke, he waved the steak enticingly at the entrance, intensifying the mouth-watering scent in the corridor. The concealed residents could no longer contain themselves. Tang Ba licked his lips and spoke in a tone tinged with desperation. "Fang Qian, do you still have plenty of meat at home? Why not open the door and let your parents come in for a bite?" However, Fang Qian shook his head. "No? Didn't I tell you? The lock on this door is broken. It's simply one T open." Tang Ma, growing anxious, interjected, "Then just hand over that piece of steak you have in your hand, through the small opening." As she spoke, she reached out to snatch it. Fang Qian did not evade her. He allowed her hand to slip through the small door and seize the steak. He exclaimed, "Oh no, my steak. Be careful. It's hot." At this shout, the other residents on either side of the door could no longer contain themselves and rushed in, desperately vying for the prize. Given their age, Tang Ba and Tang Ma were no match for the throng. The steak, barely secured in hand, was soon knocked to the ground. Manager Liang, closest to the action, wasted no time and lunged forward without a second thought. Ignoring the heat, she stuffed the entire piece of steak into her mouth. No one could have guessed that aside from her ample bosom, Manager Liang possessed an equally impressive capacity for food. The sizable steak disappeared into her mouth as if it were a mere morsel, although she had previously stashed away quite a few treats during the distribution of supplies. Those paled in comparison to this exquisite steak. In that moment, her restraint faltered. The other residents, filled with fury, seized Manager Liang, attempting to wrest the steak from her jaws. "You wretched woman," spit it out. "That is mine. It's my steak. Leave me a piece." As Manager Liang struggled, she began to chew frantically, intent on swallowing the steak whole. Yet after only a couple of bites, she let out a horrific scream. The other residents were taken aback by her cry. When Manager Liang raised her head again, they were horrified to see blood gushing from the wounds at the corners of her mouth. Two gaping, bloody lacerations, nearly 10 centimeters long, extended upward from her lips, reminiscent of a terrifying clown from a horror film. She moaned, expelling half the steak, along with a long shard of metal. The crowd was rendered speechless. Who could have imagined that such a delectable steak could be tainted with a blade? Manager Liang trembled in pain, collapsing to the ground, her tears mingling with blood, drenching her face. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were filled with dread. Had they been the ones to seize that steak, they might have acted similarly, and now it could very well have been their mouths laid open with wounds. In this bleak, storm-ridden apocalypse with no access to a hospital, they were left to tend to their injuries themselves. A minor misstep could lead to infection and death. Cruelty, indeed, was the order of the day. Through the small opening in the door, Fang Qian witnessed this harrowing spectacle, feeling a pang of regret. Initially, it was presumed that the blade would have inflicted harm upon either Tang Ba or Tang Ma, but unexpectedly, it was Manager Liang who suffered. Such is fate. Nonetheless, it matters little. After all, the individuals gathered outside are hardly virtuous. A sardonic smile graced his face as he remarked, "I sincerely apologize. While preparing a meal, I inadvertently left the blade inside and forgot to remove it. Surely, you believe I did not act with malice? Not intending harm?" The crowd was not gullible. They dismissed his assertions outright. Many began to hurl curses. "You heartless, selfish wretch. If you have the courage, open the door, and we shall see your demise. Do you truly believe that hiding behind the door renders you invincible? Having offended so many, you shall reap no favorable outcome." Listening to the threats, Fang Qian felt no trepidation. This was a sanctuary fortified by divine intervention. Not even a nuclear explosion could breach its defenses. What could they possibly do? Manager Liang, sprawled on the ground, lifted his head, glaring at Fang Qian with venomous eyes. "I want you dead. You must die," he shouted, commanding the crowd to break down the door by any means necessary. Among the throng was a locksmith who promptly stepped forward, declaring, "Leave it to me. I have opened hundreds of such locks throughout my life. It will take no more than 2 minutes." With that, he retrieved his toolkit and began to work on the lock. Fang Qian merely closed the small door above, reclined on the sofa, and patiently monitored their futile efforts via surveillance. 2 minutes passed, then 10, and finally an hour. All those huddled at the doorway shivered uncontrollably. The position afforded no shelter, and the biting winds howled through the corridor, slicing through them like blades. The locksmith's cheeks flushed as he cycled through various tools. Finally, one exasperated homeowner could no longer endure the sight and slapped the locksmith across the face. "Can you even open locks? It has been an hour. What on earth are you doing?" The locksmith, looking aggrieved, replied, "I cannot comprehend it. This lock is identical in structure to others I have encountered, yet I cannot open it. I even considered dismantling it, but that too is impossible." Several irate homeowners kicked the locksmith aside and seized a heavy hammer. "Let us simply smash down the door. It cannot withstand much." They summoned all their strength and struck the fortified door repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding impacts echoed through the hallway. However, after a relentless barrage of blows, the door remained unscathed, showing not even the slightest dent. Everyone stood in bewilderment. What manner of door was this? Neither the locksmith could unlock it, nor could they break it down. Surely, even a bank-grade alloy door would bear some mark after enduring such strikes. The homeowners exchanged glances, their faith in reality wavering. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, observing the crowd in a state of exasperation yet devoid of any solutions, Fang Qian could not help but burst into hearty laughter. He leisurely picked up a cup of steaming coffee and made his way to the door. Opening the small square portal, with a cheerful tone, he remarked, "Have you all finished your tasks? If so, isn't it my turn now?" Chapter 39, The Longsword and the Crossbow. As the words left his lips, an ominous premonition enveloped the crowd. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, A beautifully crafted sword erupted from a small opening, piercing through the air with lethal intent. The burly landlord, who had been the most fervent in his attempts to break down the door, was caught unawares and fell victim to the blade, which penetrated his chest with merciless precision. It soon became evident that this was no ordinary sword. It bore an ancient and elegant design, reminiscent of a bygone era. While many similar pieces might circulate in the marketplace, most were mere decorative relics, lacking a true edge. However, this weapon, forged by a master craftsman and tempered through countless trials, was a paragon of deadly artistry. With effortless grace, it sliced through the heavy down jacket worn by the brute, delivering a chilling blow that left the sword's tip protruding from his back, blood cascading to the floor in crimson rivulets. The burly man stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom the ferocity with which Fang Qian had acted. In a swift motion, Fang Qian retracted the sword back through the narrow opening. Murder! Murder! Run for your lives! The crowd, gripped by terror, abandoned any thought of aiding the wounded man and scattered in all directions. Yet, Fang Qian was relentless. He extended a finely crafted crossbow through the same aperture, aiming at the fleeing figures and pulling the trigger with wild abandon. Bolts flew forth, striking down one after another amidst their cries of anguish. Despite the chaos and injury, none dared to pause, their sole instinct to escape the scene. Within mere moments, the area was devoid of life, even the injured manager Liang fleeing in haste. The only remnant left at the entrance was the lifeless body of the burly man, pierced through by the sword. Fang Qian showed little inclination to dispose of the corpse, with the temperature outside plummeting to well below freezing. The body would soon be preserved by the cold, awaiting its inevitable retrieval in due time. After all, it was a significant prize. Once the crowd had dispersed, Fang Qian closed the small door and casually stowed the sword and crossbow back into the mythical backpack. Shaking his head in mild disappointment, he mused. That was far too easy. They fled without a challenge. How dull. At that moment, a slight tremor ran through his right hand. Looking down, he observed that the totem of the mythical hand was now completely filled. A wave of joy swept across Fang Qian's face. He could finally craft another mythical item. The previous creations of the mythical hand had been the mythical backpack and the mythical sanctuary, both of which had provided him with the means to survive in this apocalyptic world. Now, with this third opportunity, he anticipated yet another profound transformation in his existence. During this time, Fang Qian had spent countless hours pondering various concepts, mythical pets, mythical weapons, the quest for immortality, and more. Yet, when the moment arrived to make a decision, uncertainty gripped him. Slowly, he sank into the sofa, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, and began to meditate with closed eyes. A mythical opportunity takes over 10 days to accumulate and is incredibly precious. It must not be squandered. Meanwhile, aided by 2 security guards, Manager Liang made her hurried escape back to her residence. Once inside, she swiftly approached the mirror in her bathroom, gazing at the 2 ghastly scars marring her visage. An endless torrent of resentment surged from her eyes. Fang Qian, that cursed Fang Qian, you have utterly ruined me. Manager Liang was acutely aware that her ascent to her current position relied heavily on her beauty and physique. She had devoted immense effort to maintain herself in pristine condition. Yet now, these gruesome scars had transformed her into a monstrous apparition. Even she found her reflection terrifying, and naturally, no man would dare to cast a glance her way. 2 security guards stood at the doorway, observing her pitiable state with concern, hastily rummaging through the room for bandages and antiseptics. With no doctors available and lacking the skill to stitch her wounds, they could only apply ample dressings, praying that Manager Liang's body could endure. Staring at her ghastly reflection in the mirror, she could not swallow her indignation. She turned to the 2 guards behind her and declared, "Everything in my supply room is yours. If you can eliminate Fang Qian, I will become yours as well." The guards were taken aback by her words, stammering, "Us?" This they swallowed hard. They were aware of the substantial provisions stored in that small room. If they could secure that stockpile of meat, eggs, and grains, survival for at least a month would be assured. Their gaze drifted to Manager Liang's proud curves, and they found their minds wandering. Although her face was marred, her figure remained intact. However, the allure of such a tremendous reward soon brought them back to reality. They shook their heads and retreated a few steps. "Manager Liang, spare us. We lack the means to confront Fang Qian. He is a true menace. Just today, someone perished outside his door, and at least a dozen were injured. He shows no mercy. I suspect everyone is at home tending to their wounds. It would be prudent not to provoke him." The 2 guards hastily attempted to dissuade Manager Liang from her vendetta. Enraged, she erupted, "Useless fools, nothing but trash." As she raged, she hurled anything within reach at the guards. They bore her wrath in silence, knowing that all their survival supplies were stored with her. And having served under her before the apocalypse, they had long been psychologically conditioned not to resist. As she vented her fury, her strength soon waned. and she bowed her head in silence. Deep down, Manager Liang understood that the rift between her and Fang Qian could never be mended. The root of the conflict lay not within her, but with the ravenous residents. Only one of them could survive. Either she could breach Fang Qian's quarters and seize his resources or face starvation, awaiting the inevitable assault from the mob. Regardless of her mental constructs, they led to an inescapable dead end. The pain from the wounds on her face and the profound terror within her soul rendered Manager Liang nearly insane, far removed from her former spirited self. Meanwhile, on the other side, the injured subordinate stumbled back into Wang Long's room, exclaiming, "Brother Wang, a grave incident has occurred. There are fatalities, and many have been injured." Wang Long immediately sprang to his feet, demanding, "What transpired? Speak in detail." The subordinate hastily recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing that Fang Qian had ruthlessly plunged a sword into the chest of a property owner, Wang Long was momentarily taken aback. He had committed murder before, but to do so in such a public setting, once the apocalypse ended and order was restored, would undoubtedly make this young man a prime target for law enforcement. Did he truly believe that the end of days would not come to pass? Yet, this was only one facet of Wang Long's astonishment. What astonished him further was that Fang Qian had not employed firearms but rather a crossbow. A nearby subordinate, seemingly attuned to his doubts, cautiously suggested, "Brother Wang, I believe that fellow is nothing but a deceiver. If he truly possessed firearms, he wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. He could have simply tossed a grenade from inside the house. With the grenade's power, he could have easily obliterated half the property owners in that narrow alley. The sight would have been grotesque, with flesh scattering everywhere. Instead, he opted for the cumbersome sword and crossbow, which is clearly superfluous." Upon hearing this analysis, Wang Long's eyes lit up. That makes perfect sense. If it were me, I would have already hurled a grenade. In that moment, all his doubts dissipated. He was convinced that the grenade Fang Qian had brandished previously was a mere ruse, a theatrical performance. Fuming, Wang Long slammed his hand on the table. "You clever trickster. Fang Qian, you dare to intimidate me. Truly impressive, yet you should never have allowed me to see through your disguise. Just wait, I will soon settle the score." He rose to stretch, his muscles bulging, resembling a hairless yellow-skinned gorilla. The nearby subordinate eagerly asked, "Brother Wang, shall we confront Fang Qian now? His home is quite fortified, and he might ambush us from the upper door, so we must proceed with caution." Wang Long shook his head. "There is no rush. Fang Qian's possessions will eventually be ours. We should seek out Manager Liang first, should we not?" At this, the subordinates behind him suddenly grasped the implication. That wretched woman, Manager Liang, had hoarded quite a bit of food during this time, and they had been keeping a watchful eye on her. If they delayed any longer, they risked having it snatched away by other property owners, a significant loss indeed. Chapter 40. The mythical submachine gun. The pain is unbearable. That wretched brat Fang Qian certainly shows no mercy. Tang Dad and Tang Mom limped back to their room, taking a seat on the sofa. Tang Dad rolled up his pant leg, revealing a gaping wound on his calf, a clear mark left by a crossbow bolt. Tang Mom, filled with concern, hurriedly retrieved some gauze to bandage it. However, the room lacked any stitching materials or anti-inflammatory medications. The biting cold was hardly conducive to the healing of such an injury. Who knows how long it will take to mend? If it were to become infected, it could prove fatal. Damn it. That little beast must have learned this ruthlessness from someone. Fortunately, we managed to escape swiftly. Had we been struck by that bolt, we might have lost our lives. Recalling the harrowing scene, both were filled with dread. The wound on Tang Dad's leg was indeed a mere graze from a crossbow bolt, which was rather fortunate in the grand scheme of things. On their flight, they had witnessed numerous homeowners struck directly by bolts, some unfortunate souls even pierced through their abdomens, uncertain if they would survive their return. At that moment, Tang Erwin came rushing down the stairs, panting heavily. Upon seeing his parents on the sofa, he showed no sign of sympathy, instead reproaching them. "Mom, how could you be so useless? You couldn't even secure the steak. I haven't had meat in over a week. That large piece of steak would have been a treasure to bring home." Tang Erwin reminisced about the aroma of that steak, the memory lingering tantalizingly in his mind. It was so enticing, so utterly delectable. Hearing this, Tang Mom became agitated, rising to point an accusatory finger at Tang Erwin, exclaiming, "Eat? You ungrateful child are still thinking about that steak? Your parents' lives are hanging by a thread. Do you truly value a piece of meat more than our lives?" Furrowing his brow, Tang Erwin chose not to dwell on the topic further. Instead, he retorted, "Isn't this all a result of your own actions? You treated Fang Qian with such disdain. Now look where it has led. Had you been more considerate of his pride and spoken with more kindness, we wouldn't be in this predicament." This left Tang Dad and Tang Mom at a loss for words. Reflecting on past events and Fang Qian's current prosperous life, a twinge of regret stirred within them. Had they not acted so excessively in the past, they might now be basking in the warmth of Fang Qian's home, enjoying steak. Yet, regret is a luxury one cannot afford. After tending to his wound, Tang Dad lit a cigarette, indignantly stating, "If a grown man cannot endure this little hardship, how can he achieve anything great? Everyone has faced trials. Marrying a daughter is no simple feat. I raised my daughter with such care. What harm is there in testing him a little? And he dares to be upset. Thankfully, my daughter did not marry him. Otherwise, her life would have been ruined." Tang Erwin sighed and shook his head. He understood that Fang Qian still harbored feelings for his sister. Otherwise, one would not resort to borrowing money merely to purchase a villa. "It is all the fault of my parents." Their words were exceedingly harsh. Tang Erwin was calculating in his mind. "It is true that my parents offended Fang Qian, yet my attitude towards him has been consistently amiable. I even willingly lent him 4 million to aid in his home purchase. If I adopt a more conciliatory stance, surely there will be room for dialogue." He pondered earnestly. "A few kind words from me, along with mentioning my sister, should suffice to mend the rift between us and Fang Qian. If that were to happen, the prospect of residing in a warm home and savoring steak would seem attainable." With this thought, a faint smile crept upon his lips, and he hurried to his room. Behind him, Tang Ma seized his arm. "Where are you rushing off to? Do you not see your father's injured leg? Quickly fetch some anti-inflammatory medicine and a needle and thread, or how will that long wound heal?" However, Tang Erwin merely cast her an impatient glance, vigorously shaking off her grasp. "Mother, do you not possess hands and feet as well? Why not seek it out yourself? I have far more pressing matters. Do not hinder me." With that, he dashed into his room, locking the door with a resounding thud. Behind him, Tang Ma stomped her foot in frustration. Unfilial son. Utterly ungrateful. Tang Ba silently smoked, his anger simmering as he remarked, "Isn't he a good son that you have spoiled?" It was not merely the Tang family. Numerous residents of the building erupted into fierce disputes. Some cursed Fang Qian for his heartlessness and selfishness, while others lamented their decision to become embroiled in this turmoil. Even manager Liang, who had initially proposed this ill-fated idea, faced a torrent of vitriol. Fang Qian had not aimed with intent. He merely brandished his crossbow and loosed bolts indiscriminately into the fray outside. Yet, despite his lack of precision, several homeowners bore the brunt of his actions. The two most unfortunate among them were struck, one through the abdomen and the other through the chest. While they had not succumbed immediately, they lingered on the brink of death, their conditions dire. Nevertheless, Fang Qian remained unrepentant in his room. "This is the apocalypse. If you do not consume others, they shall consume you." He was merely safeguarding himself. Had he wished solely for carnage, he could have easily tossed a grenade, obliterating everyone in the corridor, or unleashed a hail of bullets from a submachine gun. Yet, he refrained from such extremes. He merely delivered appropriate retribution to these individuals. Fang Qian gazed at his shimmering mythical hand, his mind swirling with thoughts. With the third opportunity for mythification in his possession, he needed to ascertain the trajectory of events in the forthcoming days. He surmised that today marked the inaugural large-scale robbery. Although it concluded in failure, it had ignited a fierce spirit within the homeowners. Particularly concerning was Wang Long, who had not been present today. Fang Qian sensed that he was concocting some plan, one that eluded his understanding. In this precarious situation, incidents of robbery and murder would undoubtedly escalate in the coming days, especially for those whose supplies had been cut off. The lack of provisions would leave them to face hunger. What else can one do without resorting to robbery? Fang Qian pondered earnestly. The primary focus henceforth should be to augment his personal combat prowess. After all, how could he confront the aggressive homeowners and neighbors? With this thought in mind, he retrieved all the weaponry from his mythical backpack and laid it upon the table: a handgun, a micro-submachine gun, and grenades. A cursory glance led his gaze to settle upon the micro-submachine gun. The handgun lacked significant power and had limited capacity, rendering it ineffective against the frenzied mob outside. In contrast, the submachine gun was a different beast altogether. With just a single burst, it could incapacitate or even eliminate a multitude within its vicinity. This was indeed a true instrument of carnage. Without further hesitation, he seized the micro-submachine gun and began to channel his mythical energy into it. Minutes later, the totem of the mythical hand dimmed once more, requiring another 10 days for restoration. However, before him, the submachine gun underwent a remarkable transformation, acquiring distinct mythical abilities. Grasping it in his hand, he instantly understood its mechanics. It possessed two facets of mythical prowess. The first was trajectory correction. The bullets fired from this weapon would unfailingly travel toward the target envisioned by Fang Qian. For instance, if he aimed at the wall before him while mentally picturing the wall behind, the bullet would veer off course upon exiting the barrel to strike the intended wall. This was nothing short of miraculous. It equated to achieving perfect accuracy without any practice whatsoever. The second ability was even more straightforward yet formidable: infinite ammunition. The mythical hand endowed this submachine gun with boundless rounds, liberating him from the anxiety of reloading. in the presence of an adversary. He could simply unleash a torrent of fire without hesitation. Although the power of the micro-submachine gun did not rival that of a sniper rifle or a standard rifle, it was undeniably superior to that of a handgun. In the current context, it was more than sufficient. To further test its capabilities, Fang Qian ascended to the rooftop. The frigid temperature, plunging below -10 degrees, made him shiver. Unwilling to delay, he swiftly retrieved a wooden board from his mythical backpack, propping it against the wall, and positioned himself a few meters away. With one hand grasping the submachine gun, he aimed skyward and squeezed the trigger. The gunfire erupted like a cacophony of firecrackers, rapid and fierce. Strangely, the bullets, upon leaving the muzzle, immediately acquired their own momentum, altering trajectory to hurtle toward the wooden board. After firing over 100 rounds, Fang Qian reluctantly lowered the submachine gun and looked up. To his astonishment, the wooden board was riddled with countless holes, forming a whimsical sketch of a cheerful sheep, grinning broadly in his direction. Gazing at this charming illustration, Fang Qian felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. This exemplified the formidable power of trajectory correction. With this mythical ability, he need not dedicate time to honing his marksmanship. He merely had to envision his target while firing. Fang Qian caressed the body of the submachine gun, utterly enamored. "Oh, Wang Long, dear Wang Long, hasten to bring your companions to me. My submachine gun is already yearning with anticipation." Haha. Chapter 41. Tang Erwin seeks refuge. Fang Qian secures his weapons. Upon returning to his chamber, Fang Qian picked up his phone only to discover a plethora of unread messages, dozens, in fact, as well as 2 missed calls. Upon inspection, he found that all these messages and calls originated from Tang Erwin. Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback. Why would this young man send so many messages? Could there be something of utmost importance? As he delved into the messages, he read, "Brother-in-law, your tactics against those bandits today were nothing short of magnificent. You sent them fleeing in terror. You are truly a great hero. To speak candidly, I have long disapproved of my parents' ways. Their greed is repugnant, unlike my steadfast commitment to familial bonds. Frankly, I believe you and my sister are a match made in heaven. Indeed, my sister scarcely deserves you. Brother-in-law, it has been over a week since I last had meat. If you have any to spare, I would be eternally grateful for a morsel, for I am starving. Moreover, there is a secret about my sister that you remain unaware of. She was recently on a business trip, but the truth is, it was not a genuine trip at all. Brother-in-law, my heart is entirely with you, and I can be of great assistance. You wish for my sister to marry you, and with my support, it shall be an effortless endeavor. By the way, brother-in-law, my father's leg was inadvertently injured by a crossbow bolt, leaving a gash of several centimeters. They are still within the house, speaking ill of you. I gave them a proper scolding. They brought it upon themselves, did they not? Honestly, considering their past actions, it would have been just for you to have shot him dead with an arrow. Brother-in-law, I am truly famished." As Fang Qian read through the messages, he realized Tang Erwin had nearly lost his senses, even going so far as to renounce his parents. Yet, a peculiar pattern emerged. Interspersed within the messages were frequent lamentations of his hunger and a longing for mate. It became evident to Fang Qian that Tang Erwin had been thoroughly overwhelmed by reality. This was hardly surprising, given the frigid weather outside and the relentless storms that beset them. Within the confines of their dwelling, they intermittently faced water and power outages. For days, the only sustenance available had been rice and cabbage. Anyone would find such conditions torturous. In these temperatures, without proper heating, one could be awakened in the night by the biting cold. Fang Qian found Tang Erwin to be rather amusing and considered keeping him around for entertainment. He pondered sending a message. "Erwin, do you believe there is still a chance for me and your sister?" Meanwhile, in his own room, Tang Erwin tossed and turned, his heart racing with anxiety. From earlier until now, he had sent dozens of messages and made several calls, yet there had been no response from the other end. His greatest fear was that Fang Qian had blocked him. Without communication, all his skills would be rendered useless. Just then, a message arrived. Tang Erwin's eyes lit up, and disregarding the cold, he sat up in bed to show his respect. "Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? I have already stated that you and my sister are a match made in heaven. My sister merely lacked a touch of affection in her childhood, which made her susceptible to being led astray by outsiders. Yet, in her heart, she has always harbored love for you. I could stake my parents' lives on it." Upon reading this message, Fang Qian nearly choked on his tea, almost spitting it out in disbelief. How could Tang Erwin possess the audacity to utter such blatant falsehoods? Were it not for his experiences in 2 lifetimes, having traversed through dark times, he might have actually been deceived by Tang Erwin's words. If there were anything Tang Jiaro truly adored, it would undoubtedly be money. A woman so driven by profit could hardly possess genuine affection. Given sufficient wealth, she could even stoop to the level of a dog scavenging for scraps. Although Tang Erwin was also on his list of targets, Fang Qian did not mind wasting a bit of time with him at this moment. As the other party had mentioned, he indeed held some utility. With the building's surveillance system, Fang Qian could monitor everyone's movements at any time. Everything was within his grasp. However, he was unable to ascertain the situation regarding Tang Jiaro and that Ma Dasha. As a key member of his vengeance list, Fang Qian felt it necessary to establish an insider to gather intelligence about them. He composed a message. Erwin, you mentioned you could assist me. How do you intend to do so? The response came almost instantaneously. Brother-in-law, my relationship with my sister is very close. I know all her secrets. Whatever you wish to know, I can tell you. Moreover, I can discreetly investigate my sister's current circumstances. I can be your informant. I can also speak well of you in front of her. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you need not worry. Brother-in-law, seeing how significant my role is, could you spare me something to eat? It has been far too long since I've had a taste of anything worthwhile. Fang Qian couldn't help but chuckle. He promptly replied, how about this? First call your sister to inquire about her current situation and gather more information. At midnight, you may secretly come to my doorstep to report back. If I find your information satisfactory, there will be rewards for you. Upon seeing this message, Tang Erwin was nearly beside himself with excitement. He laughed heartily, fingers flying across the keyboard. No problem, brother-in-law. I will definitely arrive on time. I'm calling my sister right now. He was elated, finally anticipating a taste of something sumptuous. The aroma of that steak from earlier had been haunting him. Even a mere liquid suffice. After reaching an agreement with Tang Erwin, Fang Qian sat on the sofa with a smile, muttering to himself, Tang Jiaro, I wonder how you are faring now? Without the supplies from those 7 warehouses, you must be quite troubled. I hope you do not meet your end too soon. Otherwise, I would lose my chance for revenge. As for Tang Erwin, Fang Qian had no intentions of providing for his meals. This wretch was also on his list of targets. However, there remains some utilitarian value at present. One could casually offer leftover bones or remnants of soup to pass the time, as if feeding a dog. After all, one does find oneself in need of a canine companion. Yet, uncertainty lingers regarding this creature's dental fortitude and its ability to gnaw on bones. Once its usefulness is thoroughly exhausted, it can be disposed of without a second thought. As night descends, the cold wind outside howls relentlessly, accompanied by hailstones the size of a thumb, pelting against the glass. Some poorly constructed windows have long since been shattered. The biting cold rushes into the room like a deluge. Under the shroud of darkness, a door creaks open silently. Manager Liang, bearing 2 ghastly scars across her face, cautiously peeks out. In conjunction with the night, her appearance resembles that of a wraith. She meticulously drags 2 suitcases out the door, closely followed by 2 security guards, laden with bulging bags. One guard lowers his voice, Manager Liang, are we truly leaving? With such a fierce snowstorm outside, will it not pose a danger once we step out? Another echoes, indeed, with such a tempest, where can we possibly go? Manager Liang shoots them a glare. If we don't leave, shall we merely await our demise here? Did you not witness the terrifying desperation of those starving homeowners today? I have hoarded this food, and you are complicit in my actions. Should we be discovered, your fates will hardly differ from mine. The 2 guards shiver in fear, deterred from further protest. Manager Liang continues, fear not. I have an old lover residing in our complex, a truly significant figure. He commands over 20 security personnel, all seasoned veterans. If we can brave the storm and reach that building, our safety will be assured. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards gain confidence. Although the tempest rages outside, they reason that by bracing themselves and covering their heads, traversing a few hundred meters is certainly manageable. Furthermore, with provisions of plenty and protection awaiting them there, it is undoubtedly a better alternative than remaining here. They descend the stairs with utmost caution, utterly unaware that their every move has been observed by Fang Qian through surveillance cameras. Even their conversation is crystal clear to him. Huh, you think escape is so simple? He muses, promptly sending a message to the group chat. I just went downstairs to use the restroom and saw Manager Liang leaving with several boxes. Could she be attempting to flee? Though evening has fallen, the frigid weather has prevented many from finding sleep. At the sight of this message, the chat erupts in chaos. Chapter 42, The Miserable Manager Liang. What? That despicable Manager Liang intends to flee after duping us all? With her bags in tow? Surely, it cannot be provisions. No. She must not be allowed to escape unscathed. If she were to depart brazenly in daylight, it might be bearable, but sneaking away under the cover of night, it is evident she harbors ill intentions. The message sent by Fang Qian was akin to a spark igniting a barrel of oil, instantly provoking an explosion of chaos. Meanwhile, Manager Liang and the 2 security guards cautiously made their way downstairs, blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding in the group chat. To maintain silence, they had long since silenced their phones, rendering them oblivious to any notifications. As they reached the lobby, a sudden bang resonated, and the lights overhead flickered to life. There stood a burly man with a shaved head and tattoos, wielding a fire axe at the entrance. It was none other than Wang Long, who had been conspicuously absent since the onset of the frigid storm. Behind him loomed a dozen robust henchmen, each armed with weapons, be it a machete or a club. The men regarded Manager Liang and her two security guards with malevolent gazes, their eyes brimming with lethal intent, as notorious figures in the underworld. Wang Long and his entourage were no strangers to bloodshed. The sheer ferocity emanating from them caused the two security guards behind Manager Liang to quail in terror, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground, too frightened to even draw a breath. Casting a disdainful glance at these useless subordinates, Liang's heart brimmed with frustration. Utterly inept, they were even less capable than I, a mere woman. Wang Long, brandishing the fire axe, advanced step by step, a smile creeping onto his face as he inquired, Manager Liang, where do you intend to go at such a late hour? And with so much luggage? Do you require assistance? Manager Liang forced herself to remain composed. Brother Wang, in this bitter cold, life is hardly bearable, especially since supplies have ceased. As a frail woman, where could I possibly go? I merely received a message from Boss Su, summoning me to his residence. Surely, Brother Wang would not impede my departure? Those who navigate the murky waters of the underworld value timely information. Upon hearing Manager Liang's words, Wang Long immediately recalled Boss Su, a significant figure in real estate, notorious for amassing ill-gotten gains. Perpetually anxious about unrest from workers or disgruntled homeowners, he was seldom without a retinue of 20 bodyguards. It was likely that, even in the face of the apocalypse, Boss Su's wealth and manpower would ensure his survival. Manager Liang's statement was a calculated attempt to invoke Boss Su's influence in hopes of securing her escape. However, the very next moment, Wang Long delivered a resounding slap to Manager Liang's face. The crack echoed through the air as she was sent sprawling several meters away, crashing to the ground. The wound on her face, which had only just been bandaged, tore open anew, blood oozing from the grotesque laceration, reminiscent of a vengeful specter. Wang Long exhibited no fear. Coldly scoffing, do not attempt to intimidate me with Boss Su. Perhaps in the days preceding this apocalypse, I might have shown him some respect. Yet, in this current reality, he may not be stronger than I. And whom do you think you are fooling? In your current wretched state, do you truly believe Boss Su would have any interest in you? You would likely be deemed unclean even if you offered to lick someone else's boots. Upon realizing that Wang Long was not easily intimidated, Manager Liang's demeanor shifted to one of panic as she clutched a suitcase, exerting all her strength to dash toward the door. However, after only a few steps, she was swiftly subdued by two of Wang Long's subordinates, rendering her immobile. The remaining subordinates proceeded to rummage through the bags belonging to the security guards, and what they uncovered instantly captivated Wang Long's attention. It was filled with pork and eggs, luxurious ingredients indeed. Furious, Wang Long delivered a resounding slap to Manager Liang's face, transforming her visage into that of a swollen pig. Damn it, you feed me cabbage daily while you feast on meat at home? I told you, with the apocalypse having erupted just days ago. How is it that you have only grown fatter? Those two bulges on your chest could very well serve as basketballs. Come, let us visit your home and see just how much you have stashed away. His subordinates promptly followed, laden with the pilfered goods. The two security guards lay prostrate on the ground, having soiled themselves in fear, too terrified to lift their heads. As Wang Long's men passed by, they casually delivered a few kicks to the guards. The guards could only grovel, utterly devoid of the courage to express any dissent, embodying a state of utter humiliation. Wang Long, along with his loyal subordinates, dragged Manager Liang back to his room for a thorough search. They soon discovered additional supplies hidden beneath the bed, rice and flour, likely stowed away due to an excess she could not carry. Wang Long, upon seeing the abundance, realized that if he and his men were frugal, they could sustain themselves for a month. This wretched woman is quite adept at hiding. Had I not arrived in time, I might have been tricked entirely. At that moment, some opportunistic residents gathered outside Manager Liang's door. Their eyes glistened with desire at the sight of the food laid out before them, yearning to rush in and indulge. Yet, upon observing Wang Long and his muscular entourage wielding weapons, they hesitated, retreating in fear. The recent encounter with Fang Qian still loomed in their minds. While sustenance was vital, life itself held greater value. Charging in to seize the goods now risked not only missing out on the food, but potentially losing their lives as well. The residents glared menacingly at the subdued Manager Liang, mentally cursing her ancestors for her selfish hoarding of supplies. Had it not been for her clandestine stockpiling, they would not have endured such hunger these past few days, nor would Wang Long have reaped all the benefits. Struggling against the table, Manager Liang mustered the strength to raise her head, her eyes pleading. Brother Wang, I was wrong. All this food is yours. Please spare me. If you let me go, I promise to bring back more provisions from Boss Su. I will offer you everything. Wang Long, with a sardonic smile, remarked. Sending you to Boss Su would be a sheer waste. What if you freeze to death on the way? Though your face is ruined, your figure remains somewhat presentable. With that, he tore a piece of tattered cloth from the side and draped it over Manager Liang's face. Indeed, the woman's visage was now so disfigured that it was utterly repulsive. Subsequently, Wang Long pressed her down onto the table with a single hand. His lackeys, understanding the situation, approached the door with mischievous grins and closed it behind them, assuming the role of sentinels. Soon, the room was filled with Wang Long's boisterous laughter. 3 minutes later, the door swung open, and Wang Long, adjusting his trousers, complained, "Damn, it's freezing. I can't go on." The other's eyes sparkled with interest. While the cold was indeed biting, they had been cooped up for over 10 days, and Manager Liang's physique was undeniably exquisite. Once they had moved far enough away, some of the residents mustered the courage to open Manager Liang's room, hoping to scavenge any leftover food. However, upon witnessing the grim scene inside, they were struck with terror, their bodies trembling in fright. Come play until I die. Ha ha ha, I fear nothing." They beheld Manager Liang, her clothing in tatters, barely wrapped in a frayed quilt for warmth. It was unimaginable what horrendous events had transpired within those walls. Most of the more timid residents, upon witnessing such a pitiful sight, turned and fled in fright. Given Manager Liang's condition, it seemed she had lost her sanity and would not survive for long. Yet, the remaining 7 or 8 bolder residents, suppressing their discomfort, ventured inside to search but could only shake their heads in resignation. Damn, Wang Long's crew has been ruthless. They've left us not a grain of rice. What shall we do? At this rate, my wife and children will starve. In the living room, a few men congregated, their hearts fraught with anxiety. Nearly a week into this apocalyptic scenario, every household had run out of provisions. The robust could barely endure, but the elderly, women, and children stood little chance of survival. Suddenly, one individual cast a glance at the now mad Manager Liang, murmuring to himself, "Do you think this could be edible?" Chapter 43. The terrified Tang Erwin. This sentence was akin to unleashing Pandora's box, as everyone was instantly plunged into contemplation, heads bowed in silence. Yet, almost involuntarily, they gravitated towards Manager Liang. There was no avoiding it. "Manager Liang, this is what you owe us." Indeed, who could forget your prior hoarding of supplies? "Ah, don't come any closer." With a piercing scream, the only sound that remained in Manager Liang's room was the dull thud of a great cleaver chopping through bone. In the corridor, Tang Erwin had just stepped outside. It was precisely midnight, and he was preparing to stealthily fulfill his promise at Fang Qian's door. However, halfway there, he was suddenly startled by the sound of bone being cleaved. Tang Erwin's eyes brightened with realization. Good heavens, I knew there must be others hoarding food, stealthily chopping meat in the dead of night. I must see who it is. Cautiously, he crept towards the source of the sound. Soon, he arrived at Manager Liang's door, which was ajar, allowing whispers to drift out. "This rib looks splendid. It's mine now." "All right, you can have that rib. But this piece of thigh meat belongs to me." "Who wants the intestines? They taste quite delightful when cooked." Tang Erwin's mouth watered at the mention of ribs, thighs, and intestines. These were indeed prime cuts. Even before the apocalypse, one would have to pay extra to procure such meats. Summoning his courage, he flicked on his flashlight and pushed the door open. "Everyone shares. Is there no food to spare for me?" However, as the beam illuminated the room, his stomach churned violently. The space was awash in crimson, and 7 or 8 burly homeowners wielding axes and cleavers were dividing up flesh. Yet, what they were butchering was not the pork Tang Erwin had envisioned. It was human. Manager Liang's severed head lay upon the table, eyes wide with fury, and the gaping wounds at the corners of his mouth seemed to form a grotesque grin. In that instant, terror gripped Tang Erwin, causing his legs to weaken and a few drops of urine to stain his pants. The homeowners, momentarily startled by his presence, sighed in relief and casually remarked, "You came alone. If you want to share, do come in. There are some scraps left that would suffice for you." They then reached for pieces of flesh from the corpse. Unable to contain himself, Tang Erwin retched violently, then spun on his heels and fled. The homeowners chuckled at his retreating figure, sneering, "What are you pretending for? When you're starving, you'll understand the true delicacies of this world." Indeed, survival is worth more than anything. Tang Erwin stumbled and dashed up the staircase, losing track of how many flights he ascended before collapsing at a corner. Taking deep breaths to quell the panic within, those madmen were actually consuming that kind of meat. He questioned himself. He was indeed hungry. Yet he had never considered such a method. It was not that he could not accept it, but rather that he dared not. However, soon after, Tang Erwin was struck by a more terrifying thought. Since this event had already transpired, it would undoubtedly continue unabated in the future. One could easily imagine that for a protracted period, should the frigid storm persist, the supplies from above would be unable to reach them. Consequently, the likelihood of such occurrences would only escalate. One would either have to join or become sustenance. A chill ran down Tang Erwin's spine, particularly for ordinary individuals like him who had not received any food supplementation. They would only grow weaker, utterly incapable of contending with those frenzied individuals who had feasted on flesh. The inevitable conclusion, it seemed, would be to succumb as fodder. He felt a surge of fear. No, I cannot be consumed. I must survive. Cold sweat beaded on Tang Erwin's forehead. In that instant, a visage emerged in his mind, Fang Qian. The only person who could ensure his sustenance and preserve his strength was Fang Qian. He became increasingly resolute in his determination to cling to this lifeline. Scrambling madly up the stairs, he stumbled repeatedly, unaware of how many times he fell. Finally, he arrived at Fang Qian's door on the 33rd floor, gently knocking while casting furtive glances toward the stairwell, fearful of any intruders. "Brother-in-law, I'm here. Please open the door," he whispered urgently. Shortly, a small hatch above the door opened, revealing Fang Qian's face. The comforting warmth of the heating enveloped Tang Erwin's body and spirit once more. At the sight of Fang Qian, Tang Erwin was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. After all, Fang Qian had always looked after him, a far safer option than those cannibals. He quickly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, I've come. Didn't you say you had food to share with me?" Observing Tang Erwin's frenzied and anxious demeanor, Fang Qian felt immense satisfaction. Indeed, this was the precise emotion he desired. It was only through deepening such sentiments that he could ensure the complete utilization of this young man. Calmly, he replied, "Don't rush. Didn't you mention having some secret of your sister to share? Do tell. Also, how has she been lately? I'm quite curious." Tang Erwin immediately adopted a serious tone and began his report. "Brother-in-law, you must promise not to be angry when I tell you this. My sister's secret is that she is currently being threatened." Fang Qian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Threatened? Elaborate." Tang Erwin continued, "After graduating from university, my sister didn't want to hold you back. She wanted to find a good job to lighten your burden. You know how unreasonable our parents can be, demanding a rather substantial bride price. My sister worried you might not be able to afford it, so she worked diligently. However, the boss at her company took notice of her and had ulterior motives. He insisted on taking her on a business trip, but in reality, it was merely a ruse to pursue her. But rest assured, brother-in-law, my sister has never allowed that scoundrel to take advantage of her. She remains steadfast, with her heart solely belonging to you. My sister is a good girl. You should trust her, brother-in-law." Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that Tang Erwin's storytelling prowess could be so remarkable. It was evident that his sister, driven by self-interest, had reached out to others. Yet she now claimed to be a victim of circumstance. What a skilled performer. However, since the other party had committed so thoroughly to this act, he felt obliged to play along. Fang Qian feigned anger, striking the security door before him with fervor. Damn it! How could Xiaoro be so foolish? Observing his demeanor, Tang Erwin hastily stoked the flames further. "In this frigid apocalypse, my sister is trapped with that perverse individual. She has called me several times, expressing her longing for you. But she refrained from mentioning it to avoid causing you concern." Fang Qian then inquired, "Tell me about their current situation. I wish to comprehend it in detail." "Certainly, brother-in-law. The wealthy boss was once affluent, but before the apocalypse, a significant loss occurred when goods were stolen from the dock warehouses, resulting in billions in damages. Consequently, their situation is dire, as they find themselves confined within a grand hotel. However, there is a silver lining. The boss has a substantial number of subordinates, and the hotel has stored a considerable amount of food. It is likely that they will not face immediate danger. I just communicated with my sister, and today at dawn, she plans to have a friend deliver some supplies. Brother-in-law, if you can rescue me during this apocalypse, my sister will undoubtedly be eternally grateful to you. And you may have whatever you desire." "Whatever I desire? What if I wish for her life?" Fang Qian refrained from voicing his inner thoughts. Yet he gleaned much information from Tang Erwin. It appeared that the actions he had taken prior to the apocalypse were indeed beneficial. The food stored in the hotel warehouse was considerable, but how long could so many people sustain themselves on it, without additional resources? The ultimate outcome was unlikely to be favorable. After reflecting, Fang Qian instructed Tang Erwin, "You've done well. From now on, come here every day at noon to report on your sister's situation. As long as the information you provide is of sufficient value, I can spare some food for you. If we can bring your sister back, I would be more than willing to accommodate your entire family in my home." Tang Erwin nodded eagerly, his head bobbing like a rattledrum. "Absolutely, brother-in-law. Even without your prompting, I would do the same." Immediately thereafter, Fang Qian tossed a plastic bag through a small door. Tang Erwin lunged forward, tearing open the packaging with excitement. His eyes brightened upon discovering remnants of food within the bag. a skeletal roast chicken, and a pile of lobster shells. Without hesitation, he seized the chicken bones and shoved them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, never had he felt his teeth so robust. The once crispy roast chicken, even its bones, was delectable. Even the lobster shells, though not entirely edible, still bore traces of savory meat. As he chewed, numerous sharp bone fragments pierced his gums, causing blood to trickle from the corners of his mouth, staining his teeth crimson. Yet, he remained utterly unconcerned, hastening his pace as though fearing someone might vie for his meal. In mere minutes, the roasted chicken bones and lobster heads were devoured. Satisfied, he patted his slightly distended belly and turned to Fang Qian, bowing his head in gratitude. "Thank you, brother-in-law, for saving me. I shall surely fulfill my duties with utmost diligence." Chapter 44. Utter chaos. Fang Qian harbored his own thoughts. The young master of the Ma family was the sole heir, with unimaginable financial and material resources backing him. It was utterly inconceivable that he could perish in this hotel. A more plausible scenario was that once the situation stabilized even slightly, the Ma family would undoubtedly dispatch a vehicle to retrieve him. Thus, Fang Qian had to remain vigilant. He mustn't allow Tang Jiaro to escape with the young master of the Ma family without his knowledge. In this vast world, should they hide in some obscure corner, he would be utterly unable to locate them, rendering his quest for vengeance futile. After satisfying his hunger, Tang Erwin leisurely returned to his room, patting his belly. With Fang Qian's assistance, the gloom that had previously clouded his mind dissipated. As long as he could fill his belly each day and grow strong as a man, he need not fear the treachery of those lunatics. After all, if there were to be any victims, they would likely target the vulnerable first. He even fantasized about the possibility of being of great help, reuniting his sister with her husband, and perhaps even residing in Fang Qian's luxurious suite, indulging in endless food and warmth. Oh, how beautiful the future suddenly appeared. Lost in his daydreams, he gently closed the door behind him, only to be startled as the bedroom lights flickered on. Tang Dad, with a leg wrapped in bandages, and Tang Mom, seated solemnly on the living room sofa, regarded Tang Erwin with grave expressions. Tang Mom was the first to stand, rushing to confront him, her face etched with discontent. "What on earth are you doing out at this hour? It's so cold and dangerous outside. Do you wish to send your parents into a frenzy of worry?" However, as she approached, Tang Erwin subtly stepped back, creating distance between them. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he retorted, "Spare me your concern. I am grown, and I do not require your watchful eyes. Tend to your own affairs and refrain from complicating mine." Tang Erwin understood the gravity of the rift between Fang Qian and his parents. He had to assert his stance. A week had passed since the apocalypse began, yet the biting wind continued to howl, the temperatures plummeting ever lower. At this rate, it appeared there would be no end in sight. If he were to survive, his greatest hope lay in clinging to Fang Qian's coattails. He muttered to himself, "Forgive me, dear parents, but for your son to endure, may you sacrifice yourselves sooner rather than later." Tang Mom noticed his retreat and the coldness in his gaze, her heart sinking slightly. "What is the matter with you?" she began, but before she could finish, a faint aroma wafted into her nostrils. "Is that the scent of fried chicken and seafood? Where on earth did you find food? My goodness, you were such an unfilial child. How could you eat alone? Shouldn't you bring some back to share with your parents? Look at your father's injured leg. He needs nourishment. Quickly, tell me where the food is," she exclaimed, extending her hands to grab Tang Erwin's clothing. Before he could even touch them, Tang Erwin furiously shoved Tang Ma to the ground. This scene astonished Tang Ba, who was seated on the sofa. Ignoring his leg injury, he rose and shouted, "You ungrateful wretch." However, after taking only a couple of steps forward, he stumbled and fell due to his leg pain. Tang Erwin silently regarded his parents on the floor, coldly stating, "Whatever I do or whatever I eat is none of your concern. Please refrain from meddling in my life. It is already the end of the world. All I wish for is to survive. If you truly consider me your son, then do not hinder my progress." With that, he stormed into his room and slammed the door shut. Outside, the heart-wrenching cries of Tang Ba and Tang Ma echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Fang Qian observed this dramatic scene unfold clearly through his phone's surveillance. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. "How delightful for you two old fools. Your most cherished son turns out to be nothing more than a beast in human guise." Watching the two elders weep uncontrollably in the living room filled him with immense satisfaction. The torment of the spirit surpasses any physical suffering. To these two, their younger son, Tang Erwin, had always been more precious than life itself. This is why they allowed Tang Jiaro to deceive them out of their money and life savings, investing everything in Tang Erwin's future, hoping to elevate his status. Little did they know that the very child they doted on would be the first to abandon them in their time of crisis. The phrase "the greatest sorrow lies in a dead heart" perfectly encapsulates the present scene. Fang Qian could not help but fantasize about his next scheme. Would allowing Tang Erwin to take their lives himself lead to their restless demise? The thought amused him greatly. On the other side, Wang Long, reveling in his bountiful harvest, gathered his more than 10 underlings in his room for a late-night barbecue. As they gazed at the abundant supplies laid out before them, the underlings eagerly tore into several large cuts of meat and hastily built a fire with some benches. As the flames crackled, they began grilling, and the skewers sizzled, releasing a rich aroma that filled the room. Everyone couldn't help but salivate. One underling cursed, "Damn it. Those past days were unbearable. We couldn't even get a bite of meat. It's all that wretched woman's fault for hoarding so much good stuff." Wang Long laughed heartily. "No worries. After hardship comes sweetness. That foul woman hoarded all this, and in the end, it's all ours. Let us dig in." They threw a feast of meat, the fiery flames raising the room's temperature significantly. As they savored the grilled meat and relished the last remnants of beer, they felt utterly content. However, when they finally regained their senses after indulging, they realized that a third of the food they had stolen was already gone, leaving Wang Long feeling quite pained. Originally, according to his plan, these provisions were meant to last the four brothers for a month or two if consumed sparingly. However, they had just indulged excessively. This meal was indeed a waste. The younger brothers began to sense the impending danger. At this rate, not only would they not last a month, but they would likely exhaust their supplies within 3 to 5 days. Unable to suppress their concerns, they turned to Wang Long and inquired, "Brother Wang, what shall we do next? This little food is hardly sufficient." Wang Long pondered for a moment, taking charge of the situation. "Brothers, the reason we have remained low-key this past week was due to our inability to gauge the circumstances. I too was misled by the empty words of so-called experts, believing this extreme cold snap would soon pass. Yet, given the current trajectory, it appears we are in for a prolonged ordeal. The storm outside intensifies, accompanied by increasingly perilous hail, and the temperature continues to drop. The authorities are likely preoccupied with their own crises and will not concern themselves with us. This is truly the apocalypse. If we wish to survive, we cannot afford to remain as despondent and inconspicuous as we have been this week." The younger brothers silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had been overly subdued during this time. Wang Long had feared that the impending doom would resolve itself swiftly and that a wave of criminal activity would prompt a crackdown from the authorities. They all had dubious pasts, and the powers that be had long sought to eliminate them. If they were to be caught, they would most likely be treated as examples. Now that it was clear normalcy would not be restored, there was no point in holding back. Leaning back in his chair, Wang Long lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers. With just this meager supply, it is evident that survival is impossible. Thus, we must devise a long-term strategy. I have an idea. First, we will consolidate the strength of the entire building, scouring each household for food to gather here. It has only been a little over a week, and surely some have stockpiled provisions. Second, we will identify those who are useful. We should retain able-bodied men and young women, while the elderly, disabled, and children should be discarded to conserve resources. Given the frigid temperatures, we could utilize this natural refrigeration to preserve them as emergency rations. If we can unify the strength of the building, we will remain in control and can compel others to venture out in search of food, ensuring a steady supply of resources. Upon hearing this plan, the younger brothers were filled with admiration. As expected of Brother Wang, this strategy is brilliant. With your capabilities, what does the apocalypse mean to us? We can still thrive. As they lavished praises upon him, Wang Long felt a swell of pride. They say that heroes emerge in chaotic times. In that moment, he even envisioned himself as a true hero. However, a sudden seriousness crossed his features. Before we can execute this plan, we must first deal with a formidable obstacle. Instantly, a name flashed in everyone's minds. Fang Qian. Chapter 45. Practicing with the gun on the rooftop. As dawn broke on the second day, Fang Qian arrived at the rooftop. The frigid storm outside raged with ferocity. After several days of turmoil, the hail mixed within the tempest had swelled to the size of a baby's fist. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Fang Qian could clearly see the windows of the building across the way, shattered and in ruins. It was a scene of utter devastation. He could only imagine the wretched existence of the residents within those walls. Without windows, the howling cold infiltrated their homes. Who could endure such an onslaught? Now, on the 10th day of the apocalypse, the temperature had plummeted to -20 degrees, coupled with the howling wind. Even standing in the elements to relieve oneself would likely turn one into a frozen stick. Clad in a heavy cotton coat, Fang Qian shivered uncontrollably. He hurried to the center of the rooftop, retrieving wood and gasoline from his mythical backpack, and built a large fire. This provided a slight warmth to the surrounding air. Although the rooftop lacked heating apparatus, the eternal protection of the mythical sanctuary rendered it impervious to the wind and hail. Otherwise, the flames would surely have been extinguished by the tempest. After warming himself by the fire, Fang Qian retrieved his mythical submachine gun. His purpose for being on the rooftop today was to practice with the weapon. He had previously studied the basic structure of the submachine gun, yet had never properly practiced firing it due to the scarcity of ammunition. However, such concerns were now a thing of the past. The two mythical abilities of the submachine gun ensured near-perfect accuracy and an infinite supply of bullets. Nevertheless, he still needed to hone his speed in drawing the weapon and adapt to the recoil. Lighting a cigarette, he approached the edge of the rooftop. 1 foot on the railing, and with both hands gripping the submachine gun, he aimed at the sky and unleashed a volley of fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The gun's barrel belched blue flames as Fang Qian pulled the trigger in a frenzy for over 10 minutes until his hands grew numb, finally releasing the trigger. What a thrill! Gazing at the barren sky, he felt a pang of regret. How he wished for a few birds to flutter by. He could have brought down a few for a meal. Alas, the fierce storm was likely to have frozen them to death. Fang Qian could not help but feel sorrow for the other creatures struggling to survive in this world. Humans could at least stave off death by donning additional clothing and constructing shelters. But what of the other animals? In this bitter cold, they found no food nor refuge. With a sigh, Fang Qian lamented his own inadequacies. If only he had sufficient wealth, he would build an ark for the apocalypse, preserving all the animals to alleviate the monotony of this existence. Glancing down at his watch, he noted that the frigid storm had ravaged the land for over 20 hours since yesterday morning. This signified that it would not be long before the tempest finally relented. According to the laws of the apocalypse, extreme cold storms do not last more than 24 hours. There will always be a window of 2 to 5 hours, allowing humans to venture outside, providing the only opportunity for survival. If one can procure some food supplies during this interval, it would significantly alleviate the burden of existence. In a previous life, Fang Qian was captured by Wang Long and his gang, forced to serve as a slave in search of resources, ultimately meeting a tragic end at their hands. The reason Fang Qian chose to wait here at this moment is due to a message brought by Tang Erwin the day before. According to Tang Erwin, Tang Jiaro would send a friend today to transport supplies. This individual is also crucial for the survival of the Tang family. From the memories of his past life, Fang Qian knows that Wang Long will soon exploit the owners of the entire building. In this process, the elderly, children, and disabled individuals will be the first to be eliminated. That group of brutal madmen would slaughter this portion of people, leaving their bodies outside to freeze into blocks of ice, serving as a reserve of food. The fact that Tang Ba and Tang Ma, as two elderly individuals, managed to survive until the end was entirely due to Tang Jiaro's supply delivery, which informed Wang Long of her association with the influential Ma family. In order to gain the Ma family's assistance in the future, Wang Long extended a favor to these two old folks. Fang Qian pondered silently. But what if, in this life, I instigate a change? What if I prevent the person delivering supplies from entering this building alive? Would these two old folks still have a chance to survive Wang Long's grasp? Fang Qian was filled with curiosity. Sister, how is the supply delivery you arranged for today coming along? When will it arrive? I'm nearly starving, Tang Erwin said, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Answering his sister's call, she furrowed her brow, feeling an involuntary twinge of disdain for her parents and brother. It had taken her considerable effort to climb into the good graces of the young Master Ma, and to solidify her position, she had to maintain her persona meticulously. Every step was taken with utmost caution. She needed to cultivate an image of not coveting young Master Ma's wealth to earn his respect. However, her family continued to make demands, placing her in a difficult position. Stop urging me. I've prepared everything. I just need someone to deliver it. I will handle it promptly. Once the extreme cold storm ceases, I'll send someone, Tang Jiaro replied. That is wonderful, sister. Our survival depends entirely on you. You have no idea how hard we've had it these past few days. Fortunately, brother-in-law has occasionally lent a hand, which has made our lives a bit more bearable. Tang Erwin expressed with joy. Hearing this, Tang Jiaro frowned. Fang Qian, but I heard from our parents that he is selfish and stingy. Hey, don't listen to those two old folks. They're just too greedy, unsatisfied, and spoke out of turn against brother-in-law. In reality, brother-in-law has helped us significantly. Tang Erwin reassured. Sister, it would be wise for you to reach out to your brother-in-law and perhaps return in person to strengthen familial ties. We are all part of the same family. Let's not allow this estrangement to fester. Even if you have found a more favorable option now, maintaining these relationships could allow you to remain a valuable fallback. Tang Jiaro contemplated this in silence for a moment before finally conceding. I understand. Your perspective is indeed reasonable, and I shall consider it. At that moment, she had little desire to squander her time on Fang Qian. However, if it meant Fang Qian could provide more support to her family, it would alleviate some of her burdens. Since he was already infatuated, she might as well exploit it to the fullest. After ending the call, Tang Jiaro exited her room and happened upon the security captain patrolling the hallway. An idea sparked in her mind. She lowered her head, feigning distress, and hurried toward him. In her haste, she accidentally collided with the captain, resulting in both of them tumbling to the ground. Instinctively, the captain caught her in his embrace. "Miss Tang, are you all right?" he inquired, concern etched on his face. Tang Jiro blushed, lifting her gaze to meet his. The captain, in his 40s and a retired mercenary with no wife or children, bore a ruggedly handsome face. Having had little interaction with women, he felt his heart flutter as he held the petite Tang Jiro, her bashful expression captivating him. He quickly helped her to her feet, bowing his head slightly. Miss Tang, why are you being so careless while walking?" With a sigh, she let tears stream down her cheeks. "Alas, I am primarily worried about my parents. The storm outside is severe, and at their age, they may struggle to find food. I have been saving some supplies these past few days, hoping to find someone to deliver them, but no one seems willing to help." Upon hearing her plight, an inexplicable courage surged within the captain, and in that moment, he felt compelled to assist this kind-hearted and filial girl. "Miss Tang, it's quite simple. If you trust me, I shall take care of this matter for you." At his words, Tang Jiro instantly lifted her head and, without hesitation, leaped into his arms. Her soft form brushed against his chest, igniting a rush of exhilaration within him. "Captain, if you can assist me with this favor, you will be my benefactor. I would be willing to do anything you ask in the future." The captain felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "Really? Anything?" Tang Jiro, blushing, lowered her gaze and replied in a voice barely above a whisper, "Yes, anything." With determination, the captain clenched his fists and thumped his chest. "Miss Tang, please bring the supplies. The extreme cold will soon abate, and I will deliver them immediately." "That's wonderful. Oh, and Captain, when you reach my parents, please check on their well-being and ensure no one dares to bully them. Rest assured, Miss Tang, I will thoroughly interrogate anyone who might pose a threat. If anyone has truly offended your parents, I would personally see to it that they face the consequences." Chapter 46. The one who died in the snow. Fang Qian was on the rooftop, brewing tea by the stove while casually extracting his phone to indulge in a solitary game. Suddenly, a message notification popped up. "Wang Long, I believe everyone is aware that Manager Liang has been hoarding supplies and has faced my just retribution. However, in these dire times, if we wish to survive, we must unite as one. Therefore, I boldly appoint myself as the leader of our 9th building. To all present, who is in favor and who is against?" Accompanying the message was a picture depicting his muscular henchman, fierce and intimidating, glaring at the screen. Ordinary citizens would likely tremble in fear at the sight, too intimidated to voice any dissent. The group chat immediately erupted with sycophantic praises. "No objections, no objections. With Brother Wang leading, we can endure." Indeed, that scoundrel Manager Liang had it coming. Brother Wang is the most astute leader. To align oneself with the powerful is the instinct of the weak. Observing the mindless flattery in the chat, Fang Qian found it utterly ridiculous. Did these individuals truly believe that their subservient displays would ensure their survival? The reason the weak remain weak is their failure to grasp a fundamental truth. Opportunities rely on one's own strength, not the benevolence of others. Although these homeowners possess no extraordinary skills, if they were to unite, they would not be outmatched by Wang Long in either numbers or morale. There were at least 30 able-bodied men in this building alone, not to mention women and the elderly. Yet, not a single person chose to resist, which was indeed lamentable. Before Fang Qian could voice his thoughts, Wang Long directly tagged him. "Brother Fang, why are you silent? Do you have objections?" With a hint of provocation in his words, Fang Qian casually replied, "What does it have to do with me, you fool?" After sending this message, he closed the chat and returned to his game. If there were one significant impact the apocalypse had on him, it was undoubtedly the unreliable internet connection. With ordinary survival already a challenge, one hardly had the luxury of time to play games. Consequently, online games had become obsolete, leaving only solitary ones to pass the time. How dull. Little did he know. His offhand remark ignited a powder keg in the group chat. Wang Long seethed with rage, grinding his teeth, and spat. "You little brat, trying to act tough, huh? Do you really think you can intimidate me?" Nearby, a few of his lackeys laughed heartily. "This kid probably believes we fear him, trying to play the boss." Unbeknownst to them, Brother Wang had already seen through his true nature. Indeed, who is he trying to scare with a toy grenade? Though his door is rather sturdy, posing a nuisance. Wang Long set his phone down and shot them an exasperated glance. "You fools are delusional. Even if his door is a bank vault, what of it? The building structure is still made of concrete. We merely need to gather a few men armed with sledgehammers, and in less than an hour, we can smash through the wall. Are we truly afraid we won't get in?" Upon uttering these words, the younger members of the group erupted into laughter, clapping their hands in approval. Indeed, Brother Wang possesses a sharp intellect. Meanwhile, the other homeowners within the group, upon witnessing Fang Qian's remarks, began to vocally criticize him. Fang Qian, do not presume that you can hide within your shell. Unscathed, it is only a matter of time before you are dragged out. You selfish little wretch. Once Brother Wang is free, he could crush you with but a single hand. Mr. and Mrs. Tang also chimed in. Brother Wang has provisions for himself and understands the importance of uniting everyone to seek a way out. Unlike you, who only thinks of your own gain, I lay down this challenge. If you wish to continue your relationship with our dear Ro, you must sincerely open your doors and share your stored provisions with everyone to make amends. Otherwise, prepare to live a life of solitude among the entire building. It seemed that only Tang Erwin refrained from joining in the denunciation of Fang Qian. This fellow had no desire for Fang Qian to face misfortune, as his sustenance depended entirely on him. At this moment, he was merely a pet dog to Fang Qian. On the rooftop, Fang Qian reclined on a chair, eyes half closed, as a roaring fire blazed beside him, accompanied by a pot of hot tea and several roasted oranges. The fierce blizzard outside held no sway over him. Rather, it added a touch of charm to his surroundings. Just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, the howling of the storm began to wane, eventually ceasing altogether. Fang Qian opened his eyes and approached the edge of the rooftop, extending his hand to test the air. Indeed, the time had come. A period of tranquility had arrived once more. The next 2 to 5 hours would provide humanity with its sole opportunity to venture outside. Yet, deep down, Fang Qian understood that the vast majority would still opt to remain indoors for 2 reasons. First, many had not yet reached the brink of desperation. They still possessed a modicum of food and clung to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, in a couple of days, the world would revert to normalcy. Rather than risking their lives outside, they preferred to conserve energy at home. Second, there existed an element of hedonism. Only during this tranquil period could individuals maintain electricity, allowing residents to operate high-power appliances, such as electric stoves or heating systems. This was the warmest moment of their day. Who would willingly venture out into the cold? Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Fang Qian retrieved his binoculars and scanned the horizon, resembling a tiger awaiting its prey. He was anticipating the arrival of Tang Jiaro's delivery personnel. If they required supplies, this was the opportune moment. As seconds slipped away, Fang Qian observed numerous ordinary individuals braving the snow in search of provisions, but none were his intended targets. The individuals dispatched by Tang Jiaro would undoubtedly be elite operatives under Master Ma's command, easily recognizable at a glance. At last, within Fang Qian's line of sight, a figure glided swiftly across the snow on enormous skis. Through the binoculars, he could even discern the person's features with clarity. The man possessed a square visage, his countenance exuding a fierce demeanor, unmistakably a veteran of battle. He was burdened with a bulging backpack and clad in a thick military coat. Beneath him were handcrafted skis forged from an unknown metal, enabling him to traverse the snowy terrain with remarkable speed. Indeed, he was the one. Fang Qian quietly extracted a submachine gun from his mythic backpack, his expression tinged with excitement. Captain N, gliding on his skis, showcased his exceptional skiing prowess. Maneuvering through the streets at a velocity of 30 kilometers per hour, survivors lining the route cast covetous glances in his direction, yet he remained undaunted. With his skills and weaponry, he deemed these stricken souls insignificant. At last, amidst the swirling snow, he beheld the towering edifice, the 9th building, his destination. As he prepared to accelerate into the structure, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. Instantly, his hair stood on end as he rolled on the ground, instinctively shielding himself with the metallic skis. These skis were ample enough to envelop his entire form beneath their protection. The sound of bullets striking the skis was deafening. An Uzi submachine gun? How could such formidable weaponry exist in this desolate place? Captain N found himself momentarily paralyzed by fear. It was the survival instincts honed on the battlefield that saved him. Peering cautiously through the skis, he observed a myriad of bullet holes peppering the snow below. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would surely have perished. The cacophony of bullets rained down upon him, leaving his hands numb from the impact. Stealthily, Captain N retrieved a handgun from his coat, mentally calculating. The magazine capacity of an Uzi ranges from 25 to 40 rounds, and the shots originated from the rooftop. If he could just wait for the first round to deplete before countering, he would have the upper hand. Feeling the bullets collide with his skis, Captain N remained composed, already devising his next tactical maneuver. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased. Without hesitation, he rolled out from behind the skis, weapon drawn, and gazed upward. There stood Fang Qian at the edge of the rooftop. Found you. Yet, before he could mount any form of retaliation, the gunfire resumed. The muzzle of the submachine gun spitting blue flames, transforming him into a sieve in an instant. Captain N's vision darkened as he collapsed to the ground. How could this be? Why did you still have ammunition? He died with his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend that the very combat experience he had painstakingly acquired over years on the mercenary battlefield had become the instrument of his demise. Miss Tang, I'm sorry. I cannot fulfill your request. Chapter 47. The anxious Tang Jiao Fang Qian gazed at the unfamiliar figure he had unexpectedly dispatched, his mind clouded with confusion. Rubbing his head, he acknowledged that while the mythical submachine gun possessed a trajectory correction feature, ensuring absolute accuracy towards his intended target, it did not imply that the bullets could navigate like homing projectiles. The bullets would merely correct their path. Consequently, when the delivery personnel sought refuge behind a reinforced snowboard, he found himself powerless. The submachine gun lacked the formidable power of a sniper rifle, rendering it incapable of penetrating the alloy shield. He was on the verge of abandoning the endeavor, contemplating alternative strategies, when to his astonishment, the individual boldly emerged from behind the snowboard, as if emboldened by a reckless spirit, attempting to retaliate. This comical audacity amused him greatly. He unleashed a barrage of fire, sending the assailant to the heavens. Observing the lifeless body sprawled upon the snow, Fang Qian, wary of the possibility of a faint death, discharged another round, ensuring the body was thoroughly obliterated before reluctantly stowing away his weapon. Though the harsh blizzard had ceased, snowflakes continued to drift through the air. It would not be long before the body was entirely concealed beneath the accumulating snow. It was indeed a pity to waste the supplies and weaponry that lay abandoned. But he was unwilling to risk venturing out to retrieve them. Despite possessing the mythical submachine gun for self-defense, he was still merely mortal. Should an ambush occur, he would surely meet his demise. Thus, he resolved to continue his concealment, waiting until he could fortify himself to the point of invulnerability before contemplating any external ventures. Within his mythical sanctuary, he was invincible, surrounded by an almost limitless supply of resources. Why venture into danger when comfort was at hand? The death of the delivery soldier was akin to a pebble cast into a lake, eliciting not a ripple of response. Time passed swiftly. 2 hours later, outside, the winds howled anew, howling with icy shards that relentlessly assailed every edifice. The residents sheltered within the building trembled in fear. Tang Erwin paced restlessly before the window, occasionally braving the icy gusts to peer outside. Yet, the endless expanse of white revealed no signs of life. Damn it, my sister wouldn't deceive me, would she? Wasn't she supposed to send supplies soon? Inside the house, Tang's parents remained distant, their presence muted. In recent days, Tang Erwin's demeanor towards them had soured considerably, bordering on hostility. They had not enjoyed a proper meal in days, lacking the strength to provoke him. Tang's father spoke softly. Why not call your sister to confirm? Perhaps she has been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Tang Erwin shot him a glare. Do you think I need your advice? I am well aware. It's your favoritism towards her that has allowed her to cultivate such bad habits. If she hadn't been so fickle, neglecting my brother-in-law, I wouldn't be starving. Since witnessing Fang Qian's living conditions and dietary circumstances firsthand, Tang Erwin's perspective has undergone a profound transformation. He now yearns to metamorphose into a tail-wagging lapdog. Rolling about in Fang Qian's room, listening to Tang Erwin's indifferent remarks, Tang Ma discreetly wiped away her tears. Erwin, you must speak with a sense of conscience. Your parents have always cherished you the most, and your sister works tirelessly to save money for your sake. Enough. I do not wish to hear any more. It disgusts me. He interrupted her with a sharp retort, impatiently pulling out his phone to call Tang Jiao. He directly questioned, Sister, you aren't deceiving us, are you? The person you sent with supplies hasn't arrived yet. What? How is that possible? They clearly set off early this morning. Tang Jiao's voice on the other end was equally astonished. She had witnessed Captain N's capabilities. Trained under special circumstances, he could easily fend off 7 or 8 opponents barehanded. Moreover, she knew Captain N was armed. Who could possibly endanger him? Tang Erwin pressed impatiently. I don't care. Regardless, the supplies you sent Haven Tea arrived. And my parents and I will go hungry again today. Tang Jiao felt a surge of anger. She even experienced an impulse to rid herself of her family's burdens. All right. Enough complaining. It's not easy for me either. I will make a call to check on the situation. Tang Erwin softly acknowledged, then added, if something truly has gone awry, sister, please call brother-in-law and say a few kind words. Perhaps if he is in a good mood, he might share a bit more food with us. Just don't be so arrogant as before. All right, I understand. Tang Jiao abruptly hung up the phone. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Her brother's behavior over the past few days had been quite unusual. Previously, he had always been the first to support her in seeking relationships with wealthy individuals. Now, it seemed that Fang Qian had enchanted him, as he constantly spoke in Fang Qian's favor. However, recalling the assistance Fang Qian had provided during this apocalyptic period, her resentment diminished significantly. Alas, he was, after all, inexperienced. Once Erwin meets young Master Ma, he will understand the true essence of disparity. Some things are simply not meant to be possessed. In the past few days, Following young Master Ma, Tang Jiaro came to grasp what genuine difference meant. Many residents in the hotel were trapped there, including some businessmen with modest means. Yet, in the face of this natural disaster, everyone was overwhelmingly anxious, with many reduced to a state of delirium from hunger. In stark contrast, young Master Ma remained entirely unflustered, feasting daily on delicacies. The kitchen and storerooms of the entire hotel were at his sole disposal. Furthermore, he commanded a uniquely trained security force, each member adept in combat under extreme conditions, predominantly composed of retired soldiers. After the arrival of the frigid storm, the security force would rush to scavenge supplies from all nearby stores as soon as the snow ceased, ensuring the comfort and sustenance of Master Ma. Tang Jiaro, relying on Master Ma's goodwill, had almost never gone hungry. The only significant inconvenience was the issues concerning heating and bathing. Unfortunately, due to the extreme cold, the infrastructure faced widespread devastation, making it impossible to keep heating devices such as air conditioners running for extended periods. Tang Jiaro repeatedly attempted to contact Captain and via her phone, but to no avail. The calls went unanswered, and eventually, the phone was turned off. Frustration caused her to stomp her feet in anger. Damn it, that fool must have dropped his phone in the snow. He claimed to keep it on him, yet turned out to be worthless, taking advantage of me for nothing. In such low temperatures, a phone would quickly succumb to freezing, a fact she found infuriating. Captain An's demise was of little concern to her. She cared not at all. However, the thought of that bag of supplies pained her. It was painstakingly saved through her frugality, and now it was all for naught. In her turmoil, she gazed at a number on her phone, and with a sigh, she thought, fine, I shall give him a video call. It would be an opportunity for him to look after my parents, a privilege in itself. Tang Jiaro adorned herself before the mirror, striving to appear as enchanting as ever, before initiating the video call. After a brief delay, the call connected, revealing a dapper young man clad in a down jacket, exuding an aura of freshness and confidence. This sight astonished Tang Jiaro. She had suspected that Fang Qian was faring well, yet she hadn't anticipated he was thriving even more than herself. His complexion indicated he had never known hunger. His attire and face impeccably clean, in stark contrast to her own slightly disheveled appearance. Regaining her composure, she flashed an innocent smile. Brother Fang Qian, what are you up to? Have you missed me? Why haven't you called in so many days? On the other end, Fang Qian chuckled, pulling the camera back. I think of you every day, wishing for your swift return. I'm currently busy preparing a seafood barbecue. Take a look at my skills. Indeed. Fang Qian missed Tang Jiaro, though a darker thought lingered unspoken. He wished for her swift demise. As the video frame widened, Tang Jiaro finally saw Fang Qian seated before a roaring fire, surrounded by skewers of lobsters, crabs, and salmon, all being meticulously seasoned, even through the screen. The rich scent of seafood wafted towards Tang Jiaro. This feast far surpassed what even Master Ma could provide. Though she had consumed some meat and seafood these past few days, they were merely leftovers from Master Ma's meals. Her diet predominantly consisted of bread and rice. In that moment, she couldn't help but swallow a few times in envy. Chapter 48. The unfortunate experience of a duo sport brother Fang Qian. How do you have so many delicious treats? Xiaoro exclaimed, her longing evident. I wish I could enjoy them too. Fang Qian chuckled, if you crave them, just come back. I'll certainly open the door and treat you to a meal. Tang Jiaro's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? You are so kind, brother Fang Qian. But the place I am currently in is too far from you. As a girl, I simply cannot venture out here. Why don't you send me some food instead? Fang Qian sneered inwardly. What was she thinking? Did she truly believe I would send her anything? His invitation was merely a ruse for Tang Jiaro to meet her demise before him in a pitiful manner. He had no genuine desire to share his food with her. He sighed and shook his head. What a pity. Although I would love to treat you, I am also quite afraid of the cold. The snow outside is so deep that I cannot make it. Tang Jiaro's frustration grew. She found him utterly useless. How could he be so incapable of overcoming such minor obstacles and still profess his love? It was utterly absurd. Yet, she dared not offend Fang Qian and instead adopted a feigned look of pity. Then, brother Fang Qian, could you send some food to my parents? She asked sweetly. I had arranged for a friend to bring some supplies today to share with you, but something went awry along the way. Right now, my parents and younger brother are starving. Upon hearing this, Fang Qian immediately shook his head. No, Xiaoro. I recall that our parents have a bit of high blood pressure, correct? The rich foods I have are unsuitable for their health. Given their condition, they should consume lighter meals. In fact, a few days without food would do them good. It could help lower their blood pressure. Tang Jiaro clenched her fists, wishing she could pounce on Fang Qian and tear him to shreds. How could he suggest starving for a few days as a remedy? In the video, Fang Qian smiled. Ah, my salmon is ready. Xiaoro, do you have fish over there? They say raw salmon tastes delightful. but I have a delicate stomach and prefer it grilled. He then picked up a large skewer of grilled salmon and stuffed it into his mouth. After a couple of bites, he spat a piece into the fire. Oh, this one's a bit charred. I won't eat it. Such a lavish and wasteful display left Tang Xiao in shock. At that moment, she wished she could be a trash bin, eagerly catching the slightly overcooked salmon. Was it not excessive to discard such a piece merely because it was a tad burnt? Just as she prepared to voice her thoughts, the video froze, lingering on the skewer of salmon. A message appeared on the screen. Your current network is poor. Fuming. She pressed the hang-up button, her chest rising and falling in frustration. That insufferable Fang Qian was clearly insincere, crafting excuses at every turn. Tang Erwin had claimed he was of assistance. What nonsense. If only I could return, I would certainly find someone to give him a proper lesson. After muttering a few curses under her breath, Tang Xiao recalled Fang Qian's extravagant seafood barbecue, causing her mouth to uncontrollably water. How much I desire to indulge in that feast. Where did this fellow acquire such an abundance of food? No, even Ma Daxiao does not possess such a lavish spread. He must be putting on a facade, attempting to impress me and lure me back to his side. That is why he has taken out his hidden stash of food to save face. How childish. Does he truly think I would be swayed? Ultimately, he merely wishes to win me over, but I am not easily persuaded by such tactics. As long as I can stay close to Ma Daxiao, my future will undoubtedly be brighter than his. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a stout man clad in heavy winter attire. It was none other than Ma Daxiao. Normally, Tang Xiao would feel immense joy whenever Ma Daxiao sought her out, for it signified her importance in his heart. However, this time, as she compared the images of Fang Qian and Ma Daxiao, a twinge of regret crept into her heart. Though the latter was affluent, he resembled a bloated pig, which was utterly repulsive. It was simply unappetizing. Nevertheless, she swiftly adjusted her mindset. What use is good looks when survival in this apocalypse is paramount? Only individuals like Ma Daxiao, possessing wealth and power, will ultimately emerge victorious. Shiro, what are you doing? Brother Ma has come to see you. Brother Ma, why did you arrive so late? Xiao has missed you dearly. Tang Xiao exclaimed, bounding toward Ma Daxiao like a jubilant rabbit, leaping into his embrace. Despite the thick layers of his winter coat, Ma Daxiao felt his heart flutter. He gently tousled Tang Xiao's hair, saying, Are you hungry? Brother Ma has brought you some treats. He then produced a bag from behind him, revealing a hamburger and a chicken wrap. Today, 2 of my men happened upon a fast food restaurant nearby and managed to find some hamburgers. Don't you girls enjoy such delights? Come, try them while they're still warm. Had this been any other time, upon seeing the hamburger and chicken wrap, Tang Xiao would have been overjoyed. Yet now, her heart remained almost untouched. The allure of Fang Qian's seafood barbecue was simply too enticing. In comparison, these items felt akin to a peasant's meal. Noticing her expression, Ma Daxiao furrowed his brow and inquired, What's wrong? Don't you like them? Tang Xiao immediately shook her head, responding with a radiant smile. How could that be? Whatever Brother Ma brings me, I adore. You know, I care for nothing else. As long as I can be with Brother Ma. Saying this, she eagerly accepted the hamburger and chicken wrap, resembling a giddy child. Ma Daxiao nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. I'm glad you like it. Hurry and eat. Once you're full, we can engage in some warm, intimate activities together. Tang Xiao felt a surge of impatience. In such frigid weather, she found herself attending to this rotund swine. However, for the sake of a radiant future, she could only maintain a smile. Not a problem. Brother Ma, I will ensure you relax thoroughly in a moment. You have been working too hard these days. Ha ha ha, my little Ro is indeed obedient. Suddenly, Tang Xiao had a thought and shifted the conversation. Brother Ma, since the onset of this severe storm, my parents have been trapped at home and have even faced bullying. Could you possibly assist them? At this point, young Master Ma hesitated momentarily before responding. I fear that, for the time being, I cannot. This crisis has struck too abruptly, and my resources are insufficient. My team is occupied with securing food and ensuring my safety. However, if we can hold out for a month, just 1 month. I have received confirmed news from my parents in the capital. They are actively stabilizing the situation there and have made significant progress. They dispatched a convoy to bring me home yesterday. Yet, the journey is long and coupled with this inclement weather, it will take about a month for them to arrive. Once my family as personnel are here, they will promptly go to rescue your parents. By then, should anyone have wronged you, do not hesitate to point them out. I shall deal with them to ease your grievances. Tang Xiao's spirits lifted immediately, and she threw her arms around young Master Ma's neck. Brother Ma, you are truly wonderful. Little Ro adores you. A month's time may seem neither long nor short. As long as her parents could endure, she would be able to bring them over to live a better life. And that Fang Qian, so oblivious, she would certainly make him kneel and lick her feet. In a gesture of gratitude, Tang Xiao, disregarding her hunger for hamburgers and chicken wraps, pulled young mastermind to the warm embrace of the bed, which was piled high with several layers of blankets. Soon, the bed began to rise and fall, accompanied by intoxicating moans. The entire episode lasted a full 5 minutes. However, at a critical moment, a loud crash echoed as the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window shattered. The icy wind, interspersed with a hailstorm of tiny, relentless ice pellets, rained down upon the bed. "It hurts. Help. Someone come quickly." Even with 7 or 8 layers of blankets, the hailstones, the size of infants' fists, continued to pummel young mastermind Fang Qian, eliciting cries of pain. Fortunately, security was stationed at the door. Hearing the commotion, they swiftly rushed in with equipment to rescue them. When young mastermind and Fang Qian were finally extricated from the room, they were left bare, their skin marred with an array of bruises, an utterly tragic sight. Chapter 49. If you dare, come forward. As the frigid storm once again swept through, Wang Long initiated a message in the group. "Brothers, since you have all agreed to let me take charge, I hereby issue my first command. In 1 hour, my comrades and I will collect the reserves from each household for unified distribution. Additionally, we need to assess the current manpower of each family. I hope everyone will cooperate without creating any unpleasantness." For a brief moment, the group fell into a silence. After a while, those lacking supplies began to express their approval. "Brother Wang is right. We should distribute resources uniformly now." Some lamented that neighbors hoarding food without sharing were being unreasonable, asserting, "We are all neighbors. What harm is there in helping each other? Indeed, I will be the first to open my door." Fang Qian observed the comments in the group and deduced which households were still hoarding supplies. Those who remained silent were most likely hiding something. However, this was the prevailing trend. Remaining silent would not alter the situation. Based on his previous recollections, Fang Qian was well aware of the ruthlessness exhibited by Wang Long and his group. Initially, when they began collecting supplies, there were indeed 2 households that either refused to open their doors or attempted to conceal their provisions, hoping to evade scrutiny. The consequence? Their entire family was slaughtered, their bodies left hanging outside in the icy wilderness, frozen like popsicles, a grim warning to others. In an instant, the entire building's residents were struck with terror. The ensuing collection process was remarkably smooth. There was no need for Wang Long's group to enter, as everyone began piling their food at their doorsteps, awaiting Wang Long's arrival to collect it. They had sunk to a level of utter submission. At that moment, a relatively young man suddenly spoke up. "The food we have stored is the result of our family's frugality. Why should we surrender it to you? What guarantee do you have that our family will survive after we hand it over?" "I disagree with your decision." Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, I find this unjust. If anyone else has objections, please share your thoughts." Fang Qian recognized these 2 as the unfortunate souls who had faced dire consequences in a previous life. They were recent university graduates whose parents had financed their home purchase as a newlywed couple. It was understandable for the young men to express their frustrations. With their boldness, others who also had reserves began to voice their discontent, pleading with Wang Long not to act unilaterally in such an unfair manner. Yet, Wang Long showed no inclination to relent. He immediately retorted to the 2 young men, "You 2 will be the first to start. Wang Long, do not overstep your bounds. While you have your followers, we homeowners are not defenseless. United, we may stand a chance against you." In the group, those who held dissenting views were urged to voice their opinions, rallying together in solidarity against the oppressive tyrant. Yet, in response to this call, an eerie silence enveloped the group. No one dared to speak. Those without provisions at home were indifferent to Wang Long's impending pillage, as their supplies were already depleted. In fact, many hoped that Wang Long would gather all the resources and perhaps share a portion with them. Conversely, the few homeowners with food hesitated, fearful of becoming targets for the thugs, and remained silent. The uprising led by the 2 young families was swiftly extinguished. An hour later, Wang Long, adhering to his scheme, prioritized visiting the homes of these 2 families. Fang Qian observed the unfolding events through his surveillance cameras, witnessing a familiar outcome. The first family opted not to answer the door. However, their reinforced door could not withstand the might of 10 robust men. Within 2 minutes, it was forcibly breached. The family of 3 inside met a gruesome fate, slain by a flurry of blades, their bodies grotesquely displayed outside the window. The second family, confronted with such a horrific scene, dared not defy Wang Long and reluctantly opened their door, allowing the intruders entry. They surrendered half of their grain, concealing the remaining portion beneath the sofa. Yet, their efforts to hide were futile, as one of Wang Long's lackeys discovered their secret stash. The newlywed couple met a similar tragic end, their lives extinguished with a single blow to the head, their bodies left to dangle outside the window. A frigid gale swept through, swiftly freezing the corpses into lifeless icicles. This brutal spectacle instilled terror in all the residents of the building, silencing any dissent. No one dared to voice opposition. Instead, households voluntarily opened their doors, standing at the threshold to await Wang Long's inspection. Even their stored provisions were gathered and placed at the entrance in anticipation. The ensuing events mirrored those of before, as Wang Long and his cohort collected supplies while ascending, rapidly scavenging more than half of the floors. Though many homes held little sustenance, the cumulative yield still delighted Wang Long, significantly bolstering his confidence. Wang Long directly tagged Fang Qian in the group chat. "Did you see the message I just sent? Open the door and hand over your provisions. Cooperate with our efforts. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." Previously, Fang Qian had publicly confronted him in the group, and this time, Wang Long was convinced that his display of power would compel this impostor to reveal his true nature and beg for mercy. Fang Qian's retort quickly followed. "Cooperate? Not a chance. Who do you think you are? If you dare to come, I assure you, I will deal with you thoroughly." Wang Long's face flushed with rage as he displayed the message to his subordinates. "Brothers, this scoundrel is utterly oblivious to his impending doom. We must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he'll continue to underestimate us." The surrounding lackeys were equally emboldened by the prospect of confrontation. How much power can one person truly possess? If we join forces, we could even break open the vault of a bank. Indeed, it is outrageous that he acts so brazenly in the group. We cannot allow him to escape unscathed. Even if he admits his mistakes, we must reduce him to a mere stick figure. Wang Long gritted his teeth and gestured to his subordinates. "This arrogant fellow will serve as an exemplary example. Once we breach the door, we will break his limbs and sever his tongue, forcing him to crawl like a dog. His daily task will be to share videos of himself in disgrace, ensuring everyone knows of our might. It will serve as a warning to others." Haha, Wanga truly is insightful. We will extract the last shred of usefulness from this waste. Fang Qian observed Wang Long and his band of thugs through the surveillance footage, listening to their arrogant proclamations. A slight smile crept upon his lips. "Come on then. I wonder how many of you will return alive after this." Presently, he sat composed in the living room, gripping a mythical submachine gun, resting his eyes. After a considerable time, Wang Long and his underlings finally arrived at Fang Qian's doorstep, accompanied by a dozen robust homeowners they had just summoned. Leading the charge, Wang Long shouted, "Open the door. Comply, and I might grant you a chance at survival." However, the house remained silent. Wang Long furrowed his brow. Ignoring polite invitations, he assumed they thought they could hide safely within these walls. "Smash it down. If the door won't budge, then break the walls. We will force this turtle out of its shell." Instantly, a dozen burly men wielding sledgehammers closed in, relentlessly striking the door and walls with powerful blows. The sound of metal on wood echoed through the air. After dozens of strikes, everyone collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. To their astonishment, neither the sturdy door nor the cement walls bore even a scratch. Not a speck of the plaster had fallen away. An eerie silence enveloped them. What manner of wall is this? How can it be so different from mine in the same building? In that moment, Wang Long and his cronies exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth is happening? How could this be? Wang Long felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It seemed this fellow was well protected within his shell, leaving them utterly powerless. He had no choice but to call out once more. "Fang Qian, open the door. Hiding inside is futile. Even if your supplies exceed ours, they will eventually run out, and you will have to face us. Why prolong this? Come out now, and you may leave a good impression. Delay further, and you will face dire consequences." As soon as his threatening words faded, Fang Qian's voice rang out from within. "The door can be opened, but are you certain you wish to enter?" A cunning smile spread across Wang Long's face. This fellow, thinking himself tough, turns out to be rather feeble after all. A few words have already softened his resolve. "Certainly. However, rest assured that our intention in taking your supplies is not to hoard them for ourselves, but rather to distribute them among everyone. This way, all can survive, and you too shall partake in the bounty." Before Wang Long could finish his words, a sudden click echoed as the door lock turned. The door to the room gradually swung open, revealing Fang Qian seated on the sofa, facing the entrance. A chill crept down everyone's spine as they noticed Fang Qian gripping a pitch-black submachine gun, its barrel ominously directed towards the doorway. It seemed that with even the slightest incursion, they would be riddled with bullets. Before Wang Long could utter a word, one of the subordinates burst into laughter and stepped forward. "Last time, you scared them off with a hand grenade, and now you bring a toy submachine gun. Huh? Hand it over. Let me have a go." Chapter 50. My heavens, it's the real deal. The moment that underling stepped inside, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. He found himself utterly immobilized, ensnared by an overwhelming force, as though he were buried beneath the weight of the earth. Breathing became an arduous task. A cold smile graced Fang Qian's lips as he leisurely raised his submachine gun. Suddenly, Wang Long felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. an acute instinct forewarning him of impending doom. In a fit of rage, Wang Long bellowed, "Danger! Run!" and leaped sideways. Yet, simultaneous with his warning, the sound of gunfire erupted. Fang Qian had already squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrential hail of bullets that rained down like a storm. The entrance was instantly transformed into a grotesque canvas of crimson splatters. "Ah, it's a real gun. Run!" Panic ensued as the onlookers, both homeowners and thugs alike, screamed in terror. The first thug to enter was mercilessly riddled with bullets, his body becoming a sieve with no hope of survival. As Fang Qian released the trigger, the lifeless form plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. Utilizing his unique domain, he nonchalantly cast the corpse aside and then slammed the door shut. "Next time, do not dare knock without my permission. My patience is not boundless." Outside, the unwelcome guests, sprawled in the alley, finally regained their senses. Wang Long gingerly touched his throbbing right cheek, only to discover that he had inadvertently severed his own ear. His right leg bore a new wound as well. "Damn you. Fang Qian, I will make you pay. I will see you dead." The belated realization of pain drove him nearly to madness. Despite his swift reaction, the velocity of the bullets had been too great. He had still lost an ear and a leg. Looking up, he saw he was not alone in his suffering. Many of his brothers, particularly those who had ventured closest to the door, bore their own wounds from the gunfire. The most tragic was a robust homeowner, who had been the most fervent in his attempts to break down the door, and thus stood closest. He had been shot twice in the head and now lay lifeless. Including the first thug who had entered, 2 had perished that day, and 3 of Wang Long's men were severely injured. Wang Long's heart ached. Before the impending blizzard, he had as many underlings as he desired. Yet, this frigid storm had isolated them, and these men were his keys to survival. Without their intimidation, the homeowners would likely refuse to obey his commands. Now, witnessing his injuries and the heavy toll on his companions, many of the more distant homeowners began to reveal predatory glints in their eyes. It is essential to note that just moments ago, Wang Long had traversed from the first floor to the 33rd, amassing an overwhelming bounty of supplies, while simultaneously incurring the wrath of countless individuals. The adage "strike when the iron is hot" remains timeless. Wang Long, suppressing the agony in his right leg, rose with a hefty hammer in hand. His remaining 8 subordinates stood resolutely beside him. 3 were injured, yet 5 remained unscathed, wielding their machetes with reckless abandon, exuding a palpable ferocity. Wang Long growled menacingly, "What? Are some of you contemplating reckless actions? Surely, you don't believe you possess submachine guns?" They tightened their grips on their weapons, undeterred, with murderous intent flickering in their eyes, effectively stifling the avaricious gazes of the onlookers. "Wang Ge, what shall we do now?" one of his subordinates inquired. "First, we must retreat to tend to our wounds. This place is no longer safe," Wang Long replied, as he and his brethren limped back to their quarters. The remaining onlookers, witnessing even Wang Long's hasty departure, dared not linger. After all, this floor harbored a madman armed with a submachine gun. The mere thought of staying any longer and provoking Fang Qian's ire, leading to a barrage that could obliterate them all, sent shivers down their spines. They were profoundly relieved they had not rushed to the entrance earlier and finally grasped why Fang Qian could act with such impunity within their ranks. It dawned on them that he indeed possessed genuine firepower. With such an asset at his disposal, who would dare fear Wang Long in the face of a submachine gun? Wang Long and his motley crew appeared as mere children. Upon returning to their dwelling, Wang Long promptly secured the door. Their losses were significant, rendering them particularly vulnerable. Should any reckless onlookers decide to confront them, they would genuinely be apprehensive. Swiftly, the uninjured subordinates scoured the room for bandages and hemostatic agents, as their lifestyle often led to altercations and injuries. Consequently, they had stockpiled some medical supplies within the premises. After a rudimentary dressing of their wounds, they managed to staunch the bleeding. However, one subordinate, observing the injuries of his comrades, voiced his concerns. "Wang Ge, mere bandaging will not suffice. Merely stopping the bleeding is inadequate. The bullet remains embedded in the wound. We need surgical intervention, yet we lack the expertise." Contrary to the portrayal of rugged individuals on television who effortlessly extract bullets, the reality is far more perilous. A careless touch on a blood vessel, especially an artery, could result in certain death. Glaring at his severed ear and the loss of a leg, Wang Long's suppressed fury surged within him, longing for vengeance. That damned Fang Qian. He truly possesses real weaponry. Damn it, weren't you all the ones claiming his grenades were mere toys? Damn it, you all acted so self-righteously. The subordinates around him lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak, yet internally they felt a profound sense of incredulity. At that moment, Wang Ge, you yourself declared it to be merely a toy. How can you now shift the entire burden of responsibility onto your brothers? Wang Long, in a fit of rage, let out a string of foul words before limping over to the nearby cabinet. He opened the drawer and extracted a handgun along with a magazine. The eyes of the younger brothers in the room brightened. Wang Ge, you have such a thing? Why didn't you mention it before? Wang Long deftly chambered a bullet. This handgun was not of the same caliber as Fang Qian's. It was not a high-end import, but rather a shoddy imitation produced in a small workshop. Nonetheless, its lethality was sufficient to take a life. Wang Long was filled with regret. Damn it, it's your foolishness that misled me into believing he had nothing in his possession. Had I known he had a submachine gun, I would have brought this along at the first opportunity, blowing his brains out the moment he opened that door. As a prominent figure in this territory, Wang Long might not have had the means to acquire sophisticated weaponry, but possessing a small handgun was well within his capabilities. However, that was the extent of his arsenal. The possession of firearms was a grave offense, and he had kept this gun locked away in his home, never revealing it to anyone. Now, however, it was time for it to serve its purpose. Only by carrying this gun could Wang Long feel a modicum of security. In his earlier emotional turmoil, the freshly bandaged wound had begun to bleed again. This could not continue. They were all likely to perish. In such frigid conditions, healing would be slow, especially with a bullet still lodged inside. If it became inflamed, they would all be doomed. The atmosphere in the room grew somber. Everyone understood Wang Long's words, yet they felt powerless to act. In such extreme weather, it was likely that no hospitals would be open. Suddenly, one of the younger brothers widened his eyes and stood up, exclaiming, Wang Ge, do you remember that female medical doctoral student in our neighborhood, named Luchani? She used to flaunt her prestigious overseas education and held a significant position in a reputable hospital, looking down on everyone. The mention of her name immediately conjured unpleasant memories for Wang Long. In their line of work, injuries were inevitable. Once, he and a few brothers had visited the hospital for treatment, and they ended up in the hands of this Luchani. Without hesitation, she issued treatment bills amounting to tens of thousands for each of them. What were merely ordinary injuries were treated with the most expensive foreign medications, draining their finances significantly. Yet the results were subpar. It wasn't just them. He had heard that many seriously ill patients would be treated for pneumonia if they didn't provide her with gifts behind the scenes. She was untouchable, thanks to her connections, and displayed an air of arrogance in the neighborhood, looking down upon everyone, even those who dared not provoke her. But now, in this apocalyptic scenario, it was a prime opportunity for revenge. Wang Long immediately grasped the intent behind the younger brother's words. If they could seize that doctoral student during the lull of the storm, their injuries would likely be resolved without issue. Chapter 53. The captured Luchani in the newly established chat group. Although Fang Qian had silenced the message notifications and refrained from engaging with the discussions, the others continued to shower him with flattery. It seemed they had resolutely decided to join his ranks. The 10 tasks had transformed into a beacon of hope for all. The mere thought of Fang Qian's enviable lifestyle juxtaposed against their precarious existence on the brink of despair compelled them to cling desperately to this last thread of salvation. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Fang Qian was no benevolent savior, but rather a demonic harbinger of human trials. As the days swiftly passed, the relentless blizzard finally abated. Wang Long began to formally announce his next course of action within the group. Consistent with prior intelligence, he compelled everyone to venture forth in search of supplies, including the elderly and children. He and his subordinates would assume the role of overseers at the entrance. Anyone daring to slack off or hoard provisions would face public dismemberment, cast into the frigid snow to be frozen solid. The homeowners were left seething with indignation but dared not voice their grievances. Over 100 individuals were firmly subdued by the small cadre of 10 led by Wang Long. Fang Qian observed with detached amusement as numerous members of his group began to tag him, imploring him to take charge. He remained indifferent. He believed that unless these individuals endured some hardship, they would never commit themselves wholeheartedly to his cause. The 10 tasks would serve as his amusement for an extended period. He intended to toy with the residents of the entire building until he could derive the utmost pleasure from his revenge. Fang Qian continued to monitor the situation through surveillance. The 3-hour period of calm soon came to an end. Those who had ventured out in search of supplies began to return one by one, many bearing their own bounty. This was only to be expected, as the apocalypse had only recently erupted, and the shops outside still harbored some remnants of stored food. If nothing else, there were always homes to plunder. A vast majority of those who returned with supplies surrendered their spoils to Wang Long's team, leaving themselves with only a negligible portion. For instance, Wang Tianfeng, a fortunate soul, discovered a small shop and filled his backpack with high-calorie foods such as instant noodles and bread. He even clutched a bottle of juice. Upon his return, he was immediately surrounded by Wang Long's gang, who ruthlessly seized his backpack and juice, leaving him with but a single piece of bread. Despite Wang Tianfeng's anguished pleas, recounting the presence of elderly and children at home, he received no sympathy. Wang Long kicked him aside, snarling, "Your family has the elderly and children, but I have my brothers. Besides, didn't your family venture out to seek supplies as well? Their survival depends on their own capabilities, not on me. As more individuals returned from their quests for provisions, Wang Long's group began amassing an ever-increasing stockpile of food. The bounty of the day was likely sufficient to sustain their small band for 3 to 4 days. However, Fang Qian was acutely aware that this was merely the initial phase of their happiness. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals would venture out in search of supplies. The shops and warehouses outside were finite, and food would become increasingly scarce. Within a week or so, they would find themselves devoid of anything. It was then that the true harshness would commence. Once all the homeowners had returned with their provisions, Fang Qian observed that Wang Long and his companions had not yet departed but were stationed by the entrance of the hall. This piqued Fang Qian's curiosity. What was amiss? Were they reluctant to leave? Did they enjoy standing at the entrance to feel the breeze? Suddenly, Fang Qian sensed something was amiss. Wang Long should have had 8 subordinates. Excluding the 3 who were injured, 5 remained unscathed. Yet now only 2 were present, with 3 mysteriously absent. Fang Qian promptly began reviewing the surveillance footage from that day. It soon became evident that the 2 had left the building the moment the storm subsided, their whereabouts unknown. What was going on? Were they engaged in covert operations? Although Fang Qian possessed his own monitoring system, allowing him to oversee the entire building and hear their conversations, he had not been vigilant enough to discern their tactical plans in real time. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to rewind the footage to investigate further. Patience was key. As time progressed, a gentle breeze began to stir outside, heralding the imminent return of the frigid storm. Through the surveillance, Fang Qian observed Wang Long, leaning on a cane, pacing anxiously before the entrance. Were those 3 in trouble? Why had they not returned? If they were unable to fulfill their mission, it was of little consequence. Their safe return was paramount. Wang Long felt a twinge of anxiety himself. Since the onset of the apocalyptic chill, order had disintegrated. He was uncertain of the circumstances in the other buildings. With only 5 intact brothers left under his command, should they lose 3 more? He doubted his ability to maintain control over the homeowners in this building. Wang Ge, look quickly. They seem to be coming back. One of the subordinates exclaimed, pointing towards the entrance. Sure enough, in the distance, 3 figures were hastily approaching, one of whom was dragging a massive suitcase behind them. As the trio burst into the hall, their faces radiated joy. Wang Ge, we have successfully completed our mission. We've brought people back for you. Wang Long burst into hearty laughter. Quickly, let us head home and bring all these things along. The subordinates hurriedly loaded the supplies, painstakingly gathered by the homeowners, onto their backs and rushed back to their respective residences. Wang Long and his companions resided on the 27th floor. With the elevators out of service, they were left to climb the stairs. By the time he finally reached the 27th floor, the effort had utterly exhausted him, and he collapsed onto the sofa, speechless. The 2 subordinates gently placed the suitcase on the floor and slowly unzipped it. Fang Qian's eyes widened in anticipation as he sought to discover what lay within the suitcase. Soon, the suitcase popped open, revealing a woman inside. She was clad in a white padded coat, donning black rectangular glasses, her hands and feet bound, and her mouth gagged. As she sat up from the suitcase, her furious gaze swept across the room without a hint of fear, exuding an air of superiority, as if certain that none would dare to harm her. One of the henchmen swiftly approached and tore the rag from her mouth. Wang Long grinned at her. Luchani. Dr. Lu, isn't it? We've met before, and I am delighted to have you as my guest. Upon hearing the name Luchani, Fang Qian, seated before the screen, felt a flicker of recognition. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved his mythical backpack and rummaged through it, quickly producing a framed photograph. In it, over 50 teenagers, aged 17 or 18, were huddled together, grinning foolishly at the camera. This was indeed his high school graduation photo. In the upper right corner of the image, there was a girl with rectangular glasses, the youthful version of Luchani. Finally, Fang Qian recalled her identity. This woman had been his high school classmate. Renowned for her academic excellence, she reportedly completed a 4-year degree in just 2 years at university, graduating early. Though they were old classmates, there was little camaraderie between them. If anything, there was some animosity. Before the apocalypse, Luchani worked at a prominent local hospital as a chief physician. Patients under her care often found themselves exorbitantly charged, with ailments that could resolve in 3 days being treated over the course of 30, sometimes even worsening. Numerous complaints had been lodged against her to the hospital administration, but her connections rendered her impervious to repercussions. In a prior life, during a moment of desperation in the snow while scavenging for supplies, Fang Qian had sought her help for an injury. Luchani had merely applied a block of ice to his wound, claiming its anti-inflammatory properties, and took all his food as payment for her treatment. Within days, the ice-treated wound had become inflamed, as the exposed ice was teeming with bacteria, offering no actual healing benefits. Returning to Wang Long's room, Luchani stood up from the suitcase in response to his enthusiastic greeting. She seized a knife from the table nearby and freed herself from her bonds. With a disdainful glare at Wang Long, she demanded, "Why have you brought me here? If you have something to say, speak plainly. Do not attempt to intimidate me. You ought to know that I am not afraid." Wang Long chuckled. "You are a doctor. What else could we possibly need from you? My men and I have sustained some injuries, and we require your assistance for a minor surgery to extract the bullets and stitch our wounds. That should not be a problem, right?" Luciani retained her haughty demeanor. "Should you wish for my medical services, that can certainly be arranged. However, I must warn you, my fees are quite steep. Additionally, since you have so rudely brought me here, I expect adequate compensation." Upon hearing these words, Wang Long immediately rose and struck Luciani fiercely across the face. She was momentarily taken aback. "You still desire a reward? Do you truly believe this is the time before the apocalypse? At present, you are the only one of any worth. Otherwise, I would have ended you long ago. Attend to my brother's wounds properly, and I assure you of sustenance. Disobey, and I shall flay you alive." Luciani, rudely thrust back into reality by the force of his blows, harbored resentment deep within her gaze. She could only lower her head and reply, "Very well, I shall tend to your injuries, but you must ensure I have food. Otherwise, I will never offer my assistance, even at the cost of my life." Chapter 54. Assisting with the rubbish at the door. Do not speak to me of conditions. Simply attend to your duties. Should you provoke my ire, you will find yourself in a predicament from which escape is impossible. Wang Long immediately summoned his 3 injured subordinates, instructing Luciani to tend to their wounds. Fortunately, when they had previously captured Luciani, they had thoughtfully prepared the room and taken all the medical supplies and tools. Otherwise, even the most skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Even if Luciani holds a doctorate, it would be futile. Behind the screen, Fang Qian observed the scene through the surveillance cameras, his brows slightly furrowed. Without Luciani's intervention, he was certain that Wang Long and his men would succumb to infection from their untreated wounds, given that the bullets remained lodged within their flesh. Healing was not an option. However, with Luciani's treatment, it was likely that these men would not perish so easily. Yet, Fang Qian did not feel disheartened. If the prey were too easily ensnared, it would lose its allure. He felt a certain satisfaction in Wang Long's ability to procure Luciani for his own healing. This woman was notoriously unscrupulous, with a history of medical mishaps, and had indirectly contributed to his demise in a past life. With adversaries gathering, it would afford him the opportunity for retribution. As for recruiting this woman to serve as his personal physician, he had no such intentions. With the divine hand he possessed, he required no assistance and could thrive independently. In his previous life, Fang Qian had tasted betrayal. In this incarnation, he vowed to trust no one, determined to witness these villains suffer and perish under his watchful gaze. Thus, 3 days passed. Each day, as soon as the storm subsided, Wang Long compelled everyone to venture out in search of supplies. However, the snow thickened, making movement increasingly arduous, let alone the quest for additional shops and warehouses. The difficulty of procuring resources escalated, leading to the gradual elimination of frail elders and children. Through the surveillance feed, Fang Qian observed the current state of the hall. Resembling a slaughterhouse, Wang Long and his cohorts executed those deemed useless, elderly and children alike, hanging their bodies from the beams of the hall. As the cold wind swept through, they froze solid, more effective than any freezer. Now, only around 100 residents remained in the entire building, primarily young adults, while the elderly and children were scarce. To Fang Qian's surprise, Mr. and Mrs. Tang, those 2 elderly individuals, were still alive. Their scavenged supplies were meager. Yet Wang Long's group treated them with a degree of leniency, as if a covert agreement had been established. Quite intriguing. Tang Erwin also persevered, collecting leftover food at Fang Qian's doorstep each night and providing updates on Tang Jiaro's situation, though not enough to satiate hunger. These scraps ensured that starvation would not claim them. As for others, their fortunes were rather dismal. Within the small group belonging to Fang Qian, there were almost daily lamentations, with individuals beseeching Fang Qian to step forth and take charge. Yet, their pleas remained unanswered. At times, when Fang Qian was in a good mood, he would showcase his splendid life, leaving them to yearn in vain. Other moments were met with delays and indifference. However, Fang Qian now sensed that the time had come. Should he request their assistance, they would undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts. The quandary lay in determining what tasks to assign them and what kind of remuneration to offer, a matter that required careful contemplation. As he pondered, a knock echoed at his door. Curiosity piqued, he noted that typically few dared to approach his threshold. Cautiously, he opened the small upper door and peered outside. There stood Aunt Lee from the 8th floor. "Aunt Lee, what brings you to my doorstep so unexpectedly?" Aunt Lee chuckled amiably. "Well, Fang Qian, the pressure from Wang Long and his cohorts has become unbearable. I haven't had anything to eat for days. I thought I might inquire if you have any surplus food to spare." I've seen the videos you share in the group. Your meals appear quite delightful, though perhaps lacking in nutritional balance. Why not allow me to serve as your personal chef and housekeeper? I have ample experience. Fang Qian shot her a disapproving glance. Aunt Li, I am aware of your background as a housekeeper, but do you not realize why you lost your job? Her smile faltered, revealing an awkwardness. Fang Qian knew well that Aunt Li had once been a commendable housekeeper, recommended to work for a wealthy family. That family had a daughter in college. And for reasons unbeknownst to him, Aunt Li had absurdly attempted to arrange a marriage between her son, still unmarried at 30, and a young heiress. The situation escalated when, one evening while preparing dinner, she surreptitiously added sleeping pills to the heiress's meal, intending to facilitate an illicit encounter between her son and the young lady. Unbeknownst to her, the affluent household was equipped with a security system that promptly alerted the authorities upon detecting an intruder. Her son, caught in a compromising position, had been apprehended and was currently languishing in jail. Given the frigid conditions, one could only wonder about his predicament. He might have perished by now. Furthermore, Aunt Li had lost her certification as a housekeeper and was no longer employable. Aunt Li hastily waved her hands in protest. Fang Qian, that was all in the past. I have changed. Rest assured, if you allow me inside, I will not take anything inappropriately. Yet, before she could finish, Fang Qian, growing impatient, made to close the door. In a sudden burst of urgency, Aunt Li implored, Fang Qian, let me at least take away the trash at your doorstep. It serves you no purpose to keep it. Trash? What trash? Fang Qian inquired, perplexed. His doorstep should be immaculate. Every day, Tang Erwin would come over to help him dispose of the garbage. However, it was only when he followed the direction indicated by Aunt Li's finger that he comprehended her words. There lay several corpses at his doorstep. Though they had been dead for several days, the frigid weather had preserved them in their state. This woman intended to carry these bodies away. As for her purpose, it was evident without further thought. Fang Qian felt a heightened sense of revulsion towards Aunt Li. He waved his hand dismissively and said, do as you wish. But you are not permitted to do it on my floor. If you dirty the floor outside my door, I shall be displeased. Of course, of course. With Fang Qian's consent, Aunt Li beamed with delight. Not wishing to witness this grotesque scene, he promptly shut the door. He returned to the living room. Reclining on the sofa and engrossed in a film. Outside, Aunt Li gazed excitedly at the corpses on the ground. Since the onset of the frigid storm, there had been more than one occasion where individuals sought trouble at Fang Qian's doorstep. In total, 5 bodies had accumulated here. Some had been shot, others pierced by crossbow bolts, and still others slain by swords. Fortunately, the bitter cold served as a natural refrigeration unit, allowing the bodies to freeze rapidly. It was even more effective than a cold storage room. Thus, they remained well preserved. Moreover, all the deceased at Fang Qian's door were young adults. From Aunt Li's perspective, this was the finest of ingredients. It was fortunate that Wang Long and his associates were at odds with Fang Qian. Otherwise, they would have claimed the bodies long ago, leaving no opportunity for her. As Aunt Li busily dragged the corpses, a few other residents ascended the stairs. Upon witnessing her actions, their brows furrowed, and they quickly deduced the situation. Aunt Li, flustered, hurriedly explained, please do not misunderstand. I am merely assisting brother Fang Qian in disposing of some rubbish at his door. Upon hearing this, the residents chuckled in understanding. Ah, that makes sense. However, with so many bodies, it seems you could use some assistance, Aunt Li. Let us help you. They approached to lend a hand in transporting the corpses. Internally cursing, Aunt Li felt powerless. Fortunately, she had arrived early and quickly selected the most robust body to carry back to her home. Once inside, she closed the door and hurried to the kitchen to fetch 2 cleavers, promptly starting her work. As she toiled, she muttered curses under her breath. Those damned robbers. It was I who sought these goods, yet they insist on taking their share, leaving me with so little. She continued her tirade. And that Fang Qian is no saint either. He has plenty to eat and drink at home, yet shares nothing with me. Indulging in solitary feasting will surely lead to your demise. Gazing at the body in her hands, Aunt Li felt a twinge of fear. Oh, dear brother, do not blame me. I am left with no choice. If you must blame someone, let it be Fang Qian. Should you return as a ghost, seek him out. It is he who has forced my hand. Chapter 55. The first task, son. Where do you find food every day? Could you possibly save us some? Pleaded Tang Dad and Tang Mom, their bodies curled up in a corner, desperately beseeching Tang Erwin, who had just returned from outside. We can barely stand due to hunger. Look at your father's leg. The injury is showing signs of inflammation from lack of nutrition. At that moment, Tang Erwin held 2 loaves of bread in his hands. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to give 1 loaf to his parents. Mom, please don't think I'm heartless. I truly have no choice. This is all that remains after my exhausting search for supplies today. Most of it was taken by Wang Long and his group. As for how I managed to fill my stomach, I cannot divulge that. Naturally, Tang Erwan would not reveal that he dined on leftovers at Fang Qian's place every night. For the privilege came at the cost of aiding Fang Qian and his sister. The relationship between his parents and Fang Qian had always been strained. Should he disclose this arrangement, they might sabotage him, leaving him with nothing once again. Having experienced the pangs of hunger, Tang Erwan understood the true value of food. Although he could only obtain one meal of leftovers each day, those were of superior quality, leftover steaks, shrimp shells, and bones. On fortunate days, he might even find half a piece of fruit. In terms of nutritional value, it far surpassed mere bread. Tang Dad and Tang Mom, upon receiving the loaf of bread, were overwhelmed with excitement, immediately tearing it open and sharing it between them. "Oh, my teeth!" they exclaimed, for the cold had rendered the bread as hard as ice. In their eagerness, they neglected to let it thaw, resulting in 2 of their teeth being chipped. Feeling a mix of helplessness and grievance, they began to weep uncontrollably. Seeing them in such distress, Tang Erwan's heart softened. He sighed, "If all else fails, perhaps you should seek help from my brother-in-law. He is not a bad person. If you express your sincerity, I believe, for my sister's sake, he will not make things too difficult for you." Tang Dad and Tang Mom hung their heads in hesitation. Their survival thus far had been predicated on providing Wang Long with information about their daughter's relationship with the wealthy Ma family. As a result of this, Wang Long had refrained from bullying them, but that was the extent of his kindness. In this apocalyptic world, no one could ascertain how much influence the once great families retained. Therefore, Wang Long was unlikely to waste precious food on them. Though they would not face death at his hands, they were still unable to find sustenance outside. Forced to endure hunger, this torment was more unbearable than death itself. The painful experiences of this period had finally awakened them to reality. Indeed, Tang Jiao had indeed secured a connection with a wealthy heir, presenting her with the opportunity to marry into affluence. In times of peace, Fang Qian would not even be worthy of carrying Ma Deshao's shoes. However, circumstances had drastically changed. In this frigid apocalypse, survival was the only priority. At present, it appears that the preparations made by Fang Qian at home fortuitously align with the essential needs of this frigid apocalyptic scenario. In this regard, no millionaire or billionaire can compare to him. Tang Ma leisurely took out her mobile phone. "Very well, I shall call him right away. If this continues, your father and I might not know how many more days we can survive." Meanwhile, Fang Qian was at home meticulously studying recipes. Out of sheer boredom, he found himself with ample time to engage in activities he had seldom pursued before. Cooking was one such endeavor. While his mythical backpack contained an abundance of delectable dishes that could be consumed immediately, he still relished the opportunity to hone his culinary skills during his leisure hours. Today, he intended to prepare a dish of braised pork. With fresh pork belly at his disposal, he was currently using a blowtorch to scorch the pigskin. This step was crucial. According to the recipe, the pigskin must be thoroughly burned to eliminate any lingering odors. Thus, he approached the task with great diligence. Suddenly, the phone rang. Startled, his hand trembled, and the intense heat of the blowtorch charred a corner of the pigskin to a crisp. After extinguishing the flame, Fang Qian lamented, "Alas, who could call at such an inopportune moment and ruin my culinary creation?" Upon glancing at his phone, he was pleasantly surprised to see it was Tang Ma, which brought a smile to his face. "Hello, Fang Qian, have you eaten yet? The weather has been so cold lately that many homeowners have caught colds. You haven't fallen ill, have you?" As soon as he answered the call, Tang Ma's anxious concern echoed on the other end, her voice imbued with warmth. Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, Tang Dad and Tang Ma had never spoken to him with such gentle tones. It was indeed a peculiar occurrence. As if the sun had risen from the west, he casually replied, "Not yet. I overslept this morning and am now preparing to make braised pork. Currently at the stage of burning the pigskin. Alas, it's all rather complicated. I've had several cooking failures these past few days, all of which ended up in the trash. Such a waste of time and energy." Upon hearing this, Tang Dad and Tang Ma could not help but salivate at the thought of braised pork. The mere image of the glossy, red braised dish drove them nearly to madness. They had almost forgotten how long it had been since they had tasted the flavor of meat. Tang Ma quickly interjected, "Oh dear, cooking requires experience. Why don't I come over to help you?" She recalled how, when he first arrived at her home, he had expressed a fondness for her cooking. "Did I say that?" he mused. "Well, to be honest, that was merely polite banter. My true feelings were that your cooking was rather unpalatable. Not nearly as good as the 8 yuan rice bowl from downstairs. Out of courtesy, I refrained from speaking my mind. I regret having lied. I truly apologize for misleading you for so long. Wouldn't you agree?" Tang Ma's smile froze instantly. It was one thing to claim her cooking lacked flavor, but to assert that it was inferior to an 8 yuan rice bowl? That was utterly insulting. However, considering that they were indeed in need of assistance, Tang Ma forcibly suppressed her emotions and spoke again. All right, if you're unwilling, so be it. But did you not previously mention in the group that you would provide us with an opportunity to join your family? Fang Qian, we are relatives after all. Could you perhaps assign this task to me? Your father's leg is injured, and he is unable to walk, which has indeed increased the pressure of survival at home. Fang Qian remained unfazed, cheerfully responding. Oh, is it that serious? Perhaps it would be better to pass away sooner. Living in this era can be quite torturous. Tang Ma was seething with frustration. Had it not been for her dependence on him, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet, she had no choice but to endure, for her family's fate was entirely in his hands. Fang Qian, she implored. Let me clarify. As long as you allow us to survive, we will no longer oppose your marriage with Xiaorou. We will always regard you as the most outstanding son-in-law. You needn't worry about dowries or housing. Xiaorou is a wonderful girl. Do not let her slip away. Weren't you the one who persistently sought our approval for marrying her? We had even set a date for the wedding. One must not forget their roots. Upon hearing this, Fang Qian found it all the more amusing. He suddenly recalled a phrase that had been particularly popular online for a while. Though I indulge in drinking and forget my gratitude, I know I am a good girl. How delightful. Moreover, regarding the notion of forgetting one's roots, was it not these two old folks who initiated it? They had taken their house and the dowry without ever genuinely considering marrying their daughter to him, merely seeking to exploit him until he was drained and then discarded. It was in this manner that they had caused his demise in a previous life. Now, they had the audacity to lecture him. Nevertheless, the time had come for Fang Qian to issue a task. He cheerfully stated over the phone, All right, I can assign you a task. If you are able to complete it, you will gain early access to my camp, along with my provisions and protection. Excellent. Our son-in-law. We knew we did not misjudge you. You truly are the most loyal person in this world. Xiaorou made the right choice in selecting you. Had Fang Qian heard such praise in the past, he would have likely been overjoyed. Yet now, his heart stirred not at all. He even felt an urge to tear apart his hypocritical words. Fang Qian directly declared, This task is quite simple. If you can bring Tang Jiao back alive to my home, I will permit you to join my camp. How does that sound? This should be an easy feat for you, as her parents. Beside them, Tang Dad, pale-faced, wore a look of concern. Recently, they had quarreled with Tang Jiao over supplies. Convincing her to return now seemed highly unlikely. Furthermore, considering the distance to her current location, how could she, a young girl, possibly make the journey? Just as Father Tang was about to speak, Mother Tang immediately rose to her feet, thumping her chest in assurance, I will certainly accomplish this. I will find a way to bring our daughter back at once. Chapter 56. He must love me too much. After the call ended, Fang Qian felt a twinge of regret as he gazed at the charred pork skin. His mood dampened. Silently, he sliced off the burnt portion and discarded it in the trash. With a sigh, he muttered, I can only let that sycophant Tang Erwin benefit from it tonight. However, he had to admit, the lad was quite skilled in his craft. Fang Qian knew, without looking, that Tang's parents had called him, and, with such prompt agreement to his request, it was undoubtedly partly due to Tang Erwin's influence. Consider this, the three of them lived under one roof daily. While Tang Erwin returned home each night, his mouth glistening with grease, leaving his two elderly guardians to shiver with hunger. It was a cruel dual torment. It was entirely reasonable, they could not withstand it. Imagining the scenario, Fang Qian realized he might not endure it himself. He continued to consult the recipe, commencing the preparation of his twice-cooked pork, all the while patiently awaiting their good news. The reason he persistently sought to lure Tang Jiao back was certainly rooted in his own calculations. If revenge was to be had, it must be executed beneath his very eyes. Dying elsewhere was hardly satisfying. Moreover, his current strength was insufficient, with his dominion limited to this building alone. If he did not devise a plan to deceive Tang Jiao back, what if that pair of treacherous lovers fled? At that point, the heavens would be high and the emperor distant, making it nearly impossible to seek retribution. He could hardly embark on a murderous journey to the capital, could he? Such a notion was absurd. Even now, and in the future, Fang Qian had no intention of straying far from his territory. The reason was simple. Within his sanctuary of myths, he possessed the ability to control the situation, naturally residing in an invincible position. Outside, however, he lacked that capability. Having barely survived a second time, he held his life in particularly high regard. After all, fortune would not favor him again. If he were to perish once more, he would likely lose everything, unless he could somehow extend his mythic domain across the globe. Yet, that seemed rather unrealistic. It was better to take things slowly. Calculating the time, he estimated that in about 5 or 6 days, his mythic hand would be recharged. At that point, he would be able to manifest mythic items once again. The anticipation was palpable. Fang Qian even mused within himself that as long as his lifespan was sufficiently long, could he not use this ability to transform everything around him into mythic items? including a piece of clothing, a pair of shoes, or even himself. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Meanwhile, on the other side, after hanging up the phone, Tang's mother noticed her husband, pale-faced, wearing a somewhat reproachful expression. Dear, why are you being so foolish today? Our Jiaro is currently with Master Ma, lacking for neither food nor drink. And she might even find a way to provide us with some supplies. Bringing her back would only endanger her, wouldn't it? With such a long journey, it's uncertain whether she can return safely on her own. Despite his own injuries, Tang's father remained exceedingly protective of their children. However, Tang Ma shot him a glance and remarked, what does it matter if Ma Daxiao is wealthy? In this apocalyptic era, he is but a mere trifle. The landscape has shifted. Only those like Fang Qian, who can live in comfort, are the true magnates of this world. We must call our daughter back. It is for her own good. Do you understand? Did you not hear Fang Qian say that if we can bring Xiaorou back, we would have accomplished a task and gained a member for his team, which would afford us various forms of assistance. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You cannot afford to be indecisive. Tang Ba felt somewhat disheartened by the reprimand. He sensed that his wife had changed. In the past, she had always devoted herself wholeheartedly to their children, though she could be a bit acerbic. Her intentions were ultimately benevolent. Yet now, he found Tang Ma to be a stranger. Was all this truly for the sake of their offspring, or merely for her own interests? Even if they succeeded in their task, only one individual would receive sustenance and protection. To whom would that privilege be granted? Regret gnawed Tang Ba. If only he had not escalated the conflict with Fang Qian, perhaps their family could have remained harmonious, avoiding such complications. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Tang Ma had already dialed Tang Jiarou's number. As soon as the call connected, Tang Jiarou's impatient voice echoed from the other end. Mom, didn't we agree that you wouldn't call unless it was urgent? I'm very busy and it's dangerous here. Do you really want to ruin your daughter's life? I'll figure out the supplies, she continued. But Tang Ma interrupted. No, that's not it. I called not to ask for food, but to discuss something important. Tang Jiarou replied. What is it? Hurry up. I'm swamped. We've missed you since you've been gone. Your father and I would like you to come back. Once the extreme cold storm subsides tomorrow, please return, even if just for a visit. We have spoken with Fang Qian, and he has assured us that once you come back, you can stay in his warm, spacious house and enjoy delightful meals every day. It's far better than wandering outside. There was a moment of silence on the line, before Tang Jiarou responded incredulously, Mom, what has gotten into you? Even my brother often defends Fang Qian now. You were the ones who supported me in breaking up with him to cling to Ma Daxiao's riches. Why the sudden change of heart? Tang Ma sighed. At that time, I was short-sighted and never imagined an apocalypse would come. But things are different now. The apocalypse has raged on for quite some time. Even if Ma Daxiao had some assets before, how much could possibly remain after the devastation of this extreme cold storm? What value do his resources still hold? Upon hearing this, Tang Jiarou hesitated. The reality indeed aligned with her mother's words. Originally, Ma Daxiao had come to Chongwen City to open a colossal supermarket. Yet, with the supplies vanishing into thin air from the warehouse, he had already lost billions before even launching his business. Now, as the relentless frigid storm ravages day and night, the newly renovated supermarket building has succumbed to despair. It can be said that this venture is utterly lost. At this thought, Tang Jiarou felt a pang of sorrow. After all, young Master Ma had once promised her the position of the supermarket's proprietor. Now, it appears that hope has long since vanished. If this supermarket faces such dire circumstances, it is likely that other businesses will follow suit. Tang Ma's words ring true. The assets remaining with the Ma family may not amount to much at all. The reason the bodyguards and thugs surrounding her are so obedient lies partly in the lingering influence of the Ma family's power before the apocalypse, and partly due to the generous compensation young Master Ma provides them. However, when faced with a life-or-death crisis, they may show her no regard whatsoever. Child, heed your mother's advice. I have walked this path and will not lead you astray. Come back quickly and reconcile with Fang Qian. It is your best option. You cannot fathom that Fang Qian's home is a veritable paradise, with a fireplace and underfloor heating that seem to require no energy. Even when the power goes out, it remains unaffected. That fellow has even cultivated an orchard on the rooftop, with apple and pear trees, along with a variety of flowers and plants. Everyone has admired it several times. How enviable. You say you would return? Wouldn't you then become the mistress of that estate? How splendid. Listening to Tang Ma's vivid description, Tang Jiarou felt her heart sway. As it stands, Fang Qian not only possesses a more abundant stockpile of resources than young Master Ma, but is also significantly more handsome. Returning indeed appears to be an appealing choice. However, after a moment of careful contemplation, she suddenly regained her composure and shook her head in refusal. Mother, allow me to explain. In this frigid apocalypse, every resource is of paramount importance. While he may warm himself by the fireplace, How could he possibly maintain the warmth of his greenhouse 24 hours a day? I have previously video called him. I am 100% certain that he is merely putting on a facade. Perhaps his home is devoid of energy. He could have simply turned on the heat before recording the video to create an illusion of warmth. As for the food, I find it even more dubious. He frequently boasts in the group chat about his delectable meals, but in reality, they may just be staged. Those are seasoned actors. According to your accounts, he purchased supplies a month prior to the onset of this frigid apocalypse. If he truly had seafood, it would have long since spoiled. Furthermore, with the limited space in his home, where could he possibly store all those items? In my view, he is so infatuated with me that he has concocted this charade to entice me back. You have all been deceived by him. I will not return. I have fought hard to attain my current position, and I must remain by young Master Ma's side. Moreover, just a few days ago, young Master Ma assured me that within a month, the Ma family's rescue forces would arrive, and at that time, you could all enjoy a life of ease alongside me. Wouldn't that be splendid? Chapter 57. A New Method, Hanging. Tang Jiao's words undoubtedly offered a novel revelation. Tang Dad, Tang Mom, and Tang Erwin were left utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that the emaciated camel would indeed be larger than the horse. Despite the frigid apocalypse, the Ma family still possessed such formidable resources, capable of dispatching aid from the capital to rescue young Master Ma. This was a rescue mission spanning half the nation. In this bitterly cold and desolate end of days, they had to confront not only the threats of starvation and harsh weather, but also the myriad unforeseen challenges that could arise along the journey, including bandits and snowstorms that could block their path. Even when those in power were overwhelmed, one could not deny the Ma family's standing as one of the premier aristocratic clans. However, a month the flicker of hope ignited in the three was swiftly extinguished by the prospect of enduring such harsh conditions for an entire month. Since the onset of the apocalypse just 20 days ago, they felt as though they had lost half their lives. This was especially true for Tang Dad and Tang Mom. They were without food, and their advancing age rendered them particularly vulnerable. Each night, they dared not close their eyes, fearing that once they did, they might never awaken. Such tragedies were not rare. During this grim period since the onset of the extreme cold, the group had witnessed many avatars dimming. Many of these individuals perished not only from malice but also from natural causes. In such frigid conditions, succumbing to hunger or the cold was hardly surprising. The forthcoming month promised to be even more grueling than the preceding 20 days. The polar storms would intensify, temperatures would plummet, and even the hail descending from the sky would grow increasingly formidable. The yield of supplies gathered during their foraging expeditions dwindled day by day. How could they possibly endure? Tang Mom, in a fit of rage, tore at her hair, resembling a madwoman as she screamed into the phone at Tang Jiao. Tang Jiao, I am telling you. You must return tomorrow. A month. Do you think your father and I can wait an entire month? You promised to send us supplies, yet to this day, we have seen nothing. Where are the provisions you pledged? Your parents brought you into this world, and this is how you repay us? What about your brother? Do you not care for him? You were such a well-behaved child. How have you changed so drastically? If you still recognize us as your parents, you must return by tomorrow. This is non-negotiable. A month is far too long for me to wait. If you disobey, I will end my life to show you. Yet after her frenzied outburst, there was only a brief silence on the other end of the line. Soon, Tang Jiao responded icily. Listen? Why should I listen? Throughout my life, haven't you only had eyes for my brother? If I do not return, you will have to find your own way. Beep, beep. Beep. The call ended abruptly. Tang Mom, in despair, pounded her thighs and lamented. Oh, what sins have I committed? Our son has food yet refuses to share. Our daughter, who could save us, is unwilling. We found a son-in-law, and he is also ungrateful. I'm done. I'm done. She writhed on the ground like a madwoman, wailing. Beside her, Tang Dad remained silent, quietly smoking, as if trying to swallow all the anguish into his own belly. At this critical juncture of life and death, everyone teetered on the brink of collapse, with no one able to comfort the others. Tang Erwin stood nearby, seemingly deep in thought. The three of them all hoped for Tang Jiao's return, hoping to exchange her for Fang Qian's supplies. However, since her legs were her own, what could they do if she chose not to come back? After a moment, Tang Dad finally lost his patience and threw his cigarette butt to the ground. Enough. Stop the wailing. What good is it? Tang Mom, rolling on the ground, paused for a moment, then shouted even louder. You're yelling at me too. Even you dare to yell at me? What right do you have to scold me, you old fool, unable to even support your wife, letting her starve? You're not even as capable as old Lou from the group, who can go out and find a couple of packets of instant noodles. Tang Dad's lips trembled with rage. Had he not injured his leg, he would have slapped this madwoman. As their quarrel escalated, Fang Qian observed the scene through the surveillance cameras. This was more thrilling than a New Year's Eve gala. He uncorked a bottle of chilled cola and ordered some fried chicken to enjoy the show. Such a splendid drama was a rare sight indeed. In the past, hadn't they all united against him? He had thought them to be a cohesive unit. Yet, it seemed they were quite ordinary after all. He even began to applaud in front of the screen, murmuring, let them fight, let them fight. The best outcome would be a fatal blow. However, events did not unfold as he had envisioned. Tang Erwin coughed softly. Mom, Dad, I have a suggestion we might try. His words immediately captured the attention of Tang Dad and Tang Mom, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Son, if you have any ideas, please share. We can't afford to hesitate now. Yes, you've always been clever since childhood. Just tell us your thoughts. Tang Erwin cleared his throat and spoke. Sister is likely acting impulsively, unaware of the gravity of the situation. But what if we stoke the flames a little? Dad, she has always cared for you the most. Just pretend to hang yourself, and the more realistic the act, the better. I'll record it. If we perform this drama well, once she sees that you truly wish to end your lives, she will surely soften and return at once. Upon hearing this plan, the couple's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it made perfect sense. When children are unruly, it is often because they haven't been pushed hard enough. With that, Tang Mom immediately dashed to the room to find a rope to hang from the ceiling, then helped Tang Dad, situating her head within the noose. Tang Erwin quickly pressed the recording button once the pose was arranged. Tang Mom leaned in closer, urging, Old man, you must act it out, struggle fiercely. Tang's father found some merit in it, and immediately began to move his hands and feet. Tang Erwin couldn't help but laugh. Not bad, Dad. Your performance skills are quite impressive. With a sudden thud, the table was kicked over by Tang's father. In the next instant, he found himself hanging from the beam, gasping for breath, unable to utter a word. Intense pain began to tear at his cervical spine. He struggled more fiercely, yet, engrossed in the video. Tang Erwin and his mother remained oblivious to the situation, instead laughing heartily at the antics on the screen. Tang's mother cheerfully remarked, Old man, I had no idea your acting was so good. You should have pursued acting in your youth. Who knows, you might have become an award-winning actor by now. Tang Erwin was equally delighted. He envisioned the day he would successfully persuade his sister to return, protected by Fang Qian. Mom and Dad, you can't deny it. This video looks so real. When I send it to my sister, she'll be utterly shocked. I'll be back first thing tomorrow. As they discussed and recorded. Time passed slowly. Tang's father's struggles grew weaker. Eventually, he lay completely still. Tang Erwin excitedly cheered. Dad, you're incredible. You even know how to change the act. It looks so genuine. The entire video is a success. Filming has never been this smooth. He pressed the stop button on his phone and looked up. In that moment, a chill ran down his spine, making him shiver. There was Tang's father, hanging from the beam, his tongue extended, eyes rolled back, utterly lifeless. The small table that had supported him lay overturned on the ground. Tang's mother collapsed beside it, trembling uncontrollably. Old man, wake up. Don't scare me. Tang Erwin rushed over, frantically trying to lower his father, immediately performing first aid. But mere minutes later, Tang Renwen also slumped to the ground, staring blankly at his father's cold body. He gone. Really gone. Oh, my old man. What happened? I asked you to act, not to truly perform. How foolish. How utterly foolish you are. How can I live without you? Tang's mother crawled over, collapsing on her husband's lifeless body, wailing pitifully. The mournful cries could likely be heard throughout the 2 floors of the building. Tang Erwin stood by, tears streaming down his face. Although he had always cherished only himself, witnessing his father's death before his eyes was an unbearable sorrow. Moreover, it was his own blunder that led to this tragedy. If he hadn't suggested that method. If only he had paid more attention to his father's condition while recording, perhaps his father would still be safe. Regrettably, there were no more ifs. Tang's mother, sobbing uncontrollably on the ground, was equally distraught. Just minutes prior, she had scolded Tang's father harshly. She herself tightly fastened that rope around her husband's neck. In an instant, a torrent of guilt, anguish, and sorrow surged within both of their hearts. Chapter 58. Father Tang has passed away. Yet the stark reality is that events have already transpired. No matter how much regret or sorrow they may feel, nothing can alter the truth. A beloved figure has departed right before their eyes. This grim reality deepens the sense of life's fragility and insignificance for Tang's mother and Tang Erwin, intensifying their desire to survive. Behind the surveillance system, Fang Qian stared in bewilderment at the lifeless body on the ground. The unfolding of this narrative had entirely surpassed his control. He had intended to indulge in the scenario for a few more days, but unexpectedly, through a forceful act, Father Tang had brought about his own demise. How tragic. Terrified, he hastily gulped down a large sip of soda. The icy, sweet flavor instantaneously invigorated his mind, sharpening his awareness. He muttered to himself. It seems that such perilous actions should indeed not be imitated blindly. It can lead to fatal consequences. Simultaneously, Fang Qian was intrigued about the plans this mother and son duo would devise next. Tang Erwin gradually steadied his emotions and spoke, "Mother, please do not cry. We must hurry and send this video to my sister. Father's death is a fact we cannot change. We must fulfill his final wishes." Tang's mother wiped her tears and replied, "Very well, let us proceed as you say." Tang Erwin promptly sent the video to Tang Jiaro. In less than 2 minutes, Tang Jiaro returned a video call, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Tang Erwin. "Bastard! Where is my father? What has happened to him?" With a heart heavy with grief, Tang Erwin turned the camera to reveal Father Tang's lifeless form on the ground. In the footage, Father Tang's body had already stiffened, his long tongue protruding and his eyes rolled back in a ghastly expression of death. "Father!" On the other end of the video, Tang Jiaro burst into tears, her sobs cascading uncontrollably. One hand clutched her chest, her cries echoing with heart-wrenching despair. Observing this scene through the surveillance system, Fang Qian felt a pang of sympathy. Alas, she would now grow up without a father. Fang Qian raised his soda in a silent toast to bid farewell to Father Tang. Witnessing Tang Jiaro's profound sorrow, Tang Erwin could not help but offer words of solace. "Sister, do not grieve so. In this world, living is not much different from being dead. Our father suffered from injuries to his legs, enduring daily torment. Perhaps his early departure is not entirely unfortunate." However, upon hearing his words, Tang Jiaro's fury only intensified. She roared at the screen, "You beast! How could you possibly protect our parents? A month? Could you not have waited just 1 month?" Upon uttering these words, Tang Erwin's countenance darkened. "Sister, how dare you blame me? Father's death is entirely your fault. If you had simply agreed to come back tomorrow, he would not have resorted to suicide. Moreover, what right do you have to cast blame upon me? Our parents have managed to endure thus far, and it is largely due to my efforts, not yours. You, on the other hand, cling to your golden opportunities, enjoying your comforts. Have you ever considered our parents? Asking you to return for just a few days of hardship is more painful than killing you. Do you still possess any semblance of conscience? You are the reason for my father's demise. It is indeed you." Meanwhile, Tang's mother, who had been weeping beside Tang's father, tremblingly rose and addressed Tang Jiaro, saying, "Xiao, your father and I have cherished you since childhood and have never asked anything of you. How is it that you are unwilling to fulfill even this modest request? Now look at what has transpired. Your father is gone. Are you now planning to drive your mother to her grave as well? I implore you, return to us. Our family cannot endure this any longer. You promised to send supplies, yet over 20 days have passed, and we have seen nothing. You mentioned waiting another month. But your parents are aging and cannot withstand this any longer." After speaking, Tang's mother fell to her knees and bowed her head to the ground before Tang Jiaro. "I beseech you, mother begs you, please. I do not wish to die, nor does your brother. We all wish to live, and we are entirely reliant on you. At the very least, return to see your father one last time." Tang Jiaro's expression was one of profound anguish. In her mind, reason and emotion were engaged in a fierce struggle. Emotionally, they were her parents. How could she bear to let them perish in this apocalyptic world? Yet, rationally, she understood that staying with Master Ma was the most prudent choice. Overwhelmed by torment, she set her phone down and softly spoke, "Mother, please do not pressure me. I will consider it carefully. Arrange for my father's body to be taken care of. I will inform you of the subsequent arrangement shortly." With that, she abruptly ended the call and stared blankly at the swirling snow outside. Yet, tears continued to flow uncontrollably. In a daze, she rose and paced a few steps within the room, but her body still ached from the hail injuries sustained days prior. In such a state, even if she truly wished to return home, she felt utterly powerless, unless she was prepared to forsake her life altogether. Why? Why must you all pressure me? Why can you not allow me to live my life in peace? Tang Jiaro felt an unprecedented depth of anguish, utterly at a loss for what to do. Just then, the door to the room creaked open. Master Ma, his face marred by bruises, cautiously entered. Upon seeing Tang Jiaro weeping on the floor, he was immediately filled with concern. "Oh, my Shiro, what is the matter? Why are you so sorrowful? Are you in pain?" He hurried over and wrapped her in his arms, whispering words of comfort. With a choked voice, Tang Jiaro replied, "Brother Ma, my father has died." The moment those words left her lips, Master Ma was taken aback. "What happened? Is there anything I can do to assist you?" Tang Jiaro continued, "It is all due to this cursed apocalyptic winter. The weather is frigid, food is scarce, and my father was injured. He did not want to burden the family and chose to end his life. Just days ago, I entrusted Captain to deliver some supplies to my home, but he has gone missing. Furthermore, all the food I have was saved from my meager rations. I certainly did not steal from your stock, Brother Ma." Even in this profoundly sorrowful moment, Tang Jiaro remained steadfast in maintaining her persona as a diligent, frugal, and dutiful young woman. Ma Daxiao expressed his heartfelt concern, exclaiming, "Oh, Jiaro, how could you be so naive? Here, What is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. Such a significant matter. Why did you not inform me sooner? If only you had spoken up, I would have undoubtedly done everything in my power to assist you. Captain and did not deliver it, but you could simply send others to do so. I have many capable individuals at my disposal. Surely one of them can manage it. Tang Jiaro remained silent. Yet she understood all too well that Ma Dashao was a wealthy heir accustomed to a life of comfort. He had never truly experienced the hardships of life. Even amidst this apocalyptic outbreak, it was merely a slight chill for him. His daily meals were diverse and plentiful, sourced by those security personnel who ventured out to procure provisions. He could not fathom the true dangers that lurked outside. Ma Dashao gently patted Tang Jiaro's back and inquired, "What will you do next? Will you return to take a look?" Tang Jiaro initially intended to nod in agreement. But upon glancing at the heavy snow outside and the bruises on her body, she sighed and replied, "I wish I could. But my body simply cannot withstand the frigid temperatures outside. If only I could bring my parents here. My father's body has yet to be buried. I wish to have him cremated and find a place for him to rest." Ma Dashao pondered for a moment before responding. "Although my security personnel have undergone special training and can navigate through extreme cold, escorting ordinary individuals across this icy terrain poses a challenge. How about this? Let your mother wait for about a week. During this time, I will have my team diligently search for supplies. After a week, I will grant them 3 days off to retrieve your mother and your father's remains. What do you think?" Tang Jiaro suddenly lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes. "Brother Ma, you are too kind. It is truly a blessing for me to have encountered you." Ma Dashao laughed heartily. "As long as you possess this awareness, you must serve me well in the future." Though he was a scion of a wealthy family, he was not foolish. The reason for allowing this week was to stockpile sufficient resources. By then, even if unforeseen events occurred, it would not jeopardize his own survival. After all, in just a month, the rescue team would arrive to take him away. Suddenly, as Tang Jiaro nestled against him, a thought struck her. And she raised her head. "Brother Ma, there is one more thing I must tell you. The reason my father chose to take his own life was due to an injury. That injury was inflicted by Fang Qian. It seems he hoarded a great deal of supplies in his home, living in abundance while refusing to share with those around him. When my parents approached him seeking just a morsel of food, he not only denied them, but shot my father's leg with a crossbow. This ultimately led to my father's despair. Upon reflection, it is indeed peculiar how he possesses such an abundance of food. Perhaps, Brother Ma, the loss of supplies from your warehouses may have some connection to him." Chapter 59. Well done. Reward awaits. As the matter unfolded, an inferno of fury ignited within Ma Dashao's eyes. The value of the goods in those warehouses amounted to a staggering 800 million. They had been lost just before the apocalypse. Had the supplies remained intact, he could have effortlessly transported them to the storage area, leading a far more prosperous existence. Even after a century of calamity, he would have been free from the worry of sustenance. Yet, inexplicably, those items had vanished, plunging him into a state of helplessness. Before the police could unearth any leads, a frigid tempest descended, rendering the subsequent events shrouded in ambiguity. However, Ma Dashao distinctly recalled a pivotal detail prior to the investigation. The last individual to enter his warehouse was none other than Fang Qian. Although the police later deduced that the loss of supplies likely occurred several days prior, Ma Dashao remained convinced that Fang Qian was intricately involved. Now, in light of Tang Jiaro's comments, the likelihood of his involvement seemed even more pronounced. After all, where else could that fellow procure such an abundance of food? Seething with rage, Ma Dashao ground his teeth. "Very well, you wretched thief, you've dared to pilfer from Mai." He promptly assured Tang Jiaro, "Fear not. In a few days, when I dispatch my men, I shall specifically instruct them to apprehend Fang Qian as well. We must ascertain the whereabouts of those supplies. If we can reclaim that batch, no matter how long this apocalypse lingers, I shall remain unperturbed." After uttering these words, he affectionately ruffled Tang Jiaro's hair. "If the information you provided is indeed true, you will have rendered an extraordinary service. When we recover those supplies, half the credit shall belong to you." Tang Jiaro's heart raced. Those goods were worth 800 million. Her share would amount to 400 million. Setting aside their pre-apocalypse value, those precious supplies had become priceless in the current dire circumstances. Recalling how Fang Qian had flaunted his extravagant delicacies during their video call, a bitter feeling welled up within her. Her father's tragic demise, and the relentless pressure from her mother and brother, all led her to believe that Fang Qian was to blame. Had he not resorted to enticing her parents with food, they would not have found themselves in such a desperate situation. With so much sustenance at his disposal, yet unwilling to share even a morsel while professing his love. It was utterly revolting. Such a despicable man deserved his fate. She cast a sidelong glance at Ma Dashao, who, despite lacking Fang Qian's charm, his rotund figure reminiscent of a reclusive nerd, had the generosity to offer her half of the supplies. Such magnanimity embodied true manhood, deserving of Tang Jiarou's affections. In her heart, her animosity towards Fang Qian intensified. Let him relish his triumph. Soon enough, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. For now, she was powerless to act, left with no choice but to await the actions of the security forces in 5 days' time. On the other side, Fang Qian gazed at his smartphone screen, filled with mixed emotions. The performance had been captivating, yet regrettably brief. He had yet to finish his cola and fried chicken. Removing the plastic gloves he had worn while devouring the chicken, he leaned back on the sofa, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Without an engaging spectacle to accompany him, the delightful flavors of the chicken and cola diminished significantly. It must be said that covertly installing surveillance throughout the entire building was one of his most astute decisions. On one hand, it considerably enhanced his control over the premises, allowing him to know what transpired in every household without stepping outside. On the other hand, it was far more exhilarating than any television drama. Witnessing once close friends and family turn against each other in bitter conflict was immensely gratifying. At that moment, a notification popped up on his phone. It was from Tang Erwin. Brother-in-law, we truly did our utmost today to force my sister back. My father even went so far as to hang himself for her to see. Accompanying the message was a short video he had sent. Fang Qian instinctively knew it depicted the entire tragic scene of Tang's father's suicide. What had been a careless oversight leading to a death now morphed into a glorious sacrifice contributing to Fang Qian's agenda. However, he chose not to address the matter directly. Instead, he promptly responded with a shocked emoji. Such a tremendous sacrifice? Surely unnecessary, that's quite terrifying. As your son-in-law, I wish father a safe journey. Fang Qian was well aware of the underlying intent behind this act. It was merely a ploy to extract further favors from him, especially since a father had died in the process of assisting him. A gesture of acknowledgement was certainly warranted. Contemplating for a moment, he suddenly devised a plan. He dashed to the rooftop greenhouse and picked up 2 fallen apples from the ground. These apples were not in pristine condition. One had been partially eaten and discarded as fertilizer, while the other was slightly spoiled, having naturally fallen from the tree. Both were essentially useless to him. He recorded a video, casually tossing the 2 apples through the small door, sending it to Tang Erwin. Take these 2 fruits back and set up a memorial for your father. The response was immediate. No problem, I'm on my way. Within 2 minutes, hurried footsteps echoed through the stairwell. Soon after, Tang Erwin's voice rang out from outside the door. Brother-in-law, I've got the apples. They smell delightful. Is there anything else to eat? Fang Qian surveyed his surroundings. He certainly could not part with the precious provisions stored in his mythical backpack. However, casually discarding some refuse from his home could provide treasures that existed only in the dreams of others. For instance, these 2 apples. With the relentless frigid storm ravaging for over 20 days, the fruits and vegetables outside had long been ruined. To have access to such fresh fruit was indeed a rarity. Suddenly, an idea struck Fang Qian. He discarded the chicken bones he had finished eating through the small crack at the door. Before tossing them out, he meticulously checked to ensure there was not a shred of meat left, and then said to Tang Erwin, I just had fried chicken and threw some bones outside. You can pick them up yourself. Tang Erwin was so thrilled he resembled an eager dog, drooling. Brother-in-law, you are too kind. I love you, brother-in-law. He immediately began devouring the remnants while continuing to report to Fang Qian. It was nothing more than his estimation that Tang Jiarou would likely leave Chong'an City in about a month to follow young Master Ma to the capital. Fang Qian furrowed his brow slightly. His greatest concern was that this woman might escape, and it seemed his fears were indeed justified. However, with a month left, his miraculous abilities could still be employed at least 2 more times. By then, perhaps he would possess something that could alter the situation. After satiating himself, Tang Erwin clumsily tidied up Fang Qian's entrance with the remnants of fried chicken and cola. Only then did he wave goodbye to Fang Qian while clutching 2 rotten apples. Fang Qian observed Tang Erwin's departure through the surveillance cameras. He noticed that after Tang Erwin descended the stairs, he casually discarded the 2 bags of trash at someone else's doorstep. After all, there was nothing edible within, merely refuse that he would not lament. He then proceeded to munch on the apples as he walked. Fang Qian shook his head and sighed. Erwin, those were apples meant for your father's farewell. How could you eat them yourself? Tang Erwin savored the apples with utmost seriousness, sucking each bite as if to prevent a single drop of apple juice from touching the ground. He exclaimed, my goodness, these apples are incredibly sweet. I haven't had fruit in nearly a month. Delicious, simply divine. After finishing one, he still felt unsatisfied and took out the other to devour. By the time he returned to his floor, only the cores of the 2 apples remained. Upon entering, he found his mother, Tang Ma, sitting alone on the sofa, with Tang Ba's lifeless body lying on the floor. It could be said that the onset of the frigid storm was not entirely disadvantageous, at least for the deceased. It offered some benefit, as their bodies were preserved more easily and would not decay quickly. Had it been the sweltering summer, they might have begun to emit an unpleasant odor by the following day. Upon seeing Tang Erwin enter, Tang Ma did not lift her head. It was only when he placed the 2 fresh apple cores in her hand that her once-dull eyes seemed to regain a spark of life. Mother, eat something. Let us not let father's death be in vain. Without uttering a word, Tang Ma clutched the apple cores and began to gnaw on them fervently. One apple seed fell to the ground, and Tang Ma's eyes reddened. She immediately dropped to the floor, licking it up with her tongue. Cannot waste, cannot waste. This is all food. It was evident that she was truly hungry. Chapter 60. Mr. Fang and Luciani. Since the onset of the frigid storm, the nerves of everyone have remained taut. Each day brings insufficient sustenance and inadequate warmth, perpetually teetering on the brink of despair. If the youth are struggling, one can only imagine the plight of the elderly, such as Tang Ba and Tang Ma, who are now bereft of their partners. Tang Ma, in particular, seems to have lost her composure, likely a consequence of her profound grief. It remains uncertain whether a brief respite of a few days will allow her to recuperate. Fang Qian can only observe her tragic circumstances with a moment of silent sympathy. He has no intention of hastening the demise of Tang Erwin and Tang Ma. To be candid, if he had truly wished for their lives, he could have accomplished that from the very first day of the storm's onset, merely by sending a message in the group chat and offering 2 buckets of instant noodles as a bounty. There would have been no shortage of residents willing to assist him in this endeavor. Yet, he has never contemplated such an action. On one hand, he intends to let those who have wronged him suffer in excruciating torment until their eventual demise. On the other hand, Tang Ma and Tang Erwin serve as a tether, firmly anchoring Tang Jiaro. As long as they exist, Tang Jiaro remains tethered and unable to escape. Should he eliminate them all at once, she would be unburdened and might very well flee from his grasp. Days have since elapsed. Wang Long and his gang have been riding high on their recent successes. After consolidating all the residents within the building, his influence has swelled to unprecedented levels. Recently, an influx of able-bodied residents has eagerly joined his ranks. His initial group of 10 has expanded to over 30 core members. Every individual in the building now obeys his commands, venturing out daily to scavenge for supplies. He reaps the lion's share of the spoils, enjoying at least enough to stave off hunger and maintain a modest stockpile within his abode. Presently, the food reserves are sufficient for him and his brothers to endure nearly a month. Yet, this is still far from adequate. Who knows how long this cursed apocalypse will persist? Despite his underlying anxiety, he finds himself powerless to alter the situation. After all this time scavenging, even with the residents diligently venturing out each day, their yields remain woefully meager. The nearby provisions have been thoroughly depleted, with no establishment spared from their plundering. Even more concerning, survivors from neighboring buildings have recognized the peril and are beginning to band together to scavenge for resources. There are days when their expeditions yield nothing, resulting in losses among their ranks, which pains Wang Long. He muses that if they must perish, it is preferable to do so within their own building, where their remains could serve as a reserve of sustenance. Dying outside is simply too great a loss. Although the prospects for acquiring food are grim, the silver lining is that his injuries have largely healed. After having the bullet extracted, receiving anti-inflammatory treatment, and stitching the wound, his recovery has been relatively swift. The only significant hindrance remains his right leg, which was shattered at the knee by a bullet, rendering him permanently lame. Given the current state of medical facilities, it is utterly impossible to perform such a monumental surgery. One can only watch as the tissues decay. With this thought, Wang Long felt an overwhelming hatred for Fang Qian. A surge of anger constricted his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Luciani, seated by the windows, gazing at the falling snowflakes. Luciani radiated an aura that perfectly matched the wintry scene, exuding an air of frigid elegance, akin to a beautiful ice queen. This woman, relying on her modest education, had persistently looked down upon them. Even now, as a prisoner, the disdain in her eyes had not diminished in the slightest. A wave of fury surged within him, and he charged toward Luciani, pinning her against the wall while unbuckling his belt with the other hand. Luciani, infuriated, exclaimed, "Wang Long, you lunatic! What do you think you are doing? Let me go." A cunning smile spread across Wang Long's face as he retorted, "Stop pretending, you filthy wench. I refuse to believe you have never experienced a man's touch. Hurry up and let me have my pleasure. Once I am satisfied, I might reward you with something tasty." Luciani struggled fiercely but could not break free. With her icy gaze fixed upon Wang Long, she warned, "You better think this through. If you dare to lay a hand on me today, don't expect me to treat you when you get hurt next time. I am a doctor. I can heal a person, but I can also end a life." Her chilling words instantly quelled Wang Long's rage. She spoke the truth. Setting aside the immediate concern of his own well-being, there was indeed a certain Fang Qian in the building, a potential source of conflict at any moment. If he were to sustain injuries, he would undoubtedly require a doctor's aid. In such extreme weather, venturing to a hospital was out of the question. An injured individual without medical assistance would simply await death. Moreover, skilled doctors were scarce, particularly someone as proficient as Lu Chani, a returnee with a doctorate. To lose such talent would indeed be a tragedy. If he sought to vent his frustrations, there were certainly other options available. With a scowl, Wang Long shot Lu Chani a glare before striding toward the adjacent bedroom. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of 7 or 8 young women, all of whom possessed commendable appearances. They were bundled in heavy quilts, trembling from the cold, their faces pale from malnutrition. Wang Long randomly selected one, yanking her quilt aside and diving in. The room quickly filled with the agonizing cries of the woman. Outside, his lackeys laughed heartily. Lu Chani observed the plight of the women within the room, devoid of any sympathy. To her, those lacking education and skills were inferior beings, wholly deserving of their fate. A person of her caliber, with such high academic achievement, deserved to lead a life of luxury, both before and after the apocalypse. In her mind, she was even plotting to find an opportunity to bring about Wang Long's demise for daring to entertain such offensive thoughts. Just then, her phone vibrated. She glanced at it to see a name she did not recognize, Mr. Fang, a contact who had added her as a friend shortly after her arrival here just a couple of days ago. Claiming to be her old classmate, she paid no heed. Over the years, many have sought her contact information through various channels, either to facilitate sending gifts during family illnesses or to pursue her romantically. She had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Drawing upon her experience, she was entirely confident that this Mr. Fang was undoubtedly a suitor attempting to ingratiate himself with her. Mr. Fang, how have you been lately? Have you eaten? Lu Chani, in this frigid weather, what could possibly be appetizing? Your conversational approach is rather cliché. If you wish to court me, why not be forthright and demonstrate your financial prowess by transferring 50,000 to me first? Such a blunt mode of conversation left Fang Qian momentarily stunned. His intention in adding her as a friend was merely to find amusement and alleviate his boredom. He never anticipated that this woman would misconstrue his interest. He promptly sent a picture of himself enjoying crab roe noodles. In this apocalyptic time, does money even hold value? Perhaps you should come here. I'll treat you to a taste beneath me. Upon seeing the image, Lu Chani's eyes brightened. Despite having meals at Wang Long's, they consisted of inexpensive dry goods. She hadn't even had a warm bowl of instant noodles. The lavish crab roe noodles were nothing short of a culinary dream for her. Merely gazing at the picture made her mouth water uncontrollably. She quickly sent a message, Mr. Fang, in the spirit of our former camaraderie, I would be delighted to dine with you. Where are you now? Can you come to fetch me? However, upon sending her message, she received no response. Panic set in as she anxiously paced back and forth, sending 2 or 3 more messages, all read but unanswered. Fang Qian slowly set his phone down and settled into a rocking chair, swaying gently. Beside him, the fireplace crackled with a fierce flame, lulling him into a drowsy state as images of Lu Chani's frantic demeanor danced in his mind. She dares to ask me to pick her up? The surveillance cameras he had strategically placed throughout the building employed cutting-edge technology, effortlessly magnifying and revealing Lu Chani's phone screen. On the very first day she entered his surveillance, Fang Qian had utilized this invasion of privacy to acquire her contact details and add her as a friend. Unsurprisingly, given her haughty and ridiculous demeanor, he had shown her little kindness. However, after he subtly showcased his affluent lifestyle, her attitude had shifted dramatically, revealing her eagerness to ingratiate herself. It was simply too late. Had she been compassionate in their past life, aiding him in healing his leg injury, he might have been inclined to offer her assistance. Now, however, Fang Qian relished the thought of witnessing her dismal fate. You fancy luring affluent suitors, don't you? Allow me to play the role of the bait. Chapter 61. A request emerges in the group. Fang Qian languished in his room throughout the day. Although he faced no issues regarding sustenance or safety, an undeniable sense of solitude enveloped him. Consequently, conversing with others via his phone became an indispensable source of amusement. Sharing his culinary delights with those who were famished in this apocalyptic landscape was an intriguing endeavor. Joy is best when shared, and sharing doubles one's happiness. At that moment, his phone chimed again. Glancing down, he discovered that the small group established by the homeowners had erupted once more. Many had tagged him in their messages. Dong Xiaomei, Brother Fang Qian, it has been several days since you last mentioned assisting us. Have you come up with a plan for the task? Wang Tianfeng, Brother Fang Qian, please hurry. We are truly at our wits' end. A few days ago, while we ventured out to scavenge for supplies, we managed to find some sustenance, though not enough to fill our bellies. At least we were still alive. However, in recent days, the outside world has yielded nothing. Upon returning, not only did we leave hungry, But we also faced a brutal beating from Wang Long's gang. Many have chosen to align themselves with Wang Long, and if this continues, we will not be able to endure much longer. In truth, it was not reluctance that drove them to consider joining Wang Long's faction. Given the choice, to satiate their hunger, they would readily accept Wang Long as their leader. Yet, Wang Long had a penchant for an elitist approach, only recruiting the young and vigorous. Aged between 20 and 30, men in their 30s and 40s were dismissed disdainfully. The group was rife with laments. "Mr. Fang, please say something. You wouldn't really abandon us, would you? If you haven't formulated a plan yet, at least share some provisions with us." Observing the animated discussions within the group, Fang Qian pondered. It seemed the time had indeed come to respond. If he remained silent any longer, these individuals might lose all hope. Just as he was about to speak, a discordant voice interjected. "Aunt Li, everyone, stop pleading. I suspect this fellow is doing this on purpose. He clearly doesn't care about us. He has muted the group messages. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained silent for so long." Immediately, others chimed in agreement. "Indeed, he is nothing but a fraud, deriving amusement from our plight. It is merely luck that allowed him to hoard supplies before the apocalypse. Otherwise, he would have starved long ago." As their pleas went unanswered, resentment towards Fang Qian began to fester among many. In that moment, they openly began to hurl insults in the group chat. Fang Qian, initially poised to respond, paused to observe how many would voice their grievances against him. "Lao Lu, Lin Dashan, you were once a hunter in the mountains. I hear you possess skills in crafting explosives. Why don't you concoct a bomb, and we can blow open Fang Qian's door? We shall then divide all the supplies equally." Upon reading this, Fang Qian found himself intrigued. Lin Dashan, now 40 years old, was once a hunter in the mountains. In his youth, he indeed required explosives for clearing paths, fishing, or setting traps for ferocious beasts. However, he was not fond of mobile phones and seldom participated in group discussions. At this moment, called by name, Lin Dashan decided to emerge from his silence. "Old Lu," he remarked, "this explosive did not come from thin air. It is quite expensive. If you want me to help you blow open someone's door, you must first provide something to procure this explosive. Once you do, you may use it as you wish." Old Lu retorted, "Oh, you stubborn blockhead. Even now, you hesitate to part with your 2 bundles of explosives? If I possessed your skills, I would not be starving." Lin Dashan, having grown up in the mountains, was indeed simple-minded. Upon witnessing this exchange, Fang Qian nodded quietly, recognizing the man's commendable abilities. As a hunter, he must have endured the trials of snowbound mountains. Surviving until now in this apocalyptic world was no simple feat. Noticing the group embroiled in heated debate, Fang Qian felt it was time to make his presence known. He silently sent a question mark. In an instant, the group fell silent, with no one daring to speak. "What are you all arguing about?" Fang Qian inquired. "You all seem rather energetic. It appears everyone has eaten well." "Ah, brother Fang Qian has arrived. Why didn't you give us a heads up? We thought you wouldn't check your phone," they exclaimed. "We weren't saying much. We just missed you so much that our emotions ran high. By the way, what have you been up to lately? We haven't seen you in the group." The chat instantly flooded with flattery and greetings, pushing aside the earlier quarrels as if to shield Fang Qian from their discord. This method of burying one's head in the sand only amused him. "Do you miss me? I can't shake the feeling that some wish for my demise." Dong Xiaomei chimed in. "How could that be? Brother Fang Qian, we miss you the most. In fact, I secretly admired you from the very first moment I saw you." Enli added, "What are you saying, brother Fang Qian? We could never harbor such thoughts. You are our true savior, and we wish for your longevity." Old Lu urged. "Please don't misunderstand, brother Fang Qian. Sometimes emotions run high, and one may speak without thought. That's just who I am. I hold you in the highest regard." Wang Tianfeng interjected, "Brother Fang Qian, didn't you mention assigning tasks to test us? Why haven't we received any news yet?" Observing their swift change in demeanor, Fang Qian chose not to delve into their previous missteps. After all, most of these individuals were destined for demise, except for a select few whom he had chosen. "Rest assured, the words I utter shall remain unchanged. Within 3 days, I shall post the first task within the group. And it is possible that I may privately assign individual tasks to certain individuals. Everyone, be prepared. 3 days. Upon hearing this definitive timeline, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. After all, whoever accomplishes the tasks assigned by Fang Qian will be rewarded with sustenance and protection from him. Truly, it is a perfect arrangement. This has become the greatest hope for everyone striving to survive in this apocalyptic world. However, little do they know, Fang Qian's tasks are far from easy to complete. After uttering a couple of sentences, Fang Qian prepared to exit the group chat once more. At that moment, Old Lu spoke up again. "Brother Fang Qian, it seems there is no one living next door. Could we perhaps collect some ice and snow from your neighboring balcony? The biting cold has rendered the city's water pipes frozen, and utterly unusable. Thus, the primary source of drinking water for the residents now lies in the ice and snow outside. Additionally, without elevators, venturing outside to dig for it poses dangers from extreme weather and other survivors. Moreover, hauling large buckets of ice and snow back upstairs is quite laborious. Fang Qian recalled his neighbor's unit. Indeed, it had previously been occupied, though the inhabitants often traveled for work. During the onset of the extreme cold storm, they did not return, leaving the place vacant. That unit was also equipped with surveillance. Due to its prolonged vacancy, when Wang Long and his group scavenged for supplies, they bypassed this location entirely. Of course, another reason for overlooking it was that the entrance of that unit faced directly towards Fang Qian's door. To raid that house would effectively expose oneself to Fang Qian's line of fire. Therefore, without his permission, outsiders hardly dared to enter. In the group chat, after Old Lu's request, several others expressed their desire to collect ice from there as well. Although Wang Long's crew harbored disdain for Fang Qian, they also held a healthy fear of him. Thus, they generally avoided ascending to the top floor. After contemplating, Fang Qian deemed this to pose no threat to himself. He casually replied, "If you wish to come, then come. I have no objections." With his consent, the homeowners in the group were instantly elated, exclaiming in unison, "Brother Fang is so magnanimous. Once we gather the ice and snow, we will promptly deliver 2 buckets to you. Just come to the rooftop to collect them." They continued, "From now on, let us take care of the water supply for Brother Fang Qian's home." Fang Qian chuckled silently. These individuals certainly knew how to flatter. However, he had no need for their ice and snow. His mythical backpack was already stocked with countless buckets of bottled mineral water, more than he could ever utilize. Even his daily baths were taken with premium spring water. He had little regard for the ice and snow. Yet, one piece of information caught Fang Qian's attention. This building had 2 units per floor, each with identical layouts. Thus, the neighboring unit on the 33rd floor also possessed a rooftop. The rooftop is merely separated from Fang Qian by a wall over a meter high. When Fang Qian purchased this residence, he harbored concerns that his neighbors might traverse the rooftop to visit him uninvited. He contemplated that while they were busy chiseling ice on the terrace, he could merely observe from the sidelines, engaging in casual conversation with them. It had been far too long since he last conversed face-to-face, and he feared that his linguistic abilities might deteriorate. Deep within Fang Qian's heart, he secretly wished for the demise of everyone around him. Yet, the thought of existing in solitude was simply too dreary. Thus, this matter must be approached with patience. At the very least, their demise should not come too swiftly. Chapter 62. This is my reward. After concluding the chaotic chatter, Fang Qian, alone and wielding a hoe, made his way to the rooftop garden, commencing the task of loosening the soil. Reflecting upon his journey since his rebirth, he realized that he had been consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Yet, life should not be confined to such singular pursuits. Fang Qian pondered that heaven had bestowed upon him the opportunity to live anew. Thus, he ought to embrace life for himself, ensuring each day was filled with fulfillment and beauty, rather than solely fixating on retribution. This was not to imply he would relinquish his hatred. Rather, he resolved to allocate more time to savoring his own existence. Gradually finding tranquility, he developed a fondness for cultivating flowers and fruits, as well as delving into books. Witnessing his garden flourish, an indescribable sense of satisfaction enveloped him. In this moment, he felt a twinge of gratitude towards the designer, Dai Yuan, for unilaterally preserving this garden. After all, amidst the frigid air, spotting a touch of greenery was an arduous task. As he toiled, perspiration beading upon his brow, commotion arose from next door. The surviving residents had begun ascending the stairs, equipped with their tools to shovel the ice and snow from the rooftop. The snow on this rooftop was remarkably pristine. A stark contrast to the dirted pathways below, trampled by countless passers-by. Alas, one could only wonder when these trying days would come to an end. Any semblance of drinkable sustenance was a blessing, and they ought not to be too choosy. Uncertainty loomed over whether Fang Qian's supplies would suffice. They hoped he had not exhausted his provisions by the time their task was complete. A few daring souls crept closer to Fang Qian's rooftop, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of his domain. Among them was Antly, exclaiming, "Wow! Everyone, come and see. Fang Qian's courtyard is simply enchanting." Curiosity drew many to stealthily approach. Although they had glimpsed it in videos and photographs numerous times, this was their first opportunity to observe it up close. Fang Qian's rooftop was divided, with one half covered by a shelter adorned with state-of-the-art solar panels. In the center of the courtyard, a massive bonfire blazed fiercely. Even from a distance, they could feel the warmth radiating from the flames. Beside the fire stood a swaying wicker chair, with a table laden with delectable fruits. The exquisite pastries and fruit platters were enough to make anyone's mouth water, and the sweet aroma of cake and ripe fruits wafted through the air. On the outer half, a glass-enclosed greenhouse flourished, brimming with a variety of flowers and several fruit trees, including apples, pears, and bananas. This greenhouse was evidently connected to a heating system, enabling precise control over temperature and humidity. Thus, the flora thrived luxuriantly, reminiscent of a tropical rainforest. At that moment, Fang Qian was immersed in his work, diligently tending to his garden. He was clad in a thin shirt, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Fang Qian lifted his head from the garden, a smile gracing his face as he waved at them. After a brief flurry of activity in the garden, he finally opened the glass door and stepped outside. He casually donned a cotton jacket and tossed aside the items he had been holding. Aunt Li and the others watched in astonishment as greenish fruits came hurtling towards them. When the objects landed at their feet, they realized they were dates. Large, round green dates, oh my. Without a moment's hesitation, Aunt Li dove into the snow, swiftly grabbing two that were conveniently close. The other homeowners, upon hearing her exclamation, pounced like ravenous wolves. Heads collided with a resounding thud. Fang Qian, standing on his own rooftop, worried that someone might suffer a concussion. The nearest Aunt Li and old Lu were the most successful in their plunder, hurriedly stuffing the large dates into their mouths. Others followed suit. The majority, however, failed to seize any, and in their desperation to savor the delectable dates, they resorted to brawling. Many emerged from the fray with bloodied heads. Meanwhile, Fang Qian merely chuckled by the fire, showing no inclination to intervene. It was only after several minutes, when all the dates had been consumed, that the chaos subsided. Yet half of the participants bore the marks of their struggle, bruised and battered. Aunt Li and old Lu had also received their fair share of blows. Though they had managed to snatch a few dates initially, others had fiercely wrested them away. They only tasted a fleeting flavor. As for the weaker girls, they scarcely caught a whiff. Dong Xiaomei, brimming with excitement, dashed to the wall. Ignoring the biting cold, she unzipped her jacket, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Brother Fang Qian, do you have any left? Please let me taste another one. I didn't get any. Fang Qian glanced at her, silent. However, the chilling wind made Dong Xiaomei shiver, causing her to sneeze uncontrollably. She desperately flaunted her meager assets. Brother Fang Qian, can you bear to let me starve here? If you give me just one date, I promise to do anything you wish. With that, she mischievously winked, her words laced with suggestion. Truth be told, Dong Xiaomei was quite attractive, her figure more alluring than Tang Jiarou's. Normally, she would have no shortage of admirers. Yet, after 20 days of the apocalypse, with no baths or makeup and insufficient food, she appeared disheveled and unkempt, reminiscent of a vagabond. Fang Qian shook his head with a smile. While you may possess charm, it seems you have gone too long without a wash. Even from here, I can detect an unpleasant odor emanating from you, akin to that of decaying meat. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, so it would be best if you stepped back. If you could cleanse yourself thoroughly, perhaps I would consider it. Upon hearing this, Dong Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brightness instead of falling into despair. Cleanse myself? Very well, I shall wash up immediately. With that, she dashed towards the snow pile on the rooftop, fervently shoveling snow into her bucket. Fang Qian, wearing an expression of helplessness, thought to himself, I merely jested. Is such an extreme reaction truly necessary? Not only Dong Xiaomei, but several women in the crowd, who fancied themselves somewhat attractive, silently began to shovel snow with even greater fervor. In these times, anyone fortunate enough to cling to Fang Qian's coattails would find themselves free from want, elevated above the rest. After stealing a few glances, their desire to enter Fang Qian's abode intensified. That fragrant greenhouse, along with the roaring bonfire, resembled a paradise from their dreams. In an effort to keep warm, everyone had lit a fire within their homes, utilizing all combustible wooden furniture available. Yet, after more than 20 days, households had largely exhausted their wooden commodities. The prospect of igniting a flame had become increasingly daunting. Surely, they could not resort to burning their own cotton-padded jackets. However, they recognized that the fire in Fang Qian's hearth was composed not of ordinary timber, but of premium pine, burning with high intensity and longevity, imparting a distinctive fragrance to the air. Simply standing by the wall, they could feel a hint of warmth. Fang Qian, seated beside the fire, sipped hot tea and savored snacks, betraying none of the struggles of a post-apocalyptic survivor. Instead, he embodied the demeanor of a wealthy heir savoring pastoral life. The contrast between his situation and theirs was stark. Aunt Li, standing by the wall, licked her lips and implored, Brother Fang Qian, might I trouble you for a taste of your snack? Even a half-piece would suffice. Nearby, old Lu eyed the remaining half-pack of cigarettes on Fang Qian's table and pleaded, Brother Fang Qian, as neighbors, could you spare me a smoke? I've been craving one for days. Yet, Fang Qian shot them a disdainful glance, retorting, how could it be? Why should I give my belongings to you without reason? I even offered you a date earlier, and you didn't even express your gratitude. Upon hearing Fang Qian's words, the people from the encampment knelt down and began to bow deeply, chanting their thanks. Thank you, thank you. We are grateful for Brother Fang Qian's generosity. If you have any more delicacies, please bestow upon us just a little more. Fang Qian laughed heartily. Such understanding, truly. I realize now that I am not facing a group of people, but rather a pack of stray dogs wagging their tails. He continued to relish the treats on the table, shaking his head. No, no, you have gone too long without food. Your stomach may not tolerate this. Eating now could upset your digestion. It's best to just watch me eat. I do this for your own good. Remember to thank me. Chapter 63. Where did this gun come from? Upon hearing Fang Qian's words, the crowd immediately changed their expressions. Several individuals stood up and shouted at him. How can you behave this way? If you don't want to give it, then just say so, but why mock us? We haven't wronged you. Another added, indeed. You are merely relying on your good fortune for having renovated your home just before the apocalypse. What is so impressive about that? Fang Qian, do not be excessive in your conduct. Although you have food and drink now, you are still but a single person. Wang Long's influence is growing ever larger. If you do not cultivate good relations with us, in the event of danger, you may find yourself without a soul to rescue you. Their initial criticism had escalated into veiled threats. However, Fang Qian regarded them with indifference. Danger? If anything, establishing ties with you would be the true peril. Having lived 2 lives, Fang Qian understood all too well that in this treacherous apocalypse, human nature is put to the ultimate test. Aside from a few individuals of commendable character, the majority are selfish and self-serving. Even if he were to share all his stored resources, he would merely be nurturing a pack of ingrates. He would not repeat that mistake. Fang Qian coldly replied, even if I were to tease you, what of it? If you wish to reside beside me, you'd better adhere to the rules. If I am in good spirits, I might bestow upon you some trifles. But if I am displeased, do not disturb me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. His words showed no sign of retreat. The united homeowners found themselves powerless against him, merely watching as he leisurely sipped tea and warmed himself by the fire, utterly at ease. At that moment, the elder Lu, standing at the forefront, took a few steps closer, leaning against the wall. The low wall barely reached his chest. He surveyed the yard, seemingly searching for something. Antly beside him appeared to be doing the same. On the surface, it seemed they were simply trying to keep warm. Yet Fang Qian discerned that their gazes held deeper intent. Elder Lu was the first to speak. Brother Fang Qian, did you truly come here empty-handed? He observed closely. Fang Qian was clad in only a thin long-sleeve shirt, layered with a heavy cotton jacket. The only incongruous item was a small backpack hanging at his waist. Fang Qian quietly munched on a snack and replied, what is the matter? Do I need to bring anything when I am in my own home? Elder Lu forced a smile. Not exactly. It's just that I've heard tales of you possessing a submachine gun. In my lifetime, I have yet to see a real firearm. I would like to witness one, if you have brought it along. Fang Qian waved his hand dismissively. That thing? It's too heavy. I usually keep it stored away. Besides, carrying it around all the time could be dangerous if it were to accidentally discharge. Stored away? Elder Lu's eyebrows lifted, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face. He exchanged a glance with Antly beside him, brimming with excitement. In the next instant, old Lu effortlessly flipped over and climbed onto the low wall before him. Damn it, without a gun, what's the point of this charade? Does that little brat really consider himself the boss? Antly, equally swift, followed suit and scaled the low wall. The 1-meter-high barrier posed no challenge for them. Fang Qian was taken aback. These two appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, somewhat portly, yet at this moment, they displayed remarkable agility, showing no signs of hunger whatsoever. Upon reaching the top, Antly immediately shouted at old Lu, you hold him down while I fetch that hoe to smash this brat's skull. Once we deal with him, this house will be ours. Their exhilaration was palpable. At that moment, Fang Qian sat on the balcony, unarmed, while they outnumbered him. They could easily take advantage of his lack of a firearm and eliminate him. At that point, wouldn't all the valuables within this house belong to them? However, just as their excitement peaked, they looked up to see Fang Qian still lounging in his rattan chair, but now, unbeknownst to them, he wielded a sleek, black submachine gun. Fang Qian regarded them with a bemused expression and posed a question. In this 10-meter distance, which is quicker, your movements or the gun in my hand? Antly and old Lu felt their legs weaken. Cold sweat dripped from old Lu's forehead. Hadn't that brat claimed to have stored his gun away? How could he draw it so swiftly? Where had he concealed it? No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't fathom how such a large submachine gun had escaped his notice. Next to him, Antly trembled uncontrollably. Brother Fang Qian, I apologize. We were merely joking earlier. We meant no harm. Yet, Fang Qian paid no heed to their explanations. He simply pressed the trigger. The sound of gunfire erupted. A torrential rain of bullets unleashed. Blood blossomed on Ant Li and old Lu's bodies as they were struck, the force of the bullets knocking them back down to the ground, heavy against the snow. The other homeowners, terrified, curled up on the ground, too frightened to look up. When the gunfire ceased, they dared to raise their heads once more. Ant Li and old Lu lay before them, riddled with numerous bullet wounds, their eyes wide open in a frozen expression of disbelief. Seizing the moment while the others remained in a state of shock, Fang Qian discreetly stowed his submachine gun back into his mythical backpack. A cold smile danced on his lips. These two had underestimated him. If he dared to confront them atop this rooftop, he certainly had made adequate preparations. In truth, since the onset of the apocalypse, he had carried his mythical backpack with him everywhere. It was, after all, his most prized possession, filled with essential supplies for his lifetime, along with self-defense weapons. With this at his disposal, he could summon the submachine gun to his hand in a heartbeat. There's a saying, beyond 7 paces, the gun is fast, within 7 paces. It is both swift and precise. Moreover, even if we were to take a step back and assume he bore no weapon, those individuals could not possibly pose a threat to him atop this terrace. The mythical sanctuary possesses another ability known as the exclusive domain. As long as Fang Qian remains within his room, he can manipulate all objects within that space. For instance, while reclining on this chair, he could command a hoe to till the soil and remove weeds without lifting a finger. However, he seldom employs this power, on one hand. He wishes to conceal this capability for a more opportune moment, and on the other, he finds a certain amusement in engaging in these tasks himself, as it serves to cultivate his spirit. Just moments ago, should Ant Li and old Lu have ventured onto his terrace, he could have effortlessly subjugated them, rendering them immobile, and could have easily cast them off the edge, ensuring their demise. One can only conclude that they have underestimated the situation. Yet, it is understandable. Who could fathom that Fang Qian possesses such formidable prowess as the Hand of Myth? He quietly lifted the warm tea before him, sipping a few mouthfuls to warm himself, and then leisurely remarked, "You people truly lack gratitude. I graciously allowed you to come beside me to chip ice for water and even offered you dates. Yet you conspire against me. What an ungrateful lot. Pray tell, how shall I deal with you?" Upon hearing these words, all those on the adjacent terrace immediately fell to the ground, pleading for mercy. Dong Xiaomei exclaimed, "Brother Fang Qian, it's not like that. It was Ant Li and old Lu who acted on their own. We never harbored such thoughts. You know I have always cherished you. How could I ever wish you harm?" Wang Tianfeng added, "Indeed, Brother Fang Qian, we are grateful for your hospitality. How could we ever contemplate harming you? It's all the fault of those 2 scoundrels, vile and shameless. We shall retrieve those 2 and vent our frustrations upon them." The other owners echoed similar cries of desperation. "Brother Fang Qian, we erred, we truly did. Spare us. We had no such intentions, we merely wished to survive." Observing their desperate pleas, Fang Qian found it utterly ridiculous. In his previous life, he had toiled tirelessly to gather resources, only to return and be bullied by these able-bodied owners, none of whom stepped forward to defend him. Instead, many went so far as to kick him while he was down. Ultimately, after his demise, it was no surprise that even his flesh and bones were not spared. Now, they presented themselves in such a pitiful state. It truly exemplified the saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Yet amidst the crowd, Fang Qian noticed a rather distinct middle-aged man. A scar, reminiscent of a beast's claw, marred his face. Though he knelt among the others, he did not cower or plead for mercy like the rest. Instead, he kept his head bowed. This was Lin Dashan. His demeanor was taciturn, yet deep within. He was not someone easily provoked. In his previous life, Lin Dashan did not live for long. Once, Wang Long pressured him excessively, prompting Lin Dashan to take out a package of explosives from his home and detonate it on the spot, seeking mutual destruction. Wang Long, however, fled swiftly, narrowly escaping the calamity, but several of his underlings perished in the explosion. This incident left a profound impression on Fang Qian. This individual is not entirely malevolent. If harnessed appropriately, he could indeed be of great utility. Having him as a member of a death squad would not be a bad idea. Chapter 64, Lin Dashan's attitude. Aside from Lin Dashan, who possesses some utility, the remaining individuals are but insignificant entities. During this period, Fang Qian has pondered extensively. With his current strength, he could effortlessly escape and eliminate everyone in the building. After all, armed with a submachine gun, these people are hardly his adversaries. Yet, what would follow? A solitary existence devoid of any joy. Moreover, should any troublesome matters arise, he would have to confront them himself. Thus, for the time being, it is prudent to allow them to linger. Should future complications arise, they may serve as expendable pawns. To illustrate, Tang Jiaro and the young Master Ma possess a cadre of well-trained combat troops. If these inept individuals can be utilized to exhaust the enemy first, it would indeed be beneficial. Fang Qian gently placed his teacup back on the table, extended his hand to warm by the fire, and spoke. Remember, I permit you to chisel ice and gather snow on the adjacent rooftop. When you find yourselves with nothing to occupy your time, feel free to engage me in conversation. Perhaps, if I am in good spirits, I may grant you 2 rotten fruits to savor. However, my possessions are mine to offer. If I choose not to, you shall not take them. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of these 2. The homeowners across from him bowed fervently, vowing never to defy his wishes again. Fang Qian smiled, leisurely carrying his refreshments and warm tea back into the room. Although the rooftop shielded them from the frigid storm outside, the chill was still palpable. Spending extended periods outdoors left Fang Qian feeling somewhat cold. It was best to return to his warm quarters. Before departing, Fang Qian left them with one final directive. Remove those 2 corpses. I do not wish to have refuse within my line of sight. Once Fang Qian had completely exited, the others exhaled a collective sigh of relief. It felt as if they were not merely confronting a man, but rather a demon with the power to dictate their fates. The recent gunfire still echoed in their ears, instilling a sense of imminent death. Now, it was as if they had been granted a second chance at life. They hurriedly began shoveling the ice and snow from the ground, no longer daring to harbor any thoughts of encroaching upon the secluded paradise just meters away. After they had transported several buckets of ice and snow, Wang Tianfeng and 2 slightly sturdier homeowners dragged the bodies of Aunt Li and Old Lu down as well. Upon reaching the living room, Wang Tianfeng carelessly tossed the 2 corpses onto the floor, lamenting, Old Lu, you have always mocked my cowardice. Look at your own fate. Is this the consequence of your audacity? What were you thinking, risking your life on uncertain matters? Beside him, Dong Xiaomei scoffed. These 2 fools were reckless enough with their own lives, and yet they almost provoked brother Fang Qian to wrath. If he had unleashed a barrage with that submachine gun, few of us would have survived. Upon hearing her words, a wave of apprehension washed over the crowd. The rooftop had offered no shelter. And had the deranged Fang Qian unleashed a barrage from his submachine gun, it was likely that 90% of them would have perished there. There would be no opportunity for survival. Consequently, their gazes turned to Aunt Li and Old Lu, their eyes brimming with ire. Those wretched imbeciles. Who did they think they were, nearly bringing ruin upon them all? It was a pity they were already dead. Had they still been alive, I certainly would have dealt with them. As the group voiced their grievances, one individual spoke up. Since these 2 have offended Fang Qian, our chances of survival now hinge upon his goodwill. Why not dismember them right here and now, thereby demonstrating our sincerity? I believe that upon witnessing our actions, we shall truly earn Fang Qian's forgiveness. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others grew peculiar. Dismemberment to show sincerity seemed, on the surface, to pose no issue. However, everyone understood the underlying thoughts. To put it plainly, it was merely a desire to secure sustenance. Wang Long had long since initiated this practice, anyone deemed useless to them. And a drain on resources had been eliminated, their bodies left to freeze in the harsh elements, serving as provisions for the future. Beyond Wang Long, many others had engaged in similar acts, albeit unspoken. Now, with this suggestion from a fellow member, it stirred the latent desires within all present. There were about 10 individuals in attendance. If they proceeded with the dismemberment, each could potentially claim several pounds of meat, enough to sustain them for an extended period. After a brief silence, one of the members nodded in agreement. Brother, you speak the truth. Since these 2 have offended Mr. Fang Qian, we cannot allow them to remain intact. How about each of us takes a piece to express our loyalty to Mr. Fang Qian? Increasingly, others began to concur with the proposal. Soon, their attention shifted to Lin Dashan, who was nearby. Brother Lin, in your youth as a hunter in the mountains, you must be adept at butchering. Why not assist us in the division? However, to their surprise, Lin Dashan merely raised his head and glared at them. I am not yet so starved as to resort to such measures. I can endure for another 2 days. You may divide it among yourselves. With that, he hoisted 2 large buckets of ice and snow and departed. Once he had distanced himself, Wang Tianfeng expressed his discontent. What time is it? And he still feigns superiority. He is a solitary figure, well fed while the rest of us have families to consider. Others chimed in. Such selfishness, unwilling to lend a hand. The next time he is in need, let us ignore him. The group muttered their grievances toward Lin Dashan's retreating figure before redirecting their efforts to the 2 corpses before them. Shortly thereafter, each of the 10 members left the room, each burdened with a heavy sack. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Fang Qian observed the entire scene through surveillance. As he watched them depart with their possessions, a chill crept into his gaze. Undeniably, in the current environment, survival had become exceedingly arduous, compelling many to traverse morally ambiguous paths. However, in Fang Qian's perspective, certain fundamental principles must still be upheld. Among these, The act of cannibalism was unequivocally a line that should not be crossed. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any objections, recognizing that he was not a paragon of virtue himself. Once the day's events concluded, Fang Qian found solitude in opening his mythical backpack, retrieving a prime cut of steak still emanating warmth. As he unwrapped it, he skillfully turned on the television to search for an engaging film. Dining on the steak while watching the movie felt akin to a candlelit dinner. Bored in his solitude, he snapped a photograph of his current scene and shared it in the group chat, captioning it, "The long night stretches on, with no one to keep me company. Oh, how I wish for a companion to share a drink with." The moment the image was posted, it elicited a flurry of excited responses from the group. Dong Xiaomei chimed in. "Fang Qian Gij, please wait a moment. I'm figuring out how to fetch water for a shower. As soon as I'm clean, I'll rush over to keep you company." Wang Tianfeng added. "Fang Qian, do you need someone to help with the dishes or give you a massage? I assure you my skills are top-notch." Tang Ma remarked. "Good son-in-law, I've been diligently working on the task you entrusted to me, and I'll complete it shortly. Perhaps you could spare me a bit of food. I fear I might not hold out much longer." Tang Erwin encouraged. "Dear brother-in-law, you must eat well and take care of yourself. My future happiness relies on you." As Fang Qian enjoyed his steak and film, he reveled in the light-hearted banter of the group. Although his days felt somewhat solitary, they remained quite entertaining. Before long, someone inquired about Tang Ma's mention of a task. "Tang Ma, did you just refer to a task? Has Fang Qian assigned you your first one?" Tang Ma's voice brimmed with pride. "Of course. He is my son-in-law, so I am naturally his priority." The group erupted in envy. "You truly found a remarkable son-in-law. If you complete the task, won't you gain access to Fang Qian's food and protection?" The admiration was palpable, as they wished for Fang Qian to bestow a task upon them as well. "I promised to fulfill it diligently. I would go to any lengths." Observing the group's flattery, Tang Ma basked in her triumph. "See, my choice was not in vain. If I can mend my relationship with Fang Qian, I shall garner everyone's envy and lead a prosperous life. This is the son-in-law I've always envisioned. If only my husband had not departed too soon, he could have witnessed this splendid day." Chapter 65. The starving Lu Chani. Tang Erwin stood by, observing the cheerful expression on Tang Ma's face, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, his father's demise had not inflicted too profound a blow on his mother. Ultimately, she remained lucid. In these times, death was commonplace. Those who had passed on were gone, while the living must continue to endure. The sole means for survival was to cling tightly to his brother-in-law as support. There was no alternative path. Initially, Tang Erwin had feared that his father's death would render his mother more extreme, further straining her relationship with Fang Qian. However, it now appeared that his worries had been unwarranted. Seizing a moment during their conversation, he discreetly messaged his sister, Tang Jiao. "Sis, you mentioned last time that you would consider arranging the subsequent matters. How's that coming along? It has been 2 or 3 days. You wouldn't be deceiving us again, would you?" Soon, a reply from Tang Jiao arrived. "Rest assured, this time I am not deceiving you. Young Master Ma has already promised me he will send someone to fetch you. He is currently expediting the collection of supplies. In a couple of days, his appointed person will be free and will come to retrieve you. You may note down anyone who has wronged you. My people will ensure justice upon their arrival." Upon hearing this, Tang Erwin was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. He had not anticipated such unwavering support from his sister. The prospect of being escorted directly back to young Master Ma's side filled him with hope, as it promised a life free from worry. After all, he was the heir of a wealthy family. It was inconceivable that he would lack sustenance. Frankly speaking, even a dog in his household would hold a higher status than Tang Erwin. "Wonderful sis. Had you acted sooner, perhaps Dad would have survived, and we wouldn't have reached this dire situation. I will take care of Mom while you come quickly." Tang Erwin was bursting with joy, the hope of survival shimmering before him. Yet suddenly, a thought struck him. According to the agreement with Fang Qian, his task was to monitor his sister's every move and find a way to summon her back. Now that his sister had made such arrangements, should he inform Fang Qian? After a moment's contemplation, he devised a plan. No, it was prudent to inform his brother-in-law first, as it would take 2 days for his sister's people to arrive. One could never predict if complications might arise. It was essential to maintain good relations on Fang Qian's side. If he failed to communicate, and Fang Qian discovered the truth later, he would surely blame Tang Erwin, leaving him to suffer the consequences. Tang Erwin raised an eyebrow. "However, if this is indeed true, and young Master Ma is genuinely sending someone to aid us, I shall be the first to storm Fang Qian's door. How infuriating it is that our home is filled with delectable food, yet I am relegated to leftovers daily. I shall toss him out the window and feast heartily in his abode before departing. What a delightful prospect." During this time, he had been visiting Fang Qian's house nightly for leftovers, and his mindset had undeniably shifted. Initially, he felt immense gratitude, believing that having any leftover food to consume was already a source of great satisfaction. After all, in such frigid days, finding something to eat was indeed a daunting challenge. However, gradually, his contentment began to wane. Why was it that you feasted daily on exquisite meats, while I was relegated to mere scraps and leftovers? Why not reserve a bit more of the sumptuous fare for me? Such stinginess, such parsimony. It was evident that he was not regarded as part of the family. At that moment, Tang Erwin was filled with self-satisfaction, having devised a dual plan, regardless of whether someone from his sister's side came or not. His existence would not be overly bleak. With determination set, he prepared for the evening when he would stealthily report back, all the while hoping to procure a morsel to eat. He had just seen the photos. Today, the Fang family was indulging in steak. That generous cut of beef would surely leave some remnants, providing him with a delightful meal. Meanwhile, Fang Qian, after hastily tidying up post-dinner, opened his computer to immerse himself in gaming, seeking to alleviate the tedium of the apocalypse. He had meticulously constructed an entertainment room, amassing thousands of films, television shows, and games on his computer, ample content to keep him entertained for a lifetime without repetition. During intervals of gaming, he found time to chat with Lu Chani on his phone. The peculiar experience of knowing who the other person was, while remaining anonymous himself, was quite intriguing. "Have you eaten?" Fang Qian sent a message, employing a phrase typical of infatuated suitors. After placing his phone aside, he skillfully maneuvered his gaming character to vanquish several zombies before hearing the vibration of his phone. Upon seeing this message in her moment of despair, Lu Chani felt dizzy with frustration. Over the past few days, this individual, Mr. Fang, had frequently messaged her, seemingly pursuing her. His daily greetings were monotonous, typically inquiring about her meals, followed by sharing his own culinary experiences, from crab roe noodles to seafood platters. From steak to hot pot, a tantalizing array that made her mouth water. Each time she could not resist probing into his identity, hoping to share a meal together. He would mysteriously vanish. Lu Chani felt an unprecedented allure. She promptly replied, "Mr. Fang, my situation is far from ideal. I haven't truly savored a meal in quite some time. Since we've been conversing for a while, might we meet? If you can reveal your identity and bring me to your side, I shall grant you the opportunity to court me." Upon reading this message, Fang Qian smiled. He acknowledged that this woman possessed considerable confidence, and such confidence was not unfounded. Having excelled academically from a young age, she had become a Ph.D. graduate returning from overseas studies and served as a chief physician in a top-tier hospital. In terms of her career, appearance, and education, she was indeed exceptional. Yet, in the world of the apocalypse, these once glorious achievements had become trivial. He casually snapped a photograph of himself gaming by the hearth, ensuring no critical details were revealed before sending it off. "I just finished my meal and am currently immersed in a game. I'll chat with you once this round concludes. As for matters of the heart, I believe we ought to deepen our understanding of each other. I hope you can appreciate that." With that, he concluded the conversation. On the other end, Lu Chani seethed with frustration, suspecting that he was deliberately toying with her. Yet, each time she beheld the images he sent, she realized that his life appeared remarkably content, even if only to amuse herself. She was determined to seize this rare opportunity to win his affection. She gripped her phone resolutely, her eyes shimmering with resolve. Fang Qian set his phone aside and began to contemplate with closed eyes. He glanced down at the intricate totem adorning the back of his right hand. Soon to be completed. In 2 or 3 days, he would be able to recharge his mythical hand once more. However, he remained uncertain about what mythical item he would require next. At present, 3 potential avenues lay before him. The first was to further enhance his combat capabilities. Beyond the submachine gun, he had options such as grenades, bulletproof vests, and cold weapons that could also be transformed into mythical artifacts. He believed that any of these, once mythologized, would yield a qualitative leap in his power, augmenting his combat prowess significantly. Relying solely on a submachine gun was undeniably too simplistic, insufficient for him to venture beyond his door. The second avenue involved studying his own body, seeking ways to fortify his physical form. This was a crucial element in Fang Qian's future plans. Mythical backpacks and shelters were ultimately external possessions. Without enhancing his own physical constitution, he remained at risk. A serious illness could easily claim his life. Having been granted a second chance, Fang Qian valued his life even more. With a mere century to live, he felt profoundly unsatisfied. The third aspect pertained to the future companions he envisioned. Although Fang Qian had meticulously assessed potential candidates who demonstrated commendable morals and personal skills, human nature is ever-changing. Just as in romance, where vows of eternal devotion can quickly devolve into deep-seated animosity, he understood that alliances could shift unexpectedly. If Fang Qian intended to incorporate these individuals into his team, He needed a method to maintain control over them indefinitely. Otherwise, he would remain apprehensive, having experienced betrayal before. He was unwilling to gamble his future on the integrity of others. With 2 or 3 days remaining, he knew he must make a decisive choice. Chapter 66, News from Tang Erwin. As night fell, Fang Qian stifled yawns while watching a drowsy variety show. The celebrities on screen exerted themselves tirelessly to win the audience's favor. While watching television, Fang Qian often pondered how these stars fared when the apocalypse descended. He wondered if any fans still brought them food, considering the fervent admirers he often saw in the news, who would forsake everything to chase their idols. Perhaps there were indeed such fools. Just as he was about to turn off the television and retire for the night, a faint knock echoed from the door. Checking his phone, he saw it was Tang Erwin. It was precisely midnight, the time when he typically came to collect the refuse. Fang Qian stood up and stretched lazily. Here he comes. Unhurriedly, he made his way to the kitchen and retrieved the day's garbage, handing it through the small opening in the door. Outside, Tang Erwin was visibly elated, sniffing eagerly as he accepted the bag of refuse. He immediately began rummaging through it, pushing aside tissues used for wiping noses and mouths, and discarding useless plastic wrappings. At last, only remnants of food remained. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Tang Erwin remarked, "Brother-in-law, I saw you devouring a large steak today. Surely you finished it? Where is it in this bag?" The trash bag bore no trace of steak, containing merely some leftover pasta and half-eaten fruit. Fang Qian, who was never particularly fond of pasta, believed it paled in comparison to traditional Chinese noodles. He replied casually, "I had quite a bit of work today and was hungry. That steak barely sufficed." "What? Are you complaining about the fare?" Tang Erwin spoke candidly. "It's indeed lacking. You ought to leave some meat behind, at the very least. And brother-in-law, could you perhaps put your leftovers in a separate bag next time? Mixing it with other garbage feels a bit unsanitary." Fang Qian scoffed softly. This fellow had been consuming leftover meals for over a week, yet now he not only craved meat but also requested that Fang Qian package it separately for him. Seeking cleanliness. Amusing. Did he not realize his own status? With a frigid tone, he retorted, "If you find the food unsatisfactory or unclean, perhaps you need not come tomorrow. I am certain many would be willing to take over your duties." Upon hearing this, Tang Erwin's demeanor shifted dramatically. He immediately stood up, donning a conciliatory smile. "Oh, brother-in-law. I merely mentioned it casually. Why are you upset?" "It's nothing, really. I'm quite satisfied." Fang Qian was speechless, casting him a disdainful glance. Some people truly lacked self-respect. Indeed, his household could use a dog, for if one truly existed, a wastrel like him wouldn't even qualify to feast on refuse. Even when openly insulted, Tang Erwin maintained an awkward smile, nodding repeatedly, too intimidated to say more. Through the small opening in the door, Fang Qian lit a cigarette for himself and casually inquired, "Have you been in touch with your sister recently? Any news?" Tang Erwin chuckled and replied, "Brother-in-law, I indeed bring you a momentous piece of news today." He quickly shoved a handful of pasta from the garbage pile into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "I spoke with my sister today, and she informed me that Ma Dashao is preparing to rescue my mother and me. I heard they will dispatch a special security team. Quite formidable. Moreover, she mentioned that anyone who has wronged us can be avenged by this team." With that, Tang Erwin sneaked a couple of glances at Fang Qian, a smug smile adorning his face. Fang Qian's interest was piqued by this revelation. Such an event had not transpired in his previous life. Until his demise. Tang Jiao had never returned, remaining entangled with that Ma Dashao. He had not anticipated such a deviation in this lifetime. However, he soon discerned the underlying reason. Previously, when Tang Jiao had come to deliver supplies, he had ruthlessly executed the messenger from the rooftop with a submachine gun. It was likely this incident that prompted Tang Jiao to alter her strategy. Yet, Fang Qian felt a twinge of regret. Why merely send someone? It would have been preferable for that woman to come herself, ideally accompanied by her paramour, Ma Dashao. In such a scenario, he could have resolved matters decisively. Alas, it seemed he would have to wait a little longer. Fang Qian nodded at Tang Erwin outside the door, acknowledging, "Indeed, this news is somewhat useful today. Take it as a reward." Saying this, he flicked the remaining half of his cigarette outside. Immediately, Tang Erwin, like a dog, crouched down to retrieve the half-smoked cigarette. He clutched it between his lips and inhaled deeply several times, a look of ecstasy crossing his features. Having not attended school since the age of 10, Tang Erwin had spent his days in idle pursuits and had naturally developed a smoking habit. Unfortunately, since the apocalypse, cigarettes had become a rarity, and he had not even caught a whiff of their scent. Now, with just a few puffs, he felt as if he were soaring in bliss. Observing Tang Erwin, who resembled a dog in his eagerness, Fang Qian smirked coldly, "Once you finish, be sure to take the trash away. Remember to report any new developments to me at once." Without waiting for a response, he shut the small door and retreated to his room to sleep. Tang Erwin did not reply, but leaned against the outer wall, taking long, deep drags of the cigarette. The warm smoke filled his lungs, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. His head light and airy, a sensation of unparalleled pleasure. Regrettably, he had only half a cigarette left. Within 2 minutes, it was extinguished. He gazed wistfully at the smoldering and shot a resentful glare at Fang Qian's door, thinking, knowing my sister is returning, why can't he treat me better? With such a narrow-minded perspective, he dares to dream of marrying my sister? What an absurd fantasy. Once Ma Dashao's people arrive and break down this door, let us see what he is capable of. And thus, another day passed. Outside, the cold wind howls. And the nighttime temperature plunges to a chilling 50 degrees below zero, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to rest peacefully. The residents of the entire building are either consumed by the dread of starving to death in the dead of night or haunted by the fear of freezing to death. They awaken multiple times throughout the night. However, Fang Qian is an exception. He consistently enjoys a deep slumber until dawn, undisturbed by dreams. This can be considered a minor yet significant improvement since his rebirth. In his previous life, he navigated his existence on a precarious edge. After losing his parents at a tender age, the money in his possession, while providing a sense of security, also made him the target of countless covetous eyes. An orphan. Endowed with wealth yet devoid of familial ties, it is hard to fathom the extent of his suffering. After struggling to graduate and finally finding his footing, he encountered the burden of Tang Jiro's family. The pressures of work and the impending weight of marriage left him anxious and sleepless. Not to mention the torment endured post-apocalypse. Yet, in this new life, everything has transformed. Fang Qian no longer concerns himself with the opinions of others or the fate of those around him. Living alone has brought him unparalleled comfort. In fact, he feels that the joy he experiences during this time surpasses the sum of all the days of his previous existence. As he groggily opens his eyes, he pokes his head out from under the covers, immediately noticing the incessant flickering of his phone screen, messages flooding from the residence group chat. While he prepares to wash up in the bathroom, he scrolls through the dense stream of notifications. It appears that around 9 in the morning, Wang Long had rallied the group. You worthless slackers, why are you still in bed? What time is it? Don't blame me for not warning you. If anyone is lazy today and returns empty-handed, don't expect any leniency from me. Anyone who submits less than a full portion of supplies today will lose a hand. If tomorrow's haul is still insufficient, it'll be an arm. Let us see if you dare to be lazy then. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in despair. Brother Wang, please show us some mercy. It's freezing out here. The snow could bury a person alive. Where can we possibly find food? Yes. We've scoured the vicinity. It's been days since we've eaten. We beg you, have a heart, and grant us a few days' grace. Brother Wang, we'll work like oxen for you. We're all neighbors, please let us live. Wang Long retorted, stop with the nonsense. If I give you a chance to survive, what will happen to my brothers? I've already allocated 10% of the harvest for you to sustain yourselves. It's your own laziness that is to blame. There are 3 hours left in the calm period. Get out there and find supplies. After 3 hours, don't blame me for being harsh. A profound bitterness settled in the hearts of all the residents. In the absence of this brutal cold storm, they might have contemplated fleeing with whatever they could carry. However, where could they possibly escape to now? Once the extreme cold storm erupted, without a refuge, they would either freeze to death or be struck down by hail. Fleeing to other buildings is not a viable option. On one hand, they are unaware of the conditions in those structures and lack a place to reside. On the other hand, there are others struggling for survival within those buildings as well. In the current circumstances, the peril posed by fellow humans far outweighs the threats of inclement weather. As outsiders encroaching upon another's territory, they would most likely be the first to perish. Remaining here affords them a slim chance of survival for another couple of days, while departing guarantees certain death. As Fang Qian brushed his teeth, he couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. Wang Long is truly ruthless. He has left no escape route for anyone. Chapter 67. 3 tasks and rewards. The crowd pleaded desperately within the group for an extended period. Yet all they received in return was the scornful and contemptuous ridicule of Wang Long, with no tangible benefits to speak of. Time was of the essence, within 3 hours. If they failed to procure sufficient food for even one person, they would face the grim consequence of losing their own hands. Reluctantly, everyone braved the biting cold of -40 degrees to venture out in search of supplies. Simultaneously, in another group devoid of Wang Long and his followers, numerous property owners erupted in furious outbursts. That wretched Wang Long truly offers us no respite. All the supplies we've gathered over the past few days have been surrendered to him. What more does he want? We have scoured every shop and warehouse in the Lingyun community. Yet where is there to find food? It seems they never intended for us to survive. Their aim is to drive us to our demise. Alas, if only I were younger. With a bit of strength, perhaps I could have joined his ranks. Avoiding such a dire fate, As this lamentation unfolded, a property owner named Luo Ye suddenly tagged Fang Qian. Brother Fang Qian, could you possibly save us? You possess a firearm. If you would only utter a word in the group, Wang Long would surely think twice before treating us this way. Dong Xiaomei chimed in, indeed. Brother Fang Qian, can you bear to see me lose a hand? I wish to keep my body whole for you. At this moment, others began to recall Fang Qian, tagging him one after another. Brother Fang Qian, you have a generous heart. Please lend us your assistance. We are all neighbors in the same building. If you do not intervene, we may truly perish. By the way, what about the tasks you mentioned earlier? Please share them promptly. I would even be willing to eat excrement if it meant survival. In the group, Fang Qian was regarded as their last beacon of hope. In such harsh weather, the prospect of scavenging for even a single portion of food was daunting. Should Fang Qian choose not to assist, it was likely that half of them would lose their hands by day's end. At that moment, Fang Qian had just finished his morning routine and was exercising on a treadmill. He recalled Luo Ye, the first to mention him. She lived on the third floor with her husband and 5-year-old child, not working outside the home but primarily caring for her child. Her skill in making dumplings was commendable, often selling them to other residents in exchange for living expenses. It was indeed curious how such an unassuming and seemingly frail woman had managed to survive thus far. Initially, he had no intention of responding to their pleas. In his plans, he intended for the majority of the residents in the building to perish. However, upon hearing their cries for help, he felt a shift in his resolve. It seemed he had been too inconspicuous these past few days, allowing Wang Long and his gang to live in comfort. After all, it was Wang Long who had been responsible for his demise in a previous life. Over the last few days, Wang Long had sufficiently healed from his injuries, accumulated a modest amount of resources, and enjoyed daily provisions. This was unacceptable. Why should he revel in such comfort? If one does not take action, it seems that the owners of this building will be gradually crushed to death by Wang Long. It is likely that for a considerable duration ahead, Wang Long will lead a comfortable life. This cannot align with my plans. It appears that I must apply some pressure on him. With this thought, Fang Qian pressed the stop button on the treadmill, wiped the sweat from his brow with a nearby towel, and picked up his phone to respond in the group chat. No need to rush, everyone is a neighbor. And I will certainly find a way to assist you all. I have devised 3 tasks as previously agreed, and I will share them now for your consideration. Complete the tasks I propose, and the rewards will be generous. Upon seeing his message, the group erupted in excitement, akin to a drowning person grasping a lifebuoy. Brother Fang Qian, you truly are a benevolent soul. We adore you. Whatever the tasks may be, I will accomplish them. You are our savior. Savior? Reading those words, Fang Qian chuckled to himself in self-mockery. How could he be considered a savior? At best, he was merely an avenger. If he were to rescue anyone, it certainly would not be these ungrateful wretches. He swiftly typed out 3 tasks on his phone and posted them in the group. Task 1. Capture or eliminate Wang Long and bring him before me. Reward: 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of mineral water. Task 2. Thoroughly assess the conditions of all 30 buildings in the Lingyun community, including an estimate of the number of survivors in each building and details about the current rulers. Reward: 10 steaks, 5 pounds of bread, and a set of cold weapons. Task 3. Locate a living pet, preferably a dog. Reward: 1 pound of fruit from the rooftop glass greenhouse and a 2-hour bonfire afternoon tea. Upon seeing the rewards for these tasks, the group members were electrified, their hands trembling with excitement. Each task offered enough sustenance to sustain them for a considerable time. 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of mineral water, if rationed wisely, could last a month. Perhaps by then, this apocalypse would have come to an end. Although the second task offered less food than the first, it included a set of cold weapons. They vaguely recalled the long sword and crossbow that Fang Qian had once wielded. Securing such items would grant them a sense of security in their vicinity, providing them with greater confidence against Wang Long and his cohorts. The third task, while offering less food, provided a tantalizing glimpse of Fang Qian's garden and the steaming bonfire they had witnessed from the rooftop. The variety of snacks and fruits had made their mouths water. The temperature within that greenhouse was surely above 20 degrees. Completing this task would mean enjoying an afternoon of warmth, a luxury for those who hovered on the brink of freezing daily, akin to a paradise. If they were to exchange anything for these rewards, they would be willing to pay any price. Regrettably, they held no regard for anything proposed by Fang Qian. Each component of these 3 tasks was fraught with immense difficulty. Wang Tianfeng exclaimed, "My goodness, Brother Fang Qian, your rewards are indeed generous, but the difficulty of the task seems rather excessive." Indeed, Wang Long currently commanded nearly 30 subordinates, not to mention armed with firearms. We dare not even approach. How could we possibly have the means to eliminate him? Furthermore, investigating the conditions of other buildings is utterly unfeasible. Our Lingyun community is vast. Even a simple stroll in this icy weather would take 2 to 3 hours, let alone infiltrating other buildings for reconnaissance. Moreover, the occupants of those buildings are not easily intimidated. One might not even have the chance to speak before losing their life. As for the notion of a pet dog, that is even more absurd. Mr. Fang, Wang Tianfeng remarked, in this frigid weather, if there were indeed a dog, it would likely have perished from the cold. Where could one possibly find a living creature? Wang Tianfeng then jested, how about you tie a rope around me, and I shall serve as your dog? I can do everything a dog can, and even more. Upon hearing this, Luo Yeye immediately retorted, dogs eat excrement. Can you do that? Wang Tianfeng paused momentarily before replying, I cannot, but I could learn. Fang Qian was left in a state of bemusement. While Wang Tianfeng displayed a certain bravery in Fang Qian's eyes, he was hardly superior to a mere dog. His proposal of these 3 tasks was driven by his own intentions. The first task was, of course, predicated on the understanding that this group was unlikely to unite against Wang Long, thus he sought to ignite a flicker of courage within them. Even causing Wang Long some minor troubles would be advantageous. To take a step back, even if they were inept, there would undoubtedly be those within the group inclined towards Wang Long. The dissemination of this information could keep him on edge for an extended period. The second task was equally straightforward. Fang Qian had already grasped the entirety of the situation in Building 9. Yet he remained in the dark regarding the other structures within the community. Given their proximity, it was essential to ascertain the current circumstances. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is vital for ensuring victory in any conflict. In the future, he might venture beyond this building and could potentially clash with individuals from other buildings. Acquiring information in advance would prove invaluable. As for the third task, it had long been in his contemplation. The solitude of being alone at home weighed heavily upon him. A pet dog would offer companionship. Additionally, it would serve as a means to test whether his mythical hand could indeed bring living beings to life. He pondered what a mythologized dog might become. A half-beast, perhaps? This function was indeed irreplaceable. However, if he were to mythologize Wang Tianfeng, what if he transformed into a superhuman? Would he not then have to flee in terror? A dog, at least, would be more loyal. Chapter 68. Lin Dashan's strategy in the group chat. The homeowners fervently implored Fang Qian to lower the difficulty of the tasks. These 3 options were either exceedingly perilous or utterly baffling, appearing almost impossible to accomplish. Fang Qian coldly responded in the chat, if you want to do it, then do it. If not, get lost. I'm not begging any of you. It's not my problem if you starve. With death looming, you still quibble. What a bunch of useless folks. If you're unwilling to work, then go tag along with Wang Long instantly. The group fell silent. Indeed, compared to the ferocious and brutal Wang Long, Fang Qian appeared almost benevolent. Even after being offended on the rooftop last time, he had not unleashed a massacre. Word him, he would have long succumbed to the urge to unleash chaos with a submachine gun. Moreover, these tasks only offered rewards without penalties, allowing them to boldly attempt the challenges. Unlike Wang Long, where failure could lead to losing a hand. With this comparison, the others seemed more amenable to the situation, each pondering which of the 3 tasks might be feasible. Currently, seeking a pet dog appeared to be the least hazardous yet also the most uncertain. The apocalypse had persisted for over 20 days, and humanity had descended into cannibalism. How could dogs possibly survive? Even if some existed, they had likely been captured and consumed long ago. At this juncture, Lin Dashan unexpectedly stepped forward and spoke in the group. I have an idea. If everyone is willing, we could collaborate to accomplish the tasks together. The rewards provided by Mr. Fang Qian are quite generous. We can certainly complete the tasks and then share the rewards. There is strength in numbers. Now is not the time for pickiness. Having any work to do and earning some food is a tremendous blessing. What do you all think? His words sparked inspiration among the members. Indeed, if they were to tackle the first 2 tasks individually, they would not dare to approach them. However, if they united, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. Lin Dashan continued, as you all know, I previously served as the head of security in our community and am well acquainted with the circumstances of the 30 buildings. Each building has a few familiar faces. I can send them a message and make an introduction. You can then send a few people to scout the area. Task 2 can be completed quite easily. One person may struggle to cover all 30 buildings, but if each of us only takes 3 to 5, it is entirely feasible. Once we acquire weapons and food, we can unite to confront Wang Long's team, leaving Task 1 within reach. Upon hearing Lin Dashan's proposal, Fang Qian could hardly contain his applause. He had not anticipated that this seemingly simple mountain folk could exhibit such shrewdness. It was remarkable how swiftly he devised a strategy for success. Indeed, if they followed his plan, there was a genuine possibility. With a united team of around 10, they could effortlessly complete Task 2, securing not only Fang Qian's food rewards, but also freeing themselves from Wang Long's menace. How utterly perfect! As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yeye in the group expressed her dissatisfaction. Brother Lin, I believe your approach is utterly superfluous. Since you mentioned that there are several of your friends in each building, why not go yourself? We don't know anyone there. Once you acquire the supplies, you can treat us all to a meal to fill our bellies before distributing the weapons. Surely, everyone would be willing to assist you in dealing with Wang Long. Why must we make an additional trip? Lin Dashan retorted, have your brains rusted? If I accomplish the task alone, why should I share the rewards with you? I still have several bundles of explosives at home. If it comes to that, I'll take him down with me. If you're unwilling to help, then so be it. I'll go alone. The group instantly adopted a spectator's attitude. With some taunting, stop boasting. Those bundles of explosives have been sitting for years. Who knows if they even work? They might all be duds. If you truly had the guts, you'd strap on that bomb and confront Wang Long directly, instead of hiding at home. If you can gather food, why not step up to assist everyone? After all, you can't possibly eat all the provisions alone once the task is complete. Fang Qian observed the fiery comments in the group. Fully aware of their intentions, they merely wished for Lin Dashan to carry the explosives to his demise, as it wouldn't be their lives at stake. If he succeeded, they would be rid of this menace. Lin Dashan was not so foolish. Everyone cherishes their life. Who desires death? Lin Dashan declared, if anyone doubts my explosives can detonate, I'll place the bomb at their doorstep tonight and blow their entire family to bits. I have but one thing to say. If you want food, join me in working, otherwise, silence yourselves. Luo Ye immediately protested, Brother Lin, how can you say that? You possess the ability to easily accomplish this task, yet refuse to share with everyone. Weren't we just discussing unity? Many other owners began to fear, Brother Lin. You mustn't act this way. You can't possibly consume all those loaves of bread and steaks alone. Sharing some wouldn't impact you much, would it? Indeed. Fang Qian's reward for weapons is a complete set. Surely there is some surplus. You need to distribute among everyone so we can unite and protect ourselves. One after another, they positioned themselves on moral high ground, demanding from Lin Dashan. Yet, Lin Dashan ceased to respond in the group. Panic ensued. Brother Lin, shall we not discuss this further? I'm willing to help you check a couple of buildings if you share some supplies with me. Yes, I can run a little too. But it was too late. Lin Dashan replied. Only now do you realize? It's too late. I can manage on my own and save myself the trouble of sharing food with you lazy gluttons. This is infuriating. The members of the group were filled with regret. Opportunities lay clearly before them, yet they squandered them with their bare hands. Luo Ye's dissatisfaction grew, and she scolded vehemently, Lin Dashan, you are hardly a man. You possess the capability, yet you refuse to safeguard us, especially us frail women. Shouldn't a gentleman prioritize the protection of ladies? Such chances for survival ought to be bestowed upon us girls first. Otherwise, who will bear children and ensure the perpetuation of humankind? Upon hearing her remarks, the more vulnerable women in the group found their footing and began to vehemently criticize Lin Dashan. It's no wonder you, at such an age, have yet to find a wife. Devoid of any spirit of selflessness, no woman would wish to share her life with you. Indeed, you probably have never even held a woman's hand, have you? If you manage to procure food, share half with me, and I might reluctantly agree to live with you. Otherwise, you shall remain a bachelor unto your death. Lin Dashan retorted, Luo Ye, your words are rather hurtful. A gentleman should indeed protect ladies, yet, if memory serves me right, you have a husband and children at home. Why not summon your husband? With that, he tagged Luo Ye's husband, Li Daong. Strangely, Li Daong remained silent. At this moment, Wang Tianfeng interjected, Sister Luo, where are your husband and children? Why have they not spoken? Surely, nothing untoward has occurred. Luo Ye replied, Nonsense. What could possibly have happened? He is merely ill, resting at home. Everything is perfectly fine. Wang Tianfeng pressed on. But how do you manage to provide for your husband and children alone? Just the other day, I passed by your home and caught the aroma of meat wafting from within. Luo Ye shot back, Nonsense. There is no way my home could have the scent of meat. It simply does not exist. I have nothing to eat, let alone meat. Dong Shami chimed in. That doesn't seem right. Just 2 days ago, I too caught the scent of meat while passing by your house. Luo Ye's residence was on the 3rd floor, and many residents would pass by her doorstep. Consequently, numerous individuals in the group began to expose her lies. After enduring hunger for so long, they could scarcely be mistaken. Luo Ye spiraled into a frenzied tirade. Wang Tianfeng, you brainless fool. Do not slander me. There is nothing in my home. And you, Dong Shome, what do you know? Why do you meddle? I say there is nothing. I did not consume them. I did not consume them. What right do you have to judge me? Did you not also partake? Is it a crime to wish to survive? Her words had taken on a delirious edge, yet upon witnessing her utterances, a chilling realization dawned upon the crowd. One by one, they felt a shiver down their spines. It was no wonder. No wonder this seemingly fragile woman could thrive in such a brutal apocalypse. It turned out the source of her sustenance lay disturbingly close at hand. Chapter 69. The terrifying slaughter of Luo Yeye. Upon introspection, it became evident that more than half of the individuals within the group had partaken in that particular meat. A tacit understanding shared among all. However, never would anyone choose to consume the flesh of their nearest and dearest. After all, they are human beings, bound by a web of emotions. In light of Luo Yeye's incident, the group lost all inclination to continue their discussions. In the community, Lin Dashan donned his self-fashioned snowshoes, sighing and shaking his head as he tucked his phone into his pocket. The building had fallen entirely under the dominion of Wang Long, and his faction had turned the atmosphere into a haze of chaos, leaving everyone to endure a life of misery. Lin Dashan was acutely aware that this state of affairs could not persist. It would not be long before everyone found themselves cornered. Coincidentally, Mr. Fang Qian had issued several tasks, and Lin sought to use this opportunity to unite his neighbors in a collective resistance against Wang Long. Yet, to his dismay, they proved to be nothing but a bunch of ineffectual drunks. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, "You ungrateful wretches. I extend my hand to help you. And you dare to berate me in the group. Very well, then, await your demise. I shall undertake task 2 alone. The provisions I earn shall be mine alone. You may await your fate." Lin Dashan, raised in the mountains, possessed a certain fierceness in his bones, and he feared nothing more than death itself. He had resolved that once he secured weapons and sustenance, he would lock himself away in his dwelling. Should Wang Long attempt to seize what was his, he would resort to explosives, willing to perish alongside his adversaries. After all, he had no desire to live in such suffocating circumstances. With his resolve solidified, he trudged through the snow towards the other buildings. The calm before the storm lasted a full 3 hours. If he acted swiftly, he could assess the conditions of several buildings by himself, without the need for external assistance. As the hope of completing the task dwindled, Fang Qian showed no intention of lowering the requirements, and the group fell silent. They were reluctantly forced to venture out in search of supplies. Whether or not they completed Fang Qian's task was of little consequence. However, the provisions demanded by Wang Long were non-negotiable. Failure to comply would result in the loss of at least one hand. In this frigid apocalypse, the brutal severance of a hand, without medical aid, could very well lead to death. Even if one were to survive against the odds, the resulting disability would severely hinder their chances of survival. At this moment, only Luo Yeye remained in the group, rambling incoherently. "Why is everyone silent? Have you all perished? Answer me. Respond quickly. I swear I did not partake. Why do you not believe me? There was no meat, not a morsel. It was merely your illusion." The more she insisted, the more resolute the others became in their beliefs. It was likely that after committing such deeds, she felt an inner turmoil. Otherwise, she would not have descended into such madness. Fang Qian, who had been closely monitoring the group messages, felt a flicker of curiosity. He retrieved his computer, accessed the surveillance system, and located the apartment of Luo Yeye on the 3rd floor. At this moment, Luo Yeye was wrapped tightly, curled up in a corner, furiously tapping on her smartphone's keyboard. There was no sign of her husband or child in the room. However, the observant Fang Qian noticed numerous dried bloodstains on the kitchen and bedroom floors, along with some remnants of flesh. How ruthless. Although the surveillance system connected to every household in the building, Fang Qian rarely had the energy to monitor each family's situation. His curiosity compelled him to continuously scroll through the recorded footage. It was only until over a week ago that he finally saw Luo Ye's husband and child, witnessing the entire sequence of events unfold. "Wife, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly tie me up?" Li Daong awoke to find his hands and feet bound to the bed frame, utterly immobilized. His beloved wife, Luo Yeye, sat with her back to him, her head bowed, long hair obscuring her face, rendering her expression unreadable. A chilling voice emerged from her. "Husband, the child and I have not eaten for 2 days. If this continues, we may not survive." Li Daong, still unaware of the impending crisis, sighed. "Wife, I am sorry. It's all that damned Wang Long's fault. I went out yesterday to search for food and found quite a bit, but it was all taken from me upon my return. What beasts they are. Rest assured, I will venture out again today and find a way to hide some food." However, Luo Ye shook her head. "That is not enough. It is completely insufficient. The child and I need nutrition. We need meat." Slowly turning around, Li Daong finally saw that she held a sharp cleaver in her hand, its blade glinting ominously. A shiver ran down Li Daong's spine as realization dawned upon him. "Wife, what are you planning?" Luo Ye replied, "Do not be afraid, my love. I will first sever one of your hands and make some soup. We 3 can feast. Once you are satiated, your wound will heal swiftly. I will promptly venture outside to find more food for you. Trust me, it won't hurt much." Li Daong's pupils dilated in horror. "You mad woman, what are you saying? If you cut off my hand, I will die? There are no medical supplies in our home. And in this frigid weather, do you wish for my demise? He struggled violently, a testament to his strength as a robust man, yet the bed frame began to creak under the strain of his desperate attempts. But Luo Yeye would not grant him much time. She raised the cleaver high. Thud, thud, thud. The blade struck Li Daong's shoulder again and again. Ah! You lunatic, spare me. Please, don't, my wife. He cried out in agony, yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. 2 minutes later, Luo Yeye cradled the severed limb in her hands, treating it as a treasured possession. At this moment, Li Daong succumbed to unconsciousness due to the excruciating pain. Luo Yeye, filled with anguish, gently caressed his face, leaving behind several streaks of blood. My dear, do not be afraid. Rest for a while. I shall prepare some soup. Once you are nourished, you will surely recover. With that, she hurried to the kitchen, cradling his arm. Half an hour later, Luo Yeye entered the bedroom, carrying a steaming bowl of rich meat broth. Darling, awaken and drink the soup. This will surely aid in your recovery. Please, speak to me. She placed the bowl at the bedside, attempting to rouse Li Daong. However, upon touching his skin, she realized he had grown cold to the touch. Due to excessive blood loss and the intense agony, he had passed away. In the next moment, Luo Yeye clutched his lifeless body and wept bitterly. My love, why did you leave us? If only you had held on a bit longer. You would have healed after drinking the soup. Why could you not endure? Why abandon us? She desperately implored him to awaken, striking his body in despair, yet received no response. At that moment, a small figure appeared at the door of the bedroom. It was their son. Luo Yeye turned to her 5-year-old boy and hastily wiped her tears. Little treasure, you're here. Come, drink the soup that Mama just prepared. It will nourish you and help you grow strong. She trembled as she lifted the bowl of broth. However, the child's gaze was fixated solely on Li Daong's lifeless form, and he cried out, Daddy, what has happened? Wake up. Why is there so much blood? Where are Daddy's hands? Mommy, tell me. Luo Yeye offered no answer, but with a gentle smile, she pushed the bowl of soup toward her child. Little treasure. Drink the soup first, and I will tell you everything afterward. I don't want to. I want Daddy. I want Daddy's hands. Listen, drink the soup first. It is nutritious. You haven't eaten for 2 days. I want tea, drink it. I want tea. Drink it now. You must. I said I want tea. In a fit of defiance, the child swung his hand, sending the bowl of soup crashing to the floor. The porcelain shattered with a resounding crash, and the broth splattered everywhere, with pieces of meat rolling into the corners. Oh, the soup, how could you waste it so? In a frenzy, Luo Yeye grasped her son's head, forcefully pressing it down towards the remnants of the shattered bowl on the ground. 1 strike, 2 strikes. 3 strikes. Even through the surveillance footage, Fang Qian could hear the sickening sound of the child's head colliding with the floor. As Luo Yeye pressed on, she cried out, Drink quickly, there's still more to drink. Lick it, eat the meat. It was not until her hands were drenched in blood that she finally ceased her frantic pleas, hurriedly picking up the child to inspect him. At that moment, a shattered shard of porcelain was embedded in the little one's neck, blood gushing forth in a horrifying torrent. Her son was gone. Why has this happened to me? Why have you all abandoned me? You could have survived after consuming the meat. Why did you not heed my words? Chapter 70. The unexpected gain of Old Mansion. After watching the entire video, Fang Qian sat on the sofa, unable to regain her composure for an extended period. She never imagined that a person could descend into madness under such dire circumstances, especially when it involved her own husband and child. Fang Qian believed that taking the life of someone with whom she had no connection would be a simple task. However, to contemplate the act of killing her own kin was a burden too heavy to bear. This woman, seemingly deranged, had personally slain her husband and child during this chaotic episode. For the following week, she had survived by consuming them as sustenance. It was unclear whether her madness was genuine or feigned. Just as she was struggling to process the events, a knock echoed from the door. Furrowing her brow, Fang Qian slowly approached and opened the small peephole. A sudden chill ran down her spine as she beheld the figure of Luo Yeye standing outside. Tears brimmed in Luo Yeye's eyes, and her sorrow was palpable. Despite having given birth, she appeared well-preserved, exuding a delicate and fragile demeanor. Luo Yeye spoke. Brother Fang Qian, do you have any anti-inflammatory or cold medicine at home? My husband and child are ill, and I need some medication. Had she not reviewed the surveillance footage beforehand, Fang Qian might have felt a twinge of sympathy. But now, she clearly understood that this woman's husband and child had perished by her own hand. There was no need for any medication. With a cold shake of her head, Fang Qian replied, Perhaps it's best to let it be. They seem to require no medicine, and I have none to offer. Luo Yeye collapsed onto the ground, one hand weakly pounding on the door. Brother Fang Qian, I implore you, let me in to fetch some medicine. My family is truly at the brink. My son is just 5 years old. He is so young. Grant him a chance to survive. Should you assist me, I would be willing to serve you in any capacity. Were it anyone else? Fang Qian might have considered her plea for the sake of the child. Yet, when it came to Luoyeye, she felt no inclination to utter a single word. Indifferently, she closed the peephole and turned to retreat to her bedroom for a nap. After taking just a couple of steps, an inexplicable urge compelled her to glance down at her phone and check the door's video feed. To her astonishment, she was met with a shocking revelation. Behind Luoyeye, a blood-stained cleaver was tucked away. This was the very weapon she had used to sever her husband's arm. What a vicious woman. It seemed that due to Wang Long's relentless pressure and her inability to procure food, she had turned her sights on Fang Qian. Upon recognizing the steel blade, Fang Qian's disdain for the woman surged to its zenith. She felt an overwhelming desire to seize a firearm and eliminate her on the spot. However, upon reflection, simply killing her would be too lenient, granting her an easy escape. It would be far more intriguing to allow her to live. Surely, Wang Long would provide her with a rather novel experience soon enough. With that thought, Fang Qian pocketed her phone, disregarded the wails outside, and retreated to her bedroom, preparing to indulge in a restful slumber. After 2 or 3 hours, a captivating spectacle would surely unfold. The next 2 or 3 hours proved to be an excruciating ordeal for all the homeowners. They desperately scoured the snowy landscape, hoping to uncover any remnants of food, even if it meant scavenging the carcasses of creatures. Securing a single portion of sustenance would allow them to preserve their lives for another day. However, this task was far from simple. After days of searching and scavenging, the nearby area had been thoroughly depleted of edible resources. To yield any further rewards, they would need to venture further afield, yet there remained no guarantee of success. The more distant locations were likely to be combed through by other survivors. A round trip could result in a fruitless expedition, leaving them vulnerable to becoming prey themselves. Adding to their plight was the increasingly thick layer of snow underfoot. Each step sank into the soft snow, often reaching calf-deep. Within the group, Wang Tianfeng began to plead desperately. Does anyone have spare thermal pants or boots? I can hardly endure this. These shoes are utterly inadequate for traversing the snow. I fear my toes may freeze. Old man Chen from the 20th floor sighed. Just a couple of days ago, I went door to door asking, but who in this bitter winter has extra? We seldom experience such heavy snowfall in our southern city. Normally, a pair of sneakers suffices for warmth. I am even worse off. I wear cloth shoes year-round and have never walked on snow. After just 2 days of foraging, I lost 2 toes to frostbite. Fortunately, I stumbled upon a corpse and managed to salvage 2 pairs of military boots from it. Otherwise, my old legs would surely be rendered useless. Dong Xiaomei interjected, military boots? Old Chen, you were fortunate indeed. Where did you find that body? I wonder if there are any left? Military boots are the finest quality. They far surpass the cheap ones we find online. Old Chen replied, there are none left. That poor soul met a tragic end right in front of our building. There were gunshot wounds, indicating he was likely shot. He was carrying a substantial supply of food. But alas, Wang Long seized it all. Upon hearing this, the group's spirits dampened. In this desolate world, even fortune was futile. Finding a truckload of supplies would ultimately benefit Wang Long and his cohort. They would be lucky to have a taste of any provisions. Old Chen lamented. Does anyone have frostbite ointment? My feet have developed frostbite, and even after losing 2 toes, they show no signs of improvement. Rather, the condition worsens. At this rate, I fear my feet will soon become unserviceable. Unsurprisingly, frostbite ointment was a rarity, as few in the southern city had experienced such afflictions. Moreover, considering Old Chen's predicament of losing 2 or 3 toes, standard remedies would likely be ineffective. Wang Tianfeng advised, Old Chen, in this bitter cold, if you don't seek treatment, you might as well give up on those feet. There is but one solution to your ailment. Seek out Wang Long. There exists a medical doctor named Lu Chani in his vicinity, who should be capable of curing you. Old man Chen sighed. What you say is no different than saying nothing at all. Wang Long would never value our lives. If I were to seek him out, I might as well break a leg for all the good it would do. If I approach him, my life would surely be forfeit. The others in the group felt helpless. It was indeed a vicious cycle. Just as the glimmer of hope appeared before them, they found themselves too fearful to even attempt a solution. At that moment, Dong Xiaomei spoke up. Old man Chen, you could seek out Brother Fang Qian. Perhaps he has some medicine at home. Applying even a bit of ointment is surely better than doing nothing at all. Old man Chen considered her words and found them reasonable, promptly beginning to frantically tag Fang Qian in the group chat. Mr. Fang Qian, could you spare me some medicine for frostbite? I am willing to trade anything you desire. I implore you. My feet can scarcely carry me any longer. At that time, Fang Qian was reclining in bed, his eyes half closed, preparing to take a nap. The incessant tagging roused him from his slumber. Annoyed, he picked up his phone to discover the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Military boots, gunshot wounds. Could this pertain to the individual he had slain? He was reminded of how, shortly after the apocalypse began, Tang Jiaro had sent someone to deliver supplies to his parents. That person had been shot dead before even reaching the building, their bodies subsequently buried beneath the snow. He never anticipated that after several days, this would come to light through Old Mansion. A cold smile crept across Fang Qian's face. Old Mansion was rather cunning. He had mentioned the clothing and food of that person but failed to mention one crucial item, the gun. Fang Qian vividly recalled that the individual had been armed with a pistol. If Old Mansion had taken the food from the body, he must have also seized the firearm. Yet, instead of handing it over to Wang Long, he had chosen to hide it for himself. How intriguing. Fang Qian reminded himself to never underestimate anyone, for who knew what secrets they might harbor. Had he not seen the messages in the group, he might have regarded Old Mansion as merely an ordinary elder. Should he ever step out of the shelter and stand before him, he could very well find himself ambushed and meet his demise in an instant. Caution was imperative. Every survivor in this apocalypse must treat him as they would a wolf. Fang Qian replied in the group, "I have medicine. Please message me privately." Old Mansion exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful. I am immensely grateful to Mr. Fang Qian for your kindness." He swiftly initiated a private conversation with Fang Qian. "Mr. Fang Qian, thank you so much. If you can heal my foot, allowing me to live, I would be willing to toil for you like a beast of burden." However, Fang Qian merely smiled coldly and responded, "You are not even worthy of such servitude. You discovered that corpse outside and took the food from it. I presume you also appropriated some other items, did you not?" "Old Qian, Mr. Fang Qian, what are you talking about? I cannot comprehend." "Fang Qian, there is no need for you to understand. I am merely granting you a singular opportunity. Surrender the possessions that do not belong to you, and in return, I shall provide you with the medicine you seek. Otherwise, prepare to endure the chilling fate of having your limbs turn into a mass of decayed flesh. Remember, this is your sole chance. I am not one to tolerate deceitful cunning." Chapter 71. The Internal Channel of Master Ma in the Midst of the Snow. Old Mansion painstakingly made his way to the edge of the wall, leaving a trail of footprints behind him. He sat down, gasping heavily for breath. This truly was an unbearable existence. Lowering his gaze to the words left by Fang Qian, a sense of panic began to envelop him. His face turned pale as he muttered to himself. How could he possibly know? "I was all alone back then." Old Mansion vividly recalled his proximity to that lifeless body. Besides acquiring food, he had also obtained a handgun and a walkie-talkie. The food had been lost, snatched away by Wang Long's gang, but he had successfully concealed the firearm and the communication device. He harbored a vague sense that these items were crucial to his survival. Wang Long's ability to command so many followers boiled down to one simple fact. He wielded a gun. And now, Old Mansion possessed one too. He even fantasized about the opportunity to ambush Wang Long and eliminate him, envisioning himself as the leader of the building. With the handgun in his possession, even Fang Qian would have to show him some respect. Little did he know, this situation had already been seized by Fang Qian, who now held it over him as a threat. With trembling hands, Old Mansion lifted his right foot, straining to untie his shoelaces and remove his military boots. His right foot had become grotesquely swollen, with the outer two toes having seemingly vanished. The wounds were inflamed and oozing pus. The third toe was also exhibiting signs of swelling and discharge. If left unattended, his foot would likely be rendered useless. He dared not waste any more time in this dreadful weather and hastily donned his shoes, leaning against the wall to ponder his predicament. Without that gun, he would lose any chance of becoming the leader of the building. Yet, without medicine, his life could be extinguished at any moment. After much inner turmoil, Old Mansion gritted his teeth and sent a message to Fang Qian. "Mr. Fang, I am willing to relinquish everything I acquired that day, but aside from the medication, I require supplies sufficient for 10 people, no, 100. It must include steak, lamb, and so forth." Holding his phone, Fang Qian let out a chuckle, amused by the audacity of Qin's demands. The fact that he couldn't obtain what Qin had was inconsequential. After all, it was merely a handgun. However, if Qin failed to secure his assistance, his very life was at stake. Who was truly in a position of power here? He promptly countered with his offer: ointments for frostbite and anti-inflammatory medication, along with supplies for one person. If Qin found this insufficient, he should take his leave and cease disturbing him. Upon hearing Fang Qian's impatience and unwillingness to negotiate, Qin hastily acquiesced. "All right, Mr. Fang. I will return immediately with what you need." With a heavy sigh, Old Mansion resigned himself to the loss of the gun. Preserving his life was paramount. A single portion of food might not be much, but it would sustain him and still leave some for Wang Long's protection fee. He could manage to survive today. As for tomorrow, he would face it when it came. With this thought, he grew indifferent to the notion of scouring the snow for supplies. He hobbled back directly. Approximately an hour later, Fang Qian exchanged 2 boxes of ointment and 2 packets of instant noodles from the hands of the old man Qian for what he desired, a handgun, accompanied by an extra magazine and a black walkie-talkie. This transaction was remarkably lucrative, had it occurred before the apocalypse. The 2 boxes of ointment and instant noodles would have barely cost around 100 yuan, hardly enough to purchase even the walkie-talkie. Yet, the circumstances were dire. For Qian's survival, he had no choice but to relinquish these items. Fang Qian recalled how Qian, upon receiving these items, prostrated himself repeatedly in gratitude for his newfound lease on life. However, as soon as Fang Qian descended the stairs, Qian began to curse vehemently, wishing for the handgun to misfire and bring about his own demise. Little did Qian know, Fang Qian observed everything through surveillance cameras. In truth, Fang Qian had withheld a piece of information from Qian. The frostbite ointment he had exchanged was already swapped out in advance. The actual ointment had been carefully extracted and preserved, while the container was refilled with toothpaste. Admittedly, toothpaste possesses some anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties, so it wasn't entirely a deception. Fang Qian merely hoped that the toothpaste would yield miraculous effects against frostbite. He decided it was futile to waste more time on the old man. Fang Qian began to inspect the 2 newly acquired items. The handgun differed from his own model, yet the ammunition was interchangeable. It must be said, the men under Ma Daxiao were indeed elite. This firearm was not produced in a small workshop, but rather imported from abroad. Fang Qian even felt that its quality surpassed that of the one he had previously purchased at a premium. There were 2 reasons for acquiring this weapon. First, handguns are inherently dangerous. Even in his current state, once outside the shelter, he could easily be shot dead. The fewer individuals possessing firearms, the greater his safety. Second, Fang Qian intended to cultivate a trusted team, necessitating the provision of weapons. Submachine guns could not be entrusted, so handguns would suffice. With this addition, he now possessed 2 handguns, which should be adequate for the time being. Setting the handgun aside, Fang Qian turned his attention to the walkie-talkie. Clearly, it was specially customized. However, it was currently out of battery. Although efforts were being made to maintain the city's water, electricity, and communication supplies, the exertions of the authorities were limited. They could only meet basic needs. Even operating heating or air conditioning was likely beyond their capabilities. Consequently, Qian had neglected to charge the walkie-talkie, probably deeming it of little use. Since he had some idle time, Fang Qian decided to recharge the walkie-talkie and press the power button. Accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity, the signal gradually stabilized. Second squad, please respond. How are the harvests on your end? The second squad has received the message. I have discovered an underground supermarket, but it has been partially occupied by several refugees, leading to some conflicts. Those refugees have now been eliminated, and the supplies have been packed, awaiting retrieval. Understood. Remember to clean the bloodstains from those supplies. Young Master Ma despises unclean food. Acknowledged, I am currently handling it. Upon overhearing this exchange, Fang Qian raised an eyebrow. Young Master Ma? Remarkably, this walkie-talkie is connected to the internal communication channel of young Master Ma's subordinate troops. This implies he could potentially gain advanced knowledge of their every move. How impressive. However, he must remain silent. If they discover that this walkie-talkie is still in use, they would likely expel him immediately or switch channels, leaving him at a loss. Fang Qian recalled that Tang Erwin had mentioned young Master Ma was dispatching his men to work overtime gathering supplies. In 5 days, once the collection is complete, those troops would come here to retrieve him and Tang Ma. Calculating the time, it should be within these 2 days. With this device, he could ascertain when the others would arrive and the number of personnel and weapons they would bring, thus wielding complete control over the situation. What is there to fear? Fang Qian increased the volume of the walkie-talkie, eager to glean any further useful information. What followed was a series of reports detailing their harvests. Fang Qian roughly estimated that young Master Ma's combat troops numbered at least 100, all well-trained and fully armed. They seemed to operate in groups of 10, divided into 10 teams, scouring for supplies from all directions. Anyone who obstructed their path would fall victim to their guns, showing no mercy whatsoever. During this brief reporting period, Fang Qian learned that they had already slain at least 30 survivors, employing extremely ruthless tactics. Correspondingly, their gains were quite substantial. They had discovered 2 stores and 4 small restaurants, with supplies sufficient to fill an entire pickup truck. If their harvests continued at this rate, it was likely that young Master Ma and his men had accumulated an enormous stockpile of provisions, enough to sustain so many people for 2 to 3 months without issue. Indeed, in these tumultuous times, it is the merciless who thrive. The power wielded by young Master Ma instilled a sense of trepidation in Fang Qian. He firmly believed that he could not contend with a well-armed force of over 100 men, while they could not breach his sanctuary. He found himself equally powerless against them, unless those individuals foolishly stood still, waiting for him to strike, a notion that seemed implausible. It appears he must devise a strategy. Perhaps the opportunity lies within the fourth mythical item. Chapter 72. Lin Dashan completes the mission in the ensuing 2 hours. Fang Qian, clutching the walkie-talkie, felt himself on the verge of dozing off, yet no startling news reached his ears. It was either the transportation of supplies or the massacre of innocents. In any case, the troops under young Master Ma's command had not engaged in any noteworthy actions. This was, however, to be expected. In the current apocalyptic scenario, survival resources were exceedingly scarce, and everyone was in dire need. The mutual care typical of peacetime was utterly unattainable. It was a matter of whose fist was mightier. For only the strong could seize more. Undoubtedly, young Master Ma, commanding 100 elite troops, had become the unequivocal sovereign of this territory. Through their conversations, Fang Qian discerned young Master Ma's current location, approximately 30 kilometers away, not an insurmountable distance. Nevertheless, traversing this icy expanse posed considerable challenges. After all, vehicles were rendered useless in such frigid conditions. The last combatant Fang Qian eliminated had utilized makeshift snowshoes. While they were indeed swifter than walking, they were still insufficient. Fang Qian's mythical backpack contained several snowmobiles and other suitable means of transport. He wondered if young Master Ma possessed similar resources. Beyond the difficulties of movement, the unpredictable weather served as another formidable obstacle. Typically, a calm period of 3 to 5 hours would be followed by an extreme cold storm. These storms, laden with hail, ruthlessly obliterated anything exposed to the elements. Now, after over 20 days, the hailstones had grown to the size of an adult's fist. A direct hit could prove catastrophic. Given these two critical factors, Fang Qian concluded that it was prudent to refrain from engaging young Master Ma's group for the time being. They, too, were unlikely to venture forth. The 30 kilometers that would ordinarily take half an hour by car could stretch to 7 or 8 hours under these conditions. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, such as a sudden cold storm or an assault by marauders, the duration could extend even further. Thus, it afforded everyone a period of peaceful development. Fang Qian remained entirely unperturbed. He had ample food and drink, and felt exceedingly secure. Given sufficient time, he could acquire an increasing number of mythical items through his extraordinary abilities, thereby augmenting his strength. When the time came, not only would young Master Ma be no match for him, but even the influential Ma family of the capital would be within his grasp, provided, of course, that they did not flee. If they were to escape, complications would ensue. Outside, the snowy world began to stir with the onset of wind, a harbinger of the impending cold storm. All those scouring for supplies outside hastily retreated. Anyone lingering too long risked losing their life in the unforgiving elements. Through surveillance, Fang Qian observed one after another of the beleaguered individuals returning to the building. Yet, only about half of them bore any spoils, the rest returned empty-handed. Fang Qian shook his head, sighing. It seemed these unfortunate souls would not fare well today, as everyone, weary from their exertions, returned to their respective chambers. The winds outside began to howl ominously. Hailstones, akin to the size of fists, commenced their relentless assault upon the walls, accompanied intermittently by the shattering of glass, creating a cacophony that was utterly deafening. Fortunately, the abode that Fang Qian had ingeniously modified boasted the eternal protection of a mythical sanctuary, perfectly insulating him from all external assaults. Otherwise, even his glass would likely not withstand such a barrage. After all, during the renovations, he had merely requested enhancements for warmth and had not specified the need for bulletproofing. Moreover, with hailstones of such considerable size continuously striking the windows, even bulletproof glass would struggle to endure for long. Just as everyone settled in at home, scarcely finding a moment's respite, Wang Long initiated a message in the group chat. Presumably, everyone had returned by now. He requested that they all unlock their doors and prepare the supplies due for submission today. If anyone dares to be lazy, do not blame me for not offering prior warning. Upon hearing this, panic ensued among the group, as they clamored for mercy. Brother Wang, we truly haven't been idle. Most of the food nearby has been collected. We have little left. Please, spare us. Another pleaded. Indeed, our lives are of little worth. Grant us this reprieve. They reminded him of their neighborly bonds, recalling last year's New Year when he had gifted him 2 crates of Maotai. Wang Long retorted, "Oh, I had nearly forgotten. Damn it, I was in need of cash and sold those crates, only to be told they were counterfeit. How dare you deceive me into consuming fake liquor? I shall see to it that your arm is severed. Brother Wang, please. I truly had no knowledge of it being fake. How could I dare to deceive you?" Fang Qian observed the dialogue unfolding in the group chat, shaking his head in disbelief. These individuals remained oblivious to the impending danger, perpetually placing their hopes for survival in the mercy of their adversaries, a most precarious strategy. At that moment, a private message notification appeared on his phone. Lin Dashan, Mr. Fang Qian, I have brought the materials you requested. I am currently adjacent to your rooftop and am ready to report at your convenience. Fang Qian smiled slightly, taken aback by Lin Dashan's remarkable efficiency in completing the task. He donned his coat and made his way to the rooftop. On the low wall, remnants of blood from Aunt Li and old Lu lingered. At this hour, the rooftop was deserted, save for Lin Dashan, who awaited anxiously. His countenance bore signs of fatigue, with 3 claw marks marring his cheek. Upon catching sight of Fang Qian, his face broke into a wide grin, an innocent smile, albeit rendered somewhat fierce by the scars. Mr. Fang Qian, you have finally arrived. I have completed the second task you assigned. It is all meticulously recorded in this notebook. Please, take a look. He produced a small notebook, placing it carefully upon the low wall before stepping back to convey his harmlessness. Fang Qian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Lin Dashan is indeed quite meticulous. In truth, he harbors no concerns about any ulterior motives from others, as long as he remains within the confines of this dwelling. No one can lay a finger on him. He approached and picked up the small notebook, casually flipping through its pages. Lin Dashan's records are exceedingly thorough. The Lingyun community comprises 30 buildings, with detailed accounts of the approximate number of residents in each, noting individuals who warrant special attention or possess particular talents. Furthermore, he has delineated the 3 dominant factions currently existing within the community: the Disaster Merchants of Building 1, the Holy Mother Church of Building 10, and the Wolf Pack of Building 27. These 3 factions emerged sequentially in the aftermath of the apocalypse, each leader employing their own methods. Fang Qian did not scrutinize the details. After a hasty glance, he tucked the notebook away with an expression of appreciation, gazing at Lin Dashan. You have done remarkably well. This information is quite beneficial to me. Lin Dashan chuckled. I am glad to hear that, Mr. Fang. This is simply part of my duties. Fang Qian continued. You are quite a talented individual, possessing more courage than those inept fools. Stay alive, and I may find a use for you in the future. Upon receiving Fang Qian's praise, Lin Dashan's face brightened with joy. He respectfully replied, as long as you are willing, I would gladly follow you. Fang Qian smiled and shook his head. Following is unnecessary. I prefer solitude. Live your life honestly, and I will issue tasks as needed. Beyond our employment relationship, there shall be no further entanglements between us. Although Lin Dashan yearned to follow, his proposal was declined, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, the prospect of future collaboration brought him unexpected delight. Fang Qian turned and entered the adjacent room, feigning a search for something. In truth, he swiftly retrieved the promised rations and weaponry from his mythological backpack. Emerging, he handed the package to Lin Dashan. This is your reward, steak and bread. Take it home. It should sustain you for quite some time. As for the cold weaponry, I have provided you with a machete and a set of crossbow bolts. That should suffice for your protection. Additionally, there is a box of frostbite ointment and anti-inflammatory medication. Consider it a reward for your first completed task. The ointment and medication were actually prepared in advance by Fang Qian when Old Shin came to exchange goods. However, these medicines, once removed from their packaging, would likely not endure long-term storage, occupying unnecessary space. Thus, he decided to bestow them upon Lin Dashan as a gesture of goodwill. Upon receiving the bulging package, Lin Dashan's arm trembled slightly under its weight. After all, it contained steak and bread. In the months since the apocalypse began, he had lost track of how long it had been since he last enjoyed such delicacies. The frostbite ointment and anti-inflammatory medication were also among the most crucial supplies at present. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he bowed to Fang Qian and said, Thank you, Mr. Fang, for your generous gifts. Should there be anything further required of me in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall exert myself wholeheartedly. I must hasten back now to make preparations against the impending raid by Wang Long and his associates, so I must take my leave. Fang Qian waved his hand, urging, Go, and take care. He was acutely aware that Lin Dashan harbored intentions of aligning himself with him. However, this time, he would place his trust in no one. Their relationship would remain strictly professional at best. If Lin Dashan proved capable, he would not object to assigning him additional tasks in the future. For instance, he found the notion amusing of directing his explosive tactics against the security forces dispatched by Tang Jiaro. Chapter 73. Unite. Neighbors. As Fang Qian returned to his bedroom and reclined on his plush sofa, he prepared to enjoy the unfolding drama captured on the surveillance monitor. The group chat began to buzz with mentions of Lin Dashan. Brother Lin, how goes the mission? Have you secured food and weapons? What do you have? Please share with everyone. I haven't fulfilled my quota today. Perhaps you could lend us a bit. Yes, now that you possess weapons, you can stand against Wang Long. Another chimed in. Lin Dashan replied, I have only acquired some cold weapons, including crossbow bolts and long knives. Wang Tianfeng interjected, Is that all? How can that possibly contend with Wang Long and his 30-odd followers, armed to the teeth with firearms and machetes? Your supplies are hardly sufficient, Lin Dashan retorted. We all have one head. As long as we dare to fight, what is there to fear? Anyone wishing to confront Wang Long is welcome to join me. But if you expect me to charge in alone, that is simply foolish. Dong Xiaomei responded, perhaps we should reconsider. I have a small stock of food at home, and I was fortunate enough to gather a bit today. I will contribute a little now and see what unfolds later. The other owners chimed in. Indeed. Your weapons are inadequate. I advise against any confrontation. It's wiser to surrender the supplies. You've completed your mission, so you must have amassed quite a bit of food. Why not distribute some among us? Yes, distribute the food first, and we can fulfill today's quota and strategize later. Lin Dashan, reading the messages on his phone, felt a rising frustration. He understood the meaning of frustration with one's own kind. Although Wang Long possessed firearms and had a sizable crew, in the close quarters of urban combat, guns might not hold the advantage over crossbow bolts. Moreover, Wang Long was already at a disadvantage, having lost a leg. Lin Dashan was confident in his aim. With his years of experience hunting in the mountains, he could devise traps to ensure their safety for at least the day. Yet these individuals were unwilling to take a risk, preferring oppression over resistance. They were even eyeing the supplies he had painstakingly collected over 3 arduous hours, traversing 30 buildings. How could he simply hand over his hard-earned resources to Wang Long and his gang? He promptly declared in the group, "Let me be clear. I will not distribute my food to anyone. However, if anyone is willing to stand with me against Wang Long, I assure you, as long as I have food, you shall have food too. If not, then I shall not concern myself with your fate." Wang Long and his crew are already preparing to set out soon. I will have no time left. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Luo Yeye erupted in the chat, berating him. Do not be deceived. Lin Dashan is clearly selfish and stingy. He refuses to share his food with us. How can he claim to protect us all? I perceive that he merely wishes for us to serve as cannon fodder. With the meager arsenal at his disposal, it is utterly impossible for him to contend with Wang Long and his cohorts. In an instant, many within the group began to concur with Luo Yeye's sentiments and commenced their criticisms of Lin Dashan. Brother Lin, I believe you should first demonstrate your sincerity by distributing the food to everyone. Naturally, we would be more inclined to join you. Your words alone hold no weight. How can we trust you? After all, we are risking our lives. Even if you cannot provide the supplies, the worst that could happen is the loss of a hand. And we can humbly plead with Wang Long for mercy. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. However, to follow you into rebellion could cost us our lives. Indeed, have we not witnessed the fate of those who dared to oppose Wang Long just days ago? Their entire families perished, their corpses still hanging outside the windows, frozen like popsicles. The risk of losing a hand versus the risk of losing one's life is a comparison that requires no explanation. Luo Yeye continued, Lin Dashan, since you possess the capability to complete Task 2 and have procured steaks, bread, and weapons, why do you not willingly step forward to protect us? Why must we take the lead and share in your peril? If I were in your position, I would seize a long knife and crossbow, charging into battle to eliminate Wang Long and his men. That would be the true manifestation of safeguarding us. You hardly exhibit the qualities of a man. At this moment, Lin Dashan was rendered completely speechless. He had repeatedly offered these individuals opportunities to unite and strengthen their resolve. Yet, these people were utterly cowardly. Even with blades drawn against their throats, they knelt in supplication, too fearful to retaliate. In such a crisis, no one could afford to consider others. Merely preserving one's own life was a stroke of fortune. Now armed with weapons and bolstered by his years of hunting experience, he felt confident in defending his home. Even if he dared not confront Wang Long's group directly, he silenced his phone, disregarding the nonsensical chatter within the group. Lin Dashan hurried into his small storage room, retrieving several large boxes of tools. These were remnants from his earlier days of hunting in the mountains. Although it had been quite some time since he engaged in such pursuits, these items held precious memories for him, kept merely for nostalgia's sake. He never anticipated they would serve a purpose once more. As he gazed upon the traps and chemical substances for explosives within his boxes, his resolve firmed. Should Wang Long's gang dare to come, he would retaliate fiercely, making it clear that any intentions against him would not be tolerated. Meanwhile, Luo Yeye continued her tirade within the group. Lin Dashan, why are you silent? Have I struck a nerve, leaving you feeling guilty? Let me assure you, evasion will prove futile. If you desire our assistance, you must exhibit sincerity by promptly distributing the supplies. Otherwise, if anyone loses a hand, the blame shall rest entirely upon you. Do you comprehend? The others in the group echoed her sentiments, clamoring for him to produce the supplies without delay. Amidst the abundance of food, it is evident that one individual cannot consume it all. Let us consider it as a loan, shall we? Once we find sustenance later, we can repay you. Speak up quickly, for Wang Long and his companions are about to arrive. If you hesitate, the opportunity will be lost. Despite the fervent calls from the group, Lin Dashan remained unresponsive. Fang Qian sat on the sofa, shaking his head at the mindless chatter of these individuals. They truly are a foolish lot, clearly presented with an opportunity, yet unwilling to seize it. Alas, one cannot help those who refuse to help themselves. Nevertheless, it matters little. He had discerned their submissive nature long ago in his previous life. He had no intention of extending their existence much longer. If they chose to await their demise, so be it. Should any of them prove to be of some value, they might serve as cannon fodder. In this perilous apocalypse, Fang Qian faced dangers not only from within the building, but also from various other factions. Having these individuals serve as expendable pawns was quite advantageous. Suddenly, he became curious as to why Tang Erwin and Tang Ma had remained silent in the group. Did they not fear losing their hands? Fang Qian promptly accessed the surveillance footage to observe them. The two were currently curled up in bed. Tang Erwin was faring better, as he could salvage some leftovers from Fang Qian, though they were hardly sufficient to stave off hunger. Tang Ma, however, appeared quite wretched. Her pallid complexion and emaciated frame spoke volumes of her starvation. As Tang Erwin perused the chat messages, he scoffed, "These people are truly foolish. Believing they can stand against Wang Long, they should take a good look at themselves." Tang Ma nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are a bunch of simpletons destined for demise. However, do not fret, my son. I have already spoken with Wang Long. He is aware that Ma Dashao will send someone to fetch us in a couple of days and has been exceedingly courteous, not demanding any supplies from us. Tang Erwin acknowledged. Precisely. That is what one calls having vision, the mark of a person destined for greatness. Unlike that miserly Fang Qian, who is so stingy. When the time comes for my sister's associates to arrive, they must break down Fang Qian's door and eliminate him. His living quarters are far too comfortable. It is high time we enjoyed them for a few days. In moments of despair, Tang Erwin had regarded Fang Qian as a lifeline, almost eager to serve him like a dog. Yet now, upon learning of his imminent rescue, he felt emboldened and began to adopt a more assertive stance. At that moment, Tang Ma's stomach emitted a plaintive rumble. She turned to Tang Erwin with a pitiful gaze. "Son, do you have any food left? My stomach is growling again." Tang Erwin shot her a disdainful glare. "Eat, eat, eat. How can you consume more than I do in a day at your age?" Embarrassed, Tang Ma lowered her head and sighed. "I haven't eaten anything all day, my son. I feel dizzy and cold. If you have any, could you spare a little for me?" Tang Erwin rummaged through his belongings and produced a nearly devoured apple core, offering it to Tang Ma. "Take it, but consume it sparingly. Do not find yourself hungry again shortly." Tang Ma gazed at the withered apple core as if it were a precious treasure, promptly stuffing it into her mouth, seeds and all, swallowing without hesitation. Listening to their exchange, Fang Qian finally comprehended why they had not fallen victim to Wang Long's wrath. It became evident that they had leveraged the reputation of Master Ma. Indeed, Wang Long had previously navigated the underworld and must have heard of the Ma family. He surely understood that, in such dire times, it was unlikely that a prestigious family could be toppled. It was plausible that he might even owe them a favor. However, Fang Qian shook his head. "If you wish to be rescued, I fear it is an impossibility, for I have yet to offer my consent. Better to patiently await your fate beneath my watchful eye." Chapter 74. The madness of Luo Yeye. While the crowd continued to bicker in the group chat, Wang Long and his entourage had already commenced their actions. The limping figure, leaning on a cane, personally led over 10 subordinates to the first floor. They began knocking on doors, one after another. Everyone was acutely aware of his intentions and dared not to impede him. Upon hearing the knocking, they opened their doors with unprecedented swiftness, bowing and nodding. "Brother Wang, you've arrived. Please, come in, have a seat." The first floor was occupied by a solitary, rotund individual. Wang Long cast a disdainful glance at him and, with a casual flick of his hand, shoved him aside. "Sit. This place is as frigid as a tomb. What is there to sit on? Whereas the food you were supposed to prepare? Bring it forth." A large imprint of 5 fingers appeared on the chubby man's face. Yet he could only lower his head in silence. He hastily retrieved a bag of food from the side and presented it to Wang Long. One of Wang Long's subordinates took it, inspecting the contents. "Is this all there is? A box of biscuits, a cup of instant noodles, and a half-empty bottle of mineral water? Do you think we're here to collect scraps?" With a voice tinged with despair, the homebody suddenly fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. "Brother Wang, I swear there is nothing more. This is all I have. If you don't believe me, come inside and see for yourselves. I dug this out from the snow just now. Look at my hands. They're frozen and swollen." He extended his hands, revealing several frostbite wounds, with 2 fingers significantly swollen. Observing his plight, Wang Long nodded slightly. "Well, I suppose this can barely be considered a single portion. You Haven Tea slacked off. Good job. Keep up the effort tomorrow." With that, he turned to leave, but the homebody quickly called out, "Brother Wang, wasn't it agreed that we would split the spoils? You should leave me a little something." Wang Long furrowed his brow, turning back to strike him on the head with his cane, instantly disorienting him. A large bump formed on his forehead. "Damn it, how can you even think of dividing this paltry offering? You still have the audacity to ask for more. You should count yourself lucky I didn't chop off your hands. Now be gone." The homebody dared not utter another word, silently seeing off Wang Long and his crew. As soon as they were out of sight, he hurriedly closed the door and pulled out his phone to message the group. "Brothers, all is well. I merely surrendered a trivial amount of food, and he let me go. As long as everyone puts on a pitiful act, Brother Wang won't harm any of us." Numerous members in the group began to inquire, "Is that true? Did he lay a hand on you?" "Hee, just a slap. But it was too painful. Much better than losing a hand." "What did you give him?" "I barely found anything today. I fear it won't be enough. It was just some instant noodles and biscuits." "Brothers, the quantity isn't what matters. It's the sincerity and attitude. If we all perform well, we should be fine." With his report, many in the group began to feel reassured. Many of them felt fortunate for not joining Lin Dashan in the resistance activities. That would have been a genuine brush with death. Yet, within minutes, another individual began to send messages in the group. "You pathetic recluse, you deceiver. I found little today and just turned it all in, but they still complained it was insufficient, and they cruelly severed 2 of my fingers as a penalty. You scoundrel. Compensate me for my fingers. It hurts so much." The atmosphere in the group turned ominous as more minutes passed, and a new owner spoke up. My palm has been severed. Wang Long and his gang are brutes, utterly inhumane." One by one, members began to report their situations. Some were fortunate, having scavenged decent supplies and emerged unscathed, while others had suffered grievously, losing a hand in the process. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yeye grew anxious. She incessantly tagged Lin Dashan. "Brother Lin, why are you silent? Didn't you promise to protect and unite us? Hurry and bring your supplies. I found nothing today. I have nothing to offer, and I will perish." "Lin Dashan, are you even a man? Why do your words hold no weight?" However, no matter how harshly she berated him, Lin Dashan offered no response. Fang Qian observed everything through the surveillance clearly. At that moment, it was not that Lin Dashan was unwilling to reply. He was simply overwhelmed with tasks. In his room, Lin Dashan was feverishly setting traps. From the moment he entered, he had concealed at least 7 or 8 discreet traps throughout the living room. Should anyone intrude, they would meet a grim fate. Furthermore, he had armed himself with a crossbow, hidden in a corner, and fashioned a makeshift shelter. He was thoroughly prepared for battle. Simultaneously, Lin Dashan had no intention of meeting his end there. He had also hung a rope from the windowsill, ready to make a swift exit to another floor if circumstances turned dire. Even Fang Qian, witnessing this, found it somewhat professional. What made Fang Qian even more apprehensive was the large package of homemade explosives Lin Dashan had assembled in the center of the living room. With the slightest movement, he could trigger an explosion. These explosives were concealed beneath the coffee table. Fang Qian could only surmise that they were intended as a last resort should Lin Dashan find himself unable to hold his ground and needed to flee. Imagine if Wang Long and his gang were to successfully navigate through all the traps and burst into the living room, only to find Lin Dashan had already escaped through the window. Then, the explosives would detonate, leaving Wang Long and his associates either dead or grievously wounded. Truly, he was a seasoned hunter, formidable indeed. Fang Qian chose not to focus on Lin Dashan any longer and turned his attention back to Wang Long and his group. They were systematically ascending, collecting supplies from door to door. Perhaps aware of the scarcity of resources, they did not press too harshly. As long as individuals could offer some instant noodles or bread, they would largely avoid severe punishment. However, those who had nothing to provide faced dire consequences, losing a hand in the process. In the depths of a backpack carried by a subordinate, they finally arrived at the doorstep of Luo Yeye. Commencing a raucous knocking. "Open the door, you wretched woman. I know you're home." Upon hearing the commotion, Luo Yeye's countenance turned pale with fear, rendering her incapable of responding. She hurriedly typed a message in the group chat. "Brother Lin, I admit my previous remarks were a tad excessive. Please don't ignore me. They are already at the door. Do you have any food? Please lend me some. I promise to repay you later. If all else fails, can I offer my body in exchange?" Dong Xiaomei retorted, "Offer your body? On what grounds? Your post-childbearing figure is worth next to nothing. If anyone were to trade, it would surely be me. My physique is far superior." Luo Yeye shot back, "You filthy slut. Be quiet. You're like a public bus that anyone can board. Brother Lin wouldn't even glance your way for fear of contracting something. I am far cleaner than you." "Indeed, you are clean," Dong Xiaomei agreed mockingly. "Few dare to associate with you. After all, you're capable of harming anyone." She continued, Though your home lacks other provisions, you must have plenty of meat. Why not share a bit with Wang Long to let him taste the flavor? Luo Ye replied, her voice rising in desperation. Dong Xiaomei, you truly deserve to die. Silence yourself, I command you. She raged in the group chat, lashing out at anyone within reach. However, Wang Long and his companions were not inclined to grant her any mercy. After a few futile knocks, the sound of a powerful kick against the door echoed through the air. The shoddy security door could not withstand the assault, yielding within moments. Wang Long and his followers stormed in, fury etched upon their faces. Upon sighting Luo Ye sitting dazed in the living room, he hissed menacingly. I told you to open the door. Why did you not comply? Have you lost your mind? With a sudden thud, Luo Ye fell to her knees. Brother Wang, I'm so sorry. I was busy trying to borrow food from friends to honor you, and before I could finish, you barged in. Borrow food? Wang Long limped closer, raising his cane high before bringing it crashing down, striking Luo Ye's previously fair face, instantly swelling it. Do I need your charity? The food in this building belongs to me. Do I not know how to fetch it myself? Luo Ye, now prostrate on the ground, dared not utter another word. Wang Long continued, enough of your nonsense. Hand over today's share promptly, or do not blame me for my rudeness. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Ye crawled to the refrigerator, opening its door. A multitude of white and red meat chunks presented themselves before everyone, with a faint glimpse of a child's head visible among the gruesome array. With a quiver in her voice, she pleaded, Brother Wang, I truly have no other food. But there is some meat left. If you find it to your liking, please take what you want. Wang Long, surveying the contents disdainfully, spat on the ground. Bah! Who desires your worthless scraps? I have plenty of such meat at home. Since you are unable to provide food, I see no reason to squander my time with you. Bring forth someone to sever her hand. Ah no, I can procure something to eat. Lin Dashan's household is abundant with provisions. He has fulfilled Fang Qian's task. As long as she is willing to lend me, I will have it. Upon hearing her words, Wang Long hastily gestured to halt the actions of his two subordinates, his face reflecting curiosity as he inquired, what did you just mean? Why is Lin Dashan's home filled with food, and what does Fang Qian's task entail? Please clarify for me. Chapter 75, the private chat group exposed. Upon hearing those words, Luo Ye felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. She hastily retrieved her phone to display their private chat group to Wang Long, explaining as she showed it, Brother Wang, allow me to say, do not be deceived by Fang Qian's reclusive nature. He possesses a cunning mind. He has even posted a bounty on your head within the group. Lin Dashan, his foremost sycophant, has already assisted him in completing 2 tasks and has obtained weapons. They are preparing to rally others against you. Fortunately, I have always remembered the kindness you have shown us, Brother Wang, which is why I refrained from joining them. Please spare me this time. My hands are still of use. Wang Long perused the messages within the chat group, noting the abundance of insults directed at him, silently committing the names to memory. Yet, beyond the ordinary members, his greatest disdain was reserved for Fang Qian and Lin Dashan. How audacious of them to conspire against me in secret. If I do not teach them a lesson, they might think I am an easy target. His subordinates immediately inquired, Brother Wang, what shall we do next? Wang Long responded with a disdainful snort, it is simple. First, we gather supplies and proceed as usual, paying close attention to those who are particularly vocal in their insults within the group. Once we have completed our resource collection, assemble the brothers at Lin Dashan's doorstep. Since he wishes to oppose us, we shall grant him that opportunity. After dealing with him, we will dismember him and display his remains in the lobby as a warning to others. As for Fang Qian, he too must receive a fitting lesson. Luo Ye knelt beside him, her face alight with excitement as she commended, Brother Wang is absolutely right. Such ungrateful individuals must be taught a lesson. It would serve him right to be eliminated. Brother Wang is mighty. Wang Long cast a disdainful glance at her. If I am not mistaken, did you not express your desire for Lin Dashan to eliminate me several times in the group? How have you now become my loyal dog? Your loyalty appears rather questionable. Since you were aware of this information, why did you not report it to me sooner? Is your silence a death wish? Luo Ye's face turned ashen. What do you mean, Brother Wang? I have always wanted to tell you. I just never had the opportunity. Wang Long scoffed and waved his hand to his subordinates. By the rules, sever her hand. As for your failure to report, I shall let you off this time. Luo Ye, terrified, began to wail. Please, Brother Wang, don't. I am quite useful. I can do anything. Yet, as a frail woman, she was no match for the imposing men surrounding her. She was swiftly pinned to the table, and with a decisive stroke, her hand was severed. Luo Ye rolled on the ground in agony, blood gushing from the wound and splattering everywhere, creating a scene of horror. Wang Long, casting a dismissive glance at the chaos, turned and departed. The fate of this woman, whether dead or alive, holds no significance for him. Throughout the ordeal, Fang Qian observed Luo Yeye's demeanor with disappointment. Shaking his head, he had anticipated encountering a ruthless maniac, only to discover she was merely a petty tyrant in her own confined space. If Luo Yeye truly possessed any spirit or capability, she could have leveraged her identity as a woman to instigate Wang Long's contempt and then seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. However, she lacked such fortitude. Resorting only to wielding her blade against her husband and children, her cowardice in the face of the strong rendered her utterly worthless. What astounded Fang Qian further was her willingness to expose their chat group to Wang Long in a desperate bid for survival. Although he understood that this group would eventually be uncovered, witnessing the act firsthand left him feeling nauseated. They were all wretched souls at the bottom of the building. Yet she chose to act in such a despicable manner, ensuring that those who had spoken ill of Wang Long would be singled out for retribution. Their fate would be akin to living hell. No matter how many resources were surrendered, they could not protect their own hands. Fang Qian could not concern himself with such matters. He merely drafted a message to Lin Dashan. Be cautious. Luo Yeye has exposed your exclusive chat group to Wang Long. He is now aware of your acquisition of weapons and intends to confront you. Once he gathers sufficient resources, he will undoubtedly turn his attention towards you. If the situation escalates, evacuate promptly. Fang Qian deemed Lin Dashan to possess a modicum of utility, and it would be a pity for him to perish in such a way. Lin Dashan quickly replied, Thank you for your concern, Mr. Fang Qian. Rest assured, I have made ample preparations here. No matter how many sins, it will be futile. However, your information is of utmost importance. I must inform the others in the group so they can brace themselves. Fang Qian could only shake his head in resignation. Lin Dashan was indeed kind-hearted. Still considering the welfare of others in such dire circumstances, though his goodwill was unlikely to yield any favorable outcomes. Lin Dashan then addressed the group. Attention, neighbors. Our chat messages have been leaked by Luo Yeye to Wang Long. Anyone who has spoken ill of him in this group has likely been noted. I advise you to prepare yourselves. Either unite against him or flee swiftly. Otherwise, opportunities will dwindle. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Yeye erupted in the group, vehemently cursing, Lin Dashan, even if you hold a grudge, you shouldn't slander me like this. I have never leaked anything. One of my hands has already been severed. How could I possibly speak? At that moment, Luo Yeye was engulfed in panic. She had just submitted to Wang Long, yet had not received a warm welcome, instead suffering the loss of a hand. Should Lin Dashan substantiate these claims, her standing among the neighbors would be irreparably tarnished. Being ostracized from both sides would undoubtedly lead to her ruin. Others in the group, clinging to a sliver of hope, responded, Lin Dashan, where did you acquire this information? Is it reliable? It should be fine. I haven't said much in the group, just a few complaints. Humans are inherently prone to wishful thinking. Under the extreme denial of Luo Yeye, everyone chooses to believe what is more beneficial to themselves. Lin Dashan finds himself in a state of helplessness, forced to allow them to fend for themselves. A few minutes later, a homeowner sent a voice message in the group. As everyone clicked to listen, his voice trembled with sobs. It's true. I just handed in enough supplies for one person. But that Wang Long insisted on teaching me a lesson and broke my leg. It hurts so much. Is there a doctor in the group? Please help me. My leg is ruined. How will I go out tomorrow to search for supplies? Upon hearing this, the hearts of the crowd sank. Aside from a few who rarely spoke in the group, most had uttered disparaging remarks about Wang Long. What could be done? They began to curse Luo Yeye. You wretched woman. If you want to die, that's one thing. How dare you drag us down with you? You truly have some nerve. You'd better not show your face tomorrow, or we will surely kill you. At that moment, Luo Yeye had just finished bandaging her broken hand. Trembling as she read the numerous curses and threats from the homeowners, she muttered to herself, No, I must survive. I absolutely must survive. I cannot let my husband and little bow down. I must live for them as well. The homeowners deliberated among themselves, yet could not reach a consensus. Eventually, they began to tag Fang Qian. Mr. Fang Qian, please help us. You are our only hope now. You said you would find a way to save us. You cannot abandon us. Yes, Mr. Fang Qian, you have a gun. If you join forces with Lin Dashan, you can surely defeat Wang Long and his men. If you are willing to save us, every household will build a longevity shrine for you, praying day and night. We would even sign a contract to serve you as dogs if necessary. We beg you, Mr. Fang Qian. Fang Qian looked at the barrage of messages, shaking his head in resignation. Previously, Lin Dashan had warmly invited them to unite against Wang Long, yet they had stubbornly refused, preferring to be oppressed than to resist. Now, they were finally in a panic. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Qian remained silent, while Lin Dashan quickly messaged in the group. Only now do you realize to seek Mr. Fang Qian's help. Where were you before? Did you not see? The reason, Mr. Fang Qian posted tasks in the group was to unite us against Wang Long and oppose all injustices. Just think. Would you be willing to offer so much food for these meaningless tasks? Alas, it is unfortunate that you failed to understand Mr. Fang Qian's good intentions. Now it is too late. Everything is too late. The group members, upon reading these words, were filled with regret. Had we comprehended these matters sooner and united with Lin Dashan to accomplish task 2, we might now wield our weapons in solidarity against Wang Long. Perhaps even fulfilling task 1. In such a scenario, everyone could naturally lead a self-sufficient and prosperous life. How did we arrive at this point? Chapter 76. The Trap of Lin Dashan. With this reminder, the crowd began to comprehend Fang Qian's good intentions. One by one, they fervently apologized, pleading for forgiveness and yearning for another chance. Yet, opportunities are not handed out by others. They must be seized through one's own efforts. Had it been 2 hours earlier, Lin Dashan would have welcomed them into his fold, orchestrating traps together. However, now Lin Dashan had independently accomplished everything. What purpose would they serve? Surely, they could not expect to feast without toil. Fang Qian reclined on his sofa, savoring the unfolding drama captured by the surveillance cameras. He observed as Wang Long ascended from the first floor, showing no mercy along the way. Those who failed to deliver resources or had spoken ill of him in the group were met with severe reprimands. Some had their hands severed, while others were mercilessly beaten. The most brazen among them, who could not produce resources, were brutally beaten to death on the spot. The horrific scene was enough to haunt the dreams of any child. The entire building echoed with the anguished cries of the residents. Fang Qian lounged with his legs crossed, munching on seeds as he watched this grotesque spectacle. It could be said that even the most realistic crime films could not capture such an effect. At that moment, Wang Long resembled a spirited gang leader, wreaking havoc without restraint. Once he had amassed all the resources, Wang Long, accompanied by 30 subordinates, arrived at Lin Dashan's doorstep. Fang Qian could not help but shift in his seat, attentively watching the unfolding scene on the monitor. This would be the first clash between Lin Dashan and Wang Long. Who would emerge victorious? Even Fang Qian felt a spark of curiosity. Wang Long, leaning on his cane and limping, approached the door. He pounded heavily on the security door with 2 fists. Bang, bang. Lin Dashan, open the door. Don't play dead inside. Weren't you quite boisterous in the group earlier? I heard you acquired some cold weapons and gained Fang Qian's support. Why haven't you pulled out your big knife to confront me? The door remained shut, and Lin Dashan's rough voice echoed from within. Don't shout at me. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. Hurry and take your men away. Let us not interfere with one another from now on. But if you dare to enter, don't blame my men for being ruthless. Wang Long spat on the ground, cursing, damn it, if you want tea accept the toast. You'll have to suffer the consequences. Break down the door. 2 burly subordinates immediately stepped up, using all their strength to ram against the door. The security door appeared alarmingly fragile. After just a few hits, with a resounding crash, the door was breached. The 2 strong subordinates, unable to halt their momentum, tumbled inside. However, they were met with the sight of 2 gigantic bear traps laid on the floor, perfectly aligned to ensnare their landing. They had no time to adjust and crashed directly into them. The sound of a sharp snap echoed through the air as the metal trap abruptly closed, ensnaring the heads of 2 of the young men on the spot. The razor-sharp edges inflicted deep lacerations upon their necks, and blood cascaded down the threshold like a waterfall. The onlookers outside were paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. What on earth is this? How could something so terrifying exist? They murmured, incredulous. You old wretch. How devious you are. Such contraptions were typically relegated to the realm of television dramas. Few had ever witnessed their dreadful potency in reality. Now, they fully comprehended the horror of the situation, 2 living beings extinguished in an instant. A chilling dread gripped them. For had the door been opened by one of their own, they would likely have met a similarly grim fate. Moreover, their gaze swept the room, taking in the peculiar silk threads that hung ominously throughout the vast hall. In addition, glimmers of cold light danced from the ceiling, hinting at hidden dangers. Traps, everywhere traps. Should anyone inadvertently trigger one, their outcome would be no better than that of the 2 unfortunate souls before them. Was this the craftiness of the old hunter? At that moment, Lin Dashan had erected 2 tables as makeshift barricades, hiding in a corner. Behind him lay the door to the bedroom, offering an escape route. Peering through the gap between the tables, he wore a sly grin. I advise you not to enter. Simply close the door and walk away. I assure you, I have set up over 50 traps within this room, razor blades, explosives, snares, and poisoned arrows. Dare to approach, and you shall await your demise. He nonchalantly brandished the crossbow in his grasp, exuding an air of confidence. Unease rippled through the hearts of those outside. If Lin's words bore any truth, the multitude of traps within could cost them dearly should they charge in. Furthermore, the crossbow he wielded posed an immediate threat, ready to unleash death from a distance. The peril far outweighed any potential reward. Wang Long seethed with rage, veins bulging at his temples. He raised his cane and struck one of his subordinates with force. You go in first and see for yourself. I refuse to believe his bluster. He must be bluffing. The unfortunate subordinate, his face a mask of despair, pleaded, Brother Wang. Let's reconsider. We can wait outside. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him once he emerges. Shut your mouth and go. Wang Long snarled, drawing a pistol from his waist and pressing it against the young man's forehead. The subordinate, gripped by terror, felt cold sweat bead on his brow. With traps ahead and bullets behind, he had no choice but to comply. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and tentatively stepped through the doorway, crossing over the two lifeless bodies. Squinting, he scrutinized the ominous threads before him, striving to avoid disturbing a single one. He contorted his body into various shapes, attempting to maneuver through the traps. Outside, all of Wang Long's subordinates held their breath, scarcely daring to exhale. Just as he was about to pass through the first layer of traps, one of his feet inadvertently trembled, striking a trigger mechanism. Suddenly, a machete descended from above. The subordinate had no time to evade and was struck directly in the center of his forehead. The sharp blade embedded itself into his skull. The pain. After being struck, the subordinate, unable to bear the agony, collapsed onto a nearby sofa. Yet, as he leaned against it, a dagger shot forth from the sofa, piercing directly into his heart. He gasped, choking out a couple of mouthfuls of blood, before falling silent forever. A collective gasp echoed from the crowd outside. Indeed, Lin Dashan spoke the truth. Even Wang Long felt a twinge of apprehension. If the house were filled with such traps, who would dare enter? Was this not tantamount to seeking death? They had already lost 3 subordinates upon merely opening the door. Although he commanded over 30 men in this apocalyptic world, such numbers were invaluable, and he could ill afford losses. Wang Long seethed with rage. Drawing his pistol, he aimed it at Lin Dashan within the house. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots in quick succession. However, the moment Lin Dashan saw him draw his weapon, he promptly withdrew his head behind cover. The bullets struck the table, failing to penetrate, as Lin Dashan had cleverly stuffed numerous cushioning materials between the 2 tables. The pistol's power was wholly inadequate to break through. Wang Long was infuriated. His ammunition was limited, and he could not afford to fire recklessly. Gritting his teeth, he remained outside. So you think we cannot enter, and that you are beyond our reach? Huh? Brothers, fetch some Molotov cocktails and toss them inside. Let us burn this fellow alive. Upon hearing this, his subordinates' eyes lit up. Indeed, who said they had to go inside? They could simply throw in some incendiary devices and ignite a great fire. Even if they could not burn him to death, they could obliterate all the traps within the house. Just as they prepared to execute this plan, Lin Dashan chuckled ominously. I advise you not to do that. Some of these traps are connected to explosive charges. To be frank, I've secretly hidden some in the hallway as well. Should you dare to destroy all the traps within the house, it will inevitably trigger the detonation mechanism. You will all be blown to smithereens. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Upon hearing this, Wang Long and his group were instantly struck with fear. They were currently positioned in the corridor. Did that not mean they were encircled by the explosive charges? They were merely fortunate that they had not yet set them off. Wang Long trembled with rage. Glaring at Lin Dashan inside, Madman, you lunatic. If you possess such capability, why not join my ranks? You would have food and drink. Why cling to Fang Qian? That lad pays you no heed. He has yet to make an appearance. Lin Dashan snorted coldly. I would indeed wish to accompany Mr. Fang Qian, but he harbors no intention of such. Do you presume that everyone is like you, relying on the misfortunes of neighbors for survival? I have nothing further to discuss with you. If you possess the courage, then come forth. After all, I fear not death. Chapter 77, The True Demon. At this moment, Wang Long stood outside the door with a group of followers, his forehead veins bulging, breath rapid, resembling an imminent volcanic eruption. This damned old fool. How dare he provoke me, relying solely on a few years of hunting experience? Am I inferior to Fang Qian? Wang Long, leaning on his cane, furiously berated Lin Dashan. Open your eyes and see. I am the one truly striving to salvage this crumbling world. I have gathered all the young and capable individuals around me, providing them with sustenance and comfort to ensure their survival. Ask my brothers beside me. Who among them does not express gratitude towards me? As for those I have oppressed, they are expendable. Their existence merely wastes resources that should be allocated to more deserving individuals. If you doubt it, inquire with my brothers about who the real benefactor is. His followers erupted in unison. Long live Brother Wang. He is indeed our savior. Huang Hai, Wang Long's foremost sycophant, thumped his chest and declared to Lin Dashan, open your eyes and discern the truth. Our brother Wang is the genuine hero. None of the brothers who follow him go hungry. In contrast, the so-called sage Fang Qian, indulges in his own comforts, hiding away, unwilling to assist others. Faced with neighbors beseeching for help, he shows not a shred of compassion. Such a person is worthy of your allegiance? Wake up. Lin Dashan, aware that he could never contend with the 30 men before him in debate, resolved to sit on the ground with his bow and crossbow, coldly retorting, "Say what you will. There is no way I will ever surrender. Associating with you beasts, I could be sold out at any moment. I simply wish to live in my own home, maintaining peace." The crowd outside trembled with rage yet felt powerless. Lin Dashan was like a stubborn mule, impervious to reason. However, the traps within the house resembled a hedgehog's spines, leaving them with no means of approach. They had already lost 3 brothers. No one desired to be the next casualty. Moreover, it was rumored that explosives were hidden within the house and hallway. If pushed to the brink, they could all perish together. People value their lives, who would willingly embrace death. Wang Long struck the floor forcefully with his cane twice. His tone ominous. "Lin Dashan, I see you possess talent, so I shall not press you further this time. However, I hope you consider carefully who you should truly follow. For you cannot remain confined to this room forever." Having said that, he limped away, supported by his cane, with his followers trailing behind. Once they were out of sight, Lin Dashan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. Fortunately, they still value their lives. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. Lin Dashan was, in fact, quite cunning. Although the room is adorned with various silk threads, seemingly a web of traps, in reality, only 7 or 8 of them possess any lethal potential. Moreover, they are all concentrated at the entrance. Should they recklessly charge in as a group, they would undoubtedly breach the defenses. However, regarding the explosives, he was not deceitful. Lin Dashan's most pessimistic plan involved their forceful entry, dismantling all the traps, while he hastily escaped through the bedroom window, subsequently detonating the explosives. Yet, he was reluctant to resort to such drastic measures, as it would mean losing his home, along with the food concealed within. Due to time constraints, the amount of explosives he had prepared was limited, and there was no guarantee that he could eliminate all intruders. Fortunately, Wang Long and his group were not truly desperate individuals. After suffering a few losses, they wisely chose to retreat, thus creating the conditions for Lin Dashan's victory. Once he had relaxed, the first thing Lin Dashan did was take out his phone to send a message to Fang Qian. "Mr. Fang Qian, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully deterred Wang Long and his men. I must also thank you for the weapons provided." At that moment, Fang Qian was reviewing surveillance footage on his phone when the unexpected message caused him a slight embarrassment. The crossbows and knives he had gifted indeed constituted a significant threat to Wang Long's group. However, the success of this operation against Wang Long was primarily due to Lin Dashan's own hunting experience. He proved to be an excellent enforcer, worthy of further cultivation. After reflecting during this apocalyptic period, Fang Qian realized the necessity of training a cadre of expendable individuals. While he possessed the mythic sanctuary, rendering him impervious to attack, having a group incessantly knocking at his door would be quite troublesome. It was essential to cultivate a team of expendables to navigate the outside world and resolve minor inconveniences. As the apocalypse progressed, more and more factions began to grow in strength, each with formidable forces at their disposal, particularly Tang Jiaro and Ma Dashao, who were backed by the powerful Ma family and commanded numerous elite troops. If he were to personally handle every situation, it would be exceedingly burdensome. Instead, it would be prudent to train a group of expendables to engage in conflict amongst themselves while he observed from a distance. After all, as a puppet master, he only needed to extract a morsel of food from between his fingernails to ensure their obedience. Why not pursue such a strategy? Meanwhile, upon returning to their abode, Wang Long and his associates sat in silence, each lost in thought. Luchani, gazing out the window at the scenery, turned her head and observed their disgruntled expressions, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. She was unaware of the nature of their failures. But any setback for these demons could only be a positive outcome. How dare they covet what is mine? After several moments of silence, Huang Hai, Wang Long's most loyal sycophant, finally spoke. "Brother Wang, do not be too upset. That old fox hiding in his home is indeed a tough opponent. But according to our intelligence, the food he possesses is quite limited. Before long, we will emerge once more to gather supplies. At that moment, it shall be our opportunity for retribution. With so many of us, can we not deal with one decrepit old man?" Upon hearing these words, Wang Long's expression softened somewhat. It made sense. For the time being, let him enjoy his freedom for a few days. Huang Hai chuckled and nodded, then added, "Brother Wang, you rest for now. I shall take a couple of brothers to prepare a meal. Everyone has been famished all day." Wang Long waved his hand dismissively. Huang Hai immediately grabbed a backpack from the corner of the room, fetched a large pot, and lifted the lid. He then emptied the contents of his backpack into the pot. Clang, clang, clang. One by one, grotesque, bloodied remnants fell from the backpack into the pot. By the window, Lu Chani peered closely. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Clearly, these were severed human hands. Huang Hai's backpack contained no fewer than 30, each distinct. This signified that over 30 individuals had lost a hand today. Such horror! What atrocities had these demons committed? Once everything was emptied into the pot, another individual hurriedly brought over a bucket of ice and snow, adding it to the mix. Only then did they ignite the fire beneath the pot. Huang Hai cackled, "Tonight, we shall feast on a light dish. How about sour duck feet?" The crowd erupted in laughter. Indeed, indeed, sour duck feet. If only we could add some radishes to alleviate the richness. Yes, yes, sour radishes would be splendid. Alas, in this frigid weather, fresh vegetables are more elusive than meat. How wonderful it would be to unearth a jar of pickled vegetables from someone's home another day. The group bantered and laughed, seemingly looking forward to their dinner. Meanwhile, Lu Chani felt her stomach roiling violently, nearly on the verge of vomiting. Truly, such repulsive acts were a testament to their lowly culture. At that moment, she recalled the delectable food photos sent to her by Mr. Fang. Those steaks and hot pots looked utterly delightful, in stark contrast to the grotesque offerings before her. They were incomparable. With this thought, she glanced at her phone. No new messages appeared, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. Chapter 78. The sour soup duck feet of Wang Long and his companions. Before long, a large pot of hands was thoroughly cooked. Huang Hai took a plate and approached Lu Chani, presenting a pale hand with a grin. "Dr. Lu, would you care for a bite? You must consume some meat to maintain your strength." Lu Chani glanced down, her gaze falling upon a woman's hand, the nails still bearing remnants of pink polish. Now marred and mutilated. Fortunately, her background in medicine endowed her with a robust psychological resilience. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to nausea. She shot a fierce glare at Huang Hai and turned away. "Remove this filthy thing. I refuse to eat it." Huang Hai, feigning disappointment, extended his tongue to taste the cooked hand, then spoke leisurely. "Dr. Lu, you are our foremost talent. How could we possibly allow you to perish for the sake of our brothers' lives? Since you refuse to partake in meat, perhaps you would consider this instead." He then produced a crushed packet of biscuits from his pocket and tossed it into Lu Chani's hands before returning to join his comrades in relishing the feast. Holding the biscuits, Lu Chani's mind was consumed by the image of the hand, leaving her devoid of appetite. Despite her stomach's growls, she could not bring herself to eat even a morsel. Minutes later, Wang Long and his subordinates had discarded a plethora of bones, having consumed every last drop of soup, and reclined comfortably on the sofa. Sated and emboldened, Huang Hai tilted his head and inquired, "Brother Wang, how shall we deal with Fang Qian?" Though Lin Dashan instigated this incident, Fang Qian's shadow looms large behind it. We have refrained from provoking him these past few days, and yet he has grown arrogant enough to place a bounty on us. This affront cannot be overlooked. Wang Long caressed the handgun in his hand, nodding. "Indeed, he previously inflicted harm upon my ear and leg, and that score remains unsettled. Now is the perfect opportunity to address both old grievances and new. However, his residence appears constructed of some indomitable material. We have yet to find a means of entry. Do you possess any alternative strategies?" At the mention of the house, the subordinates who had witnessed the earlier ordeal felt a surge of trepidation. Neither hammers nor lockpicks had proven effective against the formidable door, while he had effortlessly created a shooting aperture to rain bullets upon them, rendering them virtually invincible. Without a novel approach, any attempt to confront him would merely result in a repetition of past calamities. As uncertainty hung in the air, Huang Hai chuckled and retrieved his mobile phone. "Brother Wang, look at that wretched Luo Yiya. In a bid for survival, she privately added me as a friend. She can keep us informed about the rebellious homeowners at any time. I have gleaned a useful piece of information from her. The rooftop." Wang Long's interest was piqued. "You clever fellow. Elaborate on this rooftop situation." Huang Hai immediately launched into an animated explanation. Fang Qian's main entrance was indeed well constructed, yet he overlooked the defenses of the rooftop. Our building is designed with 2 households per stairwell, and Fang Qian's rooftop is adjacent to that of the neighboring resident. We can effortlessly traverse over via their rooftop. I inquired thoroughly and discovered that he has not even installed a single security door on his rooftop. It is entirely exposed. Upon hearing this news, Wang Long was overwhelmed with excitement, his hand gripping the pistol trembling slightly. Such a fortunate turn of events? Ha ha ha, splendid, absolutely splendid. You, my friend, have made a significant contribution this time. From today onward, you shall be my strategist, second only to me, above all others." Huang Hai also displayed a look of sheer ecstasy, immediately patting his chest in gratitude, proclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Wang, for the promotion. I shall remain utterly loyal and devoted to you." Wang Long, leaning on his cane, prepared to rise, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us ascend that rooftop immediately and show him what we are made of. However, Huang Hai stepped in front of him, saying, "Brother Wang, do not be hasty. We may not fare well if we go over now. That fellow is armed with a submachine gun. If he fortifies himself behind cover, we will be at a loss." Only then did Wang Long regain his composure, acknowledging the wisdom in Huang Hai's words. "What do you propose we do?" Huang Hai replied, "I calculated the timing. The period of tranquility tonight should occur around 3 in the morning. At that hour, he will likely be sound asleep, allowing us to stealthily infiltrate under the cover of night. While he is still dreaming, we can subdue him with ease. Wouldn't that be simpler? He will awaken to find himself a captive. At that point, Brother Wang, you can choose how to proceed." Wang Long, filled with enthusiasm, clapped his hands repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent. You truly are clever. Let us follow your plan. Should this endeavor succeed, you will earn great merit. When the time comes, you may feast at your leisure on the provisions within Fang Qian's abode." Upon hearing this, Huang Hai's mouth watered. He was well aware that Fang Qian dined daily on either steak or seafood. Such delicacies were nearly forgotten in his memory. "Thank you, Brother Wang, for your generosity." "Thank you." Meanwhile, Lu Chani, listening to Wang Long and their scheming, felt utterly indifferent. Fang Qian was indeed a wretched individual. Why should he hoard food while others suffer? This bounty ought to belong to deserving elites like myself. Lu Chani's heart simmered with indignation. She believed that individuals of her knowledge and culture should not endure such hardships. Just then, her phone vibrated, and she was filled with joy. "Mr. Fang, how are you? Have you eaten today?" Lu Chani hurriedly replied, "Not yet. I truly lack an appetite today and cannot eat anything." "Mr. Fang, what is the matter? You're not being picky, are you? On this frigid day, having something to eat is a blessing. Would you care to see a glimpse of my meal to whet your appetite?" With that, the other party sent a picture showcasing an exquisite chocolate mousse cake accompanied by a glass of milk. Mr. Fang remarked, "It is not yet time for a formal meal, so I shall indulge in a bit of afternoon tea to savor the flavor. The cake is quite delightful, though a tad rich." Lu Chani gazed at the beautiful image, unable to suppress the drool escaping from the corner of her mouth. She quickly wiped it away and, with a shift in her thoughts, began to type her response. "Mr. Fang, your daily meals are truly splendid. As for me, I have a few morsels, but they follow a devilish recipe. You see, the individuals residing under the same roof as I are nothing short of demons. In their relentless pursuit of sustenance, they resorted to gruesomely chopping off the hands of our neighbors to concoct a soup, and they intended to serve it to me. Good heavens, how can this be permissible? After years in the medical field, I am kind-hearted and cannot bear witness to such horrors. The sight of those hands brought me to the brink of tears. I can hardly fathom the sorrow of their former owners. I long to rush out and heal their wounds, but alas, I am imprisoned here. Mr. Fang, you must come to my rescue. The knowledge I possess should be used to aid more souls." On the other end of the phone, Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback by these messages. Lu Chani certainly knew how to embellish her situation, claiming she wished to help more people. What a ruse. During her tenure as a chief physician at the hospital, she had deceived many. If she truly held such convictions, she would not have found herself in her current predicament. Observing the silence on the other end, Lu hastily added, "They have harmed so many, and it is still not enough. I have heard they have set their sights on a young man named Fang Qian on the rooftop, believing his home to be stocked with provisions. They plan to stealthily invade his residence tonight and take his life. How cruel. If I could escape, I would make it my priority to save him." This revelation sparked a glimmer of interest in Fang Qian's eyes. To think that a casual chat could lead to such unexpected insights. Although he had a surveillance system to monitor the activities in Wang Long's residence, he was not a robot, incapable of scanning the feeds incessantly. What a despicable act. He resolved to inquire if anyone could come to her aid. She should wait. Fang Qian abruptly ended the conversation with Lu Chani. He never anticipated that his idle chatter while adopting a false identity could yield such assistance. While he could command everything within his domain, it required his awareness to act. If he were to be caught unawares and slain in his slumber, wouldn't his skills be rendered futile? Thanks to Lu Chani's timely warning, he had a chance. Truly, when heaven offers a path, one should tread it, and when hell presents no door, one should not venture in. Come nightfall, if they dare approach, they shall meet their demise. Chapter 79. Despair of Tang Mon. A chat group. Those who had lost a hand that day were vociferously cursing Luo Yeye. "You wretched woman, traitor. If it weren't for your indiscretion in leaking the group messages, I wouldn't have suffered the loss of my hand. Indeed, I had gathered enough food for myself, yet I was brutally beaten, and now my leg is fractured. How do you intend to compensate me? You vile creature. If you dare to step outside tomorrow, I shall ensure your demise. I have already prepared a hammer, just wait and see." Indeed, had Luo Yeye not indulged in the folly of being a double agent, none would have endured such dire consequences. Now cowering within her room, Luo Ye felt a surge of panic. For the sake of her survival, she could not remain confined. However, the entire building's residents viewed her as a traitor, bent on exacting vengeance upon her. What could she possibly do? In her moment of desperation, an idea struck her. Everyone, do not be misled. I am innocent, she proclaimed. But I do know who is responsible. Lin Dashan interjected. Oh, sister, you must own up to your actions. There is no need for further denial at this point. Luo Ye retorted. Let me clarify. The true informant is Fang Qian. Lin Dashan and Fang Qian are in cahoots, attempting to cast blame upon me. I am innocent. Her words elicited scorn from the group. They scoffed at her audacity, incredulous that she would implicate Fang Qian. Dong Xiaomei exclaimed, have you lost your senses? Fang Qian has everything he needs. Why would he resort to such tactics against someone as insignificant as you? Wang Tianfeng added, indeed. It seems you are merely deflecting your failure onto others. No matter your claims, we will not believe you this time. Please, everyone, do not rush to conclusions. Allow me to present my analysis, Luo Ye urged. When it comes to food supplies, our collective provisions likely pale in comparison to Fang Qian's. Furthermore, there exists enmity between Fang Qian and Wang Long. Now that Wang Long has recovered and recruited numerous new followers, why has he sought retribution against Fang Qian? It is evident that Fang Qian and Wang Long have reached an understanding. They are in league, intent on draining us dry. Thus, this information must have been leaked by Fang Qian. Her reasoning was compelling, and a few of the less discerning residents began to entertain her notions. After all, such schemes were not uncommon even before the apocalypse. The classic tactic involved two identical shops on the same street, selling the same product, one at 2,000 and the other at 1,000, with actual costs being mere pennies. Customers, believing the two shops to be rivals engaged in a fierce commercial battle, flocked to purchase the cheaper option. Oblivious to the fact that both establishments were under the same ownership, a grand charade orchestrated by the proprietor. If one were to draw parallels to the current predicament, the possibility of Fang Qian and Wang Long joining forces to exploit them was not entirely unfathomable. As he perused the messages in the group chat, Fang Qian could hardly contain his amusement. Luo Ye continued to wax lyrical, directly tagging Fang Qian with a challenge. If you have the audacity, come engage with me personally instead of skulking behind the scenes like a coward. Fang Qian shook his head. He had hardly a moment to spare throughout the day and lacked the inclination to squander time on such a foolish woman. Suddenly, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the group owner had been transferred to his account. This made things simpler. Luo Ye has been removed from the group chat. A notification promptly appeared on every homeowner's screen. And at that moment, the group fell into silence. Fang Qian tossed his phone aside, reclining on the plush sofa and narrowing his eyes. Who would waste time debating with an imbecile? Let her amuse herself. With so many people offended by Luo Ye, her days were undoubtedly numbered. There was no need to expend his energy on her. Fang Qian ignited the fireplace, raising the room's temperature considerably. Wrapped in a thin blanket, he began to rest on the sofa, knowing that a formidable challenge awaited him that evening. He needed to conserve his energy during the day. He fell into a deep slumber, the kind that is both refreshing and restorative. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he was roused by the sound of someone knocking at the door. Slowly, he sat up, rubbing his bleary eyes. Who is it? Good son-in-law, it's me, Mom. I've come to see you and need to ask you for a favor. The familiar voice was unmistakable. It was indeed Tang Ma. He hurried to the door and peered through the peephole. What he saw sent a pang of concern through him. Tang Ma's complexion was pale, her frame emaciated, swathed in multiple layers of heavy winter clothing. He worried whether her frail body could withstand such a burden. The chill of the corridor made her shiver uncontrollably. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Tang Ma's expression was troubled. Good son-in-law, we are family after all. I haven't eaten in several days. Please, I beg you for something to eat. I acknowledge my past mistakes and sincerely apologize. Can we put this behind us? Witnessing her so humble and submissive stirred a profound sense of vindication within Fang Qian. He recalled how he had once groveled before them, pleading for a reduction in the bride price and for them to allow Tang Jiaro to marry him, only to be met with repeated humiliation. Fang Qian vividly remembered their disdainful expressions. You have no money. How can you possibly marry? After your parents passed away, did you squander all their inheritance? They must have died in vain. If you can't produce even this little, you should count yourself lucky your parents died early. Otherwise, they would have slapped you for your failures. Love means nothing. Let me tell you, if it weren't for our Xiao having feelings for you, with your pitiful demeanor, you wouldn't even be worthy of touching the threshold of the Tang family. Indeed, it is said that fortunes can shift dramatically in 30 years. It is likely they never anticipated such a day would come. Tang's father was deceived by his own son and met a tragic end, hanging lifelessly from the beam. Now, Tang's mother stood outside the door, her hunger nearly overwhelming her. Fang Qian imitated her tone from years past. Mother, didn't you once say that Xiao Rou's suitors could line up all the way to France? Where are those suitors now? Why haven't they come to bring you something to eat? How unfilial of them. Tang's mother felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yet, she gritted her teeth and continued. Child, I understand you harbor some resentment towards us, but everything I said was for your own good, meant to motivate you. Truth be told, my heart is heavy as well. In a few days, Xiao Rou will send some friends to take us away from here. By then, there will be an abundance of food. If you could spare me some now, I promise to repay you double in 2 days. Can you do that? If not for the lack of options, Tang's mother would never have come to plead with Fang Qian. This building was the only place where food could possibly be obtained. Even though she would be leaving in 2 days, and happiness seemed within reach, she was acutely aware of her own physical state. She had barely eaten in 2 to 3 days, the last morsel being nothing more than a picked clean apple core, far from sufficient to last her for 2 days. The more hope she saw, the more she wished to cling to life. Upon hearing her words, Fang Qian suddenly had an idea and feigned surprise. How could you have gone so many days without food? I distinctly remember distributing food to you every day. Tang's mother was momentarily stunned. What did you say? You distributed food to me every day? That's impossible. I haven't seen any. Fang Qian, with a puzzled expression, replied, Tang Erwin comes by each night. And I always give him some food, instructing him to share a portion with you too as my filial duty. Didn't he bring anything to you? With a thunderous realization, Tang's mother felt as if struck by lightning. She staggered backwards several steps and fell heavily against the wall. Recalling previous scenes, clarity washed over her. No wonder Tang Erwin went out every night. No wonder he returned each time with a greasy mouth. No wonder, despite not gathering any supplies over the past few days, he had not lost weight but seemed to have gained a bit. It turned out he had been hoarding the food meant for his parents all along. As thoughts of her husband's tragic end filled her mind, she broke down in the hallway, wailing, Cursed Tang Erwin, how could you treat your parents this way? You are our own flesh and blood. How can you live with yourself? Oh, my dear husband, you have suffered such injustice. Witnessing her sorrowful outburst brought Fang Qian a sense of satisfaction, yet he feigned a pained expression. Mother, it truly cannot be helped. For so many days, I have borne the burden of our family's needs, and I have nearly exhausted my own food supply. I haven't eaten anything today. I suspect that Tang Erwin must have hidden quite a bit of food. You should go and seek him out. With that, the small door was closed. Tang Ma's current state of health has deteriorated to the brink of life. There is truly no need to resort to violence against her. The emotional blow is far more excruciating. In such a critical moment of hardship, the thought that their beloved son is daily hoarding the supplies that rightfully belong to them must be deeply sorrowful for them. Aha. Chapter 80. The rift between Tang Ma and Tang Erwin. In a certain sense, Fang Qian was not entirely dishonest. Each time he discarded the remnants of the savory soup and leftover rice outside the door, those morsels, though meager, could sustain the 3 of them if consumed sparingly. Yet, Tang Erwin, in his quest for satiety, selfishly gobbled it all alone. Was this not an epitome of selfishness? These were his own parents, and he never once thought to share the sustenance with the 2 elderly souls. What Fang Qian did was merely to stoke the flames of an already dire situation. After a bout of inconsolable sobbing, Tang Ma ceased her attempts to knock on Fang Qian's door and staggered back home. Upon her return, she discovered Tang Erwin curled up in the warmth of his blankets, engrossed in a game. Noticing his mother's arrival, he cast her a sidelong glance and frowned, saying, It's nothing. You should move around less. You're just wasting energy, and then you'll come to me when you're hungry. However, before his impatient words could fully escape his lips, Tang Ma had already approached him, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The sharp crack echoed through the room, a testament to every ounce of strength she could muster, leaving a stark imprint of her fingers on Tang Erwin's cheek. Dumbfounded, Tang Erwin looked up, bewildered. What is wrong with you, you crazy woman? Tang Ma, gritting her teeth, retorted, Crazy woman, huh? Do you even realize who gave you life and raised you? At that moment, Tang Erwin was utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why he had been struck or the reason for his mother's explosive anger. With indignation, she pointed a finger at him, demanding, I ask you, do you go to Fang Qian's every night to get food? Why do you, who can easily procure sustenance, not think of your parents? Do you remember how your father died? It was because of you. If you had brought back just a morsel of food, your father would not have been driven to his demise. You unfilial wretch. Seemingly struck to the core, Tang Erwin threw off the covers and sat up, cursing vehemently. Stop blaming me for everything. It was Tang Jiro who drove Dad to his death, not me. If she had brought back supplies or returned herself, we wouldn't be living in such hardship. As for the food from my brother-in-law, I earned it through my own efforts. Why should I give it away? I can hardly feed myself as it is. From childhood, you favored my sister, always neglecting me, and now you cast blame upon me. Have you ever considered who has kept you alive since the apocalypse? It was me. If not for my efforts, you too would have perished long ago. While Tang Jiaro is basking in the comforts of Ma Daxiao's embrace, she has long forgotten about you two old folks. Tang Ma, utterly defeated, sank to the ground. At that moment, her heart was engulfed in despair. The husband who had accompanied her through life had been deceived by their own son, and she was left with two children, one hoarding food for himself, the other reveling in a life of luxury, unwilling to return. Only the two of them, acting as parents, await their demise. Is this the culmination of a lifetime of toil? It is often said that raising children serves as a safeguard against aging. Despite Tang Ma's acknowledgement of her own shortcomings, she believed that the wealth she accumulated was for the sake of these two children. Yet, they have betrayed her trust profoundly. Oh, what a cruel punishment this is. At this moment, Tang Ma recalled the words spoken by Fang Qian earlier that day. Though Fang Qian's words were harsh, he genuinely cared for them and daily provided surplus food to Tang Erwin for distribution. Little did he know, it was all consumed by this unfilial son. The children she painstakingly raised seem less valuable than an outsider's son-in-law. Reflecting on her previous contemptuous attitude towards Fang Qian, Tang Ma was engulfed by regret. What a wonderful son-in-law he could have been, driven away by her own actions. A self-inflicted tragedy indeed. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, she found herself crouched in a corner, weeping into her hands. Not far away, Tang Erwin scornfully remarked, "Cry, cry, cry. It's all you know how to do. If it weren't for the concern over how to explain things to my sister, I would have tossed you down the stairs myself." With that, he rummaged in his pocket for a half-eaten piece of bread and tossed it at her feet. "Isn't it just hunger that drives you? Why the theatrics? Take it and eat. Open your eyes. I am the one sustaining you. Stop favoring my sister. It's utterly revolting." Fang Qian observed this family's turmoil through surveillance, feeling a mix of satisfaction and melancholy as he watched them turn against one another. Tang Erwin, Tang Ma, and Tang Jiaro had become estranged, each harboring their own ambitions. Tang Jiaro sought to secure her position with Ma Daxiao, yearning to sever ties with the rest of the Tang family, hoping for no further contact. Sustaining herself only by a faint thread of familial affection, Tang Erwin aspired to cling to Tang Ma and Tang Jiaro to gain favor with either Fang Qian or Ma Daxiao, dreaming of a life devoid of financial worries, yet unwilling to remain the lowest in the Tang household hierarchy. Meanwhile, Tang Ma, having endured the loss of her partner and the trials of recent times, had grown disillusioned with her children. Yet, to survive, she felt she could not abandon them. The predicament of the three of them was indeed intriguing. Just the thought of it evokes a sense of torment and despair. Before his rebirth, Fang Qian had envied the Tang family's unity. Tang Jiaro worked diligently, sending all her earnings to her brother to assist him in purchasing a home and a car. Tang Erwin, too, obeyed his sister faithfully. However, this was merely an illusion. Tang Erwin believed their parents favored his sister more, resenting their strictness towards him. Conversely, deep down, Tang Jiaro harbored disdain for her parents' exploitative behavior. This is the drawback of having too many children in a family. Either the younger ones receive favoritism, or the boys do, leaving the balance uneven. The advantages of being an only child are apparent. No wonder the state advocates for healthy births and encourages single-child families. Yet, the current situation remains insufficient. Fang Qian harbored an indistinct premonition. Although the three members of the Tang family appeared discordant on the surface, an invisible thread bound them together, the hope of survival. In 2 days, Tang Jiaro would send someone to fetch Tang Erwin and Tang Ma. This was the last strand tethering them in unity. But what if he were to sever this thread? He felt a thrill of anticipation. When hope shatters and despair resurfaces, what absurdity might unfold among the three? At that moment, Dong Xiaomei clutched her phone, repeatedly glancing at the 3 tasks Fang Qian had once posted in their group. Task 2 had been completed. Only tasks 1 and 3 remained. Naturally, she lacked the ability to claim Wang Long's head. However, she saw a glimmer of opportunity in locating a pet dog. Dong Xiaomei sent a message to her close friend through her phone. This friend lived in the same Lingyun community, just a few buildings away. A seasoned dog lover. She owned over a dozen pet dogs of various sizes. Dong Xiaomei had visited her home once, only to be greeted by an array of distinct canine odors. Since that day, she had refrained from visiting again. If there was anywhere to find a pet dog in this apocalyptic world, her friend's house was undoubtedly a promising prospect. "Hey, darling, what are you up to? How have you been lately?" Her friend replied, "Oh, it's you, Dong Xiaomei. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I'm doing well here, protected and accompanied by my dogs. Let me tell you, there's a big bad guy in our building who keeps trying to storm into my home and bully me. Luckily, I have several fierce dogs that scare him away. Without these canine companions, I would be in peril. You really should have listened to me back then and raised a few dogs yourself. Hearing her friend's words, Dong Xiaomei felt immense regret. If only she had as many dogs, she wouldn't have to endure so much hardship. Today, she had surrendered a portion of food to save her palm, yet due to her previous disparaging remarks in the group, she was mercilessly beaten. The artificial breasts she had painstakingly crafted were destroyed, leaving her chest feeling as if it were suspended by 2 hot water bottles. The discomfort was unbearable. Darlings, you are incredible. With so many dogs at home, what do you feed them? Her friend responded, well, precisely because I have so many dogs. I stockpile a considerable amount of dog food, enough to last half a year. I also have plenty of chicken breast and thighs stored for feeding them. And it turns out they truly come in handy. Upon hearing this, Dong Xiaomei felt even more envious. However, she did not forget her purpose. Darling, I have a big shot looking to adopt a pet dog. Do you have any newborn puppies available? Her friend replied, really? What a delightful opportunity. I love helping my dogs find good homes. I have a litter of border collies that were born just last month, and they will soon be 2 months old. If you're interested, you can come and take one. Dong Xiaomei, how wonderful, my dear. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. You and I shall be lifelong best friends. Best friend, hold on a moment. I can provide you with one, but it cannot be free. A border collie costs 2,000 yuan before the apocalypse. Nowadays, money has lost its value. Thus, we can barter with supplies instead. You will need to offer at least 10 kilograms of food. Dong Xiaomei, 10 kilograms? That seems excessive. Best friend, there is no other way. Rarity increases value. Besides, apart from my place, you will likely not find any puppies elsewhere. Dong Xiaomei, we are best friends, after all. It seems wasteful for you to keep so many dogs. Could you not gift me one? Even among sisters, one must keep accounts clear. Moreover, my dogs do not waste food at all. They are my children, and I rely on them for my protection. You should gather the food first. Once you have enough, you are welcome to come over any time. Chapter 81. The fate of Luo Ye after the call ended. Dong Xiaomei was in a frenzy. All the talk of being good friends seemed hollow when it truly mattered. It was evident that self-interest reigned supreme. What was the point of keeping so many dogs? Sharing just one wood tea be the end of the world. What a wretched woman, she thought. After venting her frustrations, Dong Xiaomei found herself at a loss. How could she procure 10 pounds of grain? The reward for task 3 was not particularly generous, yet it was the one she yearned for the most. On the surface, it appeared to be merely a cozy afternoon spent basking in the sun on the rooftop. However, in reality, it represented her chance to be the first outsider to enter Fang Qian's abode, affording her the opportunity for intimate contact with him. Dong Xiaomei was confident that with her charm, she could win Fang Qian's heart within that afternoon. At that moment, she would become the mistress of that house. No more worries about food or drink. She envisioned a life of luxury and comfort. Thus, this task must be fulfilled. Just when her thoughts were adrift, her gaze caught sight of a message in the group chat announcing Fang Qian had removed Luo Ye from the conversation. An idea sparked in her mind. She promptly reached out to Wang Tianfeng in the group, sending a message. Wang Tianfeng, I have a lead that could help us accomplish task 3. Are you interested? Wang Tianfeng replied instantly. Is that true? There is such a good opportunity? Of course, I'm interested. Please, tell me more. Dong Xiaomei elaborated. I have a friend who is a dog lover, and she happens to have a litter of newborn border collies for sale. However, I need to provide 10 pounds of grain in exchange. Wang Tianfeng responded. This deal seems a bit unwise. If we had 10 pounds of grain, why risk completing task 3? We could just keep it for ourselves. Dong Xiaomei retorted. You're missing the point. Grain comes in varying qualities. Besides, the reward for completing task 3 is an afternoon on Fang Qian's rooftop. Doesn't that tempt you? Wang Tianfeng replied. Oh, my dear Xiaomei, spare me the suspense. My mind isn't is sharp. Please, elaborate on your plan. Dong Xiaomei continued. All right, the crux of the plan hinges on Luo Ye. Fang Qian has already kicked her out of the group. It's clear he despises her. How about we pay her a visit and eliminate her? Her flesh would surely yield more than 10 pounds, which we could use to fulfill task 3. Perhaps we might even have some left over to share. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Tianfeng responded, Xiaomei, your idea is indeed clever. It's a win-win situation. We can complete task 3 and simultaneously curry favor with Mr. Fang Qian. Since he dislikes this woman, it's only natural for us to remove her from the equation. Let us act now. A few minutes later, Wang Tianfeng and Dong Xiaomei stood before Luo Ye's door. Dong Xiaomei held a frying pan in her hand, while Wang Tianfeng concealed a sharp fruit knife behind him. After exchanging a knowing glance, Dong Xiaomei stepped forward to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The voice of Luo Ye resonated from within. Wang Tianfeng concealed himself just outside the blind spot of the peephole, while Dong Xiaomei stood boldly in the center of the peephole, her face adorned with a warm smile. Yeah, it's me, Dong Xiaomei. I've come to see you. After a brief moment, Luo Yeye inquired with a hint of caution, what is there to see? Are you here to laugh at me? Dong Xiaomei replied, let us not speak like that. We are all sisters in this building. Before the apocalypse, our families interacted quite a bit. I noticed your words in the group today. I believe you are genuinely speaking the truth, though they do not trust you. Currently, we are the only two clear-headed individuals in this entire building. We must band together to survive. Luo Yeye's voice brightened with a spark of joy. Really? You truly believe what I say? Of course, you are undoubtedly innocent. I brought some snacks. Let me in so we can chat while we eat. As she spoke, Dong Xiaomei waved a packet of crispy noodles and sunflower seeds in her hand, a treasure she had painstakingly accumulated over the past few days. Seeing this gesture through the peephole, Luo Ye felt reassured of Dong Xiaomei's sincerity. Please wait, I'll open the door now. With a click, the door lock disengaged. Just as Luo Ye pulled the door open, a heavy frying pan struck her forehead, plunging her into darkness. A resounding crash echoed as her world spun. And before she could comprehend the situation, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a towering brute rushing in from outside. A cold blade plunged directly into her chest. The intense pain jolted her back to awareness, but as a frail woman, she was no match for Wang Tianfeng and Dong Xiaomei. Even in her desperate struggles, she could not alter the predetermined fate. Dong Xiaomei swung the frying pan wildly, relentlessly striking her head while hurling insults. You foolish wretch, of all people to offend. You dare to cross brother Fang Qian? You think you're worthy? Meanwhile, Wang Tianfeng seized the opportunity to deliver a few more stabbing blows. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Blame yourself for antagonizing the wrong person. If your demise brings some solace to Mr. Fang Qian, then perhaps you will have died for a worthy cause. Together, they swiftly silenced Luo Ye, leaving her lifeless in a pool of blood. After the deed was done, Dong Xiaomei promptly retrieved her phone and snapped several photos of Luo Ye's corpse, posting them directly in the group chat, tagging Fang Qian. Brother Fang Qian, this wretch dared to slander you in the group. I've killed her to avenge you. What do you think? Isn't that impressive? Wang Tianfeng chimed in eagerly. I also put in a lot of effort, Brother Fang. If you ever find someone you dislike, just let me know, and I'll be the first to take care of them. Meanwhile, Fang Qian, who was passing the time reading in his study, was momentarily taken aback by the messages in the group. Could it be? Did they act so swiftly? I cannot tolerate that woman, Luo Ye. She is ruthless, having even taken the lives of her own husband and child. Simultaneously, she behaves like a rabid dog, attacking anyone in her vicinity. Yet, he never contemplated taking her life. For she is merely a minor character. Even if Fang Qian chose to ignore her, she would not survive for long. To his astonishment, this matter was handled by Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill from others. Fang Qian merely responded in the group chat with a symbolic, all right, thank you for your hard work. Those 5 words instantly lit up the faces of Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng with brilliant smiles. How splendid. Receiving praise from brother Fang Qian brings me one step closer to becoming the mistress of the house. Beside her, Wang Tianfeng was equally thrilled, realizing that he could leave a favorable impression on brother Fang Qian. Perhaps, in no time, he would be entrusted with a simple task. What a fortune, what a windfall. Meanwhile, the other homeowners in the group began to awaken to the situation. Dong Xiaomei, Wang Tianfeng, your actions were too swift. I had planned to take action tonight, but you seized the opportunity first. Indeed. To offend Mr. Fang Qian is akin to courting death. We have all long harbored the intention to eliminate her. Alas, why didn't you two involve me? Such a pity. The more hands, the more strength. At that moment, Wang Tianfeng cast a grateful glance at Dong Xiaomei, realizing that everyone shared the same thought, and he was fortunate that Dong Xiaomei had included him. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. Dong Xiaomei, observing Wang Tianfeng's dazed expression, playfully smacked his head, saying, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and start skinning the meat. Once the extreme cold storm subsides, you will accompany me to retrieve the dog. Together, we shall accomplish task 3. Wang Tianfeng nodded vigorously. No problem. It's all thanks to you for including me in such a splendid affair. I will ensure this task is executed flawlessly. Dong Xiaomei frowned as she corrected him. Listen carefully. It's not about doing it beautifully for me, but rather for brother Fang Qian. Understood. I completely comprehend. I am simply lacking in eloquence. Subsequently, the two began their work. In these apocalyptic days, they had witnessed a multitude of bloodshed, and the depths of their humanity had been gradually eroded. At that moment, Wang Tianfeng, using a knife to slice the flesh from Luo Ye, felt no discomfort whatsoever. It was as if he were slaughtering a pig. No, it was even easier than killing a pig. Pigskin is tough and requires effort, while human skin is far softer. Chapter 82. Fang Qian's dinner video. Fang Qian's slumber was far from restful, interrupted by numerous disturbances and a series of events that weighed heavily upon him. Fortunately, he found solace in the comfort of his spacious bed and the warmth of his sleeping environment, managing to regain some energy before the night enveloped the world. As he rose from his bed, he stretched languidly, gazing at the remnants of sunlight clinging to the mountainside. It was time for dinner. Habitually, he reached for his phone to peruse the chat logs from two groups. In the larger group, comprising all the property owners, silence prevailed, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Conversely, the smaller group buzzed with discontent, members lamenting their hunger and the biting cold of the night. The chill was inevitable, given the frigid temperatures outside, where snow had accumulated to over a meter in depth and the relentless wind howled. Nighttime temperatures were estimated to plummet to a frigid -70 degrees. In a few days, the cold would only intensify. The hunger, however, was entirely attributable to Wang Long's oppressive actions. Were it not for his severe coercion, the others might have had at least a morsel to eat. Suddenly, Fang Qian realized that he had not shared any glimpses of his delightful life with the group for quite some time. It seemed fitting to leave a lasting impression this evening, especially on Wang Long and his cohorts, without a little provocation. They might lack the motivation for their endeavors in the early hours. With this thought in mind, Fang Qian began rummaging through the provisions in his mythical backpack, soon selecting a sumptuous array of Western cuisine to elegantly arrange upon the dining table. He poured himself a glass of exquisite red wine and lit 2 candles, creating an enchanting candlelit dinner ambience. He recorded a short video and uploaded it to the larger group. Now, on this 27th day of the apocalypse, dear family and friends, how have you been faring? Tonight, I would like to share my dinner with you. Regrettably, the food is scarce, so we shall make do with what we have. I hope you enjoy the view. As Fang Qian spoke, the camera drew closer, revealing the flickering candlelight that enveloped the table in a warm, reassuring glow. Beside the candles stood a bottle of exquisite Lafite red wine, its deep hue gleaming under the flickering flames. Yet, the most astonishing sight was the array of dishes laid out before him. At the center of the table lay a grand plate featuring a perfectly roasted Wellington steak, its golden brown crust glistening with juices, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Flanking the Wellington steak were 2 delightful desserts, a plate of delicate blueberry macarons and a serving of rich tiramisu, each sizable enough to constitute a satisfying meal on their own, not to mention the nearly 50-centimeter-long Wellington steak. Additionally, on the right, there was a bowl of thick, creamy mushroom soup. This exquisite spread would have commanded a price in the thousands even before the apocalypse, let alone in these dire circumstances. The moment this video was shared, it ignited a fervor among all members of the group. The first to react were a group of bored homeowners. Dong Xiaomei exclaimed, "Wow, brother Fang Qian, your dinner looks so sumptuous. May I have a taste?" A candlelit dinner truly requires 2 to create the right atmosphere. Following her, Wang Tianfeng chimed in, "Brother Fang Qian, this is too much. Can you even finish all that? If you can't, feel free to call me anytime. I am your most loyal trash can." The other homeowners lamented, "Heavens, is there no fairness? Why can't we even have a proper meal while your feast is so lavish? Why are you wearing a short-sleeved shirt while recording? Isn't your home cold at all? I'm nearly freezing to death. Goodness, the candle flame hasn't even flickered. Brother Fang Qian, are your windows intact? Is there not a hint of wind? I can hardly endure this bitter chill." The group watched the video repeatedly, discovering more and more details with each viewing. Every detail sparked their envy, things they would trade anything to acquire. In that moment, all their possessions and status paled in comparison to the delectable feast laid out before Fang Qian. Inside the house, Tang Erwin and Tang Ma, still in the throes of anger, also came across the video. Instantly, their fury dissipated, replaced by overwhelming envy. Tang Erwin pleaded, "Brother-in-law, my dear brother-in-law, you must save some for me to taste today, I implore you." Tang Ma cautioned, "Good son-in-law, heed your mother's advice. Do not give him anything. He is a thankless wretch. You should save a bite for me. When Xiaorou returns, I will send her to your room at once." A mother's word is her bond. It seemed that the two had completely abandoned pretense, openly mocking each other in the group chat. The bewildered onlookers could not comprehend why this mother and son appeared to be at odds. Meanwhile, Wang Long and his companions, though silent, were not oblivious. They were simply too enraged to speak. Wang Long sat on the sofa, brandishing his cane in the air in frustration. Damn it! Damn it! How can these useless people return from scavenging without finding any good food? It's always instant noodles or bread or vegetables that are on the verge of spoiling. Where are the steaks, chicken legs, or cakes? Have they been hoarding them? The other subordinates felt equally envious, though they managed to fill their stomachs. Their meals were nothing but a far cry from Fang Qian's lavish spread. Fortunately, Luciani was not part of the homeowners group in Building 9, so she remained unaware of Wang Long's outburst. She simply found it gratifying that someone could provoke such anger in this group of demons. Observing her leader on the verge of losing his composure, Wang Hai quickly intervened. "Brother Wang, calm down, calm down. What good is it if he eats well? Tonight marks his demise. Tomorrow, Brother Wang, you two can set up a lavish table and film a video to share with the group, allowing everyone to witness who the true sovereign of this building is." Upon hearing these words, Wang Long's emotion steadied somewhat. He bore an unresolved grudge against Fang Qian, having lost an ear and a leg, all thanks to him. While he languished in misery, Fang Qian thrived in comfort. This stark contrast nearly drove him to madness. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, "Tonight, you must charge in and capture that wretched brat, delivering him to me half dead. I shall torment him for an entire month. Let him experience what true hell on earth feels like." The group of underlings nodded in agreement. "No problem, Brother Wang, just watch. In a few short hours, it will be the brat's end. Tonight, you shall also feast on steak." At that moment, Lin Dashan sent a picture, an enticing image of a succulent steak. Although it paled in comparison to Fang Qian's dinner, the steak was substantial, nearly the size of a dinner plate, accompanied by a piece of buttery bread. Lin Dashan, grateful for the steak bestowed by Mr. Fang Qian, it brings a touch of warmth to this long, cold night. In the future, should Mr. Fang Qian make any arrangements, I shall brave fire and water without hesitation. This only intensified the envy among the onlookers, especially those who had previously declined Lin Dashan's invitation and failed to contribute to Task 2. They now regretted their choices, realizing that had they listened to Lin Dashan and worked together, they too would have enjoyed a share of the steak. Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. After snapping the photo, Lin Dashan carefully divided the steak in two, repackaging the excess. He also cut a large portion from the bread. Unlike Fang Qian, he did not have an abundance of food. Resources exchanged for their completed tasks must be conserved. The purpose of his video was to showcase to the other residents the kind of life one could lead by following Fang Qian's guidance. He himself was the finest example. His actions were indeed justified. While Fang Qian's lifestyle videos evoked envy, they had a limited impact. Everyone had long accepted that he existed in a different realm since the onset of the apocalypse. However, Lin Dashan's situation had drastically changed just a day or two prior, as he too had been teetering on the brink of starvation. Yet, within a mere day, a complete reversal had occurred. No longer did he fear the oppression of Wang Long and his gang. Instead, he now possessed an abundance of food. How could the others not feel envious? Each resident silently vowed to exert their utmost effort to fulfill the tasks assigned by Fang Qian. This might be their only chance to alter their fates and survive. Chapter 83. The commencement of action. Witnesses observing the desperate pleas of the crowd, Fang Qian found the sumptuous Western meal before him even more delectable. Reclining comfortably in his chair, he prepared to indulge in this grand feast. He then took up his phone, launching a horizontal adventure game and immersing himself in its gameplay. The cutlery on the table appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, slicing into the Wellington steak before him piece by piece. A wine glass floated effortlessly to his lips, allowing him to savor a generous sip before returning to its original position, while a nearby bottle of wine levitated, pouring its contents into the glass. Throughout this entire process, not a single drop of red wine was spilled. It was as if invisible hands were skillfully directing the movements of both the cutlery and the soaring wine bottle. To an onlooker, this scene would surely seem otherworldly, an utterly surreal experience that defied normal perception. This was yet another manifestation of the sanctuary's extraordinary abilities, his exclusive domain. Within this realm, Fang Qian could manipulate all objects with mere thought. He had seldom utilized this power in the past, but today, he felt compelled to familiarize himself with it. The reason was simple. That evening, it was likely that Wang Long and his cohorts would intrude upon his sanctuary, and he anticipated teaching them a lesson with this very ability. Fang Qian began to envision the moment they cautiously infiltrated his abode, only to discover themselves immobilized like puppets, their faces etched with terror and despair, a sight he found utterly delightful. Upon completing a round of his game, Fang Qian set down his phone, only to realize that he had consumed a substantial portion of the appetizers and steak before him, along with half a bottle of wine. He decided against finishing the remainder, reserving it for the evening's impending entertainment. With a mere thought, all items on the table seemed to awaken, springing into action. Food scraps lined up, leaping into the trash can, while the remaining half of the Wellington steak wrapped itself in cling film and soared into the refrigerator. The used dishes, cutlery, and utensils all leapt into the sink, where the faucet turned on, cleansing themselves. Fang Qian watched in silent amazement, feeling somewhat divine in this moment. as if he were a deity within his own dwelling, capable of commanding all objects with a single thought. It was truly impressive. Yet, he cautioned himself to refrain from overusing this ability in the future, lest he grow accustomed to such ease and become a mere sloth, reliant on others for every whim. That would never do. He could not allow himself to become a 200-pound behemoth. After all, one is born of hardship and perishes in comfort. Excessive ease dulls the spirit of ambition. Having accomplished all this, he reclined comfortably on his bed, ready to await the dramatic spectacle that the evening would soon unveil. Simultaneously, he retrieved his phone and activated the surveillance system to monitor Wang Long and his men's every move. As the clock struck midnight, Wang Long and his 30-odd subordinates remained wide awake in his home, brimming with energy as they sat in anticipation. Observing the troops he had developed over this period, Wang Long felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Apart from Huang Hai, his trusted confidant, he had two other subordinates whom he favored greatly. One was a mad dog, marked by scars from dog bites on his neck, and the other was a tall and slender leopard. At that moment, the mad dog scratched his neck and spoke. "Brother Wang, we had an early dinner, and I'm feeling a bit hungry now. How about we grab a bite before setting off?" Before Wang Long could respond, Huang Hai laughed heartily and patted the mad dog's shoulder, saying, "What are you talking about? Let us hold on for a couple more hours until the blizzard subsides. There will be plenty of delicious food then. Did you see the pictures Fang Qian posted in the group today? That was a steak cake. Far more delectable than the stinky frozen meat we have." The mad dog licked his lips, his eyes brimming with longing. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine. I'll endure it. After we finish our work tonight, I'll feast." He then added, "In that case, I'll take the lead. I am indeed hungry." As soon as he finished speaking, the leopard immediately interjected, "No way. How can you be the lead? It should be me. I'm much more cunning than you." The leopard turned to Wang Long and insisted, "Brother Wang, let me go. I only need 10 men to capture that fellow and thoroughly ransack his home." The mad dog, unable to contain himself, shouted, "What? You need 10 men? I could accomplish it with just 5. Infuriated by this, the leopard retorted, "Ha! Look at you boasting. Brother Wang, I don't even need a team. I can handle that brat all by myself." Seeing their escalating argument, Wang Long felt a headache coming on. He waved his hand. "All right, enough of the bickering. Tonight, you two will act together, each bringing 5 brothers. I want to see what you're capable of." Once Wang Long spoke, the two finally settled down. The howling wind outside had begun to subside, and soon they would experience a period of calm, just the right time for their operation. At that moment, Huang Hai had a new idea. He approached Wang Long, saying, "Brother Wang, isn't it a bit lacking in grandeur if we just sneak in like this?" Wang Long raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Huang Hai replied, "He. Aren't the owners in this building treating Fang Qian as their savior? Many of them are even cursing us in the small group, hoping to latch onto Fang Qian's coattails. I think we should gather those vociferous owners and let them witness Fang Qian's downfall firsthand. It serves as a warning. I believe once we deal with that brat in front of them, they'll be more obedient than dogs." Upon hearing this proposal, Wang Long's eyes lit up. He promptly slapped Huang Hai on the back, exclaiming, "You clever little rascal. Fang Qian flaunts himself in the group every day, and I want him to taste humiliation as well. Let us proceed as you suggested. Immediately summon those brainless fools." Within moments, Dong Xiaomei, Wang Tianfeng, and others, still in a state of half-slumber, received the calls. During the conversation, Wang Long instructed them to gather at a specified location without delay. A sense of unease pervaded the group, uncertain of the ulterior motives at play. Yet, none dared to offend Wang Long, reluctantly donning their attire and ascending the stairs. Lin Dashan received the invitation as well, but he chose to decline. He vehemently chastised the caller, jesting that he was now irrevocably bound to Fang Qian. To venture into Wang Long's territory would be akin to courting death. Nevertheless, he sensed something amiss and promptly sent a text to Fang Qian. "Mr. Fang Qian, it seems Wang Long and his associates are planning something significant tonight. They just summoned me to gather. Many others have likely been called as well. You should exercise caution." Fang Qian replied, "Understood. If you're not feeling fatigued, you might as well wait a little longer. There might be an interesting spectacle." Lin Dashan was momentarily taken aback, marveling at Fang Qian's foresight. It appeared this unusual gathering was anticipated in his calculations. He mused that he had been unnecessarily alarmed. Meanwhile, Fang Qian lay on his bed. Observing the surveillance footage on his phone, residents from various households began to converge towards Wang Long's quarters, while Wang Long and his entourage were fully armed, poised for action. Fang Qian chuckled, shaking his head. So eager to put on a show? Summoning these ineffectual individuals. Is he attempting to bolster his reputation through me? How amusing. Let us see who truly holds the power. In the corridor, nearly half of the building's residents had assembled. Faced with over 30 heavily armed men, they trembled in fear. Wang Long and his original 10 subordinates were seasoned in the underworld, and the newly recruited 20 were equally imposing. In this apocalyptic environment, each bore the stains of blood on their hands. The palpable aura of menace was enough to unsettle everyone present without a single blow being struck. Wang Long's demeanor was grim as he glared at those who had been summoned. Stay behind and observe closely. No one is permitted to use their phones or wander off. No one leaves until this performance concludes. Upon hearing this, the crowd was initially startled but subsequently relieved. It was merely a spectacle, devoid of real danger. Leading the way, Wang Long guided them stealthily to the rooftop terrace. Just beyond a wall lay Fang Qian's private garden. Though night had fallen, the courtyard remained illuminated, with a bonfire crackling merrily. Witnessing this, Wang Long's frustration intensified. In the wake of the apocalypse, both electrical resources and combustible materials were exceedingly precious. Yet, here in Fang Qian's domain, they seemed to flow without constraint. Was this fire truly burning around the clock? At this moment, even the other homeowners, however foolish they might be, have discerned Wang Long's intentions. They actually planned to stealthily infiltrate from the rooftop. This is dire. Fang Qian is in grave danger. Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng are in a state of acute anxiety. Why did they not act sooner or later, but choose this critical juncture? They had only just won Fang Qian's favor and gathered enough resources to accomplish task 3. Yet, at this pivotal moment, Wang Long and his group are intent on causing trouble for Fang Qian. Should they succeed, it is likely that task 3 will be rendered futile. Many of the other homeowners feel concern and sorrow for Fang Qian, yet a portion still revels in schadenfreude. This young man has no sense of discretion whatsoever. Even if he has delicious food at home, he goes so far as to flaunt it with photos and videos. Now it seems, he is in jeopardy of losing not just his reputation, but his very life. Chapter 84. What sorcery is this? Standing at the edge of the rooftop, the crowd dared not breathe a word. They huddled in the corners, straining to catch any sounds from the adjacent room. Yet, despite their efforts, an unsettling silence enveloped the space within. The leopard rose cautiously and whispered, "Brother Wang, it seems that fellow has fallen into a deep slumber. There isn't even the sound of footsteps inside. Shall we make our move?" The mad dog interjected, "In my opinion, we needn't be so stealthy. Let us charge in directly. He will surely be caught off guard." However, after a moment of contemplation, Wang Long shook his head resolutely. "No, we must proceed with caution. It is imperative that we subdue him at the first opportunity and confiscate his weapons. He possesses an assault rifle and grenades. We cannot afford to grant him a chance to retaliate. As for the rest of us, we shall remain outside to provide support. Should anything arise, you are to shout immediately." The homeowners behind them, upon hearing this, felt a pang of disappointment. Wang Long's excessive caution was exasperating. If only he would charge in as well, they could rouse Fang Qian with a couple of shouts, inciting a fray between the two. Perhaps both would perish within. For the majority, whether it was Fang Qian or Wang Long, their survival was hardly a cause for celebration. It would be best if both met their demise, freeing them from oppression and allowing them to revel in the vast resources left behind in Fang Qian's abode. Alas, fate had other plans. Following their orders, the mad dog and the leopard exchanged no further words. Each selected 5 trusted brothers and carefully scaled the wall to infiltrate the premises. The entire process was executed in utter silence. Soon, they found themselves at the door leading to the first floor. The leopard, taking the lead, cautiously tugged at the handle. To his astonishment, the door was unlocked. With a surge of excitement, he swung it open and descended the staircase step by step. After only 2 steps, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped them. In an outdoor temperature plummeting below -70 degrees, the interior remained a balmy 20 degrees. It was utterly absurd. Dressed in heavy winter coats, they began to sweat profusely before even reaching the bottom of the stairs. Reluctantly, they unzipped their jackets, shedding their outer layers as they officially entered Fang Qian's residence. The leopard surveyed the crackling fireplace and the continuously operating heating system, marveling at the cozy furnishings. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid house! How wonderful it would be if it were mine." In that moment, a wave of discontent stirred within him. Even if he were to eliminate Fang Qian and lead his brothers away, the house would never be theirs. It would undoubtedly be claimed by Wang Long first. Such a thought ignited bitterness within him. If only he could claim it for himself. Yet, before his musings could fully unfold, the mad dog interjected. "Enough of that. This belongs to Brother Wang. We are but his subordinates, tasked with carrying out his orders diligently. Brother Wang will not treat us unfairly." The leopard beside him shot him a glare, truly a dullard. However, he could not directly express such sentiments. The other party was unwilling, and he had no choice but to relent. Alone, he dared not confront Wang Long. A few individuals cautiously approached Fang Qian's bedroom door and pushed it open. Dimly, They could see a figure lying beneath the quilt. The mad dog and the leopard exchanged a glance with those behind them, and everyone immediately understood. They dispersed, forming a circle around the bed, their knives and clubs raised high. Strike! With a roar from the mad dog, all began to wildly swing their weapons. Bang! 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 The long knives slashed down onto the quilt, tearing it to shreds in mere moments. The iron rods showed no mercy either. A perfectly fine bed was reduced to ruins within 2 minutes. It was only at that moment the leopard raised his hand. Stop. Something's amiss. Quickly, turn on the lights. The mad dog echoed. Right, we can't continue. Brother Wang has instructed us to only maim him, not to kill him. He intends to torment him for a month. The leopard, standing nearby, kicked him in the rear. You fool, that's not what I meant. Can't you feel it? It's as if we've merely been striking at cotton. At his reminder, all the subordinates felt a chill run down their spines. They were seasoned veterans, fully aware of the sensation of blades and clubs striking flesh. It was certainly not as soft as it had been. Moreover, after striking for so long, they hadn't heard a single cry of anguish. Turn on the lights, immediately. Where's the switch? Panic enveloped the room. They knew Fang Qian possessed a submachine gun, far beyond the capabilities of their cold weapons. If they could not find Fang Qian and subdue him immediately, none of them might leave alive today. Yet, these few were unfamiliar with the room's layout, scrambling around without finding the light switch. Just as the atmosphere of fear reached its zenith, the lights flickered on. Fang Qian, clad in a loose robe, leaned against the doorframe with a smile. Why didn't you call me to help with the lights? After all, you are the guests. And I am the host, am I not? This trivial matter is best left to me. Upon seeing Fang Qian appear out of nowhere, everyone jumped back 2 steps in fright. Many had followed Wang Long for a long time and had witnessed the grim fate he faced when seeking trouble at the door. However, as they closely observed Fang Qian's empty hands, save for a glass of red wine, their hearts sank. The leopard revealed a venomous glint in his eyes. Fang Qian, are you being overly arrogant? Standing before us unarmed, do you wish for death? The mad dog tightened his grip on his club beside him. After confirming once more that Fang Qian bore no weapons, they wasted no words and lunged at him, weapons raised. However, just as they had sprinted halfway, their bodies inexplicably froze in place, still mimicking the motion of forward propulsion. What is happening? Why can't I move? My heavens. It feels as though thousands of invisible ropes have ensnared me, rendering me utterly immobile. What kind of sorcery is this? It is utterly absurd. It was only then that Fang Qian truly grasped the formidable power of the exclusive domain. He nonchalantly sipped from his glass of red wine. Continue to scream. Why have you fallen silent? I saw how vigorous you were while hacking at the quilt just moments ago. The long knives and clubs in their hands gradually slipped away from their grasp. Subsequently, all 12 individuals before him were inverted, hanging from the ceiling. Even their attempts to cry out for help were futile. With another wave of his hand, the weapons that once belonged to them turned against their very owners. Blow after blow, slash upon slash, descended mercilessly upon them. The 12 subordinates grimaced in pain, yearning to wail, yet no sound escaped their lips. An invisible force seemed to choke off their voices. Despite their desperate efforts, they could only emit faint whimpers. Yet the agony coursing through their bodies remained unabated. Their pupils dilated, the whites of their eyes suffused with blood vessels. Fang Qian tormented them for several minutes before he finally sauntered over, swaying his glass of red wine, inspecting each one in turn. Aside from the leaders, the leopard and the mad dog, the rest of the subordinates had already succumbed. Truly fragile. Observing the terror in the eyes of the mad dog and the leopard, Fang Qian smirked. In a moment, I shall restore your ability to speak. However, no one is permitted to shout indiscriminately, otherwise it will be tantamount to seeking death. Do you understand? The two nodded fervently. In the next instant, they felt the nameless obstruction in their throats vanish, allowing them to speak normally. The leopard, veins bulging on his neck, yelled desperately, help. But scarcely had those words left his lips when a blade, suspended nearby, flashed with lethal intent and effortlessly severed the leopard's head from his body. Fang Qian, slightly disgusted, wiped the blood splattered onto himself and turned to regard the now petrified mad dog. Do you wish to scream as well? Having learned from the previous example, the mad dog dared not utter a sound. His head shook vigorously like a rattling drum. No, I have no such intention. Fang Qian's satisfaction was evident. Meanwhile, on the rooftop outside, Wang Long paced restlessly along the wall with his hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, Huang Hai spoke up suddenly. Brother Wang, did you just hear any sounds? It seemed like someone shouted for help. Wang Long halted his steps. Is that truly the case? I didn't hear anything. Did anyone else hear it? Instantly, several subordinates stepped forward to affirm that they had indeed heard those two words. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Long burst into hearty laughter. This is excellent news. It seems the mad dog and the leopard have succeeded in their task. Those two words, help, were most likely uttered by Fang Qian. Even the cries for help were so feeble, indicating that they must have suffered greatly. We shall patiently await good news here. Chapter 85. The mad dog emerges upon hearing Wang Long's words. Everyone found them remarkably sensible, and they burst into hearty laughter. Huang Hai rubbed his palms together in eager anticipation. Brother Wang, tonight we shall finally indulge in a splendid feast. Wang Long draped his arm around Huang Hai's shoulder. Rest assured, the promise I made to you remains steadfast. Your significant contribution to eliminating that brat cannot be overlooked. This evening, you may feast on whatever your heart desires. Huang Hai was brimming with excitement. Brother Wang, I am not greedy. Just bring me a set of the dinner that Fang Qian showcased in the group chat today. I have yet to savor a Wellington steak in my life. Ha ha. Look at your modest aspirations. I wholeheartedly agree. Wang Long then grimaced, saying, let us hope that the mad dog and the leopard recognize their limits and do not inadvertently kill Fang Qian. I intend to keep him alive, to slice his flesh for a hot pot feast. That scoundrel thinks he can escape such a fate so easily. The other proprietors standing at the back overheard the conversation, their faces turning ashen. If it came down to a choice between Fang Qian and Wang Long, they would prefer Fang Qian to survive, for he had never forced or exploited them. The complete downfall of Fang Qian signified that Wang Long's faction would face no opposition, plunging their lives into even greater despair. Particularly, Wang Tianfeng and Dong Xiaomei appeared utterly crestfallen, as if mourning a dearly departed mother. Dong Xiaomei clenched her teeth. Why? Why couldn't it have waited just a couple more days? I was so close to completing my mission. Wang Tianfeng shook his head in dismay. Alas, we finally garnered Fang Qian's goodwill, and now it is all in vain. He patted Dong Xiaomei on the shoulder, attempting to console her. Do not be too disheartened. While Luo Yeye's flesh cannot be exchanged for pets, we can still sustain ourselves for a while. We shall not starve. In silence, they all calculated the time. It had been half an hour since the mad dog and the leopard entered, and the thought of what Fang Qian might be enduring was unimaginable. Ah, it is wise to remain humble in life, they mused. A few proprietors, having quickly adjusted their allegiances, gathered around Wang Long, lavishing him with flattery. Brother Wang, your prowess is unmatched. I knew all along that Fang Qian was no match for you. He dared to provoke you daily in the group chat. What audacity. Indeed. If he emerges, I shall assist Brother Wang in delivering a few punches. I possess great strength. Brother Wang is truly a hero. Fang Qian's household must be overflowing with resources. Now that you've accomplished such a remarkable feat today, why not reward us with a morsel to celebrate? As Wang Long basked in the sycophancy of those around him, his sense of superiority grew. Fear not. Today shall be a holiday for you worthless souls. I shall grant you some leftover scraps to whet your appetites. However, you must work diligently from now on. Should anyone become lazy or harbor ulterior motives, do not blame me for being ungracious. Brother Wang, rest assured, our lives are now yours. Everyone is fervently imagining the delightful life awaiting them shortly. After all, the pictures flaunted by Fang Qian in the group are simply too enticing. An abundance of steaks and seafood. Beyond the exquisite food, the luxurious living environment evokes immense envy. Compared to their homes, it is akin to paradise. At that moment, aided by the flickering firelight, a towering figure staggered into view. Wang Long and Huang Hai squinted for a while before discerning the identity. Was it? Mad Dog? Why does he appear to be swaying as he walks? Most likely, he has indulged too much in the delectable fare and is now suffering the consequences. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yet, the naturally cautious Wang Long furrowed his brow, intently observing the approaching figure. It wasn't until Mad Dog drew nearer that he could fully perceive his condition. Instantly, he could not help but take 2 steps back, his legs trembling. Mad Dog was now utterly unrecognizable, his body marred by wounds from clubs and long blades. Most horrifying was the gaping wound on his skull, where a blow had actually caved in his cranium. Mad Dog's eyes were bloodshot and filled with fury. He had completely lost his previous vigor, moving solely on instinct. Wang, Brother Wang. He opened his mouth, desperately attempting to utter a word. Yet his lips and teeth were completely battered, rendering him unable to speak. The scene petrified everyone. Mad Dog's current appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a cadaver. Huang Hai, aghast, leaned against the wall. Mad Dog, what happened to you? Hurry, come here. The others, they're all dead. Mad Dog managed to take one more step forward, but that single movement drained him of all remaining strength. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, utterly lifeless. Behind his hulking form emerged a somewhat gaunt young man, dressed in a loose robe, holding a goblet of ruby-red wine in one hand while brandishing a sleek black submachine gun in the other. It was none other than Fang Qian. Upon seeing the crowd before him, Fang Qian swirled the wine in his glass, which glimmered with a gem-like radiance. "Hello, everyone. Good evening. You must be rather disappointed to see me safe and sound, right?" Wang Long's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the unscathed Fang Qian, as if trapped in a nightmare. "How is this possible? You are unharmed? How could you possibly be unharmed?" Fang Qian shrugged. "I am indeed unscathed, but you, however, are not." As soon as his words fell, he raised the submachine gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. The rapid fire erupted like a torrential downpour of bullets towards the low wall opposite. "Run, run!" All the brothers scattered in a frenzy, making their way downstairs. Wang Long drew his handgun from his waist, intent on resisting. However, his inferior handgun scarcely held the merit to compare with Fang Qian's mythic submachine gun. Before he could even aim, several bullet holes riddled his body. Had it not been for two of his underlings pulling him away, he might have met his demise right there. The submachine gun unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate fire. A minute later, not a single soul stood upon the opposite rooftop, leaving behind a mere 10 corpses, the vast majority belonging to Wang Long's gang, alongside a few unfortunate homeowners caught in the crossfire. Fang Qian harbored no guilt over the indiscriminate killings. After all, they were all wretched individuals, destined to perish sooner or later. They ought to be grateful that Fang Qian refrained from employing the trajectory correction capabilities of the mythic submachine gun during this onslaught, instead opting for a haphazard spray of bullets. Had he utilized that ability, those fortunate enough to escape would be few and far between. The reason he refrained from annihilating them all was primarily due to the belief that ending the game so swiftly would render it rather dull. Allowing them to be shot down so effortlessly could be deemed a form of euthanasia, far too merciful for their suffering had not yet reached its zenith. Nevertheless, Wang Long, who had been at the forefront attempting to retaliate, was certainly given special attention by Fang Qian. He distinctly observed at least 5 or 6 bullets striking Wang Long's body. Although he was ultimately rescued by 2 underlings, it remained uncertain whether he would survive. Fang Qian personally speculated that the chances of survival did not exceed 30%. He chose not to pursue further, allowing the others to flee. Then, with a mere thought, the remaining 11 corpses in the room floated out in a long procession, all discarded onto the adjacent rooftop. Fang Qian left no trace of blood behind. He had also developed a new function for his mythic sanctuary, the ability to clean up. Had he relied on his own efforts to erase the blood splattered on the floor and walls, it would have been a cumbersome task, perhaps even beyond the capabilities of the finest cleaners. Yet, within the exclusive domain of his sanctuary, it could be accomplished with ease. Every drop of blood in the room lay under his command, and with a single thought, he could detach the stains from the walls, a remarkably convenient ability. After completing this task, Fang Qian stretched languidly and, as if nothing had transpired, returned to his bedroom to indulge in a bit more sleep. Those who had fled from the adjacent rooftop had already returned home. Wang Long, supported by 2 underlings, stumbled before Luciani, exclaiming, "Dr. Lu, quickly. Take a look at our boss. He's on the brink of death." Luciani cast a glance at Wang Long's injuries, instantly taken aback. "Did you encounter the flying tigers? How did it come to this?" Not only Wang Long bore wounds, but several of his underlings were similarly afflicted. Out of a 30-strong unit, only 8 remained, 4 of whom were injured. Huang Hai, filled with urgency, implored, "Dr. Lu, spare us the questions and save our leader. If he cannot be saved, then you should not live either. I will be the first to end your life." Chapter 86. Huang Hai's plan. Upon hearing Huang Hai's threats, Lu Chani remained utterly unperturbed. During her time here, she had discerned the true nature of these individuals. Though they appeared formidable, they were, in essence, cowards who feared the strong and cherished their lives. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not inflict harm upon her. After all, she was the sole doctor in the entire building, effectively serving as their second lifeline. Glancing at the blood-soaked Wang Long on the bed, Lu Chani unsheathed her scalpel and ruthlessly plunged it into the bullet wound. She exhibited no mercy, nor did she administer any anesthetic. In her mind, she resolved that it would be best for this demon to suffer excruciating pain until death. With each incision, the intense agony jolted Wang Long from his unconscious state. "Ah!" he cried out in torment, instinctively tightening his grip on the handgun aimed at Luciani's head. Yet, she remained composed, saying, "Go ahead, shoot me. If you do, you might as well end your own life too." In that moment, Wang Long regained his senses. Upon seeing the extent of his injuries, his face turned pale with fear. He could distinctly feel his vitality ebbing away. "Damn you, Fang Qian. Damn you," he cursed inwardly. He had believed himself cautious enough, having sent 10 subordinates in while he awaited good news from a distance. Little did he know that Fang Qian was so despicably cunning, employing one of his underlings as a decoy to stealthily approach him and fire without giving him a chance to retaliate. Huang Hai, witnessing that the boss had awakened, hurried to his side and restrained his gun-wielding hand. "Brother Wang, don't be agitated. Be careful not to misfire. Dr. Liu will do her utmost to save you. And your brothers are waiting for you." Wang Long gritted his teeth in pain and turned to his most trusted confidant, Huang Hai, asking, "How many brothers do we have left?" With a sorrowful gaze, Huang Hai replied, "Aside from the two of us, there are 8 others. However, 4 of them are injured, and I cannot say if they will recover." Wang Long felt a surge of rage, nearly losing consciousness. After painstakingly assembling a team of over 30 men, he had anticipated making a significant impact in this apocalyptic world. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had become a mere band of wounded souls. With only 4 capable fighters remaining, even his own survival was uncertain, given the dire medical conditions and the incessant flow of blood from his wounds. The excruciating pain rendered him dizzy, and in his delirium, he seemed to envision Fang Qian mocking him, clad in pajamas and holding a glass of red wine. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Wang Long handed the handgun to Huang Hai. "Huang Hai, you are my most trusted brother. You must save me." Huang Hai, grasping the weapon, nodded affirmatively. "Brother Wang, rest assured, you will be fine." However, as soon as he spoke, Wang Long succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Lu Chani deftly maneuvered her scalpel, extracting bullet after bullet from the wounds. Given the circumstances, it was evident that the surgery would be protracted. Huang Hai did not remain by her side. Instead, he stood to the side, clutching the gun. He pulled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Gazing out the window, a wave of dread washing over him. Even his hand trembled as he smoked. Of the 30-odd brothers who had set out, only 10 returned. The mortality rate was a staggering 2/3. Fortunately, his quick wits and swift legs spared him from serious harm. But what was to be done next? With so many brothers lost and not a hair on Fang Qian's head harmed, Huang Hai found himself at a crossroads. He was clever, yet cleverness often breeds caution. He dared not confront Fang Qian again, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, he now required a new ally, a support system. The room was filled with the hard-earned supplies collected by everyone in the building. When there were 30-odd men, the other tenants had complied without question. Now, however, he could not guarantee he could maintain control over them. He needed an ally, a new ally. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he retrieved his phone and sought out a woman named Bai Mingzhu. He sent a message, "President Bai, do you need more men on your side? My brothers and I are no longer inclined to fight." After sending the message, he waited in vain for a response and finally tucked his phone back into his pocket. Bai Mingzhu was the leader of Building 10 and the president of the Mother Church. This woman was undeniably ruthless. In the wake of the apocalypse, she had skillfully gathered the women of the building under her command. In an astonishing reversal, she had subjugated the men, establishing a mother church where female members formed the core. Though they were women, they were more formidable than anyone, managing and controlling numerous male slaves with immense power. Even the formidable Wang Long had refrained from provoking them. With Wang Long now incapacitated, Huang Hai had to seek a different path. Bai Mingzhu was indeed a promising option. Although he and his brothers were male and thus unable to penetrate the inner circle of the Mother Church, he had previously crossed paths with Bai Mingzhu. Given the abundance of supplies he possessed, he hoped to secure a favorable arrangement. Meanwhile, the other homeowners had returned in a state of uproar. Family members, who understands? I nearly met my end tonight. What danger lurked at this hour? Were you all out scavenging for supplies? Scavenging. It's more terrifying than searching for food. It's all Wang Long's fault. That fool thought he had a lead and took us all to confront Mr. Fang Qian. Their plan involved sending a dozen capable subordinates to stealthily infiltrate from the rooftop, intending to ambush Mr. Fang Qian in his sleep. Instead, they met a disastrous fate. Not one of those men survived. Mr. Fang Qian, standing at the edge of the rooftop, unleashed a barrage from his submachine gun, instantly claiming the lives of over 10 men. It was utterly horrifying. Indeed, I beheld the assailant standing before me, who was struck twice in the forehead. His head shattered in a gruesome spectacle. Such brutality. Wang Long and his cohorts have certainly found themselves in dire straits. Those present at the scene this evening exchanged their accounts, piecing together the events of the night. Meanwhile, those who were absent expressed their astonishment, never anticipating such a dramatic occurrence. Each person in the group marveled. Goodness, Mr. Fang Qian is truly formidable. A dozen ruffians armed with knives and clubs infiltrated his home, and he single-handedly dealt with them all. Indeed, not only did he eliminate the intruders, but he also emerged to wreak havoc beyond his threshold. What valor! Such heroic spirit is what our kindred spirits crave. That despicable Wang Long, whom I have long despised, has finally met his downfall. He dared to strike at my hand in broad daylight. Is he dead? If not, I shall go and stab him myself. Dong Xiaomei interjected. If anyone intends to confront him, count me in. That scoundrel dealt me 2 blows that nearly shattered my chest. I could gladly sever him limb from limb. Wang Tianfeng cautioned. Everyone, Let us remain composed. This matter requires careful deliberation. It appears Wang Long was struck multiple times, but did not succumb immediately. The most crucial detail is that he still possesses a handgun. While we may not fear him, we must avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Dong Xiaomei retorted, you are truly timid. The group was accustomed to this. Although Wang Tianfeng was tall and had some martial training, his courage was notably lacking. He might confront a defenseless woman or child, but against Wang Long and his band of thugs, he would likely surrender before a blow was even struck. Once the group grasped the full intricacies of the situation, they began to mention Fang Qian. Mr. Fang Qian, you were remarkable today. Do you still lack adornments for your thigh? Count me in, Brother Fang Qian. I admit I may have spoken too loudly to you in the past. From now on, we, the residents of this building, will rely on you for our livelihoods. We are all your loyal subordinates. Indeed, why not host a celebration at your home, Brother Fang Qian? We would certainly attend. That makes sense. Brother Fang Qian has accomplished something monumental. How could we not celebrate? Shall we throw a party? After all, your home is well stocked with provisions. Hosting a gathering would be a breeze. We could all partake in the festivities. As the conversation grew increasingly ludicrous, Fang Qian found it amusing. Why should I, through my own efforts, host a feast for you? Is your intellect lacking? He promptly responded in the group. Indeed. There were a number of people wishing to dine at my home tonight, yet their corpses now lie piled on the adjacent rooftop. Should anyone still desire to join me for a meal, I would, of course, welcome you. But I fear you may lack the courage. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a hushed silence. Upon hearing the news of Wang Long's grave injuries and impending demise, they were overwhelmed with excitement. In their fervor, they neglected to remember the ferocity of Fang Qian, which rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Wang Long. It was merely that this gentleman seldom held them accountable for their transgressions. Chapter 87. The aspirations of Luchani. Upon realizing that Fang Qian was not to be trifled with, the crowd swiftly altered their demeanor. They began to rally around Lin Dashan. It was now common knowledge that Lin Dashan was regarded as Fang Qian's trusted confidant, being the only individual to have successfully completed a task. Brother Dashan, you truly are fortunate to have aligned yourself with Mr. Fang Qian so early on, one remarked. I deeply regret not joining you from the beginning. Do you think we still have a chance now? Brother Dashan, if you take the lead, we will surely rally behind you to seize Wang Long's head. Can we not agree to share the rewards equally upon the completion of Task 1? Lin Dashan observed the discussions within the group, feeling a sense of unreality. Not long ago, as he prepared to face Wang Long and his cohorts, none among them had shown him any support. Instead, they had mocked him. Most believed his bow and crossbow stood no chance against Wang Long's forces, eagerly awaiting his downfall. Yet, through his extensive hunting experience, he had managed to repel Wang Long's group, and now Mr. Fang Qian single-handedly decimated Wang Long's army. It was only then that these opportunists emerged to assert their presence. Where had they been all this time? Lin Dashan felt utterly speechless. Had they pledged their loyalty even a couple of days earlier, they might have had a chance. Providing assistance in times of need is always preferable to seeking favor in times of prosperity. Now, they audaciously sought to persuade him to lead them in completing Task 1. And they expected to share in the spoils. What were they thinking? Such good fortune does not come so readily. Lin Dashan sighed in resignation. From Fang Qian's recent demeanor, he had begun to suspect that Fang Qian held little affection for these individuals. This was entirely understandable. Mr. Fang Qian had issued the task to unite everyone against Wang Long, yet they remained unmoved. Even as their hands were threatened, they preferred to place their hopes on the mercy of others. Was this not sheer folly? It was truly regrettable that Mr. Fang Qian's earnest efforts were met with such disregard. At this moment, Lin Dashan found himself devoid of patience for them. Furthermore, being a man of integrity, he had no desire for conflict. As long as Wang Long's group did not provoke him, he had no intention of harming others. He simply wished to gather supplies and live his life in peace. Thus, he promptly replied in the group, please refrain from seeking my assistance. I have no intentions in this regard for the time being. If anyone is willing to go, they may do so on their own. Lin Dashan could already foresee that should he lead this group, in the event of a conflict, they would either cower in fear or turn against him when circumstances turned unfavorable. He could not rely on them. Once the task was accomplished, they would undoubtedly be the first to claim their share of the resources. Upon seeing his resolute response, the group grew discontented. Brother Dashan, what do you mean by that? Now that you have the capability, you should lead us. When we were hesitant, you insisted repeatedly. Now that we are willing, you refuse. Is this a jest? If you truly lack the courage, why not lend us the weapon you possess? We shall return it to you once we have made use of it. Indeed, did you not receive a reward from Fang Qian? With such an abundance of food at your disposal, you could spare a meal for us. Once we are satiated, we shall take your weapon and eliminate Wang Long, returning the plundered supplies to you thereafter. Do not be so miserly. others will not treat you unfairly. The chatter among the crowd grew increasingly fervent. Even Lin Dashan, usually so amiable, felt a surge of irritation. He silenced his phone and cast it aside, choosing to ignore the commotion. The more one engages with these individuals, the more insistent they become. After addressing the matters of the day, Fang Qian reclined comfortably in bed and drifted into slumber. Late nights are indeed a detrimental habit. Even amidst the apocalypse, one must cultivate a proper routine. He slept soundly. Yet the other inhabitants of the building endured a sleepless night, particularly Huang Hai and the few remaining brothers, who remained in a state of deep unease. With the team fractured and Wang Long's fate uncertain, they were engulfed in confusion about their future. Huang Hai gazed at his remaining subordinates and felt a wave of frustration. Most of those who perished that night were the elite, the brothers who had fought alongside Wang Long since the onset of the apocalypse. Their prowess had led them to the forefront, alongside the likes of Leopard and Mad Dog. Who could have anticipated that not a single one would return? The survivors were merely those recruited from within the building, lacking in bravery and primarily motivated by the need for sustenance. With Wang Long's predicament, the group was devoid of cohesion, each individual calculating their own interests. As dawn broke, the bedroom door creaked open, revealing Lu Chani, her face etched with weariness. After just a few steps, she stumbled, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, she found support against the wall to steady her frail frame. Huang Hai rushed to her side, inquiring about the situation. Can my leader's injuries be treated? At that moment, Lu Chani felt dizzy and could scarcely articulate a response. Having barely eaten and having performed surgery throughout the night, her strength was nearly depleted. Seeing her condition, Huang Hai gritted his teeth and offered her 2 precious pieces of chocolate and a chunk of bread. After consuming the sustenance, her complexion improved slightly. Your leader is fortunate. Those bullets did not strike any vital areas. I have removed the bullets and sutured the wounds. The likelihood of him regaining consciousness is quite high. However, he may not fully recover due to excessive blood loss, compounded by the lack of antibiotics here. Prepare yourself for the worst possible outcome. Even though Lu Chani was a PhD educated abroad with exceptional medical skills, it was impossible for her to conjure antibiotics and blood plasma from thin air. Upon hearing her grim prognosis, Huang Hai's expression darkened further, lost in his thoughts. Lu Chani took a moment to retreat to a corner and retrieved her phone. In the first instance, a message was sent to Mr. Fang in the address book. Mr. Fang, I have delightful news for you. Those fiends have met their retribution today. They plotted to ambush a young man named Fang Qian yesterday, but not only did they gain nothing, they also suffered grievous losses. They are now lying there, awaiting my assistance. Furthermore, I shall share a secret with you. While tending to that Wang Long's injuries, I discreetly severed a few of his blood vessels. Ensuring he would bleed profusely, it is likely he will not regain consciousness. Even if he does, he shall not survive. In this frigid weather, there are no blood banks available for transfusions. Upon reading this message, Fang Qian shuddered. It is said that the profession most conducive to taking lives is that of a doctor. Ostensibly, a physician is devoted to the healing of patients, yet behind the facade, they can just as easily extinguish lives. He resolved firmly within himself that he could never place his life in another's hands. With ample time on his hands, he decided to study medical manuals at home and learn the art of healing. Coupled with his mythical prowess, he would seek ways to fortify his own body, rendering the need for a doctor obsolete. Entrusting one's life to another is the height of folly. Fang Qian sent a message. You are truly formidable. What are their plans now? Do they have any other schemes? I do not know. They are currently in a state of confusion. That Fang Qian is indeed fortunate. But if you ask me, he is rather selfish. He possesses an abundance of food yet refuses to share, so it is only natural that others covet his resources. Were I in such a fortunate position, I would selflessly offer my provisions to those in greater need, even if it meant going hungry myself. Fang Qian nearly laughed upon reading this statement. This woman truly knows how to feign virtue. Had he not been familiar with her background, he might have fallen for her ruse. He promptly replied, You are indeed a kind-hearted lady. Rest assured, individuals such as yourself will surely be rewarded. Lu Chani responded, Is that so? Your words bring me great joy. However, I have a small wish. Mr. Fang, what is your wish? To speak candidly, from the very first conversation with you, I sensed you were extraordinary. In my heart, you have long held a special place. My wish is to meet you in person as swiftly as possible and take good care of you. With my medical knowledge, I can ensure your comfort and peace of mind. Mr. Fang, when will you come to fetch me? Fang Qian couldn't help but smile. Having thought she would possess more patience, it was nothing remarkable. What had become of the lofty Dr. Lu, who fancied herself superior? He nonchalantly replied, That day will come. I am making preparations. Please be patient. Preparations indeed. Fang Qian scoffed inwardly. She ought to remain obedient. Yet, Upon further reflection, it seemed Lu Chani, who prided herself on being exceptional, had indeed not been touched by anyone. From a physical standpoint, she appeared rather unblemished, certainly more so than the two wretched individuals, Tang Jiaro and Dong Xiaomei. If necessary, one can repurpose it and indulge in the experience. After all, in this era, there are few women who maintain a pristine physique. Chapter 88. Brother Wang let go. A sudden fit of coughing echoed through the bedroom. Upon hearing the commotion, Huang Hai hurriedly rushed inside, followed by the other subordinates, who stood up, their faces awash with anxiety. As Huang Hai entered the room, his gaze fell upon Wang Long, who had just regained consciousness. He was ensconced in bandages, his complexion as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Brother Wang, you have finally awakened. How do you feel now? Huang Hai inquired. Wang Long struggled to sit up. But the moment he exerted himself, pain coursed through his body, compelling him to abandon the attempt. Lowering his gaze, he observed that he was enveloped in bandages. With only his right arm able to move, the rest of his limbs were nearly incapacitated. A wave of terror washed over him. This was the apocalypse. How could a cripple survive in such dire circumstances? Regret gnawed at him. If not for this ill-fated operation, he would still have been the esteemed leader of an entire building, rather than reduced to this pitiful state. It was all that scoundrel Fang Qian's fault. With gritted teeth, Wang Long turned to Huang Hai, demanding, "Give me the gun. I command you to hand it over. Gather the brothers. We must avenge myself on that scoundrel Fang Qian. This vendetta cannot go unpunished." The threats of death and the despair of the future drove Wang Long to the brink of madness, stripping him of all rational thought. Huang Hai furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Seeing his lack of response, Wang Long audaciously reached for the handgun at Huang Hai's waist. In an instant, Huang Hai merely sidestepped slightly, evading Wang Long's grasp with ease. How could a cripple see something from a healthy individual? In a hushed tone, Huang Hai implored, "Brother Wang, let go. Fang Qian is not someone we can provoke." Wang Long felt as if struck by lightning, fury igniting within him as he pointed an accusatory finger at Huang Hai. "What are you saying? You fool. I am the boss, and you must obey me. Hand me the gun at once." With that, he lunged again to snatch it away. This time, however, Huang Hai showed no leniency. Instead, he retaliated with a sharp slap across Wang Long's face. The sound echoed through the room. Wang Long was taken aback, unable to comprehend that this once loyal subordinate would dare to strike him. Are you rebelling? Have you forgotten who promoted you?" Huang Hai shook his head, his eyes cold. "Do not forget, you owe your survival to me. Brother Wang, the brothers have reached this point due to your undeniable responsibility. You have lost your way and are no longer fit to lead us. Allow me to guide the brothers forward from here." In that moment, Wang Long felt as though all his strength had been drained away. Lying on the bed, his eyes vacant, he realized that upon awakening to his disability, he had anticipated a day of abandonment. He had simply not expected that day to arrive so swiftly, and from the very subordinate he had trusted the most. At this juncture, Huang Hai's attitude towards Wang Long had shifted to one of disdain. It is precisely because the other party is incessantly preoccupied with the animosity between them and Fang Qian, repeatedly coming to provoke, that has led to the continuous suffering of our brothers. Now, having come to their senses, they still refuse to accept reality and are intent on leading the brothers to their demise. This is sheer folly. Since Wang Long has become useless, it would be better to extract whatever final value remains. Huang Hai took out his phone and sent a voice message to Fang Qian. "Mr. Fang Qian, I saw the task you posted in the group. I wonder if task 1 is still valid?" Upon hearing this, Wang Long's lips trembled in anger. "What is task 1? It is his very life. Huang Hai, I have never wronged you all these years, yet you would betray me. Do you have no conscience?" Huang Hai replied, "Brother Wang, given your current state, you surely cannot last much longer. Because of your erroneous decision, we lost 20 brothers. Is it too much to ask you to exchange some supplies for us?" Wang Long, with his remaining hand, furiously pounded the headboard. "You are talking nonsense. This operation was clearly your suggestion. Why do you place all the blame on me?" Huang Hai remained unfazed. "Indeed, I provided the steps of the task, but the goal originated from you. If it were not for your incessant obsession with Fang Qian's resources and your grudge against him, I would never have devised this plan. Ultimately, the root of all these errors lies with you." Wang Long, filled with rage, felt blood welling from his chest wound once again. If this conversation continued, he feared he might die from anger before succumbing to his injuries. 2 minutes later, Fang Qian sent a voice message. "Of course, I stand by my word. As long as you bring Wang Long, 2 boxes of instant noodles and a box of mineral water will be yours. If you accomplish this task today, I can additionally offer you 3 pounds of freshly dug potatoes." Hearing this, Huang Hai felt a surge of excitement. "All right, I will come over immediately." After hanging up, Huang Hai eagerly lunged at Wang Long, grasping his throat. "Brother Wang, Did you hear that? Your life is now worth 2 boxes of instant noodles, a box of mineral water, and 3 pounds of potatoes. This food is enough for the brothers to survive for over half a month. Is that not worth it? The brothers have sacrificed so much for you, so you should make a sacrifice for them as well. With that, he dragged the battered Wang Long out without hesitation. Sitting by the window, Luciani frowned at the scene and admonished, Huang Hai, he is still a patient and cannot move about freely. Your actions could cause the stitches I just made to rupture. However, Huang Hai cast her a glance and retorted, he no longer requires healing, Dr. Liu. So please do not trouble yourself. The other brothers in the hall were bewildered, unsure of the current situation. As Wang Long was being dragged away, he shouted, Brothers, Huang Hai is a traitor. He intends to sell me to our enemy, Fang Qian. Quickly, take action and eliminate him. Whoever resolves this matter shall become the new leader. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 of the underlings rose to their feet. How dare you, Huang Hai? Fang Qian has brought us such misery. And you still wish to deliver Brother Wang into his hands. Do you possess no conscience? You scoundrel, I have finally discerned why we lost. It must be that you leaked information beforehand, allowing that brat to prepare. As they spoke, they prepared to rush forth to save Wang Long. However, in the next moment, 2 gunshots rang out. Both fell to the ground. Huang Hai remained unperturbed, brandishing his pistol before the remaining 6 men. Do any of you harbor objections? The 6 remaining were struck dumb with fear, too intimidated to utter another word. Following this, Huang Hai, in front of everyone, brought the butt of his gun down violently upon Wang Long's chin, inflicting grievous wounds. Wang Long let out a pitiful whimper, but could utter no further words. Only then did Huang Hai express satisfaction. Have you silenced your incessant chatter? When we stand before Mr. Fang Qian, be sure to hold your tongue. Offending him will lead to dire consequences for all. After speaking, he raised his gaze to the last 6 brothers and declared, Do not accuse me of lacking righteousness. Those who recognize the times are the true wise. Our troop of over 30 faces Fang Qian, and now only a handful of us remain. Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? That man is not someone we can afford to offend. Presenting Wang Long's head could still procure 2 boxes of instant noodles, a case of mineral water, and 3 kilograms of potatoes. Do you think that is not worth it? Upon hearing Huang Hai's words, the 6 pondered deeply. One by one, they donned sycophantic smiles. Brother Huang Hai speaks wisely. If we do not take action against Fang Qian, we would not have fallen to such depths. Indeed, we cannot provoke him. Ultimately, Fang Qian himself has not sought conflict with us. It is Wang Long who has persistently led us into trouble, truly causing us great suffering. In my view, capturing Wang Long to exchange for provisions is only just. A form of atonement for him regarding our fallen brothers. Precisely, and he is now clearly incapacitated. Who would heed the commands of a cripple? The brothers, each chiming in, effectively pronounced Wang Long's death sentence. Severely injured, Wang Long glared at these men with the ferocity of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Yet he found himself powerless. Chapter 89, A Game of Life and Death as the storm subsided once more. Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng made their early appearance at the entrance of the building, both burdened with bulging backpacks. With a cautious expression, Dong Xiaomei said, Wang Tianfeng, our safety on this journey largely depends on you. You mustn't falter. Our neighborhood has been rather tumultuous lately. Let us hasten to procure the border collie. And then we can enjoy a better life. Wang Tianfeng nodded. Rest assured, Xiaomei, I shall heed your words. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to undertake such a significant task. After speaking, he gazed dreamily at the rooftop terrace. Although entry into Mr. Fang Qian's residence was prohibited, the terrace boasted a grand greenhouse, rumored to maintain a temperature as warm as his own room, offering a variety of fruits to savor. Today promised to be a feast indeed. Oh, and there's afternoon tea. I had heard whispers of the exorbitant prices for those pot-roasted teas before the apocalypse. At the time, I mocked those who indulged, thinking them mere sweet potatoes and corn. Little did I know that they would become a delicacy. Reflecting on the bountiful rewards that awaited after the completion of their task, Wang Tianfeng felt as though a blissful life was beckoning him. Dong Xiaomei cast him a sideways glance. You truly lack foresight. Those trivial gains pale in comparison. The most crucial aspect is that we have an entire afternoon to make an impression on Brother Fang Qian. If we can win his favor within this time, we stand a good chance of establishing a lasting residence there. Henceforth, the hardships of life shall be no concern of ours. Wang Tianfeng raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Can we genuinely achieve that? Brother Fang Qian is not easily swayed. Dong Xiaomei tossed her hair back with a soft chuckle. Fear not. The apocalypse has nearly passed a month, and he has been isolated in his room. Surely, he must feel lonely. From what I gather, his fiancée is away on business and seems to have been unfaithful, which is quite pitiful. Any normal man would possess desires. With my charm, I could easily ensnare him. As for you, Be industrious and look for tasks to undertake. Trust me, if you follow my lead, we shall undoubtedly find ourselves living well. Wang Tianfeng nodded repeatedly, possessing a clear understanding of his own nature, neither bold nor particularly clever. Without Dong Xiaomei's guidance, he would have never had the chance to embark on this third task. Thus, he was determined to remain obedient. The pair swiftly disappeared into the vast expanse of snow, their burdens in tow. Meanwhile, Fang Qian busied himself in his garden, wielding a hoe to excavate a deep pit, panting from the exertion, unable to resist. He paused to sip some tea, sighing, "Alas, my physical condition remains inadequate. I must seize the opportunity to enhance my physique with the mythical hand. After all, the body is the foundation of revolution." As he took a moment to rest, two familiar figures appeared on the neighboring rooftop, Huang Hai and Wang Long. Once a lofty leader, Wang Long had now been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, dragged by the collar like a ragdoll by Huang Hai. Conversely, the once respectful subordinate had transformed into a figure of authority. Such is the cyclical nature of fate. Approaching the edge of the low wall, Huang Hai respectfully spoke, "Mr. Fang Qian, I have brought you the individual you requested." Fang Qian, standing within the greenhouse, waved his hand, beckoning them closer. Huang Hai was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that he would have the opportunity to enter. Overwhelmed with excitement, he hoisted Wang Long and leaped over the low wall into the enchanting garden. Upon opening the glass door and stepping into this rooftop oasis, both Huang Hai and Wang Long felt as if their souls were being rejuvenated. Huang Hai inhaled deeply, savoring the delicate fragrance of flowers and rich earth, complemented by the gentle warmth enveloping them. This place was nothing short of a dreamlike paradise. The experience was far more breathtaking than it had appeared from the outside. As they surveyed their surroundings, they beheld the bountiful fruits hanging from the trees, vibrant blossoms carpeting the ground, and robust vegetables thriving in the fields. These were the freshest of foods. After enduring a month of apocalyptic turmoil, they had almost forgotten what such delights tasted like. Wang Long knelt on the ground, lost in ecstasy, seemingly oblivious to the impending threats and his own injuries. If only his chin hadn't been battered, he would likely have expressed his wonderment. Huang Hai, too, was struck by a profound realization. He suddenly perceived his previous loyalty to Wang Long as foolishness. Had he instead aligned himself with Mr. Fang, would his life not be 1,000 times better? This revelation ignited within him a desire to abandon everything he possessed and remain here as a humble gardener. Ahem. Fang Qian lightly cleared his throat, pulling Wang Long and Huang Hai back to the present moment. He gestured towards a large pit beneath the fruit trees and instructed Huang Hai, "Discard your leader into that pit." The two turned to behold the deep hole, immediately gasping in horror. Was he truly contemplating a living burial? Wang Long, paralyzed by fear, crumpled to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Alas, with his legs and left arm in disrepair, such an act became a challenge too great, and he soon collapsed. Huang Hai, not daring to hesitate, swiftly carried Wang Long to the edge of the pit and unceremoniously tossed him in. Turning back to Fang Qian with a sycophantic grin, Huang Hai inquired, "Mr. Fang Qian, what would you have me do next? Shall I bury him?" Fang Qian produced his phone, initiating a group video call to broadcast the scene live. He then spoke slowly, "You need not feign innocence. I am well aware that you were the mastermind behind the ambush on my home that night, correct?" Huang Hai's face drained of color, fear gripping him. "It was all a misunderstanding, Mr. Fang Qian. I was coerced. It was all Wang Long's fault. Were it not for that wretched creature's incessant desire for your family's possessions, I would not have resorted to such desperate measures. In truth, Mr. Fang Qian has always been a paragon of heroism in my heart, my idol." Uninterested in further wasting time, Fang Qian leisurely sipped his tea and declared, "Enough of this nonsense. I shall present you both with a game, wherein each of you has a chance to survive." Wang Long, sprawled in the deep pit, and Huang Hai, standing nearby, immediately perked up, intent on listening. Fang Qian continued, "The rules are quite simple. Your task is to use a shovel to bury your leader, Wang Long, alive in this pit. Remember, you are not permitted to attack him. Your only weapon is the earth." Wang Long's challenge was to escape from the pit. Should he succeed in climbing out, he would live. If Huang Hai managed to entomb him, then he would survive. Once condemned to death, Wang Long now felt a flicker of hope. With his legs and one hand incapacitated, he could only rely on his remaining hand to claw his way out. The task was arduous, yet the pit was not particularly deep, and Huang Hai could not assault him directly, leaving a glimmer of possibility for success. Huang Hai, however, wore a mournful expression. He had initially believed that bringing Wang Long would effortlessly secure his rewards, only to find himself ensnared in a game. Now, feeling like a fish on a butcher's block, he dared not utter a word of dissent. Fang Qian languidly set his teacup on the table and coldly announced, "The game begins." Meanwhile, The group of homeowners watched Fang Qian's live stream, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Good heavens, is that not Wang Long and Huang Hai? What a dire predicament they find themselves in. The prowess of Mr. Fang Qian was undeniable. He had orchestrated a game to determine their fates, a true display of a powerful figure's aura. Curse them. They should have met their end long ago. Their daily torment of us was one thing, but to dare plot against Mr. Fang Qian? They have finally bitten off more than they can chew. Ha ha. Is there an option for a stalemate? I sincerely hope both of them perish here. May this serve as a lesson to you ruffians. Never provoke Mr. Fang Qian, or it will be the end of you. As Fang Qian observed the homeowner's astonished comments, a cold smile crept across his face. His intent in broadcasting this game was not merely to exact revenge on them, but to instill a clear understanding of the consequences of defying him. This was a lesson in deterrence. As the game commenced, both Wang Long and Huang Hai were quick to act. Wang Long seized a nearby shovel and began to frantically scoop up the soft earth, hurling it onto himself. Meanwhile, Wang Long, trapped in the pit, did not relent. As if revitalized, he momentarily forgot his pain and, with his one good hand, desperately clawed the earth away, striving to ascend. Both were racing against time. Fang Qian observed from the side, resembling a judge from the depths of hell, with a cold, watchful gaze. Chapter 90. The game ends. Paying the price whether this game is fair or not remains an enigma to Fang Qian, yet he is indifferent to such considerations. His sole intention is to impart a lesson to these individuals. Offering hope only to subsequently shatter it is far more tormenting than mere disappointment. Wang Long is gravely injured, barely able to stand. Fortunately, the pit is not excessively deep. With the scant strength of his arms, he writhes upon the ground, still possessing a plausible chance of climbing out. However, in his struggle, the recently stitched wounds burst open, leaving him drenched in his own blood, staining the earth at the bottom of the pit crimson. Desperately, he grasps the edge of the pit, striving to pull himself up. Meanwhile, Huang Hai does not remain idle, relentlessly shoveling dirt downwards. The weight of the soil upon Wang Long grows heavier, demanding increasingly greater exertion from him. Both are racing against time. You bastard Huang Hai. If it weren't for me back then, you'd still be playing in the mud on the street corner. Now you dare to try to kill me, ungrateful wretch. Wang Long seethes. Huang Hai, perspiring heavily, continues his work. Brother Wang, can I at least call you Brother Wang one last time? You're in such a state that leaving would only lead to death. You might as well die here to complete the brotherhood. I promise to burn paper for you every year on this day, ensuring you live comfortably below. Gritting his teeth, Wang Long defiantly pushes himself upwards. You shall not succeed. If death comes, it shall be you, the traitor, who meets it. With that declaration, he exerts himself and manages to thrust half of his body out of the pit. With one more push, victory would be his. A glimmer of hope flickers in Wang Long's eyes, a triumphant smile gracing his face. I will win. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips than a large clump of earth, interspersed with stones, crashes down upon his face. Caught off guard, he is instantly sent tumbling back to the pit's bottom, his head spinning in disarray. The culprit is Huang Hai, wielding his shovel with malice. Huang Hai has cunningly exploited a loophole. The rules of the game prohibit him from directly attacking Wang Long. Yet he can indirectly assault him with the dirt and stones from his shovel. After employing this underhanded tactic, he glances up at Fang Qian, anxious that he may perceive a foul play. However, Fang Qian remains unperturbed, leisurely sipping his tea without casting a glance their way, which reassures him. Hastily, Huang Hai hurls several hefty clumps of dirt, embedded with stones, viciously onto Wang Long's head. In mere moments, blood streams from Wang Long's wounds. At this juncture, he lacks the strength to attempt another ascent, resorting instead to a frenzied tirade. Traitor, you damned ingrate. I will await you down here, and you will inevitably join me. And Fang Qian, should you dare entomb me here, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit. With his final vestiges of strength, he curses Huang Hai and Fang Qian before Huang Hai silences him, burying his mouth beneath two hefty clumps of mud. Huang Hai let out a cold snort. Even in death, one dares to curse Mr. Fang Qian. What a wretched fool. This time, Wang Long had no chance of redemption and was buried alive in the garden. Moments later, Huang Hai stood atop the soil, stamping down forcefully. Other than a slight mound of earth, no trace remained. He then bent at the waist and cautiously approached Fang Qian, saying, Mr. Fang Qian, the task is accomplished. The entire community of homeowners witnessed this spectacle unfold in their group chat, leaving them in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly untouchable Wang Long would meet his demise at Fang Qian's hands in such a manner? Not only had he lost his life, but his body was to be used as fertilizer for the garden. Reflecting on the journey from the apocalypse's onset, Wang Long had repeatedly sought trouble with Fang Qian, yet never once gained the upper hand. It could only be said that the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Within the hearts of all the residents, A faint tinge of fear towards Fang Qian began to brew. After all, treating human life as a game and using a corpse as compost is not an act for the faint-hearted. Despite these thoughts, the residents continued to lavish praise in the group chat. Well done, Mr. Fang Qian. To deal with such a person, one must be ruthless. Indeed, the despicable Wang Long had harmed so many. His demise deserved to contribute something, and ending up as garden fertilizer was a fitting conclusion. How clever of Mr. Fang Qian to devise such a plan. Fang Qian, unfazed, regarded Huang Hai, the victor of this grim game. Congratulations on earning your chance to live. However, I can't shake the feeling that this is a bit too lenient on you. You've schemed against me without paying any price. And now you expect to take resources from me? Doesn't that seem rather easy? Huang Hai felt a jolt of anxiety. With a woeful expression, he replied, but Mr. Fang Qian, it was you who informed me that tasks also count. I followed your instructions to complete the game. How can you be so untrustworthy? Fang Qian smiled. The rules of the game are always set by the strong. What I say counts, and what I say does not is mere nonsense. Moreover, I have no intention of withholding your rewards. You simply must pay the price for your earlier schemes against me. Fairness must be observed, don't you think? Huang Hai felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Stealing a glance at Fang Qian, he noted their distance was no more than 5 meters, and he still bore the pistol that belonged to Wang Long at his waist. At such a range, Fang Qian was entirely unguarded. If I were to pull the trigger, could I not kill him? A terrifying thought surged through Huang Hai's mind. If I could eliminate Fang Qian, I would become the master of this residence. All the food would belong to me. Even this garden would be mine. As these thoughts consumed him, excitement coursed through his veins. If an endeavor promises only a 50% profit, most would deliberate cautiously. Yet, if it guarantees 100% profit, impulsive souls are likely to risk everything. However, if a venture promises a staggering profit of 10,000%, it is enough to drive anyone to madness. Undoubtedly, Huang Hai now stands on the precipice of insanity. With a leisurely motion, he unzips his jacket and, smiling, says, Mr. Fang Qian, I must admit that I was in the wrong before. Thus, I have brought a gift, hoping to earn your forgiveness. Oh, you can be considerate at times. Do unveil it for me. Fang Qian responds with a warm smile, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Yet, in the next moment, Huang Hai swiftly draws a pistol from his waist, aiming it at Fang Qian's head with the intent to pull the trigger. The gift is a bullet destined to send you to the afterlife. However, in the following second, no gunshot rings out. Huang Hai, utterly astonished, stares at the firearm in his grasp. He exerts all his strength to pull the trigger, but for some inexplicable reason, it remains stubbornly unyielding. Could it be that the gun is jammed? What a stroke of bad luck. Even the heavens seem to favor him. Is this boy truly the favored child of fate? Fang Qian sits before him, smiling, without a hint of evasion. What a jest. How could he ever trust a scoundrel? From the moment the man appeared on his rooftop, he remained on high alert. Thus, as soon as the pistol was drawn, he utilized his specialized domain to manipulate the weapon, rendering it impossible to fire. Fang Qian leisurely inquired, what was it you just said? I didn't quite catch that. Huang Hai, drenched in cold sweat, hastily knelt before him, cradling the gun in his hands. It's this gun. Mr. Fang Qian, I wish to present this firearm to you as an apology. Fang Qian laughed heartily as he extended his hand to accept the weapon. Weighing it in his palm, he noted its crude craftsmanship, though it could be used in a pinch. In the next instant, he turned the gun's muzzle toward Huang Hai's right arm and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The bullets struck his shoulder, elbow, and wrist respectively. Huang Hai let out a wretched wail, clutching his severed arm and rolling on the ground in agony. Fang Qian felt no pity in his heart. He slowly placed the gun on the table, stating, my apologies, I merely wanted to test the feel of the weapon. The accuracy leaves much to be desired. Since you have acknowledged your mistakes, I shall not press you further. I have placed your reward for this task by the wall. Please take it with you. Huang Hai, soaked in sweat from pain, dared not utter a single complaint. He bowed heavily, thanking Fang Qian profusely for his forgiveness and generosity. Before crawling away from the greenhouse, limping, he departed the rooftop with his ill-gotten gains. Once his adversary had left, Fang Qian switched off the live stream on his phone. Yet, the group chat was already in a frenzy. That wretched Huang Hai, with his nefarious ambitions, dared to draw a weapon against Mr. Fang Qian? Indeed, such audacity. Thankfully, Mr. Fang Qian was fortunate that the gun had jammed. What folly! It was not luck, but rather the virtue of a good man being rewarded. Mr. Fang Qian is truly magnanimous, having merely suffered a broken arm. If it were I would have surely sought to end his life. Brother Fang Qian, do you have any tasks at hand recently? With just a word from you, we would undoubtedly exert ourselves to fulfill your wishes. Fang Qian glanced at the messages in the group, a faint smile gracing his lips. He casually replied, at the moment. I have no tasks and not much food on hand. However, Huang Hai just took away 2 boxes of instant noodles, a case of mineral water, and a few pounds of potatoes. If anyone is feeling hungry, they might consider consulting him to see if they could borrow a bit. Chapter 91. A new support in the Yellow Sea. Fang Qian's words were like a divine revelation, awakening everyone in the group. They suddenly realized, indeed, what right did Huang Hai have to possess such an abundance of resources? Aside from the rewards obtained from Fang Qian, he had stockpiled food looted from various households. Previously, no one dared to entertain any thoughts of dissent. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. Wang Long was dead, and Huang Hai had relinquished his firearm. The once formidable team of over 30 members had dwindled to merely 7 or 8, half of whom were injured. Wasn't this a quintessentially vulnerable group? Instantly, the members of the group began to tag Huang Hai, brother Huang Hai. With so few people left on your side, you surely can't consume all that food. Why not distribute the surplus for everyone to share? We are reasonable people. As long as you are willing to offer it voluntarily, we can put past grievances behind us. Otherwise, when we come knocking, it won't be so easy to negotiate. At that moment, Huang Hai had just dragged the supplies into his room, and upon checking his phone, he was startled to see the messages from the group. Fear washed over him. These scoundrels knew how to exploit a crisis. Just 2 days prior, they would never have dared to speak to him in such a manner. The few remaining subordinates in the room also noticed the messages. Although the supplies Huang Hai had brought back excited them, it was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of anxiety. There was sufficient food, but how would they safeguard it? Huang Hai, what should we do now? You are our leader. We need your guidance. Indeed, if there is no viable solution, perhaps we should distribute the food among the brothers and return to our homes. It's far better than being caught here in one fell swoop. This is a reasonable suggestion. Let us each take our share and go home. As they deliberated, the notion of disbanding took hold. Huang Hai slammed his hand on the table, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist, only to remember that it was long gone, without a firearm. And with one of his arms incapacitated, he was no match for the people before him. Moreover, having personally orchestrated Wang Long's demise, his rise to power was precarious and lacked legitimacy. The loyalty of his subordinates was non-existent. Huang Hai was painfully aware of his precarious position. With 3 bullet casings still lodged in his right hand, he realized that without the support of these subordinates, he would struggle to manage even the remaining items in the room. Reluctantly, he softened his tone. Brothers, we have offended many in the past. If we disband now, we will only provide them with the opportunity to pick us off one by one. Unity is our only path to a brighter future. Please trust me once more. The remaining 7 or 8 subordinates found some sense in his words and decided to stay, temporarily stabilizing his brothers. Huang Hai took out his phone and noticed several unread messages from Bai Mingzhu. His heart swelled with joy. Upon opening them, he read, I have a faint impression of you, Huang Hai. I must admit, I admire you. However, within our Holy Mother Church, there are no standing men, only those who kneel. Should you wish to join us, you too must kneel like a dog. Yet, there is a possibility for negotiation. If you consolidate all the resources from your building and deliver them to me, I may grant you a minor leadership position. Huang Hai felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Although it was merely a small role, the Holy Mother Church stood as one of the most formidable forces in Lingyun community, far surpassing the followers of Wang Long. Even as a mere foot soldier, one might find better treatment than before. With his own cleverness, surely he could ascend the ranks with ease. Oh, my illustrious queen, it is truly an honor for you to choose me. However, before he could revel in his joy for more than a moment, Bai Mingzhu sent another message. Do not celebrate too soon. I am aware of the circumstances surrounding your Building 9. I have heard of an intriguing individual within your ranks named Fang Qian. Like a prophet, he prepared his residence and stockpiled ample supplies long before the impending apocalypse. None among the dogs of my building are worthy of my status, yet this Fang Qian appears quite promising. Bring him to me as a dog, and I shall permit you to be a man. Upon reading this, Huang Hai felt as if he would shatter into pieces. Fang Qian again. Why must they always have a vendetta against him? In a fit of rage, he pounded the floor, recalling the harrowing events he had faced at Fang Qian's hands earlier that day, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. What bewildered him further was the inexplicable malfunction of the handgun, which had been perfectly functional, yet refused to fire in his grip. Had he been able to pull the trigger, Fang Qian's head would have been shattered, and he would now be the master of that residence. Yet, it was perplexing. The firearm was useless in his hands, but in Fang Qian's, it became a formidable weapon that had swiftly incapacitated him. It was as if the heavens themselves conspired against him. Regardless of the circumstances, Huang Hai was now psychologically scarred by Fang Qian, fearing to provoke him in any way. The dogs referred to by Mingzhu are, in fact, men. Although her Holy Mother Church possesses certain capabilities, it is undeniably twisted. Each male is shackled by chains around their necks, compelled to crawl on the ground like dogs. Standing is prohibited unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, she employs unique methods, incessantly tormenting and psychologically manipulating these men until they willingly submit to her. It is somewhat akin to PUA techniques. It is said that Bai Mingzhu once studied psychology, which enabled her to orchestrate such a vast cult. Regardless, Huang Hai now dared not oppose Fang Qian any longer. Thus, he replied, President Bai, I am willing to offer all my resources to you. Trust me, the quantity is indeed substantial. As for Fang Qian, let us refrain from making any moves against him. He is not to be trifled with. To speak candidly, Fang Qian has always remained in his own room, never provoking anyone. Shall we simply ignore him? Bai Mingzhu, you are utterly useless. You have no future. Either capture Fang Qian and bring him here as a person, or bring supplies and treat him like a dog. The choice is yours. Huang Hai, gritting his teeth, hesitated for a long time before slowly typing a line of text and sending it. If I must choose, I would rather be a dog. Upon uttering this phrase, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he leaned against the wall. Glancing at the words on his phone screen, Huang Hai couldn't help but chuckle at his own self-deprecation. Who would have thought that I would find myself in such a pitiful state? Since my teenage years, I had always believed that with my intelligence, I would one day rise to prominence, savoring cigars and indulging in multi-million-dollar ventures. Yet here I am, willing to serve as someone else's dog just to avoid offending a single individual. How ironic, how tragically ironic. Huang Hai pulled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket. His mind was consumed by the memory of his face-to-face encounter with Fang Qian today. Fang Qian had always engaged him with a warm smile. Yet it was precisely this calm demeanor that instilled in him a profound sense of pressure. In the midst of their banter, the fate of others hung in the balance. Even when confronted with a gun, Fang Qian remained entirely unflustered, as if he anticipated that the firearm would surely misfire. It was preposterous. How did he manage that? Huang Hai repeatedly questioned himself, yet no answers emerged, shattering all his confidence. He had every reason to believe that even if he stood before Fang Qian wielding a rocket launcher instead of a handgun, it would make no difference. He couldn't articulate why, but that was the feeling he had. Fang Qian was an invincible figure. For reasons unknown, Huang Hai, almost instinctively, sent a new message to Fang Qian. Mr. Fang, according to my intelligence, the St. Mary's Church in Building 10 seems to have developed a peculiar interest in you. Their president, Bai Mingzhu, wishes to teach you a lesson. Please prepare for potential danger. After sending this message, Huang Hai smiled. By conveying this warning to Mr. Fang, perhaps he might forgive me next time I inadvertently offend him. A notification chimed. Fang Qian's profile picture flickered. Huang Hai eagerly opened the chat window, only to see Fang Qian's solitary reply. Oh. Huang Hai was instantly taken aback. What does an O imply? Is he not afraid? That is the St. Mary's Church, the most powerful organization in the Lingyun community, far mightier than Wang. Could it be that Fang Qian is overly confident? Chapter 92. The President of the Holy Mother Church. By Mingzhu. Despite his desire to offer a word of caution, Huang Hai hesitated, reminded of his repeated defeats at the hands of others, and felt utterly unworthy of advising Fang Qian. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chuckled to himself. Why should I concern myself with their affairs? This is merely a conflict between Fang Qian and Bai Mingzhu, and it bears no relevance to me. I have remained silent and inactive throughout. Surely, I will not be caught in the crossfire this time. He had learned from past experiences. Although he had not directly intervened before, he had offered some opinions and strategies, which had ultimately cost him dearly. This time, he resolved to refrain from involvement entirely. After all, what harm was there in being a loyal companion? At least as a dog, one could survive, whereas as a human, one might lose their life with a single misstep. As he set aside his phone, the brothers around him quickly gathered, anxiously inquiring, "What is the plan, Brother Huang? Have you found a solution? If we don't secure an escape soon, those rioters will be upon us, and how can we protect our provisions? Indeed, all of this food is the result of our hard labor. We cannot let it fall into the hands of those useless individuals." With a confident demeanor, Huang Hai waved his hand dismissively. "Do not panic. I have already contacted the president of the Holy Mother Church in Building 10. When the time comes, I shall serve her as a loyal hound, at least ensuring my own sustenance. If any of you are willing, you might consider joining me in this role." The remaining brothers were taken aback. Serve as a dog? Had they misheard? The repetition of the term, coupled with Huang Hai's assured smile, felt rather peculiar. One of the younger members, mustering his courage, turned to Lu Chani and said, "Dr. Lu, could you please check if this fellow's head has suffered a blow? How can one be so cheerful about being a dog?" Seated by the window, Lu Chani shook her head. Typically, gunshot wounds do not have a significant psychological impact. And I am not particularly adept in the field of psychology, so I cannot be of much help. From my observation, he appears to be quite normal. Even though Lu Chani had uttered the word normal, the brothers continued to regard Huang Hai with suspicion, as if he were mentally unstable. A healthy individual would not willingly choose to serve another in such a manner. Observing their incredulous expressions, Huang Hai merely smiled mockingly. These men remained oblivious to the looming crisis, still basking in the glory of their past authority. What was wrong with being a dog? At least one could live securely, free from risks. Better to embrace this than to hesitate until the opportunity to serve as a dog slipped away entirely. Meanwhile, in Building 10, a gathering of a dozen women clad in down jackets convened in the hall on the first floor, the very stronghold of the Holy Mother Church. As snowflakes danced through the air, the first floor lay nearly buried beneath the snow, leaving only the second floor accessible. Ironically, this snow cover provided a shield against the biting cold winds, making it a more suitable refuge. In the heart of the room stood an opulent sofa, upon which sat a tall, stout woman adorned with several golden bangles on each wrist. With every slight movement, the bangles chimed melodiously. This was Bai Mingzhu, the president of the Holy Mother Church. Before her knelt three robust men, their bodies marred with scars, even through their thick cotton attire. They bore the marks of brutal beatings. They kept their heads bowed, too fearful to meet Bai Mingzhu's gaze. With an icy demeanor, she issued a command, "Lie down." The moment the words left her lips, the three men immediately knelt on the ground, their hands supporting them as they prostrated themselves like dogs. Upon receiving a new directive, they commenced to roll on the floor, tumbling in circles as if compelled by an unseen force. They continued to roll, first, second, and third circles, until halted by a voice. Bai Mingzhu nodded slightly, slowly crossing her legs to reveal her long leather boots, and softly commanded, "Lick my shoes." Without hesitation, the three men crawled to her side, extending their tongues to cleanse the dust from her shoes. In no time, the black leather gleamed. Watching this scene, Bai Mingzhu felt immense satisfaction. "Excellent. It seems you are ready to graduate." She reached out, gently ruffling the heads of the men, akin to caressing beloved pets. "What purpose do you men serve in this world? The continuation of humanity relies predominantly on women. You are merely endowed with a bit more strength, destined to be dogs and slaves, serving us women diligently. Only then can humanity thrive. You must obey without question. This calamity is a trial from God. Both men and women must fulfill their roles to survive." The three men dared not retort, remaining prostrate as they continued their task. At that moment, one man dared to speak. Yes, President, you are correct. From now on, I shall be your dog, obeying your every command." But before he could finish, a long knife plunged into the nape of his neck, pinning him to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The other two men trembled in fear, paralyzed, dreading that they might be next. Bai Mingzhu slowly withdrew the knife, her brow furrowing. "Did I grant you permission to speak? Remember, dogs do not speak, unless permitted. Keep your mouth shut. The sound of your voices disgusts me." Leaning back on the sofa, she wiped the blood from her blade and instructed the remaining two men. "Drag this corpse away. That will be your sustenance for the next 2 days." The two men hastily bowed their heads, then, like dogs, knelt and dragged the lifeless body out. Throughout the entire ordeal, they dared not stand. Apart from the two men, numerous others were similarly shackled by iron chains, prostrate on the ground around the hall. Their disheveled appearances and vacant gazes rendered them utterly motionless, akin to the rural watchdogs bound by chains. At that moment, a young maiden of approximately 20 approached Bai Mingzhu, carrying a cup of milk tea, her face alight with admiration. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. In just a short while, you've tamed 2 fierce dogs. Just look at them. They will surely be obedient henceforth." Bai Mingzhu accepted the milk tea, warming her hands as she smiled and replied, "Xiaoling, you should take this to heart. These men are worthless and must be dealt with until they submit completely. These two are only just passing. You must keep a close watch on them." Zhang Xiaoling nodded vigorously. "Sister Mingzhu is right. I will certainly learn well." After sipping her milk tea, Bai Mingzhu leisurely inquired, "How goes the investigation I assigned you? What of Fang Qian from Building 9? I recall you once attempted to court him. Do you still harbor any thoughts?" Xiaoling chuckled. "It was merely the allure of the latest iPhone model that caught my attention. I lacked the funds. I never truly liked him. Were it not for his decent looks and a modest business, I wouldn't have given him a second glance. After all, I'm a university graduate and quite attractive. If I were to seek someone, it must be the scions of publicly listed companies. However, I did some digging and found that Wang Long indeed perished at Fang Qian's hands. Wang Long's underlings have suffered severe casualties, now following someone named Huang Hai, who poses no threat whatsoever. Sister, we have nearly exhausted the resources near Building 10. Our daily gains are dwindling. I believe consolidating Building 9 is a sound choice." I heard that Wang Long hoarded a substantial amount of supplies before his demise, which he never got the chance to enjoy. What a pity. Bai Mingzhu nodded, her eyes glinting with fervor. That is promising. Building 9 likely still harbors many individuals. We shall absorb all who can be taken in, thus further strengthening our power. Those who disobey will be turned into dog food. What do you know of Fang Qian? Zhang Xiaoling scoffed. He is utterly incompetent. Merely a coward scared out of his wits by Huang Hai. He possesses but a single firearm. How much harm can he truly inflict? We have weapons as well, more than one, in fact. That fellow, despite his arms and supplies, is as timid as a mouse, hiding away in his home, too afraid to venture out. His ability to slay Wang Long was likely sheer luck. Sister, once you make your move, success will be inevitable. Upon hearing this, Bai Mingzhu erupted in laughter. Based on your assessment, he is indeed a fool. With all the provisions and firearms he has hoarded, he still cowers indoors. Were I in his position, I would have unified the entire Lingyun community by now. Nevertheless, it is indeed advantageous. The wealth he has preserved will be of great utility to us. Let us commence our preparations for a grand endeavor. Chapter 93, the 4th mythical artifact. The bulletproof vest. After dealing with Wang Long, Fang Qian found himself somewhat unaccustomed. With the absence of this ruffian leader, the other residents of the building had retreated into their shells like frightened turtles. Each day, their only endeavor seemed to be flattering him, as they dared not take any further action. Naturally, Fang Qian suspected they had clandestinely formed a small group to conspire against him, as such treachery was inevitable. Much like how they had previously treated Wang Long. With a self-deprecating smile, he sat beside the fire pit on the rooftop. In their eyes, he had now become the formidable boss, akin to a rare elite that could unleash an abundance of resources and equipment. As for the Virgin Mary Church that Huang Hai had mentioned, Fang Qian scarcely paid it any heed. According to the memories of his past life, he should have already perished by this point in time, thus remaining oblivious to both the Virgin Mary Church and other factions within Lingyun community. The trajectory of future events remained uncertain to him. However, with the mythical hand fully charged, it would be rather cowardly for him to be intimidated by these ordinary individuals. He intended to identify the next artifact to mythologize within the day. In a moment of leisure, Fang Qian activated the walkie-talkie that lay atop his table, a serendipitous find from a prior incident. Through this device, he could discreetly monitor the situation concerning Tang Jiaro and young Master Ma. For the past few days, he had made it a habit to listen in for a while each day. He had to concede that young Master Ma's security team was indeed professional. They had ingeniously crafted makeshift snowmobiles from modified motorcycles, greatly expanding their operational range. The resources they amassed daily were staggering. It was likely that the total supplies from Lingyun community paled in comparison to those at young Master Ma's disposal. Even more astonishing was the fact that each of these individuals was armed, constituting a formidable force. This is Team 1, issuing today's operational orders. Resource collection has reached a satisfactory level. Today, we shall primarily assess the nearby survivor factions. It is imperative to eliminate any threatening enemies in their infancy. Tomorrow, we will embark on an external mission. We cannot allow any potential dangers to jeopardize young Master Ma. Team 2 received. Team 3 received. Fang Qian raised an eyebrow. It appeared these individuals were well prepared. Young Master Ma was indeed cautious. Before deploying combat units for a mission, he ensured a sufficient food supply and sought to eradicate any nearby foes. Such a lack of security was quite telling. Perhaps the scions of affluent families were inherently wary of death, for while others lived to suffer, they lived to enjoy life. How could they not value their existence? Fang Qian silently listened to the reports emanating from the walkie-talkie, noting that approximately every 10 minutes, a team would report the discovery of a new survivor gathering, followed by the sounds of gunfire and anguished screams. It was evident that these individuals showed no mercy in their slaughter of civilians. In Fang Qian's eyes, a flicker of murderous intent emerged. These individuals were all deserving of death. Their next mission, as they spoke, would likely involve coming here to seize Tang Erwin and Tang Ma. A wave of contemplation washed over Fang Qian. Given my current strength, as long as I remain hidden within the refuge, no one can harm me. Yet, how could I stay in this sanctuary and simultaneously prevent them from abducting Tang Erwin and Tang Ma? These two had already been tormented to the brink of death since the apocalypse began. They cannot be allowed to depart and live a better life. It seems the key to breaking this deadlock lies within this 4th mythical artifact. Fang Qian pondered. He must possess something that would enable him to emerge from this refuge and still contend with those combat troops. In terms of offense, he had acquired a mythical submachine gun with infinite ammunition and ballistic correction capabilities, akin to being a super sharpshooter, and one that does not require reloading. However, he was somewhat lacking in defense. After all, these were professional combat troops, certainly equipped with various tactical maneuvers. if someone were to launch a surprise attack from behind. His frail body would not withstand even 2 shots. With this thought, Fang Qian retrieved a bulletproof vest from his backpack. This was also something he had purchased at a high price before the apocalypse. If he could imbue this item with mythical properties, perhaps it would grant him the abilities he desired. Without hesitation, he pressed his right hand onto the bulletproof vest. Within the totem of the mythical hand, vast cosmic energy began to surge into the vest, and under the influence of this energy, the vest gradually transformed into something extraordinary. 2 minutes later, Fang Qian, filled with anticipation, held the vest in his hands. Instantly, relevant information flooded his mind. This mythical vest possessed 2 remarkably powerful abilities: ammunition barrier and temperature regulation. As the name suggests, the ammunition barrier could nullify all damage from bullets and explosives. From this moment forth, no handgun, sniper rifle, grenade, or landmine could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Moreover, this barrier was not confined to the area covered by the vest. It enveloped his entire body. Even if someone pressed a gun against his forehead and pulled the trigger, he would remain unharmed. Incredible, simply astonishing. Now, this is what true bulletproof means. Fang Qian laughed heartily, immediately donning the vest beneath his outer layer. The temperature regulation feature was equally extraordinary. This vest not only provided bulletproof protection, but also offered warmth. He could now adjust the temperature of his body at will. Despite the outside temperature plummeting to -80 degrees, he could sprint through the snow in nothing but shorts without suffering from frostbite. This was truly remarkable. The reason Fang Qian was reluctant to venture outside, aside from the fear of danger, was due to the unbearable cold. To move in temperatures as low as -70 or 80 degrees, it was impossible to go out without donning several layers of down jackets. As he donned numerous layers of clothing, he resembled a plump brown bear, finding even the slightest movement a challenge. Frequently, he stood on the rooftop, observing those below who were busy gathering supplies, often losing his footing and tumbling into the snow. Taking several minutes to rise again, he felt as if he had transformed into a sphere. However, with the acquisition of this bulletproof vest, he needed only to throw on a jacket to discreetly conceal its presence. These 2 skills proved to be exceedingly practical. Nonetheless, Fang Qian maintained a cautious mindset. Although the vest offered formidable protection against all forms of ammunition, it was not omnipotent. Beyond bullets, countless other means of lethal harm existed, such as close combat and bladed weapons. Vigilance remained crucial. The arrival of this mythical item instilled Fang Qian with a renewed confidence as he prepared to confront the security forces of Master Ma. Bring it on, the more, the merrier, as long as they were not afraid of death. Just as he completed these thoughts, a new message flashed on his phone. It was from Dong Xiaomei. Brother Fang Qian, come to the rooftop quickly. I have a gift for you. Momentarily taken aback, he pondered the notion of a gift. With his current abundance of food and drink, what more could he desire? Adhering to his principle of caution, he first checked the surveillance feed. Indeed, he spotted Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng on the rooftop, cradling a small bag. The bag wriggled in the biting wind and snow, suggesting it contained a living creature. Instantly, he recalled the 3rd task he had posted in the group, a pet dog. His interest was piqued. He had longed for a pet, especially during these solitary days. Additionally, having a pet would allow him to validate the abilities of the mythical hand in enhancing living beings. He promptly donned his coat and made his way to the rooftop's edge. Upon seeing Fang Qian's figure, Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng beamed with delight, extending the cloth bag towards him from a distance. Brother Fang Qian, look, is this what you wanted? Before he could accept it, a small head poked out from the bag. It was a slightly disheveled little border collie with a symmetrical black and white coat. The tiny creature appeared somewhat frail, emitting soft whimpers. Its eyes filled with trepidation of the unknown. At such a tender age, it was pitiable to have been separated from its mother and thrust into the arms of strangers. Fang Qian's heart swelled with affection. He had always desired a pet, yet Tang Jiaro had repeatedly expressed her aversion to such creatures, deeming them dirty and smelly. Little did she know, while these dogs may not possess the same cleanliness as humans, their hearts were 1,000 times purer. With great care, Fang Qian accepted the little one into his arms. The creature shivered in the cold wind, but upon reaching Fang Qian's embrace, it finally felt the warmth. It burrowed its tiny head into Fang Qian's chest, exuding an irresistible charm, and repeatedly licked his hand, seemingly familiarizing itself with the scent of its new master. At this tender age, a small puppy is just perfect. It allows for the cultivation of loyalty from an early stage. Furthermore, the Border Collie is an exceptionally intelligent breed. Fang Qian expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Where on earth did you manage to find this creature?" It truly is no easy feat upon hearing this. Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng's faces radiated with unrestrained joy, eagerly taking credit for their efforts. With a voice tinged with emotion, Dong Xiaomei remarked, "Brother Fang Qian, do you not know us? Whatever you desire, we would go to any lengths to procure it for you. Beside her, Wang Tianfeng nodded vigorously in agreement, stating, indeed. In this bitter cold, locating a living pet dog is an arduous task. Dong Xiaomei and I scoured each building, turning the entire neighborhood upside down, just to find this one. Nevertheless, as long as Mr. Fang Qian is pleased, all our efforts are worthwhile. Chapter 94. The two with hidden motives at this moment. Fang Qian's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. However, he could not deny that he had initially assumed these two individuals were utterly useless, only to discover that they indeed brought him an unexpected delight. Cradling the little border collie, he spoke, rest assured, since you have completed your task, you shall naturally enjoy a generous reward. Come in, from now until sunset, this rooftop is yours to claim. However, please refrain from causing any damage. The food available on the rooftop is yours to relish at your leisure. I wish you a delightful afternoon. Upon hearing this, the two were filled with uncontainable excitement and promptly leaped over the low wall. Dong Xiaomei, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Brother Fang Qian, we are rather unfamiliar with this rooftop. Would you kindly give us an introduction? Beside her, Wang Tianfeng, tall and imposing, bent slightly at the waist like a great brown bear, chimed in eagerly, indeed. Brother Fang Qian, do let me know if there is any task I can assist you with. I possess ample strength and, after all, cannot accept your hospitality without contributing in some way. As Fang Qian descended the stairs with the little border collie in his arms, he casually responded to their inquiries. He first gestured towards the largest glass greenhouse nearby, stating, This is my garden and vegetable patch, along with some fruit trees. The temperature inside is consistently maintained at around 30 degrees, ideal for plant growth. Please do not disturb my flowers and plants once you enter. However, you are welcome to enjoy the vegetables from the patch and the fruit from the trees. Pick as much as you can eat. If you fear the cold, you may also stay inside to warm up. Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng approached the greenhouse and were immediately awestruck by the stunning scene before them. Before coming closer, they had assumed it was merely a small flower bed. Now, they realized that the garden alone spanned approximately 50 square meters, occupying half of the entire rooftop. Not a single patch of earth was left bare. Various plants grew densely together, resembling a primeval forest. They could hardly fathom the energy required to maintain such a vast greenhouse's constant temperature. Due to the extreme cold storms, the city's infrastructure had suffered extensive damage, relying solely on officials to maintain it during their free time. Consequently, the power supply was erratic at best. They considered themselves fortunate to fully charge their phones each day. Turning on the air conditioning would likely not even raise the indoor temperature before the power was cut off. Hence, they surmised that Fang Qian must possess his own power generation equipment, though they did not anticipate it would be so abundantly supplied. The sight of the enormous fruits hanging from the trees made their mouths water. Fang Qian paid them no mind and continued onward. In the center of the rooftop, a massive bonfire blazed brightly. As they drew nearer, they quickly recognized that the fuel for this fire was composed entirely of high-quality timber, suggesting that it had likely been burning without pause. Fang Qian added, You may warm yourselves here. Feel free to indulge in some barbecuing or brewing tea by the fire. With this bonfire, it should not be too cold. The two individuals could not restrain themselves as they crouched around the fire, reveling in the warmth it radiated. Unable to suppress their moans of delight, how warm and comfortable it is. My goodness, it has only been a week since the catastrophe began, and I have burned all the wooden furniture in my home. I haven't felt warmth in so long. Fang Qian gestured toward the corner, where a large pile of fresh fruits and vegetables from the garden lay, sweet potatoes, corn, and countless others. There were even several skewers of barbecue. There is food over there. Please help yourselves. Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng were immediately captivated by the sight. Before their astonishment could subside, Fang Qian, carrying the little border collie, had already reached the entrance to the stairs. To the right of the entrance was a massive water tank. This is a water reservoir, and to ensure convenience, I have maintained the temperature at just over 40 degrees Celsius. You can drink directly from it or take a bath. As for the remaining supplies, you can explore at your leisure. I do not have much time. With that, he opened the rooftop door and descended, leaving Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng exchanging glances. They had food and drink, and even the water tank contained warm, drinkable water. How luxurious. This was merely the configuration of the rooftop. They could hardly fathom the level of opulence in the room where Fang Qian truly resided. To speak candidly, it was likely that even an emperor would pale in comparison. Dong Xiaomei murmured, Wang Tianfeng, I feel we have underestimated Fang Qian far too much. Did he foresee this apocalypse? Otherwise, how could he be so well prepared? Wang Tianfeng readily concurred, quickly responding, whether he did or not is irrelevant. I am certain that, no matter the circumstances, even if the apocalypse were to last 100 years, Mr. Fang Qian would thrive. As the first visitors to the rooftop, the awe they felt was indescribable. Gritting her teeth, Dong Xiaomei declared, "I don't care. I must stay here at all costs." Beside her, Wang Tianfeng's gaze was equally resolute. "Yes, at any cost. As long as I can catch Mr. Fang Qian's eye, I would be willing to be treated like a dog." They both silently affirmed their determination. Dong Xiaomei glanced around and immediately ran to the water tank, filling a large bucket with warm water. Standing by the fire, she began to undress. Wang Tianfeng was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "I'm still here." Dong Xiaomei shot him a glance. "Then turn around and don't look. Go find something else to occupy yourself with. I am going to take a bath." Wang Tianfeng was incredulous. "Are you out of your mind? You're going to bathe now? You should fill your stomach first." They had hardly eaten a full meal in days. The skewers nearby seemed like heavenly delicacies, and even the potatoes were a gourmet delight. Wang Tianfeng felt his stomach rumble, longing to devour 2 sweet potatoes immediately. Dong Xiaomei rolled her eyes at him. "Can you have a little ambition, you glutton? If, by chance, Brother Fang Qian arrives and sees us engrossed in our meal, do you think he would feel any fondness towards us?" Wang Tianfeng furrowed his brow for a moment, quickly realizing the validity of this thought. If he were treating guests and observed them voraciously consuming food in his abode, he would undoubtedly feel a twinge of discomfort. "Although I am the host, a modicum of courtesy would not go amiss." He instinctively inquired, "What should I do then?" Dong Xiaomei lifted her chin, stating, "Engage in activities that would delight Brother Fang Qian. For instance, I could be bathing right now. When he arrives and catches sight of me in the midst of my ablutions with my enchanting figure, do you think he would remain indifferent? Besides, having taken advantage of my state, he might feel a pang of guilt. Wouldn't that simplify subsequent developments?" Wang Tianfeng was struck by enlightenment and immediately gave Dong Xiaomei a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a brilliant idea." He pondered, if he were to unexpectedly stumble upon a maiden bathing, he too would likely experience a surge of affection and remorse. After a brief moment of contemplation, he set his gaze upon the hoe and scissors nearby. He hurriedly approached to retrieve the tools, declaring, "I shall assist Mr. Fang Qian by tending to the flowers and loosening the soil. When he opens the door and sees me diligently at work, he will surely recognize me as a diligent individual. In his delight, he might even choose to keep me around." With that, he disregarded his meal and busied himself. He was acutely aware of the distinction between a feast and a mere meal. Observing his ingenuity, Dong Xiaomei nodded approvingly. At this moment, she had shed her clothing entirely and was seated by the fire, beginning to dry her body. The warm water combined with the cozy fire enveloped her in a state of bliss. Girls naturally possess a penchant for cleanliness, particularly those with a love for beauty. Like her, having endured a month without proper bathing in this apocalyptic world, she could no longer tolerate the odor clinging to her skin. Now, as her skin absorbed moisture, she felt as though she had transformed back into the coveted princess of the world that once was. As she toweled off, she called out to the industrious Wang Tianfeng in the garden, "Work diligently, and once we truly settle here, we can devise our plans. Ideally, we should eliminate Fang Qian. In that scenario, you would be the male host, and I the female host. What a splendid arrangement. There would be no need to curry favor with others." Upon hearing this, Wang Tianfeng, currently tending to the soil, shuddered. A fervent ambition surged within him. "Why should I live under the shadow of another? Why should I be beholden to someone else's whims? I shall find a way to oust him and take the lead myself." He then cast a sidelong glance at Dong Xiaomei's pristine form. Her slender waist, elongated legs, and the 2 alluring curves before him ignited a yearning within him. Should he succeed in eliminating Fang Qian, he would not only attain this comfortable existence but also possess a fair maiden. It was an exquisite prospect. Wang Tianfeng considered himself inferior to Wang Long and the others, hesitant to confront Fang Qian directly, especially given that the latter wielded a firearm. As long as one can remain here and observe gradually, one is bound to uncover vulnerabilities. There is a saying, while one may guard against the night, it is the household thief that is most difficult to detect. He exerted himself even more diligently in the garden, showcasing his horticultural skills. Even the weeds sprouting from the ground, he wished to trim into perfect semicircles. Amidst his toil, he responded to Dong Xiaomei, "Sister, your intellect is sharp. I will heed your every word. If you wish to silence Fang Qian, I shall undoubtedly support you." Dong Xiaomei raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. "Sure. Please do not speak so loudly. We must use our wits to eliminate our adversaries, but we must not be discovered." Wang Tianfeng quickly covered his mouth and immersed himself in his work, remaining silent, much like a simple, honest farmer. Chapter 95. You shall be named Iron Wall. Fang Qian brought the little border collie back to his room. Upon entering the comfortably warm environment, the pup appeared noticeably more alert, its pair of adorable, large eyes scanning the surroundings with curiosity. Fang Qian gently removed the tattered burlap sack from its body, only to discover that the little creature was not as healthy as he had initially imagined. Its ribs were faintly visible on either side, a clear indication of prolonged hunger. At such a tender age, when it should be growing, it was barely able to fill its belly, revealing the harshness of its existence. However, this was hardly surprising. In this frigid end of days, even humans struggled for sustenance, let alone dogs. The mere fact that it was alive was nothing short of a miracle. The little border collie cautiously took a few steps on the ground, each movement appearing laborious, its body trembling slightly, as if it might collapse from exhaustion at any moment. Yet, despite its frailty, it summoned every ounce of strength to slowly crawl to Fang Qian's side, gently licking the back of his hand with its tongue. Truly, dogs are the most understanding of companions. It seemed to instinctively recognize that Fang Qian was now its new master. Observing its weak demeanor, Fang Qian felt a pang of compassion and hurried to the kitchen, fetching a fresh set of bowls and plates, and from his backpack, he retrieved a box of milk and a piece of steak, pouring them into the dishes. The moment the little border collie caught the scent of the food, it perked up, darting around its bowls in excitement, barking joyfully. Yet it hesitated to approach, as if struggling to believe such a fortuitous turn of events could befall it. Perhaps, without a command from its master, it was reluctant to act impulsively. Watching its innocent demeanor, Fang Qian felt a warmth blossom within him. Indeed, living alone was somewhat monotonous. Companionship, even in the form of a small dog, was essential. He reached out to stroke the little pup's bony frame, murmuring softly, "What a pitiable little creature you are. Since you are now with me, it is only fitting that I give you a name. Let me think. How about Ironwall? May you remain strong and healthy forever, guarding me like a fortress. And may this sanctuary of mine stand as resilient as a bastion." Upon hearing this, the little border collie looked up and barked a few cheerful barks. Woof, woof, woof. It seemed quite pleased with its name. Fang Qian chuckled as he nudged the milk and steak closer to the pup, encouraging, "Go on, eat up while it's still warm." Only then did the little border collie lower its head to savor the delightful meal. It first lapped up several large gulps of milk, but in its eagerness, it splashed the milk everywhere, leaving droplets scattered across its forehead. After quenching its thirst, it turned its attention to the substantial piece of steak, whining as it clutched it in its mouth, shaking its head in an attempt to tear it apart. However, the little one's tiny milk teeth proved to be quite ineffective. And after much effort, it had yet to manage a single bite. Fang Qian, rather than offering assistance, allowed the little creature to fumble and explore on its own. For the young Ironwall, this served as a form of training. If it could not even manage a piece of steak, how could it hope to confront adversaries in the future? Fang Qian's intention in adopting this little border collie extended beyond mere amusement. He aspired to cultivate it into a future companion in battle. Thus, indulgence was out of the question. Amused by the antics of the little creature, he took out his phone and snapped a few photographs, which he promptly uploaded to the group chat. With a cheerful tone, he announced, "This is my new pet, named Ironwall. If he inadvertently wanders into the corridor, please help call him back home." Upon seeing the photo, the residents in the group were immediately filled with envy. Goodness, with so many struggling to make ends meet, you still have the luxury of keeping a pet? Indeed, Mr. Fang, if we are not mistaken. Your pet is feasting on steak and drinking milk. How outrageous. Mr. Fang, do confess, do you still need a dog? What do you think of me? The residents began their customary flattery, to which Fang Qian had grown accustomed. He replied in the chat, "What can I say? This little fellow is rather frail and must consume something nourishing to recuperate. We all need to eat well, especially in this biting cold. How can one endure without some meat?" The moment these words were spoken, the group erupted in a frenzy. To utter such sentiments at this juncture was undeniably a display of high-class Versailles. Everyone felt a twinge of discomfort, yet none dared to speak out. Just then, a brave soul emerged. Xiao Huiran exclaimed, "Fang Qian, what exactly do you mean? At this critical moment, while we are all hungry, not only do you refuse to share your food, but you choose to feed it to a dog? Isn't this merely exacerbating everyone's hunger? Your conscience is truly reprehensible." Fang Qian couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that there would still be someone in the group willing to stir the pot. He began to sift through his memories and soon recognized who Huiran was. This fellow was none other than a former subordinate of Wang Long technically. He was not part of Wang Long's original entourage, but had joined the team of homeowners immediately after the apocalypse began. At just over 20, he was of a similar age to Fang Qian and was quite the clever young man. Previously, he had little presence while Wang Long was around, but now he seemed to be reveling in the spotlight. It is worth mentioning that in a past life, this individual had served as Wang Long's chief sycophant, devising plenty of nefarious schemes to oppress other homeowners. Fang Qian had suffered the most under his tyranny, often being coerced to venture out into hailstorms to scavenge for supplies, resulting in his head being bloodied by falling ice. Yet, this fellow had laughed heartily throughout. The reason Fang Qian had broken his leg in the snow was also partly due to him. Had he not been forced to venture into more perilous areas for supplies, he would not have sustained such serious injuries. However, Fang Qian was curious. Wasn't he that group now under the leadership of Wang Huahai? Why hasn't Huang Hai spoken yet? Yet he has already made his pronouncement? Is this indicative of Huang Hai's stance? Just as he pondered this, Huang Hai hastily interjected in the group. Xiao Huairan. What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? Mr. Fang Qian can distribute his provisions to whomever he pleases. Do you have any right to intervene? This imbecile has a problem with his judgment and has taken it upon himself to speak on matters that do not concern him. Those words just now were entirely his personal opinions and have nothing to do with me. Xiao Huairan retorted. What does that have to do with you? You are nothing now, merely a worthless creature yearning to be someone else's lackey, and you truly believe you can assume a position of authority. Let me enlighten you. My brothers, heed my words. I am the new leader. Huang Hai scoffed. You? What are you even worth? Xiao Huairan replied. If it were only my opinion, perhaps it would hold little weight. However, I bear the surname Qiao. I have a distant cousin named Qiao Wenjie. You may have heard of him. He is the most powerful figure in our entire Chongyun city, known as the Underground Emperor. There is a saying that circulates. During daylight, the police are in charge. After dark, Wenjie has the final say. Do you comprehend? Huang Hai responded. I have indeed heard of him. But what relevance does that have to the present? And what connection does it hold for you? We are in the midst of an apocalypse. Does your cousin's influence still count? Xiao Huairan asserted. Of course it matters. Have you not heard? In our Lingyun community's 10th building, a disaster chamber of commerce has been established, and its leader is none other than my cousin, Qiao Wenjie. I have already made contact with him. Once he concludes his current affairs, he will come to me. I advise everyone in this group to behave, or you may find your lives in peril. The members of the group were momentarily taken aback. They had never anticipated that the usually silent Xiao Huairan possessed such formidable connections. He continued, to be frank, my cousin's disaster chamber of commerce previously looked down upon our humble community, focusing instead on subjugating several businesses and gas stations outside, achieving notable success. They have also accessed our community's underground parking lot, preparing to construct a grand shelter beneath. The forces under the disaster chamber of commerce are akin to a well-organized army. Now, will you listen to reason? This cascade of revelations left the group in shock. They were mere commoners, and even before the apocalypse, their fear of Qiao Wenjie surpassed that of the police. After all, legal infractions merely resulted in a few years in prison, whereas crossing Qiao Wenjie could cost one their very life. In this post-apocalyptic reality, such fear intensified. A mere thug like Wang Long had already put them through hell, having severed the hands of many within the group. Now, the emergence of someone more formidable than Wang Long, Qiao Wenjie, instilled palpable terror. The sentiment within the group quickly shifted in favor of Qiao Huairan. Good heavens, who knew our brother Huairan had such a background? We were indeed blind to overlook it. Indeed, brother Huairan, you must certainly speak a few kind words on our behalf when the time comes. If we could join that disaster merchant association, even if only to perform menial tasks, we would be more than willing. At this moment, Xiao Huairan was brimming with confidence. He directly tagged Fang Qian. Why are you still silent? Have you been rendered speechless by fear? Let me tell you, defeating Wang Long is hardly an impressive feat. He is merely a foolish brute lacking intellect. My cousin is not so easily dealt with. You should promptly relinquish your house and the supplies in your room. When my cousin arrives, I assure you I will speak a few more favorable words on your behalf. Perhaps you might even secure a minor official position. Otherwise, you are merely courting disaster. With Xiao Huairan leading the charge, the owners who had previously flattered Fang Qian swiftly altered their tune. Indeed, brother Huairan speaks wisely. Moreover, with so much food in your home, it would be quite unreasonable not to share a portion with us. Would you rather feed your dog than share a little with your neighbors? Saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Such behavior will lead you to the depths of hell after death. You selfish wretch, do not think that hiding in your house makes you invulnerable. Qiao Wenjie is a notorious underground emperor. Do not believe that hiding in your shabby abode will protect you. Not even a bunker would shield you from destruction. It would be wise to accept your fate. Chapter 96. Lin Dashin's hunting dog scheme. Upon witnessing the boisterous remarks from the group, Fang Qian felt no anger. Rather, he found amusement in their banter. After all, these individuals had been excessively obedient in recent days, leaving him devoid of any pretext to assert his dominance, a situation that had grown rather tedious. At last, they exhibited a modicum of spirit. Fang Qian showed no leniency, boldly proclaiming in the chat, "If you desire sustenance, my door is always open. To say nothing of the bounty amassed on my rooftop, it is more than sufficient for a hearty feast. Come, if you dare, and eat to your heart's content. However, to ponder the fate of those who came before you, do not say I did not forewarn you." My abode is fraught with peril. As these words echoed in the chat, an eerie silence enveloped the participants. They were vividly reminded of the recent incident where Wang Long had dispatched several underlings to stealthily infiltrate Fang Qian's home, only to end in utter failure and the loss of numerous comrades, some even losing their lives in that calamity. With Fang Qian broaching the subject, memories of that harrowing night surged forth, rendering the owners who had borne witness weak-kneed. Who among them would dare to venture forth and retrieve the offerings? Moreover, Fang Qian's insinuation was crystal clear. Any who dared to approach would be courting death. Thus, the previously animated chat descended into a profound hush. Noticing the lack of response, Fang Qian chuckled and remarked, "No one dares to come? Then what is there to discuss? Merely a bunch of ineffectuals. Even with a new master, your fate remains unchanged. You would do well to envy my dog, who lives with more dignity than you." He then addressed Xiao Huiran. "Oh, Xiao Huiran, you were quite vocal earlier. Why not step up and collect the food on behalf of everyone? Showcase your leadership skills." His words struck Xiao Huiran like a dagger, igniting a tempest of rage within him. He unleashed a futile roar in the chat. "Fang Qian, do not push your luck. When my cousin arrives, you won't even be worthy of being a dog." The other owners chimed in support. "Indeed, your arrogance knows no bounds. It's disgraceful for someone with a college education to lack such common sense. Should you meet your end, do not expect us to collect your remains." Observing these sycophants scrambling to curry favor, Fang Qian could only chuckle at their absurdity. He shared a few photographs of his little border collie, who had devoured half of a steak and lapped up milk with fervor, now resting contentedly at his feet, belly swollen like a balloon, an utterly adorable sight. The moment these images circulated, they delivered yet another blow to the spirits of everyone in the group. While the dog relished a life of abundance and comfort, they, as humans, found themselves in such dismal straits. The group erupted in curses directed at Fang Qian. He silenced his phone, lost in contemplation. It seemed that an eventful period lay ahead, with both the Holy Mother Church and the Natural Disasters Consortium being formidable factions. They have managed to cultivate their own influence amidst this apocalyptic crisis, which undoubtedly speaks to their remarkable abilities. Coupled with the elite security forces of the Ma family and Tangjiaro, the thought of these troubles ignited a fervor within Fang Qian. He yearned to engage in grand endeavors. Yet, there was not a trace of fear in his heart. He was utterly confident that with his mythical prowess, if there were to be one individual who would emerge victorious in this cataclysm, it would certainly be him. At that moment, his phone vibrated once more. It was not a message from the group chat, but rather a private message from Lin Dashan. Upon opening it, Lin Dashan wrote, "Mr. Fang Qian, please do not be upset. The individuals in the group are merely ignorant and not worth your concern. I noticed you have recently acquired a new pet. The border collie you have is quite impressive. Its gaze suggests intelligence, a promising specimen indeed. I possess some experience in training hunting dogs from my previous hunting endeavors, and I shall share that with you shortly. If Mr. Fang Qian trusts me, I could train that little border collie for you, ensuring it becomes a capable little bodyguard." Fang Qian's interest was piqued immediately. His intention in raising the border collie was not solely for amusement. Acquiring additional knowledge would undoubtedly be beneficial. He had long coveted the hunting dogs that accompany hunters, capable of predicting danger, pursuing prey, and attacking foes, far more competent than ordinary pet dogs. With professional training, this little border collie could attain even greater value. He promptly replied, "Very well, you are quite thoughtful. This little border collie appears somewhat frail at present. I will nurture it for a couple of days to strengthen its constitution before entrusting it to you for personal training." Lin Dashan responded, "That is splendid. It is my honor to assist Mr. Fang Qian. Regarding the Natural Disaster Business Association led by Qiao Wenjie, does Mr. Fang Qian require my assistance? Based on my experience, I can craft some explosives to ambush enemies in the corridor, ensuring your safety." As a professional hunter, Lin Dashan possessed considerable skills. He quickly replied, "No need to worry. I have my own arrangements." Meanwhile, in his room, Lin Dashan exhaled deeply upon reading the message. Indeed, Mr. Fang Qian is a capable individual, remaining composed in the face of formidable adversaries. I, however, am lacking in composure. These neighbors are truly foolish, after finally mending relations with Mr. Fang Qian. They now utter such words. All the effort of the past few days has been in vain. This is unacceptable, truly unacceptable. Lin Dashan collected some snow from outside the window and melted it on a small stove. While sipping the warm water, he indulged in the fragrant bread he had obtained from Fang Qian some time ago, of which there was still a fair amount, along with several remaining steaks. Each time he enjoyed these provisions, Lin Dashan felt immense gratitude. Had it not been for the rewards provided by Fang Qian, he would surely not have survived to this day. Regrettably, Fang Qian did not recruit followers, leaving him with no opportunity to pursue allegiance. If there is a possibility to offer assistance in other aspects, Given Fang Qian's generosity, he would undoubtedly not suffer any loss. Ever since he obtained sustenance from Fang Qian, he has been rather content, spending the past few days in relative ease without venturing outside much. He cherishes the opportunity to complete tasks for Fang Qian even more. Seizing the moment while the little border collie is asleep, Fang Qian begins to exercise in the gym. In this terrifying apocalypse, maintaining personal physical fitness is absolutely essential for survival. After only a short while of exercise, the little border collie, Tai Bai, awakens from its slumber. Observing Fang Qian running on the treadmill, it tilts its head and attempts to climb onto the machine, trying to run alongside him. Unfortunately, its frail physique cannot keep pace with Fang Qian's speed, leading it to tumble to the ground after just a few steps, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Once it regains its composure, this little creature stubbornly climbs back onto the treadmill. While exercising, Fang Qian finds amusement in the little one's antics. Though Tai Bai is physically weak, it possesses a tenacious spirit. Thus, he continues to work out while playfully engaging with Tai Bai, and before long, night falls. At that moment, he suddenly remembers that there are two outsiders on the rooftop. Calculating the time, it is indeed time for them to depart. He must go up and check on them. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Dong Xiaomei sits beside a bucket, unclothed. Occasionally, she scoops hot water from the bucket to pour over herself, striving to maintain her body temperature, her face pale from the cold. Were it not for the hot water and the warmth of the fire, she would have likely succumbed to the chill long ago. Even so, she begins to sniffle. Damn it, why has Fang Qian been gone for so long without even a glance in her direction? I've been bathing for the entire afternoon. I'm freezing. Nearby, Wang Tianfeng, his vision blurred, leans on his hoe, swaying slightly. Sister, why don't we take a break and have something to eat? We worked hard to complete task 3. We should miss out on a bit of enjoyment, right? That would be such a waste. Dong Xiaomei grits her teeth. No way, absolutely not. It's nearly dark now. Fang Qian will surely come up to check on us. If we start to indulge now, all our efforts will have been in vain. We must persevere for the better days to come. Uncertain of when Fang Qian might ascend, they both put on a show. One has taken an entire afternoon to bathe, while the other has spent the day tending the garden. They haven't touched any of the delightful offerings of tea or fruit feasts. Yet, they believe it won't be long before Fang Qian makes an appearance. In reality, however, he has not come up at all, leaving them to maintain their charade throughout the afternoon. Shivering, Dong Xiaomei pours another 2 scoops of hot water over herself and declares, "You must trust me. My method is absolutely correct. Our efforts this afternoon will surely pay off. Just wait, when Fang Qian comes out, he will undoubtedly be captivated by my exquisite form. I'll put on a little more of a show and effortlessly capture his heart. At that moment, I shall speak a few flattering words. And coupled with your commendable performance this afternoon, it would be only natural for us both to remain here. A fleeting pleasure cannot compare to a lifetime of good days." Dong Xiaomei incessantly motivated Wang Tianfeng. Just then, a sharp click echoed, the sound of a door lock turning. Without a moment's hesitation, Dong Xiaomei straightened her posture, adopting what she deemed her most alluring pose. Her long legs, illuminated by the flickering flames, appeared extraordinarily enchanting. As Fang Qian pushed open the door, the first sight that met his eyes was Dong Xiaomei bathing by the fire. He then shifted his gaze and was taken aback to see Wang Tianfeng vigorously wielding a hoe in the garden. In an instant, he felt a wave of bewilderment. What on earth were these two up to? Chapter 97. A failed attempt at deception. Before Fang Qian could fully comprehend the situation, a piercing scream erupted from Dong Xiaomei, who was in the midst of bathing. "Ah, brother Fang Qian, how could you come out without knocking? I'm in the shower," as she exclaimed. She hurriedly scrambled to gather 2 articles of clothing from the floor to cover herself. However, her efforts only succeeded in obscuring a few key areas, leaving much to the imagination. Coupled with her performance, there was indeed a hint of allure. Dong Xiaomei was not unattractive. In fact, after a bit of grooming, she appeared quite lovely. Observing Fang Qian's stunned expression, she felt a surge of pride. "Look at you, utterly captivated, aren't you?" As a seasoned enthusiast of film and literature, Dong Xiaomei was well versed in the script. She believed that her unintentional display would surely penetrate Fang Qian's heart. What followed, she imagined, would be a series of apologies from the male lead, a gracious forgiveness from the female lead, followed by the male's remorseful attempts at compensation, the female's repeated refusals, and ultimately their mutual descent into love. However, it soon became evident to Dong Xiaomei that something was amiss. After the initial flicker of surprise, Fang Qian's expression settled into one of indifference. He coldly replied, "Knock? Why should I knock? This is my home, is it not?" Dong Xiaomei was taken aback by his response. What does that mean? Shouldn't he be apologizing? Understanding dawned on her. This was the archetype of a stoic man, unskilled in expressing his feelings. With a quivering voice, tinged with a hint of tears, she stammered. But you saw my body. Fang Qian, cradling a small border collie, advanced towards her, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her form before settling on her chest. And what of it? You can't possibly expect me to believe I'm the only one who has seen it. He added with a smirk, by the way. I must remind you that a ruptured breast implant is rather unsightly. It looks like 2 hanging gourds. Dong Xiaomei's face flushed crimson. Indeed, her chest was artificial, and it had been damaged during a previous altercation with Wang Long and his associates. Yet, it hardly resembled the exaggerated imagery he conjured. In an instant, her previously admired figure was reduced to mere ridicule. Before she could collect herself, Fang Qian pointed at the puddle on the floor. How long have you been bathing here? You've wasted so much water. This is premium spring water. Do you not realize how precious it is in this apocalyptic world? His words left her utterly bewildered. This scenario was nothing like she had envisioned. What was the harm in wasting a bit of water? With such a large tank, there was more than enough to spare. And yet, her bare form was laid out before him. Did he truly feel no stirrings of desire? She even noticed Fang Qian glance at her momentarily before turning his attention back to affectionately petting the border collie in his arms. In his eyes, she seemed to pale in comparison to the charm of the little dog. Is this fellow truly a man? Fang Qian cast an impatient glare at her. Hurry up and put your clothes on. Gather your things. Time is of the essence. What a troublesome woman. In truth, the moment Fang Qian laid eyes on her bare form, he indeed felt a flicker of something. After all, the girl was not unattractive, and he was a young man full of vigor. However, having lived 2 lives, he understood all too well the dark depths that such women often conceal. Contemplating this made him lose his appetite. It was akin to being presented with a delectable cake, yet knowing that a lump of excrement lay hidden within. Would you still have the desire to indulge? Surely, no matter how exquisite the cake, one would find it unappetizing. Dong Xiaomei evoked such a feeling in him. Moreover, the fact that this woman had used half a tank of water for her bath left him quite irate. According to the task rewards, he was indeed permitted to enjoy the rooftop with the 2 of them, but only on the condition of no waste. A reasonable amount of bathing and dining was acceptable. Yet this woman had bathed for an entire afternoon, wasting copious amounts of water. It was evident she was rather ungrateful. Fang Qian bypassed Dong Xiaomei and approached the greenhouse. Wang Tianfeng was still tremblingly tending to the soil. Upon noticing Fang Qian's arrival, he hastily dropped his hoe and hurried over, bowing and nodding. Brother Fang Qian, I noticed your orchard was a bit neglected, so I took the liberty of tidying it up. How does it look? Doesn't it feel rejuvenated? The moment Fang Qian beheld the interior of the glass greenhouse, his mind flooded with indignation. Wang Tianfeng had indeed done a commendable job. He had meticulously pruned nearly every plant in the garden. The apple and pear trees were shaped into ovals, while the flowers and grasses on the ground were either cut into long rectangles or half circles. The ordinary green grass had been completely eradicated. From a park's perspective, it was exceptionally well done. However, Fang Qian felt nothing but disgust. He turned to Wang Tianfeng. Did you not realize that my previous arrangement was intentional, aimed at cultivating a natural jungle aesthetic? Your actions have left artificial traces everywhere. Fantastic. Wang Tianfeng was left utterly bewildered. He never imagined that the Fang Qian before him favored the natural. Fang Qian took a deep breath. Now that the extreme cold and apocalypse have descended, these plants already suffer from a lack of sunlight. More green leaves would aid them in photosynthesis. You just pruned away half of them. Truly remarkable. Wang Tianfeng was taken aback, collapsing to his knees. Brother Fang Qian, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. I just wanted to help. Before he could finish, Fang Qian waved his hand dismissively. Pack your things and leave quickly. Time is up. Dong Xiaomei had barely managed to put on her clothes when Fang Qian ushered her out. As Wang Tianfeng climbed over the low wall, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Having gone an entire afternoon without sustenance, while laboring tirelessly, they were utterly weakened. After being cast off the rooftop, it took them a considerable time to regain their senses. The disparity between reality and their expectations was staggering. In the biting cold, Dong Xiaomei shivered uncontrollably. Previously, sheltered from the frigid winds and hail on Fang Qian's rooftop, supplemented by the warmth of the fire and greenhouse, she had not felt such cold. Yet, the moment they stepped outside, they could no longer endure it, hastily wrapping their garments tighter around themselves. Fuming with rage, Dong Xiaomei's face turned ashen. That damned Fang Qian. He is not a man. He is a lunatic. He is undoubtedly insane. In a fit of hysteria, she scooped up handfuls of ice and snow, hurling them against the low wall before her. However, her feeble strength rendered her efforts futile, with the projectiles barely reaching 2 meters. Nearby, Wang Tianfeng rose and, in a fit of anger, delivered a resounding slap across Dong Xiaomei's face. The sharp crack echoed, sending her tumbling to the ground. where she rolled twice before lifting her head, blood streaming from her lips and nose. With a stunned expression, she exclaimed, "Wang Tianfeng, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me? If it weren't for me, you would not be where you are today." Furious, Wang Tianfeng retorted, "Yes, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. I told you we should eat first, but you insisted on pursuing your ridiculous plan, brimming with confidence. Look at my current situation. It's all your fault. I toiled for an entire afternoon, and not a single warm meal to show for it. We worked hard to complete task 3. Only to spend the day as laborers, right? You wretched woman, I thought you were smarter than this." As his anger escalated, Wang Tianfeng forcefully pinned Dong Xiaomei to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches. "Stop, please, I was wrong, she pleaded. But the onslaught continued until he finally vented his fury and stood up. Dong Xiaomei lay battered and bruised, her visage marred, her false facade of beauty shattered. Once calmed, Wang Tianfeng spat on the ground and glared at her fiercely. "Damn it, I truly believed in your nonsense. You better think of a way to procure some food, for I have gone hungry all afternoon, and this is your doing. If you cannot devise a decent plan, I will make you my next meal." Trembling in terror, Dong Xiaomei realized that Wang Tianfeng was not the docile creature she had thought she had tamed. She now understood that a starving dog could easily transform into a ravenous wolf. Curling up against the wall, she quietly sobbed, all her resentment directed toward Fang Qian. "It was all that lunatic's fault for being so oblivious. Otherwise, my plan would have undoubtedly succeeded." She became increasingly obsessed with the idea of eliminating him. After experiencing the rooftop life firsthand for an entire afternoon, she found herself increasingly dissatisfied with their current existence. The thought of killing Fang Qian and seizing his home and resources had become an all-consuming fixation for Dong Xiaomei. As she pondered, Dong Xiaomei raised an eyebrow and looked up at Wang Tianfeng, saying, "We must seek out Tang Ma and Tang Erwin." Wang Tianfeng, displaying a face of impatience, retorted, "What do we need them for? Those two haven't uttered a word in the group. We don't even know if they are alive or dead." Dong Xiaomei replied, "They are indeed alive and thriving. I once secretly observed Tang Erwin ascending the stairs in the dead of night. And they haven't been scavenging for supplies, nor have they been targeted by Wang Long. I suspect that Fang Qian has been secretly aiding them. The facade of discord between Fang Qian and them is likely a ruse to ensure their safety. If we wish to survive, we must unite with more individuals and devise a plan to eliminate Fang Qian and seize his residence. Tang Erwin and Tang Ma are, after all, his cherished relatives. Targeting them presents a significant opportunity." After contemplating her words, Wang Tianfeng found some merit in her reasoning. The two reached a consensus and began to prepare for their next course of action. Chapter 98. The elite is ready in the distance. A luxurious hotel stood tall. Young Master Ma, with his plump hands, playfully covered Tang Jiarou's eyes, gently guiding her towards the grand hall. Tang Jiarou, with a sweet voice, exclaimed, "Brother Ma, what are you doing? Where are you taking me?" With a mischievous chuckle, young Master Ma replied, "Open your eyes and see. I have prepared a surprise for you." As he removed his hands, he embraced Tang Jiarou in his ample arms. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of over 20 robust security personnel stationed in the hotel lobby, each equipped with firearms, exuding an air of vigilance. With a sense of pride, young Master Ma declared, "After days of preparation, the food in our hotel is nearly sufficient. It is time to fulfill my promise to you. I will fetch your mother and brother." He gestured towards the elite team he had assembled, eager to set off the following day. "What do you think?" Tang Jiarou's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. She hugged young Master Ma's belly with overwhelming happiness, saying, "Brother Ma, you are so kind to me. With their assistance, my mother and brother will surely be safe." Young Master Ma affectionately stroked her hair, laughing heartily, "Ha ha ha. Now that you are satisfied, you must also make me happy tonight." Tang Jiarou playfully punched his chest. "Oh, how annoying. There are outsiders here." Yet, she teasingly added, "Whenever you desire, Brother Ma, you need not wait until nightfall." Young Master Ma shivered with excitement. "Is that so? Shall we do it here?" Tang Jiarou feigned shyness, further igniting young Master Ma's yearning. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and looked up at him. "Brother Ma, what about Fang Qian? How do you intend to handle him?" With a disdainful snort, young Master Ma replied, "Naturally, we shall bring him back. I need to interrogate him regarding my goods. Furthermore, he has bullied you before. It cannot simply be overlooked." Tang Jiarou furrowed her brow, pondering before sweetly pleading, "Brother Ma, could you not bring him back? I do not wish to see him." The mere thought of him filled her with dread, as he had previously threatened and intimidated her, taking advantage of her vulnerability. Tears began to well in her eyes, as if she would soon break down. Young Master Ma, seeing her distress, swiftly embraced her, comforting her tenderly. "All right, my dear, do not cry. I promise you, I will have my men interrogate him thoroughly. Once we are finished, he will hold no value and can be disposed of at will. I will ensure you are spared any unpleasantness." Satisfied, Tang Jiaro planted a kiss on young Master Ma's cheek, exclaiming, "Brother Ma, you are truly wonderful. I adore you." In truth, her fear was merely a facade, masking her guilt. After all, in her eyes, Fang Qian was merely a lecherous fiend seeking to exploit her for a trifling investment. In reality, the two were indeed in a genuine romantic relationship and had even become engaged. She was determined to keep this matter from Ma Xiao, fearing it would tarnish her innocent image. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to ensure they never crossed paths again. Deep within her heart, she silently whispered an apology to Fang Qian. "I'm sorry, brother Fang Qian, but for the sake of my future, I must trouble you to depart this world soon." Moreover, this selfish individual, despite having ample provisions at home, showed no inclination to care for my parents and younger brother. "My father's demise is undoubtedly your sole responsibility. It is only fitting that you pay with your life." Shortly thereafter, in a fit of gratitude, Tang Jiaro and her companion indulged in a passionate encounter beneath the hotel front desk, their fervor palpable. The 20-odd soldiers in the lobby, hearing the muffled sounds from below, exchanged mischievous glances and whispered among themselves, "This little vixen certainly knows how to play the game. Just listening to her makes my heart race." Of course, without a modicum of skill, how could she have captivated Ma Xiao to such an extent? I wonder how long Ma Xiao will be enamored. Once he tires of her, will he share her with us? Hush, let us not speak of such things now. Given the current situation, it seems this little vixen will be in Ma Xiao's favor for quite a while. We must maintain a semblance of respect. Oh, how I envy these women. They don't have to fight for their lives, unlike us, who must brave the bitter cold and risk our lives in battle. In my next life, I too wish to be born a woman. One soldier chuckled, "Don't be envious. For those of us who risk our lives, at least we can last 30 years. These women selling their charms don't have such longevity." 3 minutes later, Ma Xiao emerged from the front desk, thoroughly satisfied, with a still eager Tang Jiaro following closely behind. After parting ways, she hurried back to her room and dialed her mother, conveying the delightful news. On the other end of the line, Tang Ma and Tang Erwin were so exhilarated by the revelation that they leapt from their beds. Dropping the phone, Tang Ma wept tears of joy, exclaiming, "We've finally made it through. I can hardly believe how I've managed the past month." Stumbling into the living room, she bowed 3 times before her husband's spirit, lamenting, "Old man, why couldn't you have held on a little longer? If you had just persisted until today, we would have had everything we desired. Your life was so arduous." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Although there had been messages from Tang Jiaro about sending supplies and rescuers, they had yet to materialize until now, when they finally received concrete news. The rescue team would set out the following day, though due to inclement weather and unforeseen circumstances, they likely would not arrive until the day after. Yet, having endured for over a month, what were a couple more days? At that moment, Tang Erwin, who had been silently standing in the living room, clenched his teeth and spoke, "Father, please don't blame me. It is not that I do not wish to care for you, but rather that I am also at a loss despite my heartfelt intentions. If there is anyone to blame, let it be that wretched Fang Qian. He possesses an abundance of food, even feeding his dog steak, yet refuses to share even a morsel with us. Should you become a spirit, do not let him escape your wrath." Tang Ma turned and glared fiercely at him. "Hurry up and kneel to your father to apologize." Ever since she learned from Fang Qian that her son had a steady source of food, disappointment had engulfed her heart. Yet, blood is thicker than water. As the days passed, her anger subsided considerably. After all, he is her cherished son whom she has nurtured since childhood. He is merely young and naive. How could one truly blame him? If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon Fang Qian, who has deliberately guided him towards the path of wrongdoing. Tang Erwin understood that a family reunion was imminent and wished to avoid any further disgrace. He obediently bowed several times before his father's spirit. At that moment, loud knocking resounded from outside the door. Peering through the peephole, they were startled to see Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng, both now looking somewhat disheveled. Tang Erwin cautiously opened the door a crack, his expression wary. "What do you want?" In the next instant, Wang Tianfeng forcefully kicked the door open, barging in with Dong Xiaomei. Without uttering a word, they began ransacking the place. Tang Ma, fuming in the background, exclaimed, "What on earth are you two doing? What are you searching for? I assure you, there is nothing here." After a thorough search, Wang Tianfeng and Dong Xiaomei stood before Tang Ma and Tang Erwin, incredulous. "Where's the food? Where have you hidden it?" Tang Erwin, irritated, glared at Wang Tianfeng. "What food do you think I have? Do you believe I am like that beast Fang Qian, hoarding supplies?" Beside him, Dong Xiaomei appeared puzzled. "That shouldn't be the case. You are Fang Qian's relatives. Does he truly not care for you?" At the mention of Fang Qian, Tang Ma erupted into a tirade, recounting the hardships they had endured during this time. Only then did Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng lower their hostility. When they learned that someone would be coming to take them away for a better life in just a couple of days, they grew increasingly anxious, pleading to accompany them. However, Tang Erwin shook his head in refusal. I am truly sorry, but this matter is beyond our control. Disappointment washed over them instantly. Just then, Tang Ma stepped forward, saying, however, although we cannot take you with us, we can help you procure some food. Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng's faces lit up with hope as they eagerly inquired. Where can we find food? Tang Ma's face twisted into a ghastly smile. Naturally, from Fang Qian. That scoundrel harbors deep affection for my daughter. Now that we are about to leave, this is his final opportunity to see her. Do you think he would not plead with me? I dare say he would acquiesce to any demands I make. Chapter 99. No turning back upon hearing her mother's words. Tang Erwin sprang to his feet with excitement. Indeed. Mother, your idea is nothing short of brilliant. No matter how high Fang Qian flies, he remains tethered, much like a kite. His earlier attempts to summon my sister back through us clearly illustrate how much he cannot let her go. Now that he knows we are leaving, he must be beside himself with anxiety. We can certainly use this as a pretext to request more provisions from him. Steak, milk, bring it all to us. I demand to be fed. Nearby, Wang Tianfeng and Dong Xiaomei shared in the exhilaration. This trip had not been in vain after all. Despite the arduous efforts to accomplish their task today yielding nothing, they had unexpectedly stumbled upon a glimmer of hope. Wang Tianfeng quickly approached, gingerly supporting Tang's mother. Auntie, you are simply too clever. As long as you can provide us with a warm meal, you will be our benefactor, and we shall heed your every request. At that moment, Dong Xiaomei chimed in. Yes, Auntie. Today, Wang Tianfeng and I finally completed Task 3 and had the chance to experience Fang Qian's rooftop. That fellow lives like a king. The orchard spans dozens of square meters, filled with an abundance of vegetables and fruits, all maintained at a comfortable temperature of 20 to 30 degrees. It's simply delightful. Moreover, the water he uses is heated to 40 degrees. Ready for bathing at any moment. The corner of the rooftop is piled high with potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and skewers of meat, enough to feast upon endlessly. And this is merely what's on the rooftop. Undoubtedly, his home contains even more treasures. Hearing Dong Xiaomei's description, Tang's mother grew so agitated that she could scarcely maintain her balance. You wretched creature. Your home is so well off, yet you allow me to suffer here. With your behavior, do you still dare to seek a meeting with my daughter? Go to hell. Tang's mother firmly believed that her recent hardships were entirely Fang Qian's fault. As her son-in-law, he showed no inclination to contribute. Clenching her teeth, she pondered for a moment before declaring, No. It would be too lenient to merely ask for food from that scoundrel. Join me, and I shall ensure he opens his doors wide to welcome us into his home. In these final 2 days, I intend to enjoy myself thoroughly. Tang's mother elevated her demands, no longer content with merely requesting food. She now sought to reside in Fang Qian's home. She was filled with confidence. Fang Qian adored her daughter. And to glean any news of Tang Jiayou and have a chance to see her again, he would surely be willing to make this small concession. Dong Xiaomei was overjoyed. She moved closer, wrapping her arms around Tang's mother's other arm, beaming. Auntie, you are simply brilliant to think of such a wonderful plan. If Wang Tianfeng and I can move in, we will become your godchildren, and we shall honor and repay your kindness. Tang's mother laughed heartily, affectionately patting the shoulders of Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng. Splendid. Let us set off at once. They were preparing to leave when they unexpectedly encountered several uninvited guests at the door, led by Qiao Huairan and his gang. In an instant, everyone was paralyzed by fear. After all, they were ordinary people who dared not confront Qiao Huairan. Nearby, Tang Erwin stretched his neck and proclaimed, Qiao Huairan, let me tell you, while others may fear you, my mother and I do not. You heard it just now. My sister is now the woman of young Master Ma. And the people sent to rescue us are already on their way. If you dare to harm us, you can be sure that when the rescue team arrives, you will not fare well. Qiao Huairan grinned. Erwin, what are you saying? We are neighbors. How could I ever wish you harm? If you're living well, I would be delighted. Tang Erwin snorted coldly. At least you are somewhat perceptive. Qiao Huairan leisurely responded. I merely feel it is a pity for you. Tang Ma, growing impatient, urged. Speak plainly. My age makes it difficult for me to think as quickly as you youngsters. Leaning against the doorframe, Qiao Huairan cheerfully remarked. The Fang Qian you speak of has hoarded a wealth of survival supplies and enjoys the most comfortable living conditions since the outbreak. Yet he has never offered you any assistance, instead mocking and ridiculing you. Now you possess leverage over him. Yet you merely wish to stay for 2 days. Does that not seem a waste? Consider this. In 2 days, the rescue team will take you away, and Dong Xiaomei and Wang Tianfeng will likely be expelled once more. Everything will revert to the beginning. He will continue to live comfortably, unaffected. Surely, that cannot be deemed a punishment for him? Upon hearing this, the other four present found Qiao Huairan's words to be quite reasonable. Merely staying for 2 days would entail no loss for Fang Qian. How much could the four of them consume in that span? Fang Qian's actions over the past month surely warranted some form of retribution. Observing their silence, Qiao Huairan recognized he had struck a chord with their thoughts. He then slowly retrieved a handgun from his pocket and lit a cigarette. With the emergence of the firearm, the tension in the air escalated. Qiao Huairan extracted the magazine from the gun, methodically removing the bullets until only one remained. He then handed the gun and the solitary bullet to Wang Tianfeng. This is a gun I managed to procure from my cousin, Chen Wenjie. I am lending it to you now. If you can shoot Fang Qian in the forehead with this bullet, then the entire room and its supplies will belong to you. He then turned to Tang Ma and said, I understand you wish to live well with young Master Ma, and I imagine he has no shortage of provisions. However, arriving empty-handed would be somewhat disrespectful. If you could eliminate Fang Qian, with all the treasures in his home, wouldn't you have your pick? Selecting a few fine gifts would certainly enhance your reputation, wouldn't it? Tang Ma was suddenly enlightened. Although her daughter had found a wealthy suitor, she was unwilling to remain in a subordinate position forever. If she could bring something of value to the table, demonstrating that the Tang family possessed depth and heritage, it would truly be a matter of pride. With just a few words, Qiao Huairan had elevated the desires of those present to a new height. He smiled, refraining from further comments, and turned to leave with his companions, casting a glance at Wang Tianfeng. Remember, once the task is completed, return the gun to me. I wish you all good fortune. Once Qiao Huairan departed, the four of them were left in a state of turmoil. Wang Tianfeng, gripping the gun in his hand, felt an unexpected surge of courage despite his usual timidity. A gun symbolizes a man's bravery. With such a weapon in hand, what was there to fear? An idea struck him. I've been working in that glass greenhouse all afternoon. I know the area well. There's a pile of clutter in the corner where I could easily conceal myself. You can lure him out, and I'll take the shot from behind. It's a guaranteed hit. Wang Tianfeng had no intention of confronting Fang Qian directly. After all, Wang Long had sent numerous men into the fray, many of whom had met dire fates. He couldn't afford to be reckless. The best strategy was to launch a surprise attack. Building upon his plan, the four of them immediately began to strategize intensively. Meanwhile, Fang Qian was in his gym, tinkering with a submachine gun. He propped the weapon up on a stand and fashioned a mechanism with a rope to pull the trigger. After setting everything up, he stood directly in front of the gun, feeling a mix of apprehension. Bulletproof vest, oh bulletproof vest, my life depends on you. Indeed, he was preparing to test the efficacy of the mythical bulletproof vest, as it was a matter of life and death. Without prior knowledge, he felt an unsettling uncertainty. According to the information in his mind, the vest was said to nullify all bullet damage, but could it also absorb impact? He had seen on television that while some bullets failed to penetrate the vest, their kinetic energy could still fracture bones within the body. Thus, the actual effectiveness needed to be tested. Taking a few deep breaths and mentally preparing himself, Fang Qian abruptly yanked the rope. Under the influence of his pulley mechanism, the trigger of the submachine gun was pulled, rat-a-tat-tat. A series of bullets struck his chest. Fang Qian closed his eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain. However, when the gunfire ceased, he looked down to find a scattering of shells and bullets on the ground, yet his chest bore not a single mark. In fact, had he not seen the evidence of the bullets, he might have thought the gun had jammed. What was going on? Why didn't he feel anything? Could it be that this bulletproof vest even intercepted kinetic energy? The little border collie beside him was startled by the gunfire, barking in alarm, continuously circling around Fang Qian. The little border collie seemed exceedingly concerned for its master's well-being in that moment. Observing its anxious demeanor, Fang Qian felt a warmth and amusement swell in his heart. He crouched down and gently stroked the small head of Ironwall. Rest assured, your master is perfectly fine, not a single mark to be found. The little border collie, Ironwall, widened its eyes and scrutinized Fang Qian's chest, seemingly perplexed as to why there was no evidence of any harm. Its tiny head appeared utterly inadequate for the task at hand. Not only was it baffled, but even Fang Qian himself could not fathom the underlying principles at play. Yet, this was to be expected. The hand of myth possessed boundless possibilities, and each mythical item it conjured eluded the grasp of human scientific understanding. However, when the trigger was pulled moments ago, he instinctively shut his eyes and thus remained oblivious to what transpired. To gain a clearer comprehension of the process, he resolved to conduct another experiment, determined to keep his eyes wide open this time. With this thought in mind, he returned to his previous position. Chapter 100. The power of the mythical bulletproof vest. Once adequately prepared, Fang Qian once again tugged at the rope. The muzzle of the submachine gun belched forth azure flames, and a barrage of bullets rained down upon his chest. This time, Fang Qian did not close his eyes. He observed everything with clarity. Upon striking his chest, The bullets exhibited an uncanny phenomenon, as if all their kinetic energy had vanished. The projectiles clattered to the ground, yet he felt not a single sensation. No. It would be inaccurate to claim he felt nothing at all. Upon introspection, there was a faint awareness, akin to the gentle brush of a moth against his chest, a mere whisper of sensation. Remarkable. Fang Qian could not help but concede that he had once again underestimated the formidable power of mythical artifacts. Beside him, the little border collie, Ironwall, was in a frenzy, barking incessantly and even lunging to grasp Fang Qian's pant leg with its teeth, desperate to drag him away from the perilous zone. Its thoughts were simple. It was entirely oblivious to the fact that Fang Qian was conducting an experiment, naively believing its master to be in danger. Observing the dog's adorable demeanor, Fang Qian erupted into laughter, unable to resist lifting it up and playfully tousling its little head. Afterward, he set the border collie down, gently patting its head to soothe it. "Do not worry, little one. Your master is unharmed." He then rose, preparing to undertake an even bolder endeavor. Once more, he pulled the rope, activating the submachine gun. With his other hand, he slowly raised it. Thus, he extended his bare hand into the storm of bullets. The crackling projectile struck his palm, yet he remained unscathed. Effortlessly, he grasped several of the fired bullets, experiencing not a shred of pain throughout the entire ordeal. Was this the ammunition barrier of the mythical bulletproof vest? Astonishing. With such an ability, he could easily assume the role of a superhero from the Marvel Universe. At that moment, he eagerly anticipated how the members of Ma Dashao's elite security team would react when he caught bullets with his bare hands. As he became engrossed in his experiment, Fang Qian suddenly froze. The entire dwelling lay within the realm of his dominion. Theoretically, he could perceive every blade of grass and every tree within the confines of the house. Should any outsiders intrude upon this space, he would detect them immediately. It felt as though someone was attempting to sneak in right beneath his nose. Unless he were in a deep slumber, it would be impossible not to notice. At that moment, he clearly discerned an individual stealthily infiltrating his rooftop. The corners of Fang Qian's mouth curled into a slight smile. "How intriguing. What are you up to?" Meanwhile, Xiao Huiran had returned to his own quarters. A curious underling approached him, inquiring, "Boss, we only managed to acquire 2 or 3 firearms from your cousin. Quite precious." "Indeed, yet you casually handed one to that worthless fellow. Shouldn't we take matters into our own hands to eliminate Fang Qian?" Xiao Huiran chuckled softly and waved a dismissive hand. "You are thinking too simplistically. To rid ourselves of that man, it is not merely a matter of numbers or firepower. Was there not a multitude of individuals surrounding Wang Long previously? Just observe his current state. One must engage their intellect. If I entrust the firearm to Wang Tianfeng and his associates, the likelihood of success in this operation would at least double. No matter how astute Fang Qian may be, he could never fathom that his mother-in-law and brother would conspire against him. That young man undoubtedly harbors feelings for Tang Jiaro. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to deceive her into returning. Alas, I had initially believed that the figure hiding in the rooftop chamber was a formidable leader of the apocalypse, only to discover he is merely a sycophant. I concede that I misjudged him. The nearby underlings, upon hearing Xiao Huiran's analysis, found it to be quite reasonable. Taking risks alone was far too perilous. With Wang Long's prior experience serving as a cautionary tale, no one wished to tread into Fang Qian's territory without comprehending the true reasons for their predecessor's failures. An underling promptly began to flatter. "Boss, I suddenly understand why you left only 1 bullet for Wang Tianfeng. In a surprise attack, a single shot is sufficient. Once he eliminates Fang Qian, we can boldly stride in. This is akin to the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lies in wait." Xiao Huiran erupted in laughter, patting the shoulder of this astute underling. "You are rather clever. Stick close to me, and you shall not be treated poorly." However, amidst their spirited discussion, Huang Hai, who had been lurking in the corner, scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, his shoulder was bandaged, and he appeared utterly dejected. His ambition to seize the boss's position had evaporated entirely. Huang Hai slowly spoke. "Had you been sufficiently cautious, you would not have antagonized Fang Qian. Ultimately, you remain a fool. Do you truly believe that a few inept individuals could succeed?" Huang Hai was among the few who had engaged in close quarters with Fang Qian. He was acutely aware of the man's terrifying nature. Beneath his affable exterior lay a heart uniquely belonging to a demon, instilling no thoughts of resistance within him. Upon hearing Huang Hai's demoralizing words, Xiao Huiran spat contemptuously in his face, his expression rife with disdain. "What is your incessant barking? If you wish to be a dog, then be a loyal one and refrain from speaking out of turn. Otherwise, do not blame me for showing you no respect. I assure you, I have meticulously reviewed this plan, and my confidence is absolute. Even in failure, my losses will be negligible. After all, these are merely the lives of a few worthless individuals, not mine." Huang Hai wiped the spittle from his face with his bandaged hand, choosing silence. It is not as simple as you believe. Fang Qian is not so magnanimous. Previously, I did not engage directly. I merely bantered in front of Wang Long and ended up with a broken hand. That was sheer luck. Had I not maneuvered Wang Long into winning that game, I might have lost my life. Xiao Weiren's current predicament mirrors my own from days past, although he has not acted personally. The weapons and strategies are largely his doing. How could Fang Qian possibly harbor no resentment? Huang Hai gazed at Xiao Huiren as if he were observing a reflection of his former self. Heh! He closed his eyes once more, embarking on a path of self-cultivation. At that moment, Huang Hai's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to wait for the emissaries of the Holy Mother Church to arrive and escort him away. Thereafter, living a life of servitude to secure his daily bread. He had resolved not to contest anything further. He neither wished nor dared to do so. Meanwhile, Fang Qian, in his gym, dismantled the mechanism he had just used and cleaned up the scattered shell casings from the floor. As he gazed at this refuse, an idea sparked within him. It seemed that these infinite bullets could serve an alternative purpose. It was akin to conjuring metal from thin air. If he had a furnace, he could collect these casings and projectiles, melting and refining them into various objects. Would that not be splendid? Alas, it was a time of extreme cold and desolation. The industrial system had largely collapsed. Otherwise, merely by selling scrap metal, he could have earned several million in a year. Just as he finished tidying up, he suddenly heard a voice calling from above. Fang Qian, come out quickly. I have good news to share. It was none other than Tang Erwin's voice. Fang Qian retrieved the surveillance monitor and saw Tang Erwin and Tang Ma standing at the edge of the rooftop, eagerly beckoning him. Coupled with the insights he had garnered from his exclusive domain, curiosity piqued within him. What on earth did these individuals intend to do? Setting aside his current task, he ascended the stairs, opened the door, and stepped outside. The moment he emerged, his little border collie, Tai Bing, perked up its nose and scampered towards a pile of debris beside the greenhouse, barking excitedly. This scene caused both Tang Ma and Tang Erwin, standing at the rooftop's edge, to hold their breaths in trepidation. Fortunately, Fang Qian did not pursue the matter. Instead, he called out to Tai Bing, come back. There's nothing there, stop barking. Tai Bing, reluctant, let out a few more barks but was swiftly pulled back by Fang Qian's hand. Witnessing this, Tang Erwin and Tang Ma finally exhaled in relief. Once their emotions settled, they raised their heads high, akin to triumphant generals returning from battle. Fang Qian, I have wonderful news to share with you. Fang Qian, nonchalantly rubbing Tiebing's head, replied, what good news? Is it that Tang Jiaro is coming back? Tang Ma snorted derisively. Oh, you wish to see my daughter, do you? Dream on. Let me tell you, my daughter has attracted the attention of a wealthy family and is thriving out there. This time, she has dispatched a team of elite security personnel to come and escort me and Erwin away. If you don't act soon, you may never see my daughter again. Upon hearing this news, Fang Qian's expression remained unchanged. He had already learned of it through the intercom. He cut to the chase and inquired, stop playing coy. What exactly do you two want from me? Tang Ma's gaze drifted past Fang Qian, greedily fixated on the glass greenhouse and the food piled beside the fire. Do I really need to spell it out for you? You lack perception. Firstly, you must graciously allow us to reside together in your spacious abode for 2 days, as the size of your house can easily accommodate a couple more individuals. Adjacent to us, Tang Erwin swiftly adds, secondly, you ought to present any delectable food and drink your household possesses, prioritizing our enjoyment. Moreover, you are required to ensure that a server is at hand to attend to us throughout our stay. Tang Ma nods in agreement. And thirdly, you profess your love for our dear Xiaro, thus you must procure a gift of considerable significance. It should be something that appears exceedingly precious in these apocalyptic times, such as that formidable submachine gun of yours. Fulfill these 3 stipulations first, and I shall contemplate the rest at my leisure. Chapter 101. The aroma of excrement. Observing the confident demeanor of the 2 individuals before him, Fang Qian could not help but find it amusing. What audacity these fools possessed. Believing they could manipulate him at will, he extended his hand and lightly applauded, remarking, well done, indeed. Your dreams are truly quite splendid. However, I advise you to relieve yourselves in the corner and take a good look at your reflections before making demands. How dare you, creatures resembling dogs, approach me with such requests? The smiles on the faces of Tang Ma and Tang Erwin instantly froze. Tang Erwin slammed his fist against the low wall in front of them, seething with rage. Fang Qian, what do you mean by this? Do not forget that it was you who pleaded with me to gather information about my sister and to bring her back. We are on the verge of meeting her now. I suggest you choose your words carefully. Perhaps I might even intercede on your behalf. Tang Ma, standing beside him, pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Qian, berating him. You ungrateful wretch. Your obstinacy has gone too far. I ask you this. Do you wish to see our dear Ro or not? If you utter a single no, I can assure you that you will never lay eyes on her again. Fang Qian nodded, quickly conceding, of course I wish to see her. How could I not? However, I am far more interested in the deceased Tang Jiao. The living version holds little appeal for me. Upon hearing this, both Tang Ma and Tang Erwen were taken aback. How could this be? Hadn't Fang Qian always harbored deep affection for Xiao? Why utter such callous words? Surely, he was merely putting on a brave front. With negotiations at an impasse, Tang Ma discarded her pretense. With a malevolent glare directed at Fang Qian, she stated, "Let me be frank. If you refuse to agree to these terms, then you may as well perish. Upon your demise, everything belonging to you will rightfully become ours." Tang Erwen immediately shouted, "Fire!" In the next moment, the cluttered corner of the rooftop was forcefully cleared away, revealing the imposing figure of Wang Tianfeng, who stood merely 3 meters away from Fang Qian. He raised his pistol, aiming it directly at Fang Qian's temple, and pulled the trigger. A cruel smile spreading across his face. "Die, Fang Qian. How dare you make me toil in this garden all afternoon? Once you're gone, I shall bury you here as fertilizer." The little border collie, Iron Wall, barked vehemently in Fang Qian's arms. Yet, Fang Qian remained utterly unmoved, allowing the bullet to strike his temple. In the next moment, something occurred that sent Wang Tianfeng into a panic. The bullet simply fell to the ground, having caused no harm whatsoever. Fang Qian slowly turned his head, responding to Wang Tianfeng with a derisive smile. "Your marksmanship seems to lack precision. It failed to inflict any damage. Perhaps you should try firing again?" Wang Tianfeng, now bewildered, frantically pulled the trigger a second time. Click, click, click. He fired several shots, yet none proved effective. It was only then that he recalled when Xiao Huairan had given him the gun. It contained but a solitary bullet. Wang Tianfeng staggered back 2 steps and fell into a pile of clutter with a resounding thud, his face reflecting the terror of a man who had seen a ghost. How could this be? How could this happen? At such close range, I should have clearly hit my target. Fang Qian had no intention of wasting further words with him. With a swift motion, he reached behind his back and, in the next moment, inexplicably produced a sleek black submachine gun. The sound of gunfire erupted, several rounds, 7 or 8 bullets, rained down upon Wang Tianfeng's body. He had barely time to kick his legs twice against the ground before his eyes widened in fury, extinguished of life. To his dying breath, he could not comprehend where he had gone wrong. In the immediate vicinity, Tang Ma and Tang Erwen, who had witnessed the entire scene unfold, stood frozen in shock. Tang Erwen muttered to himself, how could this be? At such close range, how could he miss? Due to their vantage point, they failed to see the bullet ricochet off Fang Qian's forehead. Observing Fang Qian unscathed, they mistakenly believed that Wang Tianfeng had misfired. Yet, at a mere distance of less than 3 meters, even blind shooting should have ensured a hit. Beside them, Tang Ma was fuming, cursing vehemently, good for nothing, truly a worthless fool. To miss such a golden opportunity, had I known, I would have taken the shot myself. In their eyes, they had undeniably squandered a significant chance. This plan ought to have been flawless. However, Fang Qian clearly intended to afford them little time for regret. With one hand gripping the submachine gun, he placed the small border collie, Tai Bing, on the ground and regarded Tang Ma and Tang Erwen with a playful expression. Your accomplice is now deceased. What shall we do with you? At that moment, a metaphorical bucket of icy water was poured over Tang Ma and Tang Erwen, rendering them trembling. The chilling aura of death emanating from Fang Qian seemed poised to claim their lives at any moment. Tang Erwen quickly knelt before Fang Qian, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Brother-in-law, I have aided you considerably in recent times, providing you with invaluable information. I may not have accomplished anything substantial, but my efforts were not in vain. I am here under duress. It was this old woman and Wang Tianfeng who devised this plan. I had no desire to participate from the start. Beside him, Tang Ma's face flushed crimson with anger. This ungrateful wretch had once again shifted the blame onto her. She refrained from arguing, instead suppressing her inner dread as she faced Fang Qian directly. What do you intend to do? I must warn you not to act recklessly. Regardless of the situation, I am still Shiro's mother. If she learns that you have killed me, she will never forgive you for the rest of her life. You would do well to reconsider. Fang Qian was rendered speechless. At such a juncture, this old woman still believed herself to be deeply loved by his daughter. Attempting to leverage such a bond as a means of coercion, he drew his submachine gun once more and fired. 2 bullets grazed past the cheeks of Tang Ma and Tang Erwen, narrowly missing their faces. A crimson streak marred the faces of the 2 individuals. Ah, it hurts. Brother-in-law, please don't kill me, I beg you. I implore you, do not take my life. The mythic submachine gun in Fang Qian's hands could alter its trajectory at his whim. Thus, he felt utterly confident that he would not take their lives. Yet, the terror of the bullet grazing past their heads rendered Tang Ma and Tang Erwen utterly paralyzed with fear, causing them to soil themselves in the process. A pungent odor permeated the air as they succumbed to panic. They were now completely convinced that Fang Qian possessed both the capability and the audacity to end their lives in that very moment. How should I punish you both? Fang Qian mused, toying with the submachine gun in his grasp. If he were to kill them outright, he would lose his most significant bargaining chip. Tang Jiao might never return. However, sparing their lives could embolden their arrogance, potentially leading them to dare come back again. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the little border collie, Tai Bai, squatting in the corner and promptly relieving itself. An idea sparked within him. He wrapped his hands in paper, collected the sizable excrement, and tossed it before Tang Ma and Tang Erwin on the adjacent rooftop. With a sinister grin, Fang Qian proclaimed, "Here's the deal. If you two consume this, I shall forgive you." Tang Ma and Tang Erwin raised their heads in disbelief. Dog excrement? How dare you make such a demand? Tang Ma trembled all over, her breath coming in quick bursts, as if she might succumb to her outrage at any moment. Beside her, Tang Erwin's expression was equally mortified, staring at the steaming pile so close before him, utterly at a loss. Fang Qian sneered, and without further ado, pulled the trigger once more. 2 bullets whizzed past their foreheads, leaving a pair of marks on either side of their temples. Blood instantly enveloped their faces, rendering them grotesque. Yet, for Tang Ma and Tang Erwin, the pain seemed to dissipate as terror filled their minds, fixated on the horrific image of the gun aimed at them. Having narrowly escaped death twice, their courage shattered completely. At that moment, they dared not utter any conditions. Hastily dropping to the ground to scoop up the excrement with their hands and shove it into their mouths, all the while gagging. Fang Qian coldly admonished, "Do not spit it out. Consume it thoroughly. You must even lick your fingers clean of any remnants. Otherwise, do not blame me for not giving you a chance." Tang Ma and Tang Erwin lay in the snow, tears and snot streaming down their faces, perpetually caught in the cycle of gagging and swallowing. The sight made Fang Qian feel both repulsed and oddly satisfied. After several minutes of this torment, they finally managed to swallow the foul substance, still retching. Fang Qian nodded in approval. "Excellent. I hope this incident leaves you with a profound memory. Do not provoke me again in the future." "Indeed, Tang Erwin. You need not come to my doorstep to scavenge for scraps anymore. I now have a dog, and there shall be no leftovers for you." The expression on Tang Erwin's face instantly resembled that of one bereaved, as if he had lost his parents. For the past half-month, he had subsisted on mere remnants of soup and rice. Now, with everything stripped away, he faced desolation. Fortunately, he only had to endure for 2 more days until someone would arrive to rescue them. Otherwise, he truly saw no hope for survival. After securing Fang Qian's consent, Tang Ma and Tang Erwin hastily descended from the neighboring rooftop, leaving behind the lifeless body of Wang Tianfeng, still lying in the corner. Fang Qian sighed and shook his head, lamenting, "What a pity, you could have lived a few more days, yet you chose this path." With that, Fang Qian gently waved his hand. In the greenhouse garden, the soil immediately yielded to form a large pit. Soon after, Wang Tianfeng's corpse was mysteriously drawn into the earth by an unseen force. The soil on both sides swiftly converged to cover it, creating a perfect burial and adding yet another rich layer of fertilizer. Chapter 102. The transformations of the apocalypse. Tang Ma and Tang Erwin hastily descended from the rooftop, rolling and scrambling down the stairs. There, they encountered the long-waiting Dong Xiaomei. Due to her prior altercation with Wang Tianfeng, she bore the marks of his violence. With a bruised visage that rendered her somewhat incapacitated, she had been anxiously awaiting news. Upon witnessing the bloodied faces of Tang Ma and Tang Erwin as they tumbled down, a wave of confusion washed over her. She rushed forward to support Tang Ma, inquiring, "Auntie, what has happened to you? Did something go awry with Wang Tianfeng's plan?" Before either could respond, Dong Xiaomei furrowed her brow, detecting a strong, unpleasant odor in the air. It was only then that Tang Ma, still in a daze, recognized Dong Xiaomei before suddenly enveloping her in a tight embrace, tears and snot streaming down her face. "That wretched creature, that little beast, he nearly took my life. Wang Tianfeng is utterly useless, unable to hit a target just a few meters away. Instead, he was outsmarted and killed by that little beast, leaving us without even a body to recover." Tang Erwin, equally incensed, chimed in, "Indeed, it's all that fool S fault. To miss from such a close range, had I known, I would have taken matters into my own hands. Now, not only have we failed to eliminate Fang Qian, but we've also alarmed him and lost our weapon. This plan is beyond salvaging. Wang Tianfeng is dead." Upon hearing this news, Dong Xiaomei momentarily froze. For a considerable time, she and Wang Tianfeng had collaborated, sharing in the grim tasks of their existence, including their joint infiltration of Fang Qian's rooftop. While those memories were not particularly joyous, their partnership had been relatively smooth. Despite their previous conflicts, Wang Tianfeng held significant importance in her heart. Yet now, he was gone. As a mere woman, surviving in this apocalyptic world without a man's aid was undoubtedly an uphill battle. Reflecting on this, she cursed Wang Tianfeng's incompetence. After perfecting their plan to such an extent, he had failed to see it through, proving less capable than a woman. Nevertheless, she sought to console Tang Ma and Tang Erwin, saying, "Do not despair, at least you are still alive." This indicates that he was not entirely devoid of sentiment. Clearly, your earlier suspicions were correct. Fang Qian must still hold feelings for Tang Jiaro. As she uttered these words, an unexpected pang of envy surfaced within her. How could that detestable Tang Jiaro have won Fang Qian's favor? If only such affection were directed towards her. However, the moment she spoke, it felt as though she had ignited a bomb. Tang Ma and Tang Erwin's emotions surged, prompting them to collapse onto the ground, retching violently. Tang Ma expelled several mouthfuls of bile, ultimately releasing a thick, dark, viscous substance. Dong Xiaomei observed closely, and when the realization struck her, her face drained of color, as she too began to gag against the wall. That was a pile of excrement. At this moment, she comprehended everything. What a ruthless individual Fang Qian is. Beside her, Tang Erwin, after a bout of dry heaving, hurriedly supported his mother. "Mother, please, no more vomiting. If you continue, your intestines might just come out. Hold on for now. Let him revel for a couple more days. After 2 days, my sister's security team will arrive. And then we shall deal with him as we see fit." Tang Ma's face was ashen, her body weak. She lacked even the strength to stand. In her long life, she had never endured such humiliation. In her heart, she even contemplated that Fang Qian's bullets would have been better off striking her directly, granting her a swift end rather than this tormenting disgrace. After hearing Tang Erwin's comforting words, Tang Ma's teeth ground together, producing a sharp sound. "According to your sister, the security team this time is not only specially trained but also armed. At the very least, they all carry firearms. With such a team to back us, Fang Qian will certainly be caught off guard. We shall present our demand. We must witness this wretched creature's demise before we leave." Tang Erwin nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. He must perish. Otherwise, we shall not depart. I cannot swallow this indignation." On the rooftop terrace, after tidying up the remnants left by Wang Tianfeng, Fang Qian picked up the discarded handgun. At this moment, he found himself in no shortage of such weapons. He mused that it was time to equip Lin Dashan with some firearms. They might prove invaluable against Tang Jiaro's security team. The crucial factor was that, clad in his mythic bulletproof vest, he was unconcerned about anyone attempting a surprise attack from behind. Meanwhile, the little border collie, TB, was sprinting joyfully in the greenhouse garden. This was likely the first time in its life it had encountered grass. Even domesticated pets inherently yearn for nature. Fang Qian simply waved his hand, and the little creature dashed over from several meters away, leaping into his embrace. He affectionately rubbed TB's soft head and said with a smile, "You performed splendidly today, discovering the enemy hiding in the corner. Tonight, you shall receive an extra chicken leg." Little TB, unsure if it understood, tilted its head and barked a couple of times, seemingly in response. In truth, even while Fang Qian was conducting experiments indoors, he had sensed the presence of an unexpected guest on his terrace. This was his sanctuary, and in his domain, no rustle escaped his keen perception. He merely feigned ignorance, curious to see what tricks the intruder would employ. However, the little border collie lacked such cunning. It had detected the scent of the stranger on the terrace and barked, attempting to alert Fang Qian. This instinctive ability was indeed remarkable. Without formal training, it exhibited such intelligence purely from instinct. If nurtured properly, combined with Lin Dashan's methods of training hunting dogs, it could become even more formidable. And if its abilities could synergize with the powers of the mythic hand, one could only imagine the extraordinary transformations that might arise. Such prospects are truly exhilarating. Fang Qian lowered his gaze to the totem on the back of his hand. The energy levels had only risen slightly. As he had just completed the modifications to his bulletproof vest, the next enhancement would likely take some time. Standing on the rooftop, he noted that the fierce blizzard had finally subsided, marking the moment for people to venture out in search of supplies. He observed numerous individuals emerging from the buildings, beginning to forage through the snow. It is essential to reflect on the current situation. Following a month of relentless cooling, outdoor temperatures had stabilized at approximately -70 to 80 degrees. However, during the cessation of the blizzard, the temperature would slightly rise, hovering around -60 degrees. This temperature remains exceedingly daunting. Individuals must wrap themselves in multiple layers to venture outside. Yet, through Fang Qian's keen observation, it appeared that humanity was not stagnant. He could distinctly perceive that even ordinary people, including himself, seemed to possess a heightened resilience against the cold. Could it be that, amidst this apocalyptic harshness, humanity was undergoing evolution? Fang Qian found this hypothesis quite plausible. A global catastrophe does not solely signify annihilation. it also heralds rebirth. His right hand, imbued with mythical prowess, was a manifestation of the mysterious energies present within the universe. This enigmatic energy was not exclusive to him. Perhaps it permeated the entirety of Earth and the cosmos. Merely activated by this cataclysmic event, this phenomenon would undoubtedly lead to the evolution of other life forms as well. The Earth might give rise to a new array of flora and fauna capable of thriving in extreme cold. It was even conceivable that humans, in this frigid apocalypse, could develop superhuman abilities. However, the duration required for such transformations remained uncertain. In addition to the frigid temperatures, the heavy snowfall and hail posed significant inconveniences. The hail accompanying the blizzard relentlessly battered human structures like meteors. While concrete buildings could withstand the assault, essential infrastructures such as glass and wiring fared poorly. Continuous maintenance by personnel was imperative to ensure basic communication and power supply. The incessant accumulation of snow had reached a height equivalent to 4 stories, burying much of human civilization. Yet, this dire circumstance had also unveiled new prospects for survival. Namely, the subterranean areas appeared more conducive to habitation. Many had begun contemplating relocation to underground garages. However, according to Qiao Huairen's information, that particular region seemed to have been reserved by Qiao Wenjie of the Disaster Commerce Association. The future developments remained unclear, and most individuals were in a state of cautious observation. Currently, approximately 80 survivors remained in the building. After a month of chaos, stability was gradually returning. The weaker families had been completely consumed by their neighbors, leaving no remnants. Those who remained were not easily trifled with. Nevertheless, this tranquility was merely temporary. As time progressed, the challenge of acquiring food would only escalate further. By that time, a new wave of chaos is bound to erupt. Coupled with the looming threats posed by the church and the disaster merchants, the lives of ordinary people will only grow increasingly arduous. Such matters seem distant and irrelevant. Before Fang Qian lies an urgent task. The security forces of Tangjiao are set to arrive the day after tomorrow. His primary objective is to prevent them from taking away Tang Ma and Tang Erwin. This will inevitably lead to conflict. Allocating some weapons to Lindashan might prove beneficial. Apart from Lindashan, the others are mere liabilities, lacking any value for salvation. If they perish, so be it. They are but waste to be discarded. Just then, his phone vibrated, signaling a message from Luchani. Chapter 103. The path of Luchani. Qiao Huairen was in his room, brimming with self-satisfaction as he awaited good news from Wang Tianfeng. Suddenly, a subordinate burst through the door, exclaiming in a panic, "Brother Qiao, it's bad. That scoundrel Wang Tianfeng is truly a fool. He missed a shot from just 3 meters away. If only you had given him a couple more bullets." Upon hearing this, Qiao Huairen leapt from the sofa, his eyes wide with disbelief. What nonsense is this? Missing from 3 meters? Even a 3-year-old could hit the target. The remaining subordinates in the room shared his incredulity, erupting in a chorus of curses. That damned Fang Qian must be favored by the heavens. How could he not be hit from 3 meters? He is utterly useless. If I had gone myself, I would have guaranteed a clean shot to his head. Indeed, if our brother Qiao had taken action personally, even unarmed, he could have easily subdued that pretty boy from such a distance. Truly baffling. Qiao Huairen stood frozen, his complexion shifting from pallid to livid, grappling with his thoughts. The irate subordinate recounted the entire series of events in detail, further igniting the anger within the group. Qiao Huairen felt utterly speechless. What a splendid opportunity it had been. Fang Qian stood there, not even attempting to evade. That shot should have struck true. How could it have gone awry? The only logical explanation was that Wang Tianfeng, having never used a firearm before, had been too tense and shaky to aim properly. Useless. He was the very definition of ineptitude. Qiao Huairen was consumed with regret. Had he known, he would have taken matters into his own hands, concealing himself among the clutter. With his marksmanship, success would have been all but assured. Now he found himself ensconced in Fang Qian's grand residence, surrounded by endless delicacies and a comfortable living environment. At this moment, Qiao Huairen was filled with remorse, cursing his own excessive caution. He stomped his feet in frustration, lamenting, "Damn it, I should have gone myself. Useless, truly useless. That accursed Fang Qian has such luck, escaping unscathed." However, Huang Hai, seated nearby, chuckled softly. "Don't regret it too much. Had you gone today, it might very well have been you who lies dead now." Qiao Huairen's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Huang Hai. "What nonsense are you spouting? You think I would miss from 3 meters? Surely not everyone is as incompetent as Wang Tianfeng. Even if I had missed at that distance, I could have easily subdued Fang Qian with my bare hands. Do you believe that?" Huang Hai was left speechless. He waved dismissively. "Oh, I believe. I truly hope you get a chance to try that next time." Qiao Huairen glared back, I warn you, if you utter another word of mockery, do not blame me for being unkind. I've wanted to eliminate you for quite some time now. Huang Hai, however, exhibited no fear. You may spare me your threats. Others may tremble at your presence, but I do not. I have already pledged my allegiance to the Holy Mother Church. In but a few days, President Bai Mingzhu will personally come to retrieve me. I am, after all, her chosen hound. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, your brother may not be able to shield you from the consequences. Upon hearing these words, Qiao Huairan clenched his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. His cousin, Qiao Wenjie, was the president of the Natural Disaster Chamber of Commerce, theoretically possessing greater strength than Bai Mingzhu. He had already seized several supermarkets and 2 gas stations in the vicinity, boasting a formidable force. However, he was preoccupied with establishing a shelter underground, and it was uncertain when he might be available. Though he was indeed Qiao Wenjie's cousin, their familial bond was tenuous. They had little interaction throughout their lives. Should a conflict arise, it was unlikely that his cousin would jeopardize his standing with Bai Mingzhu for his sake. Contemplating this, he swallowed his indignation and glared at Huang Hai, declaring, "You worthless wretch, you have let that beast Fang Qian intimidate you into becoming a lapdog. I sincerely hope your master comes to collect you soon, lest you continue to bark incessantly beside me." Huang Hai nodded, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Very well, I shall refrain from barking. You may handle matters as you see fit." Nearby, Lu Chani listened to the exchange with hidden delight. She had long harbored disdain for these individuals. Once enjoying a comfortable life at home, she had been forcibly brought to this place by a band of robbers. Not only was she required to tend to their wounds without compensation, but she also struggled to satisfy her own hunger. Even more detestable were the lecherous glances these vile men cast her way. It was utterly revolting. A woman of her caliber deserved better than to be objectified by such base creatures. Now, witnessing the decline of Wang Long's gang, she had no desire to linger for even a moment longer. Lu Chani boldly addressed Qiao Huairan. "It seems your situation is dire as well, with scarce provisions. Why not release me? It would alleviate your burden and prevent further waste of resources. My departure could lighten your load." She anticipated that her words might secure her freedom. However, she was met with the cruel gazes of the gang members. The hulking figures glared at Lu Chani as though they were famished wolves encircling a vulnerable lamb. Her heart raced, the fear constricting her throat. Qiao Huairan turned to her, scoffing dismissively. "I advise you to abandon such thoughts and remain here quietly until my cousin arrives. I intend to present you as a valuable gift. A medical doctor who has yet to be defiled and possesses decent looks will surely appeal to my cousin. Should you create any disturbances, I and my brothers would not hesitate to make your existence a living nightmare. And do not entertain thoughts of self-harm. I am unfazed by such attempts. Even a corpse can still be of use. You are well aware of my capabilities." Lu Chani was immediately struck with terror, retreating to the windowsill, too fearful to make any sudden movements. She understood all too well that Qiao Huairan was not merely issuing idle threats. If not for her identity and appearance, there remained some vestige of utility. Alas, her situation was perhaps more dire than anyone else's. In desperation, Lu Chani had no choice but to message Mr. Fang once more. "Mr. Fang, I can no longer endure this. These scoundrels have not given up on me. They intend to present me as a gift to Qiao Wenjie. How infuriating. Qiao Wenjie is nothing more than a wretched thug from the underground society, unworthy of my regard. My heart seeks only successful individuals like you, Mr. Fang. I have resolved to escape tonight. If I miss this opportunity, it may indeed be my last." Upon reading her message, Fang Qian chuckled softly, nearly forgetting about this woman. The prospect of her escape struck him as fortuitous. Perhaps it would deal a significant blow to Qiao Huairan's team. He promptly replied, "In 5 minutes, open your window a crack. Something you require will be there. Once you obtain it, do not flee downward, but ascend, for there lies your path to safety." At that moment, Lu Chani sat at the windowsill, consumed by her escape plan. She mused to herself, "I am, after all, a highly educated individual. In these dire times, a doctor like me should be of greater importance. If only I can escape and find a place where I can truly utilize my skills, I could rise above the rest. Staying among these base individuals only diminishes my worth." Yet, these captors monitored her closely, making any attempt to flee a formidable challenge. Just as her thoughts spiraled into turmoil, she finally received a response from Mr. Fang. She read his message, her heart racing. "How do you know I am sitting by the window? How do you know I can find safety by ascending?" Fang replied, "It's a secret. If you wish to survive, heed my words." In that moment, Lu Chani felt akin to a drowning person who had spotted a lifeline. Simultaneously, she began to form a vague suspicion regarding Mr. Fang's true identity. 5 minutes later, she carefully surveyed the room, ensuring no one was watching, and quietly opened the window. This commotion did not escape the notice of Qiao Huairan and his associates. Yet they were accustomed to such antics. When the fierce blizzard momentarily abated, it was entirely normal to open a window for fresh air and to glimpse the outside world. He sneered as he cautioned her, "Dr. Liu, do not entertain thoughts of jumping. The snow below is soft. You might not perish immediately. I shall certainly descend to retrieve you and make use of the warmth left in your body." Ha ha. Luciani shot him a glare, suppressing her fury, and said nothing further. Just then, she turned back to the window, and a rope slowly descended from the edge. At the end of the rope dangled a sleek handgun. A delighted smile blossomed on Luciani's face as she discreetly retrieved the weapon and concealed it within her clothing. The entire process went unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 104. The confrontation in the corridor. After completing all these tasks, Fang Qian reclined on the sofa, monitoring everything that transpired with Luciani through the surveillance cameras. He awaited the night, the most opportune moment for escape. However, Fang Qian harbored no genuine intention of rescuing Luciani. Had he truly contemplated such an act, he could have donned a bulletproof vest and wielded a submachine gun to confront Qiao Huairan and his gang directly. In his current position, he was almost invincible, effortlessly handling a few petty thugs. Yet, he had no desire to act on such thoughts. To Fang Qian, Luciani was equally a despicable character. The only reason he lent her the handgun was to equip her with some semblance of combat capability, hoping she could stand her ground against Qiao Huairan and his cohorts, leading to a mutually destructive confrontation. Otherwise, the game would be exceedingly dull. As time slipped by, night soon enveloped the surroundings. After enjoying a communal dinner, Qiao Huairan and his companions wrapped themselves in heavy quilts, drifting into slumber. Despite the arrival of an extreme cold apocalypse rendering work unnecessary, they maintained the habitual rhythm of rising with the sun and resting at sunset. Luciani leaned against the windowsill, her eyes gradually fluttering shut. By midnight, the room was filled with the sounds of snoring, yet Luciani slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping the chamber to ensure everyone was soundly asleep. Only then did she quietly rise, retrieving the handgun from her bosom, gripping it tightly. Under the cover of the moonlight and the howling wind, she navigated stealthily through the room. Eventually, she opened the door and slipped outside. In that moment, a wave of relief washed over her. Was that it? It didn't seem too difficult. Yet, before she could revel in her success, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Turning back, she discovered that two of Qiao Huairan's burly subordinates were asleep at the doorway. Startled by Luciani's kick, the two groggily rose, and upon realizing the situation, they shouted, well, you actually thought you could escape." With that, they sprang to their feet, preparing to tackle Luciani to the ground. In a critical moment, Luciani raised her handgun and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. At such close range, no training was necessary. Both shots struck true, hitting them squarely in the chest. They collapsed instantly, their bodies twitching slightly, likely beyond saving. Luciani sneered, "A bunch of rustic curs, serving you right for bullying me." Yet, the gunfire had unequivocally revealed her location. Without hesitation, she turned and fled. Qiao Huairan's group burst from their room. Who fired the shots? Upon emerging, Qiao Huairan immediately spotted his fallen comrades. Alarmed, he rushed to assist one of them, urgently inquiring, "What happened? Who shot you?" Although the injured man had been struck in the chest, he had not succumbed immediately. He extended a trembling hand, pointing towards the corridor, stammering, Liu. As those two syllables left his lips, Qiao Huairan instantly recognized the already vanished Luciani. "Vile witch. How dare you flee? If I catch you, I shall make you rue the day." With that, Qiao Huairan, accompanied by his 5 henchmen, seized their weapons and charged down the corridor in pursuit. Hearing their footsteps, they swiftly deduced that Luciani was making her way upstairs. As they chased her, they hurled insults. "You filthy harlot. Didn't I tell you to behave yourself today? You chose not to listen, did you? Once I catch you, I'll shove this baseball bat right where it counts, and you'll relish it." Luciani, desperately ascending, had no breath to spare for words. The sound of approaching footsteps grew ever closer. 30 floors, 31 floors, 32 floors. As Luciani glanced at the signs in the corridor, a glimmer of victory appeared within her grasp. Yet, in that fleeting moment she turned her head. A chill ran down her spine. Qiao Huairan and his 5 lackeys were merely half a flight of stairs behind her, with a wicked grin upon his face. Qiao Huairan taunted, "Run faster, you wretched creature. Let us see how swift you truly are." In a frantic attempt, Luciani raised her gun once more, firing wildly behind her. However, in her haste, she aimed without precision. The entire magazine was expended, claiming only the life of one unfortunate thug. Realizing her weapon was now devoid of ammunition, Qiao Huairan and his companions reveled in their triumph. "Ah, now you shoot at me, but soon I shall unleash upon you." In the blink of an eye, they surged up the half-flight of stairs. Luciani, overwhelmed by panic, was swiftly pinned against the staircase. Qiao Huairan gripped her hair with one hand while drawing a dagger with the other, sneering. You run quite fast, don't you? I shall first sever your tendons and let you bleed, and we shall see if you dare to flee again. With that, one of his minions lunged forward, swiftly removing Luciani's shoes. At that moment, Luciani's face turned pale with fear, and she struggled desperately. No, don't touch me. I have connections above. If you dare to harm me, you will surely face dire consequences. The burly men behind Qiao Huairan showed no intention of relenting. Rather, they were filled with a sense of triumph. What connections? Who are you trying to intimidate? Shout all you want. The louder you scream, the more exhilarated we become. Honestly, why bother taking her back? Let us just finish her off right here. Indeed, it made little sense to bring her back, as it would only bring more trouble. At that moment, despair consumed Luciani. Just half a flight of stairs remained. If only she could be a fraction swifter, she would be free now. Yet, that half-flight loomed like an insurmountable chasm, preventing her from advancing. In her utter hopelessness, she finally lifted her gaze upward. Suddenly, she froze. Standing at the very top of the 33rd floor, in the corridor, was a tall, striking young man, bathed in the hazy glow of the moonlight. Luciani was able to discern half of the young man's face. He was youthful and remarkably handsome. The young man offered her a warm smile. And in that fleeting moment, her heart felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Was it an illusion? Or an angel? Her unusual expression caught the attention of Qiao Huairan, who, along with his accompanying lackeys, looked up. Upon recognizing the figure standing in the corridor, they were instantly seized by fear, collapsing onto the ground. Fang Qian, what are you doing here? The person who had appeared in the corridor was none other than Fang Qian. To be frank, he had not intended to emerge. He had given Luciani a gun, anticipating a fierce confrontation between the two factions, leading to mutual destruction. However, he was taken aback to find the situation so one-sided. Luciani had failed to utilize the advantage of the firearm and was instead at risk of being violated. He felt a sense of regret. This woman, untouched and pristine, should not fall prey to such scoundrels. Fang Qian chuckled with satisfaction. What's the matter? You all seem a bit frightened upon seeing me. Am I that terrifying? Qiao Huairan swallowed hard. Despite his earlier bravado in the room, dismissing Fang Qian as inconsequential, he now found himself utterly subdued by the imposing aura emanating from Fang Qian. Since the apocalypse, he had accompanied Wang Long on numerous attempts to assault Fang Qian's residence, yet the outcome had resulted in the deaths of many of his comrades. If it weren't for his quick wits and swift escape, he too would have perished long ago. Forcing a smile, he raised his head. Fang Qian, I'm not here to cause you trouble today. I merely wish to take back what belongs to us. Let us coexist peacefully, shall we? Fang Qian burst into laughter. Coexist peacefully? You have quite the audacity to suggest such a thing. Yet, after all the times you have wronged me, do you think I would simply let it go? I have heard that the ambush on me by Wang Tianfeng yesterday was instigated by you. How shall we settle this score? Qiao Huairan felt a chill run down his spine. He retreated a couple of steps, readying himself to flee. Fang Qian, wherever you heard such rumors. It is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. That gun has nothing to do with me. He wished to offer further explanations. But Fang Qian had already drawn a black submachine gun from behind him. The gun's ominous muzzle pointed directly at them, unleashing a torrent of blue flames. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets rained down upon them. Chapter 105. I am Mr. Fang. The barrage of gunfire resembled an indiscriminate assault. Luciani, paralyzed with fear, huddled in the corner, as if she were on the brink of death. The scene was even more harrowing for Qiao Huairan and his comrades, several of whom had already been reduced to a bloody pulp. Fortunately, Qiao Huairan possessed a keen intellect and had retreated a few steps. He quickly seized a younger brother, using him as a human shield. Fang Qian's expression remained impassive. He unleashed a relentless spray of bullets for a full 5 minutes before finally halting. For Qiao Huairan and Luciani, those 5 minutes felt like an eternity in hell. Each of Qiao Huairan's shields bore hundreds of perforations, nearly torn to shreds. Even Qiao Huairan himself, despite using a human shield, could not avoid being struck by stray bullets that passed through the body before impacting him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he seized the first opportunity during the lull in gunfire to tumble down the staircase. Thud, thud, thud. Watching Qiao Huairan roll down the stairs, Fang Qian felt a pang of sympathy. What a remarkable individual. Nevertheless, he chose not to pursue, confident in his submachine gun. He had no concerns about accidentally harming Luciani. Similarly, Qiao Huairan, hiding behind the corpses, was also under his careful watch. The human shield was utterly obliterated, and Qiao Huairan had at least a dozen bullets embedded within him. Even if he managed to escape, without Luciani's medical assistance, his fate was likely sealed. Fang Qian casually stowed his weapon back into his mythical backpack and leisurely descended the stairs to stand before Luciani. He extended a hand, inquiring, Can you still stand? Luchani, dazed from the recent onslaught, Luchani regained her composure upon seeing Fang Qian's warm smile. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Fang Qian appeared like a hero emerging from the shadows, embodying the ideal figure she had longed for. Tentatively, she reached out her hand, wishing to clasp his. However, before she could bridge the distance, Fang Qian abruptly swatted her hand away, stating coldly, "What are you doing? I asked for my gun back." That frigid tone snapped Luchani back to reality. What was happening? Did he truly prioritize that wretched handgun over her? A wave of frustration washed over her. Countless individuals had once clamored for the chance to hold her hand, and she had refused them all. Now, having offered her hand willingly, she was met with disdain. Fang Qian nonchalantly returned the gun to his backpack and turned to leave. Luchani scrambled to her feet, calling out urgently, "Mr. Fang, are you indeed Mr. Fang?" Having met in person, the ruse of his false identity could no longer be maintained. Fang Qian openly acknowledged, "Indeed, it is I. Is there anything else?" Luchani adopted a faint, delicate demeanor. "Mr. Fang, have you forgotten? You promised to invite me to dinner. Are you truly leaving like this? Do you not fancy me?" Fang Qian turned around, momentarily taken aback. Luchani was inherently beautiful, her intellectual demeanor exuding an extraordinary allure. Yet now, she presented herself with the shy demeanor of a delicate woman. Fang Qian let out a cold chuckle. "You wish to share a meal with me? It is not unfeasible. However, the quality of sustenance you receive will solely depend on your performance. Are you prepared to sacrifice everything?" Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding gripped Luchani. Yet she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. After all, the photographs Fang Qian had taken of her were irresistibly enticing. The prospect of indulging in steaks, hot pot, pastries, and seafood was simply beyond her current capacity for resistance. Even if it required a hefty price, she was willing to pay it. Observing her understanding demeanor, Fang Qian nodded in satisfaction. Truly, a highly educated individual, well aware of the dynamics at play. He had no intention of bringing this woman into his home. Nevertheless, being a man of youthful vigor, he acknowledged the necessity of releasing pent-up desires after prolonged solitude. This woman was relatively untainted. He could take her home for a shower and a hearty meal, conveniently utilizing her as a means of release, dismissing her afterward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xiao Huairan, having fled from the stairwell, tumbled and crawled back to his room in a state of panic. The once crowded abode now felt desolate. Only Huang Hai in the corner glanced up to regard him. Upon noticing his body riddled with bullet wounds, he was taken aback. "Goodness, you're in quite a predicament. Yet you've managed to return alive. Impressive." Xiao Huairan closed the door, trembling as he leaned against it. Prompted by Huang Hai's observation, he immediately lowered his gaze to inspect his injuries. The sight was alarming. His chest, abdomen, and thighs bore numerous bullet holes. More grievously, one bullet had struck his most vulnerable area, leaving it in tatters. In the face of imminent danger, adrenaline had surged within him, dulling the pain. Now, as he paused, the excruciating agony flooded his consciousness. "Damn you, Fang Qian. How could this happen?" Alongside the pain came an overwhelming sense of weakness. Xiao Huairan felt as if he were spinning, on the verge of collapsing. He struggled to maintain his composure, desperate to stay awake, knowing that should he succumb to slumber, it could very well signify his demise. With great effort, he turned to Huang Hai in the corner, pleading, "Brother Huang, I implore you, save me. I do not wish to die." Yet Huang Hai wore a perpetual smirk of derision. "I warned you before not to go against Fang Qian. You insisted on doing so. Now you see your folly?" Xiao Huairan nodded fervently, his will to survive overpowering all remnants of dignity. "Brother Huang, you were right. I shall heed your counsel henceforth. I would even be your dog. Please, I beg you, save me." However, Huang Hai merely leaned against the wall, squinting his eyes. "I apologize. But I recall you previously referred to me as a dog. How could a dog possibly save someone? A dog merely barks idly on the sidelines. You must rely on yourself." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Huairan was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. He erupted in a fit of rage towards Huang Hai. "You wretched, despicable creature. After all this time as brothers, you won't even lift a finger to help. You are doomed. Your fate will be far worse than mine. Just wait, just wait." Huang Hai, with a finger digging into his ear, nodded slightly. "Yes, yes. Everything you say is correct. I will wait." After hurling a few more curses, Xiao Huairan could not afford to linger. Summoning his dwindling strength, he began to rummage through the room. In her haste, Luchani had indeed left behind some medical supplies, including unfamiliar capsules and surgical instruments. However, when Xiao Huairan glanced at these medications, he was taken aback. The labels were written in English. He had no inkling of their purpose. Moreover, given his numerous injuries, he could not possibly perform surgery on himself without extracting the bullet lodged within his wound. Recovery was utterly unattainable. Damn it, it doesn't matter anymore. May heaven protect me. He hastily selected several vials, pouring out 5 or 6 capsules and swallowing them whole. He took a dose of each kind. After consuming them, he was uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he genuinely felt somewhat better. Seizing the last moments of clarity, he retrieved his phone to begin composing a message. Chapter 106. The text messages before Qiao Huairan's death. Observing his series of actions, Huang Hai could only find them laughable. These behaviors were merely self-soothing gestures before his demise. The injuries on Qiao Huairan's body were enough to instill terror in anyone who beheld them. There were no fewer than a dozen bullet holes in his form. Surviving after sustaining such numerous gunshot wounds and managing to crawl back was nothing short of miraculous. In the absence of medical resources, the prospect of continuing to live was utterly implausible. He could only count himself fortunate that he had utilized a brother as a human shield, absorbing the brunt of the gunfire. Even the bullets that struck him had to penetrate through that lifeless body and his own cotton coat, sparing his life. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stand at all. Huang Hai, intrigued, teased him with a question. Whom are you messaging? Surely, you aren't contemplating leaving a farewell note for your mother? Qiao Huairan shot him a glare and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Shut your mouth. My mother passed away long ago. I was the one who threw her off the building. In truth, this cursed existence was unbearable, especially for the elderly. It was better to send her off, at least granting her a swift release. Huang Hai stood there, momentarily stunned. Goodness, you truly are ruthless. Yet, this revelation only fueled Huang Hai's curiosity further. A person who cared so little for their own parents, who could they possibly be messaging in their final moments? Before he could voice his thoughts, Qiao Huairan continued, I'm sending a message to my cousin, Qiao Wenjie. I must inform him of everything that has transpired here. If I truly die this time, I will ensure that Fang Qian pays the price. My cousin will definitely seek vengeance for me. Upon hearing this, Huang Hai felt that his earnest attempts to dissuade him were akin to speaking to a wall. He had clearly advised against provoking Fang Qian, but Qiao Huairan had ignored him, ultimately leading to his own demise. Now, he was intent on dragging his cousin down the same path. Huang Hai chose silence, observing Qiao Huairan's final frenzy. After all, he was not acquainted with Qiao Wenjie. If death was to come, so be it. At that moment, he had no lofty ambitions. Only a desire to live as a humble dog, seeking survival. His reluctance to provoke Fang Qian did not stem from any admiration. Rather, it was born from fear. Deep down, he wished for Fang Qian to be besieged by others. Whether it was Qiao Wenjie or Fang Qian, he would find joy in the demise of either. As Qiao Huairan focused intently on his phone, he suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing. This spasm seemed to drain him of all his strength, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and crash to the ground. Bent over, he attempted to retrieve the device, but after a few more coughs, he collapsed heavily onto the ground, motionless. Is he dead? Huang Hai, taken aback, called out from a distance, Qiao Huairan, are you all right? Are you still alive? Receiving no response, he scrutinized the scene for a while longer, only to realize that Qiao Huairan's chest no longer rose and fell. It was evident he had succumbed. Whether it was due to excessive blood loss or an overdose of medication remained unclear. Huang Hai had lost a hand, which now dangled from his neck, wrapped in bandages. He rose from the ground and gradually made his way to Qiao Huairan's side. At that moment, Qiao Huairan's complexion was ashen, his pupils dilated, and he had already succumbed to death. However, the signs of poisoning were unmistakable. Huang Hai shook his head and sighed, you simply choose to die without a fight. Yet you poison yourself? If you had departed this world cleanly, perhaps you could have provided me with a morsel of sustenance. Now, look at this wasted corpse. What a pity. After rummaging through Qiao Huairan's belongings and finding nothing of value, Huang Hai reluctantly dragged the lifeless body to the window and tossed it out. Just as he was about to return to his resting place, a glint of light caught his eye, a phone screen still illuminated. He approached and picked up the device, which was open to a chat interface with Qiao Wenjie. A message was partially composed. Cousin, by the time you read this, I will likely be dead. You must come quickly to retrieve my body. I do not wish for it to become food for others. My life has been filled with suffering, as I sought merely to find some food to honor my mother, yet I inadvertently offended those beyond my means. On the rooftop of my building resides someone named Fang Qian, who hoards an immense supply of food, enough to enjoy steak every night. For the sake of my ailing mother, I visited him repeatedly, pleading for a morsel, but instead of generosity, I was met with gunfire, leaving me gravely wounded. If you arrive, you must avenge me. Also, there is a scoundrel named Huang Hai in this building. He could have saved me, but chose not to help. If you encounter him, please ensure he meets a fitting end. It seemed Qiao Huairan had more to say, but time was not on his side. All of this remained in the chat box, and Huang Hai needed only to press the delete key to erase it entirely. A flicker of anger crossed Huang Hai's face. This wretched soul not only sought revenge against Fang Qian but also wished to eliminate him? Truly a mad dog, snapping at anyone in sight. Fortunately, the message had not been sent. Otherwise, he would have unwittingly offended Qiao Huairan, which could have posed a significant problem. Contemplating, he revised the narrative concerning himself. There is also a brother named Huang Hai in this room who, upon seeing my injuries, did everything in his power to save me, even going so far as to offer his own blood for my transfusion. Alas, my wounds were too grave, and I could not repay his kindness. If my cousin arrives, he must treat this brother Huang Hai with utmost respect and gratitude for saving my life. After making these alterations, Huang Hai felt a sense of satisfaction. He then embellished Fang Qian's portrayal, intensifying the image of him as a villain. Not only does Fang Qian refuse to part with any food, but he also callously discarded my own mother. He is a living beast. A fate of 1,000 deaths would not suffice to hold him accountable. He also remarked that his cousin, Qiao Wenjie, was nothing but a worthless fool, promising that if he were to arrive at Building 9, he would surely leave him battered and bruised. With each trivial event adding to the narrative, Fang Qian gradually acquired a reputation for being brutally arrogant and bloodthirsty. In a decisive moment, Huang Hai clicked the send button without daring to await a response, swiftly removing his SIM card and smashing his phone to smithereens upon the ground. In such circumstances, the more one spoke, the more mistakes one would make. Should Qiao Wenjie recognize him as an imposter, the situation could turn dire. After executing these actions, Huang Hai felt an overwhelming anticipation in his heart, eagerly awaiting the confrontation between Qiao Wenjie and Fang Qian. Despite Qiao Wenjie's formidable presence and notable reputation in this apocalyptic world, Huang Hai inexplicably felt that Fang Qian would emerge victorious. Shaking his head, he thought, I must be losing my mind, succumbing to fear instilled by Fang Qian, as they say. This was utterly absurd. With Qiao Huairan gone, Huang Hai recklessly entered the small storage room filled with supplies. There, he discovered the bodies of 3 young women. According to Qiao Huairan and Wang Long, only such young women provided a more delectable taste. Thus, they were preserved, intended for gradual indulgence. In addition to these 3, the room contained a decent supply of bread, instant noodles, and fructose, enough provisions for him to sustain himself for about a month if rationed properly. However, he dared not linger in that place. The truth cannot remain hidden forever. News of his brother's demise would soon spread throughout the community, and the starving residents would undoubtedly rush here to seize the food. He resolved to take these supplies and find a place to hide. Building 9 comprised 66 households, with a third of the units currently vacant, either due to the absence of their owners or their untimely death. He intended to seek refuge in an unoccupied home, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Church of the Holy Mother. Although Huang Hai could only use one hand effectively at that moment, his speed was remarkable. In just a few swift motions, he packed the food into a large snakeskin bag and dragged it outside. With the remnants of Wang Long's forces utterly disbanded, Huang Hai was acutely aware that his days ahead would be perilous, having offended far too many individuals in the past. Remaining here would likely make him a target for the enraged residents, potentially leading to a gruesome demise. Only by concealing himself now could he grasp a slender chance of survival. He took all the food from the room, preparing to recuperate for a month. After that period, his arm would heal, and the Church of the Holy Mother would come to retrieve him. By then, he might even regain control of the entire building. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. At the edge of Lingyun community, a group of robust men busied themselves in the snow. Above the snowy expanse, 2 colossal excavators vigorously swung their shovels, clearing away the accumulated snow. Beneath this thick blanket, a small shop gradually emerged from its icy concealment. Mr. Chow, we've struck gold, exclaimed the excavator operator, shouting excitedly to the rear. There, a young man, swathed in an opulent blanket, ambled over through the pristine snow. A hefty cigar clenched between his lips. Casting a glance at the shop revealed beneath the snow, he smirked slightly. Such a diminutive establishment? What a frivolous endeavor. Yet, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Send a few men down to investigate. No problem, Mr. Qiao. Qiao Wenjie took a draw from his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke into the frigid air. At that moment, he felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he found a message from his cousin, Qiao Huairan. After reading the lengthy content, he furrowed his brow slightly, only to quickly relax into a cruel smile. Fang Qian, is it? Quite intriguing. To think you indulge in steak every night, living better than I do. I can only feast on human flesh at night. Just wait, I shall soon pay you a visit. Dare to harm my brother, and I will relish the most tender slices of your flesh before your very eyes. Chapter 107. The startled Luciani. With a heart full of trepidation, Luciani followed Fang Qian into the room. She was all too aware of what awaited her. Yet, In this moment, she could not afford to dwell on her apprehensions. After all, she had preserved her virtue for so many years with the singular aim of finding a perfect man. In Lu Chani's eyes, Fang Qian stood as the ideal choice. In this apocalyptic world, possessing a stable sanctuary, weapons, and sustenance was worth far more than the riches of a billionaire in times of peace. Moreover, he was so young and handsome. Lu Chani tugged at the hem of her garment, contemplating that once inside, she must exert every effort to showcase her strengths and advantages, devising ways to ensure that this man would fall utterly in love with her. Only then could she become the mistress of this domain, resting in tranquility. Lu Chani felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Although she had not engaged in romantic pursuits over the years and had maintained an air of superiority, she had nonetheless studied the art of captivating men. Previously, she had adeptly constructed an image of a kind, pitiable, and talented individual. With this identity as a foundation, the subsequent steps would be a mere formality. Barely had she entered the room when a cacophony of barking reached her ears. Looking up, she saw a well-behaved little border collie standing in the center of the living room, fiercely glaring at her and barking vigorously. Truly, a vigilant little guardian. Fang Qian laughed heartily as he rushed over, scooping up the small dog and introducing it to Lu Chani, saying, "Tai Bing, this is our guest. You must keep an eye on her and ensure she doesn't take anything." Upon hearing Fang Qian's admonition, Tai Bing ceased its loud barking. Yet its gaze remained suspiciously fixed on Lu Chani, as if to warn her, "Do not harbor any ill intentions. I am watching you." At the sight of the border collie, a flicker of disdain crossed Lu Chani's eyes. She believed that only the idle would squander their time on pets. True magnates were undoubtedly preoccupied with amassing wealth and conducting business. Such pursuits were mere distractions. Moreover, these small creatures were often unclean and shed fur, unworthy of residing in a beautiful home. Nevertheless, she dared not reveal her true sentiments at that moment. In order to maintain her benevolent facade, she promptly donned a radiant smile and exclaimed, "Oh, what a lovely little dog. May I hold it?" Fang Qian placed Tai Bing on the ground, responding, "Of course, if it permits you. But if you get bitten, I shall not be held accountable." Lu Chani replied, "I've heard that little dogs adore pretty sisters. It surely wouldn't bite me." With that, she crouched down, attempting to embrace Tai Bing. However, as she drew near, the little dog curled its lips, exposing its sharp teeth, as if to signal that should Lu Chani advance further, it would be inclined to puncture her hand with those formidable fangs. This fierce demeanor startled Lu Chani, rendering her hesitant to proceed. She could only laugh awkwardly and stand back up. Fang Qian teased, "It seems you are not quite pretty enough." As mealtime approached, Fang Qian casually remarked, "Please find a place to sit. I will freshen up in the restroom and prepare dinner. Do be careful, do not damage anything in my home, for you would not be able to afford the cost." After his statement, Fang Qian busied himself in the kitchen. In truth, he had no need to prepare anything. A mere extraction from his mythical backpack would yield steaming, ready-to-eat meals. However, this remained a secret, and he felt compelled to maintain the facade of preparation. Once Fang Qian entered the kitchen, Lu Chani's tension began to dissipate. She slowly ventured into the living room, surveying the layout with the curiosity of a child. To her astonishment, the entire arrangement of the room seemed purposefully designed for an apocalyptic winter. At the edge of the living room, a fireplace blazed, casting flickering light throughout the space and imbuing it with warmth. Surrounding her were vents from the central heating system, continuously exhaling warm air. Even the floor was equipped with underfloor heating, and walking on the soft carpet felt akin to stepping upon the fur of some gentle creature, delightfully plush and comforting. With these three marvels of warmth, the temperature within the house soared to a balmy 20 degrees Celsius. The heavy cotton coat she wore became overwhelmingly unnecessary. Within mere minutes, Lu Chani found herself sweating profusely. Reluctantly, she settled onto the couch, peeling off layer after layer of clothing until she remained clad in a thin shirt. At last, feeling comfortable, having discarded these cumbersome garments, Lu Chani felt an exhilarating sense of relaxation wash over her. It was blissful. She could not help but lean back against the sofa, letting out a soft sigh. Since the onset of the apocalyptic winter, she had been encased in 3 layers of heavy cotton, and it had been ages since she had last changed. Those clothes emitted an unbearable stench that she could hardly endure. She longed to cast them all away, yet the moment she attempted to unzip her coat, the biting cold would seep in, leaving her shivering uncontrollably. Thus, her feelings toward the coats were a paradox of disdain and dependency. Now, she truly understood the immense joy of donning a light and breezy shirt and wandering freely in a warm and comfortable environment. Curiosity piqued, she wandered around the house. The floor-to-ceiling windows were crafted from 3 to 4 layers of insulating materials, and the walls boasted the finest heating facilities. What astonished her further was the immaculate condition of the glass in Fang Qian's home. Not a single pane was damaged. This was nothing short of miraculous. One must consider that the hail carried by the frigid storms could be as large as a fist, with some pieces even the size of a human head. Previously, while residing at Wang Long's place, more than half of the windows had been completely shattered, leaving the house drafty on all sides. The windowsill where she often sat had narrowly escaped destruction, shielded by walls on both sides and facing away from the wind. Could it be that the glass in Fang Qian's home was made of the highest-grade bulletproof material? Recalling Fang Qian's earlier instructions, Luciani felt an urgency that compelled her to the restroom without delay. Initially, she hesitated. In this frigid environment, bathing seemed an extravagant indulgence. Besides the scarcity of water resources, the absence of hot water rendered the notion of a cold shower perilous. However, the moment she turned on the faucet, she was immediately enveloped in the most delightful warmth. As her skin made contact with the water, she succumbed to a state of bliss. Luciani quickly shed her garments, cleansing herself thoroughly, feeling as if several pounds were lifted from her being. This was the most comfortable day she had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. In a mere 10 minutes, after taking a brief tour of the living room, Luciani was utterly astonished by the spectacle before her. She had long heard from Xiao Huairan and others about the opulence of Fang Qian's residence, described as a veritable paradise. Yet, she could scarcely fathom it would be this extraordinary. Here in the southern region, while winter could be somewhat chilly, most households relied at most on air conditioning for warmth, with electric blankets being a rarity, let alone fireplaces or underfloor heating. In the depths of a frozen apocalypse, such amenities were nothing short of miraculous. How could Fang Qian's home be equipped with such facilities? The walls of thermal glass and bulletproof glass appeared bizarre, as if meticulously designed for this very end of days. As she pondered these questions, the kitchen door swung open. Fang Qian emerged, placing exquisite dishes upon the table, calling out to Luciani by the window. "The meal is prepared. Are you ready to showcase your talents, Dr. Lu? Should I find your performance unsatisfactory, you shall find no sustenance." Even before approaching, she was captivated by the tantalizing aroma of the food. Standing by the window, she watched as Fang Qian busily arranged 7 or 8 plates upon the table, alongside 2 large glasses of juice. The entire house was suffused with the delightful scents of various dishes. As Luciani approached the dining table, she was struck by the lavish feast laid out before her. The centerpiece was a generous serving of lobster sashimi, the fresh lobster meat sliced into delicate pieces. Artfully arranged atop ice and accompanied by a specially crafted sauce, the shrimp still quivering with freshness, igniting her appetite. Beside it was a plate of steamed abalone, its tender flesh enhanced by a light steaming sauce that preserved its natural flavor. Next came a seafood platter featuring crab, shrimp, shellfish, and a variety of other oceanic delights, each prepared to perfection. 2 large glasses of vibrantly colored juice complemented the exquisite seafood. Additionally, 2 small plates held a serving of caramel pudding and a fruit platter as delightful snacks. The surface of the caramel pudding was adorned with a thin layer of caramel, beneath which lay a smooth pudding, the sweetness melding with a creamy aroma in the air. The fruit platter boasted an assortment of fresh fruits. Luciani was wholly astonished by the magnificent feast before her. This lavish feast, one must concede, is a rarity not only in the aftermath of this cataclysm but even before its onset. The culinary artistry and presentation of these dishes undoubtedly reached the standards of a 5-star chef. Once Fang Qian completed his tasks and took a seat, he finally had the leisure to glance at Luciani, his gaze revealing an unreserved admiration. At this moment, Luciani appeared transformed from her former self. The simple combination of a white shirt and jeans exuded a minimalist yet fashionable allure that captivated the eye. Having just washed her face, droplets of water clung to her skin, rendering it even more radiant and translucent, as if emanating a captivating glow. The beads of water rolled down her cheeks, reminiscent of morning dew. Indeed, she is a beauty in her own right. Chapter 108. You are merely my plaything at this moment. Luciani was completely oblivious to Fang Qian's gaze, her attention wholly captivated by the delectable spread before her. After swallowing hard, she unhesitatingly grasped the cutlery, ready to indulge. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a sense of peril washed over her, as if she were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Raising her eyes, she met Fang Qian's subtly menacing stare. In that instant, the knife and fork in Luciani's hands hovered in midair, her courage faltering. Swallowing again, she cautiously inquired, "Mr. Fang, may I partake in some food now?" To her surprise, Fang Qian responded with a cold smile. "What do you think? Have you forgotten the stipulations I laid out before?" He continued, "If you wish to eat, it is contingent upon your own capabilities." Recalling Fang Qian's earlier words in the corridor, Luciani realized that acquiring sustenance came at a price, akin to Pandora's box. Having chosen to come here, she had already steeled herself for the consequences. She set the cutlery down, a charming smile blossoming on her face as she deftly unbuttoned a few buttons of her shirt, revealing her alluring curves. Playfully, she teased, "Mr. Fang, am I not your girlfriend now? If you grant me permission to eat, I shall submit to your wishes." However, her flirtation elicited no response from Fang Qian. He disregarded her allure, engrossed in savoring the culinary delights before him. This sight left Lu Chani salivating, her dissatisfaction evident as she exclaimed, "Mr. Fang, what do you truly desire? I have already agreed to be your girlfriend. What more do you want?" Fang Qian continued to ignore her provocations, his eyes narrowed as he relished the lobster sashimi. He replied coolly, "You would do well to provide something more tangible. I have no fondness for such coy theatrics. If you lack the skills, I can instruct you. Now, kneel and crawl beneath the table. Do you understand?" Lu Chani's cheeks flushed crimson, instantly grasping Fang Qian's intentions. Gritting her teeth, she slammed her hand on the table and rose in indignation, declaring, "Mr. Fang, do not put your luck. I possess my own dignity. After all, I am the youngest medical doctor in Chongmen City, a graduate of a prestigious overseas institution. Who among those aware of my identity does not hold me in respect? How can you demean me in such a manner?" Fang Qian cast aside any pretense. Tearing off the mask, "It is not I who insults you, but rather yourself. Since you became a doctor, have you ever earnestly endeavored to save a single patient? There are certainly many who have suffered due to your ineptitude." He continued, "You can either obey me without question, or you can leave this place at once." Throughout their exchange, Fang Qian had not once deigned to look Lu Chani in the eye, as if her presence held no significance to him. In truth, it was precisely that. He was merely a man seeking amusement in his idle hours. Yet, should this amusement prove disobedient, he had no qualms about bypassing the game altogether. Lu Chani finally comprehended that Fang Qian's indifference was like a sharp blade, piercing through her pride. No longer was she the elevated talent she once perceived herself to be. Instead, she was a fallen wanderer, stripped of her former stature. Hunger and the tantalizing delicacies before her tormented her soul. After much hesitation, Lu Chani gradually knelt and crawled from beneath the table to the side of Fang Qian's legs. He involuntarily squinted his eyes, as if all the repression and fatigue had dissipated in that fleeting moment. He refrained from excessive intervention, merely indulging in his own enjoyment. After approximately 20 minutes, when he was satiated, he reached under the table and seized Lu Chani with a sudden motion. Clearly taken aback, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let me go." Fang Qian wore a peculiar smile. "Are you certain? Are you certain you wish to refuse at this moment?" Confronted once more by Fang Qian's inquiries, Lu Chani finally grasped her predicament. Turning her gaze back to the sumptuous feast on the table, she clenched her teeth and replied, This is my first time, so please be gentle." Yet, in the next moment, Fang Qian paid no heed to her plea and callously tossed her onto the sofa, his entire weight pressing down upon her. The room was soon filled with a cacophony of anguished cries. After what seemed like an hour, Fang Qian rose from the living room, donned his clothing, and stretched lazily, producing a series of cracking sounds. At that moment, he felt invigorated. Casually sitting at the edge of the sofa, he picked up a nearby magazine to peruse. Meanwhile, Lu Chani cautiously gathered her clothes, putting them on with care. However, due to the earlier tumultuous encounter, her garments were significantly torn, and her body bore numerous bruises, mottled with shades of purple and blue. Casting a glance back at Fang Qian, her eyes held a hint of reproach. "I told you to be gentle. Why must you be so rough?" Fang Qian, glancing at her with a cold smile, retorted, "You are hardly gentle with your patients, are you? Don't you often leave them destitute?" Lu Chani's face flushed with anger. "Why do you keep bringing this up? These are slanders from outsiders. Charging a bit more for medical fees is for everyone's benefit. The hospital must generate revenue to develop, right? Only by making the hospital wealthier can we conquer more diseases. You, being an outsider, simply do not understand." This rationale piqued Fang Qian's interest. However, he felt disinclined to engage in a debate with her at that moment. He gestured toward the remnants of the meal on the table and said, "There is plenty left to eat. Hurry and help yourself." Upon receiving permission, Lu Chani beamed with joy and limped eagerly to the table. Although it was merely the leftovers Fang Qian had consumed, the abundance of dishes was sufficient for her to have a hearty meal. At that moment, Lu Chani discarded all semblance of grace, eschewing cutlery entirely. She grabbed handfuls of seafood and cake, shoveling them into her mouth, fearful of not being satiated. Throughout it all, Fang Qian did not interfere with Lu Chani again. The other party has proven their worth and paid the price. Thus they rightfully deserve sustenance. It is a fair exchange, a mutual fulfillment of needs, devoid of any debts between them. After a fleeting 15 minutes, Lu Chani had consumed most of the seafood platter, her belly swollen like a balloon, and reluctantly rose from the dining table. She casually tucked the remaining cake pudding into her pocket, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Turning to Fang Qian, she expressed her gratitude. Mr. Fang Qian, thank you so much. You have made me feel alive again. As your girlfriend, I promise to take good care of you in the future. However, to her astonishment, Fang Qian set aside his magazine and offered her a cold smile. Who said you are my girlfriend? Is it so simple to be my girlfriend? What exists between us now is merely a transaction. Please clarify your position. Lu Chani's expression froze. She had confirmed countless times that this Fang Qian, who had added her as a friend under a pseudonym, was indeed pursuing her. How could this be? She was utterly bewildered, yet quickly resumed her act. Tears welled in her eyes in an instant as she bit her lower lip and said, Mr. Fang Qian, was there something unsatisfactory about my earlier performance? This was merely my first attempt. I am still unpolished. If you give me a chance, I will surely improve. Fang Qian had no intention of indulging in further dialogue. His tone cold and resolute. You may pack all the leftover food from the table and take your belongings. Now, open the door and leave. I will message you when I require your presence again. Lu Chani seethed with indignation, as it had always been she who took advantage of men. She had never faced such a setback. Before the apocalypse, suitors had lined up to pursue her, and now, as she strove to ascend, she was being cast aside. What troubled her most was that, despite the man before her having taken her innocence in such a crude manner, she had genuinely developed feelings for him. He was handsome, possessed an abundance of resources, dominated the most luxurious and comfortable refuge, and was adept in weapon modifications, wielding various arms. The sense of security he provided was unparalleled, embodying the ideal partner she had long yearned for. Yet, he did not regard her with any interest. At that moment, the pent-up frustration and fury within her were beyond articulation. Her eyes gleamed with ambition as she steeled herself. Fang Qian, just wait. I shall return. I will make you fall in love with me. You will kneel at my feet and plead for me to stay. Chapter 109. A new assignment for Lin Dashan. Though Lu Chani possessed a heart as cold as ice, she was not without her wits. Acknowledging her fate, she realized that staying here was not a possibility today, and she ceased her futile pleas. Instead, she turned to gather the remnants of food left on the table, meticulously packing them away. She then donned her heavy cotton coat once more, opened the door, and stepped outside. Before closing the door behind her, she cast a lingering glance at the opulent refuge before her and addressed the unyielding man lounging on the sofa. I shall take a bedroom across from you, but you must ensure my safety. You wouldn't want the woman you've used to be claimed by another, would you? With that, she left him with a radiant smile before shutting the door. Fang Qian glanced towards the door, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What a clever woman. Taking advantage of me. Theoretically, the transaction between Fang Qian and Lu Chani should have concluded at this juncture. She had rendered him a service that brought him both physical and emotional relief, and in return, he had provided her with a lavish meal. Neither party owed the other anything. Yet her parting words clearly indicated a desire for Fang Qian to safeguard her. She had indeed struck a chord. For Fang Qian harbored a distaste for the notion of his used possessions being utilized by others. Should such a scenario arise, he would undoubtedly choose to obliterate them. Tang Jiaro served as a prime example of this sentiment. So be it. Let her live and atone for her sins in due time. After having vented his frustrations through Lu Chani, Fang Qian felt a renewed clarity of mind. Cradling the small border collie in his arms, he began to contemplate the current circumstances. If all went according to plan, Tang Jiero's security team would arrive by the day after tomorrow at the latest. He needed to eliminate them within this building as efficiently as possible. The most effective strategy would be to incite all the neighbors in the building to take action against them. According to Fang Qian's estimates, there were at least 80 or 90 survivors still residing in the building. If united, they would form a formidable force. The crucial factor was that they were expendable. No one would mourn their loss. The bold Lin Dashan could upgrade his weaponry, exchanging the crossbow for a handgun. This change offered two significant advantages. Firstly, the combat efficacy of a handgun far surpassed that of a crossbow, perfectly suited to confront the perilous situation ahead. Secondly, with the legendary bulletproof vest he possessed, he could effectively nullify the damage from handgun ammunition while being vulnerable to the crossbow's harm. Utilizing a handgun as a weapon for Lin Dashan would consequently enhance his own safety. With this thought in mind, Fang Qian promptly sent a message to Lin Dashan, instructing him to bring the crossbow to the rooftop. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Dashan ascended, breathless and burdened with the crossbow. At that moment, Fang Qian leaned against the edge of the rooftop, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Lin Dashan's arrival, he casually tossed him the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Lin Dashan received it with gratitude, cradling the treasure in his hands and lighting one for himself. Thus, the two men stood amidst the frigid air, exhaling clouds of smoke. With reverence, Lin Dashan inquired, Mr. Fang Qian, what prompted your summons? Is there a new task you require my assistance with? Fang Qian nodded and opened one hand, requesting, please return your crossbow to me. Lin Dashan was momentarily taken aback by this request. In the frigid weather, apart from firearms, the crossbow represented the most formidable weapon. A precious item he had painstakingly acquired during his last mission. Reluctance surged within him, yet after a brief hesitation, he resolutely placed it into Fang Qian's palm. Fang Qian nodded in satisfaction. This was also a test for him. If Lin Dashan harbored ulterior motives, his value would likely be diminished. Fortunately, the man seemed compliant. Once the crossbow was retrieved, Fang Qian produced a handgun from his coat and set it down on the low wall beside him. This is for you to use. The moment Lin Dashan's gaze fell upon the exquisite firearm, he found himself entranced, unable to tear his eyes away. No man could resist the allure of weaponry. Trembling, he reached out his hands, hesitating before making contact. Turning back, disbelief clouded his expression as he asked, "Mr. Fang, is this truly for me?" Leaning against the wall, Fang Qian exhaled a smoke ring and replied nonchalantly, "What else would it be for? Just for display?" With the affirmative response, Lin Dashan cautiously cradled the handgun, savoring its weighty presence. Removing the magazine, he discovered it brimming with ammunition. Seemingly anticipating his concerns about insufficient bullets, Fang Qian tossed him another magazine. Having learned from the earlier experience with Lu Chani, for those unaccustomed to marksmanship, random shooting would likely deplete a magazine before they could effectively utilize it. Lin Dashan was taken aback by the generosity and expressed, "I genuinely do not know how to convey my gratitude. Bestowing this firearm upon me signifies your trust. Should you have any commands, please do not hesitate to ask. I would risk my life to fulfill them." Fang Qian nodded in approval. Lin Dashan, raised in the mountains and a lifelong hunter, was somewhat naive regarding human relations, fearless, yet easily swayed, an ideal candidate for a henchman. Taking his time, Fang Qian articulated, "I need you to unite everyone in this building for a significant endeavor. Do you have confidence in this task?" A surge of ambition welled within Lin Dashan. He had previously rallied his neighbors to rise against oppression, yet none had dared to respond. These neighbors, cowardly and submissive, had long exasperated him. Since diplomacy had failed, only force would suffice. Now armed, and with Xiao Weiren's gang thoroughly dismantled, he was undoubtedly the most powerful individual aside from Fang Qian. Convincing his neighbors to rally under his banner would surely be an effortless feat. Lin Dashan immediately thumped his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, Mr. Fang. I am entirely confident in my ability to accomplish this task. I merely wish to know what you would like us to undertake." Fang Qian gazed into the distance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Tomorrow or the day after, a group would come to escort Tang Ma and Tang Erwin. I require you, along with the neighbors, to confine that group permanently within this building. Though their numbers are modest, approximately 20, each is armed. Are you confident in your ability?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dashan's breath quickened. A squad of 20, armed no less. Suddenly, he felt the gun in his hands was less than reassuring. While he possessed a weapon, the neighbors were utterly defenseless. How could one contend with those bearing firearms? Hesitantly, he stammered, "Mr. Fang, I am indeed eager to assist. Yet I fear my strength is insufficient." The neighbors in this building were timid as mice. Perhaps they could handle ordinary individuals, but confronting such an elite unit might render them paralyzed with fear before they even approached. Fang Qian cast him a disdainful glance, exuding frustration. "Why are you so dim-witted? The enemy is in the open while you remain concealed. Cannot you devise a plan? Reflect on how you deal with your prey." In that moment, Lin Dashan experienced a sudden epiphany, clapping his hands together. "Mr. Fang is correct. I have been foolish. I shall procure some drugs and discreetly mix them into their water. I guarantee it will be a simple task to subdue them." Fang Qian nodded in satisfaction, adding, "Formulate several contingencies. The specifics are yours to arrange. My demand is simple. Ensure that group arrives but does not depart. Once the task is complete, I assure you a week of worry-free sustenance. Additionally, others who contribute to this endeavor will also receive rewards." Lin Dashan carefully tucked the gun into the inner folds of his clothing. "Rest assured, Mr. Fang. I will exert every effort to fulfill this." With the briefing concluded, he hurriedly departed the rooftop. Meanwhile, in Tang Erwin and Tang Ma's room, the two lay languidly upon the bed, consumed by despair. Ever since the humiliation on the rooftop yesterday, they were engulfed by an unrelenting fury. Periodically, they would rise to retch, only to expel nothing but bile, its noxious odor reminiscent of excrement. Dong Xiaomei watched their plight from a distance, feeling an immense relief that she had not approached them. Otherwise, she might have shared their fate. Upon learning that someone would come to escort Tang Erwin and Tang Ma away, she chose to remain, hoping to gain some advantage from the situation. Observing their weakened state, a look of pity crossed her face as she spoke. "Tang Ma, Erwin, you haven't eaten for a day. You must take something to sustain yourselves, otherwise, before your escort arrives, you may not endure." With that, she extracted 2 elongated yellow bread rolls from her bosom, her expression rife with empathy. These were the hard-earned provisions she had managed to gather. However, upon seeing the bread, Tang Erwin and Tang Ma were reminded of the foul meal they had consumed that day. Their stomachs churned violently, and they promptly bent over the bed to vomit once more. The room was permeated with an unbearable stench. Tang Erwin, his face contorted in agony, implored Dong Xiaomei to remove the bread, lamenting, "Is there any other food available? Even a cup of hot water would suffice." Beside him, Tang Ma, equally furious, seethed. "It is all that scoundrel Fang Qian's fault for daring to humiliate me in such a manner. Just wait, when my people arrive. You shall see how I make you pay. I will surely find a dog leash to bind him, forcing him to consume filth daily, to satiate the wrath that festers within my heart." Chapter 110. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Xiaolong. As the period of tranquility came to an end, an intense cold storm was poised to strike once more. A gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the whisper of tiny ice crystals. All survivors scavenging for supplies hastily made their way home, for none dared linger amidst the impending tempest. The biting wind and hailstones the size of an infant's head were no trifles. They could easily reduce a person to mere pulp. 22 elite security personnel, clad in thermal gear and equipped with snowboards, paused momentarily. The heavy snowfall of the past month had nearly buried the building, concealing all but the uppermost floors. Zhao Dao, the leader, swiftly identified a towering office building. "The frigid storm is about to erupt. Let us take a respite here for a day and resume our journey tomorrow. According to our itinerary, we should reach Lingyun community by this time tomorrow." Following closely behind, Zhao Xiaolong chuckled heartily. "Indeed, a break is in order. After several hours of travel, my stomach is quite famished. Let us find a place to enjoy a warm meal." The other security personnel glanced at the building, noticing a number of individuals hastening inside. One cautioned, "Be careful. We are unfamiliar with this area. I suspect there may be other survivors gathered within that building. We must avoid any conflict that could delay our progress." Zhao Xiaolong scoffed with a cold smile. "What is there to fear? With our equipment, ordinary folks are no match for us. We can easily deal with anyone who crosses our path. It seems Master Ma has no intention of returning to the capital anytime soon. Sooner or later, Lingyun City will belong to us." Zhao Dahe gazed towards the building and caught sight of several reasonably attractive women, a lewd grin creeping across his face. "With over 10 hours before the storm hits, we might as well find some amusement while we wait. If conditions permit, brothers, feel free to seek your own pleasures." With that, he led the way towards the building. Inside, many individuals gathered at the windows on the upper floors, their expressions tense upon seeing Zhao Dahu and his group. Who are these people? They are fully armed. Are they military personnel? They certainly resemble soldiers. If they are indeed soldiers, that would be fortuitous. They would surely help us. Let us be polite. They seem to be carrying weapons, and we cannot ascertain if they are friendly. It would be wise to maintain our distance. Maintain distance? They must be rescue personnel sent from above. They are undoubtedly soldiers. Quick, let us go down and welcome them. It must be said that their attire was indeed somewhat misleading. Coupled with their training as elite personnel, they exuded an air reminiscent of soldiers. As they entered the building, many bundled in heavy coats approached with hopeful expressions, inquiring, "Excuse me, are you soldiers sent to rescue us?" Zhao Da laughed heartily. "Of course. We are here to save lives." His gaze hardened. "However, not everyone is worthy. First, assess your own standing. Step aside. Do not impede our rest." The nearby survivors were taken aback by the brazen demeanor of the newcomers, instantly realizing that these individuals were not amenable to negotiation and had no choice but to clear a path. Zhao Dahu, accompanied by his brethren, settled into a comfortable corner, observing the distant crowd that dared not approach. With a cold snort, he commanded, "What are you dawdling for? If you have any food, bring it over at once." He then cast a sidelong glance and added, "And ensure that you bring your most beautiful women as well. My brothers are somewhat fatigued and could use a massage." Upon hearing this, the trapped survivors felt a pang of dread in their hearts, hesitating and uncertain of how to respond. Noticing their reluctance, Zhao Xiaolong, without a second thought, drew his pistol from his waist and shot a man standing at the forefront. The man's eyes widened in shock, a gaping wound appearing on his forehead before he collapsed to the ground. No one could have anticipated the sheer brutality of this group, who would resort to gunfire without hesitation. The sound of the shot sent the others fleeing in panic, scrambling for safety. However, the frigid storm outside had already commenced, leaving them with nowhere to hide within the confines of the building. Zhao Xiaolong barked arrogantly, "What are you waiting for? Obey our commands and bring us food and women. Otherwise, I will kill every last one of you." The survivors within the office building could no longer muster the courage to resist, promptly complying with the orders given. Before long, some packaged bread and frozen meat were delivered to Zhao Dahu and his men, along with over 30 women who appeared presentable. Zhao Xiaolong, reclining with his legs crossed, holstered his firearm and proclaimed triumphantly to his comrades, "Do you see? This is the power of this weapon. They don't understand a word we say." The brothers erupted in laughter, applauding him. "Indeed, Xiaolong, you are formidable. You've subdued these fools in mere minutes." Zhao Dao, eyeing the food strewn about and the women awaiting further instructions, frowned. "Is this all you have prepared? After all this time, you present us with such worthless scraps?" Fury surged through him as he kicked the food away, scattering the bread and frozen meat across the floor, much to the distress of the surrounding survivors. His gaze then swept over the women's faces, and he scoffed, "They're all just trash. Don't you know how to wash your faces? You look so filthy that I have lost all interest." The women, chastised by his words, lowered their heads, too frightened to utter a single word, trembling in fear. From among the survivors stepped a young man, seemingly the current leader of the building. With a forced smile, he stood beside Zhao Dahu, attempting to placate him. "Brother, please do not be angered. Our conditions truly allow for no more than this. I have selected the finest women and food from the entire building. Though they may not appear exceptional, they were all professional masseuses before the apocalypse, and their skills are quite impressive. Perhaps you would like to lie down and experience their services?" Upon hearing the words of the young man, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Xiaolong began to quell their anger. Reclining on the nearby sofa, one of them remarked, "You had better be speaking the truth. Otherwise, I shall ensure that each of you bears a hole in your heads." The young man nodded profusely, his body bent at a 90-degree angle, assuring, "I promise you will be satisfied." After uttering these words, he forcefully kicked a female technician beside him, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and attend to these esteemed gentlemen." Under the pressure of Zhao Dahu and his companions, the group of women swiftly commenced their services. Some massaged shoulders, while others tended to feet. They even kindled a large fire before them to provide warmth and prepare dinner. This scene evoked envy from the survivors huddled in the corner. In such a frigid apocalypse, the wood for burning was exceedingly precious. They had painstakingly conserved what little they had, only to see it consumed by that group. The leading young man returned to the crowd, slumping down with a dejected expression. Immediately, his companions inquired, "Brother, what shall we do? At this rate, they will burn through all the precious wood we have saved. And they will certainly devour all our food, leaving us with nothing." Another added, "Indeed, they are currently resting and enjoying massages. Who knows what chaos they will unleash once they are refreshed?" The young leader sighed, "What can we do? They possess firearms, while we are defenseless. We must endure. For now, let us bide our time. They are likely just resting here for a while, and when the brutal storm subsides tomorrow, they should take their leave. During this period, let us refrain from provoking them." Upon hearing his words, the others could only suppress their frustration, silently hoping that this band would depart sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahu and his companions paid no heed to the hushed whispers of the ordinary people in the corner. He reveled in the gentle kneading of his shoulders and feet, blissfully closing his eyes. "Not bad. Thankfully, you did not deceive me. You are indeed skilled. Should I find discomfort, it would likely spell doom for you." The woman attending him kept her head bowed, tears glistening in her eyes, too fearful to utter a word, lest she provoke the ire of these powerful men. Beside him, Zhao Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly, a thought struck him. He glanced at the heavily padded women beside him with dissatisfaction. "Did you wear such heavy clothing while working at the massage parlor? It looks so unappealing. Strip it off." Upon hearing this, the 30 or so women were immediately struck with terror and knelt on the ground, pleading, "Please, esteemed gentlemen, spare us. We merely wish to live. We do not wish for death." In this freezing cold, shedding their clothes could easily lead to illness, and falling ill in such conditions would only mean waiting for death. Though the fire provided some warmth, the outdoor temperature in this apocalyptic winter plummeted to 70 or 80 degrees below zero. Even with a fire, it was hardly sufficient to allow one to remove their clothing. Zhao Xiaolong, without uttering a word, drew a pistol from his waist, casually toying with it, and said, "Will you strip or not? I shall ask you one final time." The women exchanged glances, tears of sorrow welling in the corners of their eyes, ultimately resigning themselves to a reluctant compromise. One by one, they stripped off their padded garments, until not even their underclothes remained. Observing these trembling women, who nonetheless exerted themselves tirelessly to serve him, Zhao Xiaolong erupted into hearty laughter. "Yes, yes, yes, this is precisely the sensation I desire. Keep up the hard work." Chapter 111. Mother, look, I have a grenade. The biting winds howled outside, and although this was an office building, the floor-to-ceiling windows had been shattered into countless pieces. Except for a few corners that offered some shelter, the draft was particularly piercing. A woman stood there completely unclothed, still massaging the shoulders and feet of the men before her. Within just 2 minutes, her lips turned a shade of blue from the cold, her senses dulled. It was not until her hands became utterly frozen and incapable of movement that she ceased her ministrations. Zhao Dahua, reclining on the sofa, opened his eyes and bellowed in dissatisfaction, "Can you exert a bit more strength? Haven't you eaten?" He slammed his thigh with frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it. If you're going to ruin my mood, I'll make sure you all pay." However, his anger elicited no response this time. As he surveyed the room, Zhao Dahua discovered that all the women who had been stripped of their clothing had suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Their eyelashes and hair tips were frosted over. Clearly victims of the cold. Zhao Xiaolong, displaying impatience, remarked, "They can't even endure for a short while. Their physical condition is truly pathetic." Zhao Dahua rolled over on the sofa, visibly displeased. "What bad luck. It affects my mood. Forget it. I'll sleep for a bit, and when I wake, I'll have them select a few to serve again." Zhao Xiaolong chuckled. "Brother is right. We should replenish our energy first. I notice there are still quite a few girls among them. Selecting a new batch should be no problem." The other brothers behind them wore lewd grins, each radiating a sense of triumph. Before the apocalypse, they had merely been ordinary security personnel, even those with some skills held low status. Yet, after the world had ended, they had ascended to become deities, capable of dictating life and death at will. Sometimes, Zhao Dahua pondered, this is hardly an apocalypse. It is, in fact, paradise. With a smile on his face, he closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, those in the corners observed their fallen companions, gritting their teeth in silence. Yet none dared to step forward to assist. At this moment, they were merely 30-odd women, a small fraction of the crowd. However, should they provoke these lunatics, their own lives would be in jeopardy. Sacrificing the few for the sake of the many was their only option. They could only pray silently for the women, hoping that the flickering flames of the fire would provide them with a modicum of warmth. After enduring a period of exhaustion, everyone began to feel drowsy, their eyes growing heavy as they succumbed to sleep. Time passed, and Zhao Xiaolong suddenly felt a movement in his arms. Opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a small boy, around 4 or 5 years old, gazing at him with admiration. Zhao Xiaolong looked down to find that the child was staring intently at his handgun. The earlier sensation he felt was the boy's curious exploration of the weapon nestled in his embrace. He carefully tucked the gun back into his arms and gently patted the boy's shoulder, inquiring, "What's the matter? Do you like guns?" The little boy nodded vigorously. "I do, uncle. Are you a soldier? Why do you have a gun? Can I hold it for a moment? Or at least take a look?" In the corner, over 100 survivors huddled together for warmth. The innocent eyes of a little boy revealed a deep yearning. Even adults found it hard to resist the allure of firearms, let alone a child. The exchange between the two drew the attention of Zhao Dahou, who quickly grasped the unfolding scene. Zhao Xiaolong shook his head with a smile, explaining, "I cannot show you the gun, for it is quite precious. However, I can offer you this." He rummaged behind him and produced a hand grenade, placing it into the boy's palm. Upon seeing the object, the boy's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhao Xiaolong held the child's hand and said, "Uncle is giving you a gift. Be sure to show it to your parents right away, understand? You must boast about it to your friends and family." The boy nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Okay, uncle. I will go now." Zhao Xiaolong affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, wearing a peculiar smile. Afterward, he casually removed the pin from the grenade, oblivious to the impending danger. The boy gleefully dashed into the crowd, shouting, "Mom, Mom, look. Uncle gave me a gift." The commotion caught the attention of the gathered survivors. A middle-aged woman in the crowd stood up and shouted, "Xiao Bao, drop that thing. Quickly." Yet the boy was blissfully unaware of the looming peril as he clutched the grenade, joyfully proclaiming, "Mom, look. I have a toy." Panic ensued among the spectators as they scrambled to escape. "Damn it, that's a grenade. Everyone run." But it was too late. A deafening explosion erupted amidst the crowd. Flesh and blood flew through the air, and cries of anguish filled the space. The blast claimed the lives of over 20 individuals, leaving the rest severely injured. A gruesome sight. They writhed on the ground in agony. "Ah, my hand. My hand is gone. It hurts so much. Help. Please, someone save us." Nearby, Zhao Xiaolong and his companions erupted in laughter. "Haha, this little fool is truly entertaining. He actually ran to find his parents with a grenade. How amusing." Zhao Dahu, feeling the artistic effect was insufficiently explosive, suggested to his comrades, "Next time, we should send a few more. One grenade isn't enough for excitement." While the survivors suffered in misery, Zhao Dahu and his companions continued to perceive them as mere insects, shamelessly plotting more thrilling games. In their eyes, these ordinary people existed solely to provide them with amusement. In Building 9 of Lingyun Community, since the complete annihilation of the gang led by Qiao Huairan and Wang Long, the building has entered an unprecedented period of tranquility. The surviving residents govern themselves independently, refraining from interference with one another. Although some individuals have gradually formed small factions based on favorable relations established before the cataclysm, none have managed to seize authoritative control over the entire building. Notably, upon learning of the total demise of Wang Long's gang, their audacity has markedly increased, leading many to venture to Wang Long's residence to divide the meager supplies that had been painstakingly hoarded. In truth, the items within that dwelling are scarce, as most have been surreptitiously concealed by Huang Hai. This information remains unknown to everyone except Fang Qian. The others presume Huang Hai to be deceased. Believing that the supplies have been exhausted, the chat group has maintained a relatively calm demeanor, with occasional whispers of gossip circulating. For instance, it is said that the crisis of the extreme cold storm will cease within a few months. And there is a report of an individual from a neighboring community braving the frigid conditions, seemingly endowed with superhuman abilities. Additionally, someone has purportedly discovered a hidden secret base within the snow, stocked with weapons and supplies. The veracity of these rumors remains uncertain, oscillating between the absurd and the credible. At this juncture, the uploading of a photograph shatters the tranquility. It depicts a modest dining table illuminated by candlelight, adorned with a steaming steak and accompanied by a plate of sliced bread. Beside this sumptuous dinner rests an exquisite handgun. The image was shared by Lin Dashan, who captioned it, "Grateful for the generous gift from Mr. Fang Qian. May he forever be blessed by the divine." Such words and demeanor evoke the prayer rituals of a foreign cult prior to a meal. While this dinner pales in comparison to Fang Qian's usual offerings, it is undoubtedly a lavish feast relative to the circumstances of the other inhabitants of the building. Instantly, the group erupted with expressions of envy. "Oh my, Dashan. You actually have steak. It looks delicious. Could you spare a taste? Even just a piece of bread would suffice. Where did you acquire that handgun? I recall your weapon was a bow and arrow. Lin Dashan, you are truly despicable. How can you post such a photo at a time like this? When I can barely swallow this icy potato? The last selfish eater, Wang Long, has met his end. You ought to share your food with everyone. Do you not comprehend the principle that those who do good receive assistance, while those who do wrong receive little?" Amidst the fervent discussions in the chat, Lin Dashan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He was immensely grateful that he had resolutely completed the task assigned by Fang Qian, which has afforded him this flavorful existence. He understood deeply that, in this apocalyptic world, the sole path to survival lies in obedience. Thus, he was prepared to fulfill the second task recently assigned to him by Fang Qian. He responded in the chat, "Indeed, my previous weapon was a bow and arrow. But Mr. Fang Qian, recognizing my recent improvements, graciously upgraded me to a handgun, which handles quite well, far superior to the bow." The group members, gazing at the culinary delights in Lin Dashan's photograph, found their initial dissatisfaction beginning to brew once more. However, upon learning of the presence of a handgun, they all fell into a sudden silence. Lin Dashan continued to speak in the group. "There is no need for everyone to envy me. In truth, leading a better life is not all that difficult. Each and every one of you has the opportunity." Chapter 112, Mobilization Meeting. Upon hearing these words, the members of the group were instantly invigorated, their previously heavy spirits lifted as if a great weight had been removed. "Is it true, Brother Dashan? Are you suggesting that we all have the chance to savor steak? My heavens, if such a method exists, you must not keep it to yourself. Share it with us. Brother Dashan, we are neighbors, akin to family. Please divulge the method to us. We are willing to pay any price for the chance to indulge in steak. Indeed, I have nearly forgotten the taste of food from before the apocalypse. If I could just have a single taste, what is my life worth?" As the excitement among the group surged, Lin Dashan, while skillfully cutting his steak with knife and fork, wore a triumphant smile. He continued, "It is quite simple. I acquired these provisions because I assisted Mr. Fang Qian with a task. Now, you too have the opportunity. If you aid Mr. Fang Qian in completing his mission, the rewards will far exceed what I received. Coincidentally, Mr. Fang has a matter that requires our attention. Are you interested?" "Absolutely," one exclaimed. "Goodness. Last time we were misled by that scoundrel Wang Long. Otherwise, I would have long since joined Mr. Fang's ranks. Indeed, now I see that Wang Long and his gang are nothing but petty thugs, even in the face of the apocalypse. They cannot stir the waters and are unworthy to even carry Mr. Fang's shoes. Brother Dashan, please elaborate on this task so I can prepare," urged Lin Dashan. Lin Dashan continued to message, "It's actually not difficult. The day after tomorrow, a group of over 20 unruly security guards will enter our building. Mr. Fang has received advance notice that these individuals are no good, arsonists, robbers, and perpetrators of every vile deed. Therefore, in pursuit of justice, he hopes we can ensure that these 20 or so individuals remain permanently within this building. I know there are nearly 100 survivors in our block, giving us a significant numerical advantage to deal with them. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, several people in the group quickly stepped forward to take the lead. Li Taiju declared, "Let us do it. I've been so hungry these past few days that I could vomit bile. If it means I can enjoy a proper meal, I would charge at them without hesitation, even if they were special forces." His wife, Lin Yan, responded, "I completely agree. Mr. Fang offers rewards, making our task exceedingly fair." The others echoed in agreement, "Exactly. They are merely a group of security guards. With so many of us united, we have nothing to fear." Public sentiment seemed overwhelmingly in favor. Just as Lin Dashan believed the matter would be easily resolved, a few dissenters emerged. The lead among them was Dong Xiaomei. "Perhaps we should reconsider. I will not participate. My household still has some provisions, and I think it prudent to hold back. I fear I lack the capability to be of assistance." With her words, a few others began to waver as well. "I, too, am reluctant to participate. Although we are numerous, those security guards may well be young and strong. What if a conflict arises and lives are lost? Indeed, Lin Dashan, you possess a firearm, but we do not. Perhaps you could provide each of us with a weapon, and we would pledge our loyalty in the charge. Furthermore, you frequently mention that Mr. Fang Qian will offer rewards, yet he has failed to specify the amount. What if, in the end, we are merely given 2 rotten potatoes?" Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Dashan's lips curled into a cold smirk, incensed by the ineptitude of these individuals. Their reluctance stemmed from several motivations. Firstly, pure cowardice. They are unwilling to risk anything, shunning even the slightest danger. Secondly, a wolfish ambition. They wish to observe from the sidelines, hoping to seize an opportunity, much like the many who benefited from the conflict between Wang Long and Fang Qian. Thirdly, sheer greed. They seek to extract as many benefits as possible, demanding both weapons and provisions, all the while lacking any honorable intent. Lin Dashan, undeterred, sent a message to the group. "Surely you do not believe that Mr. Fang Qian is so amiable as to engage in friendly negotiations? Let me be frank. Those who conduct themselves with integrity shall be rewarded, while those who do not may very well lose their lives. As for the rewards, that entirely depends on Mr. Fang Qian's disposition. Even if he intends to bestow upon you nothing more than a frozen rod, you must kneel and express gratitude. Such are the rules." This domineering declaration immediately sparked dissatisfaction among some property owners. "What do you mean, Lin Dashan? Do not presume that your firearm grants you the right to threaten us. Recall Wang Long's fate. Having a gun does not equate to invincibility. You are but one man. What can you achieve against so many? Frankly, rather than obediently assisting you against others, we might as well come to your home and rob you." Lin Dashan chuckled heartily. "How amusing. If you wish to rob, then come and try. I find you dissenters to be exceedingly sly. Outwardly, you claim to abstain from participation, yet inwardly, you covet the spoils. I suspect that when we clash with those security guards, you will be the first to emerge and seize the opportunity. I propose this. Those willing to take the lead in the charge should come to me to register. Once the matter is settled, I shall request Mr. Fang Qian to allocate a greater share to you. Should anyone choose not to participate, it is evident that they wish to play both sides and harbor ill intentions. Shortly, I shall gather my people to take care of this, lest you stab me in the back. If you wish to engage in subterfuge and underhanded tactics, you shall find no quarter here. Now let me see who still holds opposing views." Following this ultimatum, dissenting voices vanished from the group, all acquiescing to Lin Dashan's earlier statements. Fang Qian had been monitoring the group's messages as well. Lin Dashan's methods, while somewhat effective, barely managed to consolidate these individuals. Yet, the cohesion remained somewhat lacking. As for Li Taiju and Lin Yan, who had been the first to voice their support, he held a vague recollection of them. Before the apocalypse, these 2 individuals seemingly worked as trainers in a fitness club, boasting exceptional physical prowess, which allowed them to fare relatively well in the aftermath. Previously, they maintained a low profile, adhering to a live and let live philosophy. However, they have now begun to assert their presence, likely due to dwindling food supplies at home. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaomei, after being reprimanded a few times, was too frightened to send any messages. In a fit of frustration, she slammed her fist onto the bed before her. The noise startled Tang Ma and Tang Erwin, who were huddled in their blankets. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Tang Erwin inquired, "What is the matter? Why the outburst? Can one become so irritable over a mobile phone?" With a heavy sigh, Dong Xiaomei presented the chat records from the group, turning them over for Tang Ma and Tang Erwin to see. It was then they realized they had missed a significant event by neglecting their phones. Tang Ma, her face a mask of astonishment, exclaimed, "That wretched Fang Qian actually intends to deal with the security forces sent to retrieve me and Erwin. Is he out of his mind? Does he harbor such deep-seated animosity?" Tang Erwin, equally incensed, gritted his teeth. "That little beast. Truly an ungrateful wretch. Not only does he refuse to care for my mother and me, but he also forbids my departure." Suddenly, Tang Erwin recalled the day he had spoken with Fang Qian at the front desk regarding this matter. Fang Qian's demeanor suggested he was already aware that someone would come for them, exuding confidence that no one could take them away. What hidden cards does that scoundrel hold? A sense of dread enveloped both Tang Erwin and Tang Ma. It appeared that everything lay within Fang Qian's grasp, devoid of any secrets. Even the prospect of escape seemed fraught with obstacles. Nevertheless, their spirits remained high, especially given Tang Jiarou's assertion that their rescuers were no ordinary troops. Tang Erwin embraced Dong Xiaomei, taking advantage of her vulnerability, and proclaimed with a smug grin, "Fear not, the individuals dispatched by my sister are not mere amateurs. They have undergone specialized training and are armed. With over 20 of them, there are likewise 20 guns. Those timid souls in this building stand no chance against them." Tang Ma's face contorted into an ugly yet triumphant smile as she exclaimed, "Just wait, I shall say a few words in the group. I guarantee they will be frightened into retreating. They think they can unite against me? They are merely dreaming." Chapter 113. You are just stray dogs. Dong Xiaomei was filled with joy as she affectionately linked arms with Tang Ma, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. Quickly send a message to let them know our strength." At this moment, Dong Xiaomei had entirely aligned herself with Tang Ma and Tang Erwin, eagerly anticipating that once the security personnel arrived, she would receive a larger share of the spoils. Ideally, they would even take her back with them. Moreover, since Tang Erwin was unmarried, if what they claimed about allying with the Ma family were true, she might begrudgingly settle for him. There was no alternative. The challenge of winning over Fang Qian was insurmountable, so she had to seek a more attainable option. Tang Ma promptly sent a message in the group chat. "Everyone, do not be deceived. This is a malicious scheme concocted by that beast Fang Qian out of jealousy for our good fortune. He merely intends to use you as cannon fodder. To be frank, those security personnel are not ordinary individuals. They hail from the prestigious Ma family in the capital, true aristocrats. Each of them is extensively trained and armed. Can you stop them? In comparison, your combat capabilities are akin to those of street mutts. It would be best for you to remain idle." Upon reading this, a cacophony of dissent arose in the group. What? Wasn't it said that there were only a few security guards? Brother, where have you ever seen security personnel who are both trained and armed? Damn it, Lin Dashan, you must explain yourself. Are you trying to lead us to our doom? How could you think that a lone individual with a handgun could inspire 100 of us to confront 20 armed men? Do we not know which side to choose? At that moment, Tang Erwin added fuel to the fire in the chat. Fang Qian and Lin Dashan are truly ruthless, aiming to lead you all to ruin. Let me be clear, the security personnel have come solely to escort my mother and me, and there is no conflict of interest with anyone else. There is no need for you to create discord. I suggest you unite with me. When our escort arrives, we can storm Fang Qian's residence together and divide his provisions. Let us see what he has to boast about. Lin Dashan had not anticipated that Tang Erwin and Tang Ma would emerge at such a critical moment to stir trouble. The unity he had painstakingly built was now shattered. Faced with the crowd's inquiries, he found himself at a loss for words. For this was indeed a decision fraught with peril. Fortunately, there were still those willing to side with Fang Qian. Li Taizhu spoke up. "Everyone, let us not be hasty. Let us hear how Brother Dashan and Mr. Fang plan to proceed. Since they have initiated this, they must have a comprehensive strategy in place." His wife, Lin Yan, chimed in. "Indeed, we should clarify the situation first." Dong Xiaomei coldly retorted. "What else is there to clarify? The situation is already abundantly clear. Regardless, you must not trust Fang Qian. He is nothing but a selfish scoundrel. Just stay put and heed our Erwin's arrangements." Fang Qian observed the disputes within the group and shook his head in resignation. It seemed that persuading these ineffectual individuals to willingly serve as cannon fodder was not a simple task. He would need to take matters into his own hands and stoke the flames himself. With this thought, he initiated a video call within the group. At that moment, Fang Qian was on the rooftop, beside a fire pit, preparing a hot pot with an array of ingredients: beef tripe, large prawns, duck intestines, and more, spread out on the table before him. His small border collie lay obediently at his feet, creating a scene of warmth and harmony. As the video streamed into the group, everyone instantly forgot the earlier quarrel and began to exclaim in awe, "My goodness, you're actually eating hot pot!" Simultaneously, they felt a surge of indignation. "If you expect us to take the lead, then you should share the hot pot with us. Otherwise, it's not going to be that easy. You think you can deal with over 20 fully armed elite personnel? What are you thinking? You must be desperate." Fang Qian paid no heed to any of the comments from the group, continuing to enjoy his hot pot. He fished out a piece of duck intestine from the bubbling, oily broth and frowned slightly. "Oh dear, this seems a bit overcooked. Never mind, I'll just feed it to the dog." With that, he casually tossed it onto the ground. The little border collie immediately perked up, wagging its tail, and bounding over to devour the spicy morsel without a second thought. Truly a southern dog, accustomed to spicy food from a young age. However, this seemingly mundane act stirred a wave of discontent within the group. How outrageous. Not only does he ignore us, but he also feeds the dog instead of sharing with us. How dare he? Does he not realize how precious food is right now? It's infuriating. While continuing to savor his hot pot, Fang Qian lifted his gaze, coldly scrutinizing the chat in the group, and declared, "Want to eat hot pot? You must offer something in return. You all are so fearful, just go eat dirt." The group members were taken aback by Fang Qian's sudden outburst. They had assumed that he was in a position of need, which explained his earlier arrogance, but they never expected him to be even more resolute. As he continued to eat, Fang Qian nonchalantly added, "Do you genuinely believe that the arrival of those security personnel will not affect your lives? Think again. Even the likes of Wang Long would relish the opportunity to feast on a piece of you. And the wealthy families, who never regarded you as human before the apocalypse. Do you really expect their assistance now? To speak frankly, even if they were to break down my door, I assure you, you wouldn't even get a sip of soup. To not be killed and used as emergency rations would be your good fortune. Haha. You are nothing but a pack of stray dogs, ripe for the picking. Do you understand? Only I, out of pity, am willing to spare you a morsel." Fang Qian's casual remarks left the entire group speechless, unable to lift their heads in shame. Indeed, the illustrious families symbolized capital, a force that consumes without remorse. How could they possibly offer assistance? Compared to trusting those security personnel, one might as well place faith in Fang Qian. At least previously, Fang Qian had distributed rewards for tasks in accordance with established regulations, never once failing or harming anyone. His credibility is beyond reproach. Workers are weary of their employers painting grand illusions. They merely yearn for a boss who pays them punctually. Fang Qian, unperturbed, asserted, "We are all neighbors within the same building." Yet, with the Tang matriarch and Tang Erwin leaning on the affluent Ma family, soon to enjoy a life of comfort, why do they not inquire why they do not extend their fortunes to us all? The Ma family possesses arms and provisions. Why do they not send some supplies to assist everyone? Ultimately, is it not mere selfishness on their part? Why must you endure the biting cold while they luxuriate in better days? Is this equitable? His words immediately shifted the tension towards the Tang matriarch and Tang Erwin. Humanity is inherently envious, fearing not only their own misfortune but also that of those who flourish around them. The Tang matriarch and Tang Erwin hastily sought to clarify in the group. "No, it's not like that. I certainly wish to aid everyone, but our resources are limited." Indeed, they promised that once they settled into their new life, they would find ways to support others. However, their assurances failed to convince the masses. Fang Qian set down his chopsticks, leaning back with a smile, addressing the group. "I can pledge to everyone that for each security personnel eliminated in this operation, I shall reward you with 3 days' worth of ample supplies. The 2 individuals who excel the most will be permitted to enjoy a hot pot meal on the opposite rooftop. And they will also be allowed to keep a handgun along with a magazine of ammunition. Surely, this is a generous offer. With the existence of mythic bulletproof vests, Fang Qian could mitigate all ammunition harm, thus liberating the distribution of firearms to those below. There were 22 individuals in total. Eliminating them all could yield over 20 firearms. Distributing 2 would be effortless. The remainder could be rewarded gradually in the future. Although the residents of this building were merely tools, why not extract a bit more benefit before facing demise? By fully engaging their enthusiasm, they could produce even greater value. As anticipated, his words ignited a fervor within the group. Good heavens! 3 days of bounteous supplies. The provisions bestowed by Mr. Fang Qian are no ordinary bread and noodles. They may even include meat. If I were to eliminate all 20, I could acquire over 60 days' worth of supplies, enough to last 2 months. And a hot pot. Oh my, I can hardly recall the taste of hot pot. My mouth waters uncontrollably at the thought. Mr. Fang Qian is remarkably generous, willing to share firearms with us. With a gun, I shall no longer be a victim. Every reward articulated by Fang Qian resonated like the seductive whispers of a demon, enticing the crowd. Li Taizhu decisively declared in the group chat, "Let us speak no more. Mr. Fang Qian, I shall be the first to pledge my allegiance and follow your lead. What is there to fear with a gun in hand?" Lin Yan promptly echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, my spouse and I possess ample strength. If we exercise a modicum of caution, we can undoubtedly reclaim our investment with ease." Chapter 114. Lin Yan's plan B. The attitudes of the individuals in the group began to shift dramatically. Fang Qian expressed his satisfaction, casually concluding with, "This operation will be arranged by Lin Dashan in my stead. Everyone must collaborate and harness the strength of unity. I will be monitoring your progress." With that, he ended the video call. Lin Dashan, holding his phone, felt a twinge of shame. Despite being entrusted with the task, he nearly jeopardized it. Fortunately, Fang Qian had intervened just in time, aiding him in persuading the others. Deep down, he acknowledged the truth in Fang Qian's words. In this frigid apocalypse, they were all vulnerable. To survive, the weak must find ways to align themselves with the strong. The Ma family indeed represented strength, and their security forces were not to be trifled with. However, these individuals looked down upon them, offering no opportunity for affiliation. The greatest chance lay in following Fang Qian. He sent a message in the group chat. Mr. Fang Qian has made his intentions quite clear. I trust everyone understands. If anyone is unwilling to participate, please step forward now. For those willing, do voice your support, so I have a clear understanding. Should anyone's words and actions differ, do not blame me for being merciless. After sending the message, he promptly removed Dong Xiaomei, Tang Ma, and Tang Erwin from the chat. The group was originally formed to confront Wang Long and his gang, but the focus had shifted to target Tang Ma and Tang Erwin. Tang Erwin and the others, expelled from the chat, seethed with anger, their lips trembling. Damn it! These lunatics actually believe that scoundrel Fang Qian. Tang Ma gritted her teeth, exclaiming, and they blame us for not including them, for not assisting them. They should take a good look in the mirror and see if they are worthy. Does everyone have the right to climb the Ma family's branches? Dong Xiaomei gently patted Tang Ma's back, attempting to soothe her. Do not be upset. Everyone in this building is a bunch of spineless cowards. Even Wang Long could suppress them, let alone the elite forces of the Ma family. Even if they banded together, they are still useless. They would be wiped out in a single encounter. Tang Erwin nodded in agreement. Exactly. Once our people arrive, we will greet them immediately and ensure that everyone in this building is eliminated without exception. And as for Fang Qian on the rooftop, hiding in his room feasting on hot pot, does he truly believe no one can touch him? If he enjoys keeping dogs, I shall turn him into minced meat to feed them. In the group chat, after Lin Dashan expelled Tang Ma and her companions, not a single person chose to withdraw. Everyone willingly joined the upcoming operation. Yet, there was a lingering apprehension, prompting inquiries within the chat. Brother Dashan, do you have any plans for this operation? Those people are armed, and we only have your gun. We cannot engage them head-on. Indeed, while we are willing to help, we cannot simply rush in to meet our demise, can we? Lin Dashan, with a triumphant smile, declared in the group chat, rest assured. Only a fool would confront them head-on. Our advantage lies in the shadows. We must learn to employ strategy. This is all wisdom imparted by Mr. Fang Qian. Upon hearing his words, a wave of relief washed over the group. The prospect of charging in like a suicide squad indeed instilled some fear. However, engaging in covert maneuvers was entirely feasible. Lin Dashan continued, I have devised a plan. Each household should first inventory the medicines available to them. We shall attempt to concoct some poisons. Our goal is not to kill them, but to incapacitate them. When they enter, we will feign a welcoming crowd, serving them tea and refreshments laced with our concoction. We can subdue them without shedding any blood. As this proposal surfaced, many in the group began to shower him with praise. Brother Dashan, your plan is brilliant. Who would have thought that we, these seemingly harmless civilians, could devise such cunning tactics? We should procure sleeping pills, laxatives, and the like. If anyone has pesticides or rodenticides, let us incorporate those as well. We'll ensure they cannot escape their fate. Once the initial plan was established, enthusiasm surged within the group as they collaborated to refine it. At this juncture, Lin Yin spoke up. Brother Dashan, I believe relying solely on this plan is somewhat precarious. We need to devise B and C plans as well. Moreover, I have an additional suggestion before we proceed. Lin Dashan felt a surge of joy. He had harbored concerns that his solitary wisdom might jeopardize Mr. Fang Qian's endeavors. The willingness of others to contribute their insights was a source of great delight. Sister Lin Yin, please share your thoughts. Lin Yin responded. Our first step must be to capture Tang Ma, Tang Erwin, and Dong Xiaomei. We must confiscate all their communication devices and secretly imprison them in a single location to prevent them from relaying information to the security forces. If they are forewarned, our plans will crumble before they even begin. Her words elicited a collective gasp from the group. They had nearly overlooked this crucial detail. Should that group be alerted, their formidable weaponry would render any resistance futile. Lin Dashan expressed his gratitude. Sister Lin Yin, your suggestion is invaluable. We shall act on it forthwith. Do you have any arrangements for your B and C plans? Lin Yin replied. The specifics are still somewhat unclear. However, I do have a broad concept involving explosives. Brother Dashan, this is your area of expertise. Lin Dashan smacked his forehead. Of course. This is my forte. How could I have forgotten? In the meantime, Li Taiju and Lin Yin nestled together in a corner of the room. They had barricaded the windows with furniture and building materials, effectively sealing out the frigid winds, which significantly raised the temperature within. Nevertheless, the chill remained unbearable, and their provisions had nearly been depleted. Both of them were fitness enthusiasts, which meant their appetites surpassed the average. After 2 days of hunger, their stomachs had suffered immensely. Li Taiju watched his wife tirelessly strategizing in the group chat, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. Gently grasping her hand, he said, "Darling, you've worked so hard. When we take action the day after tomorrow, I will put forth my utmost effort to take down a couple of those wretched security guards in exchange for some food. Perhaps we can even enjoy hot pot on the rooftop." However, his affectionate words failed to touch Lin Yan's heart. She promptly twisted his ear, exclaiming, "What good or sweet words? You must fight with all your might. I am utterly exasperated with you. Marrying you, I hardly experienced a good life before the apocalypse, and now, I can barely find enough to eat. Look at Fang Qian. He has stockpiled food and weapons at home. What use is it for you to build so much muscle? Why not spend more time exercising your mind?" Li Taiju winced as she twisted his ear, visibly reddening, yet he bore no anger. Simply lowering his head and forcing a smile, "Oh, my dear, please do not be upset. Who could have anticipated the apocalypse? It seems only Fang Qian had the foresight. At least we are still alive together. Isn't that a glimmer of hope?" In response, Lin Yan turned and delivered a sharp kick to his waist, her frustration boiling over. "How could you not think of it when he did? You're simply not as clever or capable as he is. You're utterly useless. Why did I ever marry such a spineless man? You should learn from Mr. Fang Qian. Only when you reach his level can you profess your love to me. I have no desire for your cheap affection." After declaring this, Lin Yan turned her back to Li Taiju, exiting the chat interface to replay the videos and live streams that Fang Qian had shared. As she gazed at the handsome and graceful man on the screen, admiration began to shimmer in her eyes. This was the epitome of the perfect man, powerful, mysterious, elegant, and noble. In stark contrast, her husband merely posed awkwardly before the mirror, showcasing muscles reminiscent of a gorilla. What good was that? He seemed fit only for manual labor. Watching his wife ignore him while admiring Fang Qian's videos, Li Taiju felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Aspiring to reach Fang Qian's level was no easy feat yet in that moment. A peculiar fire ignited within him, a flame called ambition. Chapter 115. Lu Chani's threat. A day swiftly passed, after parting ways with Wang Long. Lu Chani was subsequently expelled from her home by Fang Qian. Lacking a residence in the building, she temporarily found a bedroom across the way. Fortunately, given the high mortality rate in the building, there was no shortage of blankets and clothing. She promptly fashioned a cozy little nook for herself. This room, situated directly opposite Fang Qian, had remained unoccupied until now, as others dared not approach it, intimidated by Fang Qian's formidable presence. Only when retrieving snow from the rooftop or upon receiving an invitation from Fang Qian did they venture near. Lu Chani spent the day in relative comfort, a stark contrast to her previous imprisonment by Wang Long and his associates, free from disturbances. However, new troubles soon emerged. Despite enjoying a hearty meal at Fang Qian's residence and taking home a bounty of leftovers, she had devoured everything within a day, leaving only a single pudding she was reluctant to consume. Glancing at her phone, she was dismayed to find no messages from Fang Qian. Anger surged within her. How infuriating. That insufferable man. Before he had me, he would frequently message me from his alternate accounts, yet now that he possesses me, he treats me with indifference. Has he not thought of me even once in the past day? Lu Chani felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Once, she was a distinguished overseas doctoral graduate, with a stable career and countless admirers, each more eligible than the last, none of whom she even glanced at. Now, having willingly surrendered herself for a mere meal, she found herself disregarded by him. The disparity was unbearable. Resolutely, she rose from her bed. These scoundrels thrive on keeping women dangling, do they? Very well, I shall oblige. She grabbed her medical kit and hastily made her way to Fang Qian's door, knocking insistently. "Mr. Fang Qian, are you home?" Of course, Fang Qian was home. Where else could he be? Hearing the commotion outside, he rose from the sofa and sauntered to the door, opening the small peephole to gaze at Lu Chani. "Why are you out in this cold weather instead of nestled in your warm bed?" he asked. Lu Chani flicked her silky hair and adjusted her glasses. "I grew bored at home, so I thought I would come check on your health and see if there is anything that requires treatment. I must inform you. Previously at the hospital, patients had to offer me a red envelope of 20 to 30,000 just for me to conduct a thorough examination. Consider yourself fortunate today. Good heavens, you truly are a mercenary doctor, capable of extorting money," Fang Qian remarked, shaking his head indifferently. "Forget it, I do not relish taking advantage of others. Besides, my health is quite satisfactory. Did you not experience it firsthand yesterday? I can still vividly recall your screams. You were nearly begging for mercy." Upon hearing this, Lu Chani's cheeks flushed crimson. She stamped her foot in indignation. "How can you say such things? That was my first time. Of course, it would hurt." Immediately, She feigned shyness, pleading at the door, "Mr. Fang Qian, please let me in. It is unbearably cold outside, nothing like the warmth of your home. Moreover, I've consumed all the food you provided yesterday, and I am quite hungry." Fang Qian could not help but mock her, saying, "Are you mistaken? I prepared an abundance of dishes yesterday, and there should have been enough leftovers to last you 2 or 3 days. Yet, you finished everything in a single day? Are you a pig? Be gone. Do not forget my words. You may enter only when I require your presence. At all other times, do not presume to think otherwise." Despair washed over Luciani's face as she pointed at Fang Qian, exclaiming, "Do not overplay your hand. I know you have feelings for me. Otherwise, why would you have added me with a pseudonym? And why would you have rescued me? There is a limit to your arrogance. If you push me to the edge, I won't even bother with you. There are suitors lining up for me, even from abroad. Let me tell you, a person as talented and beautiful as I am is invaluable in any era. Previously, Xiao Huiran intended to gift me to his cousin, the president of the Disaster Merchant Association, Xiao Wenjie. If you do not cherish me, I might just run off with someone else." Fang Qian regarded her as nothing more than a jester. Having already toyed with her, he felt no remorse if she were to leave. He waved dismissively. "Go with whomever you please. However, should you choose to follow someone else, do not think of returning to me. I am particular. I do not appreciate using things that others have used. Now be gone." With that, he shut the small door, resolutely ignoring Luciani's outcry from outside. Luciani stood outside, utterly bewildered. She had resorted to her trump card to threaten Fang Qian, yet he remained unfazed, seemingly devoid of any desire to continue the conversation, leaving her abandoned at the door. Enraged, she pounded on the security doors several times, bruising her hands. "You scoundrel! You wretched creature! After taking everything from me, you turn your back. I despise you. You shall regret all that you have done." Luciani seethed, her teeth clenched. She considered herself a top-tier talent. Even in this apocalypse, her worth was irreplaceable. Xiao Huiran and Wang Long would ensure her sustenance, treating her as a precious gift for the influential. Yet, Fang Qian treated her with such disdain. After creating a commotion outside, she felt her hunger intensify, and reluctantly, she wrapped herself in a heavy cotton coat and returned to her room. Carefully, she retrieved her prized small pudding. "Fine, let me endure today, and I shall devise a plan tomorrow." Inside, Fang Qian paid little heed to Luciani's predicament. His initial decision to add her with a pseudonym was merely a pastime, a source of amusement. On another note, Luciani held some grudge against him from their past life. Once having deceived him of his resources and failing to assist in his recovery, she could indeed be considered an indirect perpetrator of his suffering. Thus, he yearned to impose a slight reprimand upon her. However, the notion of inviting her into his home as a romantic partner had never crossed his mind. Having endured betrayal in his previous life, Fang Qian now placed his trust solely in himself. Women were merely instruments for his own utility. Perhaps, during moments of solitude, he might allow her to keep him company, yet he would never indulge in baseless desires or genuine emotions. It was best for her to remain outside. For a vase must possess the awareness befitting its role. Moreover, Fang Qian found himself increasingly disenchanted with Luciani's present demeanor. She often adopted an air of superiority, as if she were the esteemed physician of a world on the brink of collapse, deserving of universal respect. He resolved to temper her arrogance, intending to erode her innate pride until she willingly embraced the role of a mere ornament, or even a loyal servant. Just as Fang Qian returned to his lounge, seeking a thrilling film to ease his mind, his phone rang. Upon glancing down, he saw it was Mother Tang. A cold smile graced his lips as he pressed the answer button, and the visage of Mother Tang, her face akin to tree bark, appeared on the screen, accompanied by Tang Erwin. Without allowing her to speak, Fang Qian greeted her with a smile. "What brings you here? Did the previous sumptuous meal leave you longing for more? Are you eager to indulge in another taste of the fowl?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Mother Tang and Tang Erwin on the other end turned crimson with anger. Mother Tang immediately scolded him through the phone. "You little rascal, this is utterly outrageous. As if the humiliation you inflicted upon me and your brother wasn't enough. Now you intend to rally others against the security personnel. Do you not realize they were sent by Xiaoro to escort us? Are you not afraid of inciting Tang Jiarou's wrath?" Fang Qian paused for a moment. Afraid of Tang Jiarou's anger? How absurd. He would relish the thought of infuriating her. Before he could respond, Mother Tang sighed deeply, her tone earnest as she implored. "I understand you harbor some resentment toward us, but you surely hold a deep affection for Xiaoro, do you not? Your methods are merely an attempt to coerce her into returning to you. Yet, you are profoundly misguided. Such actions will only serve to alienate her further, widening the chasm between you two. Heed my advice, do not be so obstinate. Love is meant to be nurtured. Even if you were to win Xiaoro's presence, you would find it impossible to capture her heart." Chapter 116. Do you know who I am? Fang Qian found himself momentarily stunned, pondering just how explicitly he must articulate his thoughts for them to comprehend. What nonsense is this about love? At this moment, his singular focus was on vengeance. With that, he could hardly be bothered to elaborate further, and he stated plainly, "What use is a heart? I have no interest in it. All I desire is for them to return." Tang Ma, incensed, trembled with rage, pointing at Fang Qian through the phone as she berated him. "You little rascal. I hereby announce the cancellation of our previous engagement, or Tang family rejects a son-in-law like you. Get lost. Just wait until the Ma family security team arrives. You'll see what happens." Fang Qian, uninterested in her tirade, abruptly ended the video call. This left both Tang Ma and Tang Erwin feeling increasingly frustrated, their pent-up emotions seeking an outlet. Tang Erwin, seated on the bed, tugged at his hair in disbelief. How is this possible? Fang Qian seems like a completely different person. He used to care immensely about my sister's feelings. Now he behaves like a brigand. Previously, if he so much as hinted that my sister might be displeased, Fang Qian would carefully consider his words and comply with her wishes. Now, the situation appeared utterly transformed. Tang Ma, trembling, retrieved her phone and hastily dialed. "I don't care. I must call Xiao Rou and report this news. I cannot allow those security personnel to come to harm." The call connected swiftly, and Tang Jiro's exhausted voice resonated from the other end. "What is it? Is there something amiss? Did I not instruct you not to disturb me unless it was of utmost importance?" Tang Ma's tone shifted to one of humility as she replied, "Xiao Rou, I understand you have become quite capable and are a busy individual." Tang Jiro's impatience was palpable. "Just speak. What is this major issue?" Tang Ma proceeded to embellish the events that had unfolded. However, upon hearing the news, all Tang Jiro offered was a dismissive laugh. "Mother, have you lost your senses? Are you truly frightened by threats from a group of ordinary people? Do you have any idea what kind of individuals young Master Ma has dispatched? They have all undergone the most rigorous military training and are armed with firearms, grenades, and various other weapons. Even a combined elite force of 20 would pale in comparison. Just 2 or 3 of them could wipe out everyone in your building. You are genuinely afraid of such trivial matters? You've truly never seen the world. Now, do not disturb me further. I must hang up." At that moment, Tang Jiro was hiding in the restroom, hastily ending the call. Outside, young Master Ma's voice called out, "Xiao Rou, why are you hiding in there? Hurry up and come out. I'm about to lose my patience." Tang Jiro responded with an extraordinarily sweet tone. "Oh, Ma Gu, I'll be right there. Do not rush me." In recent days, to repay young Master Ma for dispatching troops to rescue her family, she had exhausted every means at her disposal, leaving her utterly fatigued. Fortunately, young Master Ma's prowess in this regard was lacking, as he surrendered within a minute every time. Otherwise, she truly would not be able to endure it. In the midst of her inner turmoil, she recalled Fang Qian's visage, and with a disdainful snort, she thought, "What a lunatic. To love me to the point of madness. Attempting to coerce me back in such a manner. Absurd. Such a lovesick fool is someone I must avoid in the future. Even shaking him off would prove difficult." She merely wished for Fang Qian to vanish from her life as soon as possible. It was evident that Tang Ma's recent phone call had yielded no effect whatsoever. Tang Jiro had not taken the matter to heart at all. However, it was precisely this attitude that relieved Tang Ma, Tang Erwin, and Dong Xiaomei, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Dong Xiaomei, with a joyful expression, remarked, "Since Shiro has said as much, this matter is likely as good as settled. We need not worry any further." Beside her, Erwin began to laugh heartily indeed. "Those are fully equipped special training personnel, sure to obliterate these fools in the building without a trace." And Fang Qian, daring to meddle, "Just wait and see how I deal with him." In recent days, he indulged in meat for quite some time, his stomach grumbling incessantly. Reflecting back, the memories of scavenging for food amidst refuse seemed like distant, happier times. After pondering for a moment, Tang Ma nodded in agreement. "That may be true. But I fear these despicable individuals may resort to underhanded tactics. While it's easy to evade an open attack, a concealed strike is much harder to guard against. When those security personnel arrive, we must greet them immediately. We cannot afford to fall into a trap." No sooner had she finished speaking than a resounding crash echoed as the outer security door was forcefully kicked open. A burly man, with arms as thick as thighs, strode in, none other than the fitness trainer, Li Taiju. Beside him stood a rather robust woman, Lin Yan, standing at around 1.7 meters tall. Upon entering, Lin Yan cast a scornful glance at the trio before her. Li Taiju burst into hearty laughter, his massive pectorals quivering violently. "Ah, how fortunate I arrived in time. I never imagined you wretches would actually consider tipping off others. My dear, you were spot on." Following Li Taiju and Lin Yan were a dozen or so eager neighbors, all appearing menacing, gazing at the three with predatory intent. Tang Ma and her companions were instantly struck with fear, retreating step by step until their backs pressed against the wall. In a trembling voice, Dong Xiaomei demanded, "What exactly do you intend to do? Do you even know who we are, daring to target us?" With this question, Tang Ma and Tang Erwin suddenly gained confidence. Tang Ma stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Taizhu, shouting, "Have you lost your senses? I am Fang Qian's mother-in-law, and my daughter is from the prestigious Ma family of the capital. The Ma family's security team will arrive to escort me in 2 days at most. Offending me now is tantamount to courting death." Tang Erwin, with his head held high, adopted an air of superiority. "You dare to kick down my family door today. You must compensate for the damages. Hasten to deliver us a few days' worth of supplies, or else this matter shall remain unresolved." The brazen demeanor of the trio startled Lin Yan. After a brief moment of astonishment, she covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. She turned to her husband, Li Taizhu, and said, "Darling, please help them come to terms with reality." Li Taizhu nodded, a cruel smile gracing his face. His robust physique, further augmented by layers of heavy winter clothing, rendered him akin to a formidable bear, exuding an air of intimidation. As he strode toward Tang Ma and her companions, they fell into a stunned silence. Li Taizhu raised his large hand high. With a resounding slap, he delivered 3 sharp blows across their faces, causing them to crumple to the ground. "Ouch! Ouch! My tooth is gone. How dare you strike me? You have no manners. I shall remember this," they cried, blood spilling from their lips, a few teeth scattered on the floor, their origins unknown. With a wave of his hand, Li Taizhu commanded the concerned neighbors behind him, "Bind these 3 and take them to a more secluded location for confinement. And do remember to confiscate all their communication devices and dangerous items." At last, Tang Ma recognized the gravity of the situation and dared not speak disrespectfully again. The task was swiftly accomplished. They were dragged from their dwelling to an unfamiliar small restroom. Their hands were tightly bound behind their backs, secured to the plumbing, rendering them unable to escape. Facing the predatory gazes of the crowd, Tang Erwin's voice trembled with desperation. "Dear brothers and sisters, I implore you, spare us. I spoke harshly earlier, and I sincerely apologize." He knelt, attempting to express his contrition through prostration. But his bound hands made this impossible. As he pleaded for forgiveness, he continued, "You see, Fang Qian merely painted a rosy picture for you. Why must you toil so fervently? I suggest you place your trust in me. If you release us, I assure you that when the Ma family arrives, I will demand they take everyone along." With the Ma family's influence, they could easily support thousands of idle hands. Beside him, Tang Ma had abandoned her earlier bravado, attempting to muster a conciliatory smile, her wrinkles knitting together. "Indeed, Erwin speaks the truth. We have been neighbors for many years. How could I forget you all? Even if the Ma family disagrees, I will do my utmost to provide supplies for everyone once I depart." Rest assured, the Tang family does not harbor ungrateful individuals. As the trio continued to extol their virtues, the crowd began to waver in their resolve. Ultimately, whether aligning with Fang Qian or the Tang family, their motivations were merely to secure their next meal. This is related to the influential Ma family of the capital, which, even before the apocalypse, was among the most distinguished clans. It seems that their heritage is significantly more formidable than that of Fang Qian. Just at that moment, Lin Yan swiftly drew a kitchen knife from the side and, with a decisive motion, swung it down. Tang Erwin, terrified, shut his eyes tightly. The knife came perilously close to grazing his scalp, striking the water pipe behind him instead. Overwhelmed by fear, he felt a tremor in his lower body, and the stench of urine permeated the confined space. Chapter 117. The value of life. Lin Yan's tone was chilling. "Do not attempt any tricks. Obey me without question. Anyone who dares to engage in mischief behind my back will find that my knife does not discriminate." Her warning was directed not only at Tang Erwin and his companions, but also at the other neighbors behind her. Instantly, everyone was subdued by Lin Yan's murderous aura. They had thought that with the death of Wang Long and the others, they were all equals, yet they had not anticipated such a ruthless individual lurking among them. With Lin Yan and Li Taizhu leading the way, the others dared not resist. Furthermore, to the average person, although the Ma family was affluent, their influence in this apocalypse was unclear. In contrast, Fang Qian frequently shared snippets of his lavish lifestyle in the group chat, leading some to ponder whether the wealthy families were faring worse in this dire situation than Fang Qian. The choice of whom to align with seemed evident. One was distant, while the other was close at hand. All heads were bowed, minds averted from dissenting thoughts. Tang Erwin and his companions were rendered speechless, crouching quietly on the bathroom floor. The small size of the restroom had its advantages, providing a slightly warmer refuge from the cold. At this moment, Tang Ma and Tang Erwin were filled with regret. Had they known, they would have quietly amassed wealth without revealing their plans to anyone. They lamented their current predicament, blaming the treacherous Fang Qian for his malicious intent, which seemed intent on leading them to their demise. Lin Yan withdrew her knife and, accompanied by Li Taiju, stepped outside. Addressing the dozen or so neighbors standing there, "We need someone to remain here to guard them, ensuring they receive food and water regularly. We cannot allow them to perish. Additionally, they must not have any means to contact the outside world. Is anyone willing?" Upon hearing this, a short, stout middle-aged man eagerly raised his hand and stepped forward. "Sister, my name is Chen Jihao. I have experience in management and can easily oversee a few individuals." Seeing someone volunteer, Lin Yan nodded in agreement. "Very well. This responsibility is now yours. The rest of you, come with me to discuss the specifics with Brother Dashin." After organizing the forthcoming tasks, Lin Yan and Li Taiju departed, leaving only Chen Jihao behind. After all, merely watching over 3 bound individuals did not necessitate a large contingent. Meanwhile, Fang Qian reclined on the soft sofa, observing the surveillance footage on the screen, thoroughly pleased with the performance of Lin Yan and Li Taiju. Excellent. True enforcers embody their role. They are efficient and clear-headed. Finally, this building has produced 2 useful individuals. He was about to switch the camera view to Brother Dashin's home to ascertain their planned arrangements when he noticed that Chen Jihao appeared somewhat peculiar. After Lin Yan and the others left, Chen Jihao hurriedly fetched 2 bottles of melted snow water and dashed into the restroom. Upon the entrance of Chen Jihao, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Tang Ma and the others were taken aback, silenced by trepidation, fearful of further humiliation and violence. However, Chen Jihao wore a veneer of ingratiating charm, unscrewing the cap of a water bottle and hastily offering refreshment to the 3 individuals. With a courteous introduction, he reassured them. "Do not be afraid, I am Chen Jihao. I ventured to the capital 2 years ago for business and even shared a drink with young Master Ma. Although he may have forgotten me amidst his many obligations, I hold a vivid recollection of that encounter and am genuinely grateful for the Ma family's consideration." Upon hearing this self-introduction, their eyes gleamed with recognition, a kindred spirit. Tang Ma's demeanor softened considerably, regarding Chen Jihao as if he were her own son, urging, "What are we waiting for? Quickly untie us and let us leave this place. Those wretched individuals will surely face retribution when young Master Ma's associates arrive." Beside her, Tang Erwin nodded vigorously, asserting, "Do not worry, big brother. I understand your intent. As a friend of young Master Ma, you will undoubtedly assist us in our escape. As for the others in this building, let them meet their fate." Nearby, Dong Xiaomei twisted her figure to accentuate her silhouette beneath her thick clothing. Casting a flirtatious glance at Chen Jihao, "Oh, dear brother, please release me swiftly. My hands are bound behind me, and the blood is pooling. I fear it may lead to dire consequences if this continues." After tending to their thirst, Chen Jihao produced a packet of hardened snacks from his pocket, breaking it apart to offer the morsels with a hint of reluctance. "I apologize, dear friends. I can only provide what little care I am able. It is impossible for me to set you free. This entire building is under the control of Lin Dashin and his men. If they were to discover that I liberated you, I would surely face grave repercussions. However, do not despair, merely stay here, and when young Master Ma's people arrive, they will surely come to your aid." Tang Ma's frustration reached a boiling point upon hearing his words. "You coward! What are you afraid of? They are merely a band of useless wretches, unworthy even to carry young Master Ma's shoes. They are destined for demise. Release me at once. Do you know my true identity? I shall soon be young Master Ma's mother-in-law." At this revelation, Chen Jihao's heart raced, his eyes sparkling with newfound understanding. He had stumbled upon a veritable treasure. This was indeed a significant connection. While he was aware of the trio's ties to the Ma family, he had not comprehended their depth. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he regarded Tang Ma. After all, he was a small business owner with a respectable reputation. Yet here he was, chastised by a village matron. Nevertheless, considering her impending status, he dared not offend her and soothingly replied, "Tang Ma, please do not be upset. Consider this a moment of respite. I will certainly find a way to assist you with matters concerning the Ma family. Previously, did you not wish to convey a message to them? I am capable of handling this matter." Upon hearing his words, the 3 individuals felt a slight easing of their emotions. Chen Jihao then spoke, "I have already devised a plan. The moment those individuals step into this building, I shall promptly approach them to declare my identity and inform them of Lin Dashin and others' operational strategy. I shall act as an undercover agent here. What do you think?" Tang Erwin and the others immediately displayed exuberant delight. "Excellent. With your assistance, brother, this endeavor is surely foolproof." Nearby, Tang Ma's eyes glimmered with a cruel resentment. Good, good, good. Please ensure that you recount the humiliations we have endured during this time to those security personnel. Do not let them show any mercy. It would be best to exterminate everyone in the building. As for Fang Qian on the rooftop, it would be ideal to chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Otherwise, my hatred shall remain unquenched. Chen Jihao shuddered internally, taken aback by the old woman's malevolence. However, at this moment, in his eagerness to cling to a powerful ally, he cast aside all else. He was acutely aware that, given his physical prowess, there was no hope of engaging in combat with those specially trained soldiers to procure supplies. It would be far more prudent to align himself with the Ma family. His previous claim of having met young Master Ma was entirely fabricated. He had never even set foot in the capital. Yet, this is the nature of business. One must devise ways to establish connections. He believed that his schemes remained undiscovered, unaware that a pinhole camera was hidden in the corner. Meanwhile, Fang Qian, situated atop the building, had already discerned everything transpiring within that room. Ah, Chen Jihao, quite the cunning one, playing spy games under my watch, are you? If the plan unfolds as he has orchestrated, the residents of this building will inevitably confront those 22 specialized security personnel head-on, resulting in significant casualties. The devious plots they have concocted will dissolve into mere illusions. Leaning back against the sofa with squinted eyes, Fang Qian casually extracted a pear from the fruit platter beside him, savoring its sweetness while contemplating whether to alert Lin Dashan and his associates. He soon dismissed the thought. Let them engage in their dog-eat-dog struggle. In his past life, Fang Qian had suffered the loss of a leg and had been brutally slain by Wang Long with an axe. Not a single neighbor in the building pleaded on his behalf. They all gazed at him like ravenous wolves, eager to carve a piece from him upon his demise. He harbored no compassion for these individuals, viewing them merely as a death squad. When the inevitable confrontation occurs, with its accompanying heavy casualties, he would feel no sorrow. As long as he had provisions in hand, a single word could compel countless individuals to serve him. Human life is the most precious, yet at times, it can be the most trivial. Chapter 118. Hurry and get out. A day swiftly passed, and the frigid storm gradually subsided. Within the office building, Zhao Dahu, Zhao Xiaolong, and others rose from the plush sofas, stretching languorously, their bones cracked in a symphony of sound. Before them blazed a roaring fire, surrounded by a disarray of unclad women, their lifeless bodies frozen and stiff, blanketed in frost, having succumbed entirely to the cold. In a nearby corner, corpses piled high, leaving only a few bloodied figures, indistinguishable in gender, slumped on the ground, their eyes devoid of life. It is unfathomable what tortures they endured throughout that harrowing day. Zhao Dahu lifted a cup of hot tea from beside the fire, savoring a few leisurely sips before smacking his lips. He addressed the last 5 survivors nearby. In this bitter chill, I shall grant you a swift end. With that, he drew a dagger from his waist and approached one individual slowly, step by deliberate step. Grasping the person's hair, he lifted their head high before deftly slicing through their throat with the blade. Blood erupted in a crimson spray. Throughout the ordeal, the victim offered no resistance, perhaps numbed by prolonged torment, having long since lost the will to live. Upon witnessing his brother's swift execution, Zhao Xiaolong clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Ah, brother, your technique is quite formidable. Allow me to warm up, for it has been ages since I wielded a blade." He too unsheathed his dagger, advancing toward another victim. Instantly, 3 of their companions sprang forth, eager to join in. "I want to try?" "Me too." The group, animated by excitement, lunged at the remaining 4 survivors. Suddenly, one individual regained their senses, springing up from the ground with a wild scream, attempting to flee. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to the demons who had been lying in wait. After only a few steps, Zhao Xiaolong pinned the person against the wall. Pressing his dagger against their heart, he gradually applied pressure until the individual fell silent. The others similarly employed their methods to extinguish the remaining survivors. Thus, the office building stood devoid of any living soul. Wiping the blood from his hands, Zhao Dahu commanded his subordinates, "Search this building for any useful supplies. We shall continue our journey. We will rest outside tonight, and by tomorrow, we should reach our destination." If the apocalypse had only recently erupted, this distance could have been traversed in a single day. However, with the weather growing increasingly severe and the snow intensifying, they dared not venture too far during this calm period. They needed to conserve their strength for any unforeseen circumstances. Another day passed. Fang Qian remained at home, recuperating and preparing for the impending battle. Under the leadership of Lin Dashan, the other residents of the building were diligently refining their battle plans and organizing the venue. A great sword hung over everyone's heads. Either the serfs will sing their songs of liberation, or they shall leave their heads in the past. All shall be revealed come tomorrow. During this day, Fang Qian was not entirely enveloped in tension. In fact, he felt quite at ease, even if he could not retain the entire group. His current prowess ensured he would not sustain any injuries. With the protection of the mythical sanctuary and the mythical bulletproof vest, what could he not face? Notably, Lu Chani, having gone an entire day without sustenance, once again pleaded at the door. Coincidentally, Fang Qian felt the need to stretch his limbs, so he welcomed her inside for a delightful experience. This woman had not been idle in the past few days and had likely devoted considerable time to online learning. Although it was their second encounter, it was significantly more enriching than the first, introducing many novel positions, some of which even Fang Qian had never heard of, tempting him to indulge in the tender embrace. Fortunately, after the experience, Fang Qian quickly regained his composure and shooed the still kneeling Lu Chani out. However, as a reward for her devoted service, he provided her with 2 days' worth of basic necessities, along with some skincare products, such as hand cream to prevent frostbite. This woman was now his designated plaything. It would be a pity if her skin were damaged by the harsh elements, diminishing her tactile allure. Within Lin Dashan's room, all the owners of the building had gathered. Every nook was filled, leaving no space to stand. This had its advantages, warming the otherwise cold room considerably. They listened intently as Lin Yan repeatedly explained the ABC triple operation plan, mentally rehearsing the impending events time and again. Lin Yan, somewhat fatigued, sat at the table, tapping the surface before her. Everyone, I have reiterated the necessary information numerous times. You must engrave it in your minds. This concerns the lives and fortunes of everyone present. Expectedly, those individuals will arrive shortly. Those confident in their acting skills should move forward, while those lacking confidence should retreat to the back. Should anyone jeopardize the plan, rest assured, the armed security will be the first to make a hole in your forehead. Her warning made all the owners recoil slightly. As the crisis loomed closer, their desire to retreat grew stronger. After all, one life is all one has. Who wishes to gamble with it? However, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. Many gathered their courage to voice their reassurance. Fear not, Sister Lin. We shall perform admirably. We may not match you in open confrontation, but we certainly do not fear any underhanded tactics. At the edge of the room, Lin Dashan squinted as he smoked. Concealed within his grasp was the only handgun in the room. Though Lin Yan was the one speaking, he was the true leader in the hearts of all present. Lin Dashan was acutely aware that his rise from a humble hunter to his current position was entirely due to Fang Qian's support. If this operation is executed successfully, these individuals will be able to procure supplies from Fang Qian, thus proving their worth. Future opportunities for tasks are bound to arise. However, should they falter, all prospects will be extinguished. Li Taizhu, with a pained expression, supported his wife, urging her to rest nearby and have some water. Just then, 2 gunshots rang out from below, sending a chill down everyone's spine. They have arrived. That group is here. Moments earlier, Zhao Dahua and his band of brothers had finally reached Building 9 of Lingyun Community. According to their instructions, this was their destination. They treaded through the thick snow, climbing through the window into the building, and ascended directly to the 5th floor. Based on past experiences, people often resided in the lower levels for warmth. Thus, Zhao Dahua led his 20 or so brothers in a descent to search. However, upon reaching the lobby on the 1st floor, not a single soul was in sight. Frustrated, Zhao Xiaolong fired several shots into the ceiling, bellowing, "Is there anyone alive in this building? Come out immediately. If I don't see anyone within a minute, I will slaughter my way from the 1st floor to the top, leaving no one behind." Zhao Dahua, equally impatient, scoffed with disdain. "The people in this building are truly foolish. Don't they realize that lower levels are warmer beneath the snow? Yet they choose to reside above, fearing they might freeze to death." The brothers beside him erupted in laughter. "Brother, these ordinary folks have no survival instincts. It's entirely predictable for them to act so foolishly. Indeed, in this apocalyptic age, only individuals like us, who possess the skills, deserve to live. The rest are merely a waste of resources. In this time of scarcity, if we eliminate a few more, we will reduce the consumption of supplies in the city. Currently, the city's industrial system has collapsed, and under the extreme cold, both fauna and flora have perished. The prospect of producing new food in the near future seems bleak. Hence, the supplies buried beneath the snow have become exceedingly precious. In their eyes, the amount of supplies is fixed. Using less means having less. An excess of survivors in the city inevitably exacerbates the depletion of these resources. Thus, if possible, they would kill more to conserve food." Moments after Zhao Xiaolong fired his weapon, footsteps echoed from above. Soon, a throng of disheveled survivors, bundled in heavy coats, rushed down the stairs. In this situation, the elevator was undoubtedly out of service, leaving only the stairs for physical exertion. Witnessing these ragged individuals, the elite warriors' gazes were filled with disdain and mockery. Another group of useless beings, mere playthings. Chapter 119. A case of Kola Lin Yin and Li Taiju scrutinized the attire of the group before them, swiftly confirming that they were indeed their intended targets. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Taiju dashed forward, eager to commence his performance. However, just as he emerged from the crowd, a short and stout figure darted past him with remarkable speed, tumbling before the leader, Zhao Dahua. With boundless enthusiasm, the figure grasped Zhao Dahua's wrist and exclaimed, "Brother, I have finally found you. You are with the Ma family, aren't you? My name is Chen Jihao. I previously traveled to the capital for business and am friends with young Master Ma. We've even shared drinks together." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin, Li Taiju, and the others felt a jolt of alarm. Damn it, this scoundrel is a spy. Chen Jihao's mention of young Master Ma caused Zhao Dahua's brow to furrow. He was tempted to eliminate this fool who had so brazenly seized his hand, yet he hesitated, unsure whether this man truly knew young Master Ma. If he inadvertently killed a friend of Ma's, the repercussions could be dire. Chen Jihao continued unabated, "Brothers of the Ma family, you've come to retrieve Tang Ma and Tang Erwin, haven't to you? Let me assure you, I have been taking care of them these past few days. They have lacked for nothing. But hold on, I have a crucial piece of intelligence to share with you." At this juncture, the tension in the room escalated. As every individual felt a lump rise in their throats, their legs taut and poised for flight. This was disastrous. If Chen Jihao were to divulge their secret plans, all would be lost. In a direct confrontation, they would stand no chance against these elite warriors, trained and armed to the teeth. Meanwhile, on the rooftop terrace garden, Fang Qian observed the unfolding situation in the hall through his mobile surveillance feed. Watching Chen Jihao's flamboyant performance, he shook his head in resignation. It appeared that the game was about to fast forward to its most brutal phase. Chen Jihao lowered his voice, "Let me tell you, in this building." But before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, followed by a dull thud, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. Behind him stood Lin Yin, wielding a brick. In that critical moment, she had knocked Chen Jihao unconscious with a single strike. This act immediately drew the attention of Zhao Dahua and his 22 elite warriors, who regarded Lin Yin with scrutinizing gazes. Without a plausible explanation, it was unimaginable what fate awaited her. Lin Yin promptly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. "Esteemed soldiers, I sincerely apologize. This is my husband. He is not quite right in the head. Some years ago, he did conduct business in the capital and briefly encountered young Master Ma. In truth, however, he is merely a minor figure, and young Master Ma does not recognize him. A year ago, our family business went bankrupt, and my husband lost his sanity, daily fantasizing about re-establishing connections with those influential figures to revive his fortunes. Unfortunately, this has led him to offend many, several military gentlemen. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused." Upon hearing Lin Yan's explanation, the expressions of Zhao Dahu and the others turned to one of realization. Zhao Dahu remarked, "I knew it. How could there possibly be friends of young Master Ma in this desolate place? He never mentioned it. Turns out, he is merely a small fry." He exhibited great impatience, delivering a swift kick to Chen Jihao's chest, sending him flying several meters into the crowd. Subsequently, he regarded Lin Yin with a hint of admiration, stating, "You are indeed a clever woman. Knowing to knock your husband unconscious in a timely manner, you spared me considerable trouble. Otherwise, had I discovered the deception, the lives of your entire family would have been forfeit." Lin Yin displayed a visage of fear, hastily bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, military gentleman. I shall take him away and not trouble you further." She then exchanged a glance with the other proprietors behind her. At that moment, all present lauded Lin Yan's quick thinking. In such a precarious situation, she had managed to turn the tide single-handedly. Remarkable. Had it not been for Lin Yan's performance, they would have surely been exposed by now. Fang Qian, who had been monitoring the situation via surveillance, was equally astonished. Could it be played this way? Lin Yan's maneuver was not without significant risk. If even a hint of suspicion had arisen among the group, she would have been the first to lose her life. Fortunately, Zhao Dahu and his companions, accustomed to their own arrogance, had not regarded ordinary people as equals, harboring no doubts about Lin Yan's words. Fang Qian stroked his chin, elevating his assessment of Lin Yan further. Courageous and astute, she is indeed a person of potential. Perhaps she could be nurtured as a second-in-command, complementing Lin Dashan's shortcomings. After resolving the matter with Chen Jihao, the atmosphere returned to normal. Li Taiju hurried over, nodding and bowing. "Esteemed gentlemen, I am the current leader of this building. As honored guests, please take a moment to rest and enjoy some refreshments." Immediately, someone brought forth a box of cola. which had evidently been heated and was still in liquid form. Otherwise, it would have been frozen solid. Zhao Dahu and the other's eyes brightened, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected presence of cola in such a place. This carbonated beverage, not only delightful in taste but also high in sugar, was perfect for replenishing energy. He regarded the burly Li Taiju with newfound admiration, laughing heartily. "You're a good lad. Generous indeed. I permit you to live until the end." Without hesitation, Zhao Dahu seized a bottle, casually inspecting it before distributing it to his comrades behind him. They had traveled a long distance and were quite thirsty. Without pretense, they twisted off the caps and drank. Li Taiju, Lin Yin, and the others, who had been observing in secret, could hardly contain their joy. They drank it. They truly drank it. These were not mere colas, but rather enhancements crafted by them. Long ago, they meticulously collected all hazardous substances from door to door, pesticides, rodenticides, and laxatives, all mixed together. They injected this concoction into the soft drink using a syringe, masking the bitter taste of the toxins with the sweetness of cola. However, the concentration of these poisons was not sufficiently lethal to cause immediate death. It required time to take effect as they were digested. After gulping down several mouthfuls of cola, Zhao Dahua furrowed his brow, sensing a slight fizz. It seemed the mixture had been left to sit for too long. Nevertheless, he remarked, "The taste is quite palatable." Upon hearing this, Li Tieju's associates breathed a sigh of relief. The absence of any immediate adverse reaction indicated that the initial phase of their plan had been thoroughly successful. Now, they merely needed to delay a little longer, awaiting the onset of the poison's effects, until their adversaries were at their weakest. This would be the opportune moment for action. On the rooftop, Fang Qian could not help but shake his head in disbelief. He had expected a formidable group, yet their performance was disappointing. He mused to himself, had it been him, he would never consume anything from others in such perilous circumstances. Wasn't he that tantamount to relinquishing one's safety into the hands of strangers? It was far too risky. Li Taiju quickly addressed the foremost Zhao Dahua. "My esteemed brothers must be weary from your long journey. Fortunately, our building has several vacant rooms. Allow me to escort you to rest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me." For a moment, Zhao Dahua and his companions found it difficult to adjust. They had often infiltrated other survivors' enclaves, where the inhabitants either cowered in fear or implored assistance. Never had they encountered someone like Li Taiju, who not only displayed no trepidation but also extended a warm welcome, proactively offering them the best hospitality. Even the precious cola was willingly shared, and now he was offering them accommodations. Yet, Zhao Dahua quickly regained his composure and lowered his voice. "There is no need for haste. I am here on a mission to retrieve Tang Ma and Tang Erwin. Tell me, where are they?" Zhao Dahua had scanned the area, comparing it with the photographs provided by Tang Jiaro, but he had found no trace of his targets. Li Taiju maintained his smile and replied, "Tang Ma and Tang Erwin have unfortunately caught a chill. I have administered cold medicine, and they are currently resting. We can wait until tomorrow to see them." Li Tieju's objective was to soothe these individuals, preventing any encounter with Tang Ma and Tang Erwin. Every minute of delay would grant the toxins within them a little more time to take effect. However, Zhao Dahua's resolve was unwavering. "No, even if we must rest, I must first check on Tang Ma and Tang Erwin. This is a task assigned to me by Master Ma. I cannot afford to neglect it. Lead the way." A flicker of concern flashed in Li Tieju's eyes. They are now in a frantic rush to find someone, rendering all their previous efforts utterly futile. The effects of the poison have yet to manifest, and this is certainly not the optimal moment for a direct confrontation. Just as he found himself at a loss, Lin Yin, who had been standing quietly beside him, subtly gestured to him. In an instant, Li Taiju comprehended. The B plan is now in motion. Chapter 120. Let them escape. Lin Dashan blended inconspicuously into the crowd, his presence hardly remarkable. In truth, a handgun lay concealed within the folds of his sleeve. Should an unforeseen situation arise, one that spiraled beyond his control, he was prepared to unleash a surprise attack, aimed at eliminating the leader among this group. At that moment, the leaders were none other than the couple, Lin Yin and Li Taiju. However, due to previous performances, Lin Yin now bore the identity of Chun Jihao's wife, which rendered their interactions markedly distant. As they ascended the stairs, Zhao Dahu discreetly placed his hand upon Lin Yan's shoulder, gradually allowing it to slide downward until it brushed against the contours of her bosom. Lin Yan's heart seethed with anger, yet she maintained a composed facade, adopting a somewhat bashful tone as she inquired, "Brother Dahu, what are you doing?" Zhao Dahu's eyes gleamed with a lascivious light as he sneered contemptuously, his voice dripping with avarice. "Don't call me Brother Dahu. I am not a soldier. Just call me Dahu. Since the apocalypse began, you are the most intelligent woman I have encountered, and judging by your physique, you are quite remarkable as well." Why not join me? Taken aback, Lin Yan did not anticipate such a turn of events. Nonetheless, for the sake of the plan's success, she suppressed her discomfort and, gritting her teeth, responded in a low voice, Brother Dahu, to be regarded by you is my honor. My husband has indeed proven himself somewhat ineffectual. He cannot even rise to the occasion. Ever since you entered the building, my heart has been captivated by you. Only true heroes like you deserve to enjoy women in this apocalypse. Zhao Dahu erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing her words. That is splendidly said. Only heroes like me deserve to enjoy women. He suddenly recalled knowledge gleaned from the animal kingdom, where only the most exceptional male of a species was permitted to mate, leaving the others to toil as laborers. Humanity should follow suit, he mused. Nearby, Zhao Xiaolong, listening to the exchange between his brother and Lin Yan, felt elated. Lin Yan, you are truly fortunate. My brother has discerning taste. To be chosen by him means you must have burned incense for generations. You ought to perform well from now on. With her head bowed and her cheeks flushed, Lin Yan feigned shyness as she replied, Brother Dao, you still have tasks at hand. Do not waste too much time on me for now. Please attend to Tang Ma and Tang Erwin first. Afterward, when you retire to your room, I shall seek you out. Zhao Dahu, filled with excitement, could scarcely contain his desire to take Lin Yan right then and there. Yet, he recognized the importance of the task at hand. At that moment, a group of individuals, engaged in conversation, ascended the stairs and arrived at the door of an empty room. The room was bare, with the bedroom door firmly shut. Occasional coughs emanated from within. Standing at the threshold, Li Taizhu spoke, Brothers, Tang Ma and Tang Erwin are resting in that room. We will refrain from entering. Let us wait outside to avoid overhearing anything inappropriate. After all, this is your internal mission, correct? Zhao Dahua increasingly found himself pleased with Li Taizhu before him. He had not anticipated encountering two individuals within this building whom he deemed commendable. He patted Li Taizhu on the shoulder. You, my lad, are a perceptive fellow. Would you be interested in joining me, becoming part of my entourage? Although you have not undergone any specialized training, your physique appears quite formidable. Li Taizhu, with an expression of gratitude, nodded vigorously and bowed slightly. Of course, I have long admired you and your imposing brothers. As Zhao Dahua and his companions traversed the area, they left behind a trail of devastation, having annihilated every gathering they encountered. This brutality stemmed in part from their innate cruelty, but he also regarded those they vanquished as inept, believing their existence to be a mere drain on resources. Yet here, he discerned value in Lin Yan and Li Taizhu. Such individuals barely warranted survival in this apocalyptic world. Coupled with their impeccable performance, Zhao Dahua found no reason to express displeasure. Leading his 21 brothers, Zhao Dahua approached a door and knocked sharply. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Ma and Tang Erwin, are you inside? We are the ones your daughter sent to escort you. After a brief cough from within, an elderly woman's voice emerged. Is that you? Why have you taken so long? Come in quickly. I have been waiting for you for 2 or 3 days. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Dahua felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stepped back, and one of his subordinates hastily moved to open the door. Yet, the moment the door swung open, all within the room were utterly astonished. The chamber was completely vacant, save for a solitary mobile phone resting on the bed. The earlier cough and response had emanated from this device. Turning to look again, they discovered 3 bundles of explosives tightly pressed against the back of the door. In that instant of opening, the fuse had already been ignited. Zhao Dahua cursed, damn it. Get down. A deafening explosion erupted as the explosives detonated, shattering the wooden door into countless splinters. 3 or 4 of Zhao Dahua's slower comrades were sent soaring into the air by the blast. Those who reacted swiftly managed to drop to the ground, yet were still left dazed and disoriented by the proximity of the explosion, their ears ringing in silence. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? A multitude of questions swirled in the minds of Zhao Dahua, Zhao Xiaolong, and the others. They turned to gaze outside, only to see Lin Yan, Li Taizhu, and several other homeowners crouched by the door, wearing smug expressions. In that moment, it became abundantly clear that they had been ensnared in a trap. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Zhao Dahua immediately reached for his handgun at his waist. Damn that wretched woman. I'll take you down. However, in the next moment, a more terrifying event unfolded. Lin Yan and Li Taizhu each produced additional bundles of explosives and hurled them directly at Zhao Dahua and his men. Though these homemade explosives may not rival the craftsmanship of finely made grenades, their bag-sized, ominous presence instills a sense of dread. After several bundles of explosives were hurled inside, Li Taizhu swiftly pulled the security door shut, bellowing a curse. Go to hell, you bastards. Ha. The impending detonation of the bomb packs left Zhao Dahua and his companions in a state of paralyzed fear, as if they had already glimpsed the Grim Reaper. Trapped within the confines of the room with no refuge, They knew that if these explosives detonated simultaneously, their remains would be utterly obliterated. In this moment of despair, Zhao Dahua's gaze fell upon a window shattered by hail. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, "Brothers, jump with me." He immediately dragged his injured body and leapt from the window. Hearing his command, Zhao Xiaolong and the others followed suit, leaping from the window in haste. Yet, some were not quick enough. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions echoed throughout the room, flames reaching for the heavens. Those who were slow in their movements were propelled skyward by the blasts, blood splattering against the window, staining the faces of Zhao Dahua and his companions. They fell heavily into the snow, disoriented and battered. Meanwhile, Fang Qian sat upon the rooftop, facing a blazing fire with a well-maintained submachine gun at his side. He could not help but commend the ingenuity of these expendable pawns. They had indeed cornered Zhao Dahua and his crew. However, they still fell short of their objective. Had they sealed the glass windows beforehand while setting the trap, it was likely they would have annihilated their foes entirely. Observing through the surveillance, he saw Zhao Dahua, Zhao Xiaolong, and others leap from the window, landing in the snow below. Their jump was from a height of 4 or 5 stories. Yet the soft snow offered them some measure of protection against injury. The footage indicated that approximately 12 individuals had just escaped. Fang Qian discarded his nearly finished cigarette into the fire and grasped his submachine gun. It seemed he would need to take matters into his own hands. On the other side, Lin Dashan and his companions, eager to investigate after the explosions, rushed through the door. To their astonishment, apart from a few unfortunate corpses, the rest had vanished. Lin Yan soon discovered a completely broken window and exclaimed, "Damn it! Those scoundrels actually escaped through the window. How did we not think of that?" Lin Dashan slapped his forehead. "Well, you've pondered enough. We're on the 9th floor. Jumping down would have been akin to suicide in the pre-apocalyptic world. Yet, ironically, the snow of the post-apocalypse provided them with a chance at survival. It's our own habitual thinking that led us astray." They hurried to the window, and indeed, they spotted over a dozen injured figures swiftly fleeing in the snow below. Without uttering a word, Lin Dashan drew his handgun from within his coat. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots rang out. Alas, his aim proved insufficient, as each bullet found its mark in the snow below. Damn it, they have escaped. Lin Dashan was filled with frustration. The task assigned by Fang Qian was to capture the entire group. Now, with half of them having fled, it was a complete and utter failure. Chapter 121. Zhao Xiaolong is dead in the snow-covered expanse. Zhao Dahu and his companions were fleeing in a frenzy. He distinctly heard the gunfire ringing out behind him. Yet he felt a sense of relief as the assailant's aim was woefully inaccurate, failing to hit its mark. After all, it was merely an ordinary handgun, lacking significant power. Supporting his brother Zhao Xiaolong, he urged, "Brother, hold on. Let us seek refuge in the neighboring building for a few days to recuperate our injuries. And then we shall devise a longer-term plan." Zhao Xiaolong's leg had sustained grievous wounds from the explosion, with shards of glass embedded within his flesh. Each step he took sent waves of pain coursing through him, causing him to grimace. Their urgency was compounded by the impending blizzard, with fierce winds howling from all directions, mercilessly pelting them with shards of ice. This only intensified the challenges of their escape. Yet, ironically, the approaching storm offered a glimmer of hope. Had it not been for the blizzard, their pursuers would have surely caught up with them. Through gritted teeth, Zhao Xiaolong cursed, "Damn it. I have never suffered such a loss. These uncultured brutes dared to bomb us. Once I recover, I will ensure that each of them receives a grenade in their mouths." Zhao Dahu, glancing back at his severely injured brothers, felt his heart bleed for them. In this apocalyptic world, individuals with combat experience were exceedingly rare. Losing these men would further diminish his standing under Ma Dashao. He pondered the source of the intelligence that had allowed these ruffians to lay an ambush. Should he discover who was orchestrating this behind the scenes, he would make them wish for death. As he sprinted through the snow, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning around, he beheld a figure perched on the edge of the rooftop, a young man, no less. What sent a chill down his spine was the submachine gun in the young man's hand. The young man waved at them and called out, "Why leave so soon after arriving? Why not come up for a cup of tea?" Staring at the figure atop the building, Zhao Dao's mind raced. And soon he connected the dots. This individual was Fang Qian. It was all his doing. "You bastard. It's all you." Zhao Dahu's mission for this venture had 2 objectives. Firstly, to resolve the survival issues of Tang Erwin and Tang Ma, bringing them back, and secondly, to capture Fang Qian, who was hiding on the rooftop. According to their intelligence, Fang Qian had stockpiled vast amounts of food and supplies before the apocalypse, now living quite comfortably. However, the true reason Ma Dashao sought to capture him was his connection to the heist at the dock warehouse, a substantial cache of resources that, in these dire times, was invaluable. If they could trace the whereabouts of those supplies, everyone would be assured of sustenance and could live for 100 years. In the snow, As Zhao Dahu's voice rang out, all eyes turned towards Fang Qian on the rooftop, filled with hatred. They finally understood. The audacity of these ordinary individuals to unite against their adversaries and set traps in advance is entirely attributable to the influence of this young man. This has tragically resulted in the deaths of over 10 of their comrades. Without uttering a word, Zhao Dahu drew a pistol from behind him. The remaining brothers followed suit, drawing their weapons and aiming at the rooftop, a total of more than a dozen firearms. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted. Inside the building, Lin Dashan and his companions were alarmed to see Zhao Dahu and his men firing at the rooftop, their hearts racing with trepidation. This was dire. They were attacking Mr. Fang. Would Mr. Fang be unharmed? Lin Yin felt a wave of panic wash over her. She had meticulously planned this mission for so long, solely to earn Mr. Fang's reward. If anything were to happen to him, all her efforts would be in vain. The marksmanship of these individuals was far superior to Lin Dashan's mediocre skills. Even from such a distance, their accuracy was remarkably high. In a state of urgency, she shouted towards the upper floor, "Mr. Fang, please take cover. Do not expose yourself." Behind her, Li Taiju observed his wife's concern for another man, and a surge of jealousy coursed through him. At that moment, he thought to himself that perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if Fang Qian were to be accidentally shot. At least then, his wife would no longer harbor feelings for someone else. With a pained expression, Li Taiju approached and grasped his wife's arm. "My dear, be cautious. Do not let yourself get hurt." Lin Yin impatiently shook off his hand. "What do you know? My injury is trivial. If something happens to Mr. Fang, that would be catastrophic. Our ability to eat in the future depends entirely on him." Li Taiju's frustration reached a boiling point. Fang Qian, why is he all that occupies your mind? What would be so wrong if he were to die? Perhaps we could share the supplies in his room." His muttered words were drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire, unnoticed by anyone. On the rooftop, Fang Qian sat at the edge, observing the hail of bullets directed at him, yet he showed no inclination to evade. He could feel several projectiles striking his body. However, to him, it was devoid of pain. Upon contact, the bullets lost all momentum and gently fell to the ground. This exemplified the formidable power of the mythical bulletproof vest. Fang Qian had resolutely decided that his next mythical item would be utilized to enhance his own physique. With a stronger body, he would possess no weaknesses, allowing him to traverse the snowy wilderness with ease. Within moments, the gunfire ceased, clearly indicating that Zhao Dahu and his men had expended all their ammunition. In the snowy terrain, Zhao Dahu stared in disbelief at the figure on the rooftop, incredulous. "How is this possible? We fired so many shots. And he didn't even flinch, yes, unharmed?" Beside him, Zhao Xiaolong was equally astonished. Although Fang Qian was at a considerable distance with so many firing weapons, surely a few bullets should have found their mark? He gritted his teeth in furious frustration. Damn it. Why does he have such luck? Have we truly missed every shot? Zhao Xiaolong gazed at his comrades before him, seething with anger, and exclaimed, "I've repeatedly instructed you to train diligently in marksmanship, yet what have you accomplished? You can't even hit a target? Utterly useless." The brothers, though filled with indignation, dared not voice their complaints. After all, were you not also firing your weapon and failing to strike your mark? Once the volley of shots subsided, the figure atop the rooftop, Fang Qian, leisurely raised his mythical submachine gun and declared, "You were the ones to fire first. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." In the next instant, the muzzle of the gun erupted with a brilliant azure flame. The sound of rapid gunfire resounded as bullets rained down upon them with alarming precision, instantly claiming the lives of 2 or 3 men. Zhao Dahu felt as though his scalp might explode from the overwhelming sense of impending doom. In a moment of desperation, he seized a nearby brother and shielded himself behind him. The very next second, the brave soul who had shielded him was riddled with bullets, his body reduced to a sieve. With a gaze filled with resentment, he yearned to turn and look at his most trusted elder brother. But it was a gaze that would never find closure. Inspired by this grim example, the nearby brothers, quick-witted and ruthless, swiftly utilized one another as human shields. In the vast expanse of the snow-covered ground, devoid of any cover, the best protection was the bodies of their comrades. Zhao Dao bore the lifeless form of his fallen brother upon his back to shield against the hail of bullets. "Run faster. Just make it to the next building," he urged himself. Utilizing the cover of the corpse, Zhao Dao crawled forward with great effort. In no time, he managed to reach the adjacent structure. As he turned back, he discovered that 5 others had escaped the battlefield in a similar manner. Among them was his own brother, Zhao Xiaolong. A sigh of relief escaped Zhao Dao. The loss of others was tragic, but Zhao Xiaolong was his flesh and blood. He hurriedly crawled over to assess Zhao Xiaolong's injuries. However, upon lifting Zhao Xiaolong's face, a chill coursed down his spine. Zhao Xiaolong's countenance was ghostly pale, his lips cracked, aside from the faintest breath signifying the flicker of life. He bore an eerie resemblance to a corpse. Zhao Da quickly turned him over, only to discover that while Zhao Xiaolong had shielded another with his own body, that individual had been reduced to mere pulp, and several bullets had penetrated through the corpse into Zhao Xiaolong's back, coupled with his previous injuries from an explosion. He was now losing blood at an alarming rate. Were it not for his indomitable will, he would not have made it this far. "Oh, my brother, hold on. I will tend to your wounds," Zhao Da cried, his heart heavy with sorrow. He hurriedly retrieved a hemostatic agent and adrenaline from his backpack. At that moment, Zhao Xiaolong, with the last remnants of his strength, grasped his elder brother's hand tightly. His lips trembled as if attempting to convey something. Zhao Da leaned closer, straining to hear. Zhao Xiaolong whispered two words with great effort: "Avenge me." With those words, Zhao Xiaolong fell silent forever. He had passed away. Zhao Dahua set aside the medicine in his hands and enveloped his brother in a tight embrace, silent tears of blood streaming down the corners of his eyes. "Revenge," he murmured. "I shall undoubtedly avenge you, brother. I will ensure that everyone in that building meets their end. As for Fang Qian on the rooftop, I shall carve him into pieces to honor your memory." Chapter 122. Am I the king of special forces? On the rooftop, Fang Qian observed as those individuals fled to the adjacent building. Sighing, he holstered his weapon and returned to the flickering flames of the fire. It was truly regrettable. He had not anticipated that these rascals would devise such a tactic, and they were surprisingly swift. Utilizing their comrades as human shields was indeed a clever strategy. Fang Qian set his submachine gun aside. Such firearms, with their rapid rate of fire, are more suited for close quarters. Their effectiveness diminishes at a distance, making it difficult to penetrate the flesh of a target, thus granting the adversaries an opportunity to escape. If only he had a Barrett sniper rifle in hand. Alas, that precious item was far beyond his current means to acquire. Fang Qian resolved that his next mythical item would be one that could enhance his physical prowess, rendering him devoid of weaknesses. Then he could confidently leave his quarters and traverse the snowy terrain. Perhaps he could even explore the military district, where he might procure more formidable weapons. The mere thought of possessing a mythical Barrett sent a thrill through him. Beside the fire, his little border collie barked a couple of times, seemingly applauding Fang Qian's earlier display of valor. Crouching down, he affectionately patted the dog's head, saying, "Iron Wall, you must grow quickly. When we encounter foes, you need to charge in and take a bite. At your current size, you are nothing but a burden." Iron Wall appeared to comprehend Fang Qian's words, and immediately transformed encouragement into action, darting to its bowl to seize a chicken leg and energetically tearing into it. Indeed, one must consume well to grow swiftly. Meanwhile, the onlookers downstairs, peering out from their windows, witnessed Fang Qian's remarkable prowess. Initially, there should have been a dozen or so surviving special security personnel, yet under the hail of Fang Qian's submachine gun, more than half had perished in an instant. Had it not been for the remaining individuals' ingenuity in using corpses for cover, they would have faced total annihilation. Fang Qian's mere display of skill yielded results far surpassing their painstakingly laid traps. In this moment, admiration filled Lin Yan's heart. Just moments ago, Lin Dashan had fired a few shots from the same position but had failed to hit even a single target. In stark contrast, Fang Qian, stationed on the rooftop at a greater distance, seemed to have a bullet for every enemy, turning them into mere targets. Without rigorous training, she found it hard to believe such accuracy. Lin Yan speculated aloud. Fang Qian is truly extraordinary. His marksmanship is as precise as if guided by a navigation system. I suspect he is not an ordinary person, but rather a king of special forces hidden within urban life. Upon hearing this, Lin Dashan nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed quite possible. Just now, Zhao Dahua and the others returned fire, yet they could inflict no harm upon Mr. Fang Qian. They too have undergone special training. This clearly indicates the terrifying strength of Mr. Fang Qian. This mission is evidently a test presented to us by him. If Mr. Fang Qian wished to annihilate this group of individuals, it is likely he would not require our assistance. He could accomplish it single-handedly. Lin Dashan, hailing from a background as a hunter, possesses a rather simplistic mindset, one that venerates the formidable. Previously, he had perceived Fang Qian as merely someone who had prepared adequately prior to the apocalypse, wielding a submachine gun to instill such formidable deterrence. In hindsight, he realizes how narrow-minded he was. Fang Qian not only possesses weaponry but also boasts extraordinary prowess. The submachine gun, should it fall into his hands, would be rendered far less effective. Many among the crowd, particularly the homeowners, extolled Fang Qian's marksmanship with unreserved admiration. Meanwhile, Li Taiju stood aside, his head bowed, harboring a flicker of jealousy deep within his eyes. Especially when he caught sight of the adoration reflected in his wife's gaze, this jealousy blazed like an unquenchable flame, impossible to suppress. Despite years of companionship, he had never once perceived an ounce of admiration in Lin Yan's eyes, regardless of how robust his physique became. He could not earn her recognition. Yet, what right did Fang Qian have to so effortlessly captivate his wife's heart? It was utterly intolerable. Any man would find such humiliation unbearable. Nevertheless, his petty emotions went unnoticed by anyone. Even Lin Yin did not spare him a glance. Her attention consumed by the heavy snowfall outside, likely filled with thoughts of Fang Qian. After a brief discussion on the matter, Lin Dashan stepped forward and declared, "Esteemed friends, now is not the time for complacency. We must promptly clear the battlefield, collect the equipment left behind by these individuals, and deliver it to Mr. Fang Qian. I shall advocate for those who contributed in this endeavor to receive due rewards." At once, the crowd erupted in applause, chanting praises for Fang Qian. Lin Yin, who had been gazing out the window, turned to speak. "Let us not forget Chen Jiao. He must also be brought before Fang Qian. How he has dealt with rests solely upon his own fate. This individual nearly jeopardized us all." Upon hearing this, the crowd recalled the treacherous Chen Jiao. Although he had been rendered unconscious by Lin Yan's decisive blow, preventing a more disastrous outcome, it had nonetheless startled everyone. Such a person is beyond redemption. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Daha finally emerged from his sorrow. Observing the 4 remaining brothers behind him, he was overwhelmed with grief. From a band of 22, only 4 remained. Including himself, there were 5, each bearing wounds. With a heavy sigh, he leaned against the wall and rummaged through his pack, eventually retrieving a bottle of cola. Ironically, this was a gift from Lin Yan's group when they had entered the building earlier. Now, it had become their sole source of sustenance. In their haste to march, they had carried little in the way of provisions, operating under the assumption that they could simply raid a building when hunger struck. In the face of an unexpected crisis, the only solace for Zhao Dahu and his companions lay in a solitary bottle of cola to replenish their energy. The spirits of the other 4 brothers were equally diminished. Zhao Dahu slowly spoke. "What are you all frowning for? I am dead, and my own brother looks less distressed than you. First, let us drink some water and tend to our wounds. We remain unaware of the situation in this building. We must exercise caution to avoid falling into another trap." Having learned from past experiences, Zhao Dahu exhibited a newfound vigilance. The remaining 4 brothers obediently retrieved the remnants of their cola, gulping it down in haste. Once finished, they swiftly produced their medical kits to bandage their injuries. Each man bore wounds from the explosion and the onslaught of gunfire, and they grimaced in pain. Suddenly, one of the younger brothers clutched his abdomen, his brow furrowed. "Brother, my stomach hurts terribly. It feels as though I've eaten something foul. I can barely see. I believe I've been poisoned." Following his lead, another brother collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, struggling to breathe, and eventually sputtering blood. Each of the 4 men began exhibiting a myriad of troubling symptoms. Zhao Dahu was taken aback, attempting to crawl over to assess his brother's conditions. Yet, before he could rise, a wave of numbness washed over his limbs, rendering him helpless on the ground, his body akin to a marionette severed from its strings. In a daze, he caught sight of the cola bottles strewn about, and an ominous realization dawned upon him. Damn it, this cola is poisoned. He could hardly fathom that their adversaries could stoop so low as to adulterate cola with toxin. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Dahu rummaged through the medical kit, desperately seeking an antidote. However, with each of the 5 suffering from different symptoms, they were left utterly bewildered regarding the nature of the poison. Just as panic surged within him, a sharp sound of high heels echoed in his ears, causing his nerves to tighten. Turning around, he beheld a tall, portly woman accompanied by a dozen other women, each leading a creature that at first glance appeared to be a dog. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were not dogs at all but men, crawling on all 4s, mimicking canines. Before Zhao Dahu and his companions could even draw their weapons, they were suddenly overwhelmed by the crawling men, who pinned them to the ground. Bai Mingzhu approached with deliberate steps, lifting Zhao Dahu's chin with the pointed tip of her high heel, a smirk gracing her lips. "What a manly fellow you are. Come, give me a smile. If I'm in a good mood, I might just keep you as my pet. What do you say?" Zhao Dahu, his forehead veins bulging with rage, retorted. "You want me to be a dog? You foolish woman. Do you even know who I am? I advise you to release me quickly, or you will regret it." Chapter 123. No room for 2 tigers on one mountain. By Mingzhu covered her mouth, emitting a laugh reminiscent of a clucking hen. The golden bracelet upon her wrist sparkled brilliantly. Who are you? Just a pitiful wretch, scuttling away like a frightened dog after being bested by Fang Qian, it seems. You all appear to be in quite a dire state. Poisoned, I see. I happen to have some remedies here. If you obediently play the role of a good dog, I shall find a way to cure you." Zhao Dahu's eyes were filled with disdain. Regrettably, his limbs were numb, and he was restrained. Otherwise, he would have surely blown this foolish woman's head off with a single shot. Gritting his teeth, he threatened. "I must inform you that I am backed by the Ma family of the capital. I am here on a special mission. If you dare to capture me, Young Master Ma will not let you off lightly. Bai Mingzhu continued to chuckle, her laughter growing more exaggerated and arrogant. Ah, the Ma family. How terrifying. But in this remote place, do you really think he can reach me? Do you not understand that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake? With a sharp kick of her high heel, she struck Zhao Dahu on the forehead, causing him to bleed profusely. She then wiped the blood from her heel onto Zhao Dahu's face and turned to Zhang Xiaoling, saying, "Take these men down and train them well. They are all good dogs." Xiaoling was brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Rest assured, Sister Bai, in less than a week, you shall have a pack of fierce and loyal dogs." Zhao Dahu and the others cursed vehemently, struggling desperately. Had they not been injured, they might have stood a chance. Unfortunately, the poison coursing through their veins rendered them powerless, and they were easily bound by a few men and dragged slowly downward. Watching the retreating figures of the 5 men, Zhang Xiaoling was overwhelmed with excitement. During these past days, she had been closely following Bai Mingzhu, learning various methods to tame men, yet she had lacked a practical subject. Although these 5 were currently injured and poisoned, they had undergone special training, and their physical prowess remained evident. They would soon recover, becoming the perfect hounds. As she lost herself in thought, Bai Mingzhu gradually approached the window, gazing at the rooftop of the opposite building. She said to Zhang Xiaoling, "Did you observe everything that just transpired? This Fang Qian is quite extraordinary." Xiaoling quickly snapped back to attention, nodding in agreement with Bai Mingzhu's line of reasoning. Indeed, the distance between the rooftop and the snowy ground is considerable, spanning more than 20 stories. Moreover, the wind has begun to pick up outside, further complicating the shooting conditions. In such circumstances, Zhao Dahu and the others managed to fire an entire magazine without landing a single hit on Fang Qian. Truly remarkable. Furthermore, when Fang Qian drew his submachine gun, he wielded it with the precision of a sniper. It appeared that not a single bullet was wasted on the ground. Bai Mingzhu furrowed her brow, nodding in acknowledgement. The atmosphere was somewhat grave. I suspect that this individual is no ordinary person, but rather someone who has undergone specialized training. Perhaps even a mercenary assassin. At this moment, Bai Mingzhu felt a sense of relief. Just a few days prior, her followers from the Holy Mother Church had attempted to seize the adjacent building, intending to drag Fang Qian from his dwelling and monopolize his provisions and shelter. Fortunately, Zhao Dahua and his companions had taken the lead in the confrontation. Otherwise, it could have been her own life at stake amidst the heavy casualties. Who could have anticipated that within such an unassuming community, a martial king of the urban realm lay hidden? Nevertheless, Fang Qian's formidable prowess did not deter Bai Mingzhu. On the contrary, it rendered the conquest of the opposing building even more significant in her eyes. Although the Lingyun community was relatively small, it housed 2 underground parking levels, making it an ideal location for constructing a large-scale refuge. She had already received word that Xiao Wenjie from the Natural Disaster Chamber was in the midst of preparations. In a place where 2 tigers cannot coexist, a conflict between the Holy Mother Church and the Natural Disaster Chamber was inevitable. Given the current circumstances, Bai Mingzhu was acutely aware that her forces were insufficient to contend with Xiao Wenjie. Gaining control of the adjacent building was essential for solidifying her position. The identity of Fang Qian as a martial king presented a tremendous temptation. If she could subdue him and transform him into a fierce hound under her command, it would be the greatest boon. More than a month had passed since the apocalypse, and the climate no longer continued to deteriorate. As the survivors gradually acclimated to this new environment, they began to seek development. In such tumultuous times, one must strive. Failure to do so would lead to elimination. Bai Mingzhu gazed intently at the building across the way and said to Zhang Xiaoling beside her, "It seems impossible to forcefully breach it. We must employ our wits. There are still many people inside that building, and I refuse to believe they are all united in purpose. Quietly send someone to make contact and see if we can find a few insiders. If we provide some assistance from our side, combining our efforts from within and without, we shall not fear breaching Fang Qian's refuge." Meanwhile, in the cramped restroom, Tang Erwin, Dong Xiaomei, and Tang Ma were enduring great suffering. Their hands were bound behind their backs, rendering them numb and devoid of sensation. The frigid floor sent shivers through their bodies, forcing the 3 to huddle together for warmth. Fortunately, Chen Jihao had previously given each of them a morsel to eat. Otherwise, they might not have been able to endure. In their dazed state, they began to hear gunfire and explosions from outside. Tang Erwin suddenly perked up, straining to listen to the commotion, and exclaimed, "Mom, quick, listen. There is fighting outside. It must be the people sent by my sister to rescue us. Ha ha ha, that wretched Fang Qian is finally facing retribution." Tang Ma, upon hearing this, was equally elated. Her expression filled with joy. Well done indeed. Xiao Rou did not deceive me. The people she sent are elite, all armed. Let us see how those fools contend with them. Beside her, Dong Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with excitement, as her investment was finally paying off. And she could almost taste the impending rewards. She eagerly nudged her body against Tang Erwin, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Erwin. We are on the brink of liberation." Qin Jihao did not deceive us. He must have successfully alerted those special security personnel. Those sycophants under Fang Qian, Lin Yan, Li Taizhu, and Lin Dashan are undoubtedly being turned into Swiss cheese right now. Ha. After a moment of mirth, the gunfire ceased. Tang Ma, brimming with confidence, declared, "It's over. I reckon everyone in this building is dead. Let us wait patiently. They are surely searching for us now. Once we escape. I truly hope that little rascal Fang Qian is still alive. I can hardly wait to tear him apart piece by piece." Dong Xiaomei, unable to contain her impatience, had been famished these past few days. In her eagerness to flatter Tang Ma and Tang Erwin, she had even sacrificed her last morsels of food. She anxiously suggested, "Tang Ma, Erwin, we cannot be certain how long we will have to wait here. Why not create a commotion? If we call out loudly, those security personnel will surely hear us." Tang Ma found this suggestion quite sensible and quickly moved with Tang Erwin to the door, vigorously kicking the wooden restroom door while shouting, "Come save us. We are here. Why are you so slow? You'll be the death of this old body. My daughter won't let you off easily. Open the door. Open the door." With their fervent efforts, they astonishingly managed to kick the restroom door open. A look of pure joy illuminated their faces. "We did it." Unfortunately, before their smiles could fully blossom, they froze in shock. Outside stood a throng of individuals. But they were not the reinforcements they had anticipated. Leading the group were Lin Yin and Li Taizhu, glaring down at Tang Ma and Tang Erwin with fury. The two were instantly engulfed in terror, trembling as they asked, "How can it be you? I distinctly heard gunfire. Where are our rescuers? What have you done to them?" Li Taizhu rolled up his sleeves, revealing his burly arms, and sneered, "What else could we have done? The dead are dead, and the ones who escaped have fled. Do not harbor any illusions that someone will come to save you." Upon hearing this, Tang Ma and Tang Erwin felt as if the sky had fallen upon them. They could not fathom how events had spiraled to this point. They had believed that with the assistance of specially trained rescue personnel and Qin Jihao's support, everything was under their control. Yet, they had ultimately met defeat. Lin Yan, stifling a laugh, relished their fear. She leisurely remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Fang Qian's strategy is remarkable. We first detonated several explosives, throwing them into disarray, and then Mr. Fang Qian swept them away with a barrage from a submachine gun from the rooftop, easily vanquishing them. Stay here honestly and await your demise. Fang Qian, it is always Fang Qian. How could this happen?" Upon hearing that name, Tang Ma, Tang Erwin, and Dong Xiaomei were filled with both anger and despair. They clearly had the opportunity to lead a good life time and again, yet it was repeatedly shattered. This sensation is far worse than having no hope at all from the very beginning. Chapter 124. Let it fall from the rooftop, damn it. If it weren't for you wretched individuals, would we need to take such immense risks? Li Taizhu had long harbored discontent, and now his pent-up frustration was unleashed upon the three before him. He stormed into the cramped restroom, forcing them to the ground and delivering resounding slaps one after another. The small space echoed with the sharp sounds of palms striking cheeks, interspersed with the anguished cries of the three. "Ah, please stop. We understand our mistakes. We beg you. Spare us." Even the usually discreet Dong Xiaomei could not remain unscathed at this moment. The fake nose she had painstakingly crafted was now askew, its bridge flattened from the blows. Tang Ma and Tang Erwin were particularly targeted, with more than half of their teeth knocked out, now lying on the ground in agony and whimpering. Li Taizhu wished he could beat them to death. If it weren't for their provocation of the Ma family, Fang Qian would not have issued a mission. Consequently, his wife would not have developed an admiration for that man. To his dismay, he discovered that Lin Yan had even changed her phone wallpaper to one featuring Fang Qian. This made him feel as if a green hue was enveloping his head. Even though nothing substantial had transpired between the two, he still felt stifled. Perhaps this was what psychological infidelity felt like. Once his anger had been sufficiently vented, Li Taizhu ultimately spared the lives of the three before him. Lin Yan leaned against the restroom threshold, wearing a look of schadenfreude. "How foolish you all are. For Fang Qian to take an interest in your daughter is a stroke of fortune that you have not earned in 8 lifetimes. You could have lived a life of luxury, yet you chose to be dogs. And now, look where you are, beneath even dogs. I remember Fang Qian's family dog dines on steak." Her mocking words pierced the hearts of the three like needles. Tang Ma and Tang Erwin were consumed by regret. Had they not acted so excessively in the past, had Fang Qian remained their good son-in-law, they would not be in such a predicament now. Perhaps the photos Fang Qian shared daily would have depicted their family enjoying seafood and steak at the dining table. Dong Xiaomei felt a deep sense of despair. She was truly a victim of an undeserved calamity. This matter had nothing to do with her. Even if she gained nothing, she should not have been targeted. Yet, she had foolishly believed the words of those two imbeciles, thinking she could find salvation. Now, she bore the same label as they did. Lin Yan patted Li Taizhu on the shoulder. "Let us go. They are in such a state now, neglected and likely to perish within days. Remember to take their phones to Mr. Fang Qian, lest they attempt to alert others. After resolving matters here, the only task that remained was to report the mission to Fang Qian and await the rewards. This was the moment everyone anticipated with fervor and excitement. Meanwhile, Fang Qian sat in his room. The vast expanse of snow and hail outside had no effect on him. He was merely resting his head on the desk, lost in thought. Given the current circumstances, the group dispatched by Tang Jiaro had been thoroughly scattered, rendering them incapable of seeking vengeance in the foreseeable future. Moreover, considering Ma Dashao's cautious nature, it was unlikely that reinforcements would arrive anytime soon. This meant that he was entering a rare period of development. However, Fang Qian was acutely aware that he must not allow himself to relax at this moment. For after tranquility often comes a more ferocious storm. He glanced down at the mythic totem on his right hand. In approximately 2 or 3 days, it would be fully charged once more. This time, he resolved to focus on enhancing his physical abilities, ideally achieving a physique that far surpassed that of an ordinary person, something akin to Captain Marvel. With such capabilities, coupled with his mythic bulletproof vest, he would be virtually invincible, able to traverse the snowy terrain with ease. This would allow him to venture beyond the confines of the community to explore the outside world. He had heard that there was a military division in Chong'an City, which presumably harbored a substantial cache of weapons. Fang Qian had not forgotten his earlier desire to acquire a Barrett sniper rifle. He felt his current arsenal was woefully inadequate, leaving him with insufficient security. His primary mode of attack was limited to the mythic submachine gun. While the handgun was less powerful and had limited ammunition, he could hardly bring himself to use it. Furthermore, the quantity of grenades was also scant. It was imperative to procure more weapons to expand his influence. The extreme cold storm had only just begun. Li Taizhu and the others were unable to venture out to collect the equipment from the corpses in the snow, so they could only bide their time patiently. By the following day, at the very first moment the blizzard ceased, everyone rushed out of the building. They began to search through the snow and quickly located the bodies of the fallen special security personnel. In this apocalyptic reality, corpses represented invaluable wealth. The garments they wore were the finest in warmth, not to mention the weapons they carried. Of course, Li Taizhu and his companions dared not hoard these items for themselves. Everything was meticulously organized. When Fang Qian finally awakened, he found Lin Dashan, Li Taizhu, Lin Yin, and several residents from the building waiting for him in the rooftop garden. Fang Qian stretched comfortably, feeling grateful as he observed the heavy gear adorning those around him. At that moment, he was merely clad in a relatively thin jacket, with all his warmth needs met by the mythic bulletproof vest. Upon seeing him in this state, Lin Yin was immediately filled with admiration, her eyes sparkling with awe. In such frigid weather, he could move freely in just an ordinary autumn outfit. Truly, he was remarkable. He must be a hidden elite soldier within the city. Li Taizhu, witnessing his wife's adoring gaze, felt a fire of jealousy ignite within him. Yet, he found himself powerless to act, even hesitant to express the slightest discontent. Fortunately, Lin Dashan had long since grown accustomed to the situation. As a simple man from the mountains, he harbored no intricate thoughts. He merely held an unconscious belief in Fang Qian's formidable strength. Since Fang Qian was the leader of this mission, it was only natural for him to be the one to report the outcomes. Taking a cautious step forward, he began, "Mr. Fang, regarding your last assignment, I sincerely apologize, as we did not achieve a flawless completion. Under our explosive ambush, over a dozen individuals successfully escaped our encirclement. However, thanks to your intervention, Mr. Fang, the majority of the adversaries were annihilated in the snow. Nevertheless, 5 or 6 managed to reach the building across the way, and their current status remains unknown. We have sorted through the equipment on the deceased, which amounts to 16 complete sets of combat attire, handguns, grenades, and the like. They have all been presented to you for your review." Fang Qian casually picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table beside him, gazing out from the rooftop. He observed the neatly arranged 16 sets of equipment on the ground, confirming that nothing was amiss. His satisfaction was palpable. It seemed delegating such trivial matters to these menial workers was indeed a wise choice. He opened the cigarette pack and tossed it to Lin Dashan, saying, "Distribute one to each person. It will warm their spirits." Lin Dashan received the cigarettes as if they were treasures, trembling as he held the box. "Is this truly for us?" Even unlit, the faint aroma of the tobacco enchanted many. For men with a smoking habit, it represented essential sustenance for the soul. Some would even prefer to forego food for a day rather than miss out on their cigarettes. After receiving Fang Qian's approving gaze, Lin Dashan reluctantly distributed a cigarette to each person nearby. Once ignited, they took small, savoring puffs, squinting their eyes in sheer ecstasy. In the midst of this apocalyptic existence, they had nearly forgotten the taste of tobacco. Lin Yan's gaze pierced through the hazy smoke, fixated on Fang Qian with increasing fascination. Even from behind a low wall, Fang Qian felt the intensity of her fiery stare. She was indeed a bold and intriguing woman. As Lin Dashan and the others continued to smoke, he resumed his report. In addition to these supplies, we encountered a traitor during this operation. He attempted to tip off the Ma family. I have brought him bound for your judgment, Mr. Fang. As his words echoed through the crowd, a short, stout middle-aged man, bound and helpless, was unceremoniously kicked forward, landing painfully in the snow. He grimaced in agony, his face bruised and battered, with limbs contorted from evident torment. This was to be expected, given that this man had nearly jeopardized everyone's lives. Once Chen Jihao was thrown to the ground, he immediately knelt, enduring his pain as he repeatedly struck his forehead against the ground, wailing, Mr. Fang, I beg you. Spare me. I was momentarily misguided. I have no connection whatsoever with the Ma family. I implore you to grant me a chance for survival. However, Fang Qian squinted his eyes, casually flicking away the ash from his cigarette, and spoke in a frigid tone, since you are aware he is a traitor. What purpose does it serve to keep him? I am not one to offer second chances. Let him be cast off the rooftop. Chapter 125. When the greatest tyrant strikes, Chen Jihao was momentarily stunned. He understood that the only person who could save his life at this moment was Mr. Fang Qian before him. Thus, he pleaded with fervor. However, he could never have anticipated that Fang Qian would be so ruthless, from beginning to end. He did not even cast a glance in Chen Jihao's direction before pronouncing his death sentence. As soon as Fang Qian's words fell, two burly owners stepped forward from the crowd. With cigarettes clenched between their lips, they seized Chen Jihao and dragged him toward the edge of the rooftop. Chen Jihao struggled wildly in the snow, kicking it into a flurry, while he cried out loudly, Mr. Fang Qian, spare my life. I am of great use. I can do anything for you, even be your dog. I beg you, Mr. Fang Qian, let me go. You bastard, you demon, may you rot in hell. You worthless fools deserve to be Fang Qian's dogs. Do you really think he will save you? You will all meet the same fate. As he lamented, tears streamed down his face, yet not a soul felt pity for him. The two strong men hoisted Chen Jihao high and hurled him off the edge of the rooftop. Though the snow was soft, this was the rooftop garden of the 33rd floor. The moment Chen Jihao hit the snow, his head shattered like a watermelon, leaving a pool of crimson on the pristine white ground. At this moment, Fang Qian had firmly established his authority in the hearts of those present. Having learned from prior experiences, he understood how to manage these individuals, occasionally applying a few blows, interspersed with rewards. They were more obedient than dogs. It was because he had demonstrated his might by eliminating a dozen people with a submachine gun the previous day that they were now utterly terrified. They obediently surrendered a dozen sets of equipment without daring to play any tricks. Had they possessed those weapons and grenades earlier, who knows how ambitious they might have been. They were thoroughly intimidated, rendered speechless. Calmly, Fang Qian collected the equipment before turning to Lin Dashan, saying, although your performance this time was not flawless, it was your first mission, so I shall refrain from criticism. As promised, Lin Dashan, Lin Yin, and Li Taiju may remain here to enjoy a hot pot meal. As for the others, each shall receive a pack of instant noodles. Very well, shortly I will bring up the supplies. After you collect your items, you may leave. Upon hearing this, everyone outside trembled with excitement. Instant noodles. This once derided food of the pre-apocalypse had become a delicacy in this moment. To savor a steaming bowl of noodles was a blessing beyond compare. Even more enviable was the fact that Lin Yin and her companions, who had exerted great effort during this operation, would enjoy a bubbling hot pot in the cold winter. Everyone regarded Lin Yin and her companions as role models, thinking to themselves that if another mission arose, they must perform with utmost dedication. As Fang Qian prepared to turn away, Lin Dashan suddenly inquired from behind, Mr. Fang Qian, do you have any special instructions regarding Tang Ma, Tang Erwin, and Sanren? Fang Qian waved his hand dismissively. No need to concern yourselves. Let them fend for themselves. Very well. Here are their mobile phones, which I have confiscated and brought to you. Fang Qian turned his head in surprise, not anticipating such an unexpected gain. With these phones, he could easily impersonate Tang Ma and Tang Erwin to communicate with Tang Jiaro, at least for a while without detection. This opened up numerous possibilities for him. A slight smile graced his lips. You have indeed been thoughtful. I shall reward you with 2 extra packets of milk to bolster your health. Lin Dashan was profoundly grateful, exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Fang Qian, for your generosity. Fang Qian feigned going inside to fetch something, making several trips back and forth. He brought out 2 boxes of instant noodles and a plethora of hot pot ingredients. The survivors in the courtyard opposite gazed in astonishment. Food, this was indeed top-tier sustenance. In these times, being able to enjoy a steaming bowl of instant noodles was akin to celestial bliss, not to mention the luxurious red oil hot pot, which was beyond their wildest dreams. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Fang Qian stretched his shoulders and addressed Lin Dashan. You shall be responsible for the distribution and arrangements moving forward. I will take my leave for rest. Lin Dashan, Lin Yin, and Li Taizhu expressed their immense gratitude, continuously lauding Fang Qian's magnanimity. However, he paid them no mind and directly descended the stairs from the rooftop to the living room below. He reclined on the sofa and casually extracted a 5-star hotel fruitcake from his mythical backpack, savoring each bite. When it came to food, he was truly not lacking. The supplies pilfered from Ma Dashao's 8 warehouses were more than sufficient to sustain everyone in the building for a lifetime. With 3 meals a day, 3 packets of instant noodles each, it was an abundance that could not be consumed by 3 generations. The quantity was simply overwhelming. Moreover, there were other provisions like fruits, bread, frozen meats, and vegetables. With such a bounty, Fang Qian had no qualms about bestowing some upon others, for he himself had no need. Food came in various qualities. And currently, Fang Qian's meals either stemmed from the culinary prowess of 5-star chefs or the finest ingredients. His vegetables and fruits were sourced from the world's premier organic producers. The ordinary items sold in supermarkets held no appeal for him whatsoever. As for instant noodles, he only occasionally indulged in tasting a packet. Otherwise, he deemed them beneath his notice. Thus, sharing such provisions with others seemed entirely fitting. Of course, they could not be given away freely. He needed to demonstrate his value. This time, they had assisted Fang Qian in vanquishing Zhao Delonghu's team, contributing in some way. Hence, each was rewarded with a packet of instant noodles, but tomorrow, that would cease unless they made further notable contributions. After finishing the cake, Fang Qian casually retrieved the several sets of equipment he had just acquired. Upon observation, one cannot help but marvel at the opulence of the Ma family. The combat uniforms worn by the security personnel are crafted from the finest materials and employing exceptional craftsmanship. Even after enduring explosions, they exhibit minimal damage. These garments remain fully wearable, not only offering bulletproof protection but also possessing remarkable insulation properties, surpassing that of ordinary down jackets. In addition to these uniforms, each set of equipment is accompanied by a handgun, a dagger, 2 boxes of ammunition, and 2 grenades. It is almost unfathomable that, in an era when firearms were prohibited before the apocalypse, the Ma family could afford to arm each of their security personnel. Truly, they are a prestigious family, seemingly above the law. Gazing upon this array of equipment, Fang Qian felt a pang of concern. These items were of no use to him. The mythic bulletproof vest's warmth and protective capabilities were unparalleled, far more valuable than these worn-out relics. The mythic submachine gun in his possession could outclass any weapon. Yet, the thought of allowing these items to languish in a warehouse and succumb to decay was disheartening. Bestowing them upon the surviving owners felt like a gross misallocation of resources, as the individuals within this building were hardly virtuous. In Fang Qian's recollection, they were predominantly wretched souls, with only a few possessing any worth. Merely tools in his scheme, they certainly did not merit such superior equipment. After a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly illuminated Fang Qian's mind. Why not initiate a rental scheme? He felt a surge of excitement, as he could assign value to all resources based on a system of contribution points, allowing for recovery and sale. He could then charge contribution points for the rental of equipment. This approach served dual purposes. On one hand, it would facilitate resourcefulness, enabling the utilization of surplus equipment and the moribund survivors to generate a continuous stream of profit. On the other hand, it would allow him to establish his own faction. After this incident, he had recognized the convenience of having a group to assist him. Without the cooperation of these owners, delivering a heavy blow to Zhao Dahu and his entourage would have been arduous. Relying solely on his own efforts with a submachine gun would be time-consuming, labor-intensive, and fraught with danger. In the vicinity of this building, apart from himself, there were 2 formidable forces, the Holy Mother Church and the Disaster Merchant Association. It was imperative to prepare adequately. If he were to rely solely on himself against such a multitude of scoundrels, he could not fathom how long it would take to achieve victory. Of course, while Fang Qian aspired to establish his own power, he had no intention of treating them kindly. Rather, he intended to exert relentless pressure upon them, much like Wang Long, who had coerced the entire building's inhabitants to scour for supplies, imposing a brutal profit-sharing scheme that left dissenters maimed. In comparison, Fang Qian believed himself to be a paragon of mercy. Not only would he refrain from coercion, but he would also provide them with equipment, requiring merely a share of the profits generated from this venture. Renting out equipment would enable those survivors to reap greater rewards in the frigid wilderness, while Fang Qian would secure a more substantial share of the proceeds. However, this figure warrants meticulous calculation. The rental fees for equipment must reach a staggering 90% of the resources harvested by the survivors. Otherwise, it simply does not yield profit. As for oppression, That is precisely what Fang Qian desires. What of oppression? In this apocalyptic world, human life holds little value. Should one be crushed, another will inevitably rise to take their place. Fang Qian aspires to be the supreme tyrant, exalted above all, subjugating everyone to his will. Chapter 126. The prayer before meals. As Fang Qian busied himself with the contemplation of his next strategic endeavor atop the rooftop terrace, Lin Dashan had already distributed instant noodles to everyone. Accompanied by Li Taizhu and Lin Yin, he commenced the delightful process of cooking hot pot. Within the bubbling crimson broth swam an array of exquisite ingredients, including shrimp paste, tripe, and tender beef. Li Taizhu, a man of considerable stature and appetite, had gone many days without a satisfying meal, and hunger gnawed at him relentlessly. Unable to contain his eagerness, he seized his chopsticks and proclaimed, "I shall not hold back any longer." His impatience was entirely understandable, for the hot pot was irresistibly tempting. After enduring over a month of deprivation, the sight of a steaming pot of hot pot before him was simply too enticing to resist. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Taizhu plunged a large slice of beef into the swirling red oil, ready to indulge in a hearty feast. However, with a swift motion, Lin Yin deftly intercepted his action, returning the beef to the bottom of the pot with her chopsticks. The expression on Li Taizhu's face shifted dramatically, akin to that of a lottery winner who narrowly missed his fortune. Lin Yin, with an icy demeanor, chastised him. "Can you truly eat like this and still face your own conscience?" Confused, Li Taizhu retorted, "If it's cooked, what are we waiting for?" But upon turning his gaze, he was startled to witness Lin Dashan's peculiar behavior. With his hands clasped together and eyes squinted, he murmured a prayer. Straining to listen, Li Taizhu discerned the words, "We thank the great Mr. Fang Qian for bestowing upon us this food. Should the future call, we shall not hesitate to brave the flames. May the illustrious Mr. Fang Qian enjoy eternal health and safety." Li Taizhu gasped in astonishment. Lin Dashan's actions reminded him of the obligatory prayers observed in certain Western religions before meals. Was this a step he, too, was now required to partake in? He then noticed Lin Yin had also joined in, hands clasped in a similar manner, reciting fervently, "Thank you, Mr. Fang Qian, for this hot pot. Truly, Mr. Fang Qian is exceedingly handsome today. If my own man could match even a fraction of his brilliance, I would be utterly content." Alas, individuals like Mr. Fang Qian are destined to remain beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Li Taizhu's heart crumbled at her words. A saying popular on the internet proclaims that one must never speak ill of their partner. Yet, in the eyes of his wife Lin Yin, he fell woefully short of even a tenth of Fang Qian's stature. How could he not feel disheartened? As he remained in a daze, Lin Yin slyly opened one eye and glared at him fiercely. "What are you waiting for? Can't you grasp such a simple matter?" Lin Dashan, resigned to the situation, also clasped his hands together, mimicking the gestures of the other two. However, he was not entirely convinced of Fang Qian's superiority. "Fang Qian, let me remind you, your arrogance stems merely from a slight advantage before the apocalypse. To claim that I am less than a tenth of your worth is sheer nonsense. Mark my words, I shall one day defeat you and surpass you." After a collective prayer, Lin Dashan was the first to grasp his chopsticks and retrieve a piece of meat from the hot pot, savoring its tender juiciness as it melted in his mouth, transporting him to a realm of bliss. With his lead, Li Taizhu, equally exhilarated, seized his chopsticks to fish out a slice of tripe, believing he was finally about to indulge in a meal. However, with a resounding slap, Lin Yan's chopstick struck down upon his tripe, sending it plummeting to the bottom of the pot. "No need to rush. Allow me to take a photo for my social media first," she remarked with a disdainful glance, pulling out her phone to capture the vibrant scene of the hot pot and the surrounding ingredients. With a click, she snapped the picture and promptly shared it to her social circle and community group. Only after completing this ritual did she set her phone aside and, with a playful tone, tell Li Taizhu, "All right, now we can eat." Having been interrupted twice already, Li Taizhu felt a psychological shadow looming over him. With a sheepish grin, he replied, "Dear wife, please go ahead. I'm in no hurry. Just watching you eat brings me immense satisfaction." Lin Yin rolled her eyes in exasperation, countering, "Flattery will get you nowhere. If only you could engage in meaningful endeavors like Mr. Fang Qian, I would be thoroughly content." After saying this, she rummaged through the spicy broth, retrieving a handful of bean sprouts and placing them in Li Taizhu's bowl. "Eat up, and reflect on why other men can succeed where you falter." At that moment, Li Taizhu felt as though his heart had been pierced countless times by a steel blade. The pain was excruciating. Meanwhile, the other homeowners had already retreated to their rooms, cradling steaming bowls of instant noodles. The comforting aroma and warmth of the noodles elevated their spirits, making it seem as though nothing could be more perfect at that moment. The month-long gloom of impending doom dissipated, as though a new life awaited them from the morrow. They cautiously peeled back the lids of their noodle cups, savoring the first slurp of noodles, which burst with flavor in their mouths. An overwhelming sense of gratitude for Fang Qian welled up within them. Without him, this delightful noodle feast would have been unattainable, even if they had stumbled upon some noodles in the snow. Finding hot water to prepare them would have been a daunting task, given the scarcity of firewood in such frigid conditions. Just as they were relishing their meal, their phones vibrated. Curious, they glanced down to see Lin Yan's post in the group, showcasing the hot pot feast, accompanied by a caption that read, Mr. Fang Qian looked exceptionally handsome today. The hot pot he provided is utterly delicious. Gazing at the picture of the bubbling red broth, alongside the uncooked squid, tripe, and beef, they could not help but swallow hard. Even the instant noodles in their hands seemed less appealing at that moment. The group erupted with comments. Oh my. That delectable hot pot. I long to have just a taste. Even a sip of the broth would suffice. Is this the reward for completing the task exceptionally well? Goodness. My instant noodles have lost all their appeal. If only I could savor a steaming hot pot, I would pay any price. Oh, how I envy this. Mr. Fang Qian. Should there be another task in the future, I shall charge to the front lines without hesitation, never again to slack off. During this operation, while everyone contributed in some measure, a considerable number remained apprehensive that Fang Qian might not withstand the Ma family's opposition, thus adopting a passive stance. Consequently, their share of the reward amounted to a mere packet of instant noodles. Now, gazing at the bubbling hot pot in the image, regret courses through them. Had they bravely led the charge, they would surely be dining beside the hot pot. In this moment, everyone resolves that henceforth, they must not resort to shortcuts in such tasks. In the empty living room, Zhangping sits alone with his instant noodles, staring at the hot pot on his phone. A wave of hope surging within him. He was once an ordinary assembly line worker in Lushui County, leading a monotonous life. Feeling as though he would never rise above mediocrity, he had thought life would drag on aimlessly until its end. The sudden onset of the apocalypse completely disrupted his tranquil existence. Even with the changes in his environment, he remained in a state of confusion. Yet today, upon witnessing Lin Dashan's sharing of hot pot, a rush of youthful feelings flooded Zhangpeng's heart. The apocalypse, a calamity for all, also presented an opportunity. In this moment, everyone returned to the same starting line, Zhangping included. He mused that Lin Dashan was merely an ordinary hunter before the policy shift rendered his skills obsolete. Now, he could only seek employment as a security guard. Li Taizhu and Lin Yan, both fitness instructors, earned a meager salary, barely covering their daily expenses. These three seemingly ordinary individuals, however, had ascended to prominence among the residents of their building in the wake of the apocalypse. If they could achieve this, why not him? Ambition flickered in Zhangpeng's eyes. If he could accomplish a significant feat, he too could attain a superior status. Farewell to hunger. He clenched his fists, silently plotting. Tang Ma, Tang Erwin, and Dong Xiaomei, after enduring great torment, finally awoke from their stupor. They gently sniffed the air, which was permeated by the spicy aroma of instant noodles. How delightful. It's the scent of instant noodles. How could the fragrance be so rich? Chapter 127. How do you perceive my performance? Upon catching a whiff of that enticing aroma, Tang Erwin could hardly contain his excitement. Forcing himself to endure the pain from his battered body, he rose, glancing around eagerly. In this apocalyptic world, instant noodles were a rarity. Most individuals, upon acquiring them, lacked the patience to heat water for preparation, as both water and firewood were equally precious commodities. Typically, the only option was to chew the noodles like a biscuit and wash them down with a few sips of snowmelt, allowing the noodles to expand in their stomachs for a semblance of satiety. But the aroma wafting through the air was unmistakably that of noodles steeped in hot water. Simply delectable. Beside him, Dong Xiaomei and Tang Ma were also swallowing hard, their eyes darting about. The trio supported one another as they exited the room and stepped into the corridor, where the fragrance of noodles intensified. They noticed the door of the opposite room slightly ajar, and unable to restrain themselves, they rushed inside. A middle-aged man adorned with tattoos on the back of his hand came into view. Tang Erwin's face instantly lit up with joy. Zhangpeng, is that you? How do you still have noodles? Let me have a taste. We are brothers, after all. With that, he lunged forward. However, as he drew near, Zhangping abruptly lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick to Tang Erwin's chest, sending him sprawling several meters away. Zhangping regarded them with a cold, disdainful gaze, his tone dripping with mockery. You lot think you deserve to eat noodles? You ought to take a good look at yourselves. If it weren't for Lord Fang Qian's generosity, you'd all be corpses by now. With that, he quickly slurped a generous mouthful of noodles. At that moment, Tang Erwin forgot his chest pain, his eyes fixated solely on the bowl of noodles. He swallowed hard, shivering in the biting wind. Brother Zhang, I implore you, let me have just one bite. Even a sip of the broth will suffice. I am absolutely starving. Look behind me. This is my mother and my wife. They are both vulnerable individuals. Nevertheless, upon hearing their pleas, Zhang Ping's expression remained devoid of sympathy. He gazed down at the noodles in his hand, cherishing them deeply. Not long ago, he had merely been a worker, uncertain if he would even receive his wages after a day's toil. Such harsh living conditions had long since numbed him. And it was this apocalypse that had clarified the path he wished to pursue. He, too, aspired to rise and become someone of significance. Suppressing his voice, he addressed Tang Erwin and the others. Wait there. Once I finish, I might just spare you a sip of the broth. Tang Erwin's heart raced with excitement at these words. Indeed, the memories of their time together on the assembly line were the most unforgettable. Tang Erwin, Tang Ma, and Dong Xiaomei anxiously awaited nearby as time passed slowly. Zhang Ping kept his head down, relishing his meal, and the noodles in his bowl diminished at an astonishing rate. In less than 2 minutes, the bottom of the bowl was already in sight. Zhang Peng lifted the bowl of noodle soup, savoring it mouthful by mouthful. Tang Erwin and the others watched nearby, their eyes dimming with fading hope. At that moment, Zhang Peng seemed to have a pang of conscience and finally paused, reluctantly handing the paper bowl to Tang Erwin. Drink slowly. This is precious, a reward bestowed upon us by Fang Qian. At this point, Tang Erwin could hardly heed Zhang Peng's words. He snatched the bowl and focused solely on its contents. There was only a last mouthful of soup left, mixed with some broken instant noodles and vegetable packets. Suddenly, Tang Ma lunged forward, grasping Tang Erwin's hand. Son, I'm starving too. Let me have a taste first. Without a second thought, Tang Erwin delivered a swift slap, knocking his mother to the ground. Get lost. If it weren't for your wretched daughter deceiving me time and again, would I have fallen to such depths? You old fool can withstand hunger. Just endure for a while. Initially, Dong Xiaomei intended to plead for a share, but witnessing Tang Ma's fate, she could only remain silent. Tang Erwin mercilessly gulped down the steaming noodle soup. Though it was merely a mouthful, it was warm and invigorating. After swallowing, he felt a noticeable lift in his spirits, as if the noodle soup were a miraculous elixir. Dong Xiaomei and Tang Ma could hardly contain their desire to lick the remnants of the seasoning from the paper bowl. But unfortunately, Tang Erwin was not inclined to grant them even that opportunity. He tore the bowl in half and began to lick it clean, much like a stray dog. Zhang Peng observed this disgraceful display, his eyes filled with disdain, yet he remained silent. 2 minutes later, the paper bowl was rendered spotless, and Tang Erwin reluctantly lifted his head. Instant noodles, he craved them desperately. He would even pay any price for them. Suddenly, he recalled Zhang Peng's earlier words. This bowl of instant noodles was a gift from Fang Qian, a reward for them all. Tang Erwin gasped in realization. There were still many survivors in the building. 1 packet of instant noodles per person was an opulent arrangement. After a brief moment of shock, his eyes glimmered with greed. If he could secure such provisions, he could navigate the apocalypse with ease. Everyone would have to heed his commands. What a delight that would be. Within mere minutes, he envisioned himself as the leader, untroubled by hunger or thirst. In this reverie, Tang Erwin could not help but straighten his posture, adopting an air of superiority. He addressed Zhang Peng. Brother, would you be interested in joining me? With just a few of us united, we could topple Fang Qian's tyrannical rule and become the true masters of our fate. The Tang family is close to Fang Qian and knows him well. Moreover, we have the backing of the Ma family. We are assured victory from all angles. This incident is merely an unfortunate accident. In addition to yourself, we have also enlisted a companion named Chen Jiao. Come, let us embark on the creation of a new world together. Upon uttering these words, he extended a hand towards me with a smile. In Tang Erwin's view, he was undoubtedly exuding an unparalleled charm capable of captivating anyone. The previous Chen Jiao was a prime example of this. Meanwhile, Tang Ma and Dong Xiaomei were already on the verge of starvation. Upon hearing Tang Erwin's declaration, Tang Ma immediately voiced her support. Standing tall, she suppressed her hunger to bolster her son's resolve. Zhang Ping, my son speaks the truth. Although we may currently be down on our luck, we have the potential to rise again at any moment. Fang Qian is merely wary of us, which is why he repeatedly targets us. If you can provide us with some assistance, I assure you, when the Ma family returns, you will be our greatest benefactor. Surely you do not believe that this meager group represents the entirety of the Ma family's resources? That wretched Fang Qian is merely employing some underhanded tactics. Zhang Ping remained silent, observing their performance. Once they had finished speaking, he turned to the camera on the table and declared, Mr. Fang Qian, as you can see, this group remains undeterred. Allow me to teach them a lesson. In that instant, Tang Erwin, Tang Ma, and the others were utterly bewildered. What was happening? How could there be a camera here? Zhang Ping turned back, a cruel expression on his face. To be frank, the partner you secretly sought, Chen Zhihao, has long been disposed of by Fang Qian from the rooftop. He is likely nothing more than a pile of bones now. Did you truly believe that your petty schemes could go unnoticed? Since you refuse to behave and are oblivious to your own folly, I do not mind assisting Mr. Fang Qian in educating you. With that, he clenched his fists and advanced step by step. Tang Erwin, Tang Ma, and Dong Xiaomei were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. Under normal circumstances, the three of them together would not fear Zhang Ping. However, the situation was evidently dire. They were already exhausted and had endured much torment. Together, they likely could not match Zhang Ping's strength alone. Sensing the imminent danger, the trio turned to flee. Yet, they were effortlessly subdued by Zhang Peng. His massive fist rained down upon them like a torrential downpour. Ah, Zhang Ping, you scoundrel. I had good intentions in wanting to bring you along. And yet you treat me this way. Stop, stop. You're going to break my bones. We were wrong. We won't dare again. Zhang Peng unleashed all his strength, delivering a thorough beating to the three of them. Only when they lay on the ground, gasping for breath, did he turn back to retrieve the camera and upload the recorded footage to the group chat, tagging Fang Qian. Mr. Fang Qian, how do you find my performance? Chapter 128. You will find it hard to perish feeling a tinge of boredom. Fang Qian busied himself with a workout, only to be amused by the messages and videos circulating in the group. The sight of Tang Erwin and Tang Ma in distress was utterly gratifying. The only aspect that perplexed Fang Qian was the inexplicable presence of Dong Xiaomei, who seemed to have lost her senses, mingling with those two inept individuals. Was it not abundantly clear by now who truly possessed the strength? However, he chose to remain indifferent. They had selected their own path, and they must bear the consequences. Fang Qian casually replied in the group chat, "Well done. I still have half a baked sweet potato left on the rooftop. You can have it later." At this proclamation, Zhang Ping was immediately electrified, his hands trembling with excitement. Merely beating those three half-dead individuals could earn him a meal, far simpler than toiling away at a job. He turned to glance at the trio, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. If he were to eliminate them and present their heads to Mr. Fang Qian, would he not be rewarded even more? Once this thought took root, it spiraled out of control. His hands itched with anticipation as he prepared to make his move. Tang Erwin, Tang Ma, and Dong Xiaomei were dazed from the beating. As they groggily opened their eyes, the sight of Zhang Ping's ferocious gaze sent shivers down their spines, akin to a butcher sizing up a lamb for slaughter. Tang Erwin's voice quivered with desperation. "Brother Zhang Peng, we shared a bond during our time working together. You can't do anything foolish." Without uttering a word, Zhang Peng strode over, seizing Tang Erwin's hair and dragging him toward the kitchen. Tang Erwin struggled violently, lifting his gaze to the gleaming knives hanging on the kitchen wall. Just a glance sent a jolt of fear coursing through him. "No, spare me. Spare me. I have my mother and a woman to care for." Zhang Peng chuckled darkly. "Isn't it simple? Once I rid you of your existence, I shall take care of your mother and that foolish woman as well. You won't need to worry about them anymore." How splendid. In the living room, Tang Ma and Dong Xiaomei, sprawled on the floor, were horrified by his words, losing control of themselves in sheer terror, creating a scene of utter disarray. The room was soon filled with an unbearable stench. Just as Zhang Peng sharpened his knives, a new message flashed in the group chat. "I am deeply grateful for everyone helping me take care of Tang Ma and Tang Erwin. They are, after all, my kin. And I earnestly wish for their survival through this calamity. Please ensure their safety." Upon reading this, Zhang Peng suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. These individuals could not be killed. Fang Qian did not wish for them to meet a fate so easily. In this world, clever minds abound. After Fang Qian's message, many in the group quickly understood his intent. Li Taiji responded, "Rest assured, Mr. Fang Qian, we will find a way to ensure their survival." Lin Yan remarked, "Indeed, indeed. We shall certainly take good care of them, ensuring a daily variety that never repeats." Although today, due to their outstanding performance, each of them received a packet of instant noodles. Such a thing can barely satisfy one's hunger. Instant noodles are a peculiar food. One pack leaves one perpetually unsated, yet 2 packs induce a nauseating fullness. Witnessing Zhang Peng acquire new sustenance with such ease ignited a profound yearning among the crowd. Baked sweet potatoes are indeed a rarity, a delicacy that, before the apocalypse, would cost 30 to 50 yuan at the snack street, steaming hot and nutritionally rich. Who wouldn't desire a bite? Thus, voices erupted in the group. "Mr. Fang Qian, I have previously studied the 10 most gruesome punishments of the Qing dynasty with great diligence. It is a rather fascinating entertainment. I shall prepare and perform for you shortly." Zhang Peng swiftly opened the door. "We are here to deliver warmth to Tang Ma, Tang Erwin, and the others." Zhang Ping gazed at the messages flooding the group, listening to the knocks at the door, and sighed deeply. He knew that such a splendid item was unlikely to be enjoyed in solitude, but he had not anticipated its swift loss. Regret consumed him. Initially, he had merely acted on a whim, uploading the video of the Tang family's torment to the group for Fang Qian's viewing. through Fang Qian's prior actions. He had discerned the latter's strong aversion towards the Tang family, deducing that a beating would likely incur no punishment, perhaps even a reward, thus leaving a favorable impression on Fang Qian. And indeed, he had succeeded. However, the video's release had unveiled this hidden reward. Before long, a throng of homeowners surged into Zhang Ping's living room, encircling Tang Ma, Dong Xiaomei, and Tang Erwen with an impenetrable barrier. The gazes directed at these three were akin to those reserved for rare creatures. At the entrance, Li Taizhu was equally exhilarated, brandishing his large fists, ready to select a hapless victim as a punching bag. Yet, after taking just 2 steps, he was intercepted by Lin Dashan. "Brother Dashan, why are you stopping me? This is a prime opportunity. Don't you wish to take a shot?" Li Taizhu turned back, his brow furrowing in discontent. Lin Dashan shook his head. "Let it be. With your physique, you might very well incapacitate them with just a couple of blows. How would we explain that to Mr. Fang Qian? Besides, we have already profited handsomely from the last task, indulging in a feast of hot pot until we were stuffed. Why squabble over such trivial gains with ordinary individuals? It would be better for everyone to leave some room for survival." Li Taizhu felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Today's food had indeed resolved their immediate needs. But what about tomorrow? Even a mosquito's leg is meat. While you, being older, may not require much, I am young and vigorous. How can I feel secure without storing enough provisions? He fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Dashan, unwilling to relent. Just as he prepared to force his way past Lin Dashan's blockade, he heard Lin Yin cough softly behind him. Li Taizhu's stance faltered, and he turned, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Wife, do you have something to say?" Lin Yin shot him a glance and remarked, "I believe Brother Dashan's perspective holds merit. Mr. Fang Qian's decision to reward each resident of the building with a pack of instant noodles is a gesture aimed at providing everyone with a chance to survive. By competing for food, you would merely be depriving others of their opportunity to live, directly opposing Mr. Fang Qian's intentions, wouldn't you? Let us spare this meager morsel for these ordinary folks. As for us, if we perform exceptionally, will we not have ample sustenance?" Hearing his wife express unwavering support for Lin Dashan's viewpoint, Li Taizhu felt akin to a deflated balloon, his spirits plummeting. In an almost inaudible whisper, he replied, "I understand." "Dear." Lin Dashan regarded Li Taizhu with a sympathetic gaze, sighed deeply, and chose to remain silent. However, this exchange left Li Taizhu feeling profoundly humiliated. It was a blatant affront. Since being with Lin Yan, he had lost all semblance of masculinity, becoming a well-known henpecked husband. As long as his wife found joy, even at the cost of being hit or scolded, he wore a grin, indifferent to the matter. Yet recent events had repeatedly pushed him to his limits. Li Taizhu could tolerate his wife's physical and verbal abuse, even her insults, but he could not bear the thought of her gazing upon another man. At that moment, his resentment towards Fang Qian intensified. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. To surpass Fang Qian, he must eliminate this rival. The moment this terrifying notion invaded his mind, it became utterly uncontrollable. Tang Erwen had just escaped the kitchen, believing he had narrowly avoided death, only to find himself surrounded by hundreds of surviving residents from the building. Their stares were akin to those directed at a rotting fish, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Tang Erwen's mother trembled in fear, clutching her chest and demanding, "What do you ruffians intend to do with an old woman like me? I warn you, my heart is weak. If you frighten me into a serious condition, you shall bear the consequences." Amidst the crowd, one individual laughed heartily, "Old lady, fret not. Soon it will be difficult for you to even contemplate death." This was merely the terrifying prelude. The ensuing conversations revealed to Tang Erwen, his mother, and Dong Xiaomei the true essence of despair. "What should we do now? Perhaps we should give them a good thrashing? That lacks creativity. Wang Ping has already done that. If we repeat it, Mr. Fang Qian will surely be displeased. I propose we employ the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Things like the tiger bench and the 1,000 cuts could be worth trying." No, those methods are too brutal. We might end up killing them before long. I suggest we focus on psychological torment instead. Exactly, we must not let them perish. After all, they are our laying hens. Moreover, Mr. Fang Qian has sternly instructed us not to allow them to die. We must take good care of them. I have a rather intriguing idea. Let us first stitch up their posterior orifices. They would either be left in a state of unbearable discomfort or be forced to endure a gruesome outcome, undoubtedly resulting in an overwhelming sensation. Moreover, it would not pose a threat to their lives. This concept is rather amusing indeed. Chapter 129. Divine Artifacts. Century-old ginseng devils. You are all devils. Tang Erwen, Dong Xiaomei, and Tang Ma were already battered and bruised, their bodies further weakened by prolonged malnutrition. Every utterance from those around them echoed like the horrors of the 18 layers of hell. At this moment, they were so frightened by a few words that they fainted. Truly, they were the epitome of uselessness. This scenario unfolded under Fang Qian's watchful eye. He had no intention of intervening. In fact, keeping Tang Ma, Tang Erwin, and the others as hostages was a calculated strategy to coerce Tang Jiaro's return. It was akin to manipulating a kite with a string. Therefore, their suffering was inconsequential. Their mere survival sufficed. Moreover, he currently possessed their phones, enabling him to impersonate them in communications with Tang Jiaro. What else was there to discuss? Following the successful repulsion of Zhao Dahua and his cohorts, tranquility reigned for several days. Eager to leave his sanctuary and brave the icy wilderness beyond, Fang Qian adhered to a disciplined regimen. Nearly all his spare energy was devoted to fitness and martial arts practice. Of course, he did not neglect his prized possession, Lu Chani. At this moment, Fang Qian emerged from the gym, his body slightly fatigued, glistening with droplets of sweat. His physique, sculpted to perfection through rigorous training, showcased a chiseled six-pack abdomen, well-defined pectorals, and biceps of ideal proportion, complemented by a strikingly handsome visage. As he entered the living room, Lu Chani, sprawled on the sofa, was utterly captivated by his presence. Through this period of conditioning, Lu Chani had long forgotten her pride as an elite individual. To savor even a morsel of leftover food, she devoted herself entirely to serving Fang Qian, daring not to exhibit any hint of resistance. In this moment, gazing upon the man whose appearance was nothing short of perfection, her eyes unconsciously grew misty. The grievances and disdain she once harbored for Fang Qian had, to her surprise, partially transformed into admiration. In this apocalypse, what man could possibly be more perfect than Fang Qian? With a towel in hand, he casually wiped the beads of water from his hair and addressed Lu Chani coldly from the sofa. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and complete your task. Once you're done, you may take the instant noodles on the table and leave. A flicker of desolation crossed Lu Chani's eyes. These past few days, she had exerted every effort. Not only had she strived to satisfy him physically, but she had also utilized her knowledge to devise a scientific nutrition and fitness plan tailored for him, even offering free health checkups. Yet, no matter how she showcased her worth, she could not penetrate the icy exterior of this man. He was like a stone, forever cold. In former times, she might have resorted to playful teasing or feigned threats to secure more food or to prolong her stay. But now, those thoughts had long since faded. Lu Chani was acutely aware that this man would never waver for any woman. In the past, she often resisted such commands, but this time, she found herself unexpectedly relishing this lifestyle. After approximately 2 hours had passed, Fang Qian, having exhausted the last remnants of his energy from his workout, vented his frustration upon Lu Chani before comfortably reclining on the sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Lu Chani, dragging her sore body, pulled a jacket over herself and stood behind Fang Qian, gently massaging his shoulders with her small hands. The familiarity of her actions was almost heartbreaking. After a few moments of silence in the room, Fang Qian languidly spoke. As a medical student, what tonics can you recommend for enhancing one's physical condition? I seek to fortify my body. Upon hearing this, Lu Chani shivered in fright. If Fang Qian could already exert himself for 2 to 3 hours, what would happen if he became even stronger? It would surely lead to catastrophic consequences. Blushing, she replied, but, Mr. Fang, I believe you are already quite robust. Stronger than any man I have ever heard of. Fang Qian narrowed his eyes and shot her a bemused glance. I was referring to physical strength, speed, endurance, and not the implications you seem to suggest. At this, Lu Chani finally comprehended. In this apocalyptic world, one indeed required a strong physique to stand firm. While continuing her massage, she pondered for a moment and articulated, it is exceedingly difficult to enhance strength and speed solely through medication, unless one is willing to endure some side effects. Generally, strength is developed through exercise. However, if you wish to improve your constitution and bolster your immunity, there are several remedies available. For instance, ginseng and reishi mushrooms in traditional medicine are excellent choices. In Western medicine, 6-flavor Rehmannia pills could also be beneficial. After hearing her suggestions, Fang Qian felt more enlightened. Logically, it was improbable to achieve a robust physique through medication alone, but what if it involved mythical substances? He glanced down at the mythical totem on the back of his hand, a flicker of speculation igniting within him. Gently, he patted Lu Chani's delicate hand resting on his shoulder, and she instantly understood. With a hint of melancholy in her eyes, she took a step back, awaiting further instructions. Fang Qian, unhurried, stated, the 2 packets of instant noodles on the table are for you. Considering your commendable performance today, you may also take a pizza. Lu Chani's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, that's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Fang. I shall take my leave. She skipped away with her well-deserved provisions. Having discerned Fang Qian's temperament through their interactions, rather than linger and risk displeasing him, she chose to depart decisively, leaving a favorable impression. Once Lu Chani had exited, Fang Qian found himself alone in the room. With a gentle wave of his hand, an array of items began to emerge from the mythical backpack, laying themselves upon the table before him. Among them were 6 flavor Remania pills, Danshan brain supplement pills, ginseng and Ganoderma, and various others. Fang Qian once again found himself ensnared in a dilemma of choice. Each of these items was a tonic for the body, and he merely needed to select one to undergo the process of mythologization, after which consuming it could potentially enhance his physical prowess to extraordinary levels, perhaps even transforming him into a veritable Superman. Yet, which one should he choose? His gaze swept over the assortment of remedies, ultimately settling on a gift box in the upper left corner. Inside lay a palm-sized ginseng. Despite its modest appearance, this was a genuine wild ginseng, over a century old, thoroughly verified and utterly priceless, a rarity that money alone could not procure in the market. He had fortuitously acquired it during a resource raid at the warehouse, a hidden gem among his treasures. Even prior to the apocalypse, this item could fetch millions, making it a worthy heirloom. Its restorative properties were exceptionally potent. Fang Qian could scarcely fathom the magnitude of its effects once transformed by his mythological capabilities. Slowly narrowing his eyes, he extended his right hand to grasp the century-old wild ginseng. The mysterious cosmic energy from the mythical totem began to surge into the ginseng, initiating a swift transformation. Within mere seconds, the ginseng underwent a radical metamorphosis. Simultaneously, details of its intrinsic qualities materialized in Fang Qian's mind. It possessed 2 formidable abilities. First, mastery over vitality. By utilizing this ginseng, Fang Qian would gain control over the life force within him, allowing not only the reversal of his bodily aging, but also the acceleration of wound healing and a possible extension of his lifespan. Second, a perfect physique. Upon consumption, Fang Qian's physical attributes would undergo a revolutionary transformation, transcending the limits of ordinary humanity and entering the realm of superhuman capabilities, with his physical prowess reaching approximately tenfold that of a normal individual. Upon discerning these 2 capabilities, Fang Qian felt an exhilarating rush, nearly losing his grip on the mythical ginseng. This was a true treasure. The significance of these abilities was immense. The first was self-evident, fulfilling a longing he had harbored for so long. While longevity may not equate to immortality, it was indeed a substantial step toward it. Moreover, with mastery over his life force, Fang Qian could swiftly heal his physical injuries, alleviate fatigue, and preserve his youthful vitality throughout his lifetime. This last aspect alone would drive all women to madness. It was nothing short of an elixir of youth. Furthermore, the second ability addressed Fang Qian's immediate concerns. Although he currently possessed a mythical bulletproof vest, allowing him to traverse icy terrains unscathed by gunfire, his physique still belonged to an ordinary man. Should he encounter adversaries in combat, his strength and fighting skills would be insufficient for self-protection. Now, however, this predicament would soon be resolved. Chapter 130. The reinforcement of man and dog. At this moment, Fang Qian could no longer contain himself. He picked up the century-old wild ginseng from the mythical realm, preparing to slice it for consumption. Just then, a series of barks echoed through the air. Turning his head, he saw the little border collie, Tai Bai, wagging its tail and sitting beside him, its expression brimming with yearning. "Do not even dream of it," Fang Qian remarked, "with your petite frame. You cannot withstand such a potent supplement." Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he caught a glimpse of the puppy's pitiful gaze, and his heart softened. Sometimes, it is true that humans do not compare favorably to dogs. At least dogs remain eternally loyal to their masters. With a sigh, he relented. "Very well. I shall share a bit with you." With that, he pinched off a minuscule strand of root, akin to a hair's breadth, from the ginseng and tossed it over. Tai Bai, tail wagging, leaped into the air and swallowed the morsel whole, smacking its lips, still appearing unsatisfied. Yet, before it could wag its tail a second time, its body suddenly stiffened, and it collapsed straight down. Fang Qian erupted in laughter. "I told you, your delicate frame cannot bear it. You've overindulged? Haven't you? Sleep well." He was unperturbed, knowing well that the little creature was simply overwhelmed by the excessive energy and would recover after a brief slumber. Initially intending to consume the ginseng directly, Fang Qian hesitated upon detecting a slight bitterness. He decided instead to employ a blender, adding half a cup of milk to concoct a ginseng milkshake, eliminating the unpleasant taste. He gulped it down eagerly, consuming every last drop. In the next moment, the energy from the mythical century-old ginseng surged into his body, transforming every cell within him. Fang Qian was engulfed in excruciating pain, as though each cell was dying only to give birth to new ones. This metamorphosis was far from the pleasant experiences depicted in fantasy novels. Rather, it was a relentless torment. Moreover, the overwhelming energy surged through his body, and within 2 minutes, he could no longer endure. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. Beside him lay the little border collie, Tai-Bai. Before losing consciousness, Fang Qian murmured, "Little one, I truly should not have mocked you. I apologize. This ordeal is beyond my capacity as well." Time passed, though he could not discern how long. When he finally reopened his eyes, darkness enveloped the outside world, and a fierce wind howled. Glancing at his phone, he was astonished to find that he had slept for an entire day and night. At that moment, Tai-Bai had yet to awaken, being still merely a puppy. However, Fang Qian was astonished to observe that the once small and delicate pup had experienced rapid growth over the past couple of days. Goodness gracious, little one. You must be maturing exceptionally fast. Lying beside Fang Qian was now a fully grown border collie, approximately 1.5 meters in length. Its soft, fluffy fur felt akin to that of a giant plush toy. As Fang Qian gently squeezed it, he discovered that, beneath the seemingly soft exterior, the little creature possessed quite a significant amount of muscle. How astonishing it is that such a small whisker can wield such immense power. This transformation fills Fang Qian with uncontainable joy. His intention in raising this little dog extends beyond mere amusement. He seeks to acquire a truly dependable companion. However, after a few days of care, a sense of urgency began to stir within him. The little border collie's age proved to be a significant hindrance. It would require at least another 6 months to reach maturity. In a mere half-year, opportunities may slip away unexpectedly. The mythical century-old ginseng has proven to be a remarkable boon, accelerating the pup's growth remarkably. Yet, he wonders whether it will bestow additional capabilities upon the dog once it awakens. Diverting his focus from the young border collie, Fang Qian turned his attention to his own body. At that moment, he felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through him. Ordinary century-old wild ginseng is already a premier tonic, fetching prices in the millions. How much more potent, then, with the infusion of mysterious cosmic energy standing within his abode. He attempted a few leaps. To his astonishment, with just a modicum of effort, he soared beyond the height of 2 stories. Fortunately, not only had his strength been amplified, but his overall physical condition had also seen significant enhancement. With a resounding thud, his head collided forcefully with the ceiling before he tumbled to the ground. Rubbing his slightly numb scalp, he mused, "Did I truly accomplish that? Am I now capable of challenging the Guinness World Records?" It is no exaggeration to declare that with his newfound strength, Fang Qian could, akin to the legendary Wu Song, vanquish a ferocious tiger with just 3 punches. Eager to test his limits, he dashed into his gym, clenched his fists, and unleashed a powerful strike upon the punching bag nestled in the corner. With a thunderous crack, the bag burst into fragmented pieces, a pitiful sight indeed. His strength was astonishing. Was this the second ability of the mythical ginseng, a physical prowess exceeding human limits tenfold? Truly, its reputation precedes it. Subsequently, Fang Qian utilized the various equipment in the gym to evaluate his comprehensive capabilities. In terms of speed, endurance, reaction time, auditory perception, and visual acuity, he had transcended the human threshold by tenfold. It is no hyperbole to assert that should he engage in combat with ordinary individuals outside, he could effortlessly annihilate them unarmed. The disparity was indeed staggering. Having completed the assessment of his second ability, he grew increasingly eager to explore the first, the mastery of life. Fang Qian closed his eyes in silent concentration. In the next moment, he perceived a warm current flowing through the meridians within his body, a manifestation of vital life force. He initially directed this energy to converge upon his shoulders and cervical spine. Having endured a prolonged period of intense study and subsequently a rigorous work schedule, he had long been aware of discomfort in these areas. Yet, at this moment, he could distinctly feel the life force lingering at the damaged sites, swiftly working its miraculous restoration, effectively remedying the lingering issues in his shoulders and neck. In merely a fleeting moment, Fang Qian exhaled a plume of white mist, stretching his neck and shoulders, utterly astonished to find himself devoid of any discomfort. Subsequently, he retrieved a mirror and summoned the vitality within him. Before his eyes, the reflection began to undergo subtle transformations. Maturity gradually faded, replaced by a hint of youthful exuberance. This unexpected change lent Fang Qian an alluring charm. Upon ceasing the use of this remarkable ability, he gazed into the mirror at his strikingly handsome visage, feeling an immense satisfaction. Returning to the age of 18 is truly delightful. This aspiration, it seems, is astonishingly easy for me to achieve. Were this power to fall into the hands of any woman, it would surely drive her to madness. To further explore the extraordinary nature of this ability, Fang Qian casually picked up an art knife from the table and made a deliberate incision on the back of his hand. It must be noted that Fang Qian was rather ruthless with his action. The gash measured approximately 10 centimeters in length, blood oozing profusely as if severing a vein. Ignoring the pain, Fang Qian immediately began to channel his inner vitality to envelop the wound. Remarkably, the scar began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. With a physique already 10 times beyond the limits of an ordinary person, coupled with the nourishment of his vitality, it could be said that, at least under the current circumstances, few could hope to engage him in close combat. Elated, Fang Qian danced joyfully around the room, while the long-slumbering little iron wall slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 131. Dear daughter, come quickly upon awakening. Little iron wall evidently had yet to fully acclimatize. Overnight, its form had burgeoned to the size of an adult dog, even more robust than the average border collie, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length. Its physique was muscular and imposing. After countless tumbles and recoveries, this initial discomfort began to fade. Little iron wall sat on the ground, gazing at its powerful body and paws, bewildered and uncertain of the transformation it had undergone. Nearby, Fang Qian erupted into hearty laughter, crouching beside the little border collie, playfully tugging at its ear. How do you like my ginseng? You've certainly gained some strength now. No more free meals for you. You'll have to assist me in my endeavors and confront adversaries. Is that acceptable? With a hint of confusion, Iron Wall lifted its head. Upon hearing Fang Qian's words, its expression transformed into one of fierce determination, nodding vigorously in agreement. It then opened its mouth wide, barking several times, the sound no longer innocent but rather authoritative, startling Fang Qian, who was squatting beside it. Can you actually comprehend my words? Fang Qian exclaimed, to which the little border collie nodded again, its eyes brimming with pride. Excellent, excellent. Fang Qian could not resist reaching out a large hand to ruffle Iron Wall's head. I was considering having Lin Dashan train you, but now it seems unnecessary. After all, you can understand me perfectly well. Truly, you are worthy of being called a century-old ginseng after the mythic era. Your capabilities are remarkable, Fang Qian mused, reflecting on how his little border collie had transformed into such a fierce and perceptive companion, effectively addressing a personal shortcoming. Every individual harbors vulnerabilities, and Fang Qian was no exception. He contemplated, even if I am powerful, there are times when I am susceptible to injury or slumber. With Iron Wall by my side to safeguard and remain vigilant, my sense of security has undoubtedly increased. This choice of mythic transformation has proven to be a tremendous boon. Previously, Fang Qian had contemplated the notion that with an absolutely secure sanctuary and ample sustenance, merely enduring a fleeting 100 years would never suffice for him. Ideally, he yearned for immortality, a legacy that endures through the ages. Yet, while mythic artifacts are formidable, they ultimately remain external possessions. When he initially adopted the little border collie, he had entertained the thought of directly utilizing the mythic hand to transform it into a mythic dog, but he had yet to act upon this idea. Now, it appeared unnecessary. He could select extraordinary foods or medicines to craft mythic artifacts instead. Upon consuming these items, his own physical condition would also improve. This approach bore additional merit. Although the mythic hand wielded immense power, he could not foresee the abilities he might acquire post-transformation. What if he were to become a hideous creature with 3 heads and 6 arms? That would be most unseemly. By initially applying this to other medicines and foods, he could mentally prepare himself. Fang Qian felt a swell of satisfaction within. Given his current state, he believed he could easily exit this room, confident that no one could harm him. In terms of firearms, he was protected by a mythic bulletproof vest, and in close combat, he possessed a combat prowess 10 times that of human limits. What then remained to fear? Fang Qian habitually rubbed the soft ears of his little border collie, Tai Bai, and said, "Good friend, you must have been bored for quite some time. Haven't you? Prepare yourself well. Soon I shall take you for a stroll." Just as Fang Qian was contemplating stepping outside to experience the frigid, snowy landscape, the sudden ring of a phone interrupted him. He turned to see 3 or 4 mobile phones resting on the coffee table in the living room, all belonging to Tang Ma and Tang Erwin from their last visit. The one currently ringing was Tang Ma's. A faint smile graced Fang Qian's lips. "I thought you might have forgotten your mother. It seems you couldn't wait after all." Estimating the time, he surmised that if the security team had executed their plan successfully, they should have already returned Tang Ma and Tang Erwin to Tang Jiaro by now. The prolonged silence suggested that the woman was, indeed, growing anxious. Fang Qian had anticipated this. He swiftly opened a voice-changing application on his phone, which he had acquired from a homeowner in their group. It would enable him to disguise his voice as Tang Ma's to deceive Tang Jiaro. Clearing his throat, he pressed the answer button. Tang Jiaro's anxious voice immediately came through the line. "Mom, where are you now? Why haven't you returned? Did you see the people we sent to pick you up?" Fang Qian mimicked Tang Ma's tone. "Oh, my dear daughter, the individuals you dispatched are utterly useless. They are not nearly as formidable as you claimed. I am still in the Lingyun community building and have yet to step outside." Tang Jiaro gasped in disbelief. "What? You're still there? How is that possible? These are elite members of the Ma family, well-trained and equipped with a full array of weapons. How could they possibly be unable to handle a few ordinary people? You're not deceiving me, are you? Fang Qian erupted in anger. How dare you question your mother? Have you forgotten who raised you? Why would I lie to you? The weaponry these people possess is far too conspicuous, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Besides those in this building, there's a group from the adjacent block calling themselves the Holy Mother Church, desperately attempting to seize these firearms. They've been clashing for several days, and the Ma family's security personnel have suffered heavy casualties, making it impossible for them to escort me away. Perhaps you should send more reinforcements. Previously, through the intercom channel from the Ma family, he had gleaned some information. The opposing side boasted no less than 200 to 300 elite security personnel akin to Zhao Dahua. If they were to attack in waves, he wasn't certain he could withstand them. The optimal strategy was to eliminate them one by one, luring them individually and then systematically vanquishing them, leaving Tang Jiaro and Ma Deshao as mere figureheads. Furthermore, by mentioning the neighboring Holy Mother Church, he aimed to incite conflict between these two factions. After all, neither was virtuous. It would be best if they inflicted mutual destruction. He could then emerge to reap the rewards, a far more effortless endeavor. As anticipated, upon hearing the news, Tang Jiaro was seething with rage, her teeth chattering in fury. These wretched commoners, unable to procure food and weapons for themselves, resorting to thievery from others, what utter scoundrels. Those born of lowly status should simply await their demise without further ado. Why entertain such thoughts? She shifted her tone, inquiring, "Is Fang Qian still alive?" I had commanded those individuals to ensure his demise. On the other end of the line, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Fang Qian's eyes. What a vile woman. A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Your lack of loyalty is one thing, but to aspire to take my life is another. It seems that this woman played no small role in my demise in the previous life. Fang Qian, adopting Tang Ma's voice, replied, "Oh." Fang Qian is alive and well. His security door and walls have been reinforced, rendering them virtually impenetrable. The individuals you dispatched lack the necessary demolition tools. Should you send more people next time, ensure they are equipped with formidable firearms. I assure you, these mere handguns will prove ineffective. Furthermore, our food supplies are dwindling. The likes of Zhao Dahu and his men are battling on empty stomachs, and I have been hungry for several days. I fear we cannot endure much longer. Dear daughter, you must expedite the arrival of reinforcements. A cascade of disheartening news flowed through the phone, nearly bringing Tang Jiaro to tears. She had believed that dispatching such an elite force would effortlessly rescue her mother and brother while eliminating Fang Qian. Yet, nothing had been accomplished. How infuriating that Fang Qian, like a tortoise, had fortified his abode so securely. He even pilfered from the Ma family's warehouse. Did this scoundrel anticipate the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse? Truly despicable. With such a stockpile of provisions, he refuses to extend a helping hand. Selfish and miserly. May he meet a grim fate. Mother, fear not. I will promptly speak with young Master Ma and request that he send a more capable contingent. Instruct Zhao Dahu and his men to hold out. I shall certainly rescue you all. When the time comes, I will drag Fang Qian from his lair and deliver him into your hands, so you may enact your vengeance and alleviate your grievances. On the other end, Fang Qian could hardly contain his laughter. Excellent, excellent. Do remember to come swiftly. Your mother can hardly endure much longer, and do ensure to bring formidable weaponry and ample food. Hurry. Rest assured, Mother, I understand. After the call ended, the room erupted in peals of hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Tai Bai, the advancements in technology are truly remarkable. The voice changer is indistinguishable from reality, leaving that little minx utterly bewildered. After his transformation, Tai Bai's intelligence had developed to nearly match that of an ordinary person. Upon hearing Fang Qian's words, a playful smile graced his face as he cheered alongside. Fang Qian sat on the sofa, stroking Tai Bai's head while murmuring to himself, although we are formidable now, we must remain vigilant. Such prominent families cannot possibly be completely obliterated by this catastrophe. Indeed, in the absence of legal constraints, they may emerge even more formidable than before the apocalypse. Moreover, this world is vast, and who can say whether there are secrets yet to be uncovered? With the existence of superpowers being entirely plausible, we must proceed with caution and take our time. Conveniently, the nearby Church of Our Lady also presents a challenge. Let us allow them to engage in their own internecine conflicts while we observe their strength from the sidelines. Chapter 132. The Barrett Sniper Rifle. One cannot fault Fang Qian for his excessive caution, after all. He has experienced death once and is acutely aware of the preciousness and fragility of life. He is now unwilling to trust anyone, prioritizing his own safety above all else. This mindset stems from the tribulations he endured in his previous life. Fang Qian does not wish to entrust his existence to the chance of rebirth. Moreover, he has never considered himself particularly fortunate. Given that he possesses the extraordinary ability of the mythical hand, it is conceivable that others may have also received this apocalyptic gift. There may even be individuals whose strength surpasses his own. Thus, exercising a modicum of caution is always prudent. The power of the mythical hand is immensely potent, yet it requires considerable time to accumulate. Every several days, a new mythical artifact may be born. As long as he survives long enough, he is certain to ascend to the pinnacle of this world and become a true deity. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel, Tang Jiaro emerged from the restroom. Pulling up her trousers and putting down her phone, her face flushed with indignation. Recalling the unfortunate news reported by her mother, she felt as though misfortune followed her relentlessly. Just as her frustration reached a peak, the voice of Ma Daxiao broke through the silence. Xiao, why have you been in the restroom for so long? I'm nearly at my wit's end waiting. Tang Jiaro shot a fierce glare towards the door, muttering under her breath, at your wit's end? That thing of yours has never been up to the task. Although she was captivated by the formidable power behind Ma Daxiao, her affection for him was utterly non-existent. Not only was he unattractive, but his prowess in certain areas left much to be desired. The most disheartening part was having to feign admiration after their encounters. Uttering phrases like, Brother Ma, you're truly impressive. The thought alone made her feel nauseous. Yet, there was no alternative if she wished to marry into a wealthy family. She had to endure such indignities. She reached for the perfume beside the toilet and spritzed it on herself to mask any unpleasant odors. After a quick touch-up in the mirror, she donned a gentle, alluring smile and stepped outside. Recently, the security forces had been scouring for supplies and had raided a gas station, acquiring a substantial amount of gasoline. This resource could be utilized for electricity, providing warmth to the hotel. Naturally, it was impossible to cater to the entire building. Only the floor where Ma Daxiao resided was graced with heating. Such a luxury was already invaluable. With these conditions, Tang Jiaro could adorn herself in more seductive attire, showcasing her slender waist. The moment she emerged from the restroom, she captivated Ma Daxiao, who lay on the bed, utterly entranced. Tang Jiaro embodied a blend of innocence and allure, precisely the type he favored. His lecherous gaze swept over her figure, and he soon noticed the glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes. Instantly, a pang of sympathy struck him. Oh, my darling, what troubles you? Who has wronged you? Tang Jiaro immediately adopted a demeanor of fragility and grievance, leaping into Ma Daxiao's embrace. With a quivering voice, she implored, Brother Ma, you must stand up for me. The security personnel you dispatched were utterly incapable of rescuing my mother and younger brother. Instead, the weaponry they bore aroused the covetousness of the local ruffians. Presently, an organization known as the Holy Mother Church is besieging those security guards, who have suffered grievous losses. I recently called my mother, and their situation is dire. They are not only caught in a pincer, but also lacking in provisions. Upon hearing this, the young Master Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. His subordinates, all armed and well-equipped, should have easily dealt with ordinary civilians in this apocalyptic scenario. Previously, they had pillaged all gathering spots within a radius of several hundred meters without encountering any resistance. It was unexpected that this team of 20 could not even retrieve a single person. Are the residents of this community truly so formidable? Watching the woman he cherished weep filled young Master Ma with anguish. He had boasted in her presence, and now, having failed to deliver, was it not a slap in the face? As a scion of wealth, nothing is more intolerable than a loss of face. He gently patted Tang Jiaro's back, offering comfort. Darling, do not cry. Those worthless fools must have grown too complacent, neglecting their training. They cannot even handle a group of ordinary people. Fear not. I shall send more men. If 20 cannot suffice, I will dispatch 50 this time. Let us see just how formidable those ruffians in Lingyun community truly are. And as for the Holy Mother Church, it is nothing but nonsense. 50 men, a number that doubles the previous contingent. Tang Jiaro was elated, nuzzling her small head against young Master Ma's chest, stirring a sense of desire within him. Thank you, Brother Ma. I knew you were the best, she exclaimed. By the way, regarding Fang Qian, I have confirmed it. Brother Ma, your warehouse must have been pilfered by that scoundrel. It seems he anticipated the apocalypse, even going so far as to install a new security door and reinforce the walls. I heard that Zhao Dahu and the others couldn't breach that door after they arrived. Now my mother and the others are short on supplies, and that detestable Fang Qian is unwilling to open the door to assist. It is absolutely outrageous, selfish and malicious. When you send men over this time, make sure they bring heavy weaponry capable of breaching doors. Otherwise, we may find ourselves at an impasse. Upon hearing this, he was filled with fury, and in a fit of rage, he pinched Tang Jiaro's rear end vigorously. She winced in pain. Young Master Ma cursed vehemently. That wretched little brat dares to rob right under my nose. No one in this world has the audacity to provoke the Ma family. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Within a minute, a heavily armed special security personnel entered the room. Young Master Ma, reclining with the woman against the bed, lit a cigar and said, "Go fetch the formidable weapon I entrusted to you. Let us show little Rose something extraordinary." The burly man, without hesitation, turned and swiftly returned with a large case. Tang Jiaro watched with keen curiosity, stretching her neck to get a glimpse. Before them lay a robust man who unveiled a box, revealing a formidable Barrett sniper rifle within. Although Tang Jiaro possessed scant knowledge of firearms, she was undeniably awed by the rifle's rugged aesthetics. Its lengthy, stout barrel seemed capable of firing not mere bullets, but miniature cannonballs. Ma Dashao, brimming with pride, gestured towards the imposing figure and proclaimed, "This is Luo Sanpao, a top-notch mercenary I meticulously selected from abroad. He excels in wielding large-caliber sniper rifles. This Barrett sniper rifle is immensely powerful. A single bullet can pierce through an armored vehicle. Even if that fellow hides within a building, it would be futile. A shot from this weapon would obliterate both door and man." Tang Jiaro, exhilarated, thought to herself that with such an instrument, there was no reason to fear the obstinate adversary. She excitedly wrapped her arms around Ma Dashao's, rubbing against her chest while sweetly exclaiming, "Brother Ma, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage to procure such an extraordinary weapon?" Ma Dashao, even more elated, commanded Luo Sanpao, "Gather 50 brothers and prepare. Tomorrow, I shall assign you an external mission." Luo Sanpao nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "No problem, boss. I will arrange it immediately." As she observed Luo Sanpao's retreating figure, a sinister glimmer flickered in Tang Jiaro's eyes. She cursed inwardly, "Damn Fang Qian, selfish and malevolent. He clearly knew the impending apocalypse but chose to keep it from me, focusing solely on constructing his own safe haven and hoarding supplies. This is a blatant display of his indifference towards me. If you do not love me, then perish." Ma Dashao languidly licked Tang Jiaro's earlobe, leeringly stating, "My darling, I have gone to great lengths for your sake, mobilizing so many people. You must repay me suitably." Tang Jiaro feigned shyness, pressing her entire body against Ma Dashao. "Oh, Brother Ma, I am entirely yours. My heart belongs to you. How else could I repay you?" After a moment, she expressed her concern, "Brother Ma, what if Luo Sanpao cannot deal with Fang Qian this time?" Ma Dashao erupted in laughter. "That is utterly impossible. With the Barrett sniper rifle in hand, even if that lad hides behind a security door, I can assure you he will be reduced to mere shreds. Moreover, I have over 100 skilled men at my disposal. We can deploy them all if necessary. Additionally, my father has sent reinforcements from the capital. And I hear there are 2 genetically modified warriors among them, high-tech marvels akin to superhumans. There is no way that rustic fellow can turn the tide." Hearing of Ma Dashao's multitude of aces up his sleeve, Tang Jiaro was filled with excitement. The Barrett sniper rifle was something she had only heard of on television, never having seen one in person. The existence of genetically modified warriors, beings of legend, was simply astounding. She silently rejoiced in her choice, realizing that aligning with Ma Dashao indeed promised a bright future. Had I followed that selfish scoundrel Fang Qian, I would likely be living a life far inferior to my current existence, perhaps just a fraction of its worth. Chapter 133. The Frozen Arm Experiment. Fang Qian was enthusiastically experimenting with his enhanced superbody. The phone call from Tang Jiaro had merely been a minor interlude for him. While revenge was indeed a significant objective in his rebirth, an even more crucial aim was to continually strengthen himself and truly seize control of his destiny, ensuring that the tragedies of his past life would never repeat. At that moment, a new message arrived on his phone, a video uploaded to the group chat. Zhang Peng had tagged Fang Qian, stating, "Mr. Fang Qian, here's today's entertainment project to amuse you." Fang Qian opened the video, and the protagonist was none other than Tang Erwin. At this moment, Tang Erwin was bound, one hand dangling outside the window, exposed to the howling cold wind. Zhang Peng, standing nearby, gleefully narrated, "Mr. Fang Qian, what you are about to witness is the remarkable transformation of a human body exposed to a frigid storm overnight." With that, he waved his hand gently. 2 assistants pulled Tang Erwin back from the window, bringing the frozen hand back indoors. The surface of that hand was covered in a thick layer of white frost, emanating an oppressive chill. Upon seeing his own hand, Tang Erwin, who had previously appeared dazed and numb, erupted into a fit of tears. "Ah, my hand. My hand. I can't feel anything." As the camera zoomed in, Fang Qian could clearly discern the condition of Tang Erwin's arm. Despite his frantic cries, he was utterly unable to break free. Zhang Ping, wearing an expression of delight, exclaimed, "You truly cannot feel anything? Since you feel no pain, I shall not hold back. What are you going to do? Please, stop tormenting me. Just let me go." Tang Erwin pleaded desperately. Zhang Peng and the other onlookers behind him wore sinister smiles. Tang Erwin's arm was completely numb, but while there was no physical pain, the psychological torment was unbearable. Tang Erwin was so frightened that he screamed uncontrollably, eventually fainting. The scene was utterly tragic. Aside from Tang Erwin, there were also Tang Ma and Dong Xiaomei, both in dire straits. Tang Ma was covered in bruises, her face swollen, emaciated to the point of resembling a skeleton. On the other side, Dong Xiaomei had lost her former beauty. Her hair had been violently torn out, and the artificial enhancements she had painstakingly crafted were utterly destroyed, leaving her looking monstrous. In recent days, their suffering had been akin to the tortures of the underworld. At this moment, as they watched Tang Erwin endure such agony, neither dared to speak. They curled up in the corner, trembling with fear, constantly praying that such torment would not befall them. Zhang Peng, observing the unconscious owner of the arm, felt a twinge of boredom. Setting aside the hammer, he turned to face the camera, bowed slightly, and remarked, "Mr. Fang Qian, this is today's entertainment offering. I hope it meets your expectations." The scene abruptly ceased. Throughout, Fang Qian maintained a stoic expression, gazing intently at the footage. This was not the first time he had received such a video. In fact, for several days now, the group had been uploading daily clips showcasing the torment of Tang Erwin, Tang Ma, and Dong Xiaomei, each day presenting a different form of cruelty, all in an attempt to curry favor with Fang Qian. Observing these individuals he loathed now reduced to a state worse than death brought him a sense of satisfaction. He casually responded in the group chat, "Well done, but be careful not to actually kill them. I've left 5 kilograms of potatoes at my door. Feel free to collect them." In another room, Zhang Peng and his companions had discarded the battered Tang Erwin and Tang Ma in a corner, their full attention fixated on the group messages. A small faction of 20, led by Zhang Peng, had formed in this space. Over the past few days, they had been devising various strategies to torment the 3 individuals, thereby securing a considerable amount of food. Whether they could satiate their hunger today hinged entirely on Mr. Fang Qian's mood. Upon reading Fang Qian's reply, they leapt up in excitement, inundating the chat with messages. "Long live Mr. Fang Qian. We are grateful for your generosity. We will take good care of the 3 of them. Is there any specific performance you wish to see? We will arrange it immediately." After flooding the chat with responses, a young owner beside Zhang Ping gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Zhang Ping, your mind is truly sharp. Every time you propose creative video ideas, we obtain more food. From now on, we shall follow your lead." Zhang Ping chuckled heartily. "Well said. However, before we collect the food, we must promptly tend to our 3 meal tickets and ensure we don't actually endanger their lives." Zhang Peng sauntered toward the corner. At that moment, Tang Erwin lay unconscious, while Tang Ma and Dong Xiaomei, both conscious, recoiled in terror at the sight of Zhang Peng, desperately trying to shrink into the corner. If they could burrow underground, they would surely wish to bury themselves deep beneath the earth. Tang Ma pleaded tearfully, "Brother Zhang Peng, I implore you, spare us from further torment. My frail body can no longer endure this." Dong Xiaomei, equally distraught, sobbed, if not, could you perhaps grant us a swift end? Death would be better than this existence." Zhang Ping erupted into laughter, squatting down to gently pat Tang Ma and Dong Xiaomei's faces. His tone chillingly calm. "How could I ever bring myself to kill you? You are my long-term meal tickets, my source of sustenance. I am here to tend to your wounds. How about expressing gratitude?" As Tang Ma and Dong Xiaomei watched Zhang Peng apply healing ointment to Tang Erwin's severed arm, their hearts sank. Initially, they perceived the healing as a form of mercy, only to later realize that it was, in fact, the greatest torment of all. If the wounds are left untreated, perhaps in 2 or 3 days, death would come, sparing them further torment. Yet, ironically, after the wounds are tended to, they find themselves unable to die even if they wish to. They can only watch as their old injuries remain unhealed, while new ones are inflicted. Tang Ma and Dong Xiaomei feel as though their spirits are perpetually on the brink of collapse. Zhang Peng was about to ascend the stairs with his companions to fetch potatoes when Fang Qian sent a message in the group. After the extreme cold storm subsides, all residents are to gather on the adjacent rooftop. I have new matters to announce. Upon seeing the message, Zhang Peng and the others were filled with excitement. A new mission awaits. Zhang Peng laughed heartily, addressing the residents behind him. "Brothers, opportunity has arrived. Last time, we missed our chance and let Lin Yin and Li Taizhu get ahead and enjoy hot pot. This time, let us work diligently together, and the first-class credit will surely be ours." "No problem, Brother Zhang. This time we will follow your lead. Why should Lin Yin and Li Taizhu enjoy hot pot? I believe you possess far greater abilities than they do, Brother Zhang." Besides Zhang Peng, the other residents in the group also saw the message and were filled with immense excitement. In recent days, they had been grappling with the scarcity of supplies, relying solely on their efforts to search the snowy landscapes, often going hungry for 2 meals a day. The belief that sustained their will to survive was the memory of a steaming bowl of instant noodles they had savored not long ago. During the last mission to confront the special security personnel, everyone in the community had been allotted a steaming bowl of instant noodles. Naturally, this new mission garnered the unwavering support and anticipation of all. Lin Dashan, Lin Yan, and Li Taizhu, as those who had already distinguished themselves among the residents, were particularly eager. Compared to others, they had received more sustenance, were in better health, and enjoyed a certain level of prestige. They inherently held advantages and were undoubtedly prepared to make a significant impression in the upcoming mission. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Qian had transcended into a divine figure within the entire building. A mere utterance from him in the group chat was enough to alter the dynamics of the whole establishment. Chapter 134. Recommending two individuals as undercover agents. Fang Qian casually tossed a few kilograms of potatoes outside the door, serving as a reward for Zhang Ping and his associates. Subsequently, he rummaged through his mythical backpack, retrieving various weapons and equipment previously seized, primarily a dozen sets of special operations gear belonging to Zhao Dahua and others, including cold-weather clothing, grenades, and handguns. Once he had neatly arranged these items, a triumphant smile spread across Fang Qian's face. Before the apocalypse, firearms were exceedingly rare due to stringent laws and regulations imposed by the authorities. They were classified as top-tier contraband. The best one could manage were makeshift firearms, barely sufficient for hunting birds. However, after the onset of the apocalypse, these individuals no longer concealed their weapons. Handguns, those compact instruments of destruction, became ubiquitous. And here he was, boasting such an impressive collection. He sent a message in the group chat, summoning everyone to the rooftop to discuss matters, primarily to implement the rental plan he had conceived earlier. Indeed, Fang Qian aspired to establish a vast organization to secure personal benefits and alleviate certain troubles. He recognized his own limitations in terms of strength. With numerous adversaries awaiting elimination, it was cumbersome to tackle them all single-handedly. Moreover, as he consistently showcased his superior living conditions and abundant food supplies, an increasing number of individuals began to covet what he possessed. Previously, there had been several incidents of neighbors stealing from or assaulting him within the building. Yet, upon reflection, he pondered why these individuals dared to provoke him but refrained from confronting Wang Long and his ilk. Was it not because Wang Long and his men had formidable backing? In contrast, he stood alone. This underscored the significance of possessing power. At the very least, such trivial matters need not trouble him. However, he was not inclined to support a multitude of idle individuals without due cause. After considerable contemplation, he realized that the rental model perfectly aligned with his requirements. With his enhanced physique, Fang Qian now possessed the fortitude to step forth from the snow and face anyone without the need to hide in a shelter. Thus, he planned to eradicate any hostile forces within the community, be it the Holy Mother Church or the Calamity Commerce. Both deserved annihilation. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Why should such a small community accommodate multiple factions? He envisioned a future where not only this community, but the entire world would echo with his singular voice. Armed with the mythical hand, he held such confidence. Given sufficient time to grow, conquering all would be but a trivial pursuit. As the entire building prepared for the meeting following the storm cessation, they remained oblivious to the new tasks ahead. Yet, having grown accustomed to Fang Qian's generosity, everyone harbored a singular thought. If they obeyed him diligently, rewards would surely follow. In an inconspicuous room within the building, a gaunt middle-aged man lay hidden amidst a pile of refuse. One of his hands was bandaged, a testament to a prior injury. Beside him rested a small bag of food, while the ground was littered with food wrappers. This man, Huang Hai, had been in hiding for 2 weeks. With the complete annihilation of Wang Long's remnants, he had been too frightened to confront Fang Qian directly. After everyone had perished, he swiftly escaped with the supplies and food. Due to the numerous casualties in the building, there were many vacant rooms. He casually sought refuge in a small room. Huang Hai initially believed he would only need to hide for 2 days before the Holy Mother Church would come to his rescue and take him away. However, after waiting for a considerable time, he received no word. At that moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was a voice call invitation from Bai Mingzhu, the president of the Holy Mother Church. Suppressing his anger, Huang Hai immediately answered the call and demanded, "President Bai, what is going on? You promised to come for me in 2 days, and so much time has passed. I have run out of food and water. I truly cannot wait any longer." On the other end, Bai Mingzhu's calm voice replied, "Do not panic. The plan has encountered some unforeseen changes. Fang Qian from your building possesses certain skills that I need to address before I can come to retrieve you." Upon hearing this, Huang Hai's anger intensified. "President Bai, what do you mean by this? Are you breaking your promise? You assured me that I would no longer have to contend with Fang Qian. If this is how it is, I might as well serve as Fang Qian's dog." Bai Mingju scoffed. Look at you, so pitiful. Do you think he would even consider you worthy to be his dog? Only I would lower myself to regard you, this useless wretch. Rest assured, I do not intend for you to lead. With your cowardice, I would worry you'd ruin everything. However, since you've been around for a while, you should have some insider information. Recommend me 2 individuals to act as undercover agents. You need not concern yourself with anything else. After contemplating Bai Mingju's words for a moment, Huang Hai recognized the truth in them. After all, he was once a sinner who plotted against Fang Qian. Now, seeking to ally with him seemed implausible. Joining the Holy Mother Church appeared to be his only option. Moreover, merely providing 1 or 2 names should not pose a significant problem. After reassuring himself, Huang Hai gritted his teeth and said, I will give you the names, but you must not reveal that I was the one who disclosed them. Bai Mingzu replied, do not worry, you will have no part in this. Just stay put. Huang Hai sighed in relief. All right, I will tell you. Recently, there is an individual named Zhang Ping who has been quite prominent. He has gathered nearly 20 homeowners under his wing. Through some unique methods, he has won Fang Qian's favor and secured a substantial amount of food. However, from my observations, this person is quite ambitious and likely unwilling to remain subordinate to Fang Qian. If you possess the ability, you may attempt to persuade him. In addition to Zhang Ping, there is also a fitness trainer named Li Taizhu. I have received information that he is currently envious due to his wife's matters and harbors some discontent towards Fang Qian. If you are capable, you might consider reaching out to him. I will send you their contact information shortly, regardless of whether it succeeds or fails. Let me be clear. This will be my final act, and you must arrange for someone to come for me as soon as possible. After listening, Bai Mingzhu lazily remarked, I did not expect you to be so well informed. You actually managed to find someone. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you. Besides, you have no other options at the moment, do you? Haha. After the call ended, Huang Hai felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had been hiding in this cramped restroom stall for far too long, deprived of food and water, and could no longer endure it. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Previously, he had followed Wang Long and his associates in their nefarious deeds, thereby offending nearly all the residents of the building. Moreover, on the side of Fang Qian, he had once devised schemes to inflict harm, making it impossible for him to gain their trust. Should he reveal himself, the most likely outcome would be a relentless cycle of revenge from the entire building, ultimately leading to his demise. Thus, he remained concealed, awaiting a new benefactor to rescue him. The entity he sought was the Virgin Mary Church, chosen for its proximity. It was merely 1 building away from his current location. Moreover, he had heard whispers of the church's formidable strength, having tamed hundreds of men as their subservient pawns, while amassing a considerable arsenal, which could undoubtedly facilitate his rescue. However, he was unprepared for the indifference of Bai Mingzhu from the Virgin Mary Church, who treated him with disdain, merely viewing him as a plaything. Clenching his teeth, Huang Hai muttered to himself, Zhang Ping, Li Taizhu. You 2 scoundrels better rise to the occasion and lead the residents of this building in a fierce confrontation against Fang Qian. Perhaps I might still secure some advantage. And you, the insufferable Fang Qian, with your pettiness. I merely offered a bit of counsel from behind the scenes, and you had the audacity to break my hand. I shall remember this grudge. If I ever catch a break, I shall ensure your manhood meets the same fate. Before long, the frigid storm subsided. People rushed to the rooftop, with over 100 individuals crowding the adjacent terrace to the point of congestion. The trio leading the charge comprised Lin Dashan, Lin Yan, and Li Taizhu, with Zhang Ping and others trailing behind them. Upon their arrival, they beheld an array of equipment neatly arranged atop the low wall: thermal suits, handguns, ammunition, grenades, and more. A collective gasp escaped their lips, tension mounting in the air. What was the purpose of this assembly? Was Mr. Fang Qian truly about to distribute weapons to them? Good heavens, if that were the case, he would undoubtedly be hailed as their great benefactor. If only they could acquire weapons, what was there to fear? They could easily raid the nearby buildings and secure provisions without worry. At that moment, Fang Qian sat comfortably in a rocking chair by the fire, roasting oranges while squinting his eyes in anticipation of their arrival. Chapter 135. Sociology. Dr. Fang Qian merely cast a fleeting glance and discerned that the dynamics among the individuals before him had undergone a transformation. Following the complete eradication of Wang Long and his faction, the building had experienced a period of tranquility. Yet, this was but a calm before the impending storm. Over the past few days, they had each coalesced into distinct groups. At the forefront stood Lin Dashan, Lin Yan, and Li Taizhu, representing the largest faction, boasting approximately 50 to 60 staunch followers. These individuals were undoubtedly Fang Qian's most loyal supporters. Additionally, there were 7 or 8 smaller groups, among which Zhang Peng was the most conspicuous. He and his cadre of over 20 capable subordinates had been leveraging Tang Ma and Tang Erwin to develop programs, thus procuring a substantial quantity of provisions from Fang Qian. They were currently on an upward trajectory of growth. Moreover, another faction was led by a tall, bespectacled young man named Ming Yuan. His demeanor bore a scholarly air, yet his narrow, shrewd eyes betrayed a considerable cunning. Recently, he had been utilizing his extensive knowledge to frequently deliver speeches within the group, encouraging the survivors and devising strategies, thereby garnering a significant following of individuals who placed their trust in him. However, Fang Qian harbored little affection for either of these individuals. Zhang Ping had joined Wang Long's organization during the latter part of the previous timeline, committing numerous misdeeds. As for Ming Yuan, Fang Qian only knew of his penchant for vacuous discussions and dispensing dubious motivational platitudes. In the previous timeline, when Fang Qian suffered a leg injury, he had urged him to adopt a more lenient perspective, suggesting that sacrificing a leg for the sustenance of others was a noble act that would grant him a place in paradise after death. To Fang Qian, he was merely a source of amusement. Once the majority had assembled, he casually picked up a document from a nearby coffee table and tossed it lightly. The folder soared onto the adjacent rooftop. Lin Dashan, the leader, swiftly retrieved it and gazed at the words emblazoned upon it. Mercenary Brigade Leasing Plan. He was utterly baffled, unable to fathom its significance. Those nearby, including Li Taiju and Lin Yan, leaned in to observe, while those at a distance could only fidget with impatience, yearning for the next opportunity to peruse the document. As the pages were flipped, Lin Dashan and his companions quickly grasped Fang Qian's intent. He could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Fang Qian, you are indeed willing to lease us these weapons? This is exceedingly precious." In Lin Dashan's eyes, amidst the apocalypse, weaponry was undoubtedly paramount. With such armaments, they would possess the audacity to venture further afield in search of resources, and perhaps even threaten Fang Qian's security and status. Reflecting upon himself, he knew he would never have the fortitude to relinquish such valuable assets. Beside him, Lin Yan was equally astonished by Fang Qian's proposal. Admittedly, the plan carried considerable risks and was far from complete. However, if successfully executed, with merely these weapons in the initial capital at Fang Qian's disposal, he could amass an ever-growing supply of food and arms, akin to a snowball gaining momentum, thus expanding his influence. Li Taiju, a rough man, lacked the acumen to grasp this. He could only watch as his wife cast yet another admiring glance towards Fang Qian, a surge of jealousy swelling within him. Lin Dashan and Lin Yan had long abandoned their chaotic thoughts, opting instead to serve Fang Qian diligently to secure their daily bread, thus voicing no opposition. However, as the documents circulated, others expressed their grievances. Given that this was a rental scheme, it was certainly not without cost. In this apocalyptic world, the significance of weaponry was universally acknowledged. The daily rental fee for these handguns must be considerable, not to mention the expenses incurred from ammunition usage. Ordinary people like them could scarcely afford a meal, let alone this rental fee. Although the specific point exchange rate had yet to be released, Fang Qian had already indicated approximate prices in the document. Renting a handgun for a day required 10 points, with bullets costing 1 point each. In contrast, a package of instant noodles was priced at 1 point. This meant that to offset the rental cost of a handgun and a magazine, one would need to return with at least a box of instant noodles. Only excess provisions could be considered personal gain. This was merely for one handgun and one magazine. The expenses would escalate significantly for accompanying bulletproof gear or grenades. It was akin to usury. After reviewing the plan, Zhang Ping's expression fluctuated, and he chose not to elaborate further. Ming Yuan beside him wore a similarly grim visage. With the leaders remaining silent, the ordinary populace could no longer contain their discontent. Engaging in fervent discussions, good heavens, this is outrageous. According to this price list, even if we manage to rent a handgun and bullets, we may not be able to afford the rental fees. If luck is not on our side, we could end up owing points at the end of the day. Indeed, a package of instant noodles is worth only 1 point. I believe 10 points would be more appropriate. A package of instant noodles can indeed satiate hunger. I haven't even caught a whiff of it in days. This is utterly exploitative. If that's the case, I'd rather do without. Alas, it's easy for you to say do without, but how do we survive? Nearly 2 months have passed since the apocalypse began, and we've scavenged much of the nearby food. To gather more, we must venture further afield. Without weapons, who dares to go? Just the other day, I chanced upon some frozen cabbages outside, hoping for a feast. But who would have thought I would encounter a gang from Building 18? They, emboldened by their numbers, seized the cabbages and gave me a beating. Had I possessed a gun then, I would have taken them down and dragged their bodies back for smoked meat. Fang Qian listened to their dissent without a word. because he understood that these individuals were merely insignificant figures, daring only to murmur a few words in private. They could not stand in the limelight. The acceptance of this plan depended on the opinions of the leading individuals. Currently, Lin Dashan, Lin Yan, and Li Taiju appeared to have no objections. However, Ming Yuan, a distinguished doctoral graduate from a prestigious university, stepped forward with determination. Clutching a folder in one hand and adjusting his heavy black-rimmed glasses with the other, he wore an expression of confidence. Addressing Fang Qian, Ming Yuan placed a hand on his chest, slightly bowed, and politely began. Mr. Fang Qian, allow me to introduce myself. I graduated from the esteemed Shanjing University and hold a doctorate in sociology. My name is Ming Yuan. I have thoroughly reviewed your plan and believe that you have deviated from the correct trajectory of social development. If this continues, it could lead to significant errors. Fang Qian, retrieving a roasted orange from beside the fire, halved it, allowing its sweet aroma to waft through the air. Ming Yuan could not suppress a gulp, his eyes glimmering with desire, yet he maintained the composure befitting a scholar. While savoring the orange, Fang Qian cheerfully inquired, "You claim that I have strayed from the rightful path of social development? How fascinating. Please, enlighten me on how I have deviated." Ming Yuan adjusted his glasses once more, narrowed his eyes, and began to articulate his thoughts. "It is quite simple, Mr. Fang Qian. I trust you are familiar with the historical progression of human society. From the initial slave system, through the feudal monarchy, to the present-day socialism and capitalism. There exists a clear trend of increasing respect for human rights and the principle of equality. This is a crucial element in maintaining long-term stability within a society. The mercenary leasing plan you have devised bears a resemblance to the most primitive forms of slavery. It constitutes a violation and oppression of our human rights. In the short term, Mr. Fang Qian may reap certain benefits, but this approach is evidently detrimental to the long-term development of our collective. Over time, it could even give rise to more severe repercussions. By the time one wishes to amend such missteps, it may be too late." After delivering this discourse, he surveyed the room with a sense of pride. The surrounding stakeholders gazed at him with admiration. Although university graduates were plentiful in this society, truly gifted individuals remained a rarity. His remarks undoubtedly showcased a high level of discourse. When he noticed Fang Qian's silence, his confidence swelled further. "Ah, I see you are not as formidable as you appear. You too have been momentarily astonished by my words. My ability to rally a group of 30 to 40 individuals is solely attributed to my eloquence. Come, seek my counsel." Chapter 136, Depart if you won't contribute. "You incompetent fools." Fang Qian nonchalantly peeled an orange, never once casting a glance at Ming Yuan, casually inquiring, "What do you suggest I should do?" As the moment to showcase his abilities approached, Ming Yuan cleared his throat, adjusted his posture, and spoke with his hands behind his back. "Mr. Fang Qian, I understand your desire to become the leader of our team. However, to ascend to a managerial role, one must first learn to treat subordinates with kindness. Your demeanor will dictate our team's efficiency and potential for growth. I believe you should first embrace compassion, tolerance, and unity. Only then can team members contribute wholeheartedly without reservations. Our ancestors wisely stated, 'He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world.' Mr. Fang, do you concur with my sentiments?" Upon the conclusion of his remarks, a wave of applause erupted from the gathered homeowners. "Bravo! Well said. Truly a visionary, as expected from a prestigious university graduate. As neighbors in the same building, we should unite and strive together, rather than impose internal oppression." With such overwhelming support, Ming Yuan stood taller, embodying the role of a leader, a champion of the people's will. In contrast, Fang Qian appeared as a tyrant, a quintessential villain. At that moment, Fang Qian had finished his orange and reached for a napkin to wipe his fingers, coldly retorting, "I find your lofty platitudes perplexing and unappealing. Perhaps you could offer some practical advice on what I should do." Ming Yuan, brimming with self-satisfaction, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. "I anticipated you would seek my counsel. Ah, you have indeed fallen under my influence," he proclaimed with gusto. "It's quite simple, Mr. Fang Qian. Your leasing plan must be abolished. It is nothing short of oppression and should not be imposed upon allies. If you wish for US to serve you, you must first regard us as equals. The first step is to provide daily sustenance for everyone, ensuring their basic living needs are met. The second step is to distribute weapons, guaranteeing our safety. Should you accomplish these two tasks, I am certain everyone would be immensely grateful and willing to stand by you through thick and thin." As he finished speaking, Zhang Peng, standing nearby, was left in a daze, inwardly lamenting, "Brother, your ambitions are astonishingly lofty. Are you not afraid of your own downfall?" Although Zhang Peng harbored some discontent regarding the leasing terms, he merely sought a reduction in rent and had never dared to envision acquiring supplies and weapons for free. Meanwhile, Lin Dashan, Lin Yan, And Li Taiju regarded Ming Yuan with incredulity, reflecting, truly, a young bull is unafraid of tigers. Ah. Today's youth believe that a bit of knowledge can conquer the world, oblivious to the realities of our era. However, aside from a few individuals, the majority of the homeowners present were stirred into a fervor after hearing Ming Yuan's remarks, enthusiastically waving their arms and cheering. Well said, Dr. Ming Yuan. Truly worthy of your high education. Such insight and eloquence are unmatched by ordinary individuals. I find Dr. Ming Yuan's points to be quite reasonable. If Mr. Fang Qian could act accordingly, he would indeed be our rebirth parents, allowing us to do anything. Indeed, if we are to engage in battle, we must first fill our bellies to muster the strength. Even in ancient times, soldiers were provided with military pay, how much more so in the present? Mr. Fang Qian, please seriously consider Dr. Ming Yuan's suggestion. It is for your own good. After wiping his hands clean, Fang Qian revealed a peculiar smile as he gazed at Ming Yuan. With just a glance, the previously somewhat smug Ming Yuan was abruptly drawn back to reality, instinctively taking a step back. Yet, upon hearing the cheers from behind, Ming Yuan feigned composure. Remaining still in his place, Fang Qian rose from his seat, step by step approaching the edge of the rooftop, and with a gentle leap, he effortlessly vaulted over the more than half-meter-high low wall, standing before all the homeowners. This action startled the onlookers. After all, since the onset of the apocalypse, Fang Qian had seemingly never left his residence. This was his first foray outside. Moreover, that low wall was over half a meter high, and he had cleared it with such ease. Was this fellow an athlete in his past life? Fang Qian casually retrieved a handgun from nearby. Chambering around as he advanced toward Ming Yuan, grinning as he said, "You expect me to provide food for free and arm you without charge? Who do you think you are? You are not worthy." As soon as he finished speaking, the cold muzzle of the gun pressed against Ming Yuan's forehead, the icy metal sensation instantly paralyzing him. In that moment, he truly felt the threat of death. Nevertheless, he concealed the trembling of his legs, standing erect and motionless. Fang Qian chuckled. "Aren't you afraid?" "I am not afraid," Ming Yuan replied. "Why aren't you afraid?" "Not afraid is simply not afraid. Behind me stands the collective will of the entire building. The strength of the people supports me, hence I fear nothing." Ming Yuan straightened his posture. Yet the hands behind his back trembled so violently that he could barely hold onto the documents. To claim he was unafraid was, of course, impossible. He was merely a doctoral student from a modern university, not a battle-hardened soldier. How could he not fear a gun, not fear death? Nonetheless, he exerted every effort to maintain his composure, for he was gambling on his belief that Fang Qian would never dare to kill him. He represented public opinion. To take his life would mean irrevocably severing ties with all the residents of the building. Even in ancient times, an emperor would not risk executing a loyal minister against the will of all his advisors. Ming Yuan speculated that Fang Qian merely intended to intimidate him, both as a warning and a test of his resolve. If he endured, perhaps he could earn Fang Qian's recognition and become his chief strategist and practical management assistant. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ming Yuan could not help but let a slight smile grace his lips. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the air. All fantasies were abruptly dispelled. Ming Yuan felt a sharp pain in his brow, followed by darkness enveloping his vision. Had he fired the gun? Ah, a life has been taken. Dr. Ming Yuan has been slain. The other owners stood frozen in terror, instinctively retreating. Before them, the once eloquent Ming Yuan now bore a gaping wound in his forehead, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground, eyes wide open, unyielding in death. His hands still clutched tightly onto Fang Qian's mercenary rental plan. Fang Qian picked up the plan, hoisted Ming Yuan's body with one hand, and nonchalantly discarded it. The corpse, as light as a piece of paper, was effortlessly hurled over the edge of the rooftop, plummeting heavily below. Beneath, only a pool of bloodied snow remained, a testament to Ming Yuan's fleeting presence. Observing the panicked owners before him, Fang Qian felt a twinge of regret. Shaking his head as he muttered to himself, "I was hoping for a few brave souls to offer their heads, yet it seems you were all so cowardly. Just moments ago, you were shouting support. Now, where is that support?" As his words echoed in the air, a collective shiver coursed through everyone on the rooftop. In that instant, they realized that Fang Qian was far from a benevolent leader. He was a voracious tiger, a malevolent dragon lurking in the mountains. Fang Qian handed the bloody document to Lin Yin, who stood nearby, stating, "When you have a moment, please refine the points pricing list." Lin Yin nodded eagerly, thrilled to be entrusted with such a significant task. "Understood, I will attend to it immediately." Once he had conveyed his instructions, Fang Qian slowly turned, effortlessly leaping over the low wall to return to his own rooftop. Without turning back, he addressed the crowd behind him. "I hope you understand that your opinions hold no value to me. You are merely insects I can crush at will. If you refuse to rent, Others will gladly take your place. If you wish to perish, there are those who wish to survive. Either contribute or leave. You are all worthless. Anyone who dares to negotiate terms with me will meet the same fate as Ming Yuan. With that, Fang Qian opened the rooftop door and departed. The remaining 100-odd owners on the adjacent rooftop exchanged glances, many harboring anger while others were engulfed in fear. Yet, in that moment, none dared to utter a word. Lin Yin gazed at the bloodstain on the ground, shaking her head with a sigh. Ming Yuan had some intellect. If he had channeled his wisdom in the right direction and supported Fang Qian earnestly, perhaps he would not have met such a tragic end. It is indeed a pity. In truth, Lin Yin held a degree of admiration for Ming Yuan. At least he was educated, knowledgeable in management, and could have been of assistance to her. Beside her, Lin Dashan was a simple hunter, and Li Taizhu was a hopeless case, lacking any intellect. Had Ming Yuan been a steadfast supporter of Fang Qian, he might have become her partner, but alas, he was no longer among the living. Lin Yin turned to Zhang Peng, who had yet to voice his opinion, and smiled gently, inquiring, "Brother Zhangping, what are your thoughts? It seems you have not uttered a word from earlier until now." Zhangping chuckled wryly and shook his head, replying, "Alas, I am rather timid. Mr. Fang Qian's presence was so formidable that it quite intimidated me. How could I dare to speak? However, rest assured, I am wholeheartedly in favor of Mr. Fang Qian's leasing proposal. For us at this juncture, merely surviving is a blessing. We can hardly afford to quibble over trivial gains." Beside them, Lin Dashan, noticing Zhang Peng's perceptiveness, nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Mr. Fang Qian has provided us with an opportunity. Let us diligently fulfill our duties and refrain from following Ming Yuan's misguided path." Chapter 137. Ransacked as these minor leaders bowed their heads, the leasing plan faced no further objections. Although the price list for the rental of weaponry appeared exorbitantly high, demanding nearly 90% of their daily income, it remained the only glimmer of hope for all. Securing these arms would transform them from prey into hunters, a temptation too profound to resist. Standing at the back, Zhang Peng's eyes darted mischievously as he smiled at Lin Yin, saying, "Sister Lin, I wholeheartedly support Mr. Fang Qian's reform plan. However, the rental fees for these firearms are excessively steep. Might we consider deferring payment for a day? Otherwise, it would be unattainable for anyone." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin found merit in his argument. After all, the cost was exorbitant, and who among them had any surplus supplies? Renting for a day would require them to forfeit 2 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent goods, a veritable imposition. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded, "Your point is valid. Since Mr. Fang Qian has not prohibited it, I shall take the liberty to allow deferred payment. However, let me make it clear that the repayment period is strictly 2 days. If payment is not made within that time, alternative methods of repayment will be required. And no one should contemplate fleeing. In this frigid weather, escape is hardly feasible." With that, Lin Yin cast a fierce glance over all the present owners. Her gaze instilled a palpable fear, causing everyone to avert their eyes. They all understood that she was a true force to be reckoned with. Having dealt with Zhao Dahu's gang through cunning and ruthless tactics, poison, explosions, and other insidious methods. In these tumultuous times, while one could evade open confrontation, the hidden dangers were far more treacherous. To the gathered owners, Lin Yin seemed even more formidable than Wang Long and his cohorts had once been. Lin Dashan, standing silently to the side, refrained from interjecting. Although he was the first to align himself with Fang Qian, he respected the autonomy Fang granted Lin Yin in managing the task. As a simple mountain dweller, his thoughts were straightforward, focused solely on fulfilling his responsibilities. Following Lin Yan's declaration, Zhang Ping thumped his chest with assurance, "Sister Lin, rest assured, if anyone dares to default, I shall be the first to oppose it. Mr. Fang Qian's leasing plan is fundamentally for our benefit, providing us with an avenue for survival. I will lead by example and take 10 sets of weaponry, recording the owed rental fees, which I promise to repay by tomorrow." Lin Yin nodded, making a note on a nearby form, and permitted Zhang Ping and his group to depart with 10 sets of equipment, with Zhang Ping setting the precedent. Others emboldened by his example began to opt for the deferred rental. In less than a moment, the fewer than 20 sets of equipment were snatched away in a frenzy. The remaining individuals could only lament their sluggishness. Zhang Ping returned to his room, closing the door behind him, and caressed the handgun before him as if entranced. His comrades buzzed with excitement. After all, the complete set of cold weather gear, grenades, and a handgun entailed a significant rental fee for just 1 day. But who among men can resist the allure of such weapons? A subordinate could not contain himself and spoke up, "Brother Zhang Peng, aren't we being a bit too reckless this time? Perhaps we should rent 1 or 2 sets first. Acquiring so many all at once, what if we cannot repay our debts?" Just moments ago, Zhang Peng had been extolling Fang Qian on the rooftop, ostensibly for the benefit of all. Yet who among them was oblivious to the fact that Fang Qian was merely seeking to augment his own power through cunning schemes to amass resources? They toiled outside with their weaponry, while the majority of the spoils would inevitably fall into that man's hands without effort. Was this not akin to the plight of serfs during the feudal era? If they failed to settle their debts, did they truly believe Fang Qian would be lenient? At that point, death might seem a welcome reprieve. Nevertheless, a flame of ambition burned in Zhang Ping's eyes as he shook his head and replied to his subordinate. Risk is indeed inherent, but we have no alternative. The resources within a kilometer of Lingyun community are scarce. After more than a month of struggles, there is hardly anything left. Once we acquire the weapons, we will wield formidable strength throughout the area. Acting first will allow us to seize more goods and build our reserves. If we delay, we might not find anyone left to rob, even with guns in hand. The surrounding subordinates could only sigh, lowering their heads. This was indeed the reality. Even if they risked their lives to pay exorbitant rents, how much would remain for them? The emergence of this rental plan merely alleviated their immediate crisis, allowing them to linger on for another month. Perhaps even before the month was up. They would be unable to procure new resources, leaving them with no path but despair. Seemingly sensing the doubts brewing among his subordinates, Zhang Ping let out a cold laugh. You don't genuinely believe I intend to remain Fang Qian's subordinate for eternity, do you? At his words, the eyes of all the brothers brightened. Their faces immediately alight with astonishment. Could it be that brother Zhang Ping had other plans? Zhang Ping smiled and continued. What allows Fang Qian to be the boss of our building? Is it not his weapons and provisions? We shall utilize this month to seize as much as we can with our weapons. After settling the rent, we should still have a considerable amount of food left. At that point, we will possess sufficient supplies and arms to incite a rebellion. Even if we were to fail in our insurrection, with weapons and provisions in hand, we would have the means to escape. He wouldn't be able to hunt us down. Upon hearing these words, all the subordinates erupted with excitement. Indeed, they were currently unable to venture far due to the harsh, frigid climate and the lack of food supplies. Leaving now would only lead to death. Yet if they accumulated some provisions, would they not then soar freely as birds in the sky? At that moment, no matter the choice they made, they would have the confidence to act. The laughter of the people in the room echoed. Brilliant. Brother Zhang Ping is truly astute, able to devise such an excellent plan. Let that damned Fang Qian revel in his arrogance for another month. When the time comes, we shall abscond with all his equipment and provisions. And he will truly understand the consequences. Why run? When the moment arrives, we will simply rent all 20 sets of gear and revolt on the spot. With over 20 guns aimed at his temple, he will have no choice but to grovel, expressing his gratitude for our mercy. Haraha. Every individual in the room envisions a splendid future, relishing the thought of being in command rather than playing the subordinate. Armed with firearms and sustenance, they too could carve out a dominion amidst this apocalypse, indulging in the thrill of supremacy. Yet, they remain blissfully unaware that a pinhole camera is discreetly capturing their every move from a corner of the room. Fang Qian, seated comfortably on a plush sofa, effortlessly monitors all activities within Zhang Ping's quarters via his phone. Naturally, he is fully cognizant of their scheme. A smirk forms at the corner of Fang Qian's mouth. How audacious they are to believe they can abscond with my belongings and incite rebellion. They have no inkling of how far their lives can truly run. He pays their machinations no mind. At present, he possesses the capability to traverse the snow with ease. His extraordinary physical prowess, coupled with his mythic bulletproof attire, rendering him nearly superhuman. Moreover, unlike other owners, his mythic backpack is stocked with an array of vehicles perfectly suited for snowy terrains, snowmobiles, and caravans aplenty. These individuals stand no chance of escape, especially considering the growth he will undoubtedly experience through the mythic hand in just a month. In his eyes, they are merely buffoons. Fang Qian switches the camera to another room, where Lin Yin and Li Taizhu are present. At this moment, Lin Yin is bent over a desk, fervently scribbling notes on a document. As the camera zooms in, it becomes clear she is meticulously refining a price list. She murmurs to herself, according to the standards set by Mr. Fang Qian, a packet of instant noodles is valued at 1 point. Thus, a loaf of bread should be worth 0.5 points. The wood needed to prepare a meal would equate to 0.1 points. As for frozen meats, pork should be priced at 5 points per pound. Human flesh, however, perhaps it is best to disregard that. Mr. Fang Qian likely has no taste for it, so it holds no value. Chapter 138. At a speed of 500 kilometers per hour, observing Lin Yin engrossed in her work, Fang Qian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Individuals like Lin Yin, who approach their tasks with such diligence, possessed genuine worth and earned the right to thrive. As for Zhang Ping, his talents were meager, yet his ambitions loomed large. Ensuring his survival appeared a formidable challenge. At that moment, Li Taizhu cautiously approached with 2 bowls of rice porridge, placing them beside Lin Yan's desk. Darling, come and eat. I've prepared some porridge. This bowl is for you. I'll have the other one. Hee hee. What do you think? I love you, he said, his face brimming with anticipation for his wife's praise. To his dismay, Lin Yin did not even glance up, casually responding. Just leave it there. I still have work to finish. Mr. Fang needs this leasing plan urgently, and I must complete it promptly. Li Taiju was momentarily taken aback. This was the last of their food supplies, and he had painstakingly prepared the porridge, filtering every grain into her bowl while nearly moved to tears in the kitchen. Yet, Lin Yin didn't even spare it a look. Unable to contain himself, he implored, Wife, how can work be more important than your health? This is a trivial matter, mister. Fang could very well manage it himself. He is treating you like free labor. Please have some porridge, it's the last of our supplies. I made sure every grain found its way into your bowl. It will be less enjoyable if it gets cold. It's freezing out here. Before he could finish, Lin Yin slammed her pen onto the table, glaring at Li Taiju with fury. What are you saying? Mister, Fang offered me this job because he respects me. Otherwise, why wouldn't he give it to someone else? Porridge, porridge, porridge. After all these years with you. Is this all I get, a bowl of porridge? Meanwhile, Lin Dashan assists Mr. Fang and enjoys steak and bread. Had I known you were this kind of person, I would have followed Mr. Fang long ago, even if it meant being a mistress. With that, she stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her, leaving Li Taiju shivering in the cold, clutching the 2 bowls of porridge, tears glistening in his eyes. Darling, how can you say such hurtful things? I love you so much. What is so special about Mr. Fang? Is it merely that he is slightly better looking, has superior shooting skills, more weapons, more food, and a better decorated house? I'm not lacking. Coincidentally, Fang Qian witnessed Li Tieju's plight through the surveillance cameras, feeling a twinge of compassion for the man. In that moment, he saw a reflection of his former self in Li Taiju. Once, he had been equally devoted to Tang Jiaro, willing to offer all his goodness, only to find her scheming for his demise. A bitter irony indeed. Fortunately, he had been granted a second chance at life, emerging from that dead end and gaining clarity about the true nature of the world. Regrettably, Li Taiju evidently did not possess such an opportunity and remained wholeheartedly devoted to being a sycophant. What a pitiable soul. Just as he shook his head in despair, expressing sympathy for Li Taiju, a series of oohs and ahs emanated from nearby. Turning to investigate, he discovered that the border collie, TB, was seated beside him, engrossed in the surveillance footage. This sound was, in fact, the canine's boisterous laughter. Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback. What is this little rascal laughing at? Do you comprehend love as well? Immediately, TB turned its head, casting a disdainful glance his way, as if to mock the very notion of love. This left Fang Qian utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that merely consuming a ginseng root would so remarkably enhance TB's intellect. Apart from its inability to speak, it was indistinguishable from any human being. He reached out to pat TB on the head, chuckling, You are quite the character. Go entertain yourself. I shall head to the gym for some exercise. Oh, by the way, Luciani will be arriving shortly for dinner, so remember to let her in. Fang Qian was not a hermit. He dedicated over half of his daily hours to physical training and acquiring knowledge, while the remaining time was reserved for leisure activities, such as watching films and playing video games. Women naturally constituted a significant aspect of his amusement. Conveniently, residing across from him was a stunningly pure and beautiful medical doctoral student whom he planned to enjoy in good measure. Thus, Fang Qian would often invite her over. TB had grown accustomed to this arrangement, nodding in acknowledgement of its responsibility to open the door. With that, Fang Qian turned and entered the gym. Since ingesting the ginseng, his body had undergone astonishing transformations, achieving a comprehensive fitness level 10 times that of an average human. However, this also rendered him somewhat unfamiliar with his own physique, necessitating additional training to fully acclimate and master it. Besides general fitness, he required practice in combat techniques, grappling, and wrestling, guided by instructional videos, to maximize his physical prowess. He casually picked up the heaviest dumbbell from the rack, weighing a staggering 50 kilograms. In the past, he would have scarcely dared to even contemplate such weight. Utilizing it for arm strength training could have resulted in injury rather than muscle gain. Yet, at this moment, as he lifted the dumbbell, he felt an extraordinary ease, akin to holding a mere billiard ball. Fang Qian could even toss the 50-kilogram dumbbell into the air with one hand and effortlessly catch it upon descent. How could this possibly serve as an effective workout? It barely constituted a warm-up. With a sigh, he returned the dumbbell to the rack after a few casual shakes and proceeded to prepare for weightlifting. He loaded every weight plate in the gym onto either end of the barbell, totaling 500 kilograms on each side. This was the maximum load available. Expecting to exert tremendous effort to lift it, he was astonished to find it equally effortless. In fact, due to his excessive force, he inadvertently sent the barbell flying. which landed with a resounding thud approximately 5 meters behind him. The entire ground trembled violently several times. Had it not been for the fortification bestowed upon this house by mythic hands, rendering it virtually indestructible, the floor might have been shattered. That lever was bent at a right angle, rendered utterly unusable. It was a solid iron rod, after all. Fang Qian felt a profound sense of numbness, realizing that his current physical state had surpassed the limits of the gym's equipment. As he stood amidst the various exercise machines, he found no single apparatus suitable for his needs. He resembled the Hulk entering a children's South amusement park. Alas, now even the prospect of working out seemed futile. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a hanging punching bag in the corner, and he muttered to himself, "Since I cannot train my strength, I shall practice my technique instead. Let me throw a punch to test it." Positioning himself before the punching bag, he assumed the boxing stance he had diligently practiced, his eyes sharp with focus. With all his might, he delivered a powerful strike to the bag. A resounding bang echoed through the air as the bag was sent flying. The iron chain connecting it to the ceiling snapped violently, and the bag exploded mid-air, scattering sand all over the floor. The gym was left in utter disarray. Fang Qian marveled at his newfound destructive power. So formidable? This is merely 10 times the limit of human capability. What if it were 100 times, or 1,000? Wouldn't I be able to effortlessly demolish a building with a single punch? He felt an immense satisfaction with his strength, yet a hint of frustration lingered. His gym was now rendered completely unusable, serving no purpose unless he sought someone to tailor it to his needs anew. Alas, what a hassle. Unable to utilize external equipment for his workouts, Fang Qian resorted to performing bodyweight exercises. After taking a deep breath, he began to run laps around the gym. At first, his speed was comparable to that of an average person, but it rapidly increased. 10 kilometers per hour, 20 kilometers per hour, 50 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour, 500 kilometers per hour. Fang Qian's speed had far surpassed the maximum velocity of an automobile, leaving only the fleeting shadow of his form within the gym. The powerful gusts generated by his sprint lifted the scattered sand from the floor, forming a small whirlwind of yellow dust in the center of the gym. Even so, Fang Qian felt he still had reserves of strength. Historically, the fastest running speed exhibited by humans at past Olympic Games was approximately 58 kilometers per hour. Theoretically, based on human muscle structure, running speeds could reach around 50 kilometers per hour. Of course, this was merely theoretical. However, after undergoing transformation by mythic hands, Fang Qian's physical capabilities had surpassed human limits tenfold, making 500 kilometers per hour an attainable feat. He even sensed that with an additional surge of effort, he could break through once more, reaching 600 kilometers per hour. With such abilities, what need had he for cars or motorcycles? Fang Qian continued to circle the gym, exerting himself fully as he engaged his body in motion. He could feel every muscle cell within him pulsating with excitement, and he couldn't help but throw his head back and let out a howl. Outside the room, Luciani had already entered the living room through the iron wall-s door, sitting somewhat shyly on the sofa. She gazed at the handsome border collie before her, hardly able to believe her eyes. Is this really the iron wall? How could you have grown so much in just a few days? Chapter 139. What kind of humanoid beast is this? Luciani meticulously recalled her previous visit to this place. At that time, the border collie was merely a small puppy, round and unable to leap onto the sofa. Now, however, it had grown to approximately 1.5 meters in length, and with its tail included, it might measure close to 2 meters. Its muscular physique made it resemble a formidable wolf from the wild, save for its black and white fur. The sight of its sharp fangs sent a shiver down her spine, as if they could effortlessly pierce her throat. In response to Luciani's inquiry, Tai-Bai slightly turned its head, casting a disdainful glance her way before resuming its slumber on the sofa. Yet, in that fleeting gaze, Luciani discerned a hint of contempt and scorn. What was this? It dares to look down upon me? Such a human-like expression. Could it truly have gained intelligence? Luciani was genuinely frightened by the dog. She quietly shifted to the other end of the sofa, refraining from uttering another word. At that moment, her eyes caught sight of a fruit platter and some candies on the table. Once considered precious outside, such food was now readily available. Luciani had long grown accustomed to this. She unzipped her jacket, preparing to grab a handful of seeds and candies to stash away for a late-night snack. However, as her hand reached into the fruit platter, a chilling aura of murderous intent washed over her. It felt as if, should she dare to take those seeds, her head would roll the next second. Cold sweat broke out on Luciani's forehead as she struggled to turn her stiff neck. Finally, she pinpointed the source of the ominous energy. It was none other than Tai-Bai, lazily sprawled on the sofa. At that moment, its eyes were half open, glaring at her with fierce intensity. Luciani shuddered in fear and hastily returned the seeds and candies to their place. Only when Tai-Bai's gaze softened did she internally curse, "Damn it, even a dog is bullying me. What on earth is wrong with this creature?" Has it truly gained intelligence? I used to steal seeds and candies in front of it without a hitch. How utterly loathsome. I wish that this vicious dog would meet its end the moment it steps outside. And that scoundrel Fang Qian, what is his deal? He was the one who messaged me to come over, yet once I arrived, he left me stranded in the living room while he busied himself at the gym. Is working out truly more important than me? I must devise a way to procure more delicious treats. This body of mine is, after all, being offered for the first time. It cannot be priced so cheaply. As Luciani harbored her grievances against Fang Qian, an image suddenly flashed in her mind, Fang Qian stepping out of the shower. His handsome face, defined muscular contours, made her heart race uncontrollably. In recent days, she found herself frequently daydreaming about his appearance and physique, even losing sleep over it. She had to clutch a body pillow, imagining it to be Fang Qian. Just to fall asleep. Luciani's cheeks flushed crimson. What is happening to me? Why am I feeling this way? Am I unwell? Could it be that I have fallen for that scoundrel? Luciani shook her head repeatedly, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind. No, absolutely not. That guy is nothing but a rogue, and I must not allow myself to love him. He has left me here as a mere servant, offering only scraps for sustenance. Not only must I devote my body to him, but I also have to massage him. What a tremendous loss. He should not presume that his preparations for the apocalypse make him worthy of admiration. Once the end of days has passed, individuals like him will not even capture my attention. Those who pursue me could easily form a line extending to some European country. As she indulged in her errant musings, an earth-shattering tremor suddenly jolted her from her reverie, prompting Luciani to leap to her feet. What is happening? An earthquake? Panic enveloped her. For she was on the top floor, and should a quake occur, her escape routes would be utterly non-existent. After a moment, she discerned that the source of the disturbance was the gym. Almost immediately, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within, as if something had exploded, scattering debris across the floor. It soon resembled the thunderous gallop of 1,000 horses. The entire floor quaked violently, as though it might collapse at any instant. In that moment, Luciani could think only of fleeing. This was terrifying. What on earth was happening? However, when she turned to glance back, she found the border collie, Tai Bing, peacefully sprawled on the sofa, eyes half closed in slumber, appearing utterly indifferent to the chaos as if it were a daily occurrence. Luciani's heart gradually steadied. If even the dog remains unfazed, what do I have to fear? After all, I'm a medical doctor studying abroad, a paragon of societal achievement. How could I possibly be outdone by a mere dog? Thus, she endured the agonizing wait in the living room, the seconds stretching into eternity. At long last, the tremor subsided, and with a sharp click, the gym door swung open. Fang Qian emerged, bare-chested, a towel in one hand to wipe away his sweat. Leisurely stepping out of the room. Through the door, she caught a glimpse of the gym's interior, where various exercise equipment lay scattered chaotically across the floor, accompanied by a miniature whirlwind of dust. Only when Fang Qian completely exited did the tempest within begin to abate, leaving a layer of yellow dust blanketing the ground. Luciani could not help but swallow hard. The terrifying sounds from moments ago had emanated entirely from this man's workout. How utterly frightening. What kind of monstrous being is he? Her gaze roamed over Fang Qian, only to realize that his muscular contours had become strikingly pronounced and more defined, seemingly stronger than he had been just days prior. Uncontrollably, a droplet of saliva escaped her lips. Fang Qian, observing her dazed expression, could not suppress a chuckle. Stop staring, or I might have to start charging you. Instantly, Luciani snapped back to reality, lowering her gaze. I'm sorry, Mr. Fang. Fang Qian, uninterested in pursuing the matter further, noticed that Luciani seemed to have transformed over these past few days. Based on his understanding of her character, she was an opportunistic individual lacking in conscience. Upon first entering his abode, he was determined to remain, yet recently, the woman has exhibited a marked change in demeanor. Her tone transformed into a gentle murmur. However, Fang Qian remains unconvinced of her intentions. Having lived a second life, he harbors no trust for anyone. Not even for one who has demonstrated kindness for over 2 decades and would not harm a chicken. Who can assure that the future will remain unaltered? He sees no value in expending energy to decipher human nature. It is far simpler to regard everyone as mere instruments for his own benefit. After all, in this life, his sole concern is his own well-being. Seated comfortably on the sofa, Fang Qian instructed Luciani, "Come here and give me a full-body massage. As a doctor, you should be adept in physiotherapy. Afterward, kindly conduct a physical examination as well." Luciani felt a twinge of confusion. A physical examination? Hadn't she just conducted one a few days prior? The results had indicated that Fang Qian was in remarkably good health, with only minor ailments typical of a corporate worker, surpassing 80% of the population in vitality. Nevertheless, as it was his request, she dared not voice her concerns. Like a compliant child, she positioned herself behind him, extending her hands to knead his shoulders and back. Upon contact, Luciani immediately sensed something was amiss. The hardness was astonishing. These were no mere muscles. They felt like stone. During her previous massage, while Fang Qian had possessed muscle definition, it was nothing extraordinary, merely the result of 2 or 3 months in the gym. Yet now, she could palpably discern that these muscles were not merely for show. They were genuine, brimming with explosive strength. No matter how much force she exerted, she could only manage to create a small dent in the surface. She began to suspect that these muscles were akin to armor, capable of withstanding a blade. As she pondered this, Fang Qian's voice, tinged with impatience, broke through her thoughts. What are you doing? Haven't you eaten? Put in some effort. If you don't want to do it, then don't. Startled, Luciani trembled. I apologize. I understand. I will exert more force. With that, she began to massage with all her might, gritting her teeth, her expression fierce, summoning every ounce of strength she possessed. Only then did Fang Qian begin to feel a modicum of sensation. Yet, she was still a woman, and her strength was limited. After finishing with his 2 arms, her hands trembled, and she struggled to maintain her balance. What on earth was happening? How could this man's muscles be so robust? He resembled a beast. And that dog, how had it grown so much in just a few days? Surely, this cannot be a dream. Luciani racked her brain, unable to comprehend the day's revelations. Only the notion of dreaming helped to make the surreal seem less absurd. Chapter 140. All luxuries at this moment. Fang Qian was consumed with fury. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of Luciani's massage, he was unwilling to squander any more time. He rose abruptly, seizing Luciani and tossing her onto the sofa. While deftly unbuckling his belt, Luciani lay on the sofa, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Upon seeing Fang Qian's actions, she instantly comprehended what was expected of her next. Trembling, she stood up from the sofa. This marked Fang Qian's first real combat experience after enhancing his physique with mythical ginseng. Soon, the room was filled with agonized groans and pleas for mercy, mingled with the ragged breaths reminiscent of a wild beast. An hour passed, then 2. A full 3 hours elapsed before these sounds gradually subsided. Fang Qian picked up a towel that had fallen to the floor and, without a backward glance, strode towards the bathroom. The rigorous physical exertion had left him drenched in sweat, necessitating a wash. Once he departed from the living room, Luciani struggled to rise from the sofa. She had nearly fainted moments ago, and now, as her senses slowly returned, she squinted at the living room, murmuring in disbelief. Finally, I've survived. I hope I won't be paralyzed. She attempted to sit up, but her lower body had lost all sensation, rendering her entirely immobile. The sofa was stained with considerable blood, a testament to her extreme torment. Unable to contain her tears, she cried out, "You brute! How could you be so ferocious? You show no compassion. It hurts so much. I will never dare to come again. Never again." The ordeal of enduring those 3 hours was unfathomable to her. Throughout, Fang Qian had treated her solely as a means to vent his desires, devoid of any semblance of tenderness. After approximately half an hour, her legs began to regain slight sensation. A minor movement elicited an overwhelming ache throughout her body. Was this man even human? Could he truly be some kind of monster? At that moment, Fang Qian emerged from the bathroom, clad in a loose-fitting bathrobe. Noticing Luciani still sprawled on the sofa, her face contorted in pain, he displayed no compassion, casually remarking, "Go wash up. You performed reasonably well today. I'll allow you to take an extra slice of cake home as a reward." Luciani's heart surged with delight. Though she had managed to barely satisfy her hunger by following Fang Qian these past few days, delightful foods were scarce, especially cake, which was a luxury among luxuries. She bit back her physical agony, rising from the sofa to search for clothing. However, she soon discovered that her garments had been shredded into tatters during their recent encounter, leaving her with nothing resembling decent attire. At that moment, Fang Qian recognized her predicament and waved his hand, saying, "Go wash up first. I'll prepare a new outfit for you shortly." Having raided numerous warehouses, he naturally possessed an array of women's clothing in various styles. Upon hearing this, Luciani felt a wave of joy wash over her, realizing that all her previous sacrifices had been worthwhile. In this frigid apocalyptic environment, everyone had taken to wearing all their clothes for warmth, and she was no exception. The garments had been worn for over a month. While they served their purpose of warmth, they had become soiled and odorous. For a young woman, this was a torment. The prospect of donning a fresh outfit was a delight for Luciani, surpassing even the pleasure of a hearty meal. She immediately forced a faint smile, bowed gracefully, and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Fang Qian, for your thoughtful arrangement." With that, she limped toward the restroom. Observing her nearly ruined state, Fang Qian could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. However, this sentiment was not rooted in romantic affection, but rather akin to the sorrow one feels when a cherished toy is damaged. Regardless, Luciani held immense significance for him. She not only fulfilled his personal desires, but also provided massages and, with her medical knowledge, helped him gain a better understanding of his own body. It would be a regrettable loss if such an invaluable aid were to be exhausted. Yet, Fang Qian pondered, his own physique had been enhanced to tenfold the human limit, which indeed was too much for an ordinary woman to endure. It would be cruel to abruptly halt in the midst of ecstasy. Perhaps, he mused, increasing the number of toys would be prudent. He contemplated that the recent fervent encounter had lasted 3 hours, which was indeed a heavy burden for a single woman. However, if there were 3 women, an hour each might prove manageable. Nonetheless, such matters should not be rushed. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the snowflakes cascading outside, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He was confident that should he voice his desires, finding not just 3 women, but even 300 would be an effortless task. The world outside was rife with individuals enduring hunger and hardship, hanging by a thread. A single sausage or a package of instant noodles could compel many women to barter their bodies. Yet, Fang Qian did not intend to hastily recruit women for mere numbers. He was not a man guided solely by base instincts. Even those who aspired to be his playthings must meet a certain standard. Luciani, despite her moral shortcomings, possessed a legitimate overseas doctorate and was a chief physician at the hospital. Moreover, she had maintained her integrity, untouched by other men. The women he sought next must surpass Luciani in excellence. Estimating that Luciani's bath time was nearing its end, Fang Qian approached the dining table and casually retrieved several dishes from his mystical backpack, placing them on the table as today's dinner. He then rummaged through the backpack and selected an exquisite new ensemble of dress and shoes, setting them on the sofa. He also chanced upon some cosmetics and took out a complete set. Luciani's recent performance had been commendable, and he deemed it a fitting reward for her. After all, these garments and beauty products would serve no purpose remaining in the mystical backpack. By the time he had prepared everything, Luciani emerged from the bathroom. At that moment, she was clad only in a bath towel draped over her chest, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, and wearing scholarly black-rimmed glasses, exuding a unique charm. Just a glance in her direction reignited the embers of desire within Fang Qian. Startled by Fang Qian's fiercely aggressive gaze, Luciani trembled and staggered back a couple of steps, lowering her head as she said, "Mr. Fang Qian, my body truly cannot endure any more. Could you allow me to rest for a day?" Fang Qian, with a hint of regret, shook his head. "Indeed, that is a fact. After being tormented for 3 hours, I can barely stand. If I were to continue, it would surely be detrimental to my health." He was not an unfeeling tyrant. So he dismissed those chaotic thoughts and said, "You may go change into the new clothes and cosmetics on the sofa, then come over for dinner. I shall not wait for you." With that, he seated himself at the dining table, serving himself a bowl of rice and beginning his meal. Luciani sniffed the fragrant aroma of the food, her stomach growling in response, and she was tempted to rush over and indulge. However, upon catching sight of the items on the sofa, her gaze became transfixed. She joyfully dashed over, picking up the long black down jacket. And as she felt the soft fabric, a wave of elation coursed through her. Upon glancing at the tag, she gasped, "Oh my, this is actually a Gucci down jacket. It must cost over 10,000. She then surveyed the other sweaters, thermal wear, undergarments, and shoes, all from renowned luxury brands. The predominant color was black, with styles that were both sophisticated and fashionable, exactly to her liking. This entire ensemble would have cost at least 200,000 before the apocalypse. It was truly a luxury. Regardless of her position as a chief physician at a major hospital, she would never have dared to purchase such expensive clothing, only dreaming of it online. She could hardly believe that after the apocalypse, she had the chance to wear such exquisite garments. Turning her head cautiously, she inquired of Fang Qian, who was still eating, "Mr. Fang Qian, are these expensive clothes really all for me?" While chewing, Fang Qian replied without lifting his gaze, "Who else could they be for? Besides you, who else in this room could wear these clothes? Certainly not Iron Wall." Luciani glanced at Iron Wall, who was wagging his tail beneath the table, and couldn't help but chuckle. Then, her eyes fell upon the complete set of cosmetics beside her, which turned out to be the renowned brand SK2. The entire set must also cost over 10,000, something she had once wished to buy, but had never dared. Though Luciani had dabbled in makeup before, it was under duress from Wang Long and his gang. She had brought nothing but medical supplies. After more than a month without washing or applying makeup, she felt utterly miserable. Now, with these items, she felt as though she had been reborn. To her, these clothes and cosmetics were far more significant than a hearty meal. She thought to herself, such a splendid gift. Not even 3 hours of torment would be too much to endure for this. Indeed, 3 days and nights would be worth it. Mr. Fang Qian is truly generous. I wonder what I did to offend him in the past. He has always been rather distant towards me. Moving forward, I must strive to perform well, learn new skills, and surely capture Mr. Fang Qian's heart. Chapter 141. Boiled noodles with eggs. Fang Qian noticed Lu Chani was preoccupied with trying on new clothes and applying makeup, and he reminded her, "Hey, if you don't come eat soon, I'll finish all the food." Lu Chani waved her hand dismissively and replied, "It's fine, Mr. Fang, you go ahead and eat. I just need to finish my makeup and change my outfit." Fang Qian shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, women truly prioritize beauty above all else, even foregoing meals. In truth, Lu Chani was not the type of woman who solely focused on appearances. Otherwise, she would not have been accepted into a prestigious doctoral program abroad. She was well aware that Fang Qian always ordered an abundance of dishes at mealtime. He could only consume a fraction of what was served, leaving the majority to go to waste, which she would ultimately pack up to take away. Thus, she felt no urgency to eat. Rather, it was the allure of new clothing and cosmetics that captured her attention. After all, during the 2 months of the apocalypse, who had the luxury to don an entirely new outfit and apply beautiful makeup? If she could present herself attractively, perhaps he would be inclined to offer her more dishes. Upon donning a well-known brand of thermal wear, Lu Chani immediately felt a bit warm. This was, of course, also due to the fact that Fang Qian's villa lacked heating. The temperature in the house was consistently maintained at a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius, allowing for freedom of movement in just a short-sleeved garment. Just as Fang Qian was engrossed in his meal, his phone suddenly rang with an incoming video call from Tang Jiao, who had been out of touch for quite some time. A slight smile graced his lips, ever since he had impersonated Tang Jiao's mother to seek her assistance. He had been curious about her current situation. It would be delightful if she could return in person. He casually answered the video call. On the screen, Tang Jiao sat on a hotel bed clad in a down jacket, her expression appearing somewhat weary and haggard, yet she still wore a simple touch of makeup. Her circumstances did not seem overly dire, but they were certainly not ideal either. Comparatively, however, she was better off than many who struggled to find food. Upon seeing Fang Qian answer the call, Tang Jiao immediately transformed into her familiar gentle and kind demeanor, softly calling out, "Brother Fang Qian. Why did it take you so long to answer? What have you been doing?" Fang Qian smirked disdainfully and replied nonchalantly, "I've been busy thinking about you. It's a bit shocking to hear from you after such a long silence, so I was momentarily taken aback. My apologies." Hearing this, Tang Jiao blushed and adopted a coy demeanor, swaying slightly as she said, "Oh dear, Brother Fang Qian, when did you learn to say such sweet nothings? What do you want from me? I am entirely yours, after all. I am already your fiancée." Observing her feigned delicacy, Fang Qian felt a chill run down his spine. Were it not for his experiences in 2 lifetimes, he might have been unable to discern the woman's duplicitous nature. Unable to maintain his facade any longer, he casually inquired, "It's unusual for you to reach out after such a long silence. I presume you must have something on your mind?" Tang Jiao immediately adopted an angry demeanor and exclaimed, "Brother Fang Qian, how could you say such things about me? I am perfectly fine. Can I call you? You have no idea how much I miss you." Fang Qian chuckled lightly. "Miss me? Perhaps you mean you wish for my demise." He harbored no affection for this venomous woman and was certainly not swayed by her honeyed words. Noticing his silence, Tang Jiao decided to get straight to the point, blinking her eyes pitifully as she said, "Brother Fang Qian, I called primarily to seek your assistance for my mother and younger brother. You see, a few days ago, I sent some friends to pick up my mother and brother, intending to bring you along as well. However, upon arriving at the community, they encountered some trouble and caught the attention of many nefarious individuals. Now, my friends and my mother are trapped in Building 9. I heard that my friends came to find you, but you didn't let them in. Brother Fang Qian, allow me to clarify. It was all a misunderstanding. My friends and my mother are truly friendly. They simply wanted to take you away from that community. After all, I care for you so deeply that I cannot bear the thought of you being alone there. So please, trust me, open the door and provide a little assistance to my friends, my mother, and my brother. You will soon be here with me anyway, and those extra provisions would be of no use to you. I have everything you need here. Furthermore, I have sent new friends to assist, and there are over 50 of them. This time, there will be no danger whatsoever. Brother Fang Qian, you only need to trust me and open the door." Her tone and expression were filled with sincerity. In his heart, Fang Qian gave her a mental thumbs up, thinking, with such acting skills, why not pursue a career in the entertainment industry? An Oscar would surely be yours. Seeing that he remained non-committal, Tang Jiao grew increasingly anxious. Her voice tinged with desperation as she pleaded, "Brother Fang Qian, please trust me this time. I would never harm you. Once you come, there will be food and drink, and I will personally serve you." As she spoke, Tang Jiao turned the camera around to reveal a bowl of boiled noodles, topped with a fried egg, still steaming. In such a frigid apocalypse, this was indeed a delightful meal. The camera shifted again to display the real-time temperature on the air conditioner, indicating that her room was a comfortable 5 degrees Celsius. Though still chilly, it was a veritable greenhouse compared to the frigid temperatures outside, which plummeted to -70 or 80 degrees. With a hint of pride in her voice, Tang Jiao remarked, "See, Brother Fang Qian, the conditions here are truly excellent. The indoor temperature is quite pleasant. You can wear just a light cotton jacket. Plus, I get to enjoy steaming meals like egg noodles every day. Many outside can't even find hot water for instant noodles. How could my situation be compared to theirs?" It was evident that she took immense pride in her current living conditions. As she continuously flaunted her living conditions, Fang Qian, ever the willing participant, opened his mouth in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, boiled noodles with eggs. It truly looks delectable, nutritious, and gentle on the stomach. To be honest, I am quite tempted. Just look at the greasy fare I consume daily. Lately, I have been feeling a bit unwell." With that, Fang Qian turned the camera to reveal the array of Chinese dishes laid out on the dining table. The largest dish was a grand bowl of braised lamb chops, each chop measuring a staggering 30 centimeters, enveloped in succulent lamb meat. The rich, creamy broth was adorned with deep brown mushrooms, bobbing amidst goji berries and jujubes, instantly igniting one's appetite. Surrounding this impressive centerpiece were 4 additional dishes: stir-fried kidney, twice-cooked pork, poached shrimp, and kung pao chicken. Each dish was a feast for the senses, crafted by a master chef, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary home-cooked meals. In addition to these culinary delights, there was even a fruit platter nearby, brimming with durian, grapes, cantaloupe, and cherries. Fang Qian reached into the broth and retrieved a lamb chop, taking a few hearty bites before exclaiming, albeit with a frown, "Alas, this lamb chop is excessively greasy. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Thankfully, I have a dog at home, Taibing, who shall relish this treat." Seated beside the table, Taibing was already eagerly anticipating, his mouth agape, ready to catch the morsel that fell from above. With a crunch, he devoured the meat along with the bone, swallowing it whole. In the video, Tang Jiao watched this scene, her eyes widening in disbelief. My goodness, how can there be such lavish meals? There is so much meat on that lamb chop, and it's not even finished before it's given to the dog? But wait, why is that dog so plump? It must be that this dog feasts on such meals regularly. Does that mean it eats better than I do? Am I worse off than a dog? This is absurd. It defies reality. Tang Jiao took great pride in the substantial improvement of her living standards since aligning herself with Master Ma. She had discreetly observed the conditions of other tenants in the neighboring buildings and hotel rooms, noting their harsh realities. Heating was a distant dream. Having enough clothing was a luxury. The plight of many was heartbreaking, with some reduced to subsisting on snow and ice. Discovering a frozen potato in the snow felt like striking gold. In comparison, Tang Jiao felt as though she resided in paradise. She had initially planned to create a video to boast to Fang Qian, but the outcome was contrary to her intentions. Despite Fang Qian showcasing his superior living conditions during their previous video calls, she remained convinced that it was merely a facade he put on to impress. 2 months have elapsed, and it is likely that Fang Qian can no longer maintain his faade. Yet, the outcome remains, as ever, unchanged. Chapter 142. The War Among Women. After Fang Qian boasted about the food on the table, he directed the camera towards the central air conditioning display. The real-time temperature boldly registered at 26 degrees. Fang Qian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Your air conditioning is set to 5 degrees above zero. Isn't it cold?" "My air conditioning is at 26 degrees. You ought to take better care of yourself. Don't be stingy with electricity and raise the temperature a bit. What if you catch a cold?" His words, dripping with a sense of superiority, infuriated Tang Jiao. How warm 26 degrees was, truly the temperature of spring. If given the choice, she would have gladly set it to 30 degrees or higher. Yet, that was entirely unfeasible. On one hand, energy was limited. Aside from the occasional repairs by official personnel to restore power to the entire city, the majority of the time, electricity was primarily derived from gasoline generators. Gasoline was a precious resource, not something one could afford to use lavishly. It was not infinite. On the other hand, the ordinary air conditioning units in hotels simply lacked the capacity. Even at full power, they could not achieve 26 degrees, given the stark contrast between indoor and outdoor temperatures. Finally unable to endure Fang Qian's pretense, Tang Jiao slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Enough. Fang Qian, why do you always have to put on a brave face in front of me? Can't you be a little more honest, a little more genuine? You prepare so many dishes at home all by yourself, so extravagantly. Who are you trying to fool? And the 26-degree temperature? Really? Are you sticking a label on the temperature display just to deceive me? I know you love me and want me to come back. But resorting to such tactics makes me look down on you. I sincerely want to bring you a better life. Yet you keep trying to trick me into returning to endure hardship with you. Is this your idea of love? You are truly irresponsible and selfish. Fang Qian was left bewildered by Tang Jiarou's inexplicable tirade. What was he pretending? This was real-time footage. Moreover, she had called unexpectedly, leaving him no time to prepare. Even if he wanted to put on an act, he couldn't have done so. This woman was utterly hopeless. Did she truly believe that in this apocalypse, only by relying on some so-called affluent family could one lead a good life? Before Fang Qian could respond, Luciani, who was already made up and sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Jiarou's words. In this context, Luciani's laughter stood out in stark contrast. On the other end of the line, Tang Jiarou, hearing the laughter, felt as if her head might explode and raised her voice several octaves, shouting at Fang Qian. Fang Qian, what on earth is going on over there? Why is there another woman's voice? At that moment, Luciani quickly covered her mouth, looking apologetically at Fang Qian. She had no idea how Fang Qian and Tang Jiarou's relationship stood. If her presence upset him, she would be in trouble. However, unbeknownst to others, Fang Qian had no intention of concealing his actions. He confidently turned the camera towards Luciani, cheerfully introducing her. Oh, why the hurry? I was just about to introduce you. This is Luciani, the attending physician at the city's key hospital. I noticed she was all alone and without any support, so I thought I'd invite her over for a meal. By the way, Dr. Lu's massage technique is extraordinary. She just helped me with a quick massage, and I still feel invigorated. Truly, she is a remarkable PhD returned from overseas studies. In the past, Luciani would have felt insulted by Fang Qian's words. As a distinguished medical doctor, being praised for her massage skills seemed to equate her with a mere attendant from a massage parlor. Yet, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, hearing such praise brought her genuine joy. This at least affirmed her usefulness to Fang Qian. In this era, value is the key to survival. Thus, she waved at the camera with grace, her face radiating warmth as she said, "My apologies, Sister Jiarou, for not greeting you before my arrival. Rest assured, Mr. Fang is truly a gentleman, kind-hearted, and quite fit. You must cherish such a fine man." The interaction between the two only served to exacerbate Tang Jiarou's frustration. She had been flaunting herself outside, only to discover disorder within her own home, a scenario she could not abide. Upon hearing Fang Qian's introduction, she felt an intense sense of urgency. Luciani was a medical doctorate from a prestigious institution, currently serving as an attending physician at a key hospital. Tang Jiarou, having navigated the social landscape, was familiar with Luciani's reputation. This woman was known for her aloofness and formidable capabilities, having turned down numerous suitors from affluent backgrounds. She was renowned as a cold and beautiful enigma. The sight of her now in Fang Qian's home, appearing to share an intimate connection, struck Tang Jiarou with profound jealousy. What enraged her further was seeing Luciani, clearly freshly bathed, dressed elegantly, and made up to perfection, reminiscent of the refined young women before the apocalypse. She appeared worlds apart from Tang Jiarou's current state. Unable to contain her fury, she unleashed a torrent of insults at Fang Qian. "How dare you, Fang Qian? You take advantage of my absence to entertain another woman. You have no shame, sharing a space with a lone woman. I asked you to open the door to save my mother and my friends, and you refused to comply, yet you show kindness to a complete stranger. You are despicable. I demand you send this woman away and kneel to apologize to me. There may still be a chance for reconciliation between us. Otherwise, our engagement is null and void, and I shall never speak to you again." Afterward, Tang Jiarou's ire was directed at Luciani. "And you, shameless woman, were you not high and mighty before the apocalypse, looking down on everyone? Now they dare to approach my man. They should take a good look in the mirror and consider their worth. Hurry and leave. You are not permitted to take anything from this home. Let me make it clear. Everything here belongs to me. Otherwise, I shall report you for theft." The smile on Luciani's face suddenly became incredibly rigid. She had greeted them warmly, only to be met with insults in return. Where could she seek justice? On the other end of the line, Tang Jiarou was still chattering incessantly, preparing to unleash further verbal assaults. However, Fang Qian had lost his patience. He coldly scoffed, "Enough. What madness is this? This is my home, and I can invite whomever I please. It's none of your business. As for the annulment of our engagement, do you really think I fear you? I would rather you leave sooner. With your kind of character, I doubt I would even look your way now." Hearing the furious tirade from the other end, Tang Jiarou was left dumbfounded. After being together with Fang Qian for so long, she had never been scolded before. She stood there, stunned, mumbling, "You. How dare you speak to me like that? You were never like this before." Meanwhile, Luciani, filled with her own pent-up frustration, seized the opportunity to retaliate. She addressed Tang Jiarou on the phone. "You dare to insult me? What right do you have? I work at a hospital and have heard about you. You come in for checkups every few weeks, and I can only imagine how many times you've undergone an abortion. If I'm not mistaken, it must be difficult for you to conceive now, right? You, with your sordid past, pretending to be a pure maiden, it's utterly revolting. From the looks of your current situation, you seem to be in a decent place. Perhaps you found a wealthy benefactor? Truly fitting for you. However, I must remind you, the hospital isn't open now. It won't be easy for you to seek another abortion. Luciani's words were like a tearing of the veil of shame, leaving Tang Jiao trembling with rage. Only able to repeat, "You scoundrel. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. I'll sue you for defamation. I will take legal action against you." Luciani remained unperturbed, standing gracefully from the sofa and twirling around to showcase her new attire. "Look at this outfit. Isn't it beautiful? I must tell you. It's all Gucci, and each piece is a limited edition, quite expensive. This ensemble alone would sell for at least 200,000 yuan before the apocalypse. And it's brand new. Can you guess where it came from? Haha, you certainly can't, as it was just gifted to me by Mr. Fang Qian. Luxury brands all the way down to the undergarments." After saying that, she confidently picked up a nearby cosmetics gift box and displayed it to Tang Jiao. "Look at this. It's the renowned SK2 complete gift set, quite pricey. I wonder if you've ever used it. I just tried it, and it's truly remarkable. Especially this miracle water, it's fantastic for skincare. The weather outside is frigid, and the air is dry. We, as young women, must cherish our countenance." "Oh. By the way, this was a recent gift from Mr. Fang Qian. Isn't it lovely? Have you not found yourself a wealthy patron? During these 2 months of impending doom, you have shared his bed. I wonder what exquisite gifts he has bestowed upon you. Surely, it cannot be merely a bowl of noodles each day, ha ha ha." Luciani unabashedly mocked, growing more elated with each word. Beside her, Fang Qian could not help but secretly give her a thumbs up, thinking to himself, "Truly, this is the war among women, a battle that requires no physical confrontation yet incites a tempest of rivalry, exceedingly brutal." Chapter 143. He must love me. As Tang Jiao trembled in indignation, rendered speechless, Fang Qian delivered a final blow. He waved at the camera and declared, "All right. I won't keep you any longer. Dr. Liu has yet to have her meal, and after dining, I shall trouble her to conduct a health check for me. We can converse at a later time. If you tire of your adventures outside, remember to return early. Rest assured, your designated bedroom remains reserved for you. Always welcoming you home. Goodbye." On the other end of the line, Tang Jiao immediately shouted, "You can't hang up. You can't hang up. I still have things to say." However, Fang Qian had no intention of lingering further and promptly pressed the hang up button. "Who do you think you are? Just because you say I can't hang up, does it mean I can't? I can certainly manage you," he thought. With a whistle, he silenced his phone and tossed it onto the sofa, casting a commendatory smile at Luciani before him. Truly, she exemplified an elite with high qualifications, quick to grasp my intentions and infuriate Tang Jiao in the process. At this moment, Luciani was also adorned with a radiant smile. After her shower and change of attire, she donned a fresh outfit and applied makeup, transforming entirely from her previous self. In an instant, she seemed to revert to the enigmatic goddess she had been before the apocalypse. "Mr. Fang, are you satisfied with my performance just now?" Fang Qian nodded. "It was acceptable. I have finished my meal. You should hasten to eat something and then come assist me with my health examination. Complete your duties promptly and return swiftly. Given your commendable performance today, I might allow you to take a bit more firewood home for warmth." Upon hearing this, Luciani's expression fell slightly. She had expected that her stellar performance and alluring appearance would sway Fang Qian to invite her to stay the night. Not necessarily for an extended stay, but even for a couple of nights would suffice. This house, with its constant heating and a large, comfortable bed, was far more inviting than the cold, hard wooden planks outside. However, having gained experience over this period, Luciani understood that Fang Qian's decisions were immutable. The only path to gain favor was to diligently fulfill her responsibilities and please him to reap benefits. Bringing back some wood was still advantageous, at the very least. It would allow her to enjoy a warm meal and raise the temperature of her room a few degrees. In this frigid era, any combustible wood was an invaluable resource. For 2 months now, people had resorted to dismantling wooden doors in their homes for fuel, even burning discarded plastics. Even the paper currency stored at home had become kindling. There was no choice. Survival necessitated such actions. After all, in these times, money had become nearly worthless. Luciani slowly settled at the dining table, gazing at the sumptuous feast before her, unable to suppress her hunger. Yet, over these past few days, she had grown accustomed to the lavish lifestyle within Fang Qian's abode. She delicately retrieved a piece of rib from the lamb soup, savoring the rare delicacy with great care. She was reluctant to indulge too much, intending to save some for takeout to enjoy later. After all, who knew when Fang Qian would next think of her and invite her over? As she continued to eat, she suddenly recalled Fang Qian's earlier words about reserving a room for Tang Jiao. She was unsure of the truth behind it, but the moment she heard those words, Luciani felt a wave of grievance wash over her, almost bringing her to tears. Was she truly a third party? She tilted her head and stole a glance at Fang Qian, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, a flicker of affection passing through her eyes. Soon, however, she steeled her resolve. So what if she was the third party? In these times, to survive, being a mistress was hardly shameful. Besides, who said a mistress could not become the legitimate partner? In her view, that careless woman, Tang Jiaro, had surely wounded this man's heart, which was why he was so resistant to women. Yet, if she devoted a bit more time and infused her love, she could surely penetrate his heart. Go for it. Luciani, you are an elite PhD. You can certainly manage this little affair. Meanwhile, after Tang Jiaro's call was abruptly terminated, she was left in a frenzy, nearly deranged. She incessantly dialed Fang Qian's voice call again and again, but no one answered. A physical examination? How dare you? What sort of examination do you intend to conduct? You are cheating, utterly shameless. In a fit of rage, Tang Jiaro cursed vehemently, her mind conjuring vivid images. In her mind's eye, she saw Fang Qian disrobe and lean over the sofa, while Luciani meticulously checked his body inch by inch, their warmth rising in tandem. As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, Tang Jiaro understood all too well what would transpire next. Yet, she was painfully distant and utterly unable to intervene. In frustration, she hurled her phone onto the bed and vented her ire into the pillow. Bastard! You are truly despicable, shameless, you wretched pair. Tang Jiaro unleashed every vile curse she could muster upon Fang Qian and Luciani. Eventually, exhausted from her outburst, she sat dazedly on the bed, gazing at the hotel room. At that moment, a twinge of regret washed over her. Though the hotel room was immaculate, the pristine white walls and sheets lacked the warmth of home. Here, she felt like a mere transient traveler. The warmth from the air conditioning was hardly comforting. It felt almost cool. Even in a room where the temperature hovered above 5 degrees Celsius, she still needed to wear a thick coat to maintain her body heat. The steaming bowl of egg noodles she had just enjoyed was now cold. Compared to Fang Qian's conditions in the video, her current situation felt like a dog kennel. At least the dog in Fang Qian's home could still enjoy a couple of lamb chops. In that moment, Tang Jiaro's confidence and pride were utterly shattered. The treatment she received here was, in fact, quite decent. Being able to enjoy steaming bread, noodles, rice, and pickled vegetables daily was a luxury in itself. To know of others who would stoop so low as to shove mud into their mouths, and to hear of even more ruthless individuals who would use the corpses of their own kin to fill their bellies, one cannot help but feel that Tang Jiaro is undoubtedly fortunate in comparison. This has been the source of her pride. Yet, when juxtaposed with Fang Qian, she suddenly feels insignificant. In this moment, a surge of impulse courses through her, urging her to return to Fang Qian's abode. The fact that he mentioned he had reserved a room for her only intensifies her longing. Tang Jiaro cannot help but muse internally, Fang Qian must love me, otherwise he would not have kept a room for me. Even if he were to bring that woman into his home, nothing would transpire between them. At worst, he would merely share a meal with her before she departed. That thick-headed fool could never dare to cheat. Ah, and those clothes and cosmetics must have been purchased for me. It is only because I have not returned that she had the chance to try them on. It must be so. It must indeed be the case. Tang Jiaro reassures herself repeatedly, and the fleeting pang of regret she felt earlier is gradually cast aside. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she grits her teeth and begins to consume the bowl of cold noodles. As she eats, she murmurs to herself, "What is there to be proud of? It is merely that she has a bit more meat to eat. I have not been deprived of such pleasures. Master Ma remains my optimal choice. Just wait. Master Ma has already dispatched 50 elite security personnel who will arrive within 2 days at most, armed with a Barrett sniper rifle. By then, I wonder if your security door will truly be able to protect you. All of your prized possessions will inevitably be surrendered to me, even if those 50 security personnel cannot subdue you. Master Ma has assured me that an even more elite force from the capital is on its way, including the legendary Jin warriors. Can you truly withstand that? Clean your neck and prepare to meet your fate." Tang Jiaro chews fiercely on her noodles, as if consuming the very flesh of Fang Qian himself, savoring each bite more than the last. In her eyes, regardless of the wealth Fang Qian possesses, it will ultimately belong to her. Before long, the time Fang Qian had been waiting was scarcely 20 minutes when Luciani finished her meal. Thoughtfully, she tidied the dining table and organized the kitchen before standing by the sofa, awaiting instructions. Fang Qian set aside the book in his hands and said to Luciani, "During this period, I have been exercising diligently, and my health has improved significantly. Please assist me in conducting a thorough examination to assess my condition." Standing beside him, Luciani nodded slightly and replied, "Of course, Mr. Fang. Although we currently lack the necessary medical equipment, I will do everything in my power to identify any potential health concerns. Just a few days ago, I examined you, and your health was excellent, surpassing that of over 80% of your peers. At most, there are minor issues with your shoulder and cervical spine. As Luciani spoke, she retrieved her portable medical equipment and began to assess Fang Qian's pulse, heartbeat, and various other aspects of his health. Chapter 144. A thorough examination. The entire process proved to be exceedingly intricate, lasting over an hour. After meticulously measuring various parameters, it was necessary to perform calculations on a sheet of draft paper. Once she completed her tasks and beheld the data in her hands, she could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment, murmuring to herself, "How could this be? Did I miscalculate? It seems something is amiss." To ensure the accuracy of the data, Luciani recalibrated her measurements, yet the results were nearly identical. Observing her flustered demeanor, Fang Qian inquired, "What troubles you? Do you require assistance?" Adjusting her spectacles and wiping the perspiration from her forehead, Luciani replied, "It is nothing, Mr. Fang. However, the disparity between this data and the previous readings is quite significant. If the results are indeed accurate, Mr. Fang, your physical condition has improved exponentially by dozens of times. You could be considered a superhuman. Your muscle composition, bone density, and even your vision and hearing have surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Even more astonishing is the fact that the shoulder and cervical spine issues detected previously have entirely vanished. Judging by your current physical state, you should be under 20 years of age, in the prime of youth. This is utterly incredible. I must have erred somewhere. Yet I cannot pinpoint the mistake despite repeated calculations." Frustration led her to tug at her hair, causing her to question the validity of her years of study. However, with the heavy snowfall and hailstorm outside, returning to the hospital to consult texts was not an option. Upon hearing her words, Fang Qian erupted into laughter. "Do not worry. Your calculations are correct. Please hand me the data. I wish to examine it closely." Luciani's pupils dilated in shock, her astonishment reaching new heights. Fang Qian's previous displays of ability were within the realm of comprehension, such as his foresight of impending doom, his stockpiling of provisions and weaponry, and the construction of the shelter impervious to hail and cold. He even demonstrated proficiency in various firearms. All these feats were explicable. Yet, to elevate his physical prowess to a superhuman level was a phenomenon beyond the grasp of science. Despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, she dutifully placed the measurement results into Fang Qian's hands. Fang Qian perused the detailed statistical data with great satisfaction. Truly, he possessed a physique 10 times the human limit. However, having previously allocated a portion of his roots to Tai Bai, certain aspects of his capabilities were slightly diminished, though this was inconsequential. Luciani, standing nearby, recalled the commotion Fang Qian had caused in the gym upon entering the room, as well as the sandstorm that had followed him out. Gradually convincing herself of the authenticity of the report, unable to contain her curiosity, she ventured to ask, "Mr. Fang, may I be so bold as to inquire how you achieved such remarkable physical prowess?" Without raising his gaze from the documents, Fang Qian replied, "I merely trained a bit more diligently. Do you believe that?" Luciani found herself at a loss for words. If one were to deceive, at least a more plausible rationale should be presented. To think that such transformation could be achieved solely through exercise? Not to mention that one has only engaged in physical training for a mere 3 or 4 days. Even if one had begun exercising from the womb, such results would be implausible. Even the holders of world records would be unable to match this feat yet. Fang Qian did not speak the truth, and she dared not press further, fearful of inadvertently inciting his ire. As a holder of a doctorate in medicine from a prestigious foreign institution, Luciani possessed an innate curiosity for knowledge. Standing beside Fang Qian, she gazed at the data report in his hands, her mind swirling with thoughts. This represented a superhuman physique. If I could attain such strength, would I not be liberated from the constraints of others, free to pursue my desires? The ambition that Luciani had thought quelled now surged once more. She had believed that after the apocalypse, her fate was to be a mere ornament, pleasing Fang Qian to secure her sustenance. However, this report before her illuminated a new glimmer of hope. As a top-tier elite from the world before the end, how could she resign herself to a lifetime as a subordinate? She scanned Fang Qian in the entire room, desperately seeking the source of this power, yet found nothing. The sensation of hope being tantalizingly close yet utterly out of reach drove her nearly to madness. At that moment, Fang Qian seemed to discern her disquiet. Setting the report aside and turning to Luciani, stating, "Have you noticed the enhancement in human physical capabilities? For instance, during the first month of the apocalypse, many succumbed to the cold, yet now, instances of death from exposure have become rare. People consume food that is as cold and hard as ice without suffering from any ailments. Those venturing out in search of sustenance can travel further and carry heavier burdens. It appears that everyone's physical condition is gradually improving." Fang Qian's words sparked an epiphany in Lu Chani's mind. Indeed, how had she failed to notice? Eagerly, she clapped her hands in excitement. It was true. Those who survived this extreme cold apocalypse had indeed experienced notable improvements in their physical condition. Everyone had sensed this shift, albeit they attributed it to a mere adaptation and the results of a few days of exercise. However, this perception was fundamentally flawed. While adaptation and exercise can enhance physical capabilities, this is contingent upon a sufficient supply of nutrients. To illustrate, if nourished adequately, running 5 kilometers with a weighted load daily constitutes physical training, gradually leading to muscle growth. Conversely, if one is starving yet still attempts to run 5 kilometers with a load daily, it becomes mere toil, leading only to exhaustion and demise. In this apocalyptic scenario, where sustenance is scarce, how could one possibly improve physical condition through exercise and adaptation? Thus, this enhancement must surely stem from other sources. Lu Chani now resembled a child eager for knowledge, gazing intently at Fang Qian, imploring, "Mr. Fang Qian, could you please elaborate further?" Fang Qian chuckled and continued. "Based on my daily speculations, I believe that the way of heaven operates by diminishing the surplus to replenish the deficit. Although this world has descended into an icy apocalypse, heralding the potential extinction of humanity, it also presents a unique opportunity. Amidst the profound changes, a mysterious energy has emerged within the atmosphere, aiding human evolution. This is the fundamental reason behind the enhancement of our physical capabilities." In an instant, Lu Chani embraced Fang Qian's assertion. She turned her gaze towards him, her eyes brimming with admiration. Who could have imagined that this ordinary undergraduate could uncover a significant secret that even her doctoral peers had overlooked? Alas, it is a pity that we are in the midst of an apocalypse. Had it been before this cataclysm, this discovery would have easily secured Fang Qian a prestigious professorship. Lu Chani began to conjecture. "Mr. Fang Qian, I understand now. This cataclysm has provided a substance that facilitates human evolution, allowing everyone's physique to grow stronger. However, you, Mr. Fang Qian, have experienced a more rapid transformation due to your ample nutrition and comfortable living conditions, resulting in a physique akin to that of a superhuman. If we ordinary individuals were to have sufficient nourishment coupled with diligent exercise, we too could attain a similar state, correct?" Observing the ambition and yearning in her eyes, Fang Qian smiled and nodded, affirming her statement. "Go ahead and train. Even if you exhaust yourselves, the results will be negligible," he jested, his words laced with half-truths. The dramatic changes in the world indeed brought about some enhancement in human physicality, yet the improvement was far from significant. Even with rigorous training, it was unlikely that an ordinary individual could transcend the boundaries of human capability to become a superhuman. His words served a dual purpose: to veil his true abilities and to amuse himself. Should this notion disseminate, it would undoubtedly elevate the value placed on sustenance, intensifying conflicts among people. However, none of this concerned him. Fang Qian's willingness to lease weapons was rooted in his desire to incite rivalry among all. His core objective in cultivating a cadre of expendables was to mitigate his own troubles, quelling any potential threats to his existence at their inception. With Lu Chani having fulfilled her role, Fang Qian dismissed her without hesitation. Although she felt a profound reluctance, she recognized that the time for her departure had come. She gathered the remnants of her meal, and Fang Qian graciously presented her with a large piece of cake, acknowledging her contributions for the day. Just as Lu Chani was about to leave, she turned back cautiously and said, "Mr. Fang Qian, I have a request." Uncertain whether I could bring a couple of fitness items, I expressed my desire to enhance my physical well-being in order to serve you better in the future. Fang Qian couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, "To serve me? Perhaps she aspires to surpass me." He gestured towards the gym and said, "Feel free to choose whatever you like." After all, the equipment in that gym had become obsolete for him. Allowing her to take care of this clutter was not a bad idea. Lu Chani, overjoyed, hurried into the gym and spent quite some time selecting items, ultimately leaving with 2 dumbbells and a jump rope suitable for her use. She departed with a sense of bliss, perhaps even envisioning herself as a superhero in her mind. Chapter 145. The abundant harvest of the homeowners. After the extreme blizzard subsided, the homeowners of Building 9 sprang into action. Bolstered by Fang Qian's provision of 20 sets of equipment, they moved forward with unwavering confidence, gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Among them, Zhang Peng commanded the largest faction, leading over 30 followers, 10 of whom donned complete combat gear and bore pistols at their waists, exuding an air of authority. The remaining 20 or so followers wielded machetes and iron rods. Besides Zhang Peng's gang, other faction leaders, including Wu Guangfeng and Chen Shen, each accompanied by 7 or 8 members, also brandished firearms. At that moment, the presence of these 2 factions nearby was palpable. Observing Zhang Peng's formidable entourage, envy flickered across their faces. Zhang Peng, with so much gear, Aren't you concerned about settling the debt tomorrow? If you can't pay up? Fang Qian is not one to be trifled with. Zhang Ping chuckled. With so many people and guns at my disposal, how could I possibly fail to procure food? We can simply raid the other buildings, one by one. I refuse to believe there are no supplies to be found. I suggest you each take responsibility for your own areas. If you follow me, you might end up with nothing but scraps. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Guangfeng and Chun Shun found merit in his words and bid Zhang Peng farewell. Very well, we shall venture elsewhere. Good luck. With that, the two young men led their teams in a different direction. Other factions soon followed suit, dispersing in all directions. Armed with lethal implements and driven by desperation, they were destined to unleash a wave of bloodshed upon the community. Meanwhile, Fang Qian stood atop the building, surveying the scattering figures below, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Go forth, engage in battle, and bring back the survival resources from the vicinity. He increasingly felt that his plan was masterful, not only securing free labor but also ensuring a continuous influx of supplies from all directions. Why not seize this opportunity? Although his mythical backpack already contained an abundance of provisions and resources sufficient for several lifetimes, Fang Qian believed it was far from enough. His ambition extended beyond mere survival. He sought immortality. Following the recent enhancement from the mythical ginseng, his lifespan had significantly increased, allowing for the prospect of living for centuries. Thus, the more food he could amass, the better. Ideally, he envisioned gathering all the material wealth of the world. As he watched everyone drift further away, Fang Qian turned back to his room, preparing to rest and await promising news. The respite from the extreme blizzard was fleeting, lasting only 3 to 4 hours. During this brief interlude, the homeowners of Building 9 wielded their weapons, rampaging throughout the community. The sporadic sounds of gunfire echoed, sending the most vulnerable survivors scuttling into corners, trembling in fear. As hours passed and the cold wind brushed against their faces, it heralded the imminent end of this calm phase. At that moment, teams began to emerge from all corners of the community, burdened with substantial spoils, clearly indicating a fruitful harvest. 2 months have passed since the cataclysm. Yet the remnants of supplies in human society are more than sufficient for survival, with plenty to spare. Many households still possess a stockpile. As the populace trudges home through the snow, a fierce cold storm looms, rendering outdoor excursions impossible, compelling everyone to sort through their bountiful spoils in the comfort of their abodes. In the owner's group chat, Lin Yin sends a message: congratulations to all for your abundant harvest and safe return. However, do not forget to remit your rent. The moment the extreme cold storm subsides tomorrow, please bring the requisite rent and weapons to the rooftop. Remember, no tricks or deceit, for the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Zhang Ping, accompanied by over 30 of his eager companions, returns to his room with backpacks in tow. As they set down their burdens, exhaustion washes over them. Zhang Peng inquires of a comrade, "What were our losses this time?" The younger man replies with exuberance, "Brother Zhang Ping, we suffered no losses at all. Those were mere cowards. Upon seeing our group armed with guns, they were utterly terrified. Aside from a madman who fought valiantly and fatally wounded one of our own with a knife, we sustained no injuries, though we may be covered in blood. It is all from those worthless creatures. Ha ha ha, we truly struck it rich this time." The group, brimming with anticipation, eagerly opens their backpacks, spilling heaps of food onto the floor. Their bounty includes instant noodles, bread, frozen meat, frozen vegetables, rice, and noodles, among other provisions. In just 3 short hours, they had not idled. They stormed the nearby 13th building, plundering from the 1st to the 33rd floor, seizing whatever they could from anyone in their path, mercilessly eliminating those who resisted. This is how they amassed such a trove. As they gaze hungrily at the stockpile, poised to dive in, Zhang Ping raises a hand to halt them. "Hold on, let us not forget we must pay our rent. First, we shall set aside the supplies needed to redeem our points for tomorrow, and we will divide the remainder afterward." At these words, the exhilaration that once filled the room dissipates significantly. They reluctantly lower their heads and begin to partition the substantial collection before them into 2 portions. After a few minutes, they manage to gather enough supplies to repay for 10 sets of equipment. Zhang Ping's rental terms extend beyond just handguns and grenades. They also include cold-resistant and bulletproof gear, making the cost steep. Consequently, they relinquish 80% of today's haul. The remaining 20%, after a hearty meal or two, will likely dwindle to naught. A sense of discontent lingers among the group. They had fought valiantly for these spoils, yet must surrender such a significant portion. Why should they yield 80%? It feels excessive. One of Zhang Peng's closest associates cautiously approaches and whispers, "Brother Zhang, how about we play it a bit clever and only submit half as our rent? If Fang Qian inquires, we can claim our harvest was insufficient, and we had to present everything we had. Surely, given the volume of food we are submitting, Fang Qian will not be overly harsh with us." Upon hearing the words of his companion, Zhang Ping fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, surrendering half of their haul still amounted to a significant quantity. Just the scattered instant noodles alone filled 7 or 8 boxes, not to mention the assortment of bread, rice, and other provisions. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within Zhang Ping. What if Fang Qian remained obstinate? After much deliberation, he ultimately shook his head and declared, "Let us refrain from such actions for now. We should first observe cautiously for a couple of days, and once we ascertain safety, we can then devise some clever strategies." The principle of the bird that sticks its head out gets shot must be understood by all. Hearing his resolute stance, the remaining brethren, though somewhat reluctant, could only watch the substantial pile of resources comprising 80% of their total without daring to make a move. Aside from Zhang Peng, others had also made some gains. Wu Guangfeng returned to the dwelling with 7 friends in tow, diligently wrapping a bandage around his arm, beneath which lay a ghastly knife wound that instilled a sense of dread. A concerned brother nearby inquired, "Brother, are you all right? Those lunatics truly had no fear, charging at us despite our firearms." Wu Guangfeng sighed, shaking his head in response. "There's little we can do. Our firearms are far too few to exert sufficient deterrence. Upon my return, I noticed that Zhang Peng and his group had collected far more than us, and they suffered minimal injuries. Their 10 guns wielded true authority. Alas, if only my skills were superior, I could have secured more and prevented such an incident." A nearby brother promptly interjected, "Brother, let's refrain from uttering such words. In the eyes of our brethren, you are the most capable among us. What is Zhang Peng but a manipulator who seeks to curry favor with Fang Qian by tormenting Tang Ma and Tang Erwin? He is utterly incomparable to you." Seeing that Wu Guangfeng was relatively unscathed, the others began to sort through their own acquisitions. Although they lacked the prowess to rob households like Zhang Peng, their efforts had yielded a fair amount. However, upon calculating their expenses, they found that after paying the rent, each person was left with merely 2 pieces of bread, rendering their toil almost futile. This revelation dampened their spirits considerably. A brother whispered, "Brother, let us secretly stow away some of our bounty." Meanwhile, Qinshin was plagued by greater distress. His team comprised 2 women who contributed little assistance, resulting in a meager haul. They even fell short of the rent due for the following day. This time, not only had they failed to gather food, but they were also left indebted. Qinshin's frustration gnawed at him as he pondered, "What shall I do? Rent is due tomorrow. How will I explain this to Fang Qian? Perhaps I should swallow my pride and beseech him for an extension, to rent a gun for another day. Maybe tomorrow will bring better fortune." Similar predicaments unfolded in nearly every room. Chapter 146. Collecting Rent. Defaulting on payments, Fang Qian spent the day exercising in front of his residence, then enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, before he even opened his eyes, his phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced at it to find a message from Lin Yan. "Mr. Fang Qian, today marks the first day of rent collection. Will you be coming to collect in person, or shall I handle it on your behalf?" Initially, Fang Qian had no intention of appearing daily, as he found it exceedingly cumbersome. He believed that the time could be better spent at home, exercising, exploring culinary delights, or indulging in a few rounds of gaming. However, upon reconsideration, he realized that this was a new model he had painstakingly devised, and it would be prudent to make an appearance on the inaugural day to ensure a prosperous start. With that thought in mind, he casually replied, "Please take charge. I will drop by to take a look when I can." Lin Yan quickly responded, "Understood, Mr. Fang Qian. I will ensure everything is meticulously accounted for." As Lin Yan set aside her phone, Li Taizhu, ever considerate, poured her a cup of warm water. Meanwhile, Lin Dashan busied himself with the maintenance of the returned weaponry and equipment. On the rooftop, individuals began to gather, transporting box after box of supplies. The variety of these provisions was extensive. In addition to food, there were gasoline, coal, timber, and other essentials. Everything deemed useful in this post-apocalyptic world. These items were the fruits of their labor from the previous day. Holding a notebook, Lin Yan contemplated for a moment before addressing the assembled group. "Now that everyone is present, let us calculate yesterday's rent. Who would like to go first?" No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Peng, the most influential figure on the left, stepped forward and offered, "Sister Lin Yan, allow me to take the lead and set an example." Lin Yan nodded and said, "Very well, you rendered a complete set of equipment, 10 sets in total, including handguns, grenades, and bulletproof cold weather gear. You utilized 1 grenade and 35 bullets. According to the agreement, you owe a total of 350 points worth of supplies. Are you prepared?" Upon hearing this figure, Zhang Peng and those behind him felt a pang of despair. 350 points was exorbitant. A single pack of instant noodles was equivalent to 1 point, meaning he was effectively required to surrender 350 packs, an amount that would suffice for their team for a week or 2 if rationed judiciously. Thankfully, aside from food, Other items counted as well. Zhang Peng forced a wry smile, gesturing towards a towering pile of supplies before him, and assured, "Rest assured, Sister Lin Yan. We adhere to the rules. These are our provisions from yesterday. Please take stock." Lin Yan and Li Taizhu immediately set to work, counting and reporting. 2 boxes of instant noodles, worth 40 points, 5 pounds of bread, worth 25 points, 70 bottles of various beverages. After tallying, they found a total of 345 points worth of supplies, leaving a shortfall of 5 points. Lin Yan, with a stern expression, lifted her gaze to Zhang Peng. His demeanor became somewhat awkward as he forced a smile and said, "Sister Yin, we are, after all, valued clients. Just this little bit missing. Is that a problem? Why not just give us a discount?" Lin Yin remained unfazed, retorting, "A discount? You might as well speak to Mr. Fang Qian about that. I must inform you that all these items belong to Mr. Fang Qian. I have no authority to adjust their prices on his behalf. There are still 5 left. Hand them over and spare us the embarrassment." At that moment, one of Zhang Peng's hot-headed subordinates pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yin, unleashing a torrent of insults. "Enough. You, a worthless wretch selling yourself at the gym, what are you pretending for? Calling him Mr. Fang. Do you think he is your father? Why do you protect him so fiercely? We are neighbors. What harm would it do to reduce the count by a bit? You sneak into Fang Qian's bed for your comfort while disregarding our struggles." His bravado grew with each word, and he brazenly declared before the crowd, "With such a substantial deal and so many of us, it's not just you, the shameless woman who rose through unscrupulous means. Even Mr. Fang Qian himself would need to show us some consideration. What harm is there in losing 5 points? 10 points would also be acceptable." Though Lin Yin was determined to assist Fang Qian, the overwhelming presence of Zhang Ping and his followers loomed large, their advancing steps hinting at potential violence. As a woman, she found it challenging to maintain her composure against such ruffians. She glanced back at Li Taizhu, only to find the stout man intimidated by the escalating tension. Standing silently behind her, frustrated, Lin Yin muttered, "What a coward, afraid of the strong." Zhang Ping remained silent, merely observing his subordinates stir up chaos. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, a leisurely sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Everyone turned to see Fang Qian, clad in pajamas and absorbed in his phone, sauntering over. As he arrived at the rooftop, the previously boisterous subordinates fell silent, instinctively retreating a step, their arrogance dissipating. Fang Qian, playfully toying with his phone, casually remarked without lifting his gaze, "Who was it that claimed even I should show a bit of face? I am quite curious. Whose face is so grand? Is it yours, Zhang Peng?" Zhang Peng, caught off guard, chuckled awkwardly. "Mr. Fang Qian, you completely misunderstand. My subordinate speaks without restraint. I will certainly reprimand him upon my return. I happen to have some food in my bag, which should suffice." With that, he tossed his backpack over. Lin Yin opened it and counted the contents, her expression softening as she said, "This is more like it. Just don't think you can be sly in the future." Zhang Ping seethed internally, wishing to crush both Lin Yin and Fang Qian into pulp. He had secretly stashed some supplies during his deliveries, initially believing that the sheer volume would prevent thorough scrutiny. Little did he know, Lin Yin was an exceptional stickler for details. Reluctantly, he decided to bide his time, plotting his revenge for later. Lin Yin turned back, her eyes filled with regret as she addressed Fang Qian. "Mr. Fang Qian, I apologize. I almost jeopardized everything. Why don't you continue to host?" Fang Qian cast a sidelong glance at her, remarking, "If you cannot resolve such trivial matters, what value do you believe you possess? Please, go ahead." Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, her eyes filled with gratitude as she regarded Fang Qian. She had feared that her recent blunder would lead to a loss of authority. Yet Fang Qian still placed his trust in her. Resolving to never allow such a situation to occur again, she felt a surge of determination. With Fang Qian present to maintain order, the subsequent individuals refrained from any trickery and obediently submitted the materials they were meant to deliver. However, upon Lin Yan's final tally, she discovered that 4 individuals had still failed to contribute. They were Wu Guangfeng, Qinshan, Sun Yukai, and Luo Yuanyuan. Wu Guangfeng and Qinshan were recent graduates who had rented apartments nearby for convenience, while Sun Yukai, a sales manager at an automotive company, was a rotund man known for his shrewdness. Luo Yuanyuan, a woman in her 30s with a slightly plump figure, was said to be alone at home, as her husband was often away on business and involved with another woman. As neighbors in the same building, Lin Yin recognized them at a glance and sternly inquired, "What is the meaning of this? You 4 have failed to gather even half of the rent due." Startled, Luo Yuanyuan dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face. She pleaded, "Sister Lin Yin, I truly did not intend to shirk responsibility. This is all I earned yesterday, and I simply cannot gather the rent. I beg you, please spare me." As she spoke, she began to bow her head repeatedly against the snow. Chun Shun, Wu Guangfeng, and Sun Yukai were taken aback by her sincere demeanor. And following her lead, they too knelt down. Qian, with a pitiful expression, spoke up, "Sister Lin Yin, we genuinely have no alternative. I had the worst luck yesterday. There was hardly anyone left in that building, and my yield was minimal. What I submitted is all I have, and my companions and I have not eaten all day." Wu Guangfeng nodded vigorously in agreement, adding, Yes, my situation is similar to Qian's. I truly cannot manage." Sun Yukai, adopting a sycophantic posture, cautiously addressed Lin Yin and Fang Qian, "Esteemed brother and sister, might you grant us an extension on the first day? We are genuinely unable to meet the requirements. It is not for lack of effort. If we could manage it, we certainly would." Lin Yin stood, furrowing her brow in contemplation of how to handle these four individuals. They were unable to pay the rent. If she did not impose a penalty, others would learn to take advantage. Yet, if the punishment was too severe, it would dissuade everyone from borrowing in the future. Just as her indecision lingered, Sun Yukai continued, "Esteemed brother and sister, as a sales professional, I possess some understanding of business. From my perspective, your primary aim is to collect as many materials as possible, correct? If so, it would be prudent to incentivize everyone. Initially, you could offer a discount on the rent, hold a major promotion, or even waive it entirely. Once people experience the benefits of having firearms, they will naturally line up to rent. Consider this, even when opening a restaurant or launching a new product, one must initially incur losses through advertising to enhance visibility. Would you not agree? If one were to be entirely unsympathetic, who would be willing to engage in such endeavors?" After expressing his thoughts, he promptly garnered the support of many behind him. "Indeed, the rent is exorbitant. If it could be reduced, we would gladly give it a try. None have ventured to take on such a costly endeavor without prior experience." Witnessing the backing he received, Sun Yukai felt a surge of confidence and directly turned to Mr. Fang Qian, bowing slightly in deference. "Mr. Fang Qian, in my humble opinion, Lin Yin possesses no real managerial acumen. She merely sells classes at the gym. What does she truly understand? Trust me, allow me to handle this matter. As a sales manager overseeing dozens, if not hundreds, of sales personnel, I assure you I can manage this business adeptly. Regarding remuneration, let us not discuss monetary compensation in these dire times. Instead, let us barter for necessities. You would only need to provide me with a pound of rice, a pound of meat, and 2 packs of cigarettes each day. What do you think?" Chapter 147. The hoarded supplies. Sun Yotsai's words left Fang Qian, Lin Yin, and others utterly bewildered. To think that someone would attempt to evade payment and simultaneously seek to profit from the situation had he imbibed some spurious liquor? Nevertheless, his recently proposed discount promotional policy resonated remarkably with the sentiments of the other proprietors. At that moment, a significant portion of the crowd rallied in support of Sun Yukai's initiative. They expressed their agreement, asserting, indeed, Mr. Fang Qian, in the realm of commerce, one cannot expect immediate profits. Initial investments are essential. Why not allow Manager Sun to give it a try? He possesses operational experience, and we ought to consider the long term. They continued, "After all, Mr. Fang Qian, your family business is substantial. This modest investment should not be a concern, correct?" It became evident that the four of them had indeed struggled to secure sufficient funds, underscoring the challenges of entrepreneurship. With the rent remaining exorbitantly high, few would dare to take on the lease. To succeed in business, one must embrace thin profit margins and high sales volumes. Reform is imperative, and we should entrust the management to Manager Sunday. The crowd erupted in support of Sun Yukai, creating a cacophony of voices. At that moment, Sun Yukai stood at the forefront of the assembly, exuding confidence, as if poised to become the de facto manager of the rental project. Lin Yin and Li Taiju found themselves at a loss, unable to determine a course of action, desperately calling for silence, though their pleas fell on deaf ears. Meanwhile, Fang Qian paid no heed to Sun Yukai, preoccupied with his phone. Sun Yukai, misinterpreting Fang Qian's demeanor, believed that he was genuinely contemplating the proposal, and thus he elaborated fervently on his advantageous policies, extolling the promising future and even claiming that this rental initiative could attract a throng of several hundred to 1,000 individuals, aiming to dominate the entire Chongyan city. His ambition was not to be underestimated. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Qian was not merely passing the time on his phone, he was reviewing surveillance footage. Thus far, his covert installation of a security system throughout the building remained a secret to all outsiders, a deliberate concealment on his part. The element of surprise was crucial for the effectiveness of the surveillance. Had everyone been aware of its existence, it would become redundant. He rewound the footage to the conclusion of yesterday's severe storm, focusing on Wu Guangfeng, Sun Yukai, Luo Yuanyuan, and Qian. By monitoring their actions upon returning to their rooms, Fang Qian swiftly discerned the truth. Indeed, Qian and Luo Yuanyuan were as they had claimed. Upon returning yesterday to inventory the supplies, they discovered a shortfall, and what they presented today was all they had. There was no hidden stash. A few among them had merely indulged in a snack along the way to satiate their hunger, which was understandable. However, Sun Yukai and Wu Guangfeng were a different story. The supplies they had brought back far exceeded what they revealed. More than half remained concealed in their homes. Wu Guangfeng had hidden the surplus beneath his mattress, while Sun Yukai had ingeniously stowed everything in a package, suspending it beside the air conditioning unit, where it was unlikely to fall. A cold smile crept across his lips. Well, how audacious of you to deceive me. I shall see how long you can maintain this charade. Fang Qian extinguished the glow of his phone screen, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the individuals before him, and spoke. Let us postpone the discussion regarding the project's promotion for later. What we must address now is the matter of your insufficient rent payment and how you intend to compensate for it. Before I impose any penalties, I ask one last question. Are you certain that this is all you have gathered, with no hidden treasures or deceit? Upon hearing these words, it was evident that Sun Yukai and Wu Guangfeng's expressions stiffened momentarily, yet they concealed their discomfort adeptly, revealing minimal cracks in their faade. Luo Yuanyuan and Chun Shin knelt on the ground, their demeanor sincere as they proclaimed, Mr. Fang Qian, I assure you that this is all the supplies we have managed to procure, and we have certainly not deceived you. You may search our home if you wish. Beside them, Wu Guangfeng, with a stubborn demeanor, added, Indeed, Mr. Fang Qian, how can you say such a thing? Has the fundamental trust between people dissipated? The snow is currently falling heavily, having already submerged 3 to 4 stories. It is not easy to find sustenance. Sun Yukai, emboldened, began to pontificate. Mr. Fang Qian, I must say you lack experience. How can you utter such words? Does this not offend us consumers? Who would dare to rent weapons in the future if they risk being wrongfully accused of hoarding? From my years of sales experience, I can tell you that even in adverse situations, it is vital to avoid offending customers. Do you understand? While he continued his lengthy diatribe, Fang Qian directed a fierce glare at him, causing Sun Yukai to feel as though he had been struck in the chest. A lump formed in his throat, rendering him speechless. Fang Qian, with a frosty tone, inquired, Since you all speak so fervently, I am indeed inclined to send 2 individuals to conduct a search. What will you say if something is discovered? Without hesitation, Shin Shin thumped his chest and guaranteed, Mr. Fang Qian, please proceed with the search. If anything is found, you may take my head along with my family, yes. Luo Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. I, too, stand by my word. Such fervent oaths caught Wu Guangfeng and Sun Yukai in a bind. They had indeed concealed items. Yet, with the previous 2 having sworn so vehemently, to remain silent would cast suspicion upon themselves. Thus, Wu Guangfeng straightened his posture, declaring, Mr. Fang Qian, feel free to search. I, too, can stake my life on it. Sun Yukai, reveling in his confidence, added, Yes, do send someone to search. If you find anything in my home, I would gladly offer my family's lives. Very well. Since you have so willingly opened this door, do not blame me for being ungracious. Fang Qian laughed heartily, beckoning for Li Taiju and Lin Dashin to approach. He then leaned down, whispering a few words into their ears. The 2 quickly departed. As the 2 individuals departed, Luo Yuanyuan, Shin Shin, and their team exhibited no noticeable change in expression. After all, they were speaking the truth. Their home was devoid of any food. However, Wu Guangfeng and the few individuals behind him began to feel a sense of unease. One of them could no longer contain himself and whispered into Wu Guangfeng's ear, Brother, could it be that our hidden supplies have truly been discovered? Wu Guangfeng, equally lowering his voice, sought to reassure his comrades. Fear not, my concealed provisions are well hidden. I have sliced open the mattress and tucked them inside. Who would ever suspect there might be food there? Rest assured. Although Sun Yukai, who was nearby, could not discern their conversation, he surmised the situation based on their furtive gestures. Yet, rather than feeling anxious, he grew increasingly confident. He alone had concealed the team's supplies. And besides him, no one else in the group was aware of their location. Furthermore, the stash was not inside the house, but rather nestled within the external air conditioning unit. Who would think to look there? Unless one were to climb outside the window. It would be utterly impossible to discover. I am indeed clever. Otherwise, how could I have ascended to the position of sales manager? You recent graduates, or ordinary workers, simply lack the wit. In my previous life, I could not have attained my current status without my intellect. Just wait and see. I guarantee that Fang Qian will find nothing and will soon be begging for my assistance in managing the project. While he reveled in his own satisfaction, Lin Dashin and Li Taiju had already descended the stairs. Although Fang Qian's words had not provided explicit instructions, they had implied a wealth of information. They proceeded directly to Wu Guangfeng's room and immediately noticed the large bed in the bedroom. The bed frame had undoubtedly been split for firewood. Yet the mattress remained intact within the room. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Taiju approached, lifting the mattress to reveal a conspicuous seam beneath it, along with an unusual weight. The two exchanged glances filled with delight. They sliced open the mattress, and a cascade of neatly packaged food tumbled forth: canned meats, canned fruits, bread, cakes, chocolates, and other premium provisions. So the inferior supplies are handed over while the quality goods are kept for personal consumption, they mused. The two gathered the food into bags and made their way to Sun Yotsai's room. This time, their search proved less fruitful, as they scoured the space for an extended period without success. In that moment, Lin Dashan recalled Fang Qian's final hint: sometimes. Do not confine your search to within the house. The outside may hold answers as well. Upon hearing this, Li Taiju promptly darted out the door and into the corridor, inspecting it thoroughly, yet still found nothing. His brow furrowed in confusion. What is happening? Surely, Mr. Fang would not mislead us? However, Lin Dashan shook his head in disbelief. It is impossible. Since Mr. Fang has made that statement, he must possess certainty. At that moment, he suddenly gazed out of the window, gritting his teeth, and declared, "Hold on to me for a moment. I shall climb outside to take a look." Li Taiju replied, "No problem. Just place your life in my hands." With one hand gripping Lin Dashan's belt, he gradually lowered Lin Dashan outside the window, peering around outside. Lin Dashan soon spotted the enormous backpack nestled within the air conditioning unit's grid and erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "I found it. I found it." Chapter 148, Scheming. This is the next scene upon the rooftop. A palpable tension enveloped the crowd, each passing second amplifying their anxiety. Sun Yukai, with his rotund belly, spoke incessantly. "Mr. Fang Qian, if we cannot locate him, it would be prudent to abandon the search rather than squander our time. We are all honest and trustworthy businessmen. How could we possibly deceive you? Is it not rather petty to judge a gentleman with the mindset of a scoundrel? Those who aspire to greatness must not harbor such narrow-mindedness. If you truly intend to assemble a team, you would indeed require managerial talent such as mine. Just look at the individuals you have gathered: 2 fitness trainers and a rustic hunter from the mountains, all uneducated and unfit for management. What you genuinely need are societal elites like myself." As Sun Yukai observed that Fang Qian remained silent, he became increasingly convinced of his own indispensable value. Believing his inclusion in the management team was a foregone conclusion, he disregarded Lan Yan's murderous glare, continuing to promote himself and boast about his illustrious sales achievements. At that moment, the door to the rooftop swung open, revealing Li Taiju, who cheerfully bounded in, his large backpack slung over his shoulders. "I found it. I found it," Li Taiju exclaimed, and in front of everyone, he unzipped his backpack, revealing it to be brimming with canned goods, bread, and other high-quality provisions, which he then emptied onto the ground. A cursory glance revealed that not only was the quantity greater than the previous submission, but the quality was also of a significantly higher caliber. Wu Guangfeng, overwhelmed with terror, collapsed to his knees, his face etched with desperation as he pleaded with Fang Qian. "Mr. Fang Qian, this is a misunderstanding. These items are not mine. I have been framed. It must be someone else's doing." Fang Qian burst into laughter. "In this apocalypse, who does not hunger? Do you truly believe your life is worth this much food? Who would go to such lengths to ensnare you? You must think too highly of yourself." The other brothers behind him also fell to their knees, calling out to Fang Qian, "Mr. Fang Qian, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. It was undoubtedly Wu Guangfeng's doing. We are innocent. Indeed, we were adamantly in favor of submitting everything. This is all Wu Guangfeng's fault for daring to conceal any." Hearing their accusations, Wu Guangfeng's lips turned an angry shade of purple. "You bastards! Who do you think I did this for? It was for all of you. And now you turn against me, is it? I swear I will take you down before I meet my end." In a fit of rage, Wu Guangfeng unsheathed a large machete from his waist and began to slash wildly at the 6 or 7 brothers behind him, caught off guard and unarmed. They had no time to defend themselves and could only flee in panic. Within mere moments, they were all brutally slain by Wu Guangfeng's frenzied assault. The onlookers merely observed this horrific scene with cold indifference, none daring to intervene. Wu Guangfeng sat amidst the pile of corpses, his hair disheveled and his expression vacant, embodying a figure lost and bereft of sanity. Li Taiju stood nearby, grinning as he turned to Fang Qian. "Mr. Fang Qian, what shall we do now?" Fang Qian remarked. "Cast him down from the rooftop. Dying up here would require a cleanup." Li Taiju chuckled darkly, swiftly approaching Wu Guangfeng, seizing him by the neck with one hand while dislodging the machete he clutched with the other, casting it aside. He then dragged Wu to the edge of the rooftop and hurled him off. In that fleeting moment of descent, Wu Guangfeng regained his senses, cursing midair, "Fang Qian, you vampire, may you meet a wretched end." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he crashed into the snow below, meeting a fatal demise. Sun Yukai, a silent witness to this grim spectacle, trembled in terror. He had assumed that Fang Qian's directive to send 2 men to search was merely a fade. Surely, if they sought him earnestly, they would summon a larger contingent. To his astonishment, Li Taizhu had indeed located him. Anxieties crept into his mind regarding the safety of his concealed supplies. He repeatedly reassured himself, "It will be fine. It will be fine. I have hidden them so well. Lin Dashan, that hunter, will certainly not find them. He is just a countryman, probably unaware of what an air conditioning unit even is." Fang Qian observed Sun Yukai, who fell silent and smiled faintly. "Sun Yukai, weren't you quite talkative just now? Why the sudden reticence?" Sun Yukai offered an awkward smile. "Oh, not at all. I simply spoke too much earlier and now wish to rest a bit." "Oh, is that so? I thought perhaps you were harboring some guilt." Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Sun Yotsai's forehead as he wiped it with his sleeve, insisting, "How could that be? I have declared myself an honest businessman, utterly incapable of deceit." At that moment, a loud bang echoed as the rooftop door swung open again. Lin Dashan strolled in, carrying a large black bag. Grinning at Sun Yukai, he said, "My friend, it seems there's something extra beside your air conditioning unit. I thought I might take a look, if you don't mind." Sun Yukai nearly stumbled in fright, and had it not been for his 2 subordinates steadying him, he would have surely collapsed. In front of everyone, Lin Dashan emptied the contents of the sack. To his astonishment, alongside canned meat, there were several strips of cured meat, sausages, and even several boxes of self-heating rice. The abundance of these supplies far surpassed those of Wu Guangfeng. Fang Qian shook his head helplessly. "Alas, had you been truly honest, perhaps there would have been an opportunity for you to work for me. Regrettably, you have already sworn with your life and that of your family, so do not blame me for being unmerciful." As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce glint appeared in Sun Yotsai's eyes. Without uttering a word, he rolled on the ground, snatching up the fallen machete that Wu Guangfeng had dropped. With a roar, he declared, "Damn you, Fang Qian. If you wish to end my life, you shall not live either." With that, he leaped forward, brandishing the machete. The suddenness of the attack left Lin Dashan and Li Taizhu at a distance, unable to intervene in time, and drawing their weapons was out of the question. Lin Yin could only cry out in alarm, "Mr. Fang Qian, be careful. Quickly dodge." Nearby, Zhang Peng and the other residents watched the scene unfold with excitement. Their fists clenched in fervent prayer. "Kill him, kill him." If Fang Qian were to perish here, it would be monumental news for them all. It would mean they could divide all the resources and move into comfortable homes. However, Fang Qian gazed unflinchingly at the massive blade hurtling towards him, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. This expression only further enraged Sun Yukai, who swung his blade with even greater ferocity and speed, intending to cleave Fang Qian in two. Yet, to Fang Qian, this moment unfolded as if in slow motion. Unperturbed, he waited until the blade was nearly upon him before swiftly waving his left hand above his head, precisely striking the blade and sending it flying. Subsequently, he extended his left hand forward, gripping Sun Yukai's neck with an iron grip, lifting him effortlessly into the air as if he were a mere chick. Fang Qian's physical prowess, surpassing tenfold the limits of humanity, was an overwhelming advantage against a middle-aged man with a beer belly. Without uttering a word, he squeezed hard. A resounding crack echoed as Sun Yukai's neck shattered, his eyes rolling back as his limbs hung limply. Fang Qian casually discarded the lifeless form back into the crowd. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands and remarked to Lin Dashan, "Root out the weeds, leave no one behind." Lin Dashan nodded in understanding, then drew his pistol, firing repeatedly at Sun Yotsai's family behind him. The gunshots rang out, followed by anguished cries of, "Ah, help, don't kill me. I don't want to die." Before long, the rooftop was littered with corpses. Wu Guangfeng and Sun Yukai's team had been utterly obliterated. Nearly 20 bodies sprawled across the rooftop, the snow beneath them stained a vivid crimson. The onlookers were still entranced by the recent events, struggling to comprehend the gravity of what had transpired, particularly Zhang Ping, Li Taizhu, and Lin Yin, who were closest to the scene. Sun Yotsai's earlier strike had been an extraordinary display of speed and ferocity in the face of imminent death. They questioned themselves, wondering if they would have been able to evade such a lethal blow, likely reduced to a desperate scramble, if they could even escape unscathed. Yet Fang Qian had stood his ground, not even shifting his feet. He executed merely 2 moves, one to deftly swat away the blade and another to lift the opponent and crush his neck. Each movement was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. The act of crushing a neck signified immense strength. A normal individual could never accomplish such a feat with one hand. Likewise, swatting away the blade showcased unparalleled reflexes and judgment. Was this man truly some sort of super soldier? They had all seen numerous television dramas featuring retired elite warriors living incognito in the city. Fang Qian's demeanor at this moment perfectly mirrored that of those legendary soldiers. Everyone's apprehension towards him deepened further. Such a man, Even without relying on weapons or the house he built, could never possibly starve. Zhang Ping couldn't help but ponder, damn. It seems that the idea of a direct rebellion must be postponed. This fellow is far too terrifying, and one cannot fathom the extent of his clandestine capabilities. I must carefully deliberate on my next course of action. Chapter 149. Purchasing a life. Lin Yin gazed at Fang Qian with admiration, secretly reflecting, I knew Mr. Fang was extraordinary. My instincts did not lead me astray. I must work diligently, for in this apocalyptic world, only by following Mr. Fang do I have hope of survival. If I could one day find myself in his embrace, that would be even better. After all my years of dedication to fitness, with such an admirable physique. Why does Mr. Fang never seem to be moved? She mused, if I were a man, I would have long succumbed to temptation. As for Li Taizhu, witnessing Fang Qian's recent display left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had always been confident in his physical prowess, yet after observing those two simple movements, he suddenly realized that perhaps his wife had been right all along. His well-defined muscles were indeed just a fa of strength. After dealing with Sun Yukai and Wu Guangfeng, the remaining Qinshan and Luo Yuanyu knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Their pants were soaked, and they stammered, struggling to articulate their words. Their relatives and friends behind them mirrored their fear, seemingly awaiting the arrival of death. However, Fang Qian was already aware that they had not gathered sufficient provisions. Glancing at them, he stated, you two will no longer be eligible to rent weaponry starting tomorrow. The points you owe can be repaid in installments, but interest will apply. You may regain your rental privileges once your debt is settled. Should there be further delays, you will repay with your own organs and limbs. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing these chilling words, the two felt an inexplicable warmth, as if bathed in a spring breeze. Their lives were spared. They immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, repeatedly expressing gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Thank you, Mr. Fang. We will certainly strive to repay our debts and will never default again. Among the many property owners present, some astute individuals began to sense something amiss, whispering among themselves. What is happening? It seems that Fang Qian possesses an omniscient ability, able to discern that Wu Guangfeng and Sun Yukai had hoarded supplies while these two truly lacked enough. How could that be difficult? In my view, Fang Qian must have been a special forces soldier, perhaps even studied psychology. When Wu Guangfeng and Sun Yukai lied, they must have revealed their flaws. Indeed, this reasoning appears sound. They resolved to abandon any furtive thoughts, realizing that failing to do so could jeopardize their very lives. It was utterly oppressive. Why must they continually be subjected to his tyranny? If this continued, when would it end? I believe we must devise a plan to eliminate him. Precisely. Look at how much he accumulates through the weapon rental business. The supplies he gathers in a single day could sustain everyone in our building for 2 to 3 days, yet he hoards it all for himself. This is outrageous. If we cannot confront him openly, we must resort to subtlety. With so many of us, I refuse to believe we cannot bring him down. On the rooftop, hundreds murmured in hushed tones, untroubled by the thought of Fang Qian overhearing. Each lowered their voices, sharing their conspiratorial whispers. Meanwhile, Fang Qian surveyed the mountain of food supplies before him, thoroughly satisfied. However, with everyone present, he hesitated to retrieve his mythical backpack for storage. He spoke up, urging, if you have nothing else to attend to, please make haste and leave. From now on, the regulations regarding the rental of weapons and the submission of supplies will be revised to take place in the lobby on the first floor, with Lin Yin and your group taking full responsibility. Once the supplies are gathered, simply bring them up to me. This will save us considerable time. As Fang Qian voiced his thoughts, no one dared to oppose him, and the crowd began to turn away. At that moment, a gaunt, dark-skinned man in his 50s appeared at the rooftop entrance. He was dragging a burlap sack nearly as tall as himself, leaving a long, deep groove in the snow beneath it. Fang Qian instantly recognized him as Zheng the Butcher, a simple and taciturn slaughterer of pigs who operated a stall at the market, primarily dealing in pork. Though he had a decent reputation within the community, it seemed he was not a resident of Fang Qian's building, but rather of Block 17. Questions filled everyone's minds. What was he doing here? Despite his age, Zheng the Butcher remained robust from years of his trade. The hefty sack he dragged must have weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds, yet he brought it to the rooftop with apparent ease. A long, bloodied slaughtering knife hung from his waist. As he approached, Fang Qian locked eyes with the butcher and felt a chill run down his spine. Zheng's bloodshot eyes glowed with an eerie intensity, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. His gaunt, dark figure was indeed a frightful sight. Zheng the Butcher spoke in a gravelly voice. You are Fang Qian, are you not? I've heard you possess considerable prowess. Although the butcher appeared unwell, hinting at a troubled mind, Fang Qian sensed no malice emanating from him. He nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am Fang Qian. How may I assist you? As Zheng dragged the sack closer, Lin Yin instinctively moved to intervene, But Fang Qian halted her with a firm grip. He felt confident, with his current physical prowess. There was no way he would fear a mere butcher. When Zheng stood directly before him, he unsheathed the knife from his waist, startling everyone present. However, instead of threatening Fang Qian, the butcher turned to slice open the large sack behind him. Instantly, the contents were revealed, an astonishing array of meat. The bag was filled with prime cuts of pork and beef, and even contained a cow's head and half of a pig's head. No wonder it was so heavy. The sight of the meat made everyone swallow hard. The sack likely contained nearly 300 pounds of it. If cooked, it could feed the entire building's residents. Standing nearby, Zhang Peng lamented, "If only I had known. I should have gone straight to Block 17 to seize this old man. All this meat would have been mine." What bad luck. As the butcher Zheng opened the meat behind him, his eyes glistening with emotion, he addressed Fang Qian, saying, "I offer you these provisions in exchange for your assistance in taking a life." This unexpected proposition left Fang Qian taken aback. Throughout the apocalypse, he had always been the one hiring others, and it was the first time someone sought to employ his services. A smirk graced his lips as he replied, "I cannot acquiesce to your request just yet, for the worth of individuals varies. If the target of your ire is among these worthless beings before me, I would gladly comply. However, for others, I must ascertain their value." Upon hearing this, the residents on the rooftop shrank back in trepidation, each one avoiding the gaze of the old man, reflecting on whether they had ever taken advantage of him while purchasing meat. Fortunately, Zheng shook his head, clarifying, "No. You have deemed them worthless, and thus their lives lack value. The person I wish to eliminate is Qiao Wenjie, the president of the disaster chamber." Fang Qian raised an eyebrow, surprised to find himself entangled with the disaster chamber once more. He had some knowledge of this organization. Previously, Qiao Wenjie's cousin, Qiao Weiren, had perished at his hands, and the two harbored a deep-seated animosity. Yet, it appeared that this distant relative, Qiao Wenjie, did not regard the feud with much concern, especially since the disaster chamber seemed preoccupied with some grand scheme, thus avoiding an open conflict. Fang Qian surveyed the fine cuts of pork and beef before him, chuckling softly as he shook his head. If Qiao Wenjie were merely an individual, then the value of your offerings would suffice. However, the influence of the disaster chamber is considerable. Do you truly believe this meager exchange can claim his life? It is insufficient. You must offer more. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng spoke again. "This is all the meat I possess, yet I have information that may interest you. You can find approximately 60 to 70 pigs and cows, amounting to several tons of meat, not far from here. Very few are privy to this knowledge. If you assist me, I shall share this information with you." At this revelation, Fang Qian's interest was piqued. While he lacked for resources, as one who aspired to immortality, he would never turn away from an abundance of sustenance. Several tons of pork and beef were indeed worth his engagement. With a smile, Fang Qian inquired, "May I ask why you are so fervently intent on ending Qiao Wenjie's life?" In an instant, Zhang's eyes blazed crimson, as though they might burst with fury. Clenching his fists, the veins on his hands stood out prominently as he gritted his teeth and spat. "That wretched Qiao Wenjie, relying on his underlings, bullies the weak. My son and daughter-in-law ventured out in search of supplies, neither provoking nor offending him. Yet he sent his men to brutally kill my son and subjected my daughter-in-law to unspeakable horrors until her demise. My poor daughter-in-law was with child, merely 3 months along. They are beasts, lower than animals. I long to personally sever his throat with my butcher's knife. Alas, I am but one man, and in this entire community, Qiao Wenjie's influence reigns supreme. Furthermore, I have heard of a church led by women, where men possess no voice. Thus, I have come to seek your guidance."